You clearly possess the supreme magic body and have achieved invincible supremacy. But suddenly you ran to the 18th line Holy Land to become a godson, able to tear apart the heavens and tread upon the arrogant of the world. The strong look down upon the 9 heavens and myriad realms, while the weak bow down and serve for eternity. The temple's holy maiden willingly comes to massage your feet, and even the supreme of the demon clan can only bow and scrape. At this moment, a faint voice enters your ears. Young master, the grand competition is about to end. Is it about to end? Well, let's take this opportunity today to formally reveal ourselves. You immediately got up and walked out of the main hall, the dazzling sunlight shining on you, a spotless white robe shimmering brightly. Today is the day of the 5-year grand competition of the Chaos Holy Land, where outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and even the Holy Sun need to participate. The winner rises, the loser falls, the rules are strict, no one can escape. At this moment, in the arena that can accommodate 100,000 people, the noise is deafening as everyone cheers for the competitors. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. The God's Son has arrived. In an instant, the arena fell silent, and all eyes were drawn to the 3 words as if they had some magical power. Above the sky, a young man dressed in white, like an exiled immortal, descended from the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the young man took his seat at the position of the God's Son, instantly igniting the arena. He is the God's Son. So handsome, I feel like I'm in love. The female disciples held their faces in their hands, their eyes filled with peach blossoms. The male disciples swallowed nervously, feeling immense pressure, and they all thought that your means of becoming the God's Son were not honorable. In the past, the God-child has always been born from among the 10 holy sons, but this time the position of the God-child was actually taken by you, a person of unknown origin. In my opinion, he is not qualified to be the God-child at all. Any of the 10 holy sons could easily defeat him. Otherwise, why would he have to take the back door? Your appearance briefly silenced the fighting arena, but it was followed by overwhelming questioning. When you were parachuted in as the God-child, it naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people. Not just the disciples, but the vast majority of the elders were also very dissatisfied with you becoming the God-child. If it weren't for the Chaos Holy Ancestor personally intervening in the end, this matter would not have ended so easily. At this time, the Chaos Holy Lord's body was tense and he appeared very nervous. Young Master Shao, the disciples are ignorant and do not recognize your true identity. I will definitely teach them a lesson later. The Chaos Holy Lord explained through voice transmission, his words full of humility. Lord Jiang, you do your own thing. This young master's heart is not so narrow. Yes, I understand. Chaos Lord wiped the cold sweat from his head. He was truly afraid that the words of the disciples below would anger you, leading to the destruction of Chaos Holy Land in your anger. Apart from the slumbering ancestor, only he knew your true identity. Zhang Tsong turned his head and said to a young woman, "Go and serve tea to Master Shao." The woman's name is Zhang Xingyi, his daughter and also the saintess of Chaos Holy Land. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhang Xingyi frowned slightly. She wanted to refuse, but she heard her father's message. Listen to me. Master Zhao's identity is beyond your imagination. Serving him tea and water is definitely worth your pride. If you are fortunate enough to become Master Zhao's maid, Chaos Holy Land will also benefit greatly from it. After hearing her father's words, Zhang Xingyi, although still unhappy in her heart, inevitably became curious about Xiao Yang. In the end, driven by curiosity, she came to your side, but you didn't even look at her. There's no way. You've seen too many beauties, much more beautiful than Zhang Xingyi, a saint of a sacred place. You really can't muster any interest. However, your indifference doesn't mean that no one cares. Jun Mo Xiao, who defeated the last opponent on the fighting stage, was full of spirit, but as he looked around at all the disciples, enjoying their worshipful gazes, he suddenly noticed that the saintly Zhang Xingyi, whom he had regarded with respect, was standing next to you, pouring tea and water. And Kamiko, you are surprisingly leisurely sipping tea with your eyes downcast. In an instant, a touch of coldness surfaced under Jun Ma Xiao's eyes, and suddenly, he said in a loud voice, "I want to challenge the Son of God." The Chaos Holy Land Grand Competition stipulated that the winner of the Grand Competition was qualified to challenge the Divine Son. Jun Mo Xiao's words caused the fighting arena to instantly fall silent. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, also unexpectedly looked at Jun Mo Xiao. Ding! A son of fortune has been found. Destiny's child, Jun Mo Xiao. Strength, peak of the Xian realm of life and death. Luck value, 2000. Sons of the air. Lu Yuan's expression was flat and his eyes were way-free, as if he had expected it. But think about it, he was originally the first son of the immortal family Lu family in the Dark Continent. The reason why he came to this remote and distant Tianshao continent One of the reasons is not precisely because of the perception that the Tianqiao continent was born a lot of the son of luck. Lu Yuan tapped on the first gold finger he had obtained. Manifest destiny villain, Lu Yuan. Identity, first son of the immortal family Lu family, son of the chaos god. Physique and bloodline, primordial demon body. Supreme demon heart, ancient demon pupil. Cultivation, peak immortality of the emperor. Villain value, 0. Mall, click to view. The heavenly sky continent realm is divided into Tao Foundation, spiritual platform, spiritual phase, return to unity, Xian realm of life and death, Nirvana, empty underworld, Avatar, Seal Marquis Immortal, Seal King Immortal, and Seal Emperor Immortal. Looking at the arrogant and incomparable Jun Maxiao on the competition stage, Lu Yuan's face was calm. This is the first son of Qi to jump out, isn't it? Just as well. Let's try killing one first. As an appetizer, Lu Yuan thought softly inwardly, and around the fighting arena, all the disciples had boiled over. Here it comes, finally. Ha ha ha, I told you. The final champion of the grand competition will definitely have to challenge this disreputable god's son. Sacred son of June. Go for it. Smash this backdoor divine son. June's sacred son ranked 7th among the 10 sacred sons, and ranked 53rd on the Heavenly Skies Continent's Heavenly Remarks list. His strength is horrifyingly unparalleled. A backdoor divine son in the district that doesn't blow up with a single hand? I'm betting on Jun Xingzi to beat up the divine son within 10 moves. More. I'll bet within 3 moves. TCH, conservative T, I'll bet a move. Almost none of the 100,000 disciples present favored Lu Yuan. All of them were expecting Jun Maxiao to defeat Lu Yuan. It's not just the disciples who do this. Above the bleachers, Elder Region, Chaos Holy Land 3rd Elder Nangong Chang looked to the side at Grand Elder Hong Xiaotian. Grand Elder, do you think Mo Xiaoxiao can defeat the divine son? Jun Mo Xiao, his favored disciple, spoke with a hint of caress. Grand Elder Hong Xiaotian was equally imposing, his eyebrows flying into his temples, quite majestic. Hong Xiaotian said indifferently, I don't know, but Jun Maxiao has extraordinary strength and amazing talent. Even if he doesn't defeat the divine son, a tie should not be much of a problem. Hearing this reply, Nangong Chung frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, a tie? The Grand Elder is also looking down on Mo Xiao too much. How about we make a bet? I bet that Mo Xiao can defeat the divine son within 10 moves. If I win, the 9 revolutions nirvana pill that the Grand Elder got some time ago will be returned to me. And if I lose, the truly dragon mystic realm token that I got not long ago will be returned to you. Jun Mo Xiao was his disciple and he was more confident than anyone else, because he had witnessed too many miracles on Jun Mo Xiao. Jun Maxiao was as if he was the favorite of the heavens. No matter what the danger of life and death was, he was able to get through it without any danger. When you go out to practice, you can even get a strange encounter at all times. He had a premonition that in the future, Jun Maxiao would be able to witness and seal the empire. Hong Xiaotian glanced at Nangong Chun when he heard this and laughed. You old fox, when did you know that I had obtained the 9 revolutions nirvana pill? The 9 revolutions nirvana pill. I left it for Warrior Sky to break through the nirvana realm, but since you dare to use the true dragon mystic realm token as a bet, so what if I accompany you? Ha ha ha, it's a deal then. Nangong Chun laughed. At this point, the other side, when the Chaos Saint Lord heard that Jun Maxiao was going to challenge Lu Yuan, his scalp instantly went numb and he was internally shocked and enraged. This Jun Maxiao, did he eat bear heart and leopard gall? However, on second thought, he realized that Jun Maxiao did not know Lu Yuan's identity and chose to challenge him, which was justifiable. So he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Jun Maxiao, are you sure you want to challenge the divine son? Of course, and it's a fight to the death. Jun Maxiao proudly held his head high and said, Sacred Lord, it is the ancestral system of the Chaos Holy Land for the grand competition champion to challenge the Son of God, and no one can stop it. Of course, if the Son of God refuses to challenge him, that's fine, but in accordance with the regulations, if the Son of God refuses to challenge him, it is considered to be an active admission of defeat. Bold. The Chaos Saint Lord instantly became furious, and his half-step feudal Lord Realm aura suddenly erupted as a terrifying pressure filled the fighting arena. The Holy Lord has a great temper. Third Elder Nangong Chang's voice rang out at this moment. Nangong Chang looked at the Chaos Saint Lord and faintly mocked. Lord Saint Lord, what is wrong with what Mo Xiaoxiao said? If there is no mistake, yet you are so angry. Could it be that the Divine Son really has a close relationship with you, Holy Lord? So much so that you don't dare to let the Divine Son accept the challenge? The Chaos Holy Land had a long heritage, and its internal relationships were complicated. Not just the Holy Lord's word, The people with the highest voice in the Chaos Holy Land were first a group of old ancestors sleeping in the depths of the Holy Land, then the Holy Lord and the Council of Elders, and then the Divine Son. And the Council of Elders has the right to impeach the Holy Lord. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and the conflict between the Council of Elders and the Sacred Lord can be said to be long-standing. The Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder of the Chaos Holy Land were the core members of the Council of Elders, and at the same time, the three people who had the deepest conflicts with the Holy Lord. Nangong. The Chaos Saint Lord was about to be infuriated, but he was unable to refute the other party's words. He carefully looked at the calm Lu Yuan, trembling in his heart, not knowing what to do. Just as the Chaos Saint Lord was in a dilemma, Lu Yuan's voice transmission fell into his ears. There's no need to force it. I'll just accept the challenge. Today is the first time I've shown my face, and it's just that I need someone to stand up for myself. Hearing these words, the Chaos Saint Lord was instantly relieved, his pressure plummeting. Yes, Mr. Lu, the Chaos Saint Lord said respectfully, then calmly sat down and looked towards the Elder region with a compassionate gaze and some gloating. These fools from the Elders Council. It's just that they were against me in normal times, but now they actually dare to act recklessly in front of Gongzi. It's really true that if there's a road in heaven you don't go, there's no door in hell for you to throw yourself into. I did what I could and showed my attitude, so I think that even if Nangong City really angered Mr. Lu wouldn't be able to blame me. Jiang Tsung thought so inwardly. Your challenge, I accept. Lu Yuan looked at Jun Imo Xiao Xiao, his gaze flat and devoid of joy or sadness. Seeing Lu Yuan accept the challenge, Jun Ma Xiao's face was delighted as he proudly said, "Good. It seems that you are not an eggless waste. In that case, this saint's son will not bully you. First let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will then make my move. Lest you will not be convinced when I defeat you then." Jun Ma Xiao was incomparably confident. In fact, apart from the setbacks he had encountered in his hometown, he had never known how to write the word fear so far. Even when faced with opponents much higher than his realm, Jun Ma Xiao had never been afraid, and had even been able to battle his way to victory. And like most people, Jun Imose also felt that Lu Yuan was even less fearful as he was famous. Such arrogant words came out. The countless disciples in the fighting arena were unsurprisingly sensationalized. Jun's sacred son is so bold. In a life and death battle he actually dares to let the Divine Son make the first 3 moves. Looking down on the Divine Son so much? I'd say it's normal. Divine Son? A backdoor guy is just that. How can he compare to the Jun sacred son, who fought his way up to the position of sacred son on his own? How do you think the Son of God would react when faced with such an obvious humiliation? While all the disciples were eagerly discussing, Lu Yuan, however, frowned slightly. It wasn't because of Jun Mose's words or the comments of these disciples. The Kuanping soaring in the 9 heavens does not care about the words of the ants. Lu Yuan was just thinking about how much power he should use to manage to crush Jun Mo Shou in one move without scaring the other sons of Qi. Well, it's kinda hard. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Too much cultivation sometimes has its troubles. That was to casually use a little bit of power that could cause a movement like crashing into the sky and cracking the earth. It's really not easy to do it without spooking the audience and at the same time achieve the effect of shaking up the whole place. It's quite as hard as a missile hitting a mosquito. Think long and hard. Lu Yuan whispered softly. Just use 1/1,000,000th of your power. I hope that this son of heaven's destiny won't be too weak. As soon as his thoughts fell, Lu Yuan stretched out his finger towards the void in front of him and gently clicked it. Knock! The space rippled like water. In the next second, a huge finger of the Dharma appeared steeply on the fighting arena. And the huge finger looked like a pillar of 1,000 Zhang mountain peaks, carrying a terrifying pressure as it pressed down towards Jun Ma Xiao. The air currents roared, and Jun Mo Xie, who was still brimming with confidence, had his face abruptly frozen the moment the giant finger appeared. Flesh Body Phantom. This is an ability that can only be possessed by an avatar powerhouse. You're an avatar realm powerhouse. Jun Mo Xie cried out in horror. Fear welled up in his heart. Yes, he was indeed a heavenly pride, and his cultivation had also reached the peak realm of the life and death Xian realm, and he was also able to cross over levels. However, he was still far from being able to fight across 3 great realms, because his master, Nangong Chang, was only at the avatar realm cultivation level. Master Fire save me. Jun Mo Xie asked for help towards a small red tower suspended in the sea of consciousness in his brow. Inside the small red tower, an exasperated and grumpy voice came out. Brat, what are you up to? Where did you provoke this peak avatar realm powerhouse? My current strength has only recovered to the middle stage of the avatar realm, so I really don't know if I can save you, but I'll do my best, so you're on your own. As the words fell, the little red tower erupted with a terrifying force to meet the giant finger. However, The power that erupted from the small red tower collapsed the moment it touched the phallic giant finger. The two are not in the same league at all. Elder Region. Nangong Cheng's face trembled with horror. This can't be possible. The Divine Sun is actually a peak Avatar realm powerhouse? The people of Nangong City were dumbfounded. But the first order of business was to save the apprentice. He hurriedly looked at the Grand Elder beside him. Grand Elder, what are you still waiting for? Quickly save my disciple. It couldn't be helped that he himself was only at the late stage of the Avatar realm, and the giant finger was just too close to Jun Emosiat. He wanted to save it 1,000,000 times over, but he had the will to do it. One could only pin their hopes on the Grand Elder who was at the peak cultivation level of the Avatar realm. Hearing Nangong Cheng's words, the Grand Elder was silent before sighing. Nangong, can't you see? The Divine Sun possesses a great origin. It's not something that you and I can mess with. Instead of begging me, you should go and beg the Divine Sun. Hearing these words, Nangong Cheng also reacted instantly and hurriedly looked at Lu Yuan. Godson is merciful. Mo Xia admits defeat. Lu Yuan was unmoved. Nangong Cheng was instantly anxious. Divine Sun. Jun Ma Xiao is a holy son. You can't kill him. Lu Yuan remained unmoved. Nangong Cheng was also in a hurry, and actually shot towards Lu Yuan. He slapped out his palm and space shook as countless disciples exclaimed in shock. Nangong Cheng, you seek death. The Chaos Saint Lord was shocked at the situation and similarly slapped out his palm. As the two palms collided, an unknown number of disciples were affected. But fortunately, Grand Elder Hong Xiaotian made a timely move, which protected the ordinary disciples. In the next instant, Nangong Cheng was directly slapped out, smashing a gaping hole in the fighting arena. The Chaos Holy Lord was at a half-step Seal Marquee realm cultivation, and in terms of strength, he was only below the Chaos Holy Land's old ancestor and a group of supreme elders. That's when a rumble came from the fighting arena. In Jun Yamo Zhao's despairing gaze, the giant finger fell. Boom! The fighting arena collapsed, and a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the arena. Warning! Master is about to kill the Son of Luck and will suffer a backlash of luck. Warning! The system advises the Master to stop immediately, or the Master's life will be in danger. Warning! The Son of Qi is dead, and the Qi backlash is coming soon. On the seat of the Divine Sun, Lu Yuan was a bit stunned. Ha! Too much strength? Ugh! Blunder blunder blunder. 1/1,000,000th of a power is still too strong. Just use 1/5,000,000th of a power next time. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and decided to keep this value in mind and not exceed it next time. And just for a moment, the dome of the sky changed dramatically. Dark clouds covered the sky for billions of miles. A huge thundercloud appeared over the Chaos Holy Land. In the next second, a Qi divine thunder capable of collapsing millions of miles of earth descended from the sky, carrying the fury of the heavenly Tao and falling divine punishment towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his head and calmly looked at divine thunder. His eyes were wave-free and even carried contempt. Elder Yu, Lu Yuan gently shouted. My lord, there is no harm done. An old voice rang in Lu Yuan's ears, which could not be heard by anyone other than him. The next instant, a cold light shines in the 9 states. Everyone only saw a bright and dazzling silver-white sword light flash before their eyes. The robbery cloud in the sky was then split in two and then collapsed. The vault of heaven is bright again. It was as if the scene of billions of miles of darkness in the sky just now had never happened. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Too weak. System It's not that I'm talking about you. Pattern zoom out a bit. District Qi backlash. Your master I never put in my eyes. Destiny villain system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the master for directly killing the son of Qi. The reward is doubled. Reward 1, King Great Superior Divine Sword. Pandragon Heaven Breaking Sword. Reward 2, 1 drop of God and Demon's Essence Blood. Reward 3, 1 billion Superior Spirit Stones. Reward 4, Villain Value plus 2000. Looking at the system rewards, Lu Yuan's mouth turned up. That's it? I say system. I told you to pattern it out. Don't you know that inside your master's my warehouse, rags like this have piled up into mountains? Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The system is so hard to carry in this class. Destiny big bad system. At this point, the many disciples in the fighting arena were also shocked by the scene in the dome of the sky. But with their realm, they didn't know exactly what was happening. More of their attention was still on the fighting arena. My god, what happened? The June Sacred Sun is dead? One move, just one move, and the June Sacred Sun was pressed to death by the Divine Sun. Now I have some feeling that the Divine Sun's virtue is worthy of his position. Bah! Wallflower, knows both sides. A female disciple rolled her eyes. Unbelievable. The Divine Sun actually has such terrifying strength. I'm afraid it's even comparable to Xiao Yun, who is ranked number 1 among the Holy Sons, right? I have reservations about this. Although the Divine Sun is strong, Saint Xiao isn't weak either. You know, back then, Saint Xiao was qualified to become a divine son, only to give himself up later. Countless disciples launched into discussion. On the viewing platform, many elders and hundreds of guests were similarly shocked. The Avatar realm. One must know that this was a cultivation level that only figures at the level of elder of the various holy lands could possess. Moreover, the power that Lu Yuan's finger had erupted with had already reached the peak of divine power. It had already surpassed the vast majority of the power's elders. In the elders area, all the elders were flickering their eyes, their faces not looking very good. When Lu Yuan parachuted in to become a divine son, they opposed it with all their might. But now, the strength of the divine son had even surpassed them, which made their initial opposition a joke and was equivalent to ruthlessly smacking a big pussy pocket in their faces. Where exactly did the sacred lord find a monster? Looking at all the forces in the heavenly skies continent, what kind of force can produce such a terrifying demon? An elder spoke in shock. Chaos Sacred Lord Jiangsong almost wanted to laugh wildly to the heavens, now that he had the divine son to back him up. The Chaos Sacred Land, finally, was his word. The Duke deserves to be the Duke. Bull. Lu Yuan yawned in boredom. It's no fun. Let's pull out. As the words fell, Lu Yuan transformed into a clear wind and disappeared into his sitting position, leaving Kong Shengyi standing dumbfounded next to her seat, not knowing what to do. No one noticed that Lu Yuan had also taken away a small red tower with dimmed luster from the deep pit of the fighting arena while he left. God's Sun Peak. Shrine. Lu Yuan played with the small red tower in his hand, his gaze playful. This little tower. It should be Jun Maxiao's golden finger, but unfortunately, it's a little weaker and of a lower quality. It's only at the emperor level. Well, it turns out that there is still a remnant soul of a Seal King Immortal Realm powerhouse. That's not bad. It should be able to carry me for a small half of a move in its heyday. After playing with it for a while, Lu Yuan casually threw the small red tower into a corner of the storage space and no longer paid attention to it. If the little red tower was placed in the outside world, it could definitely trigger a killing havoc involving hundreds of millions of people. But to Lu Yuan, the little red tower was not even qualified to be a decoration for him. Lu Yuan came from one of the topmost forces in the Dark Continent. Compared to the Dark Continent realm, the Heavenly Skies Continent realm was like a wave in a vast ocean, and the difference in realm levels was too great. Of course, if compared to Lu Yuan's other identities, the immortal Lu family was actually nothing. However, that was at least the family where Lu Yuan was born. Lu Yuan still has feelings. The reason why he had come to the Heavenly Skies continent was because Lu Yuan had discovered that hundreds of grand chi fortunes had manifested on the Heavenly Skies continent, which meant that the Heavenly Skies continent possessed at least hundreds of sons of chi fortune. As it happened, Lu Yuan's first golden finger was the Heaven's Destiny Great Villain system, which was able to gain villain value by suppressing and killing the sons of chi, and the villain value can be exchanged for treasures inside the system mall. Although most of the treasures Lu Yuan couldn't even look at them, but there were also some treasures that even Lu Yuan was quite greedy for. Come to the Heavenly Skies continent. Lu Yuan's purpose was simple. I come, I see, I conquer. Plunder all chakra and turn it into villainous values to increase your own bottom line. Lu Yuan's gaze was deep, and the layout of the forces in the Heavenly Sky continent emerged in his mind. In the Heavenly Skies continent, there are 9 domains. The Chaos Holy Land was located in the eastern domain among the 9 domains. Among the eastern domain, there were 6 holy lands, and the Chaos Holy Land ranked at the bottom. There was actually a reason why Lu Yuan would choose the Chaos Holy Land. The founder of the Chaos Holy Land was named Wan Song. It was also known as the Chaos Emperor by the people of the Heavenly Skies continent. Nowadays, Wan Song was the city lord of a small city under the Immortal Land family. Because of the delayed breakthrough in his cultivation, he was already dying of old age. Given that Wan Song had performed feats for the immortal Lu family, and it just so happened that Lu Yuan was coming to the Heavenly Skies continent, this was why he chose the Chaos Holy Land. Otherwise, Lu Yuan could have chosen the one holy land in the central state to become the divine son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Tapping the handrail, the ghostly light in Lu Yuan's eyes flowed, seemingly thinking about something. Sons of Qi spread all over the heavenly skies. It's just too inefficient to seek and kill them one by one. The best thing to do is to bring them together, and then a potpourri. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan softly said, Elder Yu, call Jiang Tsong here. Yes, my lord. Palace of the Holy Lord. Listen carefully, the origin of the Gongzi is not something you can imagine. Specifically, I can't talk to you. You only need to understand that even if all the forces in the Heavenly Sky continent are added together, they are no match for the Gongzi's one hair. Normally speaking, the Heavenly Sky continent is simply not worthy of the descent of a character like Gongzi. But since Gongzi has come, this is our chance. As long as I grasp this opportunity, my Jiang family, will be able to soar to the heavens. At that time, what does the Chaos Holy Land count for? What does the Chaos Saint Lord count for? As long as I can climb up to this level of relationship with Gongzi, the heavenly sky continent will all be my Jiang family say so. Jiang Song taught Jiang Shengyi, who had a confused look on his face. In a consistent manner, opposite Jiang Song, Jiang Shengyi bit her red lips tightly and nodded her head as if she was resigned to her fate. Father, I know. I'll work hard for the future of the Jiang family. Before that, Jiang Song had already said a lot to her. Lu Yuan's background was heavenly, and his strength was even more extraordinary. What does the Jiang family rely on if they want to climb up to Lu Yuan? Family power? Jiang Song's identity or strength? To ordinary people, the identity of the Chaos Saint Lord might be heavenly, but to Lu Yuan, this identity was not much higher than a dog in his family. So the only thing that Jiang Song can hold is his own daughter, Jiang Shengyi, and the only thing Kong Shengyi has to show for it is her own poise. Jiang Song was full of relief. Gently caressing his daughter's head, softly said, you can have this realization. My father is very happy, but remember, you are not worthy of the prince, and even more so, do not have thoughts that you should not have. Your only purpose is also the ultimate goal, is to become the prince's maidservant. Do you understand? Kong Shengyi nodded wordlessly. Just then, Jiang Song, the duke is calling you. An old voice rang in Jiang Song's ears. Jiang Song's expression shook as he hurriedly said, yes, Jiang Song will be right there. With that, Jiang Song pulled up Jiang Shengyi's hand, his face showing joy, and he couldn't wait to say, quick, come with me to go and meet the duke. This is your best chance, don't let it go. But just as the two were about to move on, the cold and indifferent voice of the old man of the underworld, however, rang out once again. Gongzi only called you alone. Jiang Song, do you want to die? Puff. Jiang Song was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, his face as white as paper, his forehead sweating coldly. Jiang Song deserves to die for his sins. Please punish him, Your Excellency. Humph. A word of advice. Don't have thoughts that you shouldn't have. Duke. It's not something you're qualified to climb on. Jiang Song's inner heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, Jiang Song understands. Thank you, senior, for mentioning it. Jiang Song threw himself on the ground and didn't dare to get up for a long time. After a long time, seeing that there was no movement, Jiang Sang then stood up tremblingly, while he dared not delay even more, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the palace. In the palace, only Jiang Shengyi was left alone. Her face was confused, not really knowing what had just happened, only to see his father inexplicably on his knees, terrified, as if he were facing some horrible being. After that it was more like leaving without saying a word. So now here's the question. Should one go to see the prince, or not? Kong Shengyi was confused. God's Sun Peak. In the middle of the great hall, Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he looked at Jiang Song, who was kneeling on the ground below to ask for forgiveness, and calmly said, Sacred Lord Jiang, there's nothing wrong with people going higher and water flowing lower. The desire to forge ahead is also shared by all. It's human nature, but you shouldn't use your own daughter as a bargaining chip. A person who doesn't even love and care for his own daughter. How would I? And how would I dare to use you to trust you? Lu Yuan's tone was flat, and he couldn't hear any joy or sadness. But Jiang Song was on the verge of despair inside after all when he heard this. It was as if there was a sword hanging above his forehead, ready to pierce through his head and annihilate his divine soul. Jiang Song knows his sins. Please sir. Chastisement. Jiang Song's voice trembled as his 5 bodies fell to the ground. It's just that. Remembering that it's your first time. I'll spare you. But deadly sins can be avoided and living sins can't be escaped. It's just that. Right now, there's something to be done that you need to do. And if it's done well, you, the Jiang family, will be the lord of the heavenly sky continent. Lu Yuan said indifferently. Hearing these words, Jiang Song's emotions turned sharply upward, from extreme fear to extreme joy, and he busily said, Please tell me, even if it's up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, Jiang Song will be obliged to do so. Very well. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Then please, start a holy war. Declare war on all holy lands in the heavenly sky continent. In the name of the Chaos Holy Land. Ha! Jiang Song was shocked and confused. Declaring war on all the holy lands in the heavenly skies continent. Should we play so big? One needed to know that even in the eastern domain, the Chaos Holy Land was only the weakest holy land. As for the eastern domain, among the 9 domains, its overall strength was ranked in the lower middle. Problems? Lu Yuan's eyes were cold. No. Jiang Song hastily shook his head. Lu Yuan said lightly, I understand all your worries. But don't worry, I have found you helpers. All you have to do now is to go down and prepare. I will give you 3 months to mobilize. where the Elders' Council is concerned. When you are appropriate, you can also disclose some of my origins, and if there are still some people who are not convinced, then kill them. Little man understands. Little man will go and do it right away, Jiang Tsong immediately said, receiving Lu Yuan's promise. Jiang Tsong had confidence. Well, go on down. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Jiang Tsong respectfully left. Lu Yuan looked outside the great hall, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The son of Qi has the shelter of Qi. His whereabouts are hard to determine, and he is very difficult to catch. The best way to do this is to let the sons of Qi come to you of their own accord, and the way to do that is to create a world-renowned villain. The Chaos Sanctuary. That's the big bad. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan opened his mouth and asked, Elder Yu, how are the preparations at Elder Hades? Back to Gongzi. There is no news coming back from old meditation for the time being, but he has always done things steadily, so I think it should be soon. The old man of the underworld returned. Lu Yuan lightly nodded his head and suddenly looked happy. What a way to speak of the devil. The next instant, a voice resounded in the middle of the great hall. My lord, I'm back. Below the great hall, at an unknown time, there was actually a black-robed old man half-kneeling on the ground. The black-robed old man had no aura emanating around his body, just like an ordinary old man, and if one did not pay attention, even if the old man wore a conspicuous black robe, he could easily be ignored. This is the manifestation of the body being in harmony with heaven and earth. I am heaven and earth, and heaven and earth are me. Elder Hades, get up. There's no need to be so formal in front of me. You know I don't care about that. Lu Yuan got up and walked to the black-robed old man, reaching out to help him up. The old man looks kind, but at the moment is a serious face. Prince, the rules cannot be broken. You are the first son of the Lu family. I'm just a Lu family servant. See, the Lord does not worship if it is seen. Will be gossiped about, Your Majesty, but also will be damaged as a result. Lu Yuan laughed bitterly, no longer arguing about this, and turned to ask, Elder He, how are things? Can we find the right person? He Lao laughed. By the order of the Duke, I searched the entire heavenly sky continent for young talents with great aspirations but who acted ruthlessly and did everything they could, for half a year, and now that I've returned, I can't have no gains. With a wave of his hand, a dozen streams of light flew out from the sleeve of Hades' elder's coat and landed in the large hall, transforming into a dozen youths. The group of youths landed in the great hall, their gazes perplexed as they all surveyed their surroundings. Lu Yuan looked at them and quietly surveyed them. The group each had their own characteristics. Some were big and bold, some looked like a fluttering dandy, some were ugly, and some were handsome. The temperaments were all quite extraordinary as well, and their cultivation and qualifications weren't bad either, but that's compared to the average person. When they stood in front of Lu Yuan, it was as if a firefly was competing with the white moon, appearing unremarkable at all. At that moment, the group all noticed Elder Hades and Lu Yuan. They all knew each other, as they were all brought here by He Lao, but Lu Yuan, they were extremely unfamiliar with him, and, at the first sight of Lu Yuan, a flash of amazement flashed in the bottom of the eyes of this group of unruly youths. Lu Yuan stood there, straight like a pine, white robe wins the snow, turbid and standing, appearance, handsome like a celestial, like an immortal fell into the mortal world. That from the inside out reveals the noble temperament, but also let them be ashamed of themselves. In the world, there is such an extraordinary person? Questions were raised within all. At this time, He Lao droned. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you pay your respects to the Duke? The Duke is the great man I mentioned to you. Hearing this, the group of youths' faces changed, and in their expressions, there was a hint of incredulity. They had all seen how powerful old man Hades was, and it was a terrifying strength that was beyond the scope of their cognition. But such a powerful existence actually called this youth in front of him Gongzi. What that means, they know all too well. So, all of them bowed down. Greetings, Your Excellency. Most of this group of youths were unruly, but none of them were stupid, and no one would insist on their arrogance at this point. Lu Yuan waved his hand and smiled. All rise. Everyone got up and looked at Lu Yuan with curious eyes. Lu Yuan returned to his seat and looked at the group of youths and said indifferently, I believe that you are very curious about the purpose of my seeking you out, but don't be in a hurry. Before I tell you my purpose, I'm going to ask you one thing. Do you know, what is a son of Qi? Son of Qi? The youths looked at each other, then shook their heads. Lu Yuan sighed, sons of fortune they are the favorites of the heavens. Get the shelter of the heavenly way. Do anything? Often can be unbeatable. Turn misfortune into good fortune. Break into the secret realm will get the opportunity. Get the heart of a beautiful woman as if the bag to pick up. The mighty and strong companion. It can be said that, if there is no powerful external interference, the sons of fortune will be able to become the top of the strongest. There are actually such people in the world. Why have I never heard of them? Damn. Just hearing those words makes me envy them. Heaven's favorite. True to his name. The crowd of youths murmured. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and continued. Then do you know what it means to be a villain? The youths shook their heads, completely unaware. A flash of color flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he said, a villain can be summed up in one sentence. Those who go against the sons of Qi are villains. Those who kill innocents indiscriminately. Those who take by force. Those who bully the weak. And those who cheat the weak. Cannot be called villains, at best. They are cannon fodder. A true villain has great ambition, great perseverance, and can give everything for his own goals, his own ideals, and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, and is willing to be the enemy of the world for the sake of his own ambitions. But, simply because his philosophy is different from that of the sons of Qi, he becomes a villain. Villains, everyone shouts at them, the heavens hate them, the earth abandons them, and most villains eventually end up with broken families, separated wives, and betrayed friends and relatives. Lu Yuan slowly told. As the youths listened, a flash of color flashed among their eyes, because, from Lu Yuan's words, they saw themselves, do whatever it takes, just to reach for your ambition, for your dream. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice ended abruptly. The group of people raised their heads and looked at Lu Yuan with complicated gazes. Lu Yuan laughed. It seems that you all have sensed it. That's right, it's you I'm talking about. One of you counts as a villain. There was silence in the Great Hall. Elder Spectre and Elder Underworld had left at some point. They had been defending Lu Yuan for over 10 years and knew what to listen to and what not to listen to. A full half hour had passed. Among the future villains, someone said indignantly, what makes you so certain? And how do you know that the idea of the son of Qi must be contrary to mine? Moreover, the heavenly skies continent is so big. Will I definitely meet the son of Qi? The others agreed, not daring to voice their opinions because of Lu Yuan's status. Lu Yuan looked at the person who opened his mouth with an appreciative gaze. What you said has some truth to it. If it were in the past, I indeed wouldn't dare to guarantee that you would meet the son of Qi. But now, I can say with certainty that you will definitely meet it, and all of you here will meet it as well, because there is not just one son of Qi, but hundreds of them, and their sphere of influence is very large. They have relatives, friends, masters, and the forces they are in, and any of you who mess with one of them will end up messing with the son of Qi. If it remains unconvincing, you might each tell us a little bit about your own ideals and what you have done for them. Lu Yuan looked at the crowd and said, but remember, the sons of Qi represent justice, and any of your ideals that go against worldly ethics and morals will contradict the sons of Qi's philosophy. Soon, a stout, fierce-looking youth stepped forward and said, my name is Takuro Ao, from the Southern Domain Blood Refining Demon Palace. For the Blood Refining Demon Palace contemporary Saint's son, my ideal is to turn the Southern Domain, and even the Heavenly Skies continent, into a place of blood refining and killing. In my opinion, the people are precious in the essence, not in the many, only through the bath of blood, life and death of the abrasion, to create the strongest person, and one of the strongest is worth hundreds of millions of people, and for that reason, I cultivated hard, fought for the Demon Palace in all directions, and turned a city, a country, into a land of blood refining. However, my blood refining demon palace also understands the reasoning of fishing with all our might, and our butcher's knife will not be extended to the ordinary people as well as the weak and small. Instead, my blood refining demon palace will also provide them with techniques as well as resources for them to cultivate, and provide them with a stable and safe environment for them to grow. Only when they grow to a certain level will the blood refining demon palace send them to the blood refining land to kill and hone, and the final winner will be able to join my blood refining demon palace. Hearing Takuro Ao's words, the crowd looked different. The blood refining demon palace was not unfamiliar to them. The blood refining demon palace was one of the top 10 demonic forces on the heavenly sky continent. A devil's palace is worth 3 holy places. After Takuro Ao finished speaking, a youth with a feminine face stepped out. He looked around the crowd and said, my name is Dongfang Lutian. From the central domain Dongfang family, I am the contemporary long male son of the Dongfang family. My ideal is to overthrow the first central empire, so that the Dongfang family will stand at the top of the heavenly heavens. For this reason, I cultivate hard and become stronger by any means possible. The treasures I don't have, I rob, and the treasures I do have, I let it be more, just to strengthen my base. But any genius of the first central empire, I will try to kill it by all means, and strangle it in the cradle. I also try to get close to the first central empire Rapunzel by all means. As long as I marry her, I will be able to enter the core of the first central empire. Even if That Rapunzel is incredibly disgusted with me. I still lick my face to get close to her and curry favor with her, but in fact, I have the person I love. To that eldest princess, I also very much loathe, but in order to family foundation, 10,000 years of plan, even if the outside world are saying that I am the world's first licking dog, I have not given up. Hiss. Hearing Dongfang Defiant's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The first Central Empire, that was a superpower that ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly sky continent. As for the Dongfang family, they had also heard about it. The Eastern family, one of the 5 great families of the First Central Empire. The old ancestor of the Dongfang family was even the founding father of the First Central Empire. Next, one youth after another came forward to tell the story. An hour or two later, everyone was quiet, because they both realized that what they were doing for their goals went against worldly ethics. In other words, if they still continued on their current path, eventually, they would all encounter the son of Qi. For a while, the atmosphere around the villains was a bit depressing. After a while, this gentleman, you didn't seek us out just to tell us about the power of the sons of Qi and our villainous status, did you? The one who opened his mouth was a graceful and handsome young man. From his appearance, it was not at all obvious that he was the young master of the Heavenly Devil Palace, the #1 devilish force in the Heavenly Sky Continent. Lu Yuan laughed. Of course not. I sought you out in order to save you. How to save? The crowd came to its feet. Lu Yuan said, Sons of Qi are not invincible, at least in my case, there are a limited number of sons of Qi who are strong, and my goal is to take out all the sons of Qi. That is to say, I'm an ally standing on the same front as you. Take out all the sons of Qi? Allies? The eyes of the youths lit up. They didn't know who Lu Yuan was, but understood that Lu Yuan's background surpassed all of them. Such a character was their ally, as if giving them a peace of mind. Lu Yuan said, if you want to deal with the sons of Qi, first of all, you can't fight alone anymore. You have to embrace the group. So I'm going to set up the anti-faction alliance. And you, the first batch of members. Lu Yuan waved his sleeve and a dozen streams of light fell into the hands of the youths. Keep what you have in your hands. This object is called the Market Jade. It is able to enter a space called the Market Realm. As long as you hold the Market Jade in your hands, no matter where you are able to enter the Market Realm. And from now on, you will be communicating inside the Market Realm. And, of course, the same will be true for me as well. The Market World? The youths had strange gazes and were all eager to try. Lu Yuan laughed. Don't rush. Wait for me to finish first. The strength of a son of Qi is strong in having Qi luck to shelter him, strong in having a deep background, strong in his heritage, and strong in his own talent. So if you want to defeat the son of Qi, you must first defeat the son of Qi in these 4 areas. Of course, it's not forced to exceed all of them. As long as 1 or 2 aspects exceed the son of Qi, you'll have the power to fight. If you exceed in 3 aspects, you'll be able to win. And if you exceed in all 4 aspects, you'll be able to manage to crush. It is my duty, and my responsibility, as the ally of the Antipodean Alliance, to help you strengthen these 4 areas. Now, let's all enter the Market Realm to get a feel for it. Just drop your own thoughts onto the Market Jade. After saying that, Lu Yuan also took out a Market Jade and took the lead to enter the Market Realm space. Wow! Is this the Market Realm? It's amazing. It feels like coming in is the same as not coming in. What the fuck are you talking about? It's called real. Do you understand? Who are you to talk to me like that? What? You don't like it? Let's fight. Just do it. Am I afraid of you? A group of villains entered the Market Realm, and before they could talk for 2 seconds, someone started a conflict. The others pretended not to see and ignored the two, their gazes surveying the Market Realm space in awe. At this time, Lu Yuan appeared, similarly ignoring the 2 people behind him who had already started to fight, and introduced himself towards the others. The Market Realm, you can understand it as the second world of cultivators. As you can see, the Market Realm is no different from the real world. The mountains, grasses and trees, rivers and mountain streams all exist, but it is all false. Or rather, it is all virtual, and you, too, have not entered in your real bodies, but in your thoughts, that is to say, your physical bodies, which are still out there. So when you enter the Market Realm in the future, remember to keep your surroundings safe. The villains all nodded their heads, indicating that they all remembered. Lu Yuan gently waved his hand and shifted everyone into the middle of a grand golden hall. There are many seats in the Great Hall. At the end of the main hall stood a stone monument more than 10 meters high. Lu Yuan landed on the main seat and said to the crowd, find yourselves a seat. Be casual, don't be too formal. In the future, this is where we will deliberate and report. As I said, as the ally of the Villain Alliance, I have the obligation and responsibility to help you improve yourselves. In terms of Qi, I can't help, but in the other 3 areas, I'm obligated. After saying that, Lu Yuan asked the crowd to look at the stone monument. This is the merit stone tablet, and through merit, you are able to exchange all the treasures on the tablet. Merits that will be recorded inside the market jade, which is why I ask you to make sure to protect the market jade. The channel for obtaining merit is also very simple, and that is to do one's best to deal with the son of luck. Not necessarily the son of luck himself, but to deal with his relatives, his friends, his masters, and the members of his power, all of which can obtain a certain amount of merit. Now, you can take a good look at the treasures on the stone tablet of merit. After saying this, Lu Yuan stopped speaking and waited to see how the crowd would react. The merit monument was more than 10 meters tall, and tens of thousands of different treasures were recorded on it. In the heavenly sky continent, the grades of all external objects could be roughly categorized into human grade, spirit grade, king grade, emperor grade, and saint grade. Each level, in turn, can be categorized into 4 levels of lower, middle and upper extremes. Generally speaking, emperor-level items corresponded to emperor-ceiling immortal-level powerhouses. The vast majority of the holy lands on the heavenly skies continent's Jin sect, Jinzong weapons, could only reach the half-saint level, and above the stone tablet of merit, the trashiest items are all king level. The emperor levels were too numerous to count. There were even thousands of saint level and beyond saint level treasures. These, however, were only the edges of Lu Yuan's personal treasure trove. The gazes of the villains gathered on the stone monument of merit, and just a cursory glance made them feel dazzled and breathless. To Lu Yuan, these things were all garbage, but to them, any random treasure on the merit monument was something they could seek but not obtain. Half a day later, Lu Yuan waved his hand to close the merit monument. If he didn't, these villains simply couldn't take their eyes off of it. Lu Yuan said, "It seems that you are all eager to get the things on there, and I am not a stingy person. As long as you can take out enough merit, you can completely redeem all of the things on the merit stone tablet." At that, a villain dutifully raised his hand and asked, "May I ask your excellency, how do we distinguish the sons of Qi?" Lu Yuan laughed. "Good question." After he said that, he waved his sleeve and a dozen streams of light shot towards the crowd. "It's a gadget I worked out in my spare time, and with it, you can see the personal information bar of every person in the world, such as name, age, cultivation, identity, Qi, and character relationships. Of course, if the person you are observing exceeds your own cultivation by too much, then you won't be able to see it." The villains were all holding a purple jade tablet in their hands at this moment. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, there were soon people who couldn't wait to test it, and the first person they tested was none other than Lu Yuan. Name, age, cultivation, identity, chakra, relationships? Question marks popped up on the heads of the crowd, and then their hearts were flabbergasted. According to what Lu Yuan just said, the fact that this occurs can only mean that the object of their observation is too far beyond themselves. In this instant, the crowd grew more and more in awe of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan saw all of the crowd's reactions in his eyes, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "All right, everyone exit the market realm. The Great Hall of God's Sun Peak." Lu Yuan looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, remember what I told you. Keep the 2 tokens in your hands. This is the key to whether you can change your destiny against the heavens. If you lose it, there is no chance to come back." Hearing this, everyone tightened the tokens in their hands. Lu Yuan continued, "The 3 conditions for surpassing the sons of Qi: background, heritage, and talent. The stone tablet of merit is enough for you to fulfill the 2 characteristics that surpass those of the sons of Qi: depth as well as talent, and the background." Lu Yuan smiled mysteriously. "I am your background." After saying that, Lu Yuan reached out and waved his hand. Dozens of streams of light flew out from his hands, which then hovered in the mid-air of the Great Hall. As an ally, you can't go without a meet and greet. These 12 king-grade extreme armaments, 1.2 billion extreme spirit stones, 12 violet heavenly lightning talismans, and 12 heavenly shin-breaking pills for each of you are considered as my meet and greet gift to you. Looking at the 4 items floating in the air, the eyes of the 12 villains in the Great Hall went straight. In his heart, he was even more in awe of Lu Yuan. To be able to take out so many items of extraordinary value with his hands was enough to illustrate Lu Yuan's depth. One by one, the people came forward and each received their share of the meet and greet gift. After everyone has collected, Lu Yuan said to the void, "Elder Hades, see off the guests." "Yes, my lord." Next, the 12 people in the Great Hall were then sent back to where they belonged by Old Man Hades with supreme greatness. After everyone left, the hall fell into silence, and Lu Yuan stood in place for a long time in silence, muttering to himself, "Hopefully, it will be in time." Before his eyes, a panel that only he could see emerged. Tai-Shan Demon Heart Inhibitor. Price, 500,000 villain points. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth showed mockery. All three of his physiques, all of them, were peerless absolute demonic bodies that could not be found in the ages. Among them, the supreme demon heart was on the verge of breaking out. Once it erupted, Lu Yuan would lose his 7 emotions and 6 desires, completely turning into a heartless and emotionless person. Such a person is known by many names in the Dark Continent. The heartless one, the emotionless one, the one who is too forgotten, the one who is the nearest to the way in the world. However, the name that is recognized by most people is Human Devil. Looking out of the sky, Lu Yuan laughed to himself. Who would have thought that the first son of the immortal Lu family would be the true demon that will destroy the Dark Continent in the fable that has been circulating in the Dark Continent for 1 billion years? The Anti-Faction Alliance. Although it's just a layout I've laid out with my trusty hands, I also hope that, later on the day when I've lifted up the world, I'll be pleasantly surprised. As the grand competition ended, the guests left. In the Chaos Holy Land, the news of Divine Son Lu Yuan killing Chaos Holy Son Jun Mosha with a single finger and revealing his peak avatar cultivation had also spread rapidly through the eastern domain like the wind. Tai-Shan Holy Land, one of the 6 holy lands in the eastern region. Deep in the Holy Land, a golden-robed middle-aged man stood in front of a pile of decaying coffins and respectfully reported, "To all the ancestors, there's news about that airborne Divine Son from the Chaos Holy Land. According to the latest news sent back by my Holy Land Scouts, at the Chaos Holy Land Grand Competition, the Chaos Divine Son subdued and killed a Chaos Holy Son who provoked him, and based on the fluctuations of that attack, it can probably be judged that the Chaos Divine Son possesses a peak divine aptitude cultivation. During this process, the third elder of the Chaos Holy Land fought with the Chaos Holy Lord, whose cultivation level had ascended to a half-step feudal lord. Peak avatar. It turns out to be a great demon. I said that half a year ago why that old guy from the Chaos Holy Land came out. It turns out to be because of this person." A pale voice came out from the decayed and ancient coffin. "That Chaos Divine Son. Can you find out where he came from?" The golden-robed middle-aged man's face showed shame. Reporting to the old ancestor. Did not probe. The Chaos Holy Land is hiding too tightly. After a pause, the middle-aged added, "However, based on all the information we've obtained, we can tell that the other elders of the Chaos Holy Land, aside from Jiang Song and the Chaos Old Ancestor, should also be unaware of the Chaos Divine Son's specific origins. No harm, no foul." The decaying coffin vibrated. "However, the Chaos Holy Land has produced such a demon. Tai-Shan Holy Land, cannot be left behind. Let him come out. I have a premonition that the great world of Emperor's struggle is fast approaching." The golden-robed middle-aged man's expression shook as he lowered his head and respectfully said, "Yes, old ancestor." The same scene occurred within all the other holy places. Lu Yuan's display of strength and terrifying talent caused all the forces in the eastern domain to feel a crisis. An unknown number of supreme celestial pride that had been hidden came out one after another after this day. Middle domain. The holy land of the beginning. The veritable number 1 power in the heavenly skies continent. Third sunship peak. Lu Yuan. A roar full of unwillingness emanated from the sacred sun peak, resounding through the heavens for a long time. Within the simple cave, a handsome blue-clothed young man sat on top of a green-colored jade platform. The blue-clothed youth's face was grim, his fists clenched, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. His name was Lin Hao, and he was the third-ranked saint son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. On top of that he has an identity. Reborn. And he can be reborn 9 times, but at this moment, he never had the chance to be reborn. 9 chances to be reborn had been used up by him. Lu Yuan. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with rage, but there was a trace of powerlessness in his heart. 9 times, this is the 9th time. If I die again this time, I will fall completely. Lin Hao murmured, sorrow in his heart. 9 chances to be reborn, but he had already died 8 times at the hands of Lu Yuan, although he was able to skyrocket his cultivation and strength with every rebirth. But when he remembered Lu Yuan's bottomless strength and terrifying underpinnings, Lin Hao still felt deeply powerless inside. If there is still no breakthrough change this time, I'm afraid that he will still end up dying at the hands of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? It's just too scary. Lin Hao didn't even learn Lu Yuan's real name until after his 4th rebirth, and each of the previous times, he had met and died at the hands of Lu Yuan. Although I've already died 8 times, this time, I won't lose again. 9 times of rebirth. Lin Hao was not without rewards. At the very least, he understood that he would not be able to defeat Lu Yuan at all if he only relied on his strength. Even the villainous alliance under Lu Yuan's command couldn't defeat it. Lin Hao raised his head, his eyes covered in blood. Lu Yuan, you have the alliance of villains. Then I, too, create the Heavenly Fate Alliance. I'd like to see how a bunch of you villains can fight with a bunch of us heavenly fates. Having been reborn so many times, Lin Hao had witnessed many sons of heavenly destiny die in Lu Yuan's hands. Therefore, he understood that a single Heaven's Destiny son was simply no match for Lu Yuan, even if he had the fortune to add to it. Only an alliance, uniting all the Heaven's Destiny sons, would have the power to fight. The blood in Lin Hao's eyes gradually faded away, and his entire body gradually regained its calmness. Glanced at the wall calendar. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The 1st of July. In 10 days, the Tsungu Stone Monument will descend. At that time, the heavenly sky continent will have countless heavenly pride demons gathering in front of the Tsungu Stone Monument, and several of the sons of Heaven's Destiny will show up at that time as well. So this will be the best chance for me. But there are still 9 days to go, so there's no rush. Lin Hao pondered. He pondered in his mind which one of the heavenly fates was the closest to him right now. With the experience of the first 7 deaths, Lin Hao had meticulously lived for a long time before the 8th death. In order to, for example, feel out and check every single heavenly destiny son. In the middle of the day, Lin Hao's eyes lit up violently. Found it. It's him, the Jun family. Jun Easy, the son of Heaven's Destiny, could be said to have given him a deep impression. It was because the Jun family was not only a superpower that ranked in the top 5 of the Heavenly Skies continent, but more importantly, the Jun family still had connections in the upper realm. Jun Prowler. It was by virtue of his connections in the upper realm that he managed to become one of the sons of Heaven's Destiny who survived the longest at the hands of Lu Yuan. With a flash of thought, Lin Hao instantly got up and left the Tai Chu Holy Land, heading towards the Jun clan's ancestral land. The Jun family, the ancestral land. A white-robed Jun Easy sat high on the main seat, looking playfully at Lin Hao on the lower left seat. Are you saying that the villain named Lu Yuan will kill us all, even me? Lin Hao was full of seriousness. That's right. At that time, not only will we die, but the heavenly sky continent, all of it, will be plunged into endless wars, completely reduced to a villain paradise. Only when all of us sons of Heaven's Destiny are allied together will we have the power to fight against it. Hearing these words, a flash of disdain flashed from the depths of Jun Prowler's eyes as he said, "What you say is bluffing. But I don't believe it. If Lu Yuan is really as strong as you say, I would really like to give it a try, because I haven't met a decent opponent in a long time." A look of invincibility and true loneliness appeared on Jun Easy's face. Lin Hao's expression was calm. He had long expected that Jun Easy might refuse. Having been reborn 9 times, he understood the character of these sons of destiny too well. Lin Hao sipped a mouthful of tea with his eyes downcast and said lightly, "Jun Godson, I hadn't expected you to agree right away. If it were me who heard all this deeply, I probably wouldn't believe it either." Jun Easy's eyes narrowed slightly. "So?" Lin Hao looked straight at Jun Yuyao. "So, I'm just here to give you a wake-up call, so that you can be mentally prepared. After all, you're by no means Lu Yuan's opponent, or not even a one-trick pony. Even if you have a system, even if you are blessed with good fortune, even if you were born to break the 10 shackles of the desolate ancient sacred body, even if you are a divine son of the Jun family." Hearing this, Jun Easy's pupils suddenly shrunk. The system and the innate breaking of the 10 shackles of the desolate ancient sacred body is his biggest secret. How does the person in front of him know? Lin Hao got up and said flatly, "Jun Prowler, think about it. My name is Lin Hao, the holy son of the Tai Cho Holy Land. When you figure it out, feel free to come find me." After saying that, Lin Hao's figure slowly dissipated. Jun Prowler looked at Lin Hao's dissipated location, his eyes deep in thought. This Lin Hao can point out my biggest secret with a single word. What he said should not be empty words. 3 parts false and 7 parts true. Or 7 parts false and 3 parts true. However, it's better to believe it than not. I have to be prepared. If Lin Hao's words are true, then the Lu Yuan he spoke of is most likely the most powerful opponent I've ever encountered in my life. Jun Prowler's eyes flickered as he murmured faintly, "The Heaven's Destiny Alliance." The corners of Jun Easy's mouth were suddenly kindly smiled. If I join this so-called Heaven's Destiny Alliance just by listening to one person's mere words, wouldn't it be sideways proof that I, Jun Easy, am afraid of this Lu Yuan? It's not in my character to not fight. Someone, go check on the Eastern Domain Chaos Holy Land's divine son Lu Yuan for me. I want all the information on him. Leaving the Jun family, Lin Hao soared into the air in a flying carriage. In the middle of the flying carriage, Lin Hao was half lying on a brocade jade bed, one hand propped on his head, frowning and pondering. I've given Jun Prosperity a heads up, and whether he believes it or not, he'll be more or less wary of Lu Yuan in his heart. But with Jun Easy's character, odds are he'll fight with Lu Yuan before making a choice. Ha! Jun Easy, Jun Easy, I hope you won't be hit too hard by Lu Yuan. Lin Hao's mouth revealed a seemingly bitter smile. Nowadays, in the entire Heavenly Skies continent. I'm afraid he was the only one who understood just how terrifying Lu Yuan was. And he also knew that Lu Yuan was 100% from the upper realm. And even in the upper realm, he should be in existence with an extremely extraordinary status. But thinking about it, how could an existence that could travel between the upper and lower realms be an ordinary person? Let's see. Who's the next target? Lin Hao searched his mind for the second son of heavenly destiny he was looking for. Not long after, Lin Hao's gaze brightened up slightly and muttered, "If I remember correctly, the first Central Empire, there should also be a son of heavenly destiny. What's it called?" It seems to be called Zhang Ruoxu. In Lin Hao's memories, Zhang Ruoxu was also an extremely extraordinary son of heavenly destiny and shared similarities with him, because Zhang Ruoxu, in a way, was also a reborn person, albeit artificially reborn. However, this was unimportant. What was important was that Zhang Ruoxu possessed an extremely terrifying great power inheritance, and behind it, there was more than one superpower backing him up. Make sure to bring Zhang Ruoxu on board. As long as I can bring him on board, my Heaven's Destiny Alliance, its strength will skyrocket by a large margin. Whether it's with the strength of the First Central Empire or with the mighty powers behind Zhang Ruoxu, it'll be a great boost for the Heaven's Destiny Alliance. Lin Hao's gaze glowed slightly, and suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. If my memory isn't wrong, it seems that one of the 12 thrones of the anti-faction alliance is from the First Central Empire, and it's also from the Dongfang family, one of the 5 great families of the First Central Empire. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's breath uncontrollably leaked slightly, leading to a slight turbulence in the space, and the beasts pulling the flying whiskey hissed even more uneasily. If a strong person was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the aura released by Lin Hao had already reached the level of feudal immortal. With this kind of cultivation, when looking at many holy lands, they could all become base-level powerhouses. After losing his concentration for a moment, Lin Hao quickly reacted and collected his breath. 9 lifetimes of rebirth. My cultivation. Has it turned out that I have already reached the Seal Marquis Immortal? But even if I am a Seal Marquis Immortal, what can I do? It's still not the life of being crushed by a single move. Lin Hao's pupils fluttered with helplessness and numbness. Facing Lu Yuan's bottomless and terrifying strength, Lin Hao really felt powerless. And Lin Hao could be certain that what he had seen was by no means Lu Yuan's true strength. Against them, the Sons of Heaven's Destiny, Lu Yuan had never used his true power. Because of this, even though Lin Hao had been reborn 9 times, he still felt confused and uneasy about the future. But no matter what, if I see one of those 12 thrones in the First Central Empire this trip, I will kill them at all costs. Falling a future 12th throne, although it's harmless to that Lu Yuan, to the anti-faction alliance, it's nothing less than breaking bones. Lu Yuan, I can't hurt you, but I'll still disgust you to death. Lin Hao smiled sardonically at the corners of his mouth, and an oozing murderous aura surged in his eyes. The First Central Empire, opened by Empress Qing Yao, as one of the 5 founding fathers of the Dongfang family, although it has been 1,000 years, it is still flourishing to the extreme and prosperous. At this moment, within a core residence of the Eastern family, Eastern Defiant played with the 2 tokens in his hands, his face overflowing with excitement. As the son of the Dongfang family, his status was not weaker than some holy sons of holy lands, and his eyesight was naturally extremely open. But throughout his experiences in this life, Eastern Defiant had never had a moment as exciting and joyful as this moment, because he sees hope. Seeing the hope of overthrowing the First Central Empire and leading the Eastern family to rise completely. The world can only see that the Oriental family is prosperous and flourishing, but the group of people in the most direct line of the Oriental family know that the Oriental family is already on the verge of destruction. The Dongfang family was greatly responsible for the opening of the First Central Empire, and that's why it was able to flourish so well. But now that 1,000 years have passed, the First Central Empire has been stabilized beyond measure. The 4 seas are at peace, and the sea is calm and the river is clear. The empire boundaries, moreover, reached 2 million miles in diameter. You know, the diameter of the sun is only 2,700,000 miles. In such a vast area, there were countless heavenly talents. The strength of the First Central Empire, too, is at its zenith. In other words, the First Central Empire no longer needed the 5 great patriarchal families. It is an ancient truth that a cunning rabbit dies, a dog cooks, and a bird exhausts its bow and hides. The First Central Empire is no exception. Empress Qing Yao's character was already strong, so she would not allow the existence of a force that could threaten the empire, especially the 5 great families. If any one of the 5 great clans were taken out, it wouldn't be worse than an ordinary Holy Land. The eyes of the Eastern Defiant Sky sank into silence. The token only gives me the qualification to be able to change my fate, but to truly change my fate and the fate of the Dongfang family, it's not enough. If you want to truly change your destiny, You must do what that gentleman says. Eastern Defiant's eyes showed a contemplative look. But where should I look for the divine destiny? Just then, the voice of a guard came from outside the mansion. Gongzi, Elder Princess Lingxi is here. Lingxi? Dongfang Lutian frowned, his face not the least bit joyful. Everyone in the First Central Empire knew that the eldest son of the Eastern family was in love with the imperial elder princess, but only Dongfang Lutian himself knew that he had no feelings for the elder princess at all, and even loathed her, even though that elder princess held the title of the top 10 beauties of the central region. Doesn't she loathe me the most? How come she came to me of her own accord? There was some doubt in the heart of the Eastern Defiant Sky. However, he didn't think too much about it, so he got up and rushed out of the mansion in a hurry. Regardless, the reputation of being a super lickspittle has to be maintained. Soon, Dongfang Lutian met the fairy-like, shockingly beautiful Princess Lingxi. Only, beside the Rapunzel, there was also a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament. Before Dongfang Lutian had a chance to speak, a token that he had placed in his sleeve trembled slightly, and a personal panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 23. Cultivation, early Marquis immortality. Identity, son of heaven's destiny. Third holy son of the holy land of Taichu. Luck, 4,500. Relationships, almost in an instant. Eastern Defiant's pupils shrunk into pinpricks. Lin Hao looked at Dongfang Futian at the same time, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. Found you. Dongfang Lutian instinctively sensed that a great crisis was coming towards him, and almost without thinking, he turned around and fled. It's ridiculous to say that this is the home base of his Oriental family, as the son of the Dongfang family, yet he was running for his life in his own territory, telling it would make the world laugh. You can't escape. The divine aura in Lin Hao's eyes blossomed, and despite everything, he directly swung a palm towards the Eastern Defiant. Rumble! The power of the Seal Marquis Immortal Realm was unleashed without leaving any room for error. Space trembled, and the entire First Imperial City was shrouded under the pressure. Bold, disorderly in my Eastern family. Who gave you the guts? A terrifying aura rose up from the depths of the Eastern family. Immediately after, a great robe silhouette blocked behind Dongfang Lutian, and his 5 fingers became claws as he grabbed forward. Rumble! Sixth Master. Seeing the person who came, Eastern Defiant's expression was greatly delighted. The Dongfang family had deep roots and had extraordinary strength long before the establishment of the First Central Empire. The 6th prince of the Dongfang family was even a genuine sealed Marquis Immortal Realm powerhouse. Boom! The claws and palms clashed, generating a terrifying shockwave that flattened a 10,000 meter radius. It was only because the main Oriental family complex was protected by formations that it didn't suffer too much damage. Poof! A muffled grunt came from the 6th master of the Dongfang family. His face flushed for a while, and his feet shifted halfway back. What? Dongfang Lutian's face was shocked. The 6th prince had actually lost the battle with Lin Hao. How is this possible? Lin Hao's face was calm and quiet. Seeing that the strike was unsuccessful, he didn't even utter half a word, and once again built up his momentum to slam out a fist towards the Eastern Defiant. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was that he must obliterate Dongfang Defiant. This was one of the future 12 thrones, a threat just below Lu Yuan. How dare you? The 6th prince's face was furious, and his heart was already enraged to the extreme. This was his Dongfang family, and the person in front of him still dared to strike out so recklessly. This was no longer something that could be described as bold, but rather, this person did not put his Dongfang family in his eyes at all. If this man doesn't die, once word of today's incident gets out, the face of the Dongfang family went gone. One thought to this, the 6th prince immediately offered a long spear, no longer caring and striking out with all his might. Rumble! When 2 powerful people of the Seal Marquis realm fought, no one dared to approach within a 100-mile radius, and that, or the result of a deliberate balancing act between the two. After all, this was the first imperial city. Empress Qingyao isn't dead yet. Knowing that Lin Hao's target was himself, Dongfang Defeat Heaven even didn't stay for long, and ran wildly towards the Dongfang family's ancestral land. The commotion of the 2 great feudal marquis powers exchanging blows also attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Hundreds of divine thoughts were silently following this battle. Lin Hao saw that Dongfang Lutian was escaping farther and farther away, but he himself couldn't get rid of the 6th prince's entanglement, so his heart became more and more annoyed. It was me who was careless and underestimated this Eastern family. Lin Hao's gaze was a bit gloomy. He was so overwhelmed by hatred that he only wanted to kill Dongfang Lutian, but he forgot that this was the Dongfang family's base camp. Feeling several terrifying auras in the distance that were rushing towards this place, Lin Hao's eyes became more and more gloomy. Strong men from the Eastern family are coming this way. We can't fight anymore. Lin Hao made a snap decision and immediately drew back to try to leave. The sixth prince laughed in anger. It's too late to leave now. Unlike Lin Hao, the sixth prince was getting braver and braver as the battle went on, and was only interested in leaving Lin Hao behind. Lin Hao was incomparably calm, not wanting to entangle with it at all. He was already a step stronger than the sixth prince, and if he wanted to escape, the sixth prince was powerless to stop him. Seeing this, the sixth prince also became anxious and shouted in one direction, "Old ancestor, help me!" Buzz. The moment the sixth prince's words fell, deep in the depths of the Dongfang clan's ancestral land, a prime will rose up. The strength of its intent was so strong that just by revealing it slightly, it brutally and domineeringly rejected everything in heaven and earth. In the entire heaven and earth, only this will remain between heaven and earth. Lin Hao's face changed dramatically. Seal the king. Around the Dongfang family, hundreds of prying divine thoughts withdrew the moment this Tao kept appearing. In front of the Seal King's existence, they didn't even dare to peek. Ha ha ha. The sixth prince looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his silver hair flying, and he held a silver lance, as if he was a god patrolling the heavens. Insolent little child, daring to come to my Dongfang family to act recklessly. Today is the day of your death. Yet at that moment, in the center of the imperial city, a palace residence, a similarly vast and magnificent will rises up, not inferior to the old Eastern ancestor, and even more than ever. The sixth prince's face changed. The meaning of this will appearing at this moment could not be more obvious. Good chance. Lin Hao seized this opening and quickly fled the Dongfang family. The sixth prince stood proudly in the air, his face a shade of green and a shade of white, wanting to break into a rage. Xing Yao, you passed. An ancient and pale voice came out from the depths of the Eastern family. You're teaching this emperor how to do things? A voice that was 3 parts ethereal, 4 parts overbearing, and 3 parts flirtatious came down from the heavenly dome in a volatile manner. Humph. The Eastern old ancestor let out a cold snort, and then his will dissipated into the heavens and earth, actively backing down. 1,000 years ago, when the first Central Empire was opened, Empress Qing Yao was still a junior, but now, 1,000 years later, she was already in existence capable of being on par with king-sealing powerhouses such as old ancestor Dongfang. The sixth prince's eyes were ruthless, and he coldly glanced in the direction of the palace as his figure slowly dissipated. The edge of the Eastern family's ancestral land. Eastern Defiant waited here apprehensively. Suddenly a figure flickers. The sixth master appeared in front of the East defeated the sky. Without saying anything, directly grabbed the East defeated the sky's ears and asked, "You bastard boy, honestly tell me, what did you mess up outside that actually caused a feudal marquis powerhouse to go out of his way to kill you?" Ah, pain pain pain. Dongfang Lutian showed his teeth. Taijun. Ah, you ask me who do I ask? I don't even know who that person is. He met and killed me. I'm also very confused. The sixth prince raised an eyebrow. You really don't know? Eastern Defiant was busy nodding his head. I really don't know. Seeing that Dongfang Lutian didn't look like he was lying, the sixth prince loosened his grip. Old six, come in and see me. At this moment, a voice came out from the depths of the ancestral land. The sixth prince looked shocked. Yes, old ancestor. Immediately afterward, the sixth prince instructed Dongfang Lutian, whether you know it or not, but during this recent period of time, don't leave the family. I don't think that person will give up that easily. Dongfang Lutian nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't need to be reminded by the sixth prince. He also knew the importance of the matter. The feudal lords are immortal. Killing him is like killing a chicken. After the sixth prince left, Dongfang Lutian returned to his room with apprehension, then immediately took out the market jade and entered the market realm. Inside the market realm, in a deserted and empty city, Dongfang Lutian was alone in the city, confusion written all over his face. He had intended to go to the market realm to ask for help, and thought that the market jade would directly teleport him to the previous hall, but he didn't expect the market jade to directly teleport him to this untouched city. Sir, is Sir here? Eastern Defiant shouted up to the sky. You asked for me? A clear and bright voice resounded behind the Eastern Defiant sky. Dongfang Lutian's expression was delighted, and he hurriedly turned around to see Lu Yuan in a white robe. Lu Yuan wore a light smile on his face as he quietly watched the other party. Seeing Lu Yuan, a sense of security rose in the heart of Dongfang Lutian for no reason, and he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, I've seen the Son of Heaven's destiny. It's the same as what you described. Your Excellency, that heavenly destiny's son is too perverted. He's obviously about the same age as me, yet he's already a sealed marquis immortal realm powerhouse. I really don't know how he's cultivated. Dongfang Lutian had a palpitating look on his face. Lu Yuan laughed. I already know what you said. You came to me because you want me to help you? Dongfang Futian nodded his head in a hurry. My lord, that heavenly destiny's son has the Qingyao Empress behind him. My Dongfang family is in a very bad situation nowadays. At any time, the ship may capsize and the family may perish. The strongest members of the family can't go out at will, and I'm really at my wit's end with that heavenly destiny, son. Lu Yuan nodded and said after some contemplation, how about this? You stay put for now, and soon, I will personally head to the central region. Hearing this, Eastern Defiant was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Excellency. Aha. Lu Yuan nodded his head gently, and then his figure dissipated. The Eastern Defiant Heaven also left the market realm. Returning to his room, Eastern Defiant's face was slightly smug. Son of Heaven's destiny? Humph. You think you're the only one with a background? Chaos Holy Land. Divine Sun Peak. Lu Yuan hung his eyes in deep thought. At the same time when Dongfang Lutian discovered Lin Hao, he also got the information. Lin Hao. Those who have been reborn for 9 lives, can they be reborn 9 times? Or have they already been reborn 9 times? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. There were many different kinds of heavenly fate sons, but a heavenly fate son that could be reborn 9 times was still somewhat beyond his imagination. But luckily, Lu Yuan knew about Lin Hao's existence in advance, and also knew where Lin Hao was now. That makes things better. To Lu Yuan, no matter how fancy you were, you couldn't resist crushing strength. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming is a joke. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan did not delay. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of a mega teleportation formation in the Chaos Holy Land. The 9 domains of the heavenly heavens, each of which had a huge area. From the east domain to the middle domain, the straight line distance was over 100 billion miles. Such a long journey. Even if Lu Yuan's cultivation had already arrived at the peak of the heavenly sky continent, it would still take quite some time to move over. So whenever a cultivator needed to cross domains, the first choice was a teleportation array. Son of God? Meet the Son of God? Around the teleportation array, the deacon elders responsible for maintaining the operation of the array hurriedly bent down. Ever since Lu Yuan had displayed his divine might at the Holy Land competition, there had been no more voices questioning him in the Chaos Holy Land. Throughout the 6 holy lands of the Eastern Domain, they hadn't heard of anyone's holy son divine son being able to possess a cultivation at the peak of the divine passage realm at this age. What's more, Lu Yuan's temperament and appearance were as if he was a celestial being. With these 2 points, Lu Yuan convinced everyone in the Chaos Holy Land. Nodding gently towards the deacon, Lu Yuan said, help me open the teleportation channel to the central domain. Yes, godson. The deacon dared not delay, and did so at once. Soon, Lu Yuan stepped onto the teleportation array and left the eastern domain. Just a moment after Lu Yuan left, a blue-robed old man appeared behind the deacon elder and asked quietly, where does the divine sun end? The deacon elder twisted his head to look, and his entire body was immediately startled. Nan! Elder Nangong, cut the crap and answer my question. Nangong Cheng's face was incomparably grim. Ever since Jun Mo Zhao's death, his entire mentality had changed dramatically, showing signs of becoming demonic, and his temperament, too, had become sinister. Lu Yuan became a demon in his mind. The deacon elder also knew about the grudge between Lu Yuan and Nangong City and hesitated, not wanting to open his mouth. Some random fallout from a dispute between big shots could send a small person like him into the land of doom. Nangong Cheng's eyes were grim, seeing what the deacon was scrupulous about, and he said morosely, you're afraid of the god's son, but you're not afraid of me? Don't worry, I'm just asking you to tell me where he ends up. The rest is none of your business. Nangong Cheng's naked threat. The deacon eventually failed to carry it and said intermittently, middle domain. Hearing the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on Nangong Cheng's face. Then without a word, he turned around and left. But it was not long after Nangong Cheng left, that deacon suddenly screamed miserably. His face showed a grimace, and his entire body began to petrify from bottom to top. And finally, with a bang, he turned into flying dust. A gloomy stone room, lights flickered on and off, and cobwebs crawled in the corners of the walls. Nangong Cheng sat on a dusty wooden chair, and after a long period of silence, he took out a blood-colored token. Inject a spiritual force into the token. The blood-colored token was aroused, and a line of blood characters shot out from it. 9 killings, Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Execution Order. With that, a numb voice echoed in the stone room. Kill who? The voice was succinct. Chaos Divine Sun. Lu Yuan. Nangong Cheng said, calculating the price of execution. Hold on. Soon, the voice sounded again. 18,500 million. Extreme Spirit Stones. Hearing this astronomical price, Nangong Cheng fell silent. The price. It's high. Nangong Cheng took a deep breath and said, the Heavenly Character Execution Order never bargains. As the owner, you should understand that once the Heavenly Character Execution Order is activated, All the killers in the entire continent will put down their tasks and do their best to kill the target without fail. After a moment of silence within the stone room, Nangong Cheng raised his eyes frantic. Is it possible to pledge an item? Could be. Yes. Just a moment after the word good fell. In the whole heavenly continent, all the killers walking on the dark side all stopped their hands, and in their eyes, there was a hint of madness that flashed by. In a small city that was unassuming in the heavenly skies continent, a dirty beggar with tattered clothes sat squatting under the eaves of a house. But in the next second, an appalling essence flashed in the beggar's eyes. The order of heavenly execution? It hasn't appeared in how many years? As if I remember the last time the heavenly execution order was activated. The target of the execution was still a sealed emperor immortal. That time, even the palace master of the Nine Slayers' heavenly palace died 2 times. Ordinary killers. Over 1 billion deaths. But in the end, that seal emperor still died in my hands. The corner of the beggar's mouth hooked into a smug smile. And he is the legendary assassin who was ranked number 1 on the heavenly sky continent's assassin list. The beggar emperor. The dazzling dazzle flashed before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again in the next second, Lu Yuan was already in a small city in the central region. This small city was a territory of the Chaos Holy Land in the central region. At the peak of the Chaos Holy Land, this small city wasn't what it is now, but a giant city with a population of over 100 million. As time passed, the Chaos Holy Land gradually declined. Its sphere of influence continued to shrink, and in the end, the small city also ended up in the dismal state it was in today. Lu Yuan's divine thoughts swept through the small city, and he suddenly raised an eyebrow before flying towards the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, the graceful Lu Shuawei sat on the main seat, her head propped up with one hand, her brows furrowed. Is the gift ready? Below, an old steward held a rectangular wooden box of dragon's blood. City lord, the resources in the mansion are at the bottom of the barrel, and this ice spirit sword is the most precious thing we can take out. Ice spirit sword, spirit grade medium grade armament. Hearing the old steward's words, Lu Shuawei's face showed helplessness. Elder Chen, what kind of person is that divine calculator pavilion master? A mid-grade spiritual artifact. How do you expect me to have the face to take it to see others? Not to mention, we have a request from someone else. The old steward sighed. City lord, if it was a few years earlier, my snow spirit city would still be able to take out an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. But now you also know that Tiger Spirit City is eyeing us with the intention of annexing us. And the 18 Black Wind Bandits are often coming down the mountain to plunder my Snow Spirit City. So to be able to take out the Ice Spirit Sword has been a matter of tightening the waistband of the City Lord's residence. Of course, Lu Shuawei knew the difficulties of Snow Spirit City, but that was precisely why she was even more depressed, fiercely slamming the porcelain cup in her hand on the ground and complaining. It's said that my Snow Spirit City has its back to the Chaos Holy Land, but in the past few decades, I haven't even seen the shadow of the Chaos Holy Land, let alone getting any help from the Chaos Holy Land. If I had known this, I would have been better off defecting to the True One sect 10 years ago. That's at least a second-rate power. The old steward was shocked by what he heard, and immediately disregarded his respect and stepped forward to cover Lu Shuawei's red lips. Miss, don't say it. Well, Lu Shuawei broke away and said, I said what's wrong? Who doesn't know that the Chaos Holy Land is weak nowadays? Even its territory in the eastern region is shrinking again and again. Could he Chaos Holy Land still hear what I said in such a situation? 10 years ago, if it wasn't for Elder Chen and you guys blocking the way and having to die to defend the identity of the Chaos Holy Land's dependency, how would Snow Spirit City have ended up like this? Lu Shuawei words complained. The old steward's face was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only let Lu Shuawei speak freely. But just then, an indifferent voice suddenly drifted into the ears of the two. You seem to be very dissatisfied with the Chaos Holy Land? Who? Lu Shuawei and the old steward were startled, and in the next moment, they saw a white-robed youth standing in the hall at some point. Who are you and how did you get in here? Lu Shuawei had a terrified face. She was a cultivator at the early stage of the Returning One realm, and Elder Chen was even a cultivator at the peak of the Returning One realm. But this youth was able to enter the hall without the two of them realizing it. It could only mean that the white-robed youth's cultivation far exceeded the two of them, being able to enter the hall unnoticed. Naturally, they could easily take their lives as well. The white-robed youth, naturally, was Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he slowly said, Chaos Holy Land, Divine Son, the Chaos Holy Land? Or the Divine Son of the Chaos Holy Land? Lu Shuawei and the old steward were once again horrified, and their hearts were flooded with monstrous waves. I didn't expect them to be discussing the sacred land of chaos 1 second and speak of the devil the next. With almost instantaneous hesitation, the old steward immediately knelt on the ground. while also pulling Lu Shu away to kneel down together as well. Snow Spirit City Grand Steward Shenren, with City Lord Lu Shu away pays a visit to the Lord. The City Lord is young and ignorant. I hope that the Lord will be able to forgive the City Lord, and all the chastisement will depend on the old man's body. The old steward knew that Lu Shuawei's earlier words of disobedience had been heard by Lu Yuan, and without the slightest bit of sophistry, he only wanted Lu Yuan to forgive Lu Shuawei, and all the chastisement he alone would bear. Elder Chen, what are you talking about? Lu Shuawei was equally anxious and hurriedly said towards Lu Yuan. This lord, Alright, Lu Yuan waved his hand impatiently. I don't want to listen to this nonsense of yours. If you're dissatisfied with the Chaos Holy Land, then you're dissatisfied. What's the big deal? If I were you, I'd be dissatisfied as well. Lu Shuawei was stunned. Lu Yuan said, there's no need to talk nonsense. Let me ask you, what is the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master? He had swept the entire city with his divine thoughts earlier and found many strong people gathered in front of an attic. I wanted to forcefully invade that attic with my divine thoughts, but it was strangely blocked by a force. One must know that Lu Yuan's cultivation level was that of a sealed emperor immortal. Strength had arrived at the apex of the heavenly sky continent realm. To be able to block his divine thoughts was, in all likelihood, related to the son of heaven's destiny. Of course, it was also possible that they were from the higher realms, just like Lu Yuan, divine calculator. Lu Shuawei and the old steward looked at each other, thinking that Lu Yuan was also attracted by the reputation of the divine calculator pavilion master. Immediately, Lu Shuawei explained, Lord Godson, we are not very clear on what exactly the Divine Calculation Pavilion Master is. We only know that 3 months ago, there was suddenly an additional Divine Calculation Pavilion in the city, and after that, the Divine Calculation Pavilion Master appeared, and let it be said that he can break the yin and yang and open up the 5 elements, and know astronomy above and geography below, and know everything, and in the months after that, the reputation of the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master gradually spread, and it seems that the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master really does know everything, and as long as you have a problem, and as long as you can afford to pay the price, he knows it, and even if it's the chance of sealing the emperor. When she said these words, Lu Shuawei's eyes were filled with adoration and her heart and mind were swaying. Obviously she was also conquered by the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master's omniscient abilities. Hearing these words, Lu Yuan confirmed the guess in his heart. The Divine Calculator Pavilion Master was definitely related to the son of heaven's destiny. Or rather, the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master himself was a son of heaven's destiny. As for omniscient? Even the strongest person Lu Yuan had seen so far did not dare to claim that he knew everything. One must know that Lu Yuan's background was much more than the immortal Lu family. The highest level he had come into contact with was much higher than the immortal Lu family. The strongest person he had encountered so far could even destroy the Dark Continent with just a thought. Even that kind of powerhouse wouldn't dare to claim to be omniscient, let alone someone in a small heavenly sky continent. That Divine Calculator Pavilion Master was able to make a name for himself as omniscient and convince so many people, and the only way to explain it was that he himself was a heaven's destiny son. Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth slightly hooked. Looking at Lu Shuawei, I see you seem to be worried about the gift just now. Is this enough? Lu Yuan flipped his palm, and a small red tower slowly suspended on his palm. It was the very same item of chi that he had obtained after killing the son of heaven's destiny. Jun Imo Xiao. The small tower is surrounded by Xian Huang Qi. Exquisite workmanship is like a celestial carving. Lu Shuawei just a glance is convinced that the red small tower is a treasure that she cannot climb in her life. Glancing at Lu Yuan, Lu Shuawei nodded solemnly, then hesitated. Lord Godson, is it too precious to use this item as a gift? She thought it was a bit of a waste. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and didn't explain. It seems to be enough. So let's go. Take me to pay a visit to this Divine Calculator Pavilion Master. Lu Shuawei didn't dare to refuse. Leaving the old steward to guard the city lord's mansion, the two of them headed towards the Divine Calculation Pavilion. In front of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, many people had converged at this time. There were quite a few people who could be called a big name when looking at the central region, but even these big shots were only worthy of staying outside the door, and without the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master's permission, they didn't dare to cross the line in the slightest. At this time in the pavilion, Yi Fan was dressed in green clothes and looked at the 18 middle-aged men kneeling on the ground in front of him from on high. These 18 middle-aged people, each one of them had a fierce appearance, and only in terms of their breath, they were clear-cut life and death Xian realm powerhouses. Are you guys sure you want to submit to me and not regret it? Yi Fan asked. Among the 18 middle-aged, a big man in black immediately bent down and said, no regrets. I only ask that the pavilion master can take us in. Yi Fan nodded and said, I just happen to be short of some people to watch the door and guard the yard. In that case, it's you guys. The 18 middle-aged men were all overjoyed at the words. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for taking us in. We will definitely work as oxen for Pavilion Master and will never betray. Lin Fan looked indifferent and waved his hand. Alright, no need to talk nonsense. Now go out and help me maintain order. Yes, Master of the Court. The 18 big men got up one by one, and walked towards the outside with ferocity. With the backing of the Pavilion Master, their Black-Wind 18 bandits were finally able to flinch again. Looking at the backs of the departing crowd, Yi Fan looked satisfied, and just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detecting a great power coming to the court of the Divine Calculator, please prepare the host. The Jedi? Yi Fan's expression was shocked. In the system's evaluation, sealing a marquis, sealing a king couldn't be called a supreme powerhouse. In other words, a powerful person of the Emperor Seal Immortal Realm was about to descend upon the Divine Calculator Pavilion. Spare Yi Fan, he couldn't help but get pumped up. Hey, there's big business coming. Yi Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly and walked towards the door. Outside at this time, the 18 Black Wind bandits were foxes and tigers, and under their intimidation, many of the powerful people who came to find Yi Fan to tell his fortune were honestly lined up and did not dare to act out in the slightest. Suddenly, it's the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master has come out. Pavilion Master, help me tell my fortune. I'm willing to pay for a king-grade divine soldier. Divine Calculator Pavilion Master. I am an elder of the Tai clan. If you calculate a fortune for me, my Tai clan is your background. Seeing Yi Fan come out, the crowd was all in chaos, and even the 18 Black Wind bandits couldn't control the scene. Shut up, all of you. Yi Fan suddenly shouted. His gaze coldly swept towards the crowd, and on that Tai's own elder. He even stayed for 2 breaths. Tai's sect was a superb power, but to Yi Fan, he didn't care if you were superb or a holy land, because as long as he was within the Divine Reckoning Pavilion, he was invincible. Yi Fan's words shocked the crowd, and everyone dared not open their mouths again. Yi Fan looked up at the sky, quietly waiting for something. The crowd was curious and looked likewise, but the sky was empty. But not long after, from the direction of the city lord's mansion, 2 figures suddenly flew in. Coming, Yi Fan's gaze was fixed. Noticing Yi Fan's change, the crowd became even more curious about the identity of the visitor. It wasn't long before the 2 figures in the air descended in front of the Divine Calculation Pavilion. As soon as she landed, Lu Shuawei was shocked by the sight before her, only to see the unfathomable, seemingly omniscient Divine Calculation Pavilion Master standing quietly in front of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, gazing at himself. The group of powerful people surrounding the Divine Calculator Pavilion were similarly looking at themselves, which caused Lu Shuawei to be under a lot of pressure. Could it be that I'm too pretty? Lu Shuawei thought like this and couldn't help but feel a little fluttery in her heart. I didn't realize that after 30 years, my old lady was still so attractive. However, just at that moment, Yi Fan opened his mouth. Senior has traveled a long way. Yi Fan has been waiting for a long time. Wow! Hearing Yi Fan's address, the crowd was incomparably shocked. Not long ago there had been a feudal marquis powerhouse who had descended upon the Divine Calculation Pavilion, and the Divine Calculation Pavilion Master hadn't even referred to him as a senior. This youth in front of him was actually called a senior by the Divine Calculation Pavilion Master. Could it be said that this was a King Seal powerhouse? As for Lu Shuawei, they were ignored. Lu Shuawei's cultivation was too low for them to have seen through it at a glance, but they couldn't tell how this white-robed youth's cultivation was. Lu Shuawei was also slightly stunned, and quickly reacted. So it turned out that all these people, including the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master, were not looking at her, or were they looking at the Divine Sun behind her? Lu Shuawei's face couldn't help but blush as she silently retreated behind Lu Yuan. Shame on you. At this moment, Lu Yuan calmly looked at Yi Fan. I heard that you know everything, so do you want to guess my purpose? Yi Fan frowned slightly as he felt as if Lu Yuan was coming from a bad place. The heart could not help but use the system to measure up. Ding dong! This calculation requires the consumption of 1 trillion divine calculation points, and there are not enough divine calculation points. Unable to calculate. 1 trillion. Unable to measure. Yi Fan was inwardly shocked, and a flash of incredulity flashed in the depths of his eyes. 1 trillion? Are you kidding me? Not long ago that feudal immortal only consumed 3 million. Yi Fan felt incredulous. This person, is he really a sealed emperor immortal? Or is it more than just an emperor sealing immortal? The doubt and shock in Yi Fan's eyes all fell into Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. It seems you can't guess. Warning, a great danger has been detected. Please return to the court of the Divine Calculator immediately. As soon as the system's words fell, Yi Fan saw a jade-like palm covering his face. Bang! Before he had time to react, Yi Fan's entire body was like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily back into the divine calculation pavilion. Pust! Yi Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes shocked and horrified. Who is your excellency? I have no grudge against you? Lu Yuan stepped into the divine calculation pavilion as if he was idly walking, and calmly said, right and wrong are very boring topics. I want to kill you. That's all. Lu Yuan approached step by step. Yi Fan suddenly smiled. Being in the divine calculator pavilion, he was invincible. Yi Fan said with blood at the corner of his mouth, then let's see if you can kill me. Suppress. Yi Fan raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! A huge force descended steeply, trying to crush Lu Yuan to the ground. Lu Yuan's advancing footsteps slightly lurched as he indifferently said, domain rules, nice trick. If you were an ordinary Emperor Sealer powerhouse, you might not really be able to help you. As the words fell, Lu Yuan once again took a step as if he was not affected in the slightest. Yi Fan's pupils were shocked once again. This is impossible. Inside the divine calculator pavilion I was clearly an invincible existence. Lu Yuan smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. Invincible? You don't really think that the system's domain rules can be greater than the world laws of a continent, do you? No matter how invincible you are, there are boundaries. Perhaps your system told you that as long as you are in this building, you are invincible. But perhaps your system didn't tell you that the invincibility in its mouth is limited to the peak of Emperor Seal. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Yi Fan was dumbfounded and raised his hand tremblingly. You? How did you know that I have a system? Ding! Detecting that the host is about to face death, the system activates emergency filing. Consume 100 source power to obtain information on the source of the host's death. Ding! Acquisition successful. Host's source of death detected being targeted. Host informs source of targeting, or may live. Against 1, the third elder of the Chaos Holy Land, Nangong Chang, uses the heavenly execution order, and the source of the host's death will face the endless assassinations of killers from the 9 Killers' Heavenly Palace. Against 2, Lin Hao, the son of Heaven's Destiny, intends to form the Heaven's Destiny Alliance to fight against the host's death source. Ding! Detected that the host may die even after suing. Pre-initiated wipe-out program, pre-initiated disengagement program. Hearing the system's words, Yi Fan was both happy and shocked, and hastily reached out his hand. Wait, I have something to say. However, Lu Yuan didn't pause at all and probed out his jade-like palm, pressing it towards Yi Fan. The world went dark in Yi Fan's gaze of despair and incomprehension, easily obliterating a son of Heaven's Destiny. Lu Yuan leisurely sighed. Since ancient times, villains have died from too many words. Kill you, and your secrets will be mine as usual. The next instant, a ball of light flew out from behind Yi Fan's head and spun in place for a moment, followed by the need to flee. Just then, Lu Yuan's eyes were suddenly filled with a piercing golden aura, which seemed to have lightning flickering within it, like a golden sea of thunder and lightning. With a gentle lift of his hand, the power of infinite rules instantly entwined the ball of white light, followed by slowly devouring it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for directly killing the son of Heaven's Destiny. The reward is doubled. Reward 1, Villain Value plus 4,000. Reward 2, Thunder Witch Bloodline. Reward 3, Feng Di Realm Guard times 4. Ding! Successfully captured a secondary system. Decomposition in progress. Decomposition successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of heavenly calculations times 10. The power of heavenly calculation can be used by silently reciting in the heart, and can calculate all things in the heavenly sky continent. Ding! During the decomposition process, the Gold Fingermaker has successfully learned 2 pieces of information that the host can view at any time. The reward for directly killing Yi Fan was generous. It went without saying that the 4 Emperors sealing realm guards were enough to make Lu Yuan's eyes light up just from the Thunder Celestial Sorcerer bloodline, which is an extremely powerful force in the endless long river of time and space. Among the witch race, the most powerful existences are undoubtedly the 12 ancestor witches. Further down are the Great Witch, Heavenly Witch, Xian Witch, Red Witch, Witch Soldier, and so on. The sorcerer race, with their physical strength and innate affinity for the power of the laws, dominate the infinite space and time. And even the weakest sorcerer soldier is able to travel through all space and time. In front of a powerful sorcerer, what kind of desolate ancient saint body, Song Tian hegemony body, were all unbeatable. And a heavenly sorcerer, even when placed in the Dark Continent, was a top-tier powerhouse. The value of 1 copy of the Thunder Celestial Witch bloodline was even able to buy thousands of realms like the heavenly sky continent. The power of heavenly calculations would be well understood. The very ability of the heavenly destined son, Yi Fan. Only, there was no cost for Lu Yuan to use it, and the only drawback was that it was only 10 times, and it could only count things on the heavenly sky continent. There's always a feeling of eating it and discarding it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. As for the two pieces of information that the system reminded him of, there was no hurry for now. He would look at it later. Lu Yuan raised his head and walked out of the Divine Calculation Pavilion. After Yi Fan's death, the Divine Calculation Pavilion also turned into an ordinary building. At this time, the dome of the sky outside the Divine Calculator Pavilion had also long been dark and filled with robbery clouds. Thunder containing the wrath of the heavens was ready to strike. As long as Lu Yuan stepped out of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, the thunder in the robbing cloud that was enough to exterminate a strong Emperor Sealer would fall. However, Lu Yuan remained fearless and frankly walked outside, looking straight at the sky. Last time when the chi reversal occurred, Lu Yuan was unwilling to expose his strength, and only then did he let Elder Yui take his place. But this time, Lu Yuan wanted to personally try the power of the chi reversal, and just how strong it was. If we let Elder Yui and Elder Hades personally take action every time, it would really be a bit of a big deal. Thieving God, do you really think I fear you? Lu Yuan's eyes exploded with a brilliant aura. Ignoring the stunned crowd around him, the whole person rose up from the ground, and even took the initiative to meet the robbing clouds. Not long after, amongst the plunder clouds spreading over millions of miles, ghostly blue thunder flashed, like millions of true dragons roaring. Outside the Divine Calculation Pavilion, Lu Shuewei and the others were incomparably shocked, not understanding what exactly had happened. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "God! The Divine Calculator Pavilion Master is dead! Oh my God! That man killed the Divine Calculator Pavilion Master!" The crowd was in chaos. Everyone rushed into the Divine Calculation Pavilion in a rush and saw Yi Fan on the ground, who had long since lost his breath. Yi Fan has only been out for more than 3 months, but his fame has long spread to half of the central region, and I don't know how many big shots want to find him to tell their fortunes. Among the people present, moreover, most of them were scouts or emissaries sent by certain big shots. But at this moment, Yi Fan was dead. There was no need to think that the news of Yi Fan's death would definitely create a huge wave in the central region. The culprit who caused Yi Fan's death, Lu Yuan, would even attract the enmity of countless great figures. Among the countless sect sanctuaries, there were more or less old ancestors whose lifespan was about to end. These terrifying figures wanted to extend their lifespan, either by going further and breaking through to a higher realm, or by finding extremely precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All of these great figures had pinned their hopes on Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan died. It also meant that their hope of surviving was gone. For every son of heaven's destiny, aside from being blessed with good fortune and extraordinary talent, the most terrifying thing about them was their endless connections. You never knew what big name stood behind an ordinary son of the mandate of heaven. Perhaps even the son of heaven's destiny himself didn't know how many terrifying existences stood behind him. Seeing that Yi Fan was really dead, the crowd stood frozen in place for a long time, and soon someone snapped out of it and sent the news back and forth, almost in an instant. In an unknown number of hidden forbidden places in the central domain, an unknown number of terrifying existences let out a terrifying roar, and continued to unseal themselves, killing towards Snow Spirit City despite everything. To cut off someone's money is like killing one's parents. What about cutting off someone's path and their hope of living? Lu Shuewei realized that it was not good the first time she saw Yi Fan's death, and when she saw that the crowd was not paying attention to her, she wanted to leave quietly. However, right at this moment, that Tai Zong elder suddenly discovered Lu Shuewei, and his entire body abruptly became furious. "It's you! That thief was brought by you, bitch!" Hearing his words, the others looked over. Every single one of them had an unfavorable gaze, filled with killing intent. Lu Shuewei's face turned pale at once, and her entire body fell to the ground, helplessly waving her hands. "No, it wasn't me. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Kill her!" Someone shouted angrily, not hiding his killing intent at all. Lu Shuewei despaired inwardly, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Lu Yuan. No one had noticed that the robbery cloud spreading for millions of miles above the sky was rapidly disappearing, and in the center of the robbery cloud stood a figure in white clothes and white hair, covered in black demonic aura. Just as the crowd was about to strike at Lu Shuewei, the white-haired silhouette steeply appeared at the entrance of the Divine Calculation Pavilion and raised a pair of blood-colored demonic pupils filled with madness and bloodlust. In the next second, the white-haired figure raised his hand and waved it. Everyone, along with the Divine Calculation Pavilion, instantly turned into flying ash and dispersed with the wind. Lu Yuan stood in place, and the demonic aura and killing intent around him was surging uncontrollably. The millions of people within the entire Snow Spirit City were plunged into an inexplicable uneasiness. "Careless, I didn't realize that the Calamity Chi in the Calamity Cloud would induce the demonic body to riot." Lu Yuan murmured to himself while the emotions in his pupils grew more and more indifferent. "If this continues, I'll be completely possessed." and I'll have to kill recklessly to suppress it. Lu Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the city at his feet, and inside his hand. At some point, he was already holding a dark red long knife. Just as Lu Yuan was about to raise his hand and decimate Snow Spirit City, dozens of powerful auras suddenly attacked from the end of the sky. Lu Yuan raised his eyes and looked away. The corner of his mouth slightly grinned. If there was a choice, slaughtering the strong and slaughtering the weak, he would prefer the former. Swish! Lu Yuan's figure disappeared abruptly, and in the next second, a crimson blade slashed out across the sky. Thousands of miles away from Snow Spirit City, dozens of powerful existences came with anger. They were all extremely powerful people whose lifespans were approaching, and with life and death on the horizon, no one in the world was more eager to live than they were. Yi Fan gave them hope to live, but this hope, fleeting. The moment they learned that Yi Fan had been killed, they were enraged, disregarding everything, breaking the source out of the world. Even if they would end their lives and fall after today, they had to kill the culprit who caused Yi Fan's fall. Elder Tai, Horizontal Heavenly Demon Monarch, True Xianguan Master, Ancient Origin Marquis. My God, it's actually them. On the Great Land, in some of the cities, some people recognized these incoming powerhouses. What happened? These terrifying powerhouses are all existences from thousands of years ago. Their lifespans have reached their limits. Why would they join forces? Aren't they afraid of falling? I feel their anger. Has anyone angered them? No matter who it is, that person is definitely dead. These bone-fossilized stone-level powerhouses are all sealed Marquis, sealed king existences. At this moment with monstrous fury to come, is a half-imperium, are going to drink hate fall. Countless people murmured, their hearts shaken. On a normal day, they might not be able to see a seal Marquis powerhouse in their entire lives, but at this moment, they had seen dozens of them in a row. While his heart was shocked, he was also greatly interested in why these powerhouses had come out at the same time, and even appeared here at the same time. However, before they could be shocked for long, an even more shocking scene played out before their eyes, only to see a shocking blade arriving from nowhere, carrying a monstrous demonic aura across the sky. Many people only saw the blade's aura for a single glance, and their eyes fell into brief blindness, unconsciously shedding tears of blood. In the next second, those dozens of incoming terrifying powerhouses only had time to let out an unwilling roar before they were cut across by that terrifying blade. It's like an autumn breeze sweeping away the leaves, relaxing. This scene was so shocking. Everyone stared blankly at the sky dome, stunned. Dozens of terrifying powerhouses who had been sealed as Marquis, or even King, were just killed by an unknown existence with a single slash. It's too strong. They didn't even know how to describe this terrifying might. Lu Yuan stood in the air with his sword, his white hair gradually darkening, his demonic aura subsiding, and his eyes, too, becoming clear and bright again. Careless, I must pay attention next time, Lu Yuan secretly warned himself. Now it seems that the Son of Heaven's destiny isn't that good to kill. Although I don't fear the backlash of Qi, I can't afford to dip my hands in it anymore. This time it just so happens that there is a group of powerful people from this realm traveling in a group, but the next time, there won't be any such good fortune. Lu Yuan had some heart palpitations, in case the next time the demon body rioted and there happened to be not enough living beings nearby, or powerful enough for him to kill. Lu Yuan really didn't dare to imagine that kind of consequences. It's time to speed up the progress. The Supreme Demon Heart Inhibitor, as well as the inhibitors of the other demonic bodies, must be exchanged as soon as possible. Lu Yuan's gaze was ghostly. He himself was actually not against the complete awakening of the demonic body. But not now. He was not strong enough to fight against the whole world right now. Once the three great demonic bodies were completely awakened, and Lu Yuan himself did not have enough strength, it would be a great disaster for Lu Yuan, and for the Lu family. Miss, where are you? Miss? Suddenly, the old steward's anxious voice came faintly from below. Lu Yuan instantly traveled to the city and saw that the old steward was leading a small girl around 5 or 6 years old, anxiously searching for Lu Shuewei. God! Kamiko-sama. When the old steward saw Lu Yuan, he hurriedly ran and saluted, then looked left and right and said, Lord Godson, where is my lady? Also, where did the divine calculator pavilion run off to? The old steward was incredibly puzzled. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. Are you questioning me? Ha! The old steward then abruptly realized that there was something wrong with his tone, and kneeled down in fear. Lord Godson, I know my mistake. I was really in too much of a hurry. I hope that you will forgive me. Lu Yuan said. Alright, get up. Lu Shuewei. Lu Yuan's face froze. Yes, where did Lu Shuewei run off to? Looking around, Lu Yuan frowned. He remembered. Lu Shuewei seemed to have been killed by him by mistake. This, Lu Yuan was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say to the old steward. At this time, the little girl beside the old steward looked at Lu Yuan with wide eyes and said, "Big brother, do you know where my mother went?" "Mother? This is Lu Shuawei's daughter?" A murderous intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. "Shuai, shut up. This is Lord Godson. Don't be rude." The old steward scolded the little girl and turned his head back to Lu Yuan. "Your honor is not to be blamed. This is Mrs. Daughter." Lu Yuan waved his hand, a little annoyed in his heart. To say that it was an accidental killing of Lu Shuawei would not be considered. After the demonic body riot, Lu Yuan was extremely sensitive to evil thoughts, and everyone in the Divine Calculator Pavilion at that time had extremely strong evil thoughts towards Lu Yuan, and because of this, Lu Yuan wiped out everyone together. Lu Shuawei was also in the Divine Calculation Pavilion at that time, but Lu Yuan did not feel any other emotions. In other words, Lu Shuawei also possessed evil thoughts towards Lu Yuan at that time. According to Lu Yuan's nature, all those who think evil of him should die. Lu Shuawei, it's not a bad death. Having figured out this layer, looking at the two people in front of him, Lu Yuan no longer had any good thoughts in his eyes. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Perhaps the two are not at fault, and there is no enmity with themselves, but not everything in the world has an answer, and the cause of today will inevitably result in another day. Lu Yuan would not be arrogant enough to think that today's griffin would definitely not be able to threaten him someday. In fact, in Lu Yuan's memory, growing from a mole cricket's body into the existence of a Huanyu overlord was not an exception. Rumor has it that there are 6 paths of reincarnation in the world, and all people will die. So let me, in advance, send you all into reincarnation early. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he held his sword and swung it. It was a quick cut. The two men had entered the 6 paths of reincarnation with hardly any feeling. Do it all. Lu Yuan was in a trance before his eyes. I seem to be getting colder and colder. Is it because of the supreme demon heart? Or, I'm like this by nature? No matter. If there is fruit in the future, come and find me. But by that time, I am afraid that I will already have enemies all over the world. And there is not much more than one more of you, and not less than one less of you. Lu Yuan smiled to himself, then tore through the void in front of him and left this territory. Hoo-hoo! Between the howling winds, a golden flying boat traveled on the top of the sky dome, following the path and heading towards the First Central Empire. Inside the flying boat, Lu Yuan was checking the 2 messages he had gotten after devouring Yifan's system. The first piece of information was that Lu Yuan had been listed as the #1 assassination target by all the assassins of the 9-killing Heavenly Palace. The second piece of news was that Lin Hao, the son of Heavenly Fate, intended to unite all the sons of Heavenly Fate to form the Heavenly Fate Alliance to deal with himself. First message. The 9 Slayers' Heavenly Palace was the absolute king of the dark side of the Heavenly Sky continent. 90% of the assassins in the Heavenly Skies continent were members of the 9 Slayers' Heavenly Palace. The volume of its entire power was much more terrifying than even the Taichu Sacred Land. At its peak, the 9 Slayers' Heavenly Palace had 9 Emperor Seal Immortals on the surface. Although it was no longer at its peak, it was still very possible to harbor 1 or 2 Emperor Seal Immortals. However, Lu Yuan wasn't very concerned about this. No matter how strong the 9 Slayers' Heavenly Palace was, it couldn't be strong enough for him. What really made him care was instead the endless number of assassins of the 9 Slayers' Heavenly Palace. The flies may be weak and can be killed with a slap, but they can't resist the fact that these flies are endless. Second message. It made Lu Yuan care. The Heavenly Fate Alliance. Dealing with me? Logically speaking, I've never seen this Lin Hao. Why would he deal with me? Lu Yuan's gaze was ghostly. 9 lifetimes of rebirth. In that case, it seems like Lin Hao most likely hasn't been reborn for the first time. And, he's died at my hands before. Even more than once. Or else he wouldn't have thought of uniting all the Heavenly Destiny sons. Lu Yuan understood very well in his heart that the sons of Heaven's Destiny, each one of them was a very proud existence, and would definitely not unite with others without truly experiencing despair. Lin Hao, most likely, experienced despair, understanding that with his power, he would never be able to fight against Lu Yuan. That was why he had joined forces with the other sons of Heavenly Destiny. But this is good. I was worried that I couldn't find any other Heavenly Destiny sons. Having Lin Hao do it for me saves me a lot of effort. Lu Yuan's mouth smiled slightly. Wasn't the thing he was most agonizing over right now the fact that the Divine Fate's whereabouts were uncertain and not easy to find? But with Lin Hao, this matter became much simpler. If you look at it this way, this person can't be killed easily yet. He must be capped. Lu Yuan laughed. With his hands resting behind his head, he looked at the azure sky with an inexplicable smile on his lips. It seems that the trip to the Heavenly Sky continent is about to end. The First Central Imperial City. In a luxurious mansion, Lin Hao sat on the eaves of a glazed tile roof, holding a jug of wine in his hand, drinking it with one sip, his gaze, moreover, staring at the direction of the Dongfang family at times. In his mind, the importance of killing a 12th throne had surpassed the importance of finding other Heaven's Destiny sons. After all, the son of Heaven's Destiny was around at all times, and Lu Yuan's butcher's knife, as far as he could remember, would not be wielded until a few months later. He wasn't in a hurry. However, the opportunity to kill a 12th throne was incredibly precious, and missing this time would not be so easy the next time. Brother Lin, are you still not giving up? Suddenly a white-clothed young man sat beside Lin Hao, similarly carrying a jug of wine in his hand, with a dusty demeanor. Lin Hao turned his head to look at the white-clothed youth and sighed. Brother Ruoxu, opportunities are rare. If you miss this one, you most likely won't have such a good chance next time. The young man in white was none other than Zhang Ruoxu, the son of Heaven's Destiny. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhang Ruoxu shook his head and smiled, not responding. Zhang Ruoxu carried the inheritance of the great sage of time and space, and when Lin Hao came to him and told him what happened in the future, Zhang Ruoxu had used the inheritance to peer into a corner of the future and saw an extremely tragic scene. Understand that what Lin Hao said was true. At that time, Zhang Ruoxu decided to join Lin Hao's Heavenly Fate Alliance, and through his own channels, he introduced Lin Hao to Empress Qingyao. This was precisely the reason why Empress Qingyao would have shocked the Eastern Old Ancestor at that time. Suddenly, Lin Hao said with a stern gaze, Brother Ruoxu, we can't wait any longer. It's not a solution for Dongfang Defeat Sky to keep cowering inside the Dongfang family and not come out. Time waits for no one. We must think of a way to provoke him out. You have a solution? Zhang Ruoxu raised an eyebrow. Lin Hao nodded and said, for this method, I might still need your help. Ruoxu. Zhang Ruoxu smiled, but there is no harm in saying so. Lin Hao said, you and Rapunzel are in love with each other, and Dongfang Lutian's devotion to Rapunzel is something everyone in the First Imperial City knows. So you use this as an excuse to challenge Dongfang Daylight. Unlike me, you and Dongfang Futian are the same famous heavenly pride and jungler of the First Central Empire. If you issue a challenge to him, the Dongfang family won't stop it, nor will they dare to stop it. And if they dare to stop it, Dongfang Futian's reputation will be completely played out. At that time, there is a high probability that Dongfang Lutian will be provoked to come out. Of course, the Dongfang family might also have strong people protecting Dongfang Lutian in the dark, but it doesn't matter. As long as he comes out, it'll be fine. At that time I'll do whatever it takes to forcefully kill him, even if I don't have half of my life left. Saying this, Lin Hao looked at Zhang Ruoxu and smiled. Of course, if Brother Ruoxu can kill the Eastern Defeat Heaven openly and honestly, it couldn't be better. Upon hearing this proposal, Zhang Ruoxu thought a little and agreed. It's not too late. It's now, Zhang Ruoxu said, and with that, he stood up. However, right at this moment, the two of them saw a dozen silhouettes flying out of the Dongfang family, rushing to a certain place at breakneck speed, and the one leading the way was clearly Dongfang Lutian. It's the Eastern Defiant. How did he come out? Zhang Ruoxu's face was stunned. Lin Hao, however, didn't care so much and rushed out in just a split second. Having been reborn for 9 lifetimes, he was more experienced and decisive than most of the heavenly fates. Zhang Ruoxu quickly returned to his senses and followed suit as he flew into the sky. At the edge of the First Imperial City, a golden flying boat shrouded in immortal light slowly stopped in the air. Around the flying boat, there was also a black armored powerhouse with a terrifying aura standing on each side. Within a short time, Dongfang Lutian and the rest of the group arrived in front of the flying boat. Dongfang Futian looked surprised and hurriedly bent down to pay his respects. Dongfang Futian, with all the elders of the Dongfang clan, pays his respects to Your Excellency, and welcomes Your Excellency's visit to the First Imperial City. Behind Dongfang Lutian, a group of elders also bent down at the same time. Not daring to be disrespectful, the Eastern Defiant had introduced Lu Yuan to them, saying that Lu Yuan was a great man with a heavenly background. However, before seeing the immortal continent, they were actually all very skeptical, but after seeing the immortal boat, especially after seeing the 4 black armored powerhouses around the immortal boat, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled, because the 4 black armored powerhouses' breath alone oppressed them, a feeling that was even more profound than when they faced the Eastern Old Ancestor. The guards were such an existence. Wouldn't this Duke Lu Yuan be an even more terrifying existence? Thus, none of the elders of the Dongfang clan doubted Dongfang Defiant's words. Also at this time, Lin Hao and Zhang Ruoxu arrived just in time, and as soon as they arrived, they heard Dongfang Lutian shout out the word Gongzi. At this time, Lu Yuan happened to walk out from the immortal boat, and when he raised his eyes, he just happened to meet Lin Hao's shocked, stunned gaze. Seeing Lin Hao and the two of them, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. 2 sons of Heaven's Destiny, Lin Hao, Ah Lin Hao, you're really my lucky baby. Unfortunately, I can't kill you for now. The other one, though, can't be spared. And the first time Lin Hao saw Lu Yuan, his heart was already creeped out to the extreme. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and great terror surged in his heart. The scene of being crushed by Lu Yuan as if he was crushing a mole cricket kept surfacing in front of his eyes. Escape! Without doing anything else, Lin Hao roared, turned around and desperately fled towards the sky. Zhang Ruoxu didn't even react, and Lin Hao had already escaped 1,000 miles, and by the time Zhang Ruoxu reacted, Lu Yuan had already appeared in front of him at an unknown time, wearing a smile on his face as he quietly looked at him. You are Lu Yuan? Zhang Ruoxu asked in a deep voice. He wasn't stupid. Seeing Lin Hao was this reaction, he guessed Lu Yuan's identity. Lin Hao mentioned me to you? Lu Yuan tilted his head and laughed, but it doesn't matter, since he mentioned me to you. So are you going to tie your hands? Or do you want me to do it? Zhang Ruoxu's face was unsightly. Lu Yuan, I may not be your opponent, but you're also a fool to think that you can make me tie my hands. Spatial cutting. Zhang Ruoxu roared and raised his hand. A piece of space seemed to be cut down by him, like a mirror, and chopped towards Lu Yuan. Zhang Ruoxu had hope in his eyes. Although he said on his lips that he was not able to defeat Lu Yuan, he was not convinced in his heart. And this spatial cutting technique, a spatial battle skill that he had only comprehended not too long ago, was his strongest means of attack at the moment. He hoped that the spatial cutting technique would be able to defeat Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan just casually raised his hand and waved it, obliterating his attack, and said indifferently, "How can you call this a spatial cutting technique? A slip of the tongue. No, this can't be." Zhang Ruoxu's eyes widened as if he had received a heavenly blow. Lu Yuan, however, did not want to waste any time, and with a grip of his palm in the air, he was about to crush Zhang Ruoxu to death in the air. But right at this moment, a force erupted steeply from Zhang Ruoxu's brow. It was a prismatic crystal that was a distortion of the void, containing the power of space and time. Space-time crystals? Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. In the moment he froze. The diamond-shaped crystal buzzed and erupted a force to move Zhang Ruoxu out of this heaven and earth. Lu Yuan quickly reacted and drank. Great trapping binding technique. Giggle. Zhang Ruoxu's body that was about to be moved was stopped alive. And Lu Yuan seized this opportunity to crush his 5 fingers and blast out a fist. Bang! Zhang Ruoxu's head was blown off. The lifeless body crashed to the earth. In this instant, the prismatic crystal seemed to be alive and wanted to escape. However, Lu Yuan probed his palm and grabbed it, and the diamond-shaped crystal was caught, unable to escape. At the same time, Lu Yuan had several voices ringing in his head and didn't rush to check them out. Lu Yuan raised his head and seemed to feel something as he looked beyond the heavenly sky continent. Just a moment before killing Zhang Ruoxu, outside the heavenly sky continent, an inexplicable existence cast a gaze at him. But I don't know what I was afraid of and didn't make a move. However, Lu Yuan was certain that the inexplicable existence was never because it was jealous of him. Lu Yuan provocatively raised a middle finger toward the sky, a touch of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Outside of the heavens, that unknown being should be the big shot behind Zhang Ruoxu. It may be one, or it may be the only one, but it didn't matter. Lu Yuan wasn't afraid. The dome of the sky once again changed abruptly, and the calamity clouds converged. This time the calamity clouds, compared to the last time, were several times larger, almost several times the size of the First Central Empire. This time, however, Lu Yuan did not try to test the power of the robbing clouds. Elder Yu, do it! Lu Yuan gently shouted. Yes, my lord. A sword light cut through the sky in the next moment, while also cutting through the terrifying calamity cloud that had almost reached an area of 10 million miles. Lu Yuan glanced at it and lowered his head, looking at the diamond-shaped crystal in the center of his palm. This prismatic crystal, Lu Yuan didn't know exactly what it was for the time being. However, he thought that it should be one of Zhang Ruoxu's golden fingers. Just now, the power that erupted from this prismatic crystal had already reached the Seal Emperor limit, but it was constrained by the rules of the world and did not exceed the limit. However, from this, one could tell that behind this prismatic crystal, there was a high probability that it was a powerhouse that had surpassed the Sealed Emperor immortal realm. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid. Throughout the heavenly skies continent, there were currently only 3 people who possessed the power to surpass the rules, and all 3 of them were known to exist by Lu Yuan. 2 of them, respectively, were Elder Yui and Elder Hades. The last one, on the other hand, was one of the oldest powerhouses of the heavenly sky continent, who was now hiding somewhere. Taking the prismatic crystals back into his storage space casually, Lu Yuan turned his head. At this moment in the back, Dongfang Lutian and a group of Dongfang family elders were dumbstruck. Dongfang Lutian was excited beyond words. impatiently running to Lu Yuan and adoringly said, Gongzi, you're too bullish. That Lin Hao actually ran away when he saw you, like he saw a natural enemy. Dongfang Lutian simply can't tell how he feels inside. Hell knows how hard it is for him these days. Hunkering down in the Dongfang family simply doesn't dare to go out. Lu Yuan smiled. Natural enemy? It seemed right to say so. After all, that Lin Hao seemed to have died in his own hands more than once. But it wasn't a natural enemy. Your Excellency, is Zhang Ruoxu also the son of heaven's destiny? Dongfang Lutian was curious. Zhang Ruoxu was a heavenly pride that was on par with him in the First Central Empire. But he had never thought that Zhang Ruoxu was the son of heaven's destiny. Lu Yuan nodded his head and said, not bad, also a son of heavenly destiny. You've done well this time. I've recorded 20,000 merit badges for you. Anything you fancy on the merit monument, you can go and exchange it. Eastern Defiant instantly became excited and nodded his head in a hurry. Thank you, Your Excellency. Aha. Lu Yuan gently nodded. You go and get busy yourself. I'll take a casual walk. My lord, why don't I accompany you for a stroll? Dongfang Defiant was filled with anticipation. Lu Yuan glanced at him and laughed. No need. If you have this time, why don't you help me find out where the headquarters of the Nine Slayers' Heavenly Palace is? Nine Killers' Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Defiant's face shook. Then he understood something and gritted his teeth. My lord, I understand. I'll use all the Dongfang family's contacts and power that I can to find out about the Nine Slayers' Heavenly Palace's headquarters. Aha. Lu Yuan gave a soft His feet stepped forward and his figure disappeared without a trace. A million miles away from the first imperial city, within a lush mountain stream, a small brook gurgled and was hidden. Lin Hao was hiding in a cave with a frightened heart. His chest was still heaving, and the white color of his face had not yet faded. Lu Yuan, how could he possibly appear in the first imperial city? In my memories of several lifetimes, Lu Yuan has never been here. What on earth has happened? Lin Hao's face was incomparably ugly. He hadn't counted on Lu Yuan coming. Listening to the thunder outside, Lin Hao felt guilty in his heart. He understood that Zhang Ruoxu had fallen because of him. Brother Ruoxu, I can't apologize to you. Lin Hao smashed his fist on the mountain wall. Incomparably unwilling, the plan must be advanced. Lu Yuan, you forced me to do this. Lin Hao's eyes were gloomy. Reborn for 9 lifetimes, he knew that soon, the Chaos Holy Land would launch a holy war against all the forces of the heavenly sky continent. And what he's going to do is preempt it. I don't believe that by combining the power of the all-heaven sky continent, I still can't deal with one of you. Lu Yuan. The first imperial city was overcrowded. The crowd was shoulder to shoulder. As Lu Yuan walked by, there seemed to be an invisible barrier around him, automatically separating the flow of people. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, Lu Yuan pondered. Lin Hao must have already been reborn more than once, but he deliberately wanted to kill the Eastern Defiant. Could it be that in the future, all these people in the Eastern Defiant had extraordinary achievements? So much so that Lin Hao wanted to kill them the first time in order to eliminate future troubles? The villain alliance was just something Lu Yuan had done in faith, not expecting them to be strong in the future. To be more specific, Lu Yuan only used them as a temptation to attract the heavenly fate. However, Lin Hao's eager behavior made Lu Yuan raise his interest. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly. If that's really the case, I might as well invest a little more in the 12 of them. It might bring me an unexpected surprise. Coming to the heavenly sky continent, Lu Yuan had 2 purposes. The first objective is to kill all the sons of the divine order and get the villain value to exchange for the demon body inhibitor. The second purpose was to unify the heavenly skies continent and turn it into his own self-owned land. Inhibitors were only inhibitions after all. The demonic body would eventually erupt, and the harder it was suppressed now, the more violent it would erupt in the future. Therefore, Lu Yuan needed to have his own underpinnings, his own forces, and there can't be any good people inside this force. In the future, Lu Yuan will inevitably have to do things like slaughtering cities and destroying countries, and good people, who can't follow Lu Yuan all the time, will even drag their feet. Lu Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks because not far away, there was a woman standing. The woman's temperament is noble and elegant. Her face is covered with white veil, her eyebrows look like faraway daisies, and her eyes contain autumn water. Wearing a long white dress that drags on the ground, she just quietly stands in place and looks at Lu Yuan. Seeing that Lu Yuan saw her, the woman slightly owed her body and said, Su Qingyao, meet your excellency. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Qingyao? The first Central Empire Empress? What do you want with me? This woman, Lu Yuan knew, the heavenly sky continent in the last 1,000 years, deserved to be the first demon. Thousands of years ago, with the body of a woman, she led a group of strong men and strongly opened up the first Central Empire. As a person, his wrist is strong, his talent is high, and his appearance is known as the first beauty of the Tianzhou continent in the past 10,000 years. Su Qingyao's face under the veil smiled slightly and said, "Concubine, I would like to follow you around and serve you tea and warm your blanket." Oh, Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly, somewhat surprised that Su Qingyao was so frank. What about the purpose? Su Qingyao didn't rush to answer. Instead, she sized up Lu Yuan with a pair of autumn eyes, and then asked, "Did you come from the upper realm, sir? Yes or no? Is it relevant to my question?" Lu Yuan said flatly. Su Qingyao smiled faintly. "If your excellency came from the upper realm, then Qingyao's purpose is to follow your excellency all the way. If not, Qingyao would like to share the first Central Empire with Gongzi." Hearing this, Lu Yuan understood Su Qingyao's purpose. He had come from the upper realm and would eventually have to return to the upper realm. Su Qingyao wanted to follow all the way, and the meaning of the words was, "I, Su Qingyao, can follow you, Lu Yuan, but you will also have to take me with you to the upper realm." This is a very ambitious woman. Lu Yuan's expression remained flat. "Wanting to follow me is not something you're qualified to do just by saying a few words. Tell me what you're worth." Su Qingyao seemed stunned. Lu Yuan actually did not immediately agree to know, even if she wore a veil, but a noble and elegant temperament, proud of the world's women's posture, coupled with the seemingly contain a flood of autumn water in the eyes, will be able to charm half of the world's men. Such a beautiful woman is willing to be your maid and you still need to think about it? This was something that Su Qingyao did not expect, and in her heart, she was even a bit unconvinced, so she took off the veil on her face, revealing the face that was enough to amaze the world. "Is this enough now, my lord?" Lu Yuan looked at Su Qingyao, and he had to say that Su Qingyao's appearance was enough to be ranked in the top 10 even among all the beauties he had seen so far. If Su Qingyao was in the Dark Continent, she would inevitably have countless heavens remarkable juniors following behind her. But, it's still not enough. Lu Yuan shook his head. His heart was like stagnant water without lifting a single ripple, saying, "Not enough. Want to follow the sun? With the face cannot. Are you a eunuch?" Seeing that Lu Yuan's eyes didn't set off a single ripple, Su Qingyao didn't hold back to say the words. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qingyao reacted and hastily covered her mouth. Her eyes flashed with a flash of panic. "Jesus, what did I say?" Lu Yuan's face darkened, but he had good cultivation and didn't get angry, calmly saying, "If there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb this Gongzi's walk." Lu Yuan raised his feet and continued walking forward, passing by and ignoring Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's heart was a bit messy, and for the first time, she had doubts about her own charm, and at the same time, she was curious about the scene in the upper realm, thinking in her heart, could it be that in the upper world, there are women like me all over the place? Otherwise, how could there be a man in this world who is so calm and bland when he faces me, even if he is a eunuch? It is by no means possible. It wasn't like there weren't eunuchs in the palace, but those eunuchs couldn't do what Lu Yuan did when they saw her and sit still. Seeing Lu Yuan walking further and further away, Su Qingyao, as if she had made a heavenly determination, said, "I can give you the first Central Empire." However, Lu Yuan did not stop. "The first Central Empire, which my lord can destroy with a backhand, is not valuable enough." "That's not even enough?" Su Qingyao's face went white for a moment. The first Central Empire was her greatest pride. Not by poise, not by the first Central Empire. Su Qingyao was completely out of options and could only watch Lu Yuan walk further and further away. Just when Su Qingyao was about to despair, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. Su Qingyao's eyes brightened slightly. He regretted it? Lu Yuan slowly turned around, not knowing what came to his mind. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to follow me, it's not impossible, but it depends on your value. I'll give you an examination period. During the time I'm still in the heavenly sky continent, if you can satisfy me, you can stay by my side. But before you do that, you need to go do something." Su Qingyao listened sideways. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up into an inexplicable smile as he said, "Spread the news that you have taken me as your master all over the heavenly sky continent, and say to the public that it was me who forced you to take me as your master." What? Su Qingyao's face changed. She was a female empress, a world-renowned supreme female empress. If the news spread throughout the sky continent, then her reputation would be ruined. What? Not even willing to do that? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he shook his head. "It seems I overestimated your determination." After saying that, Lu Yuan no longer paid any attention and walked forward on his own. However, without going for long, Su Qingyao's silver teeth clenching voice came from behind. "Okay, I promise." Lu Yuan's footsteps slightly paused, and then he immediately stepped away again. Su Qingyao, however, already understood that Lu Yuan had already accepted it. After Su Qingyao's figure disappeared, Lu Yuan stopped where he was and pondered. He admitted Su Qingyao for one purpose. She's beautiful. Everyone knows she's beautiful. This also meant that Su Qingyao had countless suitors and admirers behind her. And amongst these suitors and admirers, there were likely a good number of Heaven's Destiny sons. If these sons of Heaven's Destiny were to know that their goddess had been forced by a man to take her as his maid, what would their reaction be? Isn't a complex like heroes rescuing beauty the favorite thing for the chosen one to do? After all, the son of Manifest Destiny has another name known to all besides the name of Manifest Destiny. Stallion. Another aspect. Lu Yuan was going to return to the Dark Continent after all. And the Dark Continent, too, had a heavenly destiny. The environment was different. And the Heavenly Fate Sons of the Dark Continent were also far more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the Heavenly Fate Sons on the Heavenly Sky Continent. And their whereabouts were much more difficult to pinpoint. Su Qingyao's role would not be limited to the Heavenly Skies Continent by then. With her face value, she could be useful when placed in the Dark Continent. However, before determining whether or not to accept Su Qingyao as a maid, there was still a need to test her. One of the criteria for the assessment was to see how attractive Su Qingyao was to the Heavenly Fate. As for Su Qingyao having ambitions, Lu Yuan didn't care at all. He was even afraid that Su Qingyao didn't have ambitions. What man in this world has no ambition? People without ambition don't get far. Soon after, the news that the First Central Empire Empress, Su Qingyao, had been forced to be taken as a maid of honor quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sky Continent. Stunned countless people. It has also caused countless people to be outraged. Too beastly. What is this Lu Yuan's origin? How dare he force Empress Qingyao to warm the bed for him? He's simply an animal. Everyone should be punished. Damn it. I can't stand it. Brothers, anyone with me? Go to the central region to teach this Lu Yuan a lesson? Oh, my goddess. My dreams are shattered. What kind of food are the powerhouses of the First Central Empire doing? How could they allow this to happen? If it were me, I would fight to the death to guard Empress Qingyao. I thought that Empress Qingyao was so ice clear and pure, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. In the face of absolute power, it turns out that even Empress Qingyao has to bow down. Su Qingyao, you bitch. Thanks to my love for you, now you're actually willing to be another man's bed-warming maid. For a moment, this matter was hotly debated in the streets of the Heavenly Skies Continent. June family, floating God Island. That's impossible. What kind of person is Su Qingyao? Doesn't this divine son know well? She must have something unspeakable that she had to submit to Lu Yuan. Damned Lu Yuan. This godson hasn't come to trouble you yet. You actually dare to touch the woman this godson reserved. Simply looking for death. June Prowler's hair danced wildly as he was enraged to the extreme. The sacred land of the beginning of the world, the first sacred sun mountain. The first Saint Sun Jitai angrily threw a silver lance and blasted 5 or 6 mountains. Lu Yuan? No matter who you are, if you dare to touch the woman I adore, you are seeking your own death. Up to the 9 worlds and underworlds, this Saint Sun will kill you. 9 killing Heavenly Palace, 9th hidden realm. The dome of the sky, blood moon hidden. A blood mountain. A body wearing a blood robe of the demonic youth at this moment opened blood eyes. Blood eyes. Bloomed out infinite blood light. The next moment the demonic youth disappeared in the original place, only to leave the sound of the cold voice echoed in the blood mountain above. Su Qingyao is my predetermined cauldron. Whoever dares to get their hands on it, all 9 clans will be exterminated. As the news of Su Qingyao being taken in as a maid by Lu Yuan spread more and more, the number of big names that were startled also increased. Countless supreme celestial pride came out of the world the moment they learned of the news, and rushed to the First Central Empire, wanting to get Lu Yuan killed, heroically save the beauty, and then, hold on to the beauty. Deep in the forest, the breeze rustled through the trees. This is the forbidden backyard of a certain power. Lu Yuan walked in the middle of the forbidden land like nobody's business. It wasn't until a moss-covered stone tablet appeared in front of him that Lu Yuan stopped. Devil's prison? Looking at the words on the stone tablet, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. In front of him was a cave that was vaguely permeated with red light, and if he quieted his mind, he could still hear a low beast roar. A sealed ferocious beast. Is it fate that has guided me here? He was still taking a walk in the First Imperial City, but he didn't want to walk and leave the First Imperial City. And then he came to this place in the underworld. After standing in place and pondering for a while, Lu Yuan followed the guide and entered the cave. There were no guards outside the cave, and on the walls of the cave on both sides, a mural was carved. The content of the mural was that a ferocious beast descended from the sky, destroying the Tianshao continent, slaughtering cities and destroying countries. And just as the Tianshao continent was on the verge of extinction, a strong man appeared out of thin air, defeating the ferocious beast, and then sealed the beast in this place. Looking at the appearance of the ferocious beasts on the mural, Lu Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. How does this look? Like a Tao Tai? Tao Tai. one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, on a par with the 4 divine beasts. Rumor has it that Taotai swallows the heavens and devours the earth, and can become infinitely stronger simply by devouring all things. Of course, the most important thing is that Taotai is extremely fierce and is born to be an existence that destroys heaven and earth. Rumor has it that when the heavens and earth first opened, the 4 ferocious beasts were born out of the chaos of the calamity. If it's really Taotai, I think I might have a mount. Lu Yuan's gaze brightened slightly. The cave was extremely deep, and Lu Yuan walked for 1,000 meters before he reached the end. And in front of him, there was a huge pit that was so deep that it was as if it was a chaotic demonic abyss. Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the cave and looked down, and he saw that at a location around 1,000,000 meters into the abyss, a fierce beast the size of a small mountain was lying on its back, with a huge bronze sword nailed to each of its limbs and head. Even so, this ferocious beast still exuded a palpitating power, and it was hard to imagine how powerful it was when it was in its heyday. Lu Yuan took a step forward. Buzz. Formations were revealed, blocking Lu Yuan. What an exquisite grand formation. Feeling the formation in front of him, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. This formation was huge, using 4 mountain ranges as the foundation, constantly extracting the power of the earth, so the formation's power could only be undiminished for millions of years. Moreover, the formation involved one hair and affected the whole body. If you wanted to break the formation, you had to uproot the 4 mountain ranges. However, to do so, even sealing an emperor would not work. However, that was an ordinary sealed emperor. Lu Yuan was very unusual. Mobilizing his body's qi and blood, Lu Yuan tore the formation with a force, and the formation was torn open. In the meantime, in the ancestral shrine of the martial sect, the enshrined statue of martial ancestor cracked from the center with a bang. In front of the statue, a purple-robed old Taoist who was originally sitting in a cross-legged position for purification violently opened his eyes incomparably shocked. What's going on? Why did the statue of the martial ancestor shatter? The old Taoist frowned in contemplation. He was the most senior and also the strongest underbelly of the martial sect at the moment, but even he didn't know why the statue had shattered. Suddenly, the purple-robed old Taoist's tiger body shook as he thought of a legend from the beginning of the establishment of the martial sect. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the human race was foolish, and all the races were fighting, and suddenly one day, a powerful beast fell from the sky, which devoured everything, and its body, which was more than a giant mountain, stood up, with its eyes like the sun and the moon, and covered the sky and the sun. Just as the heavenly sky's continent was about to be devoured and exterminated by this ferocious beast, a strong man rose from the human race, whose name was unknown but who was incomparably powerful, and finally succeeded in defeating the ferocious beast and sealing it. Later, this strong man founded the martial sect, and the world honored him as the martial ancestor. This legend was too old, but because it involved the glorious past of the martial sect, this had managed to be passed down to the present day, but only a portion of the older people knew about it. Could it be that this legend is true? The statue of the martial ancestor is broken. Could it be that the seal of the fierce beast has been broken? Thinking of this, the purple-robed old Taoist was immediately startled to rise, quickly summoning the top levels of the martial sect, and then after some messy searching in the ancient hidden scriptures, he finally found the location where the ferocious beast was sealed. With little hesitation, a large portion of the martial sect's powerhouses immediately flew towards the sealed land. Beneath the abyss, Lu Yuan saw what the ferocious beast really looked like. When looking down from the edge of the cave, the beast was the size of a small mountain, but when he was actually in front of the beast, he realized that the beast was even bigger than a 10,000 meter mountain. Lu Yuan stood in front of it, even tinier than a grain of rice. The ferocious beast's 2 scarlet eyes were like the sun and the moon. Its body was covered in demonic flames rising, and its entire body exuded a brutal, bloody aura. People? After millions of years, has someone finally come? The ferocious beast spat out human words, but its limbs and head were nailed to the ground by the prime sword, and it could not move. A pair of eyes like the sun and the moon, filled with madness and chaos, the ferocious beast looked Lu Yuan up and down and opened his mouth to seduce him. Man, unseal me and I will grant you eternal life. Lu Yuan wore a faint smile and gently shook his head. Not enough? The ferocious beast did not get angry and continued to seduce. Grant you eternal riches and make you the lord of a royal dynasty. Lu Yuan continued to shake his head. The ferocious beast said, grant you the supreme force to ascend to the top of the world. Lu Yuan shook his head and was silent. The ferocious beast was a bit angry. Human, you're too greedy. Although I can't sense your breath, what I have bestowed is already the top of the human world. What exactly do you want? It was only then that Lu Yuan spoke softly. I want you to be my mount, my companion, to accompany me, to conquer the heavens and the earth. No way. The ferocious beast flatly refused and proudly said, I am a ferocious beast born from the great Tao's robbing chi. There is no one in the world who is more noble than me, and only a human being can become a mount. Lu Yuan calmly said, you think too highly of yourself. You are nothing but the true ferocious beast Tao Tai, reflecting a trace of the imprints of the universes and heavens. It is your honor to be my mount. No, it can't be. I am Tao Tai. Tao Tai is me. The ferocious beast Tao Tai went a little crazy when he heard Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan said indifferently, if you were a real Tao Tai, you wouldn't have been sealed here. Of course, to a certain extent, you are indeed a real Tao Tai, only that you have been weakened countless times. Humph, even if I'm not a real Tao Tai, I'm not something one can enslave and drive. No one in the world can drive me, unless you're the first demon of chaos. Tao Tai quickly accepts that he is not really Tao Tai, but remains condescending. Lu Yuan smiled inexplicably. Is the first devil of chaos? I am indeed not. However, I think I am enough to be your master. As he spoke, Lu Yuan took the initiative to mobilize the three great demonic bodies within his body. Primordial demon body, supreme demon heart, ancient demon pupil. In an instant, Lu Yuan's entire body was entangled in demonic chi. His eyes turned purple, his hair was all white, and his temperament changed drastically. At this moment, Lu Yuan is no longer Lu Yuan, but the supreme true devil. Lu Yuan stretched out two fingers. Now you have two choices. Submit, or die. Tao Tai stared at those bloodshot eyes as if they were the size of the sun and the moon, and froze for a long time before speaking. What a primitive demonic aura. My honorable master, boarding in this weak human shell is really degrading to your noble status. Obviously, Tao Tai didn't think that an existence with such a pure and noble demonic aura was a human. However, Lu Yuan didn't care, restoring his original appearance. He smiled faintly and said, there's no harm. This seat has its own ideas. Now I'll unseal you. Follow me and I'll take you to the top of the universe. Tao Tai lowered his noble head. Yes, my honorable master. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth slightly hooked, and with a flick of his finger, he pulled out the 5 prime giant swords nailed to his body and took them back into his storage space. These 5 giant swords were not of low quality, almost reaching the quality of a holy weapon. Although Lu Yuan didn't look at it, the reward for his men was very good. Without the prime giant sword to bind him, Tao Tai struggled slightly and slowly stood up. Millions of years had passed, and Tao Tai had devoured nothing. His body weakened to the extreme. Noticing this, Lu Yuan threw out 5 100,000-year-old sacred pills, as well as the corpse of a sacred realm giant dragon. Eat it and recover quickly. Tao Tai's hideous and vicious face clearly flashed with joy. Thank you, master, for the reward. After eating the holy medicine and the corpse of the dragon, Tao Tai quickly recovered to his peak. Its own realm was already as high as the peak of the Saint Realm, and it came to the Heavenly Skies continent millions of years ago in order to make a breakthrough. However, as soon as he arrived at the Heavenly Skies continent, his strength was limited to the peak of the Sealed Emperor, and he encountered another pervert, which led to him being sealed. Shrink your body a bit and you can follow me out, Lu Yuan said. Tao Tai's body was too big and conspicuous for Lu Yuan to be that high profile. Yes, master. In the end, Tao Tai shrunk to the size of a savage bull. And even then, Tao Tai's body was almost as big as 3 family bulls, and his intimidating power was still full. Lu Yuan mounted Tao Tai and slowly walked out of the cave. Also at this time, the purple-robed old Taoist and a bunch of other martial sect powerhouses happened to arrive at this place. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of Lu Yuan, who was riding a Tao Tai. Who's a ferocious beast? The crowd was dumbfounded, and they simply couldn't tell who was the legendary beast, Lu Yuan or Tao Tai. Who is your excellency and why have you appeared in my martial sect's forbidden land? The purple-robed old Taoist was calm enough to distinguish that Lu Yuan was a human, but he could not guarantee whether the Tao Tai that Lu Yuan sat down on was the same ferocious beast from the legend or not. But he had a ridiculous suspicion in the back of his mind. Martial sect? The legacy left behind by that one? Lu Yuan murmured. Spinning around, he ignored the crowd and rode Tao Tai leisurely forward. For the sake of martial honor, don't stop me, or else, I will kill all of you. The purple-robed old Taoist's face sank. Your excellency knows how ferocious the demonic beast you were sitting on is. It once almost destroyed the Heavenly Sky continent. For you to release it is like letting a tiger return to the mountain, whether you tamed it or it compelled you. Today, you won't be able to leave. Lu Yuan's expression was bland and joyless as he gently stroked the sitting Tao Tai. Can't you see? It's very docile. That could be it pretending. Young man, you're still too young to know the dangers of the world. You don't know how cunning and despicable the ferocious beasts are. Take advantage of its weakness. Get out of the way and let me kill him. I'll let you leave this place unharmed. The purple-robed old Taoist said. Old ancestor, What's the point of talking to him so much? But a milky brat, as I see it, he's just being compelled by this ferocious beast. Why don't we just do it directly? And if this brat blocks it, kill it altogether. Behind the purple-robed old Taoist, a strong person from the martial sect said forcefully. The purple-robed old Taoist reached out to stop the crowd and once again said to Lu Yuan, "Young man, I'll advise you for the last time. No matter how docile and kind this ferocious beast is right now, but it once almost destroyed the heavenly sky continent. Its sins can't be washed away even in millions of years. If you block it again, you'll be sharing the same sin. What's wrong with the old ancestor? Why did you stop us? It's just a brat. Might as well kill it and get it over with." "Yeah, I can't figure it out either. The old ancestor is notoriously strong. Why is he so abnormal at this time? Being so pleasant to this kid?" Hearing the whispers of the people behind him, the purple-robed old man smiled bitterly inwardly. Why would he not want to kill Lu Yuan together and get it over with? But he couldn't see through Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan was able to enter the martial sect's forbidden land without any hindrance, and he was able to release the ferocious beasts, which were still so docile. All these signs invariably indicated that Lu Yuan was by no means ordinary. Therefore, the purple-robed old man did not dare to make a move easily. Good words are hard to persuade, damn ghosts. I gave you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lu Yuan spoke flatly, not understanding why so many people in the world love to seek death. At those words, the purple-robed old Taoist's face changed. A great crisis rose in his heart, and he said in a deep voice, "What does your excellency mean?" Lu Yuan laughed lightly. "Don't worry, you are not qualified to die in my hands." Lightly patting Tao Tai, Lu Yuan said, "Second dog, eat them and exterminate this clan." Roar! Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Tao Tai excitedly leapt out in a single bound, resuming his body that was even bigger than a giant mountain, opening his monstrous mouth and swallowing Wu Zong along with the purple-robed old Taoist and the others in one gulp. Hiccup! Tao Tai hiccuped and his body shrunk, rubbing against Lu Yuan affectionately. "Thank you, master, for the reward." "Ha ha!" Lu Yuan laughed. "Alright, how old are you? Why do you act like you haven't grown up?" "In front of my master, I will never grow up. I will always be my master's most loyal follower." Tao Tai wagged his tail frantically. That look, like a puppy pleasing its master. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, Tao Tai hesitantly said, "But master, can we change the name? Dogsy, it's not imposing at all." "Oh, then what do you want to be called?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Tao Tai tilted his head and thought seriously. Then said, "Tao Tai Supreme. How about it, master? Isn't that a formidable name for a thief? Tao Tai Supreme?" The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. "That's too douchey. It might as well be called Two Dogs." Tao Tai's face immediately pulled down and cried, "Alright, listen to master." Lu Yuan smiled as he once again mounted Tao Tai and returned to the first imperial city. On the earth, Lu Yuan and Tao Tai's original position had been replaced by a black abyss about 100,000 meters in diameter. Lu Yuan glanced back in the air and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Tao Tai is worthy of being a representative existence of the devouring Tao. Around 10 million miles to the west of the First Central Empire stood a holy land named Yuanshu. At this moment, Lin Hao walked out from the Yuanshu Holy Land, his face incomparably gloomy, the corners of his mouth twitching, and there was heavily anger in his heart that he had no way to vent. Over these past few days, he had traveled all over the world, persuading the Sons of Heaven's Destiny to join the Heaven's Destiny Alliance and fight against Lu Yuan together, but the result was poor, not at all what he wanted. Each and every one of them is so proud. They all want to get tough with Lu Yuan once before saying anything. They are simply a bunch of fools. No wonder they were slaughtered one by one like chickens by Lu Yuan in their previous lives. Lin Hao's eyes were gloomy, and these Sons of Heavenly Destiny, each and every one of them was incomparably arrogant. And even though Lin Hao had elaborated on the pros and cons to them, none of these Sons of Heavenly Destiny were holding a half-hearted thought. Everyone had their own arrogance, and the one thing they didn't agree on was that they all wanted to get tough with Lu Yuan for once. Aside from Jun Easy and a handful of other Heaven's Destined Sons, who have a small chance of escaping from Lu Yuan's hands, everyone else are just goods looking for death. Lin Hao's eyes were gloomy, and in his heart, he thought, "To die you guys go die. I won't accompany you. If you can't play with Lu Yuan in the Heavenly Sky Continent, I'll go to the upper world. If you can't beat them, can't you still escape?" So far, Lin Hao already knew that there was no chance for the Heaven's Destiny Alliance. The only chance to stay alive is to travel to the upper world. Normally, if a person from the Heavenly Skies continent wanted to travel to the upper realm, their strength had to reach the peak of Emperor Seal immortality and carry through the 9 thunder tribulations before they could reach the upper realm. But the last thing in the world was a way, and it just so happened that Lin Hao had a way to reach the upper realm without having to cross the lightning tribulation. Tomorrow, the Tsangu monolith descends, and at that time, it will be my best chance. Lin Hao looked up into the sky with determination in his eyes. First Central Empire Palace. Inside the Phoenix Palace, Su Qingyao sat in front of a crystal mirror, looking at the stunningly beautiful face in the mirror, lost in thought. She was the first Central Empire Empress, one of the existences that stood at the very pinnacle of the heavenly sky continent. With her amazing heavenly beauty, breaking through the limit of one realm and ascending to the upper realm would not be a big problem. But just because she stands tall, she sees farther. The upper realm, a world far more powerful and glorious than the heavenly sky continent. She is a female empress in the heavenly skies continent, admired and adored by hundreds of millions of people. But when she goes to the upper realm, she is only the most ordinary member of the multitude of people, and everything needs to start from the beginning. Of course, with Su Qingyao's looks, ordinary couldn't be tied to her, but a stunning face without the corresponding background strength to match would be a disaster. Su Qingyao was clear about this, so she found Lu Yuan. She wasn't sure exactly what Lu Yuan's status was in the upper realm, but to be able to travel to the lower realm, she thought that even if she wasn't strong, she wasn't too weak. She was looking at this point, wanting to use Lu Yuan's power to gain a firm foothold in the upper realm, and then break away from Lu Yuan when she had the power to protect herself. At that moment, the voice of a palace maid came from outside the palace. Your Majesty, the divine son of the Jun clan would like to request an audience with you, and there is also Ji Tai, the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, who has made an appointment to see you tomorrow. Su Qingyao frowned and said in a cold voice, don't see, Jun Prowler, Ji Tai, were all the most outstanding heavenly pride jungles of the heavenly skies continent, but to her, they were nothing more than juniors. If Jun Prowler and the others wanted to grow to her level, it would be at least a decade or two, and by then, I'm afraid that she would have long since left the heavenly skies continent, so naturally, there would be no need to be wishy-washy with them and talk about etiquette. Yes, Your Majesty, the courtesan was ordered to go. Just as Su Qingyao continued to enjoy the tranquility, a magnetic and flat voice came from behind her. Looks like you're pretty laid back. Su Qingyao's delicate body trembled. Slowly turning her head, she saw Lu Yuan crossing his legs and sitting behind her with a cup of tea. Next to Lu Yuan, there was also a demonic beast that she couldn't name the origin of. At this moment, Su Qingyao's scalp went numb, and for the first time, she truly saw how terrifying an existence Lu Yuan really was, because she, herself, was already a strong person at the peak of the Seal King Immortal Realm, while Lu Yuan, without her noticing, was able to enter 10 meters around her. If Lu Yuan could do that, then wanting to take her life would be as easy as picking up a bag. In the midst of her mind's electric thoughts, Su Qingyao immediately got up, and with an elegant stride, slowly walked to Lu Yuan's side, knelt and sat down on the ground, and softly said, Su Qingyao, pay my respects to your excellency. At this moment, Su Qingyao is devoid of the majesty of the empress, recognizing the situation, taking the situation and letting it go, is the hero. You are indeed a smart woman. If you weren't constrained by the limitations of the heavenly sky continent world, your achievements should not be low, Lu Yuan said as he looked at Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao smiled bitterly. Qingyao, thank you for your compliments. I don't know what is the important thing that you came to see, Qingyao. Lu Yuan lowered his eyes and sipped his tea. Just now I heard you say that you don't want to see those heavens remarkable Junjie. That's not good enough. The purpose of me letting you become my maid is to help me lure these heavens remarkable Junjie. Later, you go out and meet them one by one, and describe me as evil. The more evil the better. This, Su Qingyao raised her head, her face full of astonishment, her eyes confused, completely unable to figure out Lu Yuan's purpose for doing this, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think, how could someone in this world take the initiative to make enemies for themselves? Could it be, this Lu Yuan is a pervert? Have unknown hobbies? Unable to help it, Su Qingyao felt a chill. She quickly put away her thoughts and followed Lu Yuan's instructions to do as she was told. After Su Qingyao left, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. 9 Heavenly Xian Goddess Body. The qualification is not bad. The person is also smart enough to distinguish the situation. Pinch the weight. Not the kind of stupid woman who thinks that there is a B and thinks that she is the center of the world is comparable to. Can be cultivated. However, it has to be dispersed. Su Qingyao's greatest value to me is to help me spread hatred and attract the son of heaven's destiny. Before that, it is necessary to subdue her heart. This woman is very ambitious, and it can be used as an anchor point. In a side hall of the palace, Jun Easy sat in the hall, leisurely drinking tea, with a dozen eunuchs and palace maids serving beside him. At this time a palace maid in a pink palace dress walked in. She walked up to Jun Easy and bowed. Your Highness, Divine Son, His Majesty does not wish to see you. You don't see me? June Prowler was stunned for a split second, putting down his teacup, his face brightening and darkening as he said, "Why did the Empress not see me? Do you know the reason?" The palace maid shook her head, not to mention that she didn't know. Even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. June Easy took a deep breath and laughed. "Ha, if you don't see it, you don't see it." With that, he was about to get up and leave. He was the June family's divine son, not a licking dog, and since others were not giving face, he was not so hard up to it. Just then, Su Qingyao suddenly appeared in the hall. All the eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly knelt down. "See your majesty." Su Qingyao's face was cold and indifferent as she waved her hand, signaling the eunuchs and palace maidens to leave, before saying to June Easy, "June Godson has come all the way here, so he might as well sit for a while before leaving." Seeing Su Qingyao, the anger on June Easy's face swept away, turning to a gentle face as he softly said, "Isn't the Empress unwilling to see me?" Hearing this, Su Qingyao revealed a mournful expression. "I was in a bad mood just now, that's why I didn't want to see anyone." "In a bad mood because of that Lu Yuan?" June Prowler sat up straight, his eyes narrowing slightly as a murderous aura flashed through the depths of his eyes. Su Qingyao watered as she raised her slender jade hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Other than him, who else could there be? Seeing Su Qingyao's appearance, June instantly filled with concern and heartache. All along, outsiders to Su Qingyao are overbearing, unattainable, the impression of a strong woman. June is no exception. At this moment, seeing Su Qingyao actually revealed a small woman's appearance, it can be imagined that Su Qingyao suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. June Free was not to mention heartbroken at this moment, so he immediately stormed out. "Damn Lu Yuan, where is he? Tell me, I'll go kill him." "Where Lu Yuan is now, I don't know, but he is very strong. Can you do it?" Su Qingyao had water mist in her eyes as she looked at June Easy and said, "Ha!" A confident smile appeared at the corner of June Easy's mouth as he said decisively, "I can." Lu Yuan was rumored by many to be a mysterious god, but June Freeze didn't believe in it at all, nor did he care how strong Lu Yuan was. "I am equipped with a signing system, countless cards, born into the great ancient saint body, invincible at the same level. Over the level in battle as simple as eating and drinking water. The background is even deeper. My June family is one of the branches of the June family in the upper realm. I heard that my old man, June Wuxue, in the upper realm are mixing in the world of the world. The district, a Lu Yuan, what is to be afraid of?" June Prowler thought inwardly in triumph. "That's great. When I have news about Lu Yuan, I will definitely tell you first." "Thank you, Easy." Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. Upon hearing such an intimate name as Easy, June Easy's eyes lit up with excitement within. It seems that the day when I completely rip off Su Qingyao is not far off. It's true that a hero rescuing a beauty is the fastest shortcut to holding a beauty. Ha ha ha. The change in June Zongyao's expression. Su Qingyao saw it all in her eyes. Having lived for more than 1,000 years, how could she not see what June Zongyao's mind was? Stupid one. Still wanting to fight with Lu Yuan. I'm afraid I won't even know how to die when the time comes. Su Qingyao secretly shook her head. The two men exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Su Qingyao bid farewell to June Easy, and then she summoned the other heaven's remarkable juniors in the palace to meet with them one by one, as long as the celestial pride who met with Su Qingyao. After the meeting, without exception, all of them had a monstrous anger towards Lu Yuan, hating to immediately dismantle Lu Yuan, and then take Su Qingyao into their arms and take care of her carefully. For a while, the entire First Imperial City was filled with voices shouting at Lu Yuan. The Chaos Holy Land, moreover, was subjected to unprecedented suppression. The next day, it was midday, sunny and cloudless. Lu Yuan was fishing by the side of a secluded lake, deep in the palace, with Su Qingyao carefully serving at the side. That's when the fish bite. Lu Yuan lightly lifted his fishing rod and a 10-foot-long golden carp leaped out of the water, at the same time as the flutter resounded across the lake. In the dome of the sky, a thunderbolt fell. Boom! The original cloudless sky. Instantly dark clouds, the center of the dome of the sky. There is even a large sea of clouds vortex slowly molding. Lu Yuan looked up, and in his gaze, a color of doubt flashed. Su Qingyao, however, did not know what came to her mind and her eyes were filled with shock. Soon, the ebony sea of clouds swirled into shape. The sky beyond the sky cracked open at the same time. The heavenly sky continent. Hundreds of millions of living beings all looked up, and under the world's attention, a golden stone monument about 10,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide, from the vortex of the sea of clouds, thumped down and plunged straight into the earth. Above the 10,000-meter tall stone monument, four large characters formed by the Dao line shone brightly. Pale ancient stone monument. Sanggu stone tablet. Oh my god. It's actually a Sanggu stone tablet. How can I be so virtuous as to be able to see the pale ancient stone tablet descending in the short course of my life? Ancient records say that the last time that Sangu stone tablet descended was still 1,000,000 years ago, and the only person on the list, whose name was Yuan Yang, and whom later generations called Emperor Yuan Yang, was one of the most powerful existences in the heavenly sky continent since its birth. At this instant, the world gasped. By the serene small lake, Lu Yuan asked Su Qingyao, "What is the Tsangu stone tablet?" Su Qingyao came back to her senses, a hint of yearning flowing from her eyes. The Tsangu stone tablet is a list of heaven and earth, and is also the second path for those on the heavenly sky continent to be able to ascend to the upper realm, other than breaking the limit. Since the heavenly skies continent has been recorded, the number of times that Sangu stone monument has appeared is only 10 fingers. Each time it appears, with the previous interval of 1,000,000 years, and each time it appears, it just happens to be the time when the heavenly skies continent is at its peak. However, throughout the ages, only 3 people have been able to make the list, and the difficulty is beyond words. Oh, which 3 had been on the list? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Su Qingyao said without thinking, Martial Ancestor, Saint Ancestor of Tai Chou, and Emperor Yuan Yang. Hearing these 3 names, Lu Yuan seemed to be thinking, Martial Ancestor. He knew and had heard of Martial Ancestor in the Dark Continent, but in the Dark Continent, Martial Ancestor was honored as Martial Heavenly Father, an extremely powerful existence, at the same level as Phantom Elder and Underworld Elder, and his battle power should be slightly stronger. As for Emperor Yuan Yang and Saint Ancestor Tai Chu, Lu Yuan hadn't heard much about them. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, what are the conditions for being on the list? Since the birth of the heavenly sky continent only 3 people had been on the list, it was enough to see how difficult it was to get on the list, and as it happened, Lu Yuan liked to challenge things that were difficult. Conditions to be on the list? Su Qingyao shook her head. There have only been 3 people on the list throughout the ages, but there are so few references that no one knows what conditions are required to be on the list. However, no matter what age or cultivation level, one can go and try to get on the list. The Tsangu stone tablet doesn't restrict these. To say that there is really any condition, it's that when one gets on the list, one can only exert the power of the Tao Foundation realm. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and vaguely, he seemed to understand the conditions for the Tsangu stone tablet to be on the list. There were many cultivation realms in the Huan Yuji Tian, but the most important realm was undoubtedly the first realm of cultivation, the Tao Foundation realm, the foundation of the way, the foundation of the way, as the saying goes, 10,000 feet high. The foundation is the root of all realms. Without a good foundation, even if you were some kind of Tao body god body, you wouldn't get very far. And in the Dark Continent, all the disciples of the great powers, in the beginning, their cultivation progress was almost always very slow, because all of them were forging a strong and solid Tao foundation. In order to forge a strong and solid Tao foundation, some heavenly prides are even willing to waste 10 years and 100 years in the Tao foundation realm. Even Lu Yuan, when he was at the Tao foundation realm, he had wasted as long as 2 months. 1 month to forge a peerless perfect Tao foundation, 1 month to fight all the Dark Continent's Tao foundation realm without an opponent. It was only after doing these 2 steps that he chose to break through. Well, it's definitely not Versailles. The importance of the Tao foundation realm can already be seen from this. From the fact that the Tsangu stone tablet only tested the power of the Tao foundation realm, it could be proven that the Tsangu stone tablet was a tool for the heavenly Tao of this realm, to screen the heavenly pride. Exactly what level one had to reach to be on the list, Lu Yuan probably understood. At worst, it should break the limit. What is breaking the limit? The world knows that each major realm is divided into 4 subrealms: early, middle, late, and complete. However, few people knew that there were actually realms above the perfection realm, and those who reached such realms were also called limit-breaking celestial pride. In the Dark Continent, one does not deserve to be called a heavenly pride without breaking the limit. Above perfection, which was the limit-breaking realm, there were a total of 5 limit-breaking realms such as Transcendent, Ascending to the Peak, Unrivaled in 1,000 years, Unrivaled in 10,000 years, and Supreme in the Universe. Generally speaking, being able to break the 3rd level of the limit, that is, reaching the 1,000 ancient unparalleled realm, qualified one to be called a heaven's remarkable supreme. Once the limit is broken, the same level is invincible, and the battle is as simple as eating and drinking water. The limit-breaking heavenly pride in those who do not break the limit are simply 2 worlds. The higher the limit is broken, the stronger the strength is. Of course, breaking the limit is not anyone can break. Want to break the limit? Non-real pride demon cannot be. Any external forces cannot interfere. All depends on their own enlightenment. Although there were hundreds of sons of heavenly destiny in the heavenly sky continent, In Lu Yuan's opinion, the limit breakers among them could probably be counted on one hand. So far, none of the Heaven's Destiny sons who had died at his hands had been limit breakers. The probability was that the 3 people on the list of the Tsungu stone tablet were limit breakers. In the millions of years of the heavenly sky continent, there had only been a total of 3 limit breakers, and the difficulty of breaking the limit could be imagined. Interesting. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. Looking at the somewhat anxious Su Qingyao, Lu Yuan laughed. Want to go and try to see if you can make the list? Su Qingyao smiled bitterly. Gongzi, who wouldn't want to remain famous in history? Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, people live in the world for nothing more than the word fame and fortune. But wanting to be on the list is not simple. Su Qingyao heard something in Lu Yuan's words. My lord, do you know the conditions for getting on the list? Lu Yuan nodded. Probably guessed a little. Su Qingyao's eyes lit up. Lu Yuan laughed. How about this? You and I both suppress our strengths to the base of the Tao, and you strike at me with all your might. Odds are, I can tell if you've met the conditions for being on the list. Good. Su Qingyao agreed without even thinking. She understood very well that in terms of eyesight, Lu Yuan from the upper realm was much broader than her. Besides, Lu Yuan wanted to kill her as easy as a palm. Suppressing or not suppressing the realm didn't matter at all to the two of them. Soon, an empty hall. Lu Yuan and Su Qingyao stood opposite each other. Go ahead and make your best shot, Lu Yuan said with one hand behind his back. Good. Before the words fell, people had already arrived. Su Qingyao held a snow-white longsword, 1 or 2 steps between, in order to bully his way to. Cold light blossomed, and the sword's intent was awe-inspiring. On the dragon pillars in the hall, a layer of frost formed, and the temperature in the entire hall instantly dropped to 0. Cold ice sword intent. Interesting. Lu Yuan faintly laughed, before sidestepping and flexing his fingers. A terrifying force spread along the sword body to the hilt, and then from the hilt, it spread Su Qingyao's entire arm. Ah! Su Qingyao let out a cry of shock. Her right arm was numb, and although the sword was still in her hand, there was only a hilt left, and the sword had long since shattered into pieces. With just one encounter, Su Qingyao already knew that she had lost miserably. Looking at the hilt of the sword in her hand, Su Qingyao's eyes were filled with shock. In the Tao Foundation realm, to comprehend the sword intent is already difficult to meet an enemy. Not to mention, her sword grade as high as the King Grade Extreme, not to mention the Tao Foundation realm, or even the Avatar realm of the Strong, cannot be done to flick the finger that is shattered. And not only did Lu Yuan do this easily, he also defeated her who had used the cold ice sword intent at the same time. At this moment, Su Qingyao more clearly recognized the gap between her and Lu Yuan. If previously, the different realms had still caused Su Qingyao to be unconvinced, then at this moment, Su Qingyao was already convinced, even with her voice. Your Excellency's divine might, my concubine has lost with conviction, Su Qingyao said as she feebly dropped the hilt of her sword. Lu Yuan shook his head and could not help but feel a little disappointed in Su Qingyao. Too bad. If my guess is right, you're far from being on the list. Lu Yuan was disappointed in his heart. Su Qingyao was too far away from breaking the limit. That's not a surprise, though. Only one heaven's pride came out of a million people, and one limit-breaking heaven's pride didn't necessarily appear out of a million heaven's prides. Coupled with the heavenly skies continent's cultivation environment that appeared to be somewhat mild, Su Qingyao's failure to reach the broken limit was justifiable. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Qingyao's eyes dimmed, her confidence having been dealt a blow. Lu Yuan said indifferently, however, you'll probably still go to the Tsungu stone monument to test it, so I won't stop you. Go ahead. And by the way, help me pull some more hatred. Yes, my lord. Su Qingyao didn't say anything more and turned around to leave the hall. The ancient stone monument descended, instantly detonating the entire heavenly skies continent. All the explicit, secret, hidden heavenly pride all came out. Once on the list, it meant that one could ascend to the upper realm anytime, anywhere, and no one from the lower realm would be able to hold back this temptation. On the other hand, being on the list also meant that the name would spread to the heavenly skies, becoming the 4th person in the heavenly skies continent since the beginning of time, and leaving a name in history. No one can hold back. No one cannot get excited. Especially those old monsters were trembling with excitement. They had cultivated for thousands and thousands of years, and their comprehension of the realm was far more profound than that of ordinary geniuses, and the possibility of being on the list was also greater. This was undoubtedly a heavenly blessing for them who were nearing the end of their lifespan. The place where the ancient stone tablet descended was just 100 miles away from the first imperial city. So for a moment, all the heavenly pride and all the old monsters of the entire heavenly skies continent flocked towards the first imperial city. 100 miles away from the first imperial city, in front of the pale ancient stone monument. It was overcrowded at the moment. The pale ancient stone monument over 10,000 meters high stood between heaven and earth, like a barrier between heaven and earth, majestic and grand, with a pale breath. It hadn't been long since the Tsungu monolith had descended, but many great powers had already arrived at this place. The 1,000-meter-wide pale stone monument could accommodate thousands of people at the same time for simultaneous trials. Then one could see countless people in front of the pale ancient stone monument with their hands raised and pressed against it, their eyes tightly closed. But soon 99% of them will quickly scatter their hands again as if they were electrocuted in pale. The small number of people left wouldn't last 10 seconds. A few hundred meters away from the pale ancient stone monument, there were many flying boats floating in the air, and on top of the flying boats were people from various holy places. At this moment, in the direction of the first imperial city, a white flying carriage pulled by 18 auger dragons suddenly flew in, surrounded by many strong men and golden armored soldiers. This is the Empress flying carriage. The Empress traveled. It's Empress Qingyao. Recognizing the identity of the owner of the flying carriage, there was some agitation on the many flying boats. One must know that those who admired Empress Qingyao were more than just the young generation. Thousands of years ago, Su Qingyao was the #1 beauty of the heavenly skies continent, and the number of people who adored him back then was countless. And now, thousands of years later, the group of people who adored Su Qingyao back then had long since become the level of elder ancestors or supreme elders of the various great holy lands. It could be said that the upper, middle, and lower generations of the heavenly sky continent all longed for Su Qingyao. The white flying carriage slowly landed on the ground. The armored soldiers came out, and a compound was erected in an instant. From all the major flying boats, streams of light flew out and entered Su Qingyao's quarters. These streams of light were all the top echelons of the various holy lands, either the underlying powerhouses or the Holy Lord Taishang. The young generation's heavenly pride would still have to line up at the back if they wanted to meet Su Qingyao. On the Jun family flying boat, Jun Prowler stood with his hands on the prow of the ship, looking out over Su Qingyao's quarters. A touch of sizzle flashed in his eyes, and he raised his head to look at the pale stone monument not far away, like a barrier between the heavens and the earth. And he whispered softly inwardly, leaving a name at the Tsungu stone monument and becoming the fourth person in all of the ages will surely gain Su Qingyao's admiration. Being on the list is difficult, but for me, it's just as easy as a backhand. As the words fell out, June Prowler's figure disappeared into the flying boat, and in the next second had appeared in front of the pale ancient stone monument. On the June clan's flying boat, 3 purple-robed old men looked out silently. The old man standing in the center stroked his beard and laughed. Easy can't wait. What do you guys say? Can Easy make the list? Of course you can. Easy's talent is even more terrifying than his old man Jun Wuxie, and Wuxie just didn't happen to stumble upon the Tsongusher monument descending. Otherwise, Wuxie would definitely be able to make it onto the list. The old man standing on the left said flatly. At this moment, the old man on the right suddenly said, seeing that prosperity has moved, the little ones of this life, they can't help themselves. His gaze landed on the surrounding flying boats, and at that moment, on those flying boats, a young man with an extraordinary temperament stood out, all gazing at June Prosperity in front of the pale ancient stone monument. In front of the pale ancient stone monument, June Prowler placed his hand on the monument, closed his eyes, and silently felt it. In the next second, June Prowler appeared on top of an endless wasteland. The wilderness was empty except for June Prowler. June Prowler did not move, and there was no confusion or panic on his face. As the divine son of the June clan, he naturally knew what the Tsungu stone tablet was testing. The next instant, a voice rang in June Easy's ears. It is detected that the examiner's talent for body refining is lower grade C, higher than the talent for cultivation, and the test object is a sorcerer of the witch race of the Tao Foundation realm of the transcendental sainthood level. If the test is successful, the test taker will be awarded a place in the lower level academy under the Taiyuan Divine Court. Hearing the voice, June Easy was inwardly shocked. Over the generations of the June clan, there had been countless people who had participated in the Tsungu stone tablet examination, but no one had ever mentioned the Taiyuan Divine Court. June Prowler couldn't think of more as before his eyes. A strange man over 3 meters tall with special lines on his skin appeared, listening to the Tsungu stone tablet. This is the witch race, and I wonder if it's the same witch tribe I remember. June Prowler shook his head and then smiled at the corner of his mouth. Whatever you are, I am invincible since. Yet the next second, the smile at the corner of June Prowler's mouth froze on his face as his entire body bowed into a shrimp and was blasted away like a cannonball. It rolled on the ground for several hundred meters, dragging out a long gully, before coming to a stop. Enduring the severe pain in his abdomen, June Prowler got up, his pupils filled with shock. How? When? June Easy was incredulous. He hadn't even seen when that witch clan had struck, and with his physique, he could be blown away by a punch? All of this made June Prowler somewhat skeptical of life. You have to know that he was a desolate ancient saint body, and it was still a great achievement. Desolate ancient saint body. The sorcerer's 3-meter-tall body inexplicably felt a massive pressure just by standing there. Since crossing over, this was the first time he felt pressure from the same realm. Phew. Taking a deep breath, June Easy clenched his fists and burst into a sprint towards the sorcerer. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and a cloud of aerosol exploded behind June Free, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the sorcerer, and swung his fist to smash it. The power of this punch had broken through 1,000,000 pounds, and it was a small mountain that could be blown up. Die for me! June Prowler's veins rippled as he roared in anger. Seeing June Easy attacking, the witchman's face was expressionless, the lines on his skin glowing slightly, and the next moment was a square kick. Boom! June Prowler's eyes glared, his eyes popping out as his entire body once again bowed into a shrimp and flew out backwards. A cold, pale voice rang out as June Prowler's consciousness blurred. Failed the test. In the next instant, June Prowler's figure slowly disappeared in the wasteland. In the meantime, an ethereal voice sighed languidly. 10 million years, only 3? When will a fourth appear? Outside, June Easy's hand shrank back like an electric shock, his face pale to the core. The people around them saw this and boomed. Failed. Even the June clan's divine son has failed. Ha ha, if I fail, and the June family divine son also fails, doesn't that mean I'm equal to the June family divine son? Even the June godson failed. Who else can pass the examination? The crowd clamored and murmured. Above the various flying boats, the numerous heavenly prides as well as the many old ancestor powerhouses were also dismayed. They would not look down on June Easy just because he had failed. In fact, they could not have been clearer about what strength June Prowler was. Even June Easy had failed, causing a crowd of celestial pride to feel despair and the many old ancestors to feel a blackness in their eyes. Only 3 people have been on the list in 10 million years. What exactly is the significance of your existence in the Tsangu stone tablet? A strong person who survived the ancient times let out a roar of unwillingness. On a blood-colored flying boat, the eyes of a young man in a blood-colored robe narrowed slightly as he looked at the gloomy June Prowler. Even you have failed? It seems that the difficulty of the Tsangu stone monument does live up to its name, rather than being deliberately rumored by those wastrels. However, just because you have failed doesn't mean that I will fail as well. In the next instant, the blood-robed youth also disappeared into the flying boat. It wasn't long before the blood-robed youth also let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. The youth's name was Blood Joe, the young palace master of the 9-killing heavenly palace, and even more so, the dark side of the heavenly sky continent, the well-deserved crown prince. At this moment, Blood Nine's face was bright and dark, sometimes chagrined, sometimes angry. Tsangu Stone Monument, it's actually the examination channel of a low-level academy under the Taiyuan Divine Court. Damn it, I unexpectedly failed. Blood Nine was indignant and annoyed in his heart, but in his eyes, an incomparable blazing light flashed. If I can pass the examination and successfully enter a low-grade academy under the Taiyuan Divine Court, my status in the main Divine Hall will definitely soar, and I'll be able to advance to at least a third-grade contractor. Referring to the historical trajectory, every time that Tsangu monolith appears, it will stay for a month. Blood Nine's eyes flickered and his fists clenched fiercely. This month is my last chance. But immediately, Blood Nine frowned. But how difficult it is to break the limit. Unless, Blood Nine's gaze brightened slightly. Unless one's strength improves greatly in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Blood Nine couldn't help but think of a cauldron he had longed for. Su Qi Yao, you are mine. Not even Blood Nine got through. On the many flying boats, the eyes of many young talents shook. On a boulder, June Easy's mouth smiled coldly. Blood Nine, what even I failed to do? You think you can do it? Only those involved understand the difficulty of the test. That's like 18 levels of hell. To think that he, June Easy, had fought almost unrivaled in the same realm in the Heavenly Skies continent. But in front of that same realm of the sorcerer race, he hadn't even had the power to fight back. Upon hearing this, Blood Nine's eyes went slightly cold, and without responding to June Easy, he turned around and left straight away. It wasn't that he was afraid of June Easy, but he simply couldn't see it. As a second-grade contractor of the Lord God's temple, his eyesight was incomparably broad. Knowing how big the world was, and for the Heavenly Skies continent, these indigenous celestial pride, he simply couldn't look at them. Ha! Seeing that Blood Nine had ignored his departure, June Easy laughed coldly, a flash of biting to the extreme killing intent flashing through the depths of his eyes. The two great supreme prides failed their examinations one after another, discouraging countless examiners, and at the same time triggering an uproar. Deep in the palace, Lu Yuan sat quietly by the lake and fished. However, His divine thoughts had already left his body and was overlooking 10,000 miles of land in the air. In Lu Yuan's ears, the voice of the Heaven's Destiny villain system kept ringing. Ding! A child of destiny has been found. Ding! A child of destiny has been found. Ding! A child of destiny has been found. The prey is getting more and more but there's no hurry for now. It's not enough. Lu Yuan gently smiled and withdrew his divine thoughts. By the lake, Erdogsy crept beside Lu Yuan and looked at him curiously and asked, Master, if you want to be on the list of Tsungu Stone Tablet, you should have to break the limit, right? Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan was not surprised that Erdogsy knew about breaking the limit. Erdogsy had originally come down from the upper realm and it was not surprising that he knew about breaking the limit. The two dogs wagged their tails and complimented. A small place is a small place. Only 3 limit-breaking heavenly pride have even existed for millions of years. But even if those 3 limit-breaking heavenly pride, in front of you, the Master, who has at least broken the limit by 3 times, and who is the supreme of heavenly pride, you're nothing more than a joke? The second dog paid a compliment, and then asked a seemingly irrelevant question. How many weights have you broken the limit, Master? I think it's at least 3 times. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan said in a gentle tone, Erdogsy, are you testing me? The second dog shuddered and hastily put his head on the ground. The second dog wouldn't dare. Glancing at Erdogsy, Lu Yuan said, just this once. In addition, there is no need to test me. You only need to understand that I, your master, will always be invincible in the same realm, regardless of place or world. The second dog's pupils were shocked, and he inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Not limited to any place, not limited to any world, always invincible in the same realm. That's a big, crazy word. However, it manifested Lu Yuan's power as well as his confidence. Time passed slowly, and on the following day, 2 pieces of news shook the heavenly sky continent. The first message, the Qingyao Empress failed to challenge the Tsungu Stone Monument. The second piece of news, Lin Hao, the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, successfully challenged the Tsungu Stone Monument in the dead of night, and the moment he succeeded, he flew up to the upper realm, as if he was afraid of something. I don't know how many people were stunned by these 2 pieces of news. No one could have imagined that the Qingyao Empress, who was known as the #1 heavenly pride in the last 1,000 years, would fail in her challenge. Even more so, no one thought that Lin Hao, who had been quiet and unknown, would succeed in his challenge and become the 4th person in all ages. This was something that even the Jun family's divine son, the 9 Slaughter Heavenly Palace's young palace master, and the First Central Empire's female emperor had failed to do. Deep in the palace, Lu Yuan also froze for a moment after hearing the news. Lin Hao is actually a limit-breaking heavenly pride. Interesting, I've underestimated this kid. Your Excellency seems to care extraordinarily about Lin Hao? Su Qingyao sat on her knees and opened her big charming eyes in curiosity. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. It's not that I particularly care. It's just that I feel that it's a bit of a pity that a sheep ran out of the sheep pen. Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes were puzzled and unsure. Suddenly, she thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Sir, do you know about the Taiyuan Divine Court? Hearing those 4 words, Lu Yuan's eyes shot out a refined aura as he turned his head toward Su Qingyao and asked solemnly, Where did you learn about the Taiyuan Divine Court? This was the first time Lu Yuan revealed a serious and solemn look, so Su Qingyao informed Lu Yuan of all the contents inside the Tsungu Stone Tablet. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes were incomparably surprised. A pale ancient stone monument. It's actually an examination channel for the academies under the Taiyuan Divine Court. Interesting. But immediately, Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, it's only a low-level academy. The Taiyuan Divine Court's subordinate low-level academies are spread all over the Huanwu heavens. And if there aren't 10 million, there are 1 million billion of them. Putting away the unexpected look in his eyes, Lu Yuan looked at Su Qingyao and said seriously, I didn't care about the pale ancient stone tablet. Of course, now I don't really care about it either. A subordinate academy. They wouldn't dare to accept it if I dared to enter. But this is a great opportunity for you. Su Qingyao's expression moved slightly. Lu Yuan said, the Taiyuan Divine Court. It's the dominating force in the endless multiple time and space. Seeing Su Qingyao's eyes showing confusion, Lu Yuan smiled and explained. Take the Tianshao continent for example. The Tianshao continent is just a subordinate lower spacetime of the Dark Continent. Lower spacetime like the Tianshao continent, around the Dark Continent, is endless. On the Dark Continent, just about any power with a bit of fame has subordinate lower spacetime under its command, and some powerful powers may even have millions and millions of lower spacetime. And the Dark Continent is but a corner of the great realm of mixed elements. And the great realm of mixed elements is but one of the infinite great realms of the Qingling realm. And the Taiyuan Divine Court is the existence that overrides the Qingling realm, and there are his subordinate forces in each of the great realms. Hearing these words uttered by Lu Yuan, Su Qingniao breathed a little sharply. This was the first time that she, from his mouth, saw the real world. Even if it was just a dictation, Su Qingniao felt an infinite vastness from it. At this moment, Su Qingniao suddenly felt a little depressed, felt a little bound. She suddenly felt that the heavenly sky continent was like a cage, making her feel uncomfortable. So, even though it's just a subordinate low-level academy, for you, it's the second greatest chance you've ever encountered in your life. The second greatest chance you've ever encountered. The first great opportunity is to become my maid of honor. Lu Yuan gazed at Su Qingniao as he spoke these words. The first great opportunity I've encountered in my life. Su Qingniao's entire body was stunned. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was close at hand, she was in a trance before her eyes. It was as if, once again, he was reacquainting himself with Lu Yuan. And this, already, was the third time she had refreshed her perception of Lu Yuan. The first time she learned about Lu Yuan from Lin Hao's mouth, and through some investigation, she was sure that Lu Yuan was someone who came down from the upper world. The second time was yesterday's competition. Through that competition, Su Qingniao understood that not only was Lu Yuan's background stronger than hers, even his talent and strength were far more than hers. The third time is now. How many secrets is this man hiding? Looking at Lu Yuan, Su Qingniao seemed to be looking at a heavy fog. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingniao adjusted her emotions and asked, "What does your excellency intend to do?" Lu Yuan spoke. "Of course it's for you to pass the examination. But, I'm still far from it. And you also said, Gongzi, that breaking the limit is not something that can be interfered with by external forces." Su Qingniao was confused. "In my place, nothing is impossible. You can't break the limit. It's not because of your qualification and enlightenment. It's entirely because the cultivation environment of the heavenly sky continent is too mild. Inside a greenhouse, how can you raise a resilient and indomitable heavenly tree?" Lu Yuan's eyes were deep. An incomparably powerful confidence rose from him. Mild? Su Qingniao was dumbfounded. Was the cultivation environment of the heavenly sky continent mild? It didn't go with mildness at all. At least not in her opinion. The cultivation environment where the weak were the strongest and the strong were honored had already manifested itself to the fullest on the heavenly sky continent. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, such a cruel environment was actually mild? At this moment, Lu Yuan continued. "What you lack is not talent or enlightenment, but life and death honing. Between life and death, it is easiest to break the limit." Su Qingniao shuddered inwardly, having an ominous premonition. "My lord, what do you mean?" Lu Yuan smiled gently and said, "That's right, it's what you think. Anyway, there's still a month of time left, so it should be enough." Su Qingniao's small face turned white all of a sudden. Snap! Lu Yuan clapped his hands, and second dog slowly walked in from outside the palace. A 2-meter tall body, covered in demonic flames, a pair of bloody pupils, staring straight at Su Qingniao, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Stretching out 5 fingers, Lu Yuan said, "You have 5 breaths of time to escape. After 5 breaths, Erdogzi will pursue you with all his might and will not leave his hand behind. If you are unfortunate enough to die in Erdogzi's mouth, I can only say sorry. If you managed to survive, then congratulations. Even if you didn't break the limit, I will send you into the academy under the Taiyuan Divine Court to cultivate and learn. During the month you can use any means, seduction, finding someone, traps, hiding, as long as you stay alive." Lu Yuan's tone was calm, but the calm tone was filled with absolute ruthlessness. The more she listened, the whiter Su Qingniao's face became. She thought that after serving for this period of time, Lu Yuan would treat her as one of his own even if he didn't have any feelings for her. But now she realized that she was wrong. Dead wrong. She understood very well that Lu Yuan hadn't been joking with those words just now. At this time, Lu Yuan said, "I forgot to mention, Erdogzi is not a native creature of the heavenly sky continent, so you must not underestimate it. Now then, the game begins." Swish! Su Qingyao's figure rushed out of the palace in one go, exploding with all her strength as she fled towards the sky, almost 1,000 miles a second. At this moment, Su Qingyao simply wanted to curse her mother. What kind of maid? What kind of upper world? What kind of Taiyuan divine court? All go to hell. She only wanted to survive now. The subtext of Lu Yuan's last sentence was obvious. The 2 dogs, too, are creatures of the upper world, and the existences that were able to come from the upper realm to the lower realm. Their strengths were all clear of Emperor Seal immortal perfection. A sealed Emperor immortal perfection powerhouse chasing after her. A sealed King immortal perfection. With all his might, Su Qingyao had never experienced anything so exciting in her life. Seeing Su Qingyao fleeing further and further away, Erdogzi looked at Lu Yuan and said, "Master, Do I really have to chase this person with all my strength? If I break out my full strength, it will be hard for her to survive. With this person's appearance, wouldn't it be better to let her serve master? Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he spoke. On my side, I don't need waste, you just use your best effort. If she survives, it's her blessing. If she dies in this way, then this is her life. The second dog was thoughtful. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Time's up. Yes, master. As the words fell, the second dog disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Inside the hall, Lu Yuan was deep in thought, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, revealing a flash of surprise in his eyes. Just then, not far outside the temple, a murmur and roar of anger came. Your Excellency, Divine Son, this place is His Majesty's chambers. You cannot trespass. If you insist on doing so, don't blame us for striking out. All get out of my way. Lu Yuan, I know you're there. Get out and fight me. Cowering and hiding behind a woman. What kind of man are you? This was Jun Easy's voice. These days, Jun Easy and the Jun family's vast information network had been looking into one thing, and that was where Lu Yuan was. Finally, today Kung Fu was in the air. The Jun family's vast information network had detected that Su Qingyao had been traveling strangely in recent days, often staying in the Deep Palace. When Jun Easy learned of this news, he instantly guessed that Lu Yuan might be here, so it was a no-brainer to break in. Listening to the voice outside, Lu Yuan felt a little funny. This is the king of hell does not seek. The little ghosts come to throw themselves? But people are here, and it's not good to be pretending not to see them. Getting up, Lu Yuan had appeared in the center of the conflict with a single stride. Behind them were the palace guards who were like enemies. In front of him was a golden-robed, imposing and arrogant-looking Jun Yi. Lu Yuan, you shrinking turtle has finally appeared. Suffer death. Jun Prowler roared and swung his fist to blast. Jun Easy had never actually seen Lu Yuan before, but he recognized him as soon as Lu Yuan appeared. There was no way. Lu Yuan was too handsome. His temperament was too special and noble. The moment he appeared, it was like the center of heaven and earth, and everything was lost in front of his eyes. So much so, that the moment Lu Yuan appeared, he completely overshadowed Jun Prowler. Whether he was annoyed or ashamed of himself, Jun Prowler immediately struck out. He wanted to kill Lu Yuan immediately because Lu Yuan's appearance made him look like a passerby, a supporting character, which made Jun Easy feel extremely uncomfortable, as if something that belonged to him had been snatched away from him in the underworld. The golden light blazed loudly, and a pair of dazzling golden fists flowing with golden blood overpowered in an instant. This fist, the might was grand, the power was also extremely terrifying. Where the fist gang passed by, the air wailed and avoided retreating. The crowd of palace guards were like enemies. Although they knew that the object of Jun Easy's attack was not them, it still gave them the urge to abandon their weapons and flee. However, in the face of Jun Prowler's punch, Lu Yuan always remained unchanged, and deep within his eyes, there was even a faint touch of sarcasm. And with that, Lu Yuan slapped out like a fly. Boom! Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the place where Jun Prowler had been standing was already a large pit in the shape of a man. Jun Prowler lay in the pit with a dumbfounded look on his face. His eyes glazed over and 10,000 crouching slots rushing through his mind. He tried to move, yet all the tendons and bones in his entire body had already been shattered by Lu Yuan's slap. Lu Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and sighed softly. That's just it. Let you live for a while longer. With a wave of his hand, Jun Prowler was imprisoned by Lu Yuan in the midst of an imperial soldier. Just now, the moment Lu Yuan moved to kill Jun Prowler, the world's malice was dumbfounded. If Lu Yuan killed Jun Prowler at this moment, the heavenly Tao of the heavenly sky continent would certainly riot. Jun Easy, amongst all the sons of the divine fate, was at the top of the list. Killing him would draw too much backlash from the heavenly Tao. It was true that Lu Yuan was not afraid, but if he really did so, yet he was bound to startle the other heaven's destiny sons as well. The heavenly skies continent's heavenly destiny sons hadn't all gathered at the Tsungu Stone Monument yet, and Lu Yuan didn't want to startle the snakes at this time. So keeping Jun Easy temporarily imprisoned was the optimal solution. Back to the palace. Lu Yuan sat down not long ago. We'll notice the palace outside. There are 3 powerful breaths coming to the palace. Probe out the divine thought. See these 3 powerful breath of the master. Are wearing a purple and gold robes. The appearance of each has a 3-point resemblance. 3-peak seal king. Are they from the Jun family? Lu Yuan lightly frowned and waved his hand as 2 Emperor Seal realm guards appeared in the hall. See you, Lord. The 2 guards knelt and clasped their fists. Lu Yuan pointed to the outside of the hall and said morosely, I want to die. Not live. Yes, Lord. The 2 guards led the order, and in the next instant, they disappeared into the palace. A few moments later, a battle fluctuation came from the sky, and half of the palace was affected, with countless palaces collapsing. But very quickly, in just a few dozen breaths or so, everything calmed down again. Inside the palace, 3 pale corpses lay on the ground. With a gentle wave of Lu Yuan's hand, the storage rings on the fingers of the 3 corpses had appeared in his hand. Probing out his divine thoughts and easily breaking through the storage ring ban, Lu Yuan began to check his harvest. After a moment, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and found something interesting. The upper realm Jun family, the white-robed invincible Jun Wuxie? Interesting. This Jun family that Jun Prosperity is in is actually the upper realm. The Sangming domain Jun family branch. For Jun Wuxie's sake, the upper realm Jun family even spared no expense in forcing the establishment of a reverse realm teleportation formation just to receive Jun Wuxie. As the storage ring was filled with information jade slips being viewed by Lu Yuan's gaze grew brighter and brighter. Oh, it's actually a God King body. True body level. No wonder. It's just that I don't know if this Jun Wuxie is the son of heaven's destiny. Retracting his divine thoughts, Lu Yuan pondered. Seeing the Dark Continent Jun family made Lu Yuan a little homesick. In contrast to the Dark Continent, the Heavenly Skies continent was too boring. Everything was like a child playing house. No more games. Let's get this over with. Essence erupted from Lu Yuan's eyes, and in the next second, he crushed a jade tablet. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Holy Land, the Holy Lord's Hall, Jiang Tsong, who was holding a meeting of the Chaos Holy Land's top management, jolted. A voice as warm as jade but not too sharp rang in his ears. There's no need to prepare. Launch the attack immediately. Within 10 days, I want to see the Eastern region united, and all those who resist will all be killed without amnesty. Hearing this voice, Jiang Tsong instantly became excited. Raising his head, looking at the many executives of the Chaos Holy Land in front of him, he smiled. Gentlemen, the Duke has ordered us to strike immediately. After instructing Jiang Tsong, Lu Yuan entered the market realm without stopping and gathered the 12 villains, including Eastern Defiant. Soon, in the Golden Temple, the 12 villains took their seats one by one, looking at Lu Yuan at the top, their eyes filled with admiration. Over these days, they had accumulated an unknown number of merits and exchanged countless treasures, which not only allowed their own strength to advance greatly, but even the forces behind them followed suit. Lu Yuan looked at the 12 villains in front of him, and without any nonsense, opened the door. I'm about to leave the Heavenly Skies continent. Before I leave, the Heavenly Skies continent needs to be unified. So I'll open up the Merit Monument, and the treasures in the monument, which don't require merit, will be at your disposal to redeem for a period of 1 month. And I have only one condition, and that is that you must unify the domains where your respective forces are located within this month. If the power behind you is not strong enough, you each discuss the union. After I leave, based on your merits, I will choose an acting ally to manage the Heavenly Sky continent for me, and for the final acting ally, I will bestow upon him a chance he cannot imagine, a chance that is enough to allow him to become a powerful party, even in the upper realm. And I, too, will be waiting for you in the upper realm. For now, the meeting is dissolved, and you will confer individually. After saying that, Lu Yuan left the market realm, from beginning to end, not a single nonsense, clean and sharp. In the glorious temple, the 12 villains sat in their seats for a long time, unifying the Heavenly Skies continent. For Lu Yuan, it was just a matter of moving his lips and lightly moving his hands. But for them, unifying the Heavenly Skies continent was something they didn't even dare to think about. Half a day later, Dongfang Lutian was the first to speak. Gentlemen, what are you still waiting for? The Heavenly Skies continent is but our starting point, and since we are fortunate enough to follow the Duke, our goal, our gaze, should not be focused on the Heavenly Skies continent alone. Our future is destined to be glorious. I, Dongfang Futian, the first central empire in the central domain, the eldest son of the Dongfang family, the central domain, will be unified by my Dongfang family? Is there anyone who is in the same domain as me? Dongfang Lutian looked around at the crowd. Seeing that no one spoke, he smiled. It seems that there is none. That's good. The middle domain. The 9 domains are the strongest. My Dongfang family's pressure is also the greatest, so the resources in the Merit Stone Monument, I'm going to take the most. Who has an opinion? Hearing this, the divine son of the heavenly demon palace, Zhuochuanqiu, said, the central domain is indeed the strongest of the 9 domains, and I have no problem with you taking the most resources, but before that, it's better to take an inventory of the resources first. Eastern Defiant nodded. Good, then let's take stock of the supplies first. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd moved. A few moments later, Eastern Defiant's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, there are a total of 25 sacred artifacts, a total of 125 emperor artifacts, 125 breaking candidate Dan, 125 breaking king Dan, 25 breaking emperor Dan, and a number of other resources. The other 11 villains, when they heard about these resources, were also so excited that they almost trembled. Dongfang Wutian forced down his inner excitement and said, "Given that I'm the strongest in the central region, I'll take 3 sacred artifacts, 2 for each of you, 15 imperial artifacts, 10 for each of you, 15 marquis breaking and king breaking dawn for each of you, 10 for each of you, 3 emperor breaking dawn for each of you, and 2 for each of you, and the other resources will be divided equally." It seems like the prince has allocated everything long ago. Does everyone have an opinion? Eastern Defiant looked at the crowd. The crowd all shook their heads. With such an even distribution of resources, any fool could see that this was distributed long ago. How could they dare to have an opinion? Seeing that everyone was fine with it, Dongfang Lutian laughed wildly up to the sky. Ha ha ha, with these resources, my Dongfang clan's old ancestor can completely wield the 3 sacred artifacts, along with the emperor breaking pill, and unify the central region simply by having a hand in it. Gentlemen, I can't wait to see you in a month. After saying that, Eastern Defiant couldn't wait to leave the market realm with all the resources. The people in the hall looked at each other, and then they all shook their heads and smiled. They all sensed something. Someone said sorrowfully, "The Duke is a bit biased. Isn't it obvious that he's going to hand over the acting alliance leader to Dongfang Futian?" The others laughed coldly with sideways glances. What can you do even if the Duke did so? The alliance was created by the Duke. The resources were given by the Duke. We barely contributed anything, not to mention whether the Duke is biased or not. Even if there is one in this room. We shouldn't have half a word of complaint. The man stopped squeaking at that. At this moment, the blood-refining demon palace's saint son, Dakuro Ao, looked at Zhuo Chuanqiu. "What do you say? A white dress? Seems to be a Confucian gentleman." Zhuo Chuanqiu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "What opinion can I have? What should be how it is? Besides, I don't feel that the gentleman is biased. With the status and position of the Duke, he doesn't need to favor anyone at all, because all of us are just like ants in his eyes. Dongfang Lutian does get some advantages, but the difficulties he faces are also several times more than ours. The Taichu Holy Land, the Jun family, the First Central Empire, and the 9 Slayers Heavenly Palace can all be found in the central region. If any of you are not convinced, you can switch with the Eastern Failure Sky, and I think that the Eastern Failure Sky should be very happy to switch with you." Hearing Zhuo Chuanqiu's words, the crowd immediately ran out of words. "Don't say it! Don't say it! Anyone of the Taichu Sacred Land, the Jun family, the First Central Empire, and the 9 Slayers Heavenly Palace taken out would make their heads spin, and they didn't want to face them at all." For a moment, they completely lost their complaints towards the Eastern Defiant, and even felt some pity. It's too bad. Oriental defeat is too bad. A single Dongfang family had to face these 4 terrifying forces at the same time. Their scalps went numb just thinking about it. Zhuo Chuanqiu laughed once again. "Besides, the condition for becoming an acting alliance leader is to see who has the most merit, and the Duke didn't say that we are only allowed to unify our own domains. We are perfectly capable of ruling over our own domains before attacking other domains." The others' eyes brightened. "Gentlemen, the word is out. Let's see who's the fastest. Goodbye." After saying that, Zhuo Chuanqiu also left. After that, the others conferred for a while, some deciding to go it alone, some deciding to join forces, after which all of them left as well. First Central Empire, deep within the palace, Lu Yuan sat quietly by the lake, pondering. The unification of the Heavenly Skies continent was but an insignificant move for him, and his current attention was all on the side of the pale ancient stone monument. As time passes, more and more people were attracted to the Tsangu stone monument, and naturally, the sons of heavenly destiny, who were synonymous with geniuses, were also rushing from all over the Heavenly Sky continent. Calling up the panel, Lu Yuan checked the currently arriving destined sons. Ding! Discovery of the faithful Sun X93. 93 now. Even if a heaven's destiny can only contribute 2,000 villain values to me, that's still close to 190,000, and then killing off their relatives, friends, masters, and loved ones should, just barely, be able to scrape together 500,000 villain values. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and the killing intent in his heart, which had been silent for a long time, stirred up again. Perhaps it's time to do it. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan pulled up his personal panel. Manifest Destiny Villain, Lu Yuan. Identity, first son of the immortal Lu family, son of Chaos God. Physique and bloodline, primordial demon body. Supreme demon heart, ancient demon pupil. Cultivation, peak immortality of the emperor. Villain value, 12,000. Mall, click to view, 12,000. 488,000 to go. Lu Yuan took a long breath. His eyes glazed over. Then, begin. As the words fell, Lu Yuan disappeared to the edge of the lake. Along with them, there were also the 4 Emperor Seal Guards, who were responsible for taking care of the stray fish. At the pale ancient stone monument, for 100 miles around, it was already crowded. The figure of a celestial pride flashed between the mountains and forests. One examiner went up to touch the stone tablet, then left again in dismay. Everyone is already surprised by this. It was because during this period, there were as many as tens of millions of people who participated in the examination. There were supreme prides who were known in a region. There were Holy Land ancestors who had avoided the world for a long time. And there were also current overlords who were in their prime. And yet among these people, so far, only one person had succeeded in making it onto the list. And that person, having been reborn for 9 lifetimes and accumulating 9 lifetimes of reserves, only managed to break the limit and barely made the list. Just then, all of them suddenly felt oppression in their chests, as if the might of the heavens had descended, and they were inexplicably terrified deep inside. In the next second, everyone seemed to raise their heads with a feeling and looked up into the sky above. There, 5 silhouettes were standing. 4 of them surrounded a white-clothed, snowy, fluttering handsome youth in the center. The young man is handsome, clear starry eyes flashing with forced cold light. The corner of the lips hold a smirk if anything. The body exudes a hazy light, like falling into the turbid world of the banished immortals. Who are they? What a terrifying aura. My family's Seal King ancestor isn't even this terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that such a terrifying existence seems to be merely the escort of that exiled immortal youth. Heavens, could they be an existence that descended from the upper realm? But why do I feel as if they are coming from a bad place? And in the dark, I have an extremely bad feeling. Everyone was talking about it. And at this time in the air, Lu Yuan indifferently gazed at the crowd below as if they were ants, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Kill them all. Leave no one behind." The sea of people below was initially estimated to possess millions of people, most of whom, for the most part, were innocent, but among them, there were bound to be interspersed with people who had a complicated relationship with the Son of Heaven's destiny, either relatives, elders, or friends. Lu Yuan had always practiced the truth of cutting off the grass and removing the roots. He didn't have the time to tell the difference, much less the patience to do so he simply did not do anything and killed them all together. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 4 Emperor Seal Guards did not hesitate as a terrifying attack began to fall. The crowd, which was still eating and discussing, was instantly killed and injured. On the contrary, under the pressure of the Emperor Seal realm, most people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only wait for death. Lu Yuan, too, has begun to make his move. With the system hints, the Destiny's Child found them at the drop of a hat, and there was nowhere for them to hide. And Lu Yuan's terrifying strength to these sons of heavenly fate was no different from a true dragon falling into a pile of snakes. A casual strike would kill a son of heavenly fate. The system's beeps, constantly ringing in his ears. Lu Yuan turned a blind eye and continued to slaughter. Suddenly just then, when Lu Yuan was about to strike down a son of heavenly destiny dressed in a blood robe, he heard that son of heavenly destiny shout angrily up to the sky, "Lord God, save me. I'm willing to exchange the price of not receiving any rewards from future trial worlds for senior contractor support." Hearing these 2 familiar words that couldn't be more familiar, Lu Yuan couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Lord God? In the next instant, a pillar of blue light that penetrated the sky and the earth enveloped the blood-robed youth, followed by another pillar of red light that descended out of thin air and landed next to him. And from this red pillar of light, a big, wild man with a full head of red hair and a bare upper body covered in gnarled muscles came out. As soon as the big man stepped out and felt the aura of most of the people around him, he instantly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this kind of rescue mission that picks up rewards for nothing could also be encountered by me." He turned his head to look at Blood 9, revealing an appreciative and pleased expression. "Kid, you've done a great job. Remember, my name is Red Sovereign. In the future, report my name in the main god's temple, and you can be bailed out once." As he spoke, the Red Monarch inadvertently swept a glance towards Lu Yuan's side before his face froze in place. Looking at Lu Yuan, the Red Monarch looked as if he had seen a ghost, even rubbing his eyes vigorously with both hands. While rubbing, he was also talking to himself. "Impossible. How is this possible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's impossible for me to have met this killing god." But when he lowered his hands and opened his eyes again, he realized that Lu Yuan was still there, and even looked at himself with a seeming smile. Without hesitation, Red Monarch immediately softened his legs, knelt on the ground, and cried out towards Lu Yuan's 5 bodies. Lord God's Temple's 5th level contractor, Red June, pays his respects to Lord Hunter and Slayer, Akane. You recognize me? Lu Yuan's tone was ghostly. Red Monarch was in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, I was once fortunate enough to participate in the Battle of the Greenwood Realm's destruction together with Your Excellency and witnessed Your Excellency's invincible demeanor. At that time, I was still just a level 3 contractor and was inconspicuous. But Your Excellency's invincible demeanor of picking out and killing the Lord of the Greenwood Realm with a single shot is still branded deep within my heart to this day. The Red Monarch said this from the bottom of his heart, his eyes glittering with fervent adoration. Greenwood Realm. Lu Yuan searched through his memories as if he had a slight impression. But the impression wasn't too deep. Taking a deep look at Akun, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Looking at the fact that you were also once a comrade in arms. You can leave. Thank you, Your Honor, for not killing me. Red Sovereign hurriedly got up from the ground and communicated with the Lord God in his mind. A moment later, a flash of color flashed in Red Sovereign's eyes. The Lord God actually did agree to him leaving, and without any cost. Akatsuki couldn't help but feel something dark in his heart. Worthy of being a hunter-killer lord. In the face of a hunter-killer lord, even if the main god, also have to give 3 times the face. Look at the main god temple, billions and billions of contractors. I'm afraid that only the hunter-killer lord a person have this privilege. Soon, the Red Monarch was teleported away by a pillar of light. The blue light pillar that enveloped Blood Geo also disappeared at this time, revealing the stagnant Blood Geo in it, his eyes full of unbelief. He had just heard all of the content of the conversation between the Red Monarch and Lu Yuan. But it was precisely because of the content of the conversation between the two that Blood 9 felt deeply shocked. Hunter-killer. Blood 9 looked at Lu Yuan, his tone trembling. The legendary huntress of the main god's palace is actually you. Lu Yuan shook his head. I have long since ceased to be a hunter. That's because you took the initiative to give up this identity. And since there are no more hunters in the main god's palace. Blood 9 was filled with a bitter smile. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today no matter what. This was because before him stood Lu Yuan, the huntress who had once shaken the main god's temple and was known as the main god's own son. Lu Yuan didn't refute Blood 9's words. He just calmly reached out his hand and wiped it from the world. The moment Blood 9 died, a ray of light shot out from him and went straight into Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan didn't resist, calmly accepting it, only sighing inwardly. What should come can't be avoided after all. Immediately afterward, an icy voice sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Branding is successful. Congratulations. You have become a level 0 indentured servant of the main god's temple. Complete the primary trial world quest. You can be upgraded to a level 1 indentured servant. Ding. Contractor with hidden mark detected. Identity change in progress. Honorable Hunter Lord Lu Yuan, welcome back to the Temple of the Lord God. As these voices fell, the scenery in front of Lu Yuan's eyes changed abruptly. At this moment, Lu Yuan was in the middle of a boundless starry sky, and in front of him, there were 9 figures that were even more magnificent and huge than a galaxy. These 9 figures resembled gods, demons, immortals, and saints. At this moment, these 9 figures silently watched Lu Yuan. I told you that you would finally, one day, still return. The owner of a figure opened his mouth. His voice was magnificent, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if the entire universe was shaking. The heavens and the earth. There are contractors everywhere. It's hard for me not to come back. Lu Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, facing these 9 terrifyingly great existences. Lu Yuan had no fear on his face and conversed with them like an old friend. Karma. Wonderful. Lu Yuan, you can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. Now that you're back, are you still leaving? If you still choose to leave, we still won't stop you, but I'm sure that one day, you'll still come back here. Another great being spoke. Once upon a time, Lu Yuan was a main god's temple hunter, specializing in dealing with violators for the main god's temple, as well as cleaning up some worlds. Later, for some reasons, Lu Yuan voluntarily gave up this identity. Generally speaking, however, all contractors, once they entered the main shrine, they could not break away for life, not even if they were violators. This was the rule set by the 9 main gods, and not even the 9th level, 8th level contractors could change it. But when Lu Yuan suggested to the Lord God that he wanted to break away, the Lord God readily agreed. This is extremely unbelievable to any indentured servant. Perhaps it was as rumored in the Lord God's temple. Lu Yuan, the Lord God's own son. But only Lu Yuan himself knew that the truth was even more outrageous than that. Hearing this Lord God's words, Lu Yuan pondered for a while, and after a moment, he smiled and said, I've come all the way here. I'll have some fun before I leave. The 9 sovereign gods revealed a smile, then said in unison, just as well. Who asked you to be the 10th sovereign god unanimously recognized by the 9 of us? Let it be. When you've had enough fun, then we'll talk about it. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Yuan once again returned to the heavenly sky continent. Standing on the battlefield with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, Lu Yuan had a somewhat melancholy expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, Lu Yuan shook his head to shake off the cluttered thoughts in his mind and began a new round of slaughter. As one of the heavenly destiny suns was harvested, the entire heaven and earth had completely darkened. Slapping the last son of heaven's destiny to death with a palm, Lu Yuan slowly withdrew his hand and stood proudly in the air, looking down on the four directions. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood below, Lu Yuan's eyes were thoughtful. Too weak. Is the so-called son of heaven's destiny just like this? System, do you know why? Back to the host. Generally speaking, the power of the son of destiny is closely related to his heaven and earth. In most cases, a piece of heaven and earth is only enough to support a son of destiny, and all the destiny of that piece of heaven and earth will be gathered in that son of destiny. So such a son of destiny can be regarded as a true son of destiny. But the heavenly skies continent itself is not too strong, and the strange birth of hundreds of sons of heavenly destiny, limited chi apportioned to the hundreds of sons of heavenly destiny, resulting in all the sons of heavenly destiny of the chi, are extremely limited, so it is not strong. So it is. Lu Yuan nodded. Rumble. Just then, thunder roared in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. Lu Yuan killed all the sons of heaven's destiny, and the heavenly Tao's anger with this moment, potent to the extreme. Lu Yuan raised his head and glanced at the sky, then said, Elder Yu, there's trouble. This is what the old slave should do. The ghostly old voice rang in his ears, and then a brilliant sword aura pierced through the sky. The dark clouds collapsed, and the sky and earth were clear again. Lu Yuan looked around to make sure that there were no leaks. Then he took a step and walked to the Tsangu stone monument. Looking at the 10,000-meter tall pale ancient stone monument in front of him, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate much and placed his hand on it. In the next instant, Lu Yuan appeared above a dimly lit wasteland. In his ears, the voice rang out. Detecting that the examiner's talent has exceeded the limit of the test tablet, the examiner will automatically be granted a place at the Heavenly Tsang Academy, a low-level academy under the jurisdiction of the Taiyuan Divine Court, so please report to the academy within 1 month. This? The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He had wanted to see how difficult the Tsangu stone tablet examination was, but he didn't expect to actually pass it just like that. Unable to help it, Lu Yuan was a little disappointed. Looking at a white jade token that had just appeared in his hand, Lu Yuan casually threw it into his storage space and then disappeared above the wasteland. The purpose of coming to the sky continent had been accomplished, and it was time to return to the dark continent. 1 month later, the First Central Empire, inside the Qianyang Hall. At this moment, the hall was heavily guarded outside, and the hall was solemn. Lu Yuan was dressed in white clothes that were as snowy as snow, and stood with his hands on his head above the great hall, looking at the crowd below. These people were Su Qingyao, Dongfan Lutian, Jiang Song, Zhuo Chuanqiu, and Dokuo Ao. Lu Yuan looked at them, remained silent for a long time, and smiled. The purpose of my coming to the heavenly sky continent has been successfully completed, and I, too, it's time for me to go back. According to the previous agreement, Eastern Defiant comes out. Dongfang Defiant stood out excitedly, looking at Lu Yuan fervently. Lu Yuan laughed. After I leave, you will be the acting alliance leader of the anti-faction alliance. I think highly of you and hope to meet you in the Dark Continent. Dongfang Lutian hurriedly clasped his fists. My subordinate will live up to your son's expectations. Lu Yuan nodded, and then his palm flipped. A blood-colored essence suspended on his palm, and in the center of the essence, a trace of blue blood vein was hidden. This is the reward I promised to give. Its name is Thunder's Heavenly Sorcerer Bloodline. In short, this is the essence blood of an extremely powerful race, a Thunder system powerhouse. There are many uses. I won't go into details. You only need to know that this thing is extremely precious even if it is placed in the upper realm. As the words fell, the Scarlet Essence Spirit automatically floated into the hands of Eastern Defiant. Dongfan Lutian was incomparably excited at the moment, and after receiving the Essence Spirit, he knelt down on one knee. Thank you for your reward, Your Excellency. After saying that, Eastern Defiance slowly retreated. The others looked envious. Even Lu Yuan called it precious, so one could imagine how valuable it was. Jiang Song steps forward. Jiang Song stood out and looked at Lu Yuan, his face complex. Lu Yuan looked at him and thought for a moment. When I first came to the Heavenly Skies continent, my landing point was the Chaos Sacred Land, and I had also promised to allow the Chaos Sacred Land to unify the Heavenly Skies. But plans can't keep up with the changes, and it's a breach of faith on my part. So you can put forward a request, and I will try my best to satisfy what I can satisfy you with. Jiang Song was stunned. Really? Really? Lu Yuan nodded. Jiang Song took a deep breath and lowered his head in contemplation. Not more than a few seconds later, he raised his head and said despondently, "The probability is that I won't have a chance to go to the upper realm in my life. So I want you to bring my daughter, Jiang Shangyi, along with me to the upper realm. And as for how to arrange it, it's up to you." The others were stunned. They heard Jiang Song speak half a sentence. They thought that Jiang Song's request was to let Lu Yuan take him to the upper realm, but never thought that Jiang Song's request was actually to let his daughter go to the upper realm. This may be the father's love. The father's love is silent, and its weight is like a mountain. Unable to help it, the crowd had a different view of Jiang Song. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and agreed. "Yes, it just so happens that the founding ancestor of your Chaos Holy Land, the Chaos Emperor, is serving as a city lord in a city under my Lu family, and currently still has 100 years of life left, so I can give Jiang Shengyi to him to take care of." Jiang Song jerked his head up and said with incomparable excitement, "Really? That's really great. Thank you, Your Excellency." Lu Yuan nodded, then waved his hand, signaling Jiang Song to return to the queue, after which, he looked at the others and said, "Your merits, although not as big as the two of them, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm still optimistic about you guys. Inside the Merit Stone Monument, I've put a few more things into it, at the minimum Emperor level. I hope you guys will make good use of these resources and ascend as soon as possible, and those who are able to ascend within 10 years, I'll additionally have rewards." Other words, much ado about nothing. I can only say that I am waiting for you in the upper world. The eyes of the others were all wild, and they were not dissatisfied again because Lu Yuan did not reward them, because what Lu Yuan had given them was more than enough. "Alright, everyone disperse." Lu Yuan waved his hand and looked at Jiang Song. "Within a day, bring Jiang Shengyi here. After the deadline." Jiang Song nodded solemnly. With that, the crowd dispersed, and in the great hall, only Lu Yuan and Su Qingyao remained. Lu Yuan looked at Su Qingyao below. "Will you leave with me, or will you head to the academy on your own?" Under the pursuit of Air Dogsy, Su Qingyao finally survived, and her strength finally broke the limit, successfully passing the examination. Whether or not two dogs let go of the water, Lu Yuan did not care. Anyway, the purpose was achieved. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Qingyao didn't hesitate and said, "I'll leave with Gongzi." Only a brainiac would not leave with Lu Yuan. The reason was simple. Lu Yuan was a local, or a local magnate. Su Qingyao was an outsider. Having Lu Yuan to lead the way would be able to save Su Qingyao a lot of effort. Lu Yuan nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Su Qingyao suddenly asked curiously, "How many moves did Gongzi use when he assessed the Tsungu stone tablet?" She wanted to measure the gap between her and Lu Yuan through this. "A few moves?" Lu Yuan shook his head and laughed. "Not really a few moves. As soon as I entered the world of assessment, I was automatically judged successful in the assessment by the Tsungu stone monument." Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes were wide, and she was both shocked and speechless inside. The next day, deep in the palace, by the quiet lake, Lu Yuan was sitting alone in the gazebo, looking at the system panel alone. Taishan Demon Heart Inhibitor. Price, 500,000 villain value. Current villain value, 520,963. That's enough. Redeem it. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Ding dong. Redemption successful. Will you use it? Use. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate at all. In the next second, Lu Yuan's whole body shook, as if there was a strong needle that was forced into his heart. Soon, however, it was recovered once again. Phew. Lu Yuan let out a long breath, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed in his heart. This dose of Demon Heart Inhibitor would at least allow him to not have to worry about outbreaks for a few years. Coming to the Heavenly Skies continent to hunt the Heavenly Destiny Sun was not a cause, but an effect. As early as when he was in the Dark Continent, Lu Yuan's three great demonic bodies were vaguely about to explode, and fast being noticed by certain people. In order to avoid these people, and also in order to look for a way to inhibit the demonic bodies, Lu Yuan chose to descend to the Heavenly Skies continent. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold and bitter to the extreme. Now that the problem of the demonic body had been solved, then there were some things that it was time to have a result. A bunch of jumping clowns. If I don't take care of you, I really think I'm an onion. In the Dark Continent, there were many forces and endless celestial pride. Lu Yuan had his own opponents, and even the Lu family had hostile forces. And as the first eldest son of the Lu family, the pressure on Lu Yuan was also unimaginable to ordinary people. This time, Su Qingyao brought Jiang Xingyi behind Lu Yuan. When standing with ordinary people, Jiang Xingyi was extremely outstanding in both temperament and appearance. But when she stood with Su Qingyao at this moment, it was simply like the Snow Queen and Cinderella standing together. Gongzi, we're ready, Su Qingyao said softly. Lu Yuan did not turn back. In his heart, he already contained a monstrous killing intent. This return, not to kill clean some people. Never stop. Elder Yu, depart. Yes, my lord. Infinite spacetime light flashed before their eyes one by one, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them, Lu Yuan, had swept through thousands of worlds. The Dark Continent, one of the top continents of the great realm of the mixed element, had an endlessly vast territory of 113 domains, 72 lower domains, 36 upper domains, plus 5 supreme domains. The area of just one domain was billions of times more gigantic than the heavenly sky continent. If a strong Emperor Sealer was in the Dark Continent, he might not be able to fly out of a domain even in his entire life. It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like nothing had changed. However, when he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was certainly no longer the Central Empire's imperial palace, but a grandiose giant city that exuded the aura of the ancient world. And on the gates of the giant city, there were certainly 3 large, pale characters. Tianshao City. At the city gates, the flow of people coming and going is endless, during which, the ceiling of the king, the ceiling of the emperor's strong people are grab a large number of common. If in the Tianshao continent, they are not in control of hundreds of millions of people's lives and deaths of the supreme existence, but at the moment these strong people, each one of them face, with constraints and trepidation, it is as if a commoner enters a royal city. In the Dark Continent, there existed realms above the sealed emperor, which were, the Holy Realm, Earth Saint, Heavenly Saint, Great Celestial Saint, Supreme Celestial Saint, Celestial Exaltation, Great Celestial Exaltation, Holy Celestial Exaltation, Immortalization, Juggernaut, and Empyrean Exaltation. Among them, the Supreme Celestial Saint and the Holy Celestial Sovereign were 2 extremely special realms, as only those who comprehended and controlled the supreme laws could cultivate into these 2 realms. The special conditions also created these 2 realms to possess outrageous battle power that ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, Lu Yuan's trio stood outside the city. Lu Yuan's expression was flat and ancient. Su Qingyao looked around like a curious baby, unable to hide her inner excitement. Jiang Shangyi, on the other hand, didn't dare to look around at all, shrinking behind Su Qingyao in fear, because any person here, even a dog, possessed the strength to easily crush her. Phew! Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said softly, "Enter the city. This city is my Lu family's territory, and there are teleportation arrays inside the city that can transport you directly to your destination." However, just as Lu Yuan's words fell, the 2 elders of the underworld, who had been secretly guarding the path for him, said in unison, "Hold on, Your Excellency, there is something odd." Lu Yuan frowned. "Elder Yu, Elder He, where's the oddity?" Elder Yu said in a deep voice, "My lord, just a moment ago, I attempted to summon Qin Shenchuan, the city lord of Tianshao City, but I never received a reply. And furthermore, on the left chest of the Tianshao City guards' attire, they are uniformly embroidered with the word Gu, which is the soul seal of the immortal Gu family." After hearing Elder Yui's words, Lu Yuan's eyes sank. Heaven's Whistling City was an extremely important city with over 1 billion permanent residents alone. More importantly, the immortal Gu family was the arch-rival of the Lu family. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for the Gu family to appear inside Tian Xiaocheng, let alone the city guards. And now that this situation had arisen, it could only mean that Heavenly Tsunami City might have changed hands. What happened while I was gone? Lu Yuan had an ominous feeling inside. Unless the people of the Lu family died out, there was no way that Tian Xiaocheng would ever change ownership. Let's go into the city first. If it really changed hands, it's impossible to hide something this big, Lu Yuan said, and then entered the city. Inside Tianshao City, at this time, on a certain street, a piece of chicken flew. Pedestrians avoided, face panicked, as if afraid of getting into some kind of trouble. "Ha ha ha, flee, you guys keep fleeing, the remaining members of the Lu family. I'll see where you can flee to." In the center of the several hundred meters wide street, at this time, a pair of young men and women were pale and desperate, falling to the ground. Their bodies were even more bruised, and the blood had soaked through their clothes. In midair in front of them, there were 3 purple-clad men suspended in the air. At this moment, one of the 3 purple-robed men in the middle spoke. "Lu Changming, tell me where the remaining remnants of the Lu family are hiding, and I can promise you a good death." When the man named Lu Changming heard this, he immediately spat a mouthful of blood into the air. "Fuck you, you dogs, when my Lu family was still around, you guys didn't even dare to let out a single fart. And now that my Lu family is in trouble, you dogs jump out one by one in a hurry, fearing that people don't know that you're the Gu family's dogs. Kill or die as you please. If I scream, your father was raised by me." Upon hearing this, The face of the purple-clothed man who opened his mouth sank as he coldly said, "Toast to refuse. Originally I wanted to grant you a good death, but now it seems unnecessary." Saying that, he suddenly smiled grimly. "The one next to you is your sister, right? She looks really good. I think my family's servant should like it very much. If she is sold to Night Moon House, she should be able to sell for a good price as well. I've decided. Wait for me to have enough fun first, and then I'll let my family's servant have enough fun, and then I'll sell her to Night Moon House at the end." "Brother!" Lu Changyue grabbed Lu Changming's arm in fear. Lu Changming's eyes immediately reddened with rage, roaring and cursing. "Feng Yi, if you have the ability to come at me, make a move towards a woman. What kind of man are you?" The youth named Feng Yi didn't get angry after hearing this. He just laughed coldly. "Whether I'm a man or not, later on, your sister should know very well. Ha ha ha, the Lu family's women. I really haven't played with them yet." After saying that, Feng Yi's face turned cold and he waved his hand. "Do it." At those words, the two people on his side immediately flew towards Lu Changming. "Lu Changyue. Ah, get out of here." Lu Changming roared up to the sky. His already depleted body was once again squeezed out a bit of strength and shook the two men away. However, it was still of little use, but a dying struggle. Lu Changyue also understood this, and looking at her brother, she smiled miserably and said, "Brother, I don't want to fall into their hands even if I die." After saying that, a delicate dagger appeared in Lu Changyue's hand, and without the slightest hesitation, she wiped it towards her neck. Lu Changming shouted in despair as his eyes widened in anger. "No!" He reached out to stop it, desperate to the point of despair inside, but in the next second, his entire body froze in place, only to see that in front of his sister, Lu Changyue, at some point in time, there stood a white-clothed man, and the man gently clamped the dagger with two white fingers so that it couldn't advance the slightest bit. Lu Changyue looked at the man in front of her. The whole person also froze. The next second tears came out of her eyes. The whole person jumped into the man's arms and cried, "Brother Lu Yuan." At this moment, all of Lu Changyue's emotions were given vent to, because the man in front of him was able to bring him a sense of security that was unparalleled in the world. "Fuchi, Fuchi," Lu Changming cried out tentatively, with a touch of disbelief in his eyes. Lu Yuan turned back, clearly smiling, but reprimanded. "Brat, is this how you take care of Chanyu?" Seeing that the person coming was really Lu Yuan, Lu Changming's whole body was dumbfounded, shocked by this huge surprise, and in the next second his whole body shouted out like crazy, then rushed forward to hug Lu Yuan as well, crying out, "Ah, Brother Yuan, you're finally back. Whoa, you don't know what we've been through these past half a year. The Lu family. Lu Changming choked on his tears and couldn't even speak clearly. Lu Yuan's heart continued to sink. He was not stupid. Through the signs in front of him, even if that kind of thing was no longer possible, it was the only truth. But on his face, Lu Yuan remained calm and collected, patted the two of them, and said softly, all right, let me settle the matter at hand first, and then you guys can talk to me carefully about what really happened." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, both Lu Changming and Lu Changyue obeyed and loosened their hands. Lu Yuan looked at the opposite trio, his eyes sullen, extreme killing intent pulsing in their depths. "Even my Lu family's people dare to move. I have to say that you guys don't have an ordinary amount of guts." "The Lu family? Ha ha ha." As early as 5 months ago, the immortal Lu family was already a thing of the past and had already been declared extinct. Feng Yi looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes flickering. "It looks like you are also a member of the Lu family." "What? Don't you know?" Lu Yuan's heart sank to the bottom violently, and then it was a monstrous killing intent that surged through his chest without any more nonsense. Raising his hand, Lu Yuan's two fingers merged into a sword point, and a stern sword chi erupted out. A street where everyone felt as if an on was on their backs and their hearts were hairy, as a party to the wind also, but also feel his forehead as if by a heaven-opening divine blade against, so that he cannot move the slightest, the whole body thousands of pores, but also a piercing pain. "You, what do you want?" Feng also got a little scared and swallowed his saliva. "I'm a true disciple of the Great Sun Sect. My master is the left protector of the Great Sun Sect. If you dare to kill me, not only you, but all the remaining members of the Lu family hiding in the Ping Heavenly Domain won't be able to live. How about letting me go, and I'll leave right now and pretend that today never happened?" Trying to beg for mercy and live and threatening others at the same time. "Did you learn that from those idiots in the beautiful kingdom?" Lu Yuan spoke softly, and then whirled around to give a gentle wave towards Feng also. Feng Yi didn't even feel anything, and in the next second, 3 heads flew into midair. A great sect-level Saint Realm Heavenly Pride just died here without any warning. On both sides of the street, countless people were silenced, not daring to make the slightest sound. Lu Yuan also did not pay any attention to them, and turned around to take Lu Changming and Lu Changyue, and quickly left this place. Lu Yuan can no longer endure the inner anxiety, desperately want to know. Lu family in the end, what happened to the change? Heaven's whistling city, a certain small secluded courtyard built by the lake. Tell me what happened. Lu Yuan asked the two people in front of him in a deep voice. Lu Changming looked grave and surveyed the surroundings, then took a deep breath and said, Brother Yuan, before I tell you the truth, you must be calm and absolutely not impulsive. Lu Yuan nodded his head. He understood that this was Lu Changming's fear that after he knew the truth, he would go out of his way to seek revenge from his enemies. Lu Changming said, Brother Yuan, I actually don't know too much about what exactly is going on, because during that time, Changyue and I happened to be out and about, and after that, we got the news from a bolt from the blue that my Lu family was overthrown. Upon learning of this news, Chang Yu and I immediately returned to the family, but we only saw ruins. My Lu family, truly gone. Lu Changming's face was pale. Who would have thought that the unrivaled immortal Lu family would be destroyed overnight? Lu Changming continued. After that, all of my Lu family's clansmen who were outside were hunted down and killed, and the forces that were once friends with my Lu family either turned their backs on us or were so jealous of something that they didn't dare to shelter us at all. The immortal Gu family and the feathered immortal dynasty are the two main forces chasing us? After listening to this, Lu Yuan's heart had already turned over, and all the adjectives were no longer enough to describe the emotions in his heart at this moment. However, Lu Yuan remained calm and asked, Do you know who overthrew my Lu family? The immortal Gu family, the feathered immortal dynasty, were all forces at the same level as the Lu family, but the main murderer was definitely not them. With these two forces, they couldn't do anything to exterminate the Lu family overnight. Lu Changming shook his head. I don't know who the exact murderer is, so far, a mystery. Lu Yuan fell silent, then said, You guys heal your wounds first, and everything will be said after you are healed. After saying that, Lu Yuan got up and left, returning to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, Lu Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had appeared in a vast starry sky. On the other side of the starry sky stood 9 incomparably huge and magnificent existences. Noticing Lu Yuan's arrival, a Lord God let out a soft eep. Hey, what are you doing here? Lu Yuan's face was ghostly, and he opened the door. The Lu family has been exterminated. I want to know who the murderer is. Extinguished? The 9 sovereign gods were surprised. They all knew that the Lu family was the family where Lu Yuan was born. Wait, let's check. The 9 Lord gods said at the same time that this matter, to them, was neither big nor small. The Lu family was still a power as small as dust to them, but after all, it involved Lu Yuan, and they had to pay attention to it. Soon after, a Lord God said, We've found it. The murderer is the Dark Immortal Hall, and the accomplices are the Immortal Gu family, the Feathered Immortal Dynasty, and the Ancient Dragon Divine Sect. However, the Dark Immortal Hall, too, did this matter on the orders of an Immortal Court Supreme Immortal? The Dark Hall of Immortality. The Immortal Court? Lu Yuan's face changed. On the Dark Continent, the ranks of forces were gangs, factions, sects, clans, great religions, heavenly sect, and immortal Dao unity. The Lu family, the Gu family, and the Feathered Immortal Dynasty all belonged to the class of Immortal Dao system. However, above the Dark Continent's Immortal Dao system, there were also 5 supreme forces at the transcendent level. These 5 supreme forces were not the local forces of the Dark Continent, but rather, they were branches established by some giant forces outside of the Dark Continent. The Dark Immortal Hall was one of the 5 supreme forces, and the Dark Immortal Hall on the Dark Continent was only a branch of the true Dark Immortal Hall. The true Dark Immortal Hall was a superpower when looking at the great realm of the mixed element. The Dark Immortal Hall, however, was only a subsidiary force of the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court, an overlord power that spanned an infinite amount of multiple spacetime, on a level with the Taiyuan Divine Court, the main Divine Hall. However, when it came to overall strength, the Lord God's temple was going to surpass the first 2. The murderer was actually the Dark Immortal Temple and the Immortal Court. Lu Yuan felt unprecedentedly tricky. Any one of these 2 forces was not something that the current him could fight against, as could be seen from the fact that the Dark Immortal Hall had destroyed the Lu family overnight. The Dark Immortal Hall's rank far exceeded that of the Immortal Dao system. Right at this moment, the Lord God who had just spoken once again said, I haven't finished speaking. Your Lu family wasn't wiped out. It only suffered some huge losses. And at the last moment, your Lu family's old ancestor erupted into Emperor Zun level strength, and banished the entire Lu family. Self-exiled. The Lu family wasn't destroyed, just self-exiled by the old ancestor? Lu Yuan was surprised. As long as the Lu family was not destroyed, everything was fine. Can you find out which world the Lu family has been banished to? Lu Yuan inquired. Exile, which means pretty much the same thing as being driven into exile. The Lord God shook his head. The universal heavens are too large to find. Lu Yuan was a little disappointed, but not too discouraged. It was good enough to know this. However, immediately afterward, Lu Yuan asked in doubt, Dark Immortal Hall, why is the Immortal Court making a move against my Lu family? I don't know. It doesn't matter. As long as you open your mouth, the Dark Immortal Hall or the Immortal Court, we can erase it for you, even if it's an immortal lord. It's not like we can't kill them. A Lord God said in a shocking tone. Lu Yuan shook his head and laughed coldly. There is no need. The revenge of my Lu family should be avenged by my Lu family members themselves. Knowing that the Lu family had not been destroyed, Lu Yuan was in a good mood. The Lord God nodded. That's good. By the way, when I was probing just now, I sensed a transmission in the Void Rift. It should have been left to you by your Lu clan's old ancestor. Want to listen to it? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded. Soon, an old voice sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Yuan child, the old ancestor incompetent, failed to protect the family, can only choose to self-exile, in order to protect the Lu family direct and direct lineage clansmen. You do not need to worry. Your father and mother are safe and sound, but, after we leave, the Lu family's remaining collateral clansmen as well as straight out of the direct lineage clansmen, will certainly be hunted down and killed. This burden will fall on you, but remember, everything to your own safety is the main focus. Within 10,000 years, we will definitely return. Upon hearing this transmission, Lu Yuan was both depressed and elated, and was speechless for a while. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan directly left this starry sky. Right after Lu Yuan left, a terrifyingly grand will covered the entire starry sky, and billions of planets couldn't stand the terrifying pressure and burst apart. For a time the entire starry sky, the starry river was in turmoil and the galaxies were displaced. The owner of the will coldly said, destroying my immortal court and still wanting to kill me. Lord God, you are too arrogant. Yo, isn't this the immortal Lord? Haven't seen you in a few days. You've pulled it again. A Lord God flirted and opened his mouth, not the least bit afraid of this terrifying overlord who dominated the universes and heavens. The immortal Lord's face turned green for a while, cultivating to his realm. He should have been able to change his face without changing his color, but he still couldn't help it a bit in the face of an insult from an existence of the same level. Alright, you don't need to say any more nonsense. We don't need the 9 of us to make a move. Just me. How about we go one-on-one? A Lord God said in a domineering manner that he wanted to fight the immortal Lord alone. The Lord God is one with 9 faces. 9 in 1. It can be one person, or it can be said that there are 9 people, but every Lord God has the strength of the source realm level. After the 9 in 1, the battle power is even able to make all the hegemony of the heavens tremble. You guys, the immortal Lord's face turned green with anger, but there was nothing he could do in the face of these 9 famous rogue bosses of the heavens in front of him, and he could only retreat in the end. Or rather, the timing wasn't right. After the immortal Lord left, the 9 main gods began to talk to themselves. You really don't want to tell Xiao Lu Yuan where the Lu family is going? There's no need. That world is arcane and mysterious. Woe is me. Maybe the Lu family can get a metamorphosis there. Little Lu Yuan, this life is too smooth. Born as the world's top family. The family also protect the shortcomings of their own talent is also the world's top. The realm of the broken limit, but also are not the general broken limit. Chance is even more ridiculous. Not only was we elected as the 10th Lord God, but also with the Dark Arbitration Tribunal that the magistrate has an unspecified relationship, and the other identities are not to say that. In short, the road to cultivation is too smooth is not good. The road is too smooth is not a good thing. Experiencing some setbacks is always good. If it weren't for this matter, I would have been prepared to let little Lu Yuan's 3 great demonic bodies explode in full force sometime later, so that he would be the enemy of the world. Wow, you're so bad. Be careful, little Lu Yuan won't be done with you. But then again, even we didn't expect that this Lu family turned out to be the remnants of that power back then. Immortal Lord, it seems like they all defected from that power back then. Alright, let's not even talk about it. Let's just wait and see what happens. As his consciousness returned, Lu Yuan let out a long breath. Although the Lu family was forced into self-exile, but the good thing is that the problem is not too big for Lu Yuan. With or without the Lu family as a background is irrelevant. He, himself, is his own backing. To the Lu family, Lu Yuan still has feelings. One is that his own biological parents are still alive, and the second is that the Lu family is very protective. Almost from the moment of birth, Lu Yuan has enjoyed thousands of favor, and has never been wronged. Lu Yuan also did not live up to the expectations of the people. With heaven-defying talent, all the way to become the brightest new star in the Dark Continent. Family and blood are not something that can be easily discarded, no matter what. In the end, Lu Yuan had never been wronged, never been betrayed by affection, and naturally would not disregard it, together with the fact that the demonic body had not exploded after all. For the time being, Lu Yuan was still a flesh and blood person, rather than actually being devoid of any emotions. Quietly, Lu Yuan began to think. The Lu family was gone, but the Lu family still had as many as 10 million side children still alive. Lu Yuan, as the first eldest son of the Lu family, had the obligation and responsibility to shelter them, assuming, of course, that they can be found. 5 months ago, the Lu family disappeared, and the major powers of the Dark Continent were cautious at first, but when it was determined that the Lu family had really disappeared, humanity was exposed. Forces that were hostile to the Lu family, forces that were dependent on the Lu family, and even powerful people who had submitted to the Lu family would be reckless and begin to hunt down and kill or even massacre the Lu family's collateral lineage. In addition to the collateral line, Lu Yuan also had a portion of direct descendants such as Lu Changming and Lu Changyue living outside. Now, Lu Yuan's goal was to find them, shelter them, and at the same time, take revenge. But before the large-scale search for the remaining clansmen of the Lu family, Lu Yuan still needed to do one more thing, and that was to look for a backer for the Lu family members, to find a force that could protect them. Lu Yuan, himself, was able to let go of his hand and take his revenge. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan continued to think deeply. The force that destroyed the Lu family was the Supreme Force Dark Immortal Hall, and the Immortal Taoist system was directly excluded. So if they wanted to be sheltered, they had to find a force that was at the same level as the Dark Immortal Hall and was not afraid of the Dark Immortal Hall. There were 5 supreme forces in the Dark Continent, and they were the Qingling Starbank, the Sovereign Hall, the Haotian Academy, the Dark Immortal Hall, and the Demon God Hall. Dark Continent Qingling Starbank, a branch of the Qingling Starbank in the Qingling realm, similar to a bank plus a chamber of commerce organization, extremely rich and extremely powerful, can be considered. The Dark Continent Dominating Hall is a branch of the Dominating Hall of the Great Realm of the Mixed Element. All dominating powers born in the Great Realm of the Mixed Element must be titled in the Dominating Hall, and at the same time, the Dominating Hall is nominally the most powerful force in the Great Realm of the Mixed Element to be considered. Dark Continent Haotian Academy, an advanced academy under the Taiyuan Divine Court, specializing in cultivating celestial pride for the Taiyuan Divine Court, with all of its instructors coming from the headquarters of the Taiyuan Divine Court, due to its special nature, was not considered. Dark Temple of the Immortals, no consideration. Dark Continent Demon Temple, demonic forces, disregarded. Therefore, only the Qingling Starbank and the Dominating Hall can provide shelter. However, the Dark Immortal Hall is backed by the Immortal Court, while the Dominating Hall is backed by only the Great Realm of the Mixed Elements, so they won't necessarily provide shelter. And the Qingling Starbank is a bit more likely. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, and his heart was also filled with a feeling that the so-called cultivation world was actually a place that was more than connections and backing. Let's go to the Green Toon Starwalker first to try it out. If that doesn't work, then go to the Dominator Hall. And if none of that works, we'll have to send it to my mother's mother clan. Lu Yuan sighed slightly. His mother's mother tribe was not in the Dark Continent, but in the Light Continent, and the 2 continents were hostile. The distance was too far and the relationship was not good, so Lu Yuan did not consider it first. But if all of them didn't work, a flash of sternness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he could only use a relationship that he would never want to expose to the world. Having figured everything out, Lu Yuan summoned the 2 siblings, Lu Changming and Lu Changyue. The injuries they suffered were only superficial, a single elixir could heal them, and after such a short while in the past, all the injuries on their bodies had already recovered to a certain extent. Fuqi, the 2 siblings, Lu Changming, arrived and looked at Lu Yuan, waiting for the next instruction. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 men in front of him and asked, "Where are the rest of the clan?" "Inside a canyon. It's very secretive, but there are only about 10,000 people. Where the rest of the clan is now, I don't know." Lu Changming shook his head and said, "Didn't use the family token to contact them?" Lu Yuan said. Lu Changming laughed bitterly. "In this situation now, who dares to contact in case they are intercepted by a strong person, they all have to die." Also, Lu Yuan sighed. It was saddening enough that the hallowed Lu family had ended up in the current situation. With that, Lu Yuan said, "I'm going to go to Qingling Starwalker to see if I can get them to shelter my Lu clan members. You and Chang, you go back, tell the others that I'm back, stabilize them, and at the same time, if you have the time, try to look for the other scattered clansmen, then wait for me to summon them." Hearing this, Lu Changming's eyes inexplicably dimmed, At the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to be a parasite, but rather wanted Lu Yuan to lead them. But he also knew that it wasn't very realistic. Okay. Aha. Lu Yuan softly hummed, then got up. Let's go. I'll see you guys off. Afterward, Lu Yuan brought Lu Changming, Lu Changyue, Su Qingyao and Jiang Xingyi along with him to leave this small courtyard. After safely sending Lu Changming's siblings out of the city, Lu Yuan brought Su Qingyao and the two of them to quickly head to the city's teleportation array. Lu Yuan didn't tell Lu Changming who the murderer who annihilated the Lu family was, because there was no need to. The more truth they knew, it wasn't necessarily good. Instead of making them terrified, it was better to keep the current situation. Soon, Lu Yuan and the few others arrived at the place of the teleportation array. This one incomparably vast verdant square. On the square, there were a dozen teleportation arrays, and in the center of the square, there stood a mega teleportation array that could travel across domains. But accordingly, the price is extremely expensive, and the average person cannot afford it. The currency used on the Dark Continent was not spirit stones, but a crystal with a higher purity of energy and more precious, called star source crystals, which were not graded. Usually, a ride on a mega teleportation array would require a minimum of 1,000 star source crystals and a maximum of 1 million. And even 1,000 star source crystals was not something that an ordinary Emperor Sealer powerhouse could easily afford. Even as Lu Yuan, he only had 50 to 60 million star source crystals on him right now. It sounds like a lot, but when you really use it, it doesn't really take long. The verdant square was crowded with people and the clamor shook the sky. In front of the mega teleportation array, it was a door-to-door, and couldn't wait for a single guest for half a day. Standing at the edge of the square, Lu Yuan looked at the two people beside him and said, Su Qingyao, Jiang Xingyi will leave with you. You guys will go first later. She's with me? Su Qingyao said unexpectedly. Jiang Xingyi was also confused. The two of them didn't know that something had happened to the Lu family. Lu Yuan glanced at the sky behind him, a group of strong men who were searching the entire city, and said in an undeniable tone, Yes, something has happened. She must leave with you. And when you arrive at the academy, try to take care of Jiang Xingyi. Saying that, Lu Yuan took out a white jade token and handed it to Jiang Xingyi, not explaining the purpose of the token, but simply saying, when you arrive at the academy, you try it out as well and see if you can enroll. Ah, good. Jiang Xingyi received the token with a face full of confusion. Su Qingyao, who was on the side, was keenly aware of something, but she didn't ask. Afterward, Lu Yuan led the duo to the mega teleportation array. To the Pale Domain. 2. Lu Yuan said to the staff while taking out a purple gold card and swiping it on the notch next to the teleportation array. Purple gold card. Similar to a bank card. Called Star Card. One must recharge an amount of 50 million star source crystals or more to have a purple gold star card, which belonged to the senior VIP customers of Qingling Star Bank, and also represented identity as well as status. Seeing this, the staff member's attitude was incomparably respectful. Alright. I will start the transmission array for you right away. Soon, the teleportation array stored energy successfully, and Su Qingyao and Jiang Xingyi stepped on it. At the same time, a batch of city guards poured into the square, and the general at the head shouted, All teleportation arrays stop running immediately. No one is allowed to leave. Violators will be killed without pardon. Hearing these words, the staff subconsciously had to close the teleportation array. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and a 3-finger wide blood-black longsword appeared in his hand, placing the sword on the staff member's neck as he chillingly said, If you don't want to die, teleport immediately. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Yuan's body, the staff was filled with panic and didn't dare to resist at all, immediately teleporting both of Su Qingyao away. Lu Yuan also followed up, Go on, go to the Qingling Supreme Domain. And at this time, in the square, countless people made dissatisfied noises. What the hell? My sister is getting married soon and I'm in a hurry to get to the wedding. What's your sister's quick marriage? My grandmother is still giving birth. She's about to go into labor. If I don't rush back now, my father will have to break my legs. Good man. Your grandfather is really old and strong. The crowd was in an uproar. After all, those who wanted to use the teleportation arrays either had urgent matters or weren't poorly paid, and now that all the teleportation arrays were steeply shut down, it naturally caused countless people to feel outraged. In the crowd, a blue-clothed male who was surrounded by 4 guards was even more ugly as he looked at the city guard commander and said, You'd better give me a statement, or I'll demolish your heavenly tsunami city. Obviously, this is a young man with a big background. The commander's face changed when he saw the blue-clothed youth, and he recognized that this youth was a figure from the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, and was himself an important figure of a Heaven's exalted sect. It was an existence he could never offend. The commander could only explain. Sir Mo redeems himself. It's really because an important fugitive might want to use the teleportation array to escape, and we have no choice but to do so. Important fugitive? Mo Qianlian's eyes narrowed slightly. I'd like to hear what kind of important fugitive can delay me. He was the top heavenly pride listed on the Heaven's Pride Tower, and even though he was ranked outside of 1,000, his time was not something that could be delayed by any cats or dogs. Seeing this, the commander took a deep breath and said, based on that person's appearance and temperament, we guess that this person is most likely Lu Yuan of the Lu family. What? Lu Yuan? Hearing this name, Mo Qianlian was so shocked that he didn't care about any manners and directly screamed out. And when the countless people in the square heard the word Lu Yuan, they were immediately in an uproar. Lu Yuan? Is it really Lu Yuan? Which Lu Yuan? The one from the immortal Lu family. Lu Yuan? Heavens! Is Heaven's remarkable Supreme Lord Lu Yuan inside the square crowd? I heard that Lu Yuan disappeared for a long time, and now that the Lu family is gone, I don't know what he's feeling. What mood I don't know, but I do know that the immortal Gu family will definitely hunt it down at all costs. Lu Yuan Heaven's Pride Tower's current top-ranked Supreme Heavenly Pride, known as the Dark Continent's #1 Heavenly Pride for millions of years, once fought alone against the 5 Supreme Force's young masters without defeat. Such a legend. Could it be here? The crowd was in uproar to the max. Everyone looked at the people around them in an attempt to find Lu Yuan. However, the vast majority of them had only heard of Lu Yuan's name and had never seen him. In front of the mega teleportation array, the staff froze for a moment, then realized something and said in surprise, "You are Lu Yuan?" The staff had a look of adoration, excitement, and fervor in their eyes. Seeing that this person recognized him, Lu Yuan tightened the sword in his hand, and his killing intent increased steeply in his heart. However, in the next second, Lu Yuan was dumbfounded, only to see the staff immediately open the teleportation array and said to Lu Yuan, quickly, before they react, "You should go." Lu Yuan was stunned, then his brows furrowed. "You'll die if you let me go. Why are you doing this?" The staff laughed. "I am just a small person as humble as dust. To be able to help an existence such as yours is an unparalleled flash of light in my life. So go now. Even if I die I will have no regrets." The staff member's words caused Lu Yuan to be stunned, then immediately returned to his senses and said, "You leave with me." Before the words fell, Lu Yuan didn't wait for the staff to react. He gripped him by the collar and pulled him inside the teleportation array. Just then, the teleportation array was successfully recharged, and in an instant, the flash of light was so great that it took Lu Yuan as well as the staff members and disappeared in the same place. There, damn it, let them get away. The light blossoming from the teleportation array was noticed by everyone, and they all realized that Lu Yuan had managed to escape. The city guard commander's body went limp, directly paralyzed on the ground. His face was like ashes. Lu Yuan had escaped under his nose. The people above would never let him go. Mo Qianliang stood in place, looking at the direction of the teleportation array in a daze. "I can't believe it's really him. He's back." Qingling Supreme Domain, where the headquarters of the Qingling Star Company in the Dark Continent is located. The area was much smaller compared to the other domains, but in terms of preciousness, only the other 4 Supreme Domains could compare. This preciousness did not only refer to the fact that the Green Tombstar Company stood in this domain, but also to the resources, the secret realm, and the various relics. Qingling City. At this moment, a light pillar fell in the square in the center of the city, and Lu Yuan as well as the shocked staff slowly walked out of the light pillar. Looking at all the familiar buildings in front of him, Lu Yuan let out a long breath. Being in this city gave him an inexplicable peace of mind. Compared to the 72 lower domains and 36 upper domains, the Supreme Domain was more prevalent in killing and more brutal. However, to Lu Yuan, being in the Supreme Domain was conversely much safer than being in the 108th domain. This was because inside the Supreme Domain, there was a rule that existences above the heavenly dignity were not allowed to strike at existences below the heavenly dignity, and those who violated it would surely die. Lu Yuan didn't dare to say that he was invincible below heavenly exaltation, but he dared to guarantee that no one below heavenly exaltation would be able to kill him. Of course, if any celestial exalt dared to take the risk of striking out, Lu Yuan wouldn't be afraid, because the 2 elders of the underworld were still guarding his side. The 2 elders of the underworld were limit-breaking level heavenly beings, so if you wanted to kill Lu Yuan inside the Supreme Domain, you would have to pay the price of at least 3 or more limit-breaking celestials. It shouldn't be too much to ask in order to kill me, should it? Lu Yuan put a question mark in his mind. Lu Yuan, what should we do now? The staff member stood trembling, his face full of misery. Lu Yuan laughed. "Aren't you not afraid of death? Why do you look like a wimp now?" The staff member said bitterly, "If I didn't go with you just now, I might still survive, but now if I'm caught, I'll surely die." Lu Yuan laughed. Don't worry. From now on, you'll follow me and make sure you won't die. By the way, what's your name? The staff member was definitely an avid fan of his, and the fact that he dared to risk his life to see him off was in itself a sign of the staff member's loyalty to him. Such a person, Lu Yuan did not mind taking under his wing. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the staff member was a bit surprised, then said, My name is Li Wu. Li Wu. Lu Yuan nodded and then used the system to check Li Wu's personal information. Name, Li Wu. Age, 23. Cultivation, Late King Seal. Identity, Tianshao City Teleportation Array Operator. Talent, 100 Battles King Body, excellent. Note, physique can be promoted. Seeing Li Wu's talent, Lu Yuan was little surprised. The 100 Battles King's Body was a physique that was specially created for battles, and at the same time, it was a physique that could be promoted, such as the 1000 Battles Saint's Body, the 10,000 Battles God's Body, and the Battle Extreme Dao Body. That being said, Li Wu would definitely be a very good henchman if he could be trained. Unable to help it, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said, For the time being, you have nowhere to go, so follow me. Li Wu was elated. Okay boss. Lu Yuan lost his smile. Are you adapting quite fast? Li Wu scratched his head and giggled. Boss, you don't even know how much I adore you. I used to dream of being your henchman and following behind you to fight for you, but I knew that wasn't realistic. I didn't think that one day this dream would actually come true. Yeah, Lu Yuan smiled back. Afterward, the two of them left the plaza as they joked and laughed. 2 rooms in a tavern. Lu Yuan stood at the window, quietly looking out over Qingling City, while Li Wu was feasting on a table of food at the table behind him. Dragon's liver and phoenix marrow, ice crystal and jade dew. Oh, I finally realize why all those people in the past wanted to follow the big man. If it wasn't for you, boss, I wouldn't have been able to eat such expensive and delicious food in my life. Li Wu had tears in his eyes. Lu Yuan shook his head and lost his smile as he said, A guest is coming later. Remember to clean the table. Li Wu stuffed both cheeks and said vaguely, Boss's guest? Wouldn't be the young lord of the Qingling Star Bank, would it? Lu Yuan smiled and said, You guessed right. Ah. Li Wu was immediately energized and stood up in a hurry, and without stopping he began to clear the table. As a little brother, Li Wu was very conscious and knew that he couldn't lose face to his boss. Even more so, he couldn't lose face in front of a figure like the young lord of Qingling Starbound. So even though he himself was reluctant, he had to put away the food that was not even half eaten. Lu Yuan didn't stop it, because the guests had already arrived. Lu Yuan looked up at the door. At the doorway, there was a handsome youth standing. The youth's eyes looked like a river of stars. He was wearing a gorgeous green-colored robe. His temperament was elegant and sunny, and he was smiling at the moment. Entering the room, the youth walked straight to Lu Yuan, and as soon as he did, he wrapped his arms around Lu Yuan's shoulders and laughed unimaginatively. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yuan, I knew we were close, worthy of being my own brother. Lu Yuan was helpless and scolded with a laugh. Get lost, who is your blood brother? The youth, unconcerned, sat himself down at the table, picked up a bottle of wine that had not yet been put away on the table, and poured himself a glass. Lu Yuan looked at Li Wu. You go out first. Okay boss. Li Wu nodded and walked out of the room, guarding the door. Lu Yuan sat down opposite the youth and said in a deep voice, Cheng Wuji, you should be able to guess the purpose of my search for you. Cheng Wuji nodded his head and drank a glass of wine dutifully before saying, I've probably guessed some of it, but it's not going to be easy. With your skills, I think you know who the murderer is. I, Qingling Starbank, have always had a neutral stance. If I were to admit your Lu family members openly, the dark immortal hall side, I'm afraid they won't stop. Lu Yuan's eyes sank. So no? No. I mean, I can't make the call on this matter. You'll have to talk to my master. Cheng Wuji shook his head and laughed. Cheng Wuji's master was the Green Tomb Star Bank president. Yes, then please introduce me to the master. Cheng Wuji seemed to have prepared for this as he took out a green-colored token, and the next moment an illusory silhouette appeared in the room. The silhouette's middle-aged appearance is equally elegant and extraordinary, making people feel affable at a glance. Lu Yuan rose and cupped his fists. Lu Yuan of the Lu family, meet Senior Qing Chuan. Qing Chuan nodded his head and said, Little Lu Yuan I'm sorry for what happened to the Lu family. The purpose of your visit, I also know that. It's because you want to let the Qingling Star Bank to shelter the remaining clansmen of the Lu family, right? Lu Yuan nodded. Qing Chuan said, In this matter, Qingling Star Bank can help you, but there are conditions. Lu Yuan was prepared in his heart. Elder, but there's no harm in saying it, as the late generation has a request to make. It's only natural that they need to pay as well. Cheng Chuan smiled and looked at Lu Yuan admiringly, saying, Worthy of being the young generation's supreme heavenly pride that can defeat my disciple. With you around, sooner or later, the Lu family will be able to rebuild its splendor, or even go even further. Since that's the case, I'm not going to play dumb anymore. Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. Have you ever heard of it? Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. Lu Yuan's eyes shook. Could it be that the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins are about to open? Cheng Chuan nodded. That's right. After 100,000 years, the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins will be opened in the near future. Originally, I planned to have Wuji lead the team and explore the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, but if you come, then the position of leader will be yours. Lu Yuan was silent. His heart was shocked. The Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins was not a secret realm, but an ancient battlefield, and it wasn't even in the Dark Continent, but at the junction of several supercontinents. The reason why the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins were so important was because there was a special resource in them called law crystals. As we all know, below the Saint Realm, one still mainly cultivates physical strength, but once one reaches above the Saint Realm, it is the laws that are cultivated. Laws were difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to cultivate, especially for geniuses who comprehended multiple laws at the same time. The law crystals, on the other hand, would allow the laws to accelerate their cultivation, and were the holy relics of cultivation that countless cultivators above the Saint Realm craved for. Because of the scarcity and consumables, the price of law crystals had reached a point where it was sky-high, and was often priced out of the market. The Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins was a special place that was rich in law crystals, and once it was opened, it would attract countless great powers to flock to it. On the contrary, the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins restricted the entry of cultivators below the level of Heavenly Exalted, and so the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins also evolved into a perfect place for Heavenly Pride to compete. Moreover, it was still a Heavenly Pride competition between several continents. Lu Yuan, ranked first in the Tower of Heaven's remarks. He had fought the 5 Supreme Power Young Masters alone, and was the first Heavenly Pride of the Dark Continent that deserved it. Naturally, Lu Yuan was the object that everyone was jealous of and wanted to draw in. Lu Yuan is like a nuclear weapon, on whose team it is equivalent to holding a hand of trump cards. So, if you want the Qingling Star Bank to shelter your Lu family members, that's fine, but the prerequisite is that you have to join me, the Qingling Star Bank, and lead the team into the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. How about it? Think about it. Cheng Chuan looked at Lu Yuan expectantly. Lu Yuan, what else is there to consider? As long as you come, the position of leader is something I am very happy to let you have. As long as you agree now, I, Qingling Star Bank, will immediately send people to receive your Lu family members. No one will dare to stop them, Gu family or Dark Immortal Hall. If they dare to stop them, they will be declaring war on me. Qingling Star Bank, Cheng Wuji said from the side. He very much wanted Lu Yuan to join, because the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins involved the most top-tier Heavenly Prides competing among several continents, and although he himself was also a top-tier Heavenly Pride, he still didn't have much certainty, but if Lu Yuan joined him, he would have a complete bottom line. When the time came, not to mention how much was gained, the Greenling Star Bank would at least not lose too many people. He had fought with Lu Yuan and knew and understood better than the average person what kind of a pervert Lu Yuan was. One-on-one, no one on the Dark Continent was a match for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pondered for a while and smiled. I promise, it's really nothing to think about. If I knew that the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins were about to open, even without you guys, I would still go. Good. Lu Yuan, welcome to the Qingling Star Company. Governor Ayakawa stroked his palm and laughed. His status and strength had reached his point. There were few things that could make him so happy. Cheng Wuji was also overjoyed and immediately served Lu Yuan a cup of wine and smiled. Captain Lu Yuan, welcome aboard. Cheers. Lu Yuan also raised his wine. Cheers. The two of them drank it all in one go. At this time, Cheng Chuan said, I'll immediately arrange for people to go around to meet your Lu family members. It won't take too long. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yuan said. Cheng Chuan personally made a promise, and Lu Yuan was very relieved. Between the 5 supreme powers, Qingling Starbound could be said to have the widest information network. Aha! Cheng Chuan softly hummed, and then his shadow disappeared. After that, Cheng Wuji handed Lu Yuan a list of information about the top Heavenly Pride of several continents. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the only way to fight 100 battles. And then, Cheng Wuji left. In the room, Lu Yuan looked at the list and fell into deep thought. The current result made sense. And before deciding to come and seek help from the Qingling Star Company, Lu Yuan had already been mentally prepared. It's just that he didn't expect it either. The end result was actually leading the team to the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze ghostly. With the opening of the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, I'm afraid that all the forces in the Dark Continent that are above the Heavenly Clan will send a large number of young lifelong disciples forward. Dark Immortal Hall. Immortal Gu Family. Feathered Immortal Dynasty. One by one, the names of a dozen forces flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, and then monstrous killing intent surged in his eyes. None of them will survive. Lu Yuan decided that he would kill all the Heavenly Pride who were his enemies inside the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, killing the Dark Immortal Hall, the Immortal Gu Family, and the young generation of the Feathered Immortal Dynasty to break. Xishan Domain, one of the 36 upper domains, where the headquarters of the Immortal Gu Family was located. At this moment, deep within the Gu Family, the place where many of the old ancestors lay dormant, a white-clothed young man was sitting on a white jade platform, his body exuding a mysterious aura as he cultivated some kind of powerful technique. At that moment, the voice of a Gu family ancestor suddenly entered the youth's ears. Chang Tian, there is news coming from outside. That little brat of the Lu family, Lu Yuan, has returned. I didn't expect that 5 months ago. This son didn't die in that melee, nor did he follow the Lu family into self-exile. This son is a big trouble. Can you be sure to deal with him? If not, kill it before it's too late. Otherwise, with this little brat's talent, he'll inevitably go to the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, and it'll be a big trouble then. Lu Yuan is back. Where is he? The youth opened his eyes, and a flash of gold flashed in the depths of his eyes. I don't know for now. The whereabouts are very secretive. Perhaps hiding somewhere, or perhaps they have been recruited by some great power. Gu Changtian thought for a moment and said, Old ancestor, to be honest, I'm not sure I can defeat him one-on-one, so if you have the chance, kill Lu Yuan before it's too late, or else you'll be in big trouble in the future. As the Gu family's young master, Gu Changtian was not proud of himself, and he was well aware of the gap between him and Lu Yuan. Hearing this, the Gu family's oldest ancestor sighed and said, Chang Tian, the cultivation path depends on who can laugh in the end. Don't be discouraged. Although Lu Yuan's talent is strong, in the end, it's just a flash in the pan. Historically, the Dark Continent resembles Lu Yuan's such a supreme heavenly pride. Most of them fall down like shooting stars. Gu Changtian smiled faintly. Old ancestor, of course I understand this. I have never felt behind Lu Yuan for a moment. I will be behind Lu Yuan for the rest of my life. I will be at the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, and I will make a name for myself. It is good that you think so. Feathered Immortal Dynasty. In the middle of a certain prince's palace. Your Highness, the news is confirmed true. Lu Yuan has returned. A general in dark armor knelt on one knee in the middle of the hall. Above the throne, a gold-robed youth embroidered with a four-clawed golden dragon's gaze flinched. He didn't come back when the Lu family disappeared, yet he rushed back at this juncture of the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. Interesting, but so what? I've already cultivated the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Divine Cannon. Lu Yuan, this time, I won't lose to you again. A confident and arrogant smile spread across the golden-robed youth's face. The dark hall of immortality. The top of a certain holy mountain. A fresh and gentle breeze gently brushed a young man sitting on the cliff. The youth stretched out his hand. 5 fingers opened. The breeze that was gentle just now steeply violent and furious. As the youth's 5 fingers slightly turned, a wisp of wind converged into his palm. In the next moment, the youth violently pinched his fist seal and slammed it towards the sky dome. Boom! The dome of the sky let out a violent roar, and the layers of the sea of clouds were torn apart. Lu Yuan, this time you will definitely die. The youth's cold and indifferent words echoed on the top of the mountain. A few days later, a member of the Lu family was guided back by the Qingling Starwalker, and was not stopped in the middle of the journey. For the murderers who attacked the Lu family, their purpose had been accomplished. It was extremely unprofitable to offend the Qingling Starbank for the sake of some inconsequential Lu family sidekick. Outside of Qingling City, inside a manor that covered 1,000,000 acres, Lu Yuan sat quietly by the lake, and Lu Changming stood by to report. Brother Yuan, the clan has currently picked up more than 200,000 people, and this manor is already a bit too big for them. Lu Yuan said, I know about this, I remember. My Lu family also has properties and houses in Qingling City. What about now? Lu Changming smiled bitterly. It's all been taken by force. Whoever occupies it, let him spit it out. This point, do you need me to teach you? Lu Yuan's eyes were cold. Lu Changming shivered. When the Lu family was still around, Lu Yuan was the head of the younger generation. The so-called elder brother was like a father. Lu Yuan disciplined them even more harshly than their own elders. Immediately afterward, Lu Changming said helplessly, Brother Yuan, the strength isn't enough. Not strong enough? Lu Yuan froze and narrowed his eyes. Over 200,000 clansmen. Can't we find any that can fight? How's the tally on what I asked you to tally just now? Lu Changming hurriedly said. The statistics are almost done. The clan now has a total of about 250,000 people, with a total of 5 people whose strength is in the Great Heavenly Saint Realm, a total of 35 people in the Heavenly Saint Realm, 350 people in the Earthly Saint Realm, and 5,700 people in the Saint Realm, and the Saint Realm below that is not remembered. Hearing this figure, Lu Yuan was puzzled. This strength isn't bad, why don't you move? Lu Changming said. These 5 great celestial saints are all collateral clan elders, and the 30-odd celestial saints are collateral clan heads from all over the world, and they believe that it's better to raise their troops and build up their strength at the moment, and it's inappropriate to make a move against other forces. Lu Changming's eyes flickered. Obviously the truth is not what he says it is. After Lu Yuan heard these words, his gaze narrowed and he sneered. Did you tell them that this is my order? Said. But they said that you're just a junior and not qualified to order them around yet. He. Lu Yuan was all pissed off and laughed. He immediately got up. Notify all the clansmen above the Heavenly Sage to come to the council hall. The time limit is a quarter of an hour. Those who don't come will have their own consequences. Yes, Fuchi. A quarter of an hour later. Manor House Council Chambers. Looking at the lobby where only 30 or so people had arrived, Lu Yuan's face was cold to the core. It seems that many people don't take me seriously. Lu Yuan's icy voice echoed in the lobby. The crowd seated below felt a chill in their hearts. Lu Yuan turned his head to Lu Changming beside him. Mark down those who didn't come, and with immediate effect, expel them from the Lu family, and remove their names from the family tree. No. Hearing this, the many heavenly saints seated below couldn't help but open their mouths. Lu Yuan looked at them indifferently. Who has an opinion? Someone said in a deep voice. Lu Yuan, expulsion from the genealogy must be done only by the patriarch. You are only the first eldest son. You are not qualified for this yet. Moreover, after what my Lu family has gone through, any member of the clan is extremely valuable. It's too chilling for you to do this. Cold heart? Lu Yuan looked at the man. Do you think I'm discussing with you? Saying that, Lu Yuan looked at everyone. According to the clan rules, I am the first son of the Lu family, the first heir of the Lu family patriarch, and now that the patriarch is away, I will take care of the Lu family patriarch until the patriarch returns. Now, who's in favor? Who's against? Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept over the crowd. I agree. Me too. In the end, of the 30 or so people inside the lobby, more than half of them agreed to have Lu Yuan act as the patriarch, while a small half were silent from the beginning to the end, including the 3 great celestial saints sitting in the first place. Lu Yuan swept his gaze over those who hadn't opened their mouths. If you are silent, then I'll take it that you agree. Just then, outside the lobby, a neutral voice came. I object. Lu Yuan, if you want to be the patriarch, you're not qualified. The voice had arrived before the person could be seen. But, Lu Yuan simply didn't give him a chance and said in a cold voice, since you object, then go to hell. The words fell. Lu Yuan directly transformed into a residual shadow, carrying his black long sword, and rushed outside the lobby. A few breaths later, Lu Yuan returned to the lobby carrying a head still dripping with blood. Lu Mang. Some people recognized the identity of the blood-dripping head and cried out in shock, while looking at Lu Yuan in fear, never expecting Lu Yuan to strike so decisively and so ruthlessly. Lu Yuan, you've crossed the line. Lu Mang is one of the only 5 great heavenly saints in my Lu clan right now. You killed him just like that. What exactly are your intentions? A heavenly saint said in shock and anger. Fuck you too. Lu Yuan pressed no nonsense, swung out his sword, and the next moment the man's body was separated. The lobby was silent. Returning to his seat, Lu Yuan casually threw the head in his hand on the ground and scanned the crowd. Who else, now, opposes me? Everyone was silenced. At that moment, those 3 old man-looking great heavenly saints looked at each other and said at the same time, we agree to Lu Yuan acting as the patriarch. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 old men and laughed coldly. 3 old undead. Isn't it a bit late to agree now? The 3 old men's faces changed in unison. Lu Yuan, do you even want to kill us? Lu Yuan laughed coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you guys are still somewhat useful, you'd have to die too. After saying that, Lu Yuan got up and scanned the crowd. In the future, I don't want to see anyone disobeying my orders. Not even once. I won't give anyone a second chance to regret. Now, my first order is to take back all the properties that originally belonged to my Lu family. The time, set for tomorrow. And remember, I don't want to see anyone absent. After saying this sentence, Lu Yuan left straight away without looking back. In the lake pavilion, Lu Changming's gaze was worried. Brother Yuan, aren't the means a bit too harsh? After all, they are all clansmen. The foreign must first secure the internal. Chaotic times with the heavy rule. I Lu family, now in the chaotic times. The heart is not ruthless. The means is not ruthless. then cannot suppress these old guys. If not temporarily, they are still useful. These rely on the old guy. I will not stay one. Lu Yuan looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Although the old ancestors and the others have left, as long as there is still one person alive in the Lu clan will always be there. And I, Lu Yuan, will lead the current clansmen of the Lu clan to rebuild their splendor. Lu Changming's blood boiled with fervor. His eyes were no longer worried, and he had 10,000% trust in Lu Yuan. The younger generation of the Lu family also regarded Lu Yuan as their idol. Also for this reason, Lu Yuan wanted to remove all the old things, because these stubborn old guys would hinder the young people's fervor and block their progress. Lu Changming left. Lu Yuan sat alone in the pavilion in the center of the lake and began to cultivate. Manifest destiny villain, Lu Yuan. Identity, first son of the immortal Lu family, son of chaos god. Physique and bloodline, primordial demon body, supreme demon heart, ancient demon pupil. Cultivation, heavenly sage perfection, none in all ages. Villain value, 20,923. Mall, click to view. When he was in the heavenly sky continent, Lu Yuan never practiced. Not that he was lazy, but his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It's useless to practice anymore. And as a matter of fact, Lu Yuan could break through to the great celestial saint at any time now. However, Lu Yuan was unwilling to. The 5 major limit-breaking realms only now had come to the 4th layer, and had to break through the 5th layer of limit breaking before Lu Yuan would choose to break through to the great heavenly sage, which was a habit that he, from the Tao Foundation realm, had always maintained. Soon, Lu Yuan fell into silence and fell into an epiphany. Multiple forces of law surrounded his body. After a long time, Lu Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. It still doesn't work. What exactly do we need to do to break the limit of the Huan Yu Supreme? Lu Yuan was in bitter thought. To break the limit, it was almost impossible to interfere with external forces. But there was no absolute in this world. Some extremely precious heaven and earth wonders, miraculous creations, could help people break the limit, but the preciousness of this kind of item was 10,000 times more precious than the law crystals, such as the Lu family. There were only a handful of such treasures. This was still something that the Lu family's oldest ancestor had spent a great deal of money to obtain for Lu Yuan from him. Just putting away his thoughts, Lu Yuan stopped cultivating. Just then, ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the explosive soldier system. The system is bound. The host can check it at any time. Here comes Goldfinger again. Lu Yuan was delighted in his heart and began to check the abilities of his new Goldfinger. Explosive soldier system. Host can purchase materials from the system mall, consume resource materials, and manufacture materials on a large scale. Lu Yuan tapped on the system mall. Class F material, Captain America. Sea King, Tree Man. Price, 10,000 star source crystals. Class C material, Enhanced Fatherlanders, Enhanced Soldier Boys, Enhanced Magneto. Price, 1,000,000 star source crystals. Grade B material, Enhanced Hulk, Enhanced Exterminator, Enhanced Thor. Price, 5,000,000 star source crystals. Grade A material, Upgraded Sentinel, Upgraded Iceman, Upgraded Apocalypse. Price, 15,000,000 star source crystals. S-Class material, Enhanced Superman, Enhanced Phoenix Woman, Evolved Godzilla. Price, 15,000,000 star source crystals. SS grade material, Titan Giant, Titan Demon Worm, Abyssal Demon Dragon. Price, 100,000,000 star source crystals. SSS grade material, Eternal Corpse King, Eternal Demon Worm Mother, Azura. Price, 500,000,000 star source crystals. SSSS rated material. After reading all the material, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. All the material from the F level all the way up to the 10s level. Below the A level can be basically ignored. The strength of the A level material, almost below the ceiling of the King. S rank is able to reach the level of Seal King to Seal Emperor. SS level is able to reach the Holy Realm. The SSS class is able to reach Earth Saint. As for the 4s to 10s, Lu Yuan didn't even bother to look at them because he couldn't even afford the material, let alone the resources after that. Overall, though, the exploding soldier system is kind of a nice golden touch. With enough money, one can create countless powerful henchmen. Well, or cannon fodder would be fine. At the moment, Lu Yuan could only afford grade A material, and grade S was still a bit short. However, Lu Yuan didn't really look at any material below SS grade. Below the Saint realm, quantity was simply meaningless. Lack of money, it would be nice to have a godly system. Lu Yuan sighed. If the Lu family was still around, where would he need to worry about star source crystals? Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and could not help but frown in thought. I seem to have forgotten something. By the way, I think I have a check-in system coming up. Lu Yuan slapped his head and hurriedly found the sign-in system and clicked to view it. Then again, the sign-in system doesn't work either. Not a single quest has been posted for so long, causing me to ignore its existence. Lu Yuan spat. Then in the next second, he froze. Only on the page of the sign-in system, there were dozens of sign-in tasks that had already expired, and there was only one new sign-in task at the moment. Looking at it, Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that it wasn't that the signing system hadn't released any quests, but the words he had spat at the signing system when he first got it had caused the signing system to feel inferior. So much so that there was no alert sound for the signing quests that had been released afterward. Crap! The system has low self-esteem too? Lu Yuan couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth from his previous life. He was truly stupid. Check-in system, calling. Lu Yuan was alone and silent for a long time before he slowed down, looking at the expired quests and quest rewards on the system page. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Actually, you're pretty good. There's absolutely no need to feel inferior, Lu Yuan said tentatively. In the next instant, an emoticon inexplicably appeared inside his head. Check-in system, ***. Lu Yuan. Even with Lu Yuan's calmness, he could not help but fall silent at this moment. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan looked towards the latest piece of sign-in quest. Sign-in task, please go to Shinwu Sky Ruins to sign in. Successful signing in. You can get the reward 10,000 Ripples Supreme Divine Armor Ancient Abyssal Sword. 10,000 Lines Supreme Divine Armor. Lu Yuan's pupils couldn't help but contract, and it was obvious that he was shocked. Supreme Divine Warrior was a grade that was located above the Holy Weapon, and at the grade of Supreme Divine Warrior, there was no longer a division between the upper, middle and lower minor grades. Distinguishing whether a Supreme Divine Armament was powerful or not mainly depended on the law imprints on top of the Divine Armament. Generally speaking, there were several grades of 10 lines, 100 lines, 1,000 lines, 10,000 lines, 100,000 lines, and 1 million lines, and as for 10 million lines, even Lu Yuan had never heard of it. This was because if one wanted to brand a law on top of a Supreme Divine Warrior, only an existence of the Immortal Realm and above would be able to do so, and they could still only miss printing one law a year. In other words, in order to create a 10,000 lines Supreme Divine Warrior, an immortal powerhouse would have to not eat or drink anything and brand it for at least 10,000 years without doing anything. The difficulty as well as the preciousness of trying to give birth to a 10,000 line Supreme Divine Warrior could be imagined. Things in this world have always been balanced between yin and yang. The more difficult it is to be born, it also means the higher the value of its object. There are many factors that affect one's battle power in the same realm. Physique, feats, breaking limits, and external objects are all factors. Currently, Lu Yuan's realm was Heavenly Saint Perfection, with 4 layers of broken limits. Below the Great Heavenly Sage, basically invincible. Above the Great Heavenly Sage, those who didn't break the limit were not at all a match for Lu Yuan's move, and only those who broke the limit at the 2nd or 3rd level were able to go through the moves with Lu Yuan. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Lu Yuan's limit battle power could be comparable to a Great Heavenly Saint 3rd tier limit breaker, without being defeated by a 4th tier. However, if Lu Yuan invoked his demonic body, his combat power would also increase exponentially, and an ordinary point of Heavenly Father would be able to touch it. But it was dangerous. The Dark Continent was not like the Heavenly Skies continent. Once the demonic body was triggered, all onlookers must die. This is without relying on external objects. If one relied on external objects, such as Lu Yuan holding a 10,000 line Supreme Divine Soldier, the heavenly monarchs below would dare to say that they were invincible. As for the possibility of others also having the 10,000 lines Divine Warrior, is there? There is, but the probability is small. This was because the 10,000 lines Divine Soldier was normally only qualified to be possessed by a sovereign level existence, below the level of a master. Anyone possessing one would attract covetousness. During the trip to the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, if Lu Yuan had a 10,000 lines Divine Soldier, basically no one would be his opponent. But if not, the situation is still somewhat up in the air. After all, not everyone, like Lu Yuan, sought to break the limits of the Huanyu Supreme in every realm. Some absolute heavenly prides would choose to break through to the next realm after only breaking through the 2nd or 3rd layer of the limit. Therefore, in the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins in the near future, it was extremely likely that great heavenly saints who had broken the 3rd or even 4th layer of the limit would appear, or even incomparably rare supreme heavenly saints. Putting away his thoughts, Lu Yuan closed the system, having decided in his heart that he must complete this signing in quest and get the Divine Soldier. Currently, Lu Yuan didn't have any Supreme Divine Soldiers on him either, and only had 2 extreme sacred artifacts. What is an extreme holy weapon? Above an extreme saint artifact, a saint artifact that already possessed the branding of laws below the 10th strike was an extreme saint artifact. That was why even Lu Yuan had a craving for a Supreme Divine Soldier, let alone a 10,000 stripes Supreme Divine Soldier. Early the next morning, many people had already gathered in an open space in the manor. Yesterday, Lu Yuan killed the chicken to warn the monkey and deterred everyone. No one dared to disobey Lu Yuan's order anymore. Originally, the Lu family had 5 great heavenly saints and 35 heavenly saints. However, after Lu Yuan killed a great heavenly saint yesterday, killed a heavenly saint, expelled a great heavenly saint, and 4 heavenly saints, there were now only 3 great heavenly saints and 30 heavenly saints in the Lu family. At this moment everyone was gathered in the square. No one spoke. They were all waiting in silence. When the Lu family was still around, it controlled 5 domains and had some industries in other domains, more or less. Industry is some alchemy pavilion, spiritual medicine garden, star source crystal vein class. The Lu family had a total of 7 properties in and around Qingling City. They were a small star source crystal vein, a medium star source crystal vein, an alchemy pavilion, a weaponry pavilion, a large spirit medicine garden, a royal beast garden, and a Lu family restaurant. Each of these 7 properties could provide the Lu family with more than 100 million star source crystals per year. However, after the Lu family was gone, all these industries were overrun by various forces. Among the forces that had hijacked these industries were the Heavenly Sovereign Sect, the Great Sect of Splendor, and the Immortal Dao System. In a room at the manor, Lu Yuan looked at the information in his hand and frowned lightly. The 2 mineral veins, occupied by the Immortal Dao System Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace, the Alchemy Pavilion and the Alchemy Pavilion, occupied by the Celestial Sect's Heavenly Dan Hall, and the other 3 properties were each occupied by the 3 clans inside the Qingling City. Interesting, and the distribution is quite even. Lu Changming stood opposite Lu Yuan and said excitedly, "Brother Yuan, who do we deal with first?" Lu Yuan looked up at Lu Changming and laughed. "Why did you say who to deal with first? Can't we deal with them together?" Lu Changming was dumbfounded and worried. "But with our current power, we shouldn't be able to deal with so many people at once, right?" Lu Yuan smiled without saying anything, then said, "Just listen to me. 3 great heavenly saints and 30 heavenly saints. Go and deal with those 3 clans inside Qingling City respectively, and leave the rest to me." "Then how far should we go? Is it just a matter of getting our own property back? Or?" Lu Changming's eyes twinkled. "Extermination." Lu Yuan was decisive. "If you dare to touch my Lu family's things, how can you show the world if you don't exterminate your family? As for the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Dan Hall, they must also be uprooted." Lu Yuan's killing intent was awe-inspiring. So what if it was the Immortal Dao System? So what if it was the Heavenly Sect? Under the rules of the Supreme Domain, Lu Yuan was not afraid of anyone. Lu Changming's entire body flinched. He understood that this was Lu Yuan's way of proving with his blood that even though the Lu family was gone, he, Lu Yuan, could hold up a piece of the Lu family's sky. "All right, go down and get ready." Lu Yuan waved his hand. "Yes, Fuqi." After Lu Changming left, Lu Yuan looked to the corner of the room and laughed. "The young master of Qingling Starbank. The main door is not going, but hiding in the corner sneaking around. Not afraid of making people laugh when you say it?" Cheng Wuji leisurely walked out from the corner and laughed. "The world can say whatever they like. It's none of my business. It's you who are sure you want to make such a big deal out of it? Those 3 clans could care less, but the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace is not a small power. Not afraid of their retaliation?" Cheng Wuji walked across to Lu Yuan and sat down, poised and with a soft smile on his face. "I'm afraid they won't retaliate. Otherwise, just killing this many people won't solve the hatred in my heart." Between the words, Lu Yuan didn't put an Immortal Dao System in his eyes in the slightest. Cheng Wuji laughed. "This is indeed your character. However, you are not afraid of retaliation. But what about your Lu family members? After all, they are only collateral lineage, not direct lineage, much less direct lineage." Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "The greatest danger. There is me in front of the top. If even a little storm they cannot withstand, it is not worthy of being my Lu family members. Experienced blood and fire, in order to cast unyielding will. You're still so extreme." Cheng Wuji said so. Among the many supreme celestial pride in the Dark Continent, he was considered to be one who had a good relationship with Lu Yuan, and he had a better understanding of Lu Yuan's character. For those who were on his side, Lu Yuan was gentle, generous and understanding, overbearing and brutal to those who stood against him, not reasonable in the least, and other than that, Cheng Wuji's biggest impression of Lu Yuan was extreme. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Have you read the list yet?" Cheng Wuji asked. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I haven't looked at it yet." Cheng Wuji frowned. "What? Is there a problem with the list?" Lu Yuan said. Cheng Wuji took a deep breath. There's a problem. There's a big problem. On a few other continents, there are a few demons that have come out, almost no weaker than you. Try to find time to look at the list if you haven't. Moreover, there's one of these demons that is still quite close to you. Quite close to me? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, not knowing what came to his mind. He suddenly said, is it the Nangong family? Lu Yuan's mother, named Nangong Muyue. Cheng Wuji smiled faintly. That's right, it's the family that your mother is from. So what? If you are hostile to me, I won't be soft just the same. Don't worry, I'll do what I promised you about the Qingling Star Bank. Lu Yuan didn't care. Cheng Wuji laughed. This is the best. In addition, you may have forgotten that since I, Qingling Starwalker, promised to shelter the Lu family, I will definitely be able to do it. You can rest assured that you will be able to do it boldly. As long as the Lu family does not utilize the battle power of a Heavenly Father or above, there will be no Heavenly Father who will dare to make a move against you. The Lu family. Of course, the premise is that it's inside the Qingling Supreme Domain. If it goes to the outside world, there's nothing we can do. Lu Yuan nodded. Thanks. Cheng Wuji smiled faintly. I should. By the way, the time has almost been set. It's just 5 days from now. Within these 5 days, you try to finish things off. As the words fell, Cheng Wuji disappeared into the room. Lu Yuan looked outside, his eyes ghostly, not knowing what he was thinking. The next instant, Lu Yuan also disappeared inside the room. Qingling City, Polarization Heavenly Palace Residence. It was a luxurious pavilion that only had 9 floors from the outside, but contained a small world within. And in the middle of the city, inside almost every building, inside every house, it was pretty much the same scene. Small worlds, small secret realms have long been nothing rare. Even a world realm like the Heavenly Skies continent was nothing more than a plaything of a great power. At this time, the top floor of this pavilion, a grey-robed old man sat at a wide mahogany table, with 2 people standing in front of him. One of them was reporting back, and a joyful color flowed between his words. My lord, those 2 veins are high-quality veins. Ah, in this month alone, 3 million star source crystals have been mined. The grey-robed old man nodded gently, but his face was not joyful, but rather a look of sorrow as he looked towards the other person. How's the investigation going? That person said. It has been confirmed. All the collateral clansmen of the Lu family have been picked up and protected by the Qingling Star Bank, and even spread the message to the public that existences above the heavenly dignity are not allowed to make a move against the Lu family, and below the heavenly dignity, unless the Lu family takes the initiative to mess with them, they can't make a move either. In addition, another piece of news is also true. That Lu family's unicorn son, Lu Yuan, has indeed returned and is now inside an estate outside of Qingling City. Hear both messages. The grey-robed old man was struck by lightning, and his face turned a point pale. Another person was puzzled. My lord, you seem to be worried. Are you worried that the Lu family will take those 2 veins back? Hearing this, the grey-robed old man looked at the man as if he were a fool. Are you really stupid or not? Is this what I'm worried about? What I'm worried about is our little lives. The grey-robed old man collapsed helplessly onto the table and said, the Qingling Star Bank has sheltered the Lu family and set 2 rules. With these 2 rules in place, Lu Yuan can simply act recklessly and no one can rule over him. It's not polite to say that. In the Qingling domain, a single Lu Yuan is more of a deterrent than 10 immortal Taoisms. Moreover, Lu Yuan is a man with an overbearing temperament. If he learns that we have forcibly occupied his Lu family's vein, what do you think he will do? Let me tell you, when the time comes, it's a small matter for the vein to be asked back. I'm afraid that Lu Yuan won't be willing to stop there, because even if he kills us and destroys this compound, no one will be able to cure him. Saying this, the old man got up in a panic and commanded, quickly, immediately send a message to Lu Yuan, saying that we are willing to return the vein of mines and attach 5 million star source crystals for compensation. As for the Heavenly Palace, let me go and say that I'll take the blame for everything. I'll take the blame when the time comes. The old man had just finished. A cold voice then sounded in the room. If I had heard that an hour ago, I might have spared your life. But alas, the opportunity was fleeting, and you failed to seize it. Who? The 2 people in front of the grey-robed old man panicked and looked around. The grey-robed old man himself, however, was already pale and his hands and feet were weak. Next moment, Lu Yuan appeared in the room out of thin air, and as soon as he appeared, he released his entire body's breath without any scruples, and his body was shrouded with an oozing killing intent. Seeing Lu Yuan, the old man panicked and said, Lu Yuan, everything is negotiable. If $5 million compensation is not enough, how about 10 million? If not 20 million, this is already my maximum authority. Kill you all, and what you promised will be mine as usual, Lu Yuan said icily. In the next instant, there was a flash of cold light, 3 heads shot up into the sky. A quarter of an hour later, this 9-story attic building collapsed, and there were no survivors among the combined 400 people in the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace compound. At the same time, in Qingling City, there were 3 places that were ablaze with war, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. After another hour, Lu Yuan returned to the manor. Since then, the 6 properties that the Lu family had lost had returned to the arms of the Lu family and, moreover, had grown much stronger. Soon, Lu Chengming then came to see Lu Yuan with the tallied battle results. Brother Yuchi, the stats are in. This time, not only did we recapture all of our properties, we also added 14 new properties. In addition, after the demise of the 3 great clans, the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace, and the Heavenly Dan Palace, we obtained a total of 370 million Starsource crystals, other resources totaling almost 400 million Starsource crystals, more than 170 land deeds of various kinds, the smallest of which had an area of 100,000 acres, and in addition, we also harvested small worlds, and small secret realms of 7. With these things, my Lu clan's 200,000 odd clansmen will almost never have to worry about resources again. Lu Changming was elated, his eyes surging with anticipation for the future. Lu Yuan wasn't too excited about this harvest, and of course, he wasn't disappointed, so he could only say that everything was expected. All the resources, all of them deposited into the government treasury. Right, or the old rules, in addition to the monthly salary. If the clan wants to get extra resources, they must take merit in exchange. For the rest, you see to the arrangements. Nowadays, Lu Changming was just like the Grand Master of this new Lu family, and by the looks of it, Lu Changming was enjoying himself. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Lu Changming nodded and was about to retreat, when suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Brother Yuan, inside the clan, there are still 50,000 to 60,000 teenagers. Should we hire some teachers for them? Just make up your own mind. Changming, you're not small anymore. You should have your own opinion. And you should also take up the responsibility you should take up. In the future, unless it's a big deal, you don't need to come to me, Lu Yuan said in a serious tone. Good. Lu Changming didn't push back. Both were people who had hovered on the edge of life and death an unknown number of times. Naturally, they wouldn't be as effeminate as a woman. Lu Yuan let out a breath and pondered something. Now, the Lu family was considered to have stabilized itself in Qingling City, but the dangers lurking in the shadows still could not be underestimated. The Lu family had many enemies: the Dark Immortal Hall, the Immortal Gu family, the Feathered Immortal Dynasty, and the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace. All of these were. In the future, more enemies will appear. Lu Yuan not only wanted to make himself strong, he also wanted to make his clan strong. A long way to go. Lu Yuan sighed softly. At this moment, inside the Qingling Star Company, Cheng Wuji stood respectfully in front of Qing Chuan, the president of the Qingling Star Bank. This kid, doing things decisively. I really hope that the Lu family will never come back. In that case, Lu Yuan, the sword, will be able to be used for us. Ayakawa sighed. Doubts flashed in Cheng Wuji's eyes. Master, will the Lu family come back? Qing Chuan laughed. Otherwise you think. 5 months ago that battle, the Dark Immortal Temple sent out an emperor, 5 masters, together with other forces, a total of more than 12 masters to attack the unprepared Lu family with thunderous force. But the final result, the Lu family was only dead or injured a few direct lineage, a few hundred irrelevant direct clansmen only. Especially at the last moment, the Lu family's old ancestor unexpectedly erupted with the strength of an Empyrean Zune, and then he didn't even hesitate and chose to go into self-imposed exile, preserving the vast majority of the Lu family's strength. The Lu family has Lu Changkong, an emperor, who has the power to defend himself no matter if he is banished to any world. In a short period of 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, the Lu family will definitely return, and at that time, if Lu Yuan doesn't fall, he will probably also be a top-tier powerhouse that cannot be underestimated. The Lu family's old ancestor is actually an emperor. A flash of surprise flashed across Qing Wuji's eyes. But master, why would the Dark Immortal Hall make a move against the Lu family and even send out an emperor? There were 10,000 doubts in Qing Wuji's mind. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a reason for the Dark Immortal Hall to deal with the Lu family. The reason? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The Lu family and the Dark Immortal Hall are already immortal and mortal enemies. Knowing the reason or not is the most irrelevant to both of them, Qing Chuan said. But behind the Dark Immortal Hall is the behemoth that is the Immortal Court. This matter is not a secret. The Lu family dares to come back? Curiosity flashed in Cheng Wuji's eyes. Qing Chuan looked at Cheng Wuji with a smirk and said, "The Dark Immortal Hall has a backer, but the Lu family, don't they? Time. without a word, slips through people's fingers. In the blink of an eye, it came to 5 days later. In the green tomb starbound, in a wide palace, dozens of youths with a heroic appearance, like the rising sun, converged in the palace. On the Dark Continent, the most powerful forces are undoubtedly the 5 supreme forces, and the most powerful camp is also undoubtedly the interest group centered on the 5 supreme forces. These youths were the topmost heavenly prides within the major vassal forces under the green tomb starbound. The strength of each and every one of them was above the earth saint, but those who broke the limit were still a phoenix-like existence among them. Cheng Wuji stood at the forefront of the crowd. No matter his temperament and height, he was a standout. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed as he constantly looked out of the hall, as if he was waiting for someone. A heavenly pride noticed this and couldn't help but inquire, "Young Lord Wuji, who are you waiting for?" The others sniffed and looked over, all curious as to who, with a status like Cheng Wuji's, was worth looking at. Cheng Wuji laughed, "I'm waiting for someone who can give you a sense of security." When this was said, the crowd became even more curious. Just then, a tall figure from outside the hall came, and before the person arrived, a gentle voice reached the ears of the crowd. "Sorry for the wait, everyone." With the voice falling, all of them saw who was coming. In an instant, a heavenly pride's eyes widened in disbelief. "He's Lu Yuan." "What? It's Lu Yuan?" The crowd clamored, surprised with the visitor, while a sense of security did well up in their hearts. After all, Lu Yuan's fame was just too great. Lu Yuan was definitely an insurmountable mountain that loomed over the hearts of all the heavenly pride of the Dark Continent. Lu Yuan walked through the crowd and came to Cheng Wuji's side, and after nodding his head with Cheng Wuji, he turned to face the crowd and slowly said, "What should be said? What should be paid attention to? Your division elders, I believe that they have all said countless times with you. I will not repeat. From now on, until the return from the divine martial heavenly ruins, all people must unconditionally listen to my commands, including Cheng Wuji. If there is anyone who dares to disobey my orders, as a leader, I have the right to kill. If there is a reluctance, right now, immediately, you can withdraw from the team." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them quit. Although they were all proud, they all knew deep down that Lu Yuan was not on the same level of heavenly pride as them. With Lu Yuan around, their safety could be greatly enhanced. "Very well, I am honored to explore with you all, and I hope to return with no less than one of us." Lu Yuan revealed a soft smile. When a strong person shows kindness to a weak person, the weak person can easily develop an affinity for the strong person. Lu Yuan was strong to them, so at this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel good about Lu Yuan. If they were in danger inside the divine martial heavenly ruins, the first person they would call for help would definitely be Lu Yuan. After integrating the team, Cheng Wuji called out. He was the deputy leader, and that's when it happened. An old man in cloth appeared out of thin air inside the main hall. The old man carried a sword on his back and had a large red wine gourd hanging from his waist. In an instant, everyone including Lu Yuan felt a suffocating pressure sweep over them. The last time Lu Yuan had felt this kind of pressure was in front of one of his own family's Master Realm ancestors. Unable to help it, Lu Yuan's heart flinched. This cloth-clothed old man in front of him was definitely a terrifying powerhouse, no less than the sovereign realm. Juggernauts, a group of existences that stood at the very top of the Dark Continent, or even the great realm of mixed elements. At its peak, such as the Lu family, there were only 5 Master Realm ancestors within the family, and the standard for an immortal Dao system was to have a strong person of the Master Realm. Even the name of the 108 domains of the Dark Continent were named after the names of the seals of the 108 sovereign realm powerhouses. Looking at the cloth-clad old man, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, carrying a long sword on his back and a wine gourd at his waist. "He's the Flat Sky Sovereign Sword and Wine Old Man." The name of this juggernaut surfaced in Lu Yuan's heart. Cheng Wuji quietly said from the side at this time, "This trip to the divine martial heavenly ruins will be accompanied by a sovereign, and 2 immortals. The 2 immortals have already gone ahead to scout the path, and Senior Sword Wine will send us to the divine martial heavenly ruins later on. Little ones, are they ready?" The flat heavenly sovereign looked at the crowd. He had a kindly appearance and a neighborly smile on his face. All eyes were firm. None spoke, and silence was the best affirmation. "Ha ha, let's go then." The Flat Sky Sovereign opened his mouth and smiled, and immediately afterward everyone was swallowed into his belly and disappeared into the hall. Beyond the Dark Continent was the endless depths of deep space. Standing in deep space looking out at the Dark Continent would reveal the vastness of the Dark Continent was nothing more than a tiny ball of light to deep space, and beyond the deep space is the even more vast and boundless realm of the heavens. At this moment, a tiny corner countless thousands of miles away from the Dark Continent had gathered dozens of sovereigns, hundreds of immortals, and an overwhelming number of tens of thousands of supreme celestials. The absolute heavenly pride is very rare. Hundreds of millions of people inside may not come out one, but compared to the vastness of the world, and not so rare, because a world, how can be born one, and the world is infinite, such as the number of constant sands, and the years will not be stopped for anyone, and life is unending, a variety of factors intertwined down, the absolute heavenly pride, as if it also became not so high, not so rare. It was precisely because he recognized this that Lu Yuan had set a goal for himself that he must break through the Huanyu Supreme in every realm, and if he could not achieve it, he would rather stay for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, and he would never compromise. And the benefit that this brought was that amongst these tens of thousands of supreme celestial pride, Lu Yuan was the one that attracted the most attention. For Lu Yuan, it didn't matter whether he had a background behind him or not, because as long as he was willing, there were countless large forces willing to open their doors and accept them with the highest treatment at any time. Even the hostile forces would not be willing to kill Lu Yuan, but would instead choose to probate, naturalize, and promise countless temptations until there was nothing else to do, and only then would they reluctantly kill him. At this very moment, everyone looked at the not too far away place, where a spatial crack was glittering, with light coming out of it, extremely bizarre, like a two-dimensional painting. Gentlemen, it's the same old rules. After entering the divine ruins, life and death have no reckoning. If you're afraid, don't let your own offspring go in, lest they die when the time comes, and there they are impotent and furious, and want to lay their hands on the juniors. A pale continent sovereign opened his mouth and said, naturally, when we enter the divine ruins, life and death are each in the hands of heaven, each according to their own abilities, and I also hope that we don't end up in a situation where a certain continent is so dead or injured that some people can't accept it. An old crone from the light continent said dryly, while her gaze kept falling in the direction of the dark continent camp as she spoke. This statement was made. Lord Ping Tian sneered. Gune, I remember that the last time the divine ruins opened, the one who suffered the most deaths and injuries was you, the bright continent, and the one who couldn't accept it in the end was also you. What? Are you reminding yourself of this? Humph, sword and wine old ghost, it's meaningless to talk. It's only true when you see the real thing under your hands, the old woman said with cold and hostile eyes. All right, gentlemen, time is running out. Let the little ones hurry up and go in. I see them, they can't help themselves a bit. A lord from the desolate ancient continent spoke. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of numerous masters as well as immortal powerhouses, all the heavenly pride scrambled to fly towards the spacetime rift. Inside the Qingling Starbound's heavenly pride camp, Lu Yuan transmitted his voice to the crowd. Once you enter the divine ruins, each of you use the void realm to contact each other. Then gather around me at the first opportunity. And don't worry about anything else. Good. A total of 23 celestial pride of the Qingling Starbound nodded their heads, none of them having any opinions. It was a humbling moment for them, for having to be humble. When they were in their old homes, they were all the topmost heavenly prides of their families, proudly looking down on all their fellow disciples. But in this place, any random person grabbed out was no worse than them. Everything they were proud of became worthless at this moment. In his heart, he was even more nervous and terrified. Perhaps the only way to make them feel at ease was to stay by Lu Yuan's side. After all, the celestial pride had entered the spacetime gap. The many powerful bigwigs were not idle, each taking out their own dojo and placing it in the void just like that, and then climbed up. But vaguely, it was still divided into 5 camps, representing 5 continents respectively. Darkness, light, pale, ancient, divine. This term's little guys are of good quality. Lu Yuan of the dark continent, Nangong Muyuai of the bright continent, Yi Tian of the Tsongmeng continent, Lin Wuyo of the desolate ancient continent, and Night Solitary City of the divine martial continent are all invincible celestial prides that transcend the level of the heavenly remarks supreme, and can be counted as a unique class. The second gear was the Heavens Pride Supreme. The third gear was the first and second tier limit-breaking Heavens Pride, and the fourth gear was the several to Heavenly Saint little ones hidden among them. Interesting. I just don't know. Who can come out on top and get the name of the first supreme celestial pride? A master who had survived for a long time stroked his beard and said, he had witnessed the opening of the divine martial heavenly ruins an unknown number of times, and this was the only time that it had given him a feeling of amazement. At that moment, another lord spoke up. Other than that, if these 5 little guys of Lu Yuan grow up, their future achievements are afraid to surpass ours. With their talent, I'm afraid that even the mixed Yuan heavenly court will grab them, and the immortal court, and the divine court can easily enter. I hope that these 5 little guys won't be folded up inside the divine ruins, or else it's too much of a pity. There are 2 little guys who are about to collide on each other so soon. It's true that young people are prone to hot-bloodedness. In the center of the 5 camps was a huge picture. The content of the image was clearly the scene inside the divine martial heavenly ruins. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the dome of the sky hung with the remnants of the sun and the blood moon. Lu Yuan stood amongst the endless desert and surveyed his surroundings. This was the first time he had entered the divine martial heavenly ruins, a famous venue for the heavenly remarks competition. But it wasn't long before Lu Yuan checked it out. An eerie word rang out from right behind him. Lu Yuan, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Have you thought about how to die? It was a forest of trees, green and vibrant. But again, there is a crisis. At this moment a man in blue was reclining on a thick tree trunk. The blue-clothed man's eyes were somewhat apprehensive and excited at this time, simply because in front of him, a system panel appeared. Live stage system, live stage. The bigger the stage, the more generous the rewards. I wonder if the tens of thousands of top-tier celestial pride in the divine martial heavenly ruins fighting and killing each other is considered a big scene? The man murmured. And with the attitude of trying it out, he clicked the live button. Ding! Live broadcast successful. Great be seen, Heaven's remarkable ruins walk. Currently viewed, 200,000, 2 million, 2 billion. There were also pop-ups flashing below. The number of people watching soared, and the man's apprehensive heart finally settled down. It really works. Ha ha ha. Pei Xingji looked up to the sky and laughed. And as he laughed, tears came out. He had gotten the system 10 years ago and had been thinking of broadcasting a big scene. But unfortunately, with his status and position, he could not meet a big scene at all. The system evaluates the big game, which must have a minimum grade of D. Therefore, for more than 10 years, although he had the system, he did not receive any help from it. Good thing he's talented. Now at last he was meeting his first big scene, and it's rated at AB. As long as he succeeded in completing this live broadcast, he would be rewarded with an unbelievable amount of money. After the excitement and joy, Pei Xingji immediately got up and prepared to look for the live scene. What he sees is live. The reason why it attracted so many viewers so quickly, it was because once it was successfully broadcasted live, the live feed would be directly visible in the sky of the Dark Continent. Anyone who looks up can see it, but to see the live content, Pei Xingji must find it himself. Just then, a ground-penetrating sword blade grazed his shoulder and swept through the entire forest. And in an instant, the forest, which covered an unknown number of thousands of acres, was half destroyed in an instant. The earth tore apart, 10,000 beasts wailed, and the distant mountains were split in half. Bean-sized cold sweat involuntarily dripped from Pei Xingji's forehead. Pei Xingji's eyes were hollow and he was stunned. Just as he reacted, he heard a roar from near and far, fading away. Lu Yuan, if you dare to kill me, your Lu family members will have to be buried with me as well. And the Qingling Star Bank won't be able to protect them, I said. Immediately afterward, another cold voice swept over Pei Xingji's head. Dead people don't have the slightest value. I'm curious to see if the Dark Immortal Hall will offend the Qingling Star Bank for the sake of a dead person. The two voices faded away. Pei Xingji immediately winced as ecstasy welled up in his eyes. He recognized the owner of both voices. One was the supreme heavenly pride Lu Yuan. One was Zhao Wuji, the young lord of the Dark Immortal Hall. And wasn't this, in fact, the big scene he'd been looking for so hard? No longer hesitating, Pei Xingji immediately cast his best concealment technique and chased after the two. At this moment, Pei Xingji was just like a war reporter, broadcasting live all the scenes he said he saw. Meanwhile, on the Dark Continent, countless people looked up at the sky. Looking at the image in the sky, they were silent for a long time, because everything they spat, everything they were surprised by, and everything they thought, would be displayed at the bottom of the sky image through their thoughts. Crap it's actually the divine martial heavenly market. What I'm thinking can actually be synchronized and displayed. So amazing. Which great power's handiwork is this? Can someone tell me what the hell this is? And if what's on the screen is real or not? See me? Stupid ass upstairs. Crap. What am I seeing? Lu Yuan is chasing after the Dark Immortal Temple young lord? Lu Yuan is still the same Lu Yuan. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. And I don't know how the young lord of the Dark Immortal Temple messed with Lu Yuan. I'm even more curious to know how the Dark Immortal Hall will react if Lu Yuan kills the young lord of the Dark Immortal Hall. It is the nature of mankind to be a grazer. The live feed has only been around for a short while, but many people have already adapted and are enjoying themselves. After all, whether it was the divine martial heavenly ruins, or Lu Yuan and the young lord of the Dark Immortal Hall, they were not at a level that they could reach. Inside the Lu family garden, more than 200,000 Lu family members were also looking at the sky. Seeing Lu Yuan's great power, they were even more excited. Your Excellency is mighty. Ow. However, there were some old people who were frowning. What is Lu Yuan doing? The Lu family is weak to the core nowadays. It's all the more important to raise an army and store up its strength, rather than inviting enemies everywhere. Lu Yuan is really not a good candidate for a family head. Songming Domain, Songming Academy. Su Qingyao, Zhang Xingyi and the two of them raised their heads and looked at the contents of the screen, their eyes blank, but at the same time, with a hint of expectation. When they were truly in the Dark Continent, they realized how humble and lowly their status was. More understand, once in their eyes like a mist, like see-through not see-through. Lu Yuan is how unattainable existence. Even if the Lu family didn't exist, it was still someone they could only look up to. What's more, at this very moment, Lu Yuan was chasing after the Dark Immortal Hall young lord. If only I could remain by the side of the prince, Kang Sung-yi said with mesmerized eyes. And at the same time, the same pale academy was in the other direction. Lin Hao unconsciously clenched his fists. In his heart, he prayed that Lu Yuan must die inside the divine martial heavenly ruins. After the initial surprise and panic, people began to watch the contents of the live feed carefully. At the same time, he was looking forward to whether or not Lu Yuan would kill Zhao Wuji, the young lord of the Dark Immortal Hall. And how would the Dark Immortal Hall react after Lu Yuan killed Zhao Wuji? Is it a rage? Or just pretend nothing happened? As Lu Yuan said, dead people don't have the slightest value. As for why Lu Yuan was chasing Zhao Wuji, no one cared. Again, no one cares who was right or wrong about either. In the Dark Continent, people only uphold one truth. Whoever has the biggest fist is right. At this moment, inside the divine martial heavenly ruins, Zhao Wuji had been pushed to the brink by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you sure you want to drive the whole thing to death? In front of a wall, the exhausted Zhao Wuji said with a gloomy face. At first, Zhao Wuji was excited to run into Lu Yuan, because even he didn't expect that the first person he bumped into when he entered the divine martial heavenly ruins was Lu Yuan, the one he wanted to kill the most. At the same time, he was full of confidence because his strength, not long ago, through an overwhelmingly rare treasure, had managed to break the limit of being unmatched in the ages, surpassing the heavens remarkable supreme. He thought to himself that at this point, he already possessed the strength to crush Lu Yuan. It was just that he never expected that Lu Yuan's strength would actually be so terrifying. Surprisingly, it pressed him to fight. Lu Yuan was dressed in white clothes that were snowy, and there were no extra emotions inside his eyes, only cold killing intent floating around. Zhao Wuji, do you think there's still room to turn things around between you and me? Why not? Zhao Wuji hurriedly said. The clan can still be rebuilt if it's gone. But if you kill me, the Dark Immortal Hall will definitely not stop at you. Zhao Wuji was truly afraid. His guts had been completely broken by Lu Yuan. Looking at the Zhao Wuji with this appearance, Lu Yuan shook his head, disappointment in his eyes, and immediately swung his sword in a chop. Zhao Wuji's great head then shot up into the sky, spraying blood, and continued to fall to the ground. Looking at the head that had lost its luster and his eyes on the ground, Lu Yuan was silent for a long time. Being able to meet Zhao Wuji so quickly was something Lu Yuan hadn't expected. But now that we've encountered it, we must kill it. Zhao Wuji was able to escape thousands and thousands of miles in his hands, so it was evident that the fourth level of limit breaking wasn't useless. Seeing that Zhao Wuji's body and head were gradually covered by some ants and insects, Lu Yuan waved his hand and took away his storage magic treasure before turning around and leaving. As for the Dark Immortal Hall's retaliation, Lu Yuan didn't care at all. Between him and the Dark Immortal Hall, it was originally immortal. Shortly after Lu Yuan left, it was only then that Pei Xingji dared to gasp for air and walked out. Looking at the corpses on the ground that had already been eaten by countless ants and insects that had turned them into white bones, he felt his heart tremble with fear. This is Zhao Wuji, not some nameless person. Instead, he was one of the young masters of the 5 supreme powers of the Dark Continent. But today, it died here without a word. For a moment, Pei Xingji was overwhelmed with emotion. At the same time, vigilance was raised in his heart. He absolutely could not be discovered, especially not by Lu Yuan. Coming to a small stream, Lu Yuan squatted down, cupped a handful of fresh water and washed his face and hands, then simply sat down where he was and began to check the system. Just a moment after entering the divine martial heavenly ruins, the task of signing in is now complete. Now, it's time to claim your sign-up bonus. With a hint of excitement, Lu Yuan moved his thoughts, and in the next second, an ancient abyssal divine sword that was 1.5 meters long and a palm wide appeared in his hand. The divine sword was dark golden in color, and on top of the sword body, it was covered with densely packed law imprints. Up and down the body, it exuded a sharp, mysterious, as well as powerful aura. With such a divine weapon, even a mortal with no cultivation would be able to kill a king and decimate an emperor. Lu Yuan stroked the sword inch by inch, somewhat in love with it. Lifting his sword, Lu Yuan couldn't help but swing it towards the front. A swing that didn't utilize any spiritual energy, and was simply swung by power alone. However, in the next second, a dark golden sword chi broke through the air, carrying an unrivaled momentum and cleaving through a mountain range in the distance. Hiss! Lu Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. What a terrifying power! He didn't dare to imagine if such a divine weapon appeared in the hands of an immortal or even a sovereign powerhouse. What horrible power will be exerted? Splitting a median world with one sword? This sword, before I become immortal, must not be easily exposed to people. Lu Yuan inwardly warned himself. Pitbulls are not guilty. The ancient abyssal divine sword was something that even a master powerhouse would feel red in the eyes. Putting away his sword, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look forward to the next signing mission. Calm the mind. Lu Yuan's consciousness entered into an imaginary world. There's no one inside the void realm. Looks like they're all in a hurry. Lu Yuan sensed and realized that within a 10,000 mile radius of himself, 2 people from the Qingling Starbound had already arrived. Continuing to wait, it wasn't long before Lu Yuan saw the 2 people who had arrived. There is no green reckless. Lu Yuan was a bit disappointed. Other than Chang Wuji, everyone else was a drag to him. But since he had already promised Qingling Starbank, Lu Yuan would not break the contract. The spirit of contract, he still possessed. Land team. The 2 people who arrived, a man and a woman, were both at heavenly saint perfection in cultivation, but neither of them had broken the limit. Seeing Lu Yuan, the 2 of them were relieved in their hearts. Lu Yuan could bring them an unrivaled sense of security. Lu Yuan nodded toward the 2 and asked, "You didn't encounter any danger on the road, did you?" The 2 men shook their heads. "No encounters. We're pretty lucky." Speaking of which, the 2 couldn't help but feel a little smug. After all, luck was also a part of strength. "Then let's wait here for a while and wait for all the others to arrive before we move together," Lu Yuan said. Good. Both of them had no problem with Lu Yuan's words. Sitting on the ground without moving, Lu Yuan began to think. The divine martial heavenly ruins, a long time ago, was a battlefield where the weakest participants in the battle were all existences above the level of heavenly exalted. By now, the divine martial heavenly ruins had turned into a treasure trove. The most well-known is the law crystals. On top of that, there were the legacies left behind by those fallen powerhouses. Still, it's true that the world's affairs are balanced between yin and yang. The divine martial heavenly ruins were not without danger. Countless powerful people have fallen here, creating a special kind of life called a ghost. There are strong and weak ghosts that have no consciousness of their own and will automatically attack when they see a living thing. And the law crystals, they come from the phantom ghost. This was because the source of the Psy Ghost's power came from the law crystals. Lu Yuan and his trio didn't have to wait long before one by one, the celestial pride of Qingling Starbound arrived one after another. Cheng Wuji also arrived. He looked at Lu Yuan and then at the others before saying, "The rest of you don't need to wait. You're all dead." Dead. There was some commotion in the crowd, as there were still 3 people left. Lu Yuan got up, patted the hem of his coat, and said indifferently, "Only 3 people have fallen, so it's considered good news." "Where is the nearest ancient city?" Lu Yuan inquired to Cheng Wuji. Most of the ghosts gathered inside the ancient cities, and it wasn't the first time that the divine martial heavenly ruins had been opened, and the location of each ancient city had been recorded. Cheng Wuji was the young master of the Qingling Starbank, and this kind of top-secret information was naturally available. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Cheng Wuji took out an ancient beast skin map, glanced at the map, and said with a slightly odd expression, "The closest ancient city to us is the Red Flame Ancient City, which is about 150,000 miles to the northeast. Then go. Don't waste time." As he spoke, Lu Yuan had already taken the lead and flew towards the northeast. Cheng Wuji opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't say anything at the last minute. Afterwards, everyone followed Lu Yuan's lead, and in the meantime, the Red Flame Ancient City was about 100,000 miles to the northwest. The team from the Bright Continent was also rushing towards the Red Flame Ancient City. Endless deep space. This is interesting. I heard that the mother of this Lu Yuan of the Dark Continent comes from the Nangong family. Really speaking, Lu Yuan and Nangong Muyue are still cousins. I really look forward to what will happen between them. Will it be a union, or a big fight? A strong man spoke out. The old crone from the Bright Continent said icily, "It is by no means possible to unite. Although they are cousins, but from birth to now, have not seen once Lu Yuan's mother since she married Luan, and has never returned to the Nangong family once again. The relationship has long been broken." On the Dark Continent side, Lord Ping Tian laughed. "I also think it's impossible, because Lu Yuan, who would kill everyone in the Bright Continent cleanly, of course, might let this little ninny, Nangong Muyue, have a life for the sake of blood relations. A distance of 150,000 000 miles is not too far. With Lu Yuan's full burst of speed, it was only a dozen breaths. Soon, the outline of the red flame ancient city came into everyone's sight. Quaint, vicissitudes, dilapidated. It's the first thing anyone sees when they see the city. The walls were full of gaps, the city was overgrown with weeds, and there was no life at all. Cheng Wuji flew to Lu Yuan's side and looked at the red flame ancient city. This red flame ancient city has a great reputation. Inside the city, there's a very powerful spectral ghost called the Red Flame Lord that has existed since the day the divine martial heavenly ruins were born. And so far, no one has been able to kill it. Cheng Wuji said. You're worried that I won't be able to defeat this spectral ghost? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Cheng Wuji nodded his head, then shook his head again and said, a little bit, but more importantly, the stronger the spectral ghost is, the bigger the law crystals in its body. So this spectral ghost will attract a lot of people. The value of the law crystals is mainly based on the size of the block. The small ones are only the size of a thumb and the big ones are as big as a bull's head. The bigger the value, the higher the value. Lu Yuan laughed. It doesn't matter. The more people that come, the better. Kill them all together and you can go searching with peace of mind. Hearing this, Cheng Wuji smiled heartily. I like your confident look. I hope you can do what you say. I don't want to get screwed. This young man has a great future ahead of him. Get out. Lu Yuan laughed and cursed, and turned his head to the others. The spectral ghosts are whoever kills them. How much harvest you can obtain depends on your own skills. If you encounter mortal danger, shout for help, and those who are close by will go and help. Yes, Team Lu. Alright, let's go into town. After saying that, Lu Yuan took the lead and entered inside the city. His goal was also simple. He wanted all of the phantoms whose law crystals were as big as his fist, especially that red flame lord. Once he managed to kill it, the law crystals would be the size of a human head, if not the size of a bull's head. A law crystal as big as a human head. If it was taken to auction, the starting price would be at least 1 billion star source crystals. This was a treasure for Lu Yuan, who was now very poor. It didn't take long to get into town. Lu Yuan then encountered the first phantom ghost. This spectral ghost was more than 2 meters tall, with 2 eye sockets the size of fists, inside of which danced with ghostly green flames. The skin on its entire body was bleak and white, and there were even bone growths that formed a layer of bone armor on its body, but it was still vaguely the shape of a man. Seeing Lu Yuan, the spectral ghost waved its sharp claws, which were almost half a meter long, and with a whimpering sound, it rushed over. Lu Yuan respected it so much that he cupped his fist and slammed it in the face. Boom! The long street shook, and the dust that had accumulated over 10,000 years was swept away and swept away. The ghost was directly punched into powder, and the breeze dispersed it. But in the moment of the phantom ghost's death, Lu Yuan seemed to see a look of relief on his face. A fist-sized blue crystal lay quietly on the ground. Lu Yuan walked over, bent down and picked it up, blew off the dust on it, and held it in the sunlight to look at it carefully. The crystal was glowing with an ethereal blue light all over. Beautiful, with a different kind of magic, and after looking at it for a long time, it was as if it was going to fall into it. Open door. Lu Yuan smiled, then put the blue crystal into his storage ring. Don't look at the small size, only the size of a fist. But just one law crystal was equivalent to tens of millions of star source crystals. Keep looking. Lu Yuan looked around and then continued to move. The red flame ancient city was huge, but there were very few ghosts. It was normal to think about it. After all, the divine martial heavenly ruins had been opened more than a dozen times, with a scale of tens of thousands of people entering each time. And each time, it was a gorging sweep. By now, phantoms are almost a cherished species, aside from some particularly powerful ghosts that were still around. The weaker ones had long since been swept away. The other direction of the red flame ancient city. Nangong Muyue also led a group of people to sweep inside the city. Nangong Muyue was really extremely good looking, with a delicate goose-egg face and a body that was convex and curved, wearing an ice blue long dress with a fresh temperament. It's just a cold look to everyone, like someone owes her money. Just then, a young man ran panting from the front to Nangong Muyue, coming up for air and saying, Nan, senior sister Nangong, we found it. We really aren't the only ones inside the city. Nangong Muyue said with a cold face. Did you see which continent it was? It's the Dark Continent. I recognize one of them. It's Qingling starbound young master Cheng Wuji, the man said without hesitation. The Dark Continent. A flash of inexplicable light flashed in Nangong Muyue's eyes as she said to everyone, suspend the search for now, and settle all the people from the Dark Continent first. Yes, senior sister Nangong. Unlike the Dark Continent, which was divided into 5 teams, all of the people from the Light Continent were inside one team. So on the bright side, The bright continent group strength is almost the strongest one of all the continents. Over here, Lu Yuan and his group didn't realize that someone was already raging and ready to finish them off, and one by one, they were still searching for the phantom ghost. Boom! The clutter in yet another street was swept away by the wind of the fist. Lu Yuan withdrew his fist and another law crystal arrived. So half a day and only 5 spectral ghosts have been found. The predecessor is really inappropriate. Lu Yuan spat. It's not going to work this way. It's too inefficient. Lu Yuan was dissatisfied with the current harvest. The mind, too, could not help but hit the body of that Red Flame Lord. Go directly to the Red Flame Lords. A Red Flame Lord can withstand at least 10 phantom ghosts. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan was about to take action. Yet at that moment, a mournful scream resounded through the sky. Lu Yuan suddenly turned his head, his gaze blazing. This direction. It's Qing Wuji and the others. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan immediately rushed towards the direction of the screams. Too weak. One of the Dark Continent's most famous heavenly pride is only this strong? Nangong Muyue carried an ice blue longsword in her hand. The longsword exuded a cold aura. And as soon as this cold aura touched the ground, it froze the entire piece of ground into an ice field. It was an extreme holy weapon. In front of Nangong Muyue, the corners of Chang Wuji's mouth were stained with blood, and there was a bloody hole in his chest that was constantly emitting cold air outwards. Chang Wuji's face was purple and green. Even so, he still protected the group of Qingling starbound celestials behind him, not retreating in half a step. Facing Nangong Muyue's mockery, Chang Wuji didn't deny it either, but just coldly said, Nangong Muyue, your opponent is not me. Not the slightest expression was visible on Nangong Muyue's ice-cold face. My opponent is certainly not you, and you are not qualified to be my opponent. Killing you is nothing more than cleaning up trash for me. As for Lu Yuan, he barely has a few points of strength to be my opponent, but the result will be the same. Both will die. Nangong Muyue was extremely confident. There was only one most powerful force in the Light Continent, and that was the Temple of Light. As for Nangong Muyue, she was the contemporary goddess of the Light Divine Hall. Since childhood, Nangong Muyue was star-studded, and after she started cultivating, she was even more responsive to requests. Even the absolute wonders that could help people break their limits would inevitably be available if she asked for them. In return, Nangong Muyue has not tasted a defeat so far, all the way to sweep the same realm of heavenly pride, revealing the Light Continent never before the great talent. And this, at the same time, created Nangong Muyue's absolute confidence, even to the extent that she had a disdainful attitude towards super demons like Lu Yuan, Knight's Solitary City, and Yi Tian who were on par with him. Facing this arrogant face of Nangong Muyue, Qing Wuji was speechless because the other party did have the arrogance to do so. Nangong Muyue defeated him with a single sword, leaving Qing Wuji unable to find an excuse to retort even if he wanted to. Alright, bullshit session over. You can go die. It would be an honor in your life to die at my hands. Nangong Muyue raised her sword and pointed it at Qing Wuji. In an instant, cold and piercing sword chi streaked across the 4 directions. Everyone in the arena felt as if their bones were frozen. Qing Wuji's heart was even more in his throat, holding a black bead inside his hand. Do we really have to move this thing? Qing Wuji was somewhat helpless. Sometimes the gap between man and man is bigger than man and dog. Obviously, he was also at the Heavenly Saint realm, at the peak of the 3rd level of breaking the limits, and just one step away from breaking the 4th level of the realm of the top heavenly pride. Yet in front of this seemingly weak and powerless woman in front of him, he couldn't even pass a single move. Strength, speed, chi and blood, law comprehension, all aspects were crushed. This feeling, he had only encountered in front of one person, and that was Lu Yuan. The next instant, Nangong Muyue swung her sword in a chop, and a sword chi containing primary perfection laws, like a dragon of cold ice, rushed and roared towards Qing Wuji's group of people. Just in the nick of time, a white-clothed silhouette descended from the sky and blocked in front of Qing Wuji and the others. Immediately after that, the silhouette raised his palm and just grabbed it through the air. Bang! The cold ice sword chi dissipated with a bang, and the white-clothed figure was unharmed. Nangong Muyue's face remained unchanged, but a touch of strangeness flooded her icy eyes. To be able to block a sword of 30% of my strength, it seems that Lu Yuan's name is not a falsehood. You are qualified to be my opponent, Nangong Muyue said indifferently. Is that so? But I don't feel honored, because in my opinion, you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. The other party's snub-nosed appearance was a bit too much for Lu Yuan to look at, and used the same arrogant words to dislike back. However, hearing Lu Yuan's words, Nangong Muyue didn't show the slightest bit of annoyance, and even nodded her head as a matter of course and said, not bad, a heavenly pride demon like us should be arrogant. If you're not arrogant and polite to everyone, I'll look down on you instead. Saying that, Nangong Muyue's 1,000-year-old cold ice face unexpectedly spread a smile. Truly speaking, it seems like you're still my cousin, worthy of being from my Nangong family's bloodline, even if it's only half. It's not comparable to those lowly bloodlines. I heard that the Lu family suffered a doom not too long ago, which is considered a fortunate thing, because in that case, you will be able to return to my Nangong family, and for the sake of your good talent, I can make an exception and let you join my Nangong family, but as a pitch, you need to kill clean those losers behind you. Now, do it and don't make me wait for you. Nangong Muyue said a lot of things in her head and had a look of entitlement on her face. Lu Yuan froze. It wasn't just Lu Yuan, Qing Wuji and the others were equally dumbfounded. Only the bright continent celestials behind Nangong Muyue had no abnormalities on their faces, as if they also took it for granted. Have you always been so confident? Qing Wuji said as if he had seen something new. Rubbish. You're not qualified to talk to me. Nangong Muyu coldly shouted, then looked at Lu Yuan and similarly chided. What are you still standing there for? Returning to my Nangong family is a gift from me to you. Or else what kind of cats and dogs do you think are worthy of being a member of my Nangong family? Returning to his senses and hearing these words, Lu Yuan's eyes went cold. It was true that his mother came from the Nangong family. However, his mother had long been expelled from the genealogy of the Nangong family. The light continent and the dark continent had been hostile for countless billions of years. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Wen, met Lu Yuan's mother, who was also from a top family in the bright continent. On the battlefield, the two fought as soon as they met, but neither could do anything about it. Eventually it hits home, but a relationship between the two is considered taboo. The Lu family was indifferent. The Nangong family, however, could not accept it in any way. Lu Yuan's mother also refused to compromise and insisted on marrying, so she was expelled from the Nangong family tree and severed her relationship. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not have the slightest affection for the Nangong family. Turning his head, Lu Yuan looked at Cheng Wuji. Can we still fight? Cheng Wuji's lips curled into a smile. It's no problem to kill another 10 or 8. Lu Yuan nodded. That's good. As the words fell, Lu Yuan rushed towards Nangong Muyue like a cannonball. Nangong Muyue's eyes became incomparably cold. Lu Yuan, you made a wrong decision. And this mistake, you will repay with your life. Lu Yuan wasn't talking, he just silently clenched his fists, and at the same time, around his body, the thunder laws began to bubble up. Pole running thunder fist, Lu Yuan softly chanted, and the thunder on his body was like it was alive, transforming into a thunder dragon that converged on top of his fist. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan slammed his fist out. Boom! This is the punch that crumbles the earth. Infinite thunder bloomed out, dazzling and eye-catching thunder, filling the entire heaven and earth. Nangong Muyue was sent flying into the air by this punch. Lu Yuan dodged and flashed above Nangong Muyue. A foot stomped down hard. 8 desolate sky-treading steps. Boom! It was like that head of the prison suppressor god statue stomping its feet and shaking above the immortal court in the 9 heavens. The heavens and the earth were shaken. The red flame ancient city seemed as if it was about to open up under this kick. This kick landed solidly and completely on the small abdomen area of Nangong Muyue. One moment. Nangong Muyu folded like a bent bow shrimp. Discharged cannonball also quickly fell to the ground. Bang! A great cloud of dust rose. It covered Nangong Muyue's wretched figure. Lu Yuan stepped down in the air, step by step, cold to the extreme. In the pupils, as well as the whole body, are shining wandering strands of thunder dragon. Nangong Muyue was strong, but it was to Qing Wuji and the others. In fact, in Lu Yuan's opinion, the Nangong Muyue at this moment was not much stronger than the Zhao Wuji that he had easily killed not long ago. 4 layers of broken limits. Is that the bottom line of your arrogant swagger? Lu Yuan stepped into the dust and found Nangong Muyue, who was in a terrible state, her whole body's tendons and bones broken, and grabbed Nangong Muyue's collar and lifted her into midair. The deep air was silent at the moment. All the bigwigs peering into the battle were stunned. Crushing without mercy. From start to finish, Nangong Muyue didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. This can't be right. The old crone from the bright continent shouted through her voice, her cloudy eyes looking like they were about to stare out. Nangong Muyue was at the 4th level of limit breaking, and Lu Yuan was also at the 4th level of limit breaking, which was absolutely unmistakable within the information they had gathered. But, how could this be the result of a battle between 2 people? Could it be that there was some sort of unknown gap between limit breakers of the same realm? All the bigwigs inwardly voiced their questions. Ha ha ha, good boy. Well done. The flat heavenly sovereign laughed openly, and in his excitement, he removed the red wine gourd hanging from his waist as soon as he did so, and leaned up to the sky and drank it in a big gulp. The dark immortal hall's camp. The eyes of the juggernaut powerhouse who had led the group here narrowed, and the killing intent in his heart had grown like a weed, growing wildly. Inside the camps of several other continents, all of the leading powerhouses had only one thought within their hearts at the moment. That is, should we have our own heavenly pride withdrawn? Although the law crystals were precious, life was more important. With regards to this terrifying battle power that Lu Yuan had displayed, it was obvious that no one of the celestial pride inside the entire divine martial heavenly ruins was his opponent. Stay in there and you could die at any time. Red Flame Ancient City. The moment Lu Yuan made his move, Qing Wuji and the others also made their moves at the same time, frantically killing the other celestial pride of the bright continent. Although Qing Wuji wasn't a match for Nangong Muyue, he was clearly stronger in battle against the other heavenly prides. It quickly killed the bright continent's heavenly pride. However, Qing Wuji hadn't been complacent for long before his gaze was attracted by the movement of the battle on Lu Yuan's side. Qing Wuji looked over, and in the next second, it was as if his entire body was fixed in place, turning into a wooden man. Inside the ruin-like street, along with the dust gradually dispersing, Lu Yuan walked out, only that inside his hand, he was still dragging a person. Under Qing Wuji's astonished and incomparable gaze, Lu Yuan dragged Nangong Muyue's leg and reflected into the crowd's eyes. I'll go. Big brother, you're too fierce. Qing Wuji sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling like his three views had been refreshed. How long has it been? The world's greatest demon, Nangong Muyue, was defeated just like that? It was also carried inside Lu Yuan's hand like a dead dog. There was no response to Qing Wuji's words. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yuan threw Nangong Muyue in front of Qing Wuji. Qing Wuji hurriedly squatted down, poked Nangong Muyue's cheek with his hand, looked up at Lu Yuan like a monster and said, "They're all foaming at the mouth. Lu Yuan, you really don't have any compassion at all. TSK, 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 it's too bad, it's just too bad." Qing Wuji shook his head and stood up. Lu Yuan laughed. You've been defeated by someone else with a sword, and you're still in the mood to pity someone else. Qing Wuji laughed bitterly. There's nothing you can do if your skills are inferior, but miserable is really miserable. What are you going to do about it? Kill, or else you won't release her. If you want to take revenge, you can do it now, Lu Yuan said indifferently. Qing Wuji sked and shook his head. This karma is too great. This bitch is the goddess of the light god temple. Killing her will cause endless trouble. It's better for you to do it. Seeing that Qing Wuji didn't dare to kill, Lu Yuan didn't say anything more. With a flip of his palm, the Extreme Saint Weapon Devil Heavenly Sword appeared in his hand, and with a wave through the air, a sharp and unparalleled sword chi chopped through Nangong Muyue's head. The next second the bodies are separated. A peerless demon perished just like that. Raising his head, Lu Yuan looked around and said, "Don't just stand there. Kill everyone else. Leave no one behind." Qing Wuji nodded. Good. The two rushed into the battlefield and went in for the kill. In the middle of deep space, all the bigwigs were silent again. Only the unwilling and indignant roar of the old crone of the bright continent continued to echo. The flat heavenly sovereign rubbed the wine gourd with one hand while saying, "This kid, he's a ruthless person. Dark Immortal Halls, you guys are in big trouble." The Dark Immortal Halls master coldly said, "He won't live long." The flat sky sovereign smiled and said, "I don't care how you deal with this kid, but you can't do it in the Qingling Supreme Domain." The Dark Immortal Hall sovereign also looked at the flat sky sovereign and said, "At this time and place, it seems like it's not the Qingling Supreme Domain either. I was ordered to escort these little ones. Are you preparing to do it under my nose?" The Pinnacle Heavenly Sovereign's pair of eyes also went cold. Everything in the world is negotiable. Everything has a value. Ping Tian, you can make an offer. Or you, Qingling Starbank, can make an offer. The Lord of the Dark Immortal Hall said. Hearing this, the flat heavenly sovereign did not speak again and redirected his gaze to the picture inside the divine martial heavenly ruins. Only his eyes were lifeless. Clearly his mind was not in the picture. And at this moment, after seeing Lu Yuan's ferocity, the bigwigs of the other several continents no longer hesitated and immediately ordered everyone to exit the divine martial heavenly ruins. In front of the law crystals and the supreme celestial pride, it was obvious that the latter was more important. In the meantime, far away within the dark immortal hall of the dark continent, a grand and loud voice came out. "I don't want to see the person Lu Yuan on the dark continent again. No matter what methods you use, Lu Yuan must disappear from this world." Inside the Red Flame Ancient City, with Lu Yuan and Qing Wuji joining them, the bright continent's celestial pride was quickly slaughtered. The number of people reached thousands, and once these people died, the young generation of the bright continent almost broke. The celestial pride of the Green Tomb Starline. Originally there were only 20 people left as well. After this battle, there were 15 people left, and 5 more had fallen. At this point, Everyone else was cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Yuan and Chang Wuji, however, were sitting on the roof of a green-bricked and green-tile house, one of them holding a jug of wine in his hand and was drinking. As he drank, Chang Wuji suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Yuan, his eyes red, and said, "Lu Yuan, I'm sorry." Ha! Lu Yuan was a bit confused and didn't understand what Chang Wuji was mad about. "You're not a female, so where did you apologize to me?" With a remorseful look on his face, Chang Wuji said, "There's one thing that I haven't told you all along. In fact, what we did inside the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins. Those people out there, they can all see it." "Those people outside?" Lu Yuan was puzzled at first, then reacted furiously. "You mean, those strong people?" "Aha!" Chang Wuji nodded his head. Lu Yuan's brows were furrowed and his heart was a bit messed up. He was now wondering whether or not he had been seen by those powerhouses when he signed for the ancient abyssal divine sword. In case he had, it would be troublesome. As for taking out Nangong Muyue would cause trouble, that was for sure. But Lu Yuan didn't care. The Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins was originally a heavenly pride trial ground. Anyone could fall. Those powerhouses might hate Lu Yuan because of the fall of their own heavenly pride, but that was all. They didn't dare to make a move because it would cause public anger. What the hell happened? Tell me carefully. Lu Yuan knew that Chang Wuji's sudden change in mood was definitely not because Nangong Muyue had died. Chang Wuji was worried and said, "Your performance just now has shocked those strong men. The strong men of the Dark Immortal Hall have already contacted Senior Ping Tian and are willing to pay a large price in exchange for Senior Ping Tian not protecting you. At that time, as long as you walk out of the Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins, the strong men of the Dark Immortal Hall will be the first to strike you down. And at that time, the strong men of the Bright Continent will surely get involved as well. In addition, the powerhouses of the other continents have already decided to withdraw all the heavenly pride and interrupt this trial. The Demon God Hall, Haotian Academy, and the Sovereign Hall have also decided to withdraw." Hearing this news, Lu Yuan didn't panic and calmly asked, "The Flat Sky Sovereign agreed?" Chang Wuji shook his head, worriedly saying, "I don't know for now. Senior Ping Tian is still considering it, but as you know, the Qingling Star Bank is not a local force in the Dark Continent. The strongest people in the Qingling Star Bank come from the Qingling Star Bank headquarters, and so does Master Ping Tian. For all of these powerhouses, my master's binding power over them is limited. And once the Dark Immortal Hall offers a large enough price, it's hard to guarantee that Senior Ping Tian won't be moved. Lu Yuan, your performance is too stunning. So stunning that, the Dark Immortal Hall will have trouble sleeping and eating if they don't kill you. We are in deep space at the moment. It's the best place for the Dark Immortal Hall to make a move. They will definitely not let go of this opportunity," Chang Wuji said in a serious and sullen manner. After hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded, his face still calm. "Lu Yuan, what are you going to do?" Seeing Lu Yuan with a look that did not change his face in front of him Chang Wuji felt some admiration from the bottom of his heart. If it was possible, he definitely didn't want to see Lu Yuan die just like that. But in his current position, there was nothing he could do at this point. The higher you stand, the further you see beyond the sky. To the onlookers, to put it nicely, he was the young master of the supreme power Qingling Starbound. To put it bluntly, he is actually a disciple of a branch president. The energy is really limited. Lu Yuan was silent for a long time and laughed. "It's just a matter of soldiers coming to stop and water coming to cover the earth. Since those powerful people have decided to withdraw, you guys are out of danger. In that case, I'll go on my free action. Strive to kill clean those who have a grudge against my Lu family before all the others pull out. At this point in time, shouldn't you even be thinking about how to stay alive?" Chang Wuji's eyes widened. Lu Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder without saying anything, and leaped away. Chang Wuji stood in place and laughed out bitterly after a long period of silence. "Lu Yuan, I really can't see through you." The Divine Martial Heavenly Ruins were huge, but under Lu Yuan's all-out burst of speed, it didn't seem so big again. Soon, Lu Yuan found his target in a crumbling city. The guards team, the immortal Gu family, the lapdogs of the Dark Immortal Temple. However, the Gu family's heavenly pride did not act together with the Dark Immortal Hall's heavenly pride. The immortal Dao system, too, had its own dignity. Among the group of people, the leader was clearly the Gu family's young master, Gu Changtian. Gu Changtian had a slender figure, standing amongst all the heavenly prides, clearly a head taller, wearing an arcane purple robe, and between his brows, he showed his pride. At the moment the group, all of them were slightly panicked as they marched towards the exit. High in the sky, Lu Yuan stopped his line, his cold gaze looking down on Gu Changtian. On the ground, Gu Changtian seemed to feel something, raised his head, and locked eyes with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan, Gu Changtian's breathing stopped for a moment, and his heart seemed to slow down by half a beat. Lu Yuan was definitely the deepest shadow in his heart. It was a huge mountain he didn't want to face, much less scale. Upon hearing Gu Changtian's voice, the Gu family's children around him also raised their heads and looked at Lu Yuan in the sky. Without any surprises, all the Gu family's children were in a mess. Everyone's here, just in time. Lu Yuan murmured. The devil heavenly sword appeared in his hand, and in the next instant, Lu Yuan swooped down. The speed is so fast that there is no shadow. The only sound that pierced the sky was the sound of friction with the air. Knowing that there was nowhere to run, Gu Changtian shouted angrily, "What are you all panicking about? Calm down. Form a formation to meet the enemy, or else you'll all die." After saying that, Gu Changtian gritted his teeth and stared viciously at the sky. "I've already broken the third layer of the limit. Lu Yuan, I don't believe that the gap between me and you is so large that it's irreparable." Right after Gu Changtian finished the sentence, a reddish-golden sword chi came chopping head-on. Cultivating a road, in fact, is very simple. When below the Saint Realm, the main thing is that the nascent soul enters the body, and only cultivates the spiritual chi. Reiki can strengthen chi, blood, and physical strength. Those with enough talent and understanding would try to comprehend various Tao meanings in the process, such as sword intent, knife intent, etc. The means of combat are more homogeneous, and once they reached the Saint Realm, they could comprehend the primordial laws and possess incredible power. But everything intangible needs a tangible object as a vehicle. When a cultivator fought, the law would attach itself to the cultivator's flesh or weapon, making it much more powerful. Generally speaking, most people could only comprehend one law, and a few could comprehend two. The more laws one comprehended, the stronger one's battle power would be, but there were both advantages and disadvantages. This was because once one's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm, if one wanted to break through to the next level of the realm, they had to break through the power of the laws they had comprehended along with it, or else they would not be able to break through, even if the realm was complete. Sacred Realm, comprehending the primary laws. Earth Sage, comprehending medium laws. Heavenly Sage, comprehending the higher laws. Great Celestial Sage, comprehending the realm of laws. And when it came to heavenly dignity, it was the great Dao Upanishads that were cultivated. Lu Yuan's sword, which contained the law of Gung Jin, contained the meaning of destruction. Nothing could not be broken, nothing could not be destroyed, and the prevalence of killing could be ranked in the top 5 among the thousands of laws. Before the sword chi arrived, Gu Changtian vaguely felt a stabbing pain in his forehead, so he growled, "Lu Yuan, I'm not afraid of you." Gu Changtian's body's chi and blood surged wildly as he gathered all his strength and blasted his fist toward the sky. Bang! The fierce power stirred up the wind and clouds, and the fierce fist winds expelled all the air. The sky of an ancient city cleared in an instant. Next moment, the sword chi collided with the fist seal. The city, which was already on the verge of collapse, was blown apart by the aftermath in this instant. Like a weapon of truth had exploded in the city. The Gu family's children were caught in the aftermath and were killed or injured. After swinging one sword, Lu Yuan did not swing a second sword. Gu Changtian, only worthy of receiving his sword. Stepping down in mid-air, Lu Yuan walked step by step to a crack that was about 100 meters long. It was struck out by his sword. Deep within the crack was Gu Changtian with deformed limbs. At this moment, Gu Changtian's mouth continued to gush out blood. Looking at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of unwillingness, wanting to say something but unable to open his mouth. Looking at Gu Changtian, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "I actually could have killed you a long time ago. It's only because of my concern for my family that I tolerate you jumping around in front of my eyes. You all thought that by destroying the Lu family, I, Lu Yuan, would be a lamb to the slaughter, but in fact, you don't realize that the Lu family was nothing more than my shackles, and you unlocked the only shackle I had, and unleashed a demon." Does Lu Yuan care about the Lu family? The answer is that it definitely cares. This was Lu Yuan's most basic bottom line as a human being, but deep down, Lu Yuan didn't care that much, and the reason was that the Lu family did restrict him and became a shackle on him. Deep inside Lu Yuan's heart, sometimes he even thought that it would be good if the Lu family disappeared one day. Of course, this kind of words, Lu Yuan would never say to anyone. Oh, except the dead. This was the demonic nature within Lu Yuan at work. The day he returned to the Dark Continent and heard that the Lu family was gone, Lu Yuan was shocked at how these people were so good at dying. Later, after learning that the Lu family was just self-exiled, Lu Yuan's heart was completely put at ease. The sadness is gone, only the snickering is left. However, there was also the need to shelter the Lu family's collateral clansmen. Lu Yuan's restless heart, again, had to be pressed down, and continued to follow the rules on the Dark Continent, quietly doing his own thing, trying not to look so different. not to be a rule breaker, so as not to hurt his own people. But now it seems as if it won't be necessary, because there's always someone breaking the rules. There would be no need for Lu Yuan to continue following the rules. Gu Chengtian died a long time ago, and he died of gas without even listening to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan didn't care. His words were not meant for Gu Chengtian to hear. Raising his head, Lu Yuan looked up at the remnant sun and the blood moon hanging at the end of the sky. His eyes were ghostly. The corners of his mouth held a faint smile, but the depths of his eyes were extremely cold. With a flip of his palm, a black stone appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. The stone was round and crystalline, emitting a ghostly light. Looking at the stone in his hand, Lu Yuan laughed and murmured, "After all the messing around, I still lost. Master, after all, it's still you who is more skillful." As the words fell, Lu Yuan suddenly launched himself, blatantly killing the surrounding Gu family's children who hadn't had time to escape yet. A few breaths of work later, everyone was lorded over. Cutting off other people's heads seemed to be Lu Yuan's unique hobby. After clearing out the Gu family, Lu Yuan left this ancient city and started to look for others. Deep space. The Gu clan's immortal powerhouse was so enraged that if it weren't for the immortal powerhouse beside him pulling him back, he was afraid that he would have brazenly rushed into the divine martial heavenly ruins, then crushed to powder by the relentless law. Seeing Lu Yuan once again go in search of other heavenly pride, all the bigwigs became a little anxious. Begin to pressurize the flat sky sovereign. Ping Tian, immediately order Lu Yuan to come back. Don't let him make another mistake. What a crazy kid. If he were a son or daughter of my Jiang family, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. But it's a pity. Ping Tian, tell him to come back, or else the consequences will be serious. Brother Ping Tian, how's the consideration going? As I recall, you still have 1 year left in your term of office, and after 1 year, you'll have to return to the Qingling Starline headquarters. A mere Lu Yuan. It's not worth it to offend so many people for this. I, the Dark Immortal Hall, am willing to offer 100 attribute-less arcane crystals as a congratulatory gift from my Dark Immortal Hall for your upcoming return to the headquarters. The Lord of the Dark Immortal Hall opened his mouth to seduce. Just now, he had gotten an order from the Dark Immortal Hall's Hall Master to kill Lu Yuan at all costs. Moreover, the Dark Immortal Hall Master was afraid that he alone would not be enough and had sent 3 more masters that were already on their way. For the sake of killing a tiny heavenly saint, the Dark Immortal Hall had sent out 4 sovereigns, enough to prove their importance and fear. 100 attribute-less Aeon crystals. When the Flat Sky Sovereign heard this, his eyelids twitched as he was somewhat moved, together with the pressure from the other powerhouses. Although those powerhouses didn't say it explicitly, he knew that none of these people wanted Lu Yuan to leave alive. After a long time, the Flat Sky Sovereign heaved a sigh. That's just it. Let you guys go. As for trying to get me to call the boy back, don't even think about it. He won't listen. And instead of pinning your hopes on me, pray for your own son to run faster. After saying these words, the Flat Sky Sovereign stopped speaking and sat down with his eyes closed. The world is bustling with interest. Inside the divine martial heavenly ruins, all the celestial pride were desperately trying to escape. They had already gotten a transmission from their own elders, learning the news that Nangong Muyue had died at the hands of Lu Yuan. Moreover, Nangong Muyue was beaten without the ability to fight back. No one hesitated. Even the other 3 super demons chose to withdraw. Lu Yuan, obviously, was a monster who didn't follow the rules. Compared to his own ambitious future, it would be better to leave rather than face the monster like Lu Yuan. No one wanted to touch Lu Yuan and try to see who was stronger or weaker. That's the kind of thing that people with short heads would do. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was looking around for his target. And of course if he came across someone from another continent, Lu Yuan wouldn't let go. There was no hatred, mainly to rob the law crystals from them. Half a day later, all the heavenly pride had withdrawn from the divine martial heavenly ruins. Lu Yuan also found all the targets and killed them one by one. During this process, the law crystals in Lu Yuan's hand also changed from the original 5 to 130. Being invincible is really lonely. In the same realm, is there no one who can fight with me? Even 1 realm higher will do. Standing on a 100-meter-high pitch-black tower, Lu Yuan looked at the vastness of the earth and let out a sigh of emotion. On his face, there was not a trace of nervousness at all, even if there were dozens of lords and hundreds of immortals outside waiting to kill him. At this point, Green Reckless is here. Aren't you leaving? Lu Yuan asked. Cheng Wuji said expressionlessly. It's not like you're going to kill me. Why am I in a hurry to leave? There's still 10 whole days before the heavenly market closes. Cheng Wuji walked next to Lu Yuan and took out 2 jugs of fine wine from inside his storage ring, handing one to Lu Yuan. Cheng Wuji tilted the sky and took a mouthful of bold drink, wiping away the wine that spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and said seriously, I've already gotten the news. That old thing Ping Tian has already promised the old dog Crazy Sun, and has decided not to shelter you. And also as far as the current situation is concerned, the powerhouses of the other continents also hate you to death. Dozens of masters, hundreds of immortals. Cheng Wuji looked at Lu Yuan and said seriously, "You're dead. There's only one exit from the divine martial heavenly ruins, and unless you're an emperor, you won't be able to fly with your wings." Lu Yuan also took a sip of the wine and tasted it carefully, then laughed. "So, you're here to see me one last time?" Cheng Wuji remained expressionless and said, "There is this idea. Although I don't know why you are so calm and peaceful, but I can't think of a way for you to break the situation even if I think through my head. And I'm afraid that I won't be able to see you again if I don't see you for the last time now. Not prepared to live and die with me?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Cheng Wuji blankly glanced at Lu Yuan and proudly said, "This great young man has a great future ahead of him. You're not a supreme beauty, or else you can still have a good time before you die. Instead of dying here for nothing, why don't you wait for me to come and collect your body when you die?" With that, Cheng Wuji patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, when I break through to Empyrean in the future, I'll definitely help you avenge and kill all these people." Lu Yuan looked into the distance with a relaxed expression and said, "It seems that you are certain that I will die. I'm waiting for your show." After saying that, Cheng Wuji drank the last drop of wine from the wine pot and his person left the divine martial heavenly market at the same time. Cheng Wuji's departure didn't cause Lu Yuan's heart to ripple. He just looked at the vast rivers and mountains in front of him and silently finished the wine in the wine pot. Then, crushed the black stone. The black stone shattered into powder under Lu Yuan's overwhelming force, and with a slight opening of his 5 fingers, the stone powder returned to heaven and earth. All around, there was nothing different, much less a voice steeped in sound. However, Lu Yuan's heart was certain, feeling a strong sense of security wrapped around itself. At this moment, even if there were hundreds of emperors in front of him killing together, Lu Yuan would not have the slightest change in expression. Taking a step, Lu Yuan also left the divine martial heavenly market. What's done is done. There's no point in staying here any longer. The darkness of deep space. At this moment, people's voices were rising and falling, and all the heavenly prides were accusing Lu Yuan to their own elders. It was because all of their harvest was robbed by Lu Yuan alone. At this point, Cheng Wuji appeared, standing alone in the air, gazing indifferently at everyone in front of him. Seemingly noticing Cheng Wuji's unkind gaze, a strong man snickered. This kid and Lu Yuan have a deep love for each other, and he actually let slip that he would kill all of us when he becomes an emperor in the future. "Kid, aren't you afraid to die?" A strong man opened his mouth nakedly to threaten. Cheng Wuji looked indifferently at the man, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he coldly said, "Threatening me? How dare you? You might as well give it a try. If I drop a single hair of sweat, tomorrow your entire clan will be annihilated." Unbridled. The little child is arrogant. Upon hearing such arrogant words from Cheng Wuji, the strong man who opened his mouth became furious, wanting to pinch Cheng Wuji to death. But right at this moment, the always silent Lord Pingtian spoke faintly. "Chi Ji, if you don't want to see the corpses of your Chi clan's entire clan tomorrow, I advise you to calm down. Even if you're a lord, there are some people that you can't afford to offend." Cluck cluck cluck. Pingtian is right. This little guy's name is Cheng Wuji. Although his talent is average, in terms of his identity, he is the most honorable one among all the little guys here because he comes from the Qing clan, which is one of the 10 great clans of the mixed elements. A female lord said, "The Green clan?" Everyone was startled. The Green race? This was an extraordinary power, ranked among the top 10 strongest races in the great realm of the mixed world. However, since Cheng Wuji appeared here, it proved that Cheng Wuji's status in the Qing clan wasn't too high, but no matter how low it wasn't in existence that a master, who was qualified to insult. As Cheng Wuji had said, if he dropped a single hair of sweat, that sovereign who had opened his mouth to threaten would absolutely have his entire clan perish. The stronger some races are, the less they tolerate insults from those weaker than them. The Green race is such a race. Humph, loser with no balls. Cheng Wuji snorted coldly and returned inside the Qingling starbound camp. No one responded to Cheng Wuji because they all knew that it was pointless, killing but not daring to kill, cursing the fight and degrading their status. Cheng Wuji sat cross-legged on a futon, recalling the scorn that these powerhouses had shown him just now, and in his heart, an idea couldn't help but pop up. It's dangerous, but there is life. He really didn't want to see Lu Yuan die here just like that. Lu Yuan's talent made him greedy. He wanted to befriend a heavenly pride like Lu Yuan. It would be even better if he could be a life and death friend. It favored him to compete for a position within the clan. At this moment, no one was talking anymore, all waiting for Lu Yuan to appear. At this moment, no one noticed that in a place extremely distant from the Five Directions dojo, there were 2 figures. silently watching them. These two figures were both middle-aged, wearing platinum robes, with no breath on display, but just two people who dared to secretly spy on dozens of sovereigns and 300 immortals could tell that these two were also extremely terrifyingly strong. Going to make a move? One asked. Of course I want to. Lu Yuan, this son's talent amazes me. Bringing him back to the clan will definitely lead to some amazing achievements. The other returned. I'm afraid that Lu Yuan still does not know. He has today's encounter. All because of Lu Chongkong, that old stubborn. Obviously the two of us can aid in rescue. He did not let it, but also said that what early to come and late to come. It is better to take advantage of the change of place. May be able to win a ray of hope. After all is said and done, it's not that he still resents the family head. Let him return to the family as early as a few thousand years ago. Favor not. The family head is kind-hearted. Sent me and the two of us to secretly protect the Lu family. This old codger is still ungrateful, and won't allow us to make a move. If it's because of him that Lu Yuan falls, I'll see how he still has the face to live in this world. The first person to speak was full of indignation in his words. However, the information revealed in his words was extremely shocking. The immortal Lu family was actually just a branch of another Lu family. Alright, let's talk less. It's good that that old codger is gone, so that we can bring Lu Yuan back to the clan. To be honest, I've been coveting this little guy for a long time now, and compared to Lu Yuan, all those heavenly prides within the clan are inferior by 1 point. Don't rush out later. Wait until Lu Yuan is in a line of life and death. Of course, you don't have to tell me. Just between the two talking, the entrance to the divine martial heavenly ruins began to flicker. The gazes of all the powerhouses narrowed at the same time. Coming out? In the next second, Lu Yuan slowly walked out from the entrance, still dressed in white, untainted by dust, and on his handsome face, there was not the slightest expression of fear and nervousness. There was only calmness. TSK, I'm a little impressed with this kid, knowing that he's bound to die. He actually dares to come out. A sovereign powerhouse get inside. When the Dark Immortal Hall's master saw Lu Yuan come out, he didn't say anything and stood up with a long body, with only endless killing intent in his eyes. The old crone from the bright continent's eyes were filled with hatred, and she likewise did not hide her killing intent. Looking at the densely packed powerful people in front of him and feeling the terrifying sense of oppression that came over him, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and sighed. Why do you have to break the rules of a good game? Isn't it good to have the young against the young and the old against the old? Have to force me to break the promises I made myself. Sometimes I really wonder if you guys are actors hired by my master in order to force me to go back. Hearing Lu Yuan's unexplained words, everyone's eyes were puzzled. However, they could all feel the calmness in Lu Yuan's body, pressing down without half the tension of death approaching. Playing God. Die. Sinner. I'll make you pay for my Yuer's life. The Dark Immortal Hall's mad sun sovereign and the Light Continent's old crone struck out at the same time, wanting to crush Lu Yuan at the first opportunity. Boundless and terrifying power struck like monstrous waves. Lu Yuan didn't move and wasn't prepared to move, just looking at the two playfully. Next, a clear and elegant voice came out from beside Lu Yuan. He, you guys dare to touch my senior brother. I see that there's no need for the great realm of mixed elements to exist anymore. As the words fell, a vortex appeared next to Lu Yuan, and then a young man dressed in a flashy purple robe emerged from it. The youth had a handsome face, but his eyes were exceptionally demonic. His pupils were surprisingly purple, and his entire temperament could only be described as evil. After the youth appeared, he didn't pay any attention to the masters as well as the immortal powerhouses, but instead sized up Lu Yuan with interest and said, "Senior brother, long time no see." Seeing the visitor, Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but only silently mourned in his heart for everyone in front of him. Only after the silence passed did Lu Yuan smile. "It's been a long time, senior brother. I didn't expect that senior would call you." Su Xiling spread his hands when he sniffed. "I can't help it. Who told me to be the most idle? My eldest brother is busy fighting against the eternal 9 devil gods all day long. My second brother is busy judging the traitors of the human race all day long. My third elder sister is going to succeed the heavenly sun immortal kingdom soon. She's busy as hell. And just me as the fourth brother. I'm either in the process of exterminating the races and the realms all day long or I'm on the way to exterminating the races and the realms." I said that the youngest junior brother good back to the master. Except the identity arranged by the master, doesn't it smell good? Why do you have to gamble, but also bet with the master? You see, this is not a loss. I really don't know which one of your tendons is wrong. The identity that master has arranged for you. Even I am heartbroken. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and did not explain. See, Lu Yuan did not make a sound. Su Xiling felt bored. Said, "But okay, at least you are not a stubborn master stubborn. Encountered danger also know to ask for help. Fred, those old donkeys often say, put down the butcher's knife on the ground to become Buddha. Lu Yuan said breathlessly. Senior brother. Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the ground doesn't seem to mean that. You keep misinterpreting the Zen meaning of Buddhism. Su Xiling glanced at his mouth and said, who told those old bald donkeys to suppress me for 3,000 years and sit on my head every day to recite scriptures? It's annoying as hell. Not far away, a group of powerful men saw Lu Yuan chatting more and more with a man of unknown origin, ignoring them and the others, and their anger immediately skyrocketed. What an arrogant little child. With our master tigers watching over us, we even have the leisure to chat with others. If we don't kill you today, I'm afraid we'll become a joke to countless people. A sovereign's rage was so great that he pushed out a palm horizontally. A huge palm comparable to a planet suddenly appeared in the infinitely deep sky, catching up with Lu Yuan and being disturbed. Su Xiling's already demonic-looking eyes gradually narrowed as he looked sideways and said with a cold smile, a bunch of ungrateful mole crickets. I'm catching up with my senior brother and you guys deserve to be disturbed? How can you be so ungrateful when you were meant to be so kind as to let you live a little longer? As the words fell, Su Xiling lightly pointed out with a finger. That juggernaut didn't even have time to react, and in the next second his body turned into flying ash and drifted away as if it had been eroded by the ages for millions of years and years. Wow! The crowd clamored in shock. What kind of tactic was this? To be able to exterminate a sovereign in an instant? One must know that this was a juggernaut, a superpower that could easily destroy a continent. But he had fallen just like that. Su Xiling had shocked everyone with just one strike, and they were all anxious in their hearts, never expecting that Lu Yuan would be able to invite such an unknown and terrifying powerhouse. Senior brother's Tao of the Hours has become more and more profound. Lu Yuan marveled. Su Xiling laughed. I've only progressed a little bit. Compared to my master's ability to travel the river of time at will, I'm still far from being able to do so. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, there aren't many existences like master. There aren't many in all the heavens and all the worlds. There's no need for senior to humble himself. Hearing this, Su Xiling didn't continue to be more modest and said, that's fine. Hurry up and end this, so that we, senior brothers, can catch up. After saying that, Su Xiling casually waved his hand in the direction of dozens of masters, hundreds of immortal powerhouses. In a flash, the piece of space where the many powerful people were seen to be frozen, followed by countless years rapidly passing from them, before and after only a few breaths. All of them, along with the dojo, became flying ash and dissipated in the middle of deep space. This kind of almost immortal-like means, even though Lu Yuan had already seen it many times, he still felt heart-stopping every time he saw it, and often exclaimed that this was the ultimate use of the avenue of laws. Qing Wuji had left the dojo the moment Su Xiling appeared and hid to the side to eat his melon. Seeing this scene at this moment, he was also dumbfounded. The wide-open mouth wouldn't close for a long time. There's a leak here. Su Xiling looked at Qing Wuji, his fingers wanting to move. Qing Wuji was scared out of his wits, and Lu Yuan was also startled. So he hurriedly said, senior brother, this is my friend. So it's junior brother's friend. That's fine. Su Xiling laughed and was quiet again. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the place where the many powerful people had disappeared, a look of unwillingness showing in his eyes. Elder brother's strike was too decisive and dry, not even leaving him a single hair. So many masters, so many immortals. Lu Yuan felt his heart twitch. Too bad. Alright, junior brother, with the matter settled, won't you invite senior brother to sit at home with me? Su Xiling asked with a smile, no dissimilarity on his face, as if obliterating dozens of masters and hundreds of immortals was nothing more than crushing hundreds of ants to him. Lu Yuan sighed, suppressed the feeling of heartache, and said, senior brother is joking. Senior brother came all the way here, and it is senior brother's duty to be a landlord. With that, Lu Yuan looked towards Qing Wuji and shouted, why are you still standing there? Hurry over. Senior brother will take us back together. The flat sky sovereign was naturally dead as well, and this place is extremely far from the dark continent. With Qing Wuji's cultivation wanting to go back, he wouldn't necessarily be able to fly to the dark continent in tens of thousands of years. Oh. Qing Wuji nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, then quickly came to Lu Yuan's side, a little afraid to look at Su Xiling in awe. Even he felt that even his family's old ancestor was not as powerful as this youth in front of him. Su Xiling looked at Qing Wuji with a smile on his face, and suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, why do I feel that there is a familiar feeling on him? Lu Yuan laughed. Senior brother, you've forgotten that Executive Officer Chang Mu comes from the great realm of the mixed elements and just happens to be his family's oldest ancestor. Lu Yuan had long been aware of Qing Wuji's true origin. Oh, so it's Chang Mu. I said, why is it so familiar? Su Xiling suddenly realized, then looked at Qing Wuji and laughed. Little fellow, don't be so nervous in front of me. Your family's old ancestor Chung Mo and I are old acquaintances. Hearing these words, Qing Wuji was horrified because his family's old ancestor was a figure of several 10 million years, and his family's old ancestor are old acquaintances. Then does it mean that this youth, seemingly seeing through the thoughts in Qing Wuji's heart, Su Xiling said, "Don't think blindly. I'm much younger than Chung Mu. Of course, I'm naturally more than enough compared to you. You can call me an old ancestor." The expression on Su Xiling's face looked like a smile. Qing Wuji, however, was dumbfounded and hesitantly said, old ancestor." He felt so ashamed, but there was so much joy, because the youth in front of him proved to be clearly an existence that was stronger than his old ancestor, or even stronger than his family's old ancestor, and the benefits of climbing into a relationship with such an existence were simply not too great. Just then, Lu Yuan laughed quietly. "Wuji, he's my senior brother. You called my senior brother old ancestor, then what should you call me?" Swish! Qing Wuji raised his head violently, looked at Su Xiling who seemed to be smiling, and then looked at Lu Yuan who was showing a treacherous expression at the side, and immediately understood what was going on. His face turned red for a moment, and he shouted angrily at Lu Yuan, "Get lost!" Lu Yuan and Su Xiling looked at each other and burst out laughing. The three Lu Yuan laughed, but the two men hidden in the distance were creeped out for quite a while. The very moment Lu Yuan and the others left, Su Xiling glanced in the direction of the two of them with a slightly deeper meaning. Ju, actually an existence of the transcendent realm. No, even above transcendent. Both of them were in a cold sweat. Both of them were Empyrean, and above Empyrean was transcendence. A mere glance made the two of them feel like enemies, and they couldn't think of any other possibilities other than transcendence. After all, such a tactic of wiping out dozens of masters with a gentle wave of the hand was something even they couldn't do. Behind little Lu Yuan, there is actually this kind of existence, but why don't we know anything about it? One must know that the two of them had been secretly guarding the Lu family for 1,000 years. They all watched when Lu Yuan was born. No, do you remember that Lu Yuan had left for a while when he was 15? Of course remember. That time this brat hit the whole continent with the realm Invincible, and even high one realm. Two realms are the same, no one is his opponent. This kid also issued a sentiment, said what Invincible really lonely, life is lonely as snow, then two of the very, and then feel that the dark continent is really boring, then decided to go out to practice, 10 years before coming back. You are saying that the existence of the kid behind the scene is what happened during this decade? What else? Can you think of any other possibility than that? I heard Lu Yuan call that strong man as his senior brother, which means that they still have a master. It's really hard to imagine. Even the disciples are existences of the transcendent realm. So what kind of person should the master be? There's no use talking about this now. I'm wondering if there's still a possibility for us to bring Lu Yuan back to the clan. Of course it's possible. The existence behind Lu Yuan is not half as conflicted with Lu Yuan's return to the main vein. And even with this strong man, it's only with this that we must bring Lu Yuan back to the clan. So what if there are transcendent existences? It's not like my Lu clan doesn't have any, but for the time being, we can't contact Lu Yuan. We have to wait for that powerful person to leave before we can step in. Just do it. Aha. As the words fell, the two powerhouses left deep space. It was shortly after they left the location where the original 5-square dojo stood. Suddenly 3 spatial cracks were torn open, from which 3 black-robed powerhouses emerged. The 3 of them looked at the empty deep space with a look of self-doubt in their eyes. Then without hesitation, he returned inside the spatial rift. On his way out, he cursed under his breath. Damn! I can't believe I went the wrong way. Old enough to even remember the route wrong. No one in the Dark Continent knew what was happening in deep space for the time being, but I'm sure it won't take long. This matter would shake the Dark Continent as well as the other 4 continents. But for that, Lu Yuan no longer cared. His current priority was to entertain Su Xiling and catch up with him. Don't look at Su Xiling's amicable and gentle manner in Lu Yuan, but in the heavens and the worlds, Su Xiling had a frightening title, Shen Tian Evil Emperor. I don't know how many races, how many worlds were destroyed in his hands. Lu Yuan and other 5 brothers and sisters inside. Su Xiling is not the strongest, but in terms of the means of cruelty, ruthlessness, Su Xiling deservedly ranked first. The heavens are huge, just a general term, extremely vague, because the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the worlds didn't mean that there were many worlds as simple as that. There were also many dimensions, multiple space and time, and so on. And in the countless dimensions of space and time, there are many special forces, such as the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, the Dark Arbiters Tribunal, a force that is both good and evil. On the one hand, they were immortalized with the eternal demon race, the great enemy of humanity, and would also take the initiative to capture and judge the traitors of the human race. But on the other hand, They did things that only the extremely evil would do, such as if a certain world or a certain race touched the rules set by the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, then that world would suffer destruction. No one knows exactly what rules were laid down by the Dark Arbitration Tribunal on the side. It's like a bully, screwing you or not depending on their mood. The strongest person amongst the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, named the Magistrate, was a superpower that could be ranked alongside the superhegemons of the Lord God, Immortal Lord, and Demon Ancestor. At the same time, the Magistrate was also Lu Yuan's master teacher. Qingling City, in the middle of Lu's estate, by the tranquil lake. The lake shimmers and the willows bristle along the shore. Lu Yuan and Su Xiling were sitting under a willow tree, playing on a chessboard. Senior brother, it's time to go back. After so many years of sulking with the master, even the biggest disagreement should be dispersed. Lu Yuan landed a piece and laughed bitterly. You're here, senior brother. Can I not go back? Su Xiling smiled. It's good that you know. Master said that if you don't go back after crushing the stone, let me tie you back up. Lu Yuan ate Su Xiling's third son and calmly said, but before going back, there are still some things to trouble senior brother, but there's no harm in saying it. Su Xiling scratched his head and looked at the chessboard, a tangled expression on his face. He was a stinky chess player. Not one of the enemies of the Lu family will be left behind. Lu Yuan said. Su Xiling laughed. A small matter. Behind the dark immortal hall, is the immortal court? Lu Yuan said seriously. Immortal court ah. Su Xiling became slightly more serious. Then said, destroy it as it is. If they have a problem with it, look for the master. You're the master's favorite youngest brother. I believe that the master will help you to smooth out all the troubles. Even if the master doesn't do it, the eldest brother will do it. Then there's no problem. Lu Yuan nodded and landed another piece, killing Su Xiling and causing him to lose his armor. Su Xiling began to scratch his head with both hands, so he just stirred randomly on the chessboard and began to play tricks. Lu Yuan was not surprised and smiled, collecting the chessboard. At this time, Su Xiling suddenly said, when I left in deep space earlier, I sensed that there were two people who had been spying on you all along, and strangely enough, these two people's bloodline was somewhat the same as yours. Oh, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. What strength? Su Xiling said indifferently. Both of them are emperors. Their strength is barely adequate, and they have good intentions towards you. That's why I didn't make a move. Confused, Lu Yuan looked down and pondered. After thinking about it for half a day, Lu Yuan couldn't think of what these two emperors had to do with him. After all, if the Lu clan had two Empyreans, they wouldn't have banished themselves so easily. Lu Yuan shook his head. I can't think of anything, but since these two hold goodwill towards me, if I don't see them at this time, I will see them later. There is no hurry. Su Xiling nodded, not caring. To him, taking out two emperors was no more difficult than taking out that group of masters. That's it then. Bring me a copy of the enemy list of your Lu family feud. I'll settle it earlier, and you'll go back with me earlier. Master misses you, Su Xiling said. Lu Yuan was prepared and handed out a paper list, saying, Senior brother, don't clean up too much. At least leave a few hairs for senior brother me. I still have a family to support. Su Xiling smiled and his figure disappeared. Lu Yuan did not get up, but called Lu Changming. Fuqi. Lu Changming stood respectfully in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not drag his feet and said in a warm voice, I'm leaving. Don't ask me where I'm going. Now I'm going to explain a few things to you. Listen carefully. Lu Changming was shocked in his eyes and hurriedly put up his spirits and listened with his ears open. Lu Yuan slowly said, the first thing, before I leave, I will leave you a resource. This resource may be a bit huge. You have to make good use of it. But never let the clansman give birth to the heart of the degenerate idleness. The specific how to allocate it. Full power to your hand. The second thing, before I leave, I will clean up all the factors that are unfavorable to the Lu family. But you are still not allowed to leave the Green Tomb domain unless an immortal or master is born within the clan. In addition, I will arrange for you to have 2 Dao protectors, and any one of those old farts within the clan who are disobedient. Feel free to kill them. That's all there is to it. You can go down and make the arrangements. Lu Yuan waved his hand, looking a little sleepy. Lu Changming wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and left with a frustrated look on his face. After Lu Changming left, Lu Yuan spoke to the empty surroundings. 2 seniors, come out. Just as the words fell, the void in front of Lu Yuan rippled, and 2 middle-aged men wearing platinum robes walked out. Lu Yuan got up, his face grave. According to what his senior brother said, these 2 people can both be emperors, with their words being followed by the law-like existences, so he can't afford to be careless. Relax, we mean you no harm, the 2 said, then began to introduce themselves. Lu Yuan, this should be our first meeting. Introduce yourself. My name is Lu 13, and this one beside me is Lu Chi. Lu 13 had no white beard on his face, and his whole person looked very elegant. Lu Chi had a long beard and his entire aura was quite wild. Lu 13, Lu Chi. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he searched his mind, but there was absolutely no information on the two. I wonder what the two seniors are looking for me for. Lu 13 appreciated in his eyes and said, Lu Yuan, do you know the origin of the Lu family? Where did it come from? Lu Yuan shook his head. Elder may as well be straightforward if he has something to say. Lu 13 smiled faintly. That's fine. Then I'll talk to you directly. A long time ago, there was an incomparably large force in the heavens. A force so powerful that even today's immortal court and Taiyuan divine court are far inferior to it. A force named the Hall of Human Ancestors. In the Human Ancestor Hall, there are 13 royal clans. My Lu clan is one of them. Later, the Human Ancestor Hall was in turmoil, and eventually fell apart. The 13 royal clans, also exiled to the heavens and the world. In that turmoil, the Lu clan suffered heavy losses, but barely retained some of their strength, and later occupied a large sector of the world to recuperate. Your Lu family's old ancestor, Lu Changkong, was a full-fledged clansman who walked out from my Lu clan. So when it comes down to it, the Lu family is a branch of the Lu clan. As for why Lu Changkong left his home, this you don't have to worry about. There is no deep hatred, merely that he disliked the current generation of family heads. It can also be said that he failed to compete for the position of family head, so he left the Lu clan in a fit of anger. And the current family head is Lu Changkong's own elder brother. Lu 13 was afraid that Lu Yuan would misunderstand something, so he hurriedly explained the causes and consequences of Lu Changkong's departure from home. Surprised, Lu Yuan looked intently at Lu 13, signaling him to continue. There was also a Lu clan behind the Lu family, something Lu Yuan had never known. Lu 13 continued. The family head was afraid that something might happen to Lu Changkong, so he ordered the two of us to secretly protect him. Lu Yuan marveled in his heart, to be able to easily order two Empyreans. It seemed that the Lu clan was really powerful, but then, he frowned. Since the two of you are secretly guarding, why is my Lu clan still being attacked? Lu 13 and Lu Chi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It's not that we don't want to, or that we're slacking off, but Lu Changkong, this old codger, won't allow us to make a move, and for the specific reason, which involves the immortal court. It's better for you not to know for the time being. Lu Yuan didn't pursue the question and asked, so what? What is the purpose of your search for me? Lu 13 said with a straight face, Lu Yuan, your talent is amazing, so we want to bring you back to the Lu clan. Lu Changkong is a direct lineage, so if you return to the Lu clan, you'll be treated as a direct lineage as well. Lu 13 and Lu Chi's gazes were glaring at Lu Yuan, and they very much hoped that Lu Yuan would agree. After Lu Yuan was silent, he smiled. Okay, I promise you, but it will be some time before I can go to the Lu clan. Is it because of that strong man? Lu 13 said. Lu Yuan nodded his head. He is my senior brother. On the orders of my master, he has come to take me back. I have been away from my master for a long period of time, and it's time for me to go back to honor his old man. Your mentor is. Lu Xii's eyes were eager and couldn't wait to find out. Dark Arbitration Tribunal. Ever heard of it? Dark Arbitration Tribunal. Lu 13. Lu Chi's eyes were shaken with shock. Could it be that Lu Yuan's master was a certain inquisitor of the Dark Arbitration Court? The Dark Arbitration Tribunal, which has many positions, such as magistrate, presiding judge, speaker, executive officer, and these are positions that are tied to strength. With Lu 13 and Lu Chi's guts and insights, they only dared to think of the level of the inquisitor. As for higher up, they didn't even dare to think about it because it was too astonishing. Seeing this expression of the two, Lu Yuan smiled and didn't continue to say anything more. By keeping it mysterious, he also kept others in awe of him. Similarly, the magisterial master was one of Lu Yuan's bottom cards, and when thrown out at a critical time, it was definitely a king bomb. Lu 13 and the two of them were very sensible. Seeing that Lu Yuan refused to say more, they didn't ask any more questions. Then, Lu 13 handed Lu Yuan a blue token and said seriously, this is a teleportation portal. No matter where you are, you can reach the Lu clan directly. You must keep it. Lu Yuan gladly accepted it, suddenly thought of something and looked up and asked, what are you going to do about the Lu family? I am talking about this Lu family under your feet. Lu 13 sighed, their bloodline is too thin, although the source is all Lu Changkong, but if I want the clan to accept them, it's not up to me to say. Of course, if there is someone with outstanding talent among these people in the future, it's not impossible for them to return to the Lu clan. Seeing Lu Yuan's face gradually sinking, Lu 13 hurriedly added, But don't worry, since they are my Lu clanspeople, naturally I won't let them be aggrieved. When I return to the clan, I will send some masters as well as immortals to come to sit in on them and make sure that they won't be infested. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face, which had already sunk, brightened up. Su Xiling was very efficient and returned after only half a day's work. Su Xiling had returned, and there was naturally no need to say what would happen to the Dark Immortal Temple, the Immortal Gu family, and these forces. Here, what you want? Su Xiling threw Lu Yuan a golden storage ring, then sat down on an antique chair and said, I say, Junior brother, you're a disciple of the master. Do you even look at such a small amount of resources? Lu Yuan took the storage ring, probed out the divine thoughts to check. While looking at it, mosquito legs are no longer small as also meat. Senior brother, you are full of people do not know hungry people hungry. You casually destroy a world. There are large amounts of resources into the account. I am not the same. I am a thief with a good heart, but cannot be done to loot the house. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Xiling just drank the tea, did not hold back, directly sprayed out. Surprised and shocked, you are kind-hearted. My God, if you Lu Yuan is kind-hearted, there is no evil in this world. I also don't know who only cultivated under the master for less than 10 years in the beginning, and then brazenly slaughtered 31 worlds. TSK, those worlds were called unmiserable trillions of old, young, women and children, not a single survivor. I'm on a mission. It can't be confused with your behavior. Senior brother, Lu Yuan said indifferently, but in his heart, he added, the worlds I have slaughtered are far more than 31. Alright, senior brother, wait a moment. I'll go and return. Checking the resources inside the storage ring, Lu Yuan left part of it behind, and most of the rest, he intended to leave it to Lu Changming. It wasn't that Lu Yuan was generous, but most of those resources were things that Lu Yuan couldn't use, and when he returned to the Dark Arbitration Court, he wouldn't be short of things like star source crystals at all. Brother Fuchi, do you really have to go? Lu Changming tightly clutched the storage ring, his eyes are quite reluctant. Lu Yuan is his backbone. Without Lu Yuan, he really raised his eyes and looked around, his heart confused. What to do not know. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder. A man's shoulder always has to carry the responsibility. Don't be afraid. If you want to do something, go boldly. Someone will help you. After that, Lu Yuan explained a person to Lu Changming, none other than Li Wu. This naive boy who had let Lu Yuan go even at the risk of certain death in the first place. After the explanation, Lu Yuan suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. What exactly did you forget? Lu Yuan rubbed his temples and looked down in thought. A moment later, Lu Yuan snapped to attention. 2 dogs. Ever since he left from the Heavenly Skies continent, the second dog was put away in his royal beast pouch, and then he forgot about it until now. Lu Yuan hurriedly released Air Dogzy from inside the royal beast pouch before he met Air Dogzy's incomparably grudging expression and explained, Dogzy, listen to my explanation. I didn't do it on purpose. The second dog sat squatting on the ground, rolling his dead fish eyes with a grim look. You just did it on purpose. Lu Yuan, you're so cruel. Not only did you forget about me, but there's only this crap like bamboo shoots inside that shitty bag. Air Dogzy's tears were almost flowing out. I thought I was a ferocious beast. Tao Tai, the first ferocious beast in the opening of the heavens and the earth. And now, I'm about to change to vegetarianism. As he spoke, Air Dogzy pulled out a bamboo shoot from somewhere, bit down hard, chewed a few times, and then swallowed. 2 dogs hissed, then lunged at Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan only stretched out one finger and pressed the second doggy dead in place, letting the claws of the second doggy dig around. But there was nothing he could do about it. Lu Yuan's face was filled with bitter smiles. Hell knows why there were so many bamboo shoots inside the royal beast pouch. Oh, come to think of it, at that time, Lu Yuan had just crossed over not long ago, so he wanted to raise an iron-eating beast, then somehow forgot about it. But the bamboo shoot stayed inside the imperial beast pouch. Knowing that it was his fault, Lu Yuan didn't argue anything inside. Air Dogzy, I'm leaving. Ha! The second dog was stunned, stopped digging around and looked up to ask, where to? Far, far away. I'm going to join you, but if you dare to put me inside the imperial beast pouch again, I'll fight you to the death. The second dog bared his teeth. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. No, you are too weak. That place is not suitable for you. I'm weak? The second dog pointed at his nose and said incredulously, I'm weak? Brat, look carefully. I'm an earth saint, an incomparably powerful earth saint. Lu Yuan was expressionless and released a trace of his own aura. The second dog froze for a moment. Heavenly saint, you're actually a heavenly saint? The second dog exclaimed. Lu Yuan didn't want to explain anymore and said, after I leave, you can stay here and cultivate. Don't worry, there are enough resources, and I'll come back to pick you up when your cultivation reaches my expectations. After saying that, Lu Yuan left the bewildered Erdogsy and left the place. Things are all set? Su Xiling asked with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded his head and asked, on the Cosmic Heavens Pride 2-star battle ranking list, my ranking has dropped to the number 1 spot? Su Xiling looked up and thought, saying, 23. Then this time I'll go back and make a small top 10. Lu Yuan said flatly, yo, quite confident. Su Xiling laughed dumbly. The Cosmic Heavenly Pride battle list. That was a list that gathered the topmost heavenly prides from countless multiple spacetime, divided into 5 stars and 5 levels. The list is so gold that it's indescribably large. Let's put it this way. The 10,000th place on the 2-star list had a minimum future achievement of an emperor, or the most powerful kind of emperor. And if they could reach the top 10, their status alone would be able to rival transcendence, because those who can reach the top 10, background and talent, are missing. As powerful as the Darkness Arbitration Tribunal was, there wasn't even a single top 10 heavenly pride on the 2-star battle list, not even in the top 20, and there was only one Lu Yuan in the top 30. When Lu Yuan came back, he reached the top 15. Not enough. I can't, after being away for so long, if I can't get a top 10 ranking, I don't know how my master will punish me. Lu Yuan spread his hands and said, then I'll be waiting for good news. Senior brother. Su Xiling smiled faintly. Then with a grab of his 5 fingers toward the space next to him, an incomparably strong spatial passage that could span across 10,000 realms was formed. Let's go. Don't keep master waiting. Good. What's it like outside the Great Realm? Is it a river of stars? Or infinite darkness? In Lu Yuan's opinion none of it was. The outside of the Great Realm was just a bigger Great Realm. At this moment, Lu Yuan was standing in a vast starry sky, surrounded by colorful nebulae of various colors. And not far in front of them stood a super huge starry sky giant city. Outside the city walls, there were endless battleships, mounts, and strong men, lining up to go into town. Some of them are glowing and scantily clad. Some wore armor that was bloodstained. Some of the battleships were intact. Also some of the battleships are in tatters. Tens of millions of miles away from the giant city was a majestic wall that could not be seen at a glance. Beyond the Great Wall, there were sounds of killing. This was the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. And at the same time, it was also the front line where the 10,000 clans fought the Eternal Demon Clan. The sounds of killing outside the Great Wall had been going on for untold thousands and thousands of billions of years, and had never stopped. Listening to the outside of the Great Wall, the wonderful sounds of killing, Lu Yuan's eyes closed slightly, and the knots in his throat rolled up and down. A kind of longing. Senior brother, go into the city. Su Xiling opened his mouth. Lu Yuan nodded. The two then crossed the long line and went straight into the city. No one has a problem with that, because some people had already recognized that one of them was Su Xiling, the Xian Tian evil emperor, the 4th disciple under the magistrate. As for the other, some were puzzled, others felt familiar, but that's about it. It's got nothing to do with them. Some of the people in line had just been through a brutal fight, while others were here for the first time. For those who experienced killing, it was more important than anything else to hurry up and heal and recuperate, then go back to fighting and earning battle credits. For those who came here for the first time, the giant city, the battlefield brought them far more attraction than Lu Yuan as well. Entering the city, Lu Yuan looked at everything in front of him with nostalgia in his eyes. It's still familiar. Nothing's changed. Without stopping, the two entered directly into the center of the city, a towering tower. Come to the very top of the tower. Su Xiling knelt down on one knee, his expression respectful and solemn. Enlightened master, junior brother has been brought here. Come in. A voice as warm as jade came out. Su Xiling didn't move. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped inside the tower. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, a voice fell. On your knees. Puff. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate for a second and directly knelt on the ground. There is no shame in kneeling to one's master. Kneeling a cosmic overlord is even less humiliating. It would be an honor if this universe overlord was still one's master. Do you know the error of your ways? Lu Yuan bowed his head. Disciple knows his mistakes. What's wrong? Lu Yuan raised his head and said indifferently, the mistake was that I overestimated those shameless fellows. If I could do it all over again, I would not give them the slightest chance and would use any means to crush them. So, you've come to your senses? A tall silhouette slowly walked up to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Demented child. Relying on background is not a shame, much less a disgrace. Having a sword in your hand and having a sword that you don't use are two different things. When others treat you with rules, you cannot rely on your background. But when others break the rules, the background, it is the sharp sword in your hand. You think you can be fearless just because your talent is strong. but the truth is that there is no lack of people with strong talent in the world, and those who are stronger than you are in the minority. When the teacher traveled the world, had passed by a party of gods and demons in the world. That world, there is a god race named Sangming god race. Its race of young children born is the master. Do not need to cultivate. Adult is the transcendence, is simply the avenue favorites, so that the teacher are envied. Do you know how this race later? Disciple doesn't know. Lu Yuan shook his head. The silhouette laughed faintly. Later on, the god lord of this race also felt that his race was the favorite of the great Tao, and I saw that he was not happy, so I destroyed this race with a slap, and destroyed that world in the process. Hearing this answer, Lu Yuan sweated in his heart and bowed his head. Disciple has actually guessed it. It couldn't be helped. He knew his own master's style of doing things too well. The head referee laughed. Worthy of being my disciple. I'm sure you've already guessed it. The reason why I'm telling you about this is just to say to you that talent is worthless, and whether or not there's a backer behind you is the most important thing. My disciple has memorized the teachings and will definitely live up to my master's expectations. Lu Yuan said. The head referee softly hummed and continued. Your eldest brother is warlike. Your second brother is upright. Your third sister is delicate and savage. And your fourth brother is vicious. What I ask of you is very simple, and that is to be wanton. To be wanton with all your might. To do whatever you want to do. To kill whomever you want to kill. And to get on whoever you want to get on. And if the sky collapses, I'll hold the roof for you. Hearing this, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched straight. Looking at all the heavens and all the worlds, the one who could ask for a disciple in this way was probably only this oddball master of his own family. Now that you're back, then from now on you're the Dark Tribunal's 10,000th executive officer, and I've equipped you with a 100-man guard. Recently, the Hongyang Great Realm is suspected to have collusion with the demon race, so I'll leave it to you to solve it. Well, go on. The head referee gently waved his hand, and Lu Yuan disappeared into thin air, appearing inside a splendid palace. Below the palace, a 100-man guard was standing. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, the 100-man guards looked like they had expected it, immediately kneeling down on one knee. See Lord Executive Officer. Looking at the 100 people in front of him, Lu Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, for no other reason than that this 100-man guard was full of emperors. Master is worthy of being a master, never going out of his way. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. He was just a small heavenly saint. How could he command 100 emperors? But since Master's request is for me to indulge my desires, then let's do so. It's not just being a dude. How hard can it be? Lu Yuan said in his heart. Then, Lu Yuan's entire aura changed, becoming unseemly and arrogant, lightly glancing at the many Empyreans below. Without saying a word, he directly left the palace. The 100-man guards split into two teams and escorted behind Lu Yuan. Outside the palace, there was still a vast river of stars. Only people and ships come and go, and it looks lively. Lu Yuan waved his hand and beckoned a giant koan. The giant koan was so huge that it could swallow a planet with its mouth open, and it grows fast. As long as you give it enough food to devour, it can grow this big in 2.5 years. In the Dark Arbiter, the giant koan is merely a means of travel. Lu Yuan walked up to the giant koan, with the 100-man guards following close behind. Suddenly, Lu Yuan twisted his head and said, "There's no need to follow me. Go and do whatever you need to do. I'm not planning to leave yet." The captain of the 100 guards had a difficult look on his face. Lord Executive Officer, we are the guards assigned to you, and the order is to not move an inch. You are making this difficult for us. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold. I'm your master now. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll die. Lu Yuan's killing intent was overpowering, and when the crowd saw that Lu Yuan didn't look like he was joking, they all fell silent. Lu Yuan coldly grunted and left in his giant koan, leaving the 100-man guard to look at each other in disbelief. A member of the team spoke up. Captain, it seems like this executive officer lord of ours isn't too nice to deal with. The captain of the guards glanced at the team member with the eyes of an idiot and said breathlessly, "This is not obvious. Have you not noticed the age and cultivation of this executive officer? To have such a status at this age, behind him is bound to have a heavenly background. Youthful arrogance is an inevitable thing. Ugh, we're in for a rough ride." The giant koan traveled the river of stars, appearing to be free. Lu Yuan, who was sitting on top of the giant koan, was in deep thought. The master has seen it. The master has also forgiven himself. Not only did he forgive himself, but he also gave him a position as an executive officer, as well as a 100-man imperial guard. At the same time gave himself a task: clean up the human traitors inside the great realm of Hongyang, and all for the sole purpose of indulging myself. Lu Yuan was truly confused as to what Master Teacher was trying to do. One thing you can know though, Master Chief is definitely not a good person. Well, definitely. In the face of the greater good, the master is upright. But in terms of being a human being, the master is definitely a devil. Lu Yuan head inside a mess. Cannot think, not straighten, then simply do not want to. Soon, the giant koan reached its destination. That was the cave where Lu Yuan used to cultivate, located on a planet with beautiful scenery. At this moment, the giant koan docked next to the planet, its body bigger than the planet, raising tidal waves that nearly flooded the entire planet. Lu Yuan left the giant koan and appeared on one of the highest peaks of this planet. There is only one cabin on the peak. Lu Yuan looked at the unchanging scene inside the wooden house and fell into emotion. Suddenly just then, outside the cabin, there was a cheer. Ha ha ha, we made it to the top. Throughout the world, we, the Tianvo Mountaineering Expedition, are the first expedition to summit the Heavenly Vault Mountain. Enough to leave a name in history. Ha, Captain, you see how there's a cabin here? My goodness, the Sky Dome Mountain is 13,000 meters above sea level. Above 10,000 meters there has long been no grass. What kind of person can build a wooden house here? Listening to the voices outside, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. This planet, a closed planet, had not yet embarked on the path of transcendental cultivation, and even the technological civilization had only started a few hundred years ago. And there are countless planets like this in the heavens and the worlds. Sometimes Lu Yuan was thinking that the Earth he had traveled to was probably one of them, and if it was possible in the future, he would really like to go back to Earth to see it. No thoughts of meeting up with these ordinary people. Lu Yuan waved his hand and sent them down the mountain. Then he closed down and practiced inside the cabin. Lu Yuan didn't know that just because of this one move of his, this ordinary planet had finally opened the path to transcendence. And the Heavenly Vault Mountain, too, was known as a sacred mountain. No one dares to approach it, or at most to offer sacrifices at the bottom of the mountain. 20 years later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes from his seclusion. His brows furrowed into a ball. Still can't break through. When one's cultivation reached the saint realm or above, one's lifespan could reach 10,000 years, and the lifespan of a heavenly saint possessed a full 500,000 years. 20 years in seclusion was but a snap of the fingers. But just this snap of the fingers made Lu Yuan quite annoyed that after 20 years of seclusion, he was still unable to break through that boundary. A Huan Yu Supreme in the heavenly saint realm is that difficult? Sighing, Lu Yuan walked out of the house and took a deep breath of fresh air. Whenever he was closed, he would be idle for a while. Just as Lu Yuan was about to take out a tea set to warm a pot of tea for himself, suddenly a loud prayer was heard from down the hill. Dear God, save your people. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and probed out his divine thoughts to view the entire planet. Actually stepped into transcendence. When did that happen? Oh, so it was 20 years ago. Was it that group of explorers? Interesting. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes twitched and his expression revealed shock. As that prayer continued, the power of the incense formed actually made his bottleneck loosened a tiny bit. Although it was only a tiny bit, but it made Lu Yuan feel deeply shocked. The incense will allow me to break through the bottleneck. Lu Yuan's entire body shook violently. The worlds of the heavens are no strangers to incense, but they do not value it. There are those who think that the incenses are just trails, not enough to dole out. For those who have become gods by incense are weak and pathetic. It is also believed that incense is poisonous, and that after accepting it, one must return the wish. That is, fulfill the wish of the believer, or else the incense is highly poisonous and will backfire on the practitioner himself. But no one has ever mentioned that incense can actually help people break through bottlenecks. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought, then suddenly reacted. Yes, the incense is only a small path, so naturally there will be no heavenly pride to cultivate it, and those who cultivated with incense could not become a heavenly pride, let alone break the limit. Add to that the fact that to receive incense you have to return it, and you dissuade another huge wave of people who might be eligible to break the limit. All these factors add up, so naturally no one realizes that incense can help people break through bottlenecks. Of course, those powerful beings may know this, but they will never say anything about it to anyone, and will even try to suppress it and publicize the harmful effects of incense. Let others not dare to practice with incense, because incense is limited and devotees are even more limited. Understanding this, Lu Yuan's entire body became excited. But there's no rush yet. There's still a bit of testing to be done. It just so happens that there's nothing to do now after the retreat. Lu Yuan looked toward the planet at his feet, a certain frenzied fire flickering in his eyes. This planet is my testing ground. As for returning the wish after receiving the incense, Lu Yuan didn't think about it at all because he wasn't going to pay it back at all. Once it is proven through testing that incense can help people break through bottlenecks, then the first thing Lu Yuan had to do was to destroy the planet under his feet and then find a dimensional world that no one knew about to develop believers. Just do it. Lu Yuan began to use his divine thoughts to probe the reason why these people at the bottom of the mountain were praying. Golden Eagle Country. Fuxi Country. Powerful Golden Eagle Nation superpowers. Weak Fuxi Nation martial arts masters. So it is. 20 years ago, this planet set out on the path to transcendence through that team of explorers. And the players inside the team of explorers came from various countries. And so the path to transcendence is different from country to country. And one of the most dazzling paths to transcendence is superpowers as well as martial arts. And after 20 years of development, superpowers that can be acquired quickly have pressed down on the martial arts that require years and years of training to lift their heads. Now, a team of Golden Eagle Nation superpowers is going around the Fuxi Nation challenging martial arts masters. Once the Fuxi Kingdom is all defeated, the Golden Eagle Kingdom will then wage war on the Fuxi Kingdom. Nuclear weapons have not been developed on this planet, so once the war started, it would be a massacre of life and death. And the Fuxi Kingdom, which had a history of 5,000 years, would be completely submerged in the river of history. After thinking carefully for a while, Lu Yuan had already figured out how to test it. The Golden Eagle Kingdom is under siege, and the martial arts masters of the Fuxi Kingdom are no match for the superpowers, so they see that their demise is just around the corner. The Fuxi people must be on edge and praying for someone to save them. The general practice, the direct destruction of the Golden Eagle country will be fine. The Fuxi people will certainly be grateful. Lu Yuan may harvest a certain amount of incense. This, however, must be far from the point where Lu Yuan could make a breakthrough. So the best thing to do is to make the people of Fuxi country completely desperate, and then grant them some hope, and then make them desperate again, and then grant them hope again. This goes on for a few turns. The majesty of God, it will be firmly imprinted on the hearts of the people of the Fuxi nation, and after that, it becomes easy to let the light of God spill over the earth. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, then put on a golden mask, and with a light step, he had appeared in front of the group of people praying at the foot of the divine mountain. This group of people was not large in number, around a few hundred people, but from their dress and breath, with the surrounding soldiers with loaded guns, one could tell that this group of people, in the Fuxi country, should have a very high status. God, hear ye. Lu Yuan slowly opened his mouth, his gentle and elegant voice ignoring all the external noises, and spread into the ears of everyone present. Everyone suddenly froze and raised their heads, looking at the immortal like Lu Yuan in shock. A group of soldiers were like an enemy, and their blackened guns were aimed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had a faint smile on his face, and with a gentle pick of his palm, the rifles in the hands of all the soldiers were disengaged and flew into the air to gather into a ball, and with a gentle grip of his palm, all the rifles instantly became a ball of discus, and then fell to the ground and smashed a big pit. Seeing this kind of tactic, everyone was once again like an enemy. This means of controlling iron objects reminded them of a powerful superpower in the Golden Eagle Kingdom. Who are you and what is your purpose? An old man in a Chinese mountain suit opened his mouth. He was the main character of this prayer ritual, named Li Mu, the patriarch of the Li family, one of the 5 great families in Kyoto. Fuxi country had a position like Tarzan in the political arena as well as the military. Lu Yuan's temperament was like an exiled immortal as he slowly spoke. I am a messenger of God. God has heard your prayers and sent me to help you. What? There really is a God? The gods have sent messengers to help us. Ha ha ha, the Fuxi kingdom is saved. My God, the legends are actually true. There was chaos in the arena. Everyone was shocked by Lu Yuan's words. Only the old man, Li Mu, remained calm as he spoke calmly. How am I going to trust you? Lu Yuan indifferently glanced at Li Mu. You cannot believe it. Li Mu's heart pounded violently. Being watched by Lu Yuan made him feel as if he was being pressed by a huge mountain, and he couldn't breathe at all. And mind you, Li Mu was a martial arts master himself. After 20 years of development, the martial arts of the Fuxi kingdom had developed many realms, from low to high, Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Zong Shi, Great Zong Shi, Wu Dao Innate, Terrestrial Immortal, and Shattering the Void. The latter 3 realms currently existed only in legends, and no one in Fuxi country had reached them for the time being. So, Li Mu's realm, at the moment, was already very high, and Lu Yuan let him feel such pressure with a single look. Such strength instantly dissipated the doubts and misgivings in Li Mu's heart. Immediately, Li Mu knelt on the ground, kowtowed and bowed down, and said in a respectful and still somewhat trembling voice, Little Min Li Mu, I pay my respects to the divine envoy. Seeing Li Mu all kneeling on the ground, the hundreds of people behind him and those soldiers also stopped hesitating and fell to their knees. Greetings to the divine messenger. Lu Yuan spoke faintly. Get up. Li Mu was the first to stand up and spoke cautiously. Dare I ask God's ambassador, what does God need from us? After so many years in the political arena, Li Mu has long been an old fox and understands very well that there is no free lunch in the world, And even God will not help people for no reason. God said that he needs believers. Starting immediately. You need to build temples all over the country to worship God. And in return, God will help you get through this difficult time. Lu Yuan spoke. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Mu's heart was certain. Needing believers and having to build a temple. Isn't this the same as needing incense? The same as those gods in the legends. Hearing that it was this condition, there was no longer any doubt in Li Mu's mind, because no one seemed to need incense except God. At that moment, Li Mu immediately commanded that temples be established throughout the country immediately. Seeing this, Lu Yuan decided to give Li Mu a little favor. So he gently pointed his finger towards Li Mu's forehead, and a strand of aura didn't enter Li Mu's body. The next moment, immediately, crackling sounds came from inside Li Mu's body, and his entire aura changed all over, becoming unfathomable. Originally, Li Mu, who was only at the Zhongshe realm, at this moment, his cultivation had clearly broken through to the peak of Grand Zhongshe, and along with his age, he seemed to be more than 20 years younger. Feeling the changes in his body and cultivation, Li Mu was pleasantly surprised and once again kowtowed and bowed. Thank you, God Emperor, for the reward. The people behind Li Mu were envious when they saw the change in Li Mu, and they all looked at Lu Yuan with bated breath, wanting to be rewarded as well. But Lu Yuan didn't give any indication, and just lightly said, work well for God, and the benefits will not be lacking for you and others. After saying that, Lu Yuan disappeared into thin air. Lu Yuan disappeared out of thin air, and Li Mu wasn't surprised anymore, because in his eyes, Lu Yuan was also a godlike figure. Set sail and return to the capital immediately, Li Mu said with a wave of his hand. Fuxi Kingdom, Kyoto. Inside a tightly sealed stadium, a battle of martial arts and superpowers is raging. The two sides at war were a gray-robed, skinny old man and a burly man with a stature of 2.5 meters. The gray-robed old man's body was flexible, and his claws were like eagle hooks, and the ground could scratch out 3 grooves of a few centimeters with a light scratch. It could be said that the gray-robed old man was an inhuman existence regardless of his strength or speed. On the other hand, opposite him, the burly man was pleasantly unmoving, only using a teasing gaze, looking at the old man. Soon, the gray-robed old man launched an attack. He darted around the strong man and wandered around. I don't know how many times after circling around, the old man leaped up like a monkey. His 2 palms formed claws and attacked the back of the strong man's head in a lightning-fast manner. Seeing that his claws were less than 10 centimeters away from the back of the burly man's fragile head, a flash of surprise flashed across the gray-robed old man's eyes. But the next second, the surprise in his eyes froze. There was a clicking sound. The old man's claws were fractured and he fell to the ground in agony. On the contrary, the burly man who hadn't been making any movements was intact. At this moment, the burly man turned around, and his bushel-sized palm directly grabbed the gray-robed old man's head, lifting him up just like that. Regardless of any struggles the old man made, the burly man's palm was like a steel hook, unmoving. The burly man grabbed the old man and looked around, laughing disdainfully. Martial arts? But the techniques of the weak, ridiculous yellow-skinned monkeys, don't you have any strong ones left? As soon as the words came out, the strong man exerted his force violently, and the gray-robed old man's head was pinched and exploded on the spot, scattering red and white things all over the field. Seeing this, a group of high-nosed, blue-eyed superpowered people from the Golden Eagle Nation in the stands behind the burly man burst into laughter. Disappointing, too disappointing. Is the so-called martial arts of a 5,000-year-old civilization so unbearable? Olive didn't even use 1% of her power. If the next opponents are like this, I don't think I need to be in the ring at all. Olive alone can kill all the yellow-skinned monkeys. The words of a group of superpowered people were filled with sarcasm and disdain. Above the stadium, in a room, sat 5 or 6 old and middle-aged people with extraordinary temperaments. As he watched the stadium, a martial arts master from the Fuxi Kingdom had his head crushed on the spot. Everyone was sad and angry. Bang! A middle-aged man in military uniform smashed the table into pieces and said with an ugly face, "These superpowered people are too arrogant. My hallowed Fuxi country, with a population of more than 1 billion people, is there not a single person who can fight against the superpowered people?" No one else said anything. As much as it pains me to admit it, it is what it is. The Fuxi Kingdom's hallowed billions of people couldn't find a single person who could fight against the superpowered so far. It can't be helped. Superpowers are so unreasonable. All it takes is an awakening to have extraordinary power. Budo, however, requires years and years of practice. In contrast, it's not that hard to accept that superpowers crush martial arts. Just as the atmosphere in the room was about to become oppressive, a young officer excitedly pushed open the door and walked in, his face flushed with excitement. There's news from Elderly." Hearing this, Everyone in the room stood up with a prancing motion and looked at the young officer with burning eyes. What's the news? Come on. The young officer swallowed and said, Elderly prayed under God's mountain and touched God, who sent a divine messenger who said he could help us through our difficulties. But the condition is that all the people of the Fushi kingdom must become believers in God and make offerings to him. Inside the message, it also said that the divine envoy merely nudged towards Elder Lee's forehead, and Elder Lee's cultivation broke through to Grand Master, and the person is as if he's dozens of years younger. Hear the news. The room was dumbfounded. God, is it even true? I thought it was just that old man Li Mu who was whimsical, but I didn't realize that there were actually gods on the divine mountain. None of them were skeptical about the young officer's words, because the officer couldn't have lied to them and wouldn't have dared to. What now? Someone said. Wait for Elderly to come back. Didn't you say that Elderly has broken through to Grand Master? I don't believe that if a Grand Master can't beat a patriarch, a Grand Master still can't beat him, the middle-aged officer said calmly and coolly. The others nodded, agreeing with the middle-aged officer's words. After all, there seemed to be nothing they could do besides this solution. Under absolute strength, any conspiracy of yin and yang looks fragile. Just then, inside the room, however, a lazy voice came to mind. Why wait for the old man to return? Lu Yuan, who was dressed in white and snow, appeared inside the room and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. When the young officer saw Lu Yuan, his pupils were shocked and he immediately knelt on the ground without thinking. Greetings to the God Emperor. You're the God Emperor? The others were beyond shocked to hear the young officer's words. Lu Yuan smiled on his face and didn't answer them. He just swept his eyes over them one by one, and finally his eyes rested on the young officer. Just you. With that, Lu Yuan pointed out a finger and a strand of aura disappeared inside the young officer's body. For a split second, the young officer whose cultivation level was only around Dark Force had his strength directly raised to around Wudaoinate. At this moment, the young officer's face was flushed red, and his entire body was incomparably hot, as he looked at everyone and said excitedly, I feel like there's an inexhaustible amount of power inside my body. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, then go ahead and kill them all. Yes, Lord God Emperor. Chen Jian. The young officer immediately nodded his head. At this moment, he had become Lu Yuan's most loyal supporter. Next, Chen Jian directly broke through the room and jumped into the stadium. A group of top executives from the Fushi kingdom immediately rushed to the window, watching nervously and expectantly. Even Lu Yuan and the others ignored them. The desire for victory in their hearts had overwhelmed everything else. Lu Yuan quietly watched while sizing up those superpowers, saying silently in his heart, the light of supreme beings like the martial ancestor and the ancestor of alien abilities always spreads to every corner of the heavens and the worlds. All paths in this world have a source. Wudo. From the martial ancestor. Superpowers. From the ancestor of allomancy. The way of the immortals. From the immortal ancestors. Even the stones, the trees, the breeze, all have an ancestor of the source. The sun in the sky was nothing more than a smudge of an imprint of a supreme being reflecting the heavens. Just like Tao Tai, Lu Yuan also aspired to be able to become such an existence. Just as Lu Yuan's mind wandered, the battle on the field. It's on. It was still the same strong man, standing still with pleasure, looking scornfully at Chen Jian, who was half a body shorter than him, and even had his hands behind his back. The scorn was self-evident. Chen Jian's face was grave. Although he felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body, he still didn't dare to be careless when facing the burly man. The burly man in front of him was named Olive, a strength-based superhuman who also possessed an indestructible body of steel. But now that he's on the field, Chen Jian has no reason to back down. Ah! Chen Jian roared, bracing himself, and then rushed forward, so fast that Olive squinted as he couldn't see. But that was about it. He was confident in his steel. Once a bullet from an anti-tank sniper rifle hadn't even been able to hurt him. Chen Jian was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Olive, without any fighting skills. At this moment, Chen Jian only had one thought in his mind, and that was to use all of his strength to swing a punch towards Olive. Bang! A dull sound suddenly resounded through the stadium. A single drop of blood fell to the floor, followed by 2, 3, in quick succession. Chen Jian raised his head. He felt his palm warm and sticky. When he looked at it, his whole body was dumbfounded. Because of his fist, it was completely embedded in Olive's chest. Olive also stared dumbfounded at the arm that had gone into her chest. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but when he did, it was a mouthful of blood that gushed out. Chen Jian dully withdrew his hand as Olive's massive 2-meter-5 tall body fell backward. Bang! The loud sound of falling to the ground brought back all those who were in shock. Win! Win! In the room, all of the high-level bigwigs of the Fushi kingdom cheered, and the older ones even burst into tears. Lu Yuan's face was flat, with little emotional ups and downs. he just faintly issued an order. Don't freeze, kill all the superpowered people. Chen Jian, who was still immersed in his own formidable strength, immediately snapped out of it when he heard these words, and with murderous intent, he looked towards the group of superpowers on the viewing platform not far away. Chen Jian's body suddenly launched itself, killing those superpowers with a thunderous momentum. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, slowly disappeared into the room. When he reappeared, Lu Yuan was already in the Golden Eagle Nation and had exchanged 50 Hulks and 50 Motherlanders from the explosive soldier system. Looking at the bustling city of traffic and bright lights in front of him, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked into a playful smile. The Golden Eagle Nation's superpowers were all but wiped out in Fushi Nation. When the news broke, it rocked the world. Obviously, before this, all the news that everyone had gotten was that superpowered people crushed martial arts. I didn't expect to turn my eyes. The superpowers were all but wiped out. People couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Fushi country had already seen the existence of the realm of martial Dawanate? Speculation is rife. What everyone could foresee, though, was a new storm that was brewing, because the carrier group of the Golden Eagle Nation, which was eyeing outside the gates of the Fushi Nation, had not withdrawn, and was even adding to it. Unlike the outside world, which is unpredictable, within Fushi, the nation rejoices, because they saw the dawn of martial arts. It turned out that it wasn't that the martial arts were too weak, but that the realm wasn't enough. Superpowers are powerful, but their abilities are more one-dimensional. Martial arts, on the other hand, although it requires years and years of training, is all-powerful. In the meantime, within the country of Fushi, tens of thousands of temples rose up, but very few people went to worship and pray. The top of the sacred mountain, looking at the few incense fires coming from the four directions of heaven and earth, Lu Yuan's eyes were incomparably cold. Ever since Chen Jian swept away all the superpowers in the stadium, the top brass of the Fushi state felt they had done it again. It was not advertised outwardly that it was all God's work. Among them, there was no lack of the higher-ups of the Fushi kingdom wanting to conceal God, this one secret mind. After all, if other nations had known about the existence of God, it's not a good idea at that point. But this was not what Lu Yuan wanted to see. After absorbing the incense and flames coming from the four directions of heaven and earth, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. Golden Eagle State. 50 Hulks hidden in the land of the Golden Eagle. 50 Homelanders. Action. They found the Golden Eagle Nation's top brass, displayed their absolutely invincible strength, and completely conquered Mu Chang's Golden Eagle Nation in one fell swoop. Thus, the Golden Eagle Nation once again declared war on the Fushi Nation. The world was abuzz with this news. They guessed that the Golden Eagle Nation wouldn't let up, but none of them guessed that the Golden Eagle Nation would make a move so quickly. Fushi State. A brightly lit conference room. Inside the conference room, it was already full. At the front of the conference room, a female officer was making introductions. Everyone, according to the news returned by our spies planted in the Golden Eagle country, 2 more extremely powerful superpowers have appeared in the Golden Eagle country. One of them, named Hulk, is 3.5 meters tall, green in color, with boundless strength, able to easily lift a 50-ton T9 tank, with skin so hard that not even armor-piercing bullets can break through his defenses. And that is not even his strongest strength. The second one, named Motherlander, is 1.82 meters in height. His appearance is the same as normal human beings, but the degree of threat, even more than the Hulk. According to the available information, Motherlander once lifted a destroyer in the sea, and is able to fly, and has only super perception as well as laser eyes, which can be called an all-round superpowered person, and is the perfect weapon of war. In the meantime, the results of Colonel Chen Jian's battle strength test have come out. Let me read them out. Name, Chen Jian. Age, 27. Martial arts cultivation, martial arts innate. Strength test, 350 tons. 100-meter test, 1.2 seconds. Mental strength, 15. 5 points for a normal person. Flesh strength, 30. Normal 1.2. To summarize, Colonel Chen Jian may be able to match the Hulk, but is far from being a match for the Motherlander. No one spoke from the seats on either side of the conference table. The atmosphere was heavy. Chen Jian was among them, and as he looked at the PPT, the various profiles of the Hulk and the Motherlanders, he felt powerless in his heart as well. A middle-aged officer fiercely pounded on the table and said indignantly, "How can these guys from the Golden Eagle Nation be so lucky?" Just after a batch of superpowers died, 2 more even more powerful superpowers appeared. It's almost like heaven's destiny. An old man sitting at the upper left head took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, "Currently, our strongest fighting force is Chen Jian. But it's obvious that one Chen Jian is far from enough. Go and beg the God Emperor. Only the God Emperor will be able to save my Fushi kingdom. But the God Emperor hasn't appeared since that day. How should I look for him? Go to God's mountain and pray. God needs us and won't sit idly by, Li Mu said confidently. That's all there is to it for now. An old man in a black Chinese mountain suit sighed. Soon, under the arrangement of the top management of the Fuxi kingdom, a prayer team of thousands of people once again gathered in great numbers at the foot of the divine mountain. God, please save us. In the meantime, the Hulk and the Zootopia, too, arrive in the land of Volsky. And this time, instead of choosing to compete with the martial artists of the Fuxi kingdom, the Hulk and the Motherlanders simply chose to destroy and kill. Gangnam City, downtown. At the moment the city center has become a sea of human fire. Countless citizens fled like mad. In the sky, countless fighter jets and helicopter gunships circled back and forth, a tongue of fire, spraying toward the city center. A heavy tank rolled into the center of town, slapped into a line, and neatly fired its shells in one direction or another. And the target of their attack was a green figure jumping between various skyscrapers, none other than the Hulk. Countless bullets and shells fell on the body, and the Hulk was oblivious. He jumped up to the top of a skyscraper in one fell swoop. Looking at the helicopter gunships hovering overhead, a wicked smile appeared. The Hulk then pulls off the lightning rod at the top of the skyscraper and throws it towards a helicopter gunship. Boom! Zip! The pilot of the helicopter gunship was penetrated by a lightning rod, and the uncontrolled helicopter gunship smashed straight into a skyscraper. Bang! In the meantime, in the other direction of the city center, over the dome of the sky, the Homelanders in their tight blue pants and red capes are standing in the air, hands on their hips, smiling and releasing their laser eyes. Wherever the red lasers passed, nothing could be destroyed. A skyscraper that collapsed. An hour later, Hulk and Zootopia look like they're tired of playing, one by flying, the other by jumping, and leaving the city that they had played with. The event was counted. 230,000 people died in Gangnam City. 570,000 people were wounded. Financial losses, totaling 790 billion Bosai coins. Kyoto. Somewhere in a secretly protected conference room, images of the Hulk and the Homelanders destroying Gangnam City are being shown. The large conference room was silent. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was oppressive and breathless. Everyone, tell us, what is your opinion? This time it's Jiangnan City, next time it might be Kyoto. An old man in a Chinese mountain suit said tiredly. It's useless to say anything. All I care about right now is, what's going on there at the Divine Mountain? The uniformed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Li Mu sighed. No news. The Abyssal God ignores us. Why? Didn't we do what the Abyssal God asked? Some people don't understand. Li Mu looked at everyone with a cold smile. Do you think you did as you were told? Yes, you did build the temple. But what's the point of a bare temple? The Abyssal God wants believers. Believers, you understand. If we don't publicize the merits of the Abyssal God, how will the people know that it's because of the Abyssal God that the Fuxi kingdom is able to tide over its difficulties? If the people don't know about it, how will they go to the temple to offer sacrifices? If no one offers sacrifices, the Abyssal God will have no incense. So why do you think the Abyssal God will help us? With these words, Li Mu almost roared out. These people in front of me are hiding the Abyssal God for their own selfish interests. The result is that the people of the world do not know the existence of the Abyssal God at all. Naturally, no one would offer incense to the God of the Abyss. Li Mu naturally objected, but there was no way for him alone to fight against everyone. In the end, he could only build all the temples in the Abyssal God's request. Hearing Li Mu's words, the middle-aged officer coldly looked at Li Mu. Elder Li, you mean to say that because we didn't follow the Abyssal God's request, the Abyssal God won't help me anymore, right? Then I would ask, is he a god, or is he a man? If a god, shouldn't he be selfless? If it's a man, why do we need to honor him? You, Hong Tian, are you a fool? Does it matter if the profound god is a human or a god? What matters is that only the profound god, right now, can help us. Li Mu cursed profusely. Hong Tian, that is. The middle-aged officer laughed disdainfully. You also said that the Abyssal God needs incense, which means that our relationship is equal. He needs us, and we need him, so where does he get off being high and mighty? If he doesn't help us, then he doesn't help us. And I'll see who's going to contribute incense to him when the people are all dead. Those people in Golden Eagle country don't have the concept of incense. Hearing these words, Li Mu's heart mourned like death. He felt that the Fuxi kingdom was hopeless. Hong Tian's words could only be said by a brainless fool. And such a dumbass is actually in the top echelon of the Fuxi kingdom's military. Raimu felt despair. Alright, stop arguing. The old man in the middle mountain costume knocked on the table and said with a frown. Since the Abyssal God doesn't help us because no one contributes incense, let's announce the existence of the Abyssal God to the outside world. Li Mu sat down helplessly on the table and closed his eyes. That's all there is to it. Soon after, A piece of news came out from the government of the Fushi Kingdom, instantly igniting the world. The legendary god that actually exists. It resides on top of the sacred mountain. And the reason why the martial artists of the Fushi Kingdom were able to defeat the superpowers, it's because God sent a divine messenger. The Fushi Kingdom requires that all of its citizens must go to the temples in each place to offer sacrifices to the god of Abyss and thank him for his protection. In the meantime, the Hulk and the Motherlanders fall silent. Some believe that it is the presence of God that these two clairvoyants fear. In a flash, the temples throughout the Fushi Kingdom were overcrowded. The top brass of the Golden Eagle State were also on edge. If God really exists, if God really did shelter the Fushi Kingdom, then they're screwed. The top of the sacred mountain. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face as he felt the rich incense coming from the four directions of heaven and earth. It is the nature of man to fear authority rather than honor virtue. Lu Yuan absorbed all the incense into his belly in one breath and began to cultivate, trying to hit the bottleneck. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Su Xiling, to impact the top 10 of the Cosmic Heavens Pride 2-star battle ranking. If he didn't break through the Huan Yu Supreme, to be honest, Lu Yuan didn't have much certainty. The Cosmic Heavens Pride 2-star battle list, that was a list that brought together the infinite space and time, the Saint Realm to the Great Celestial Saint Realm. Although Lu Yuan was only at the Heavenly Saint Realm, he was certain of striking the top 20, but as for the top 10, it was uncertain, because those 10 heavenly prides that ranked in the top 10, each one of them was a pervert whose great heavenly saint had broken the limit at the 4th level or even above. 1 month later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and frowned slightly, not even close. Feeling the incense between heaven and earth again, Lu Yuan realized that the incense had been reduced by more than 90%. Moreover, Lu Yuan sensed that the incense was vaguely showing signs of backlash. That's why he didn't return the petition. It seems like it's time to end it. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. And with a thought, the Hulks and Motherlanders hidden all over the Fushi country came out and started destroying and creating disasters. For a moment, the country of Fushi was caught in a whirlwind of disaster and countless people died. The Fushi Kingdom, with the help of its entire nation, was unable to quell this disaster. And so, everyone remembers the temple. Countless people once again flocked to the temple and began to pray and offer sacrifices. Soon, a steady stream of incense once again poured from heaven and earth to the top of the divine mountain. Lu Yuan didn't delay and immediately sat down to cultivate. 3 days later, a clicking sound emanated from Lu Yuan's body. His breath skyrocketed, and heaven and earth visions emerged. 3,000 miles of purple gas, groundswell, heavenly praise for the voice of the word, unicorn dedication. The immortal king bowed. At the same time, all the living beings on the entire planet were plunged into inexplicable trepidation. The 50 Hulks and the Motherlanders knelt in unison in the direction of the sacred mountain with reverence. Lu Yuan's strength, after all, was ushering in a surge. Growing up, Lu Yuan stretched his body, and then, stomped his feet. Rumble. Huge cracks began to spread the earth from the top of the mountain. Finally, the entire planet exploded into the starry sky. Lu Yuan once again sat on the giant Kuan, prepared to return to the Dark Tribunal. But just then, Lu Yuan, who was immersed in the joy of his strength breakthrough, suddenly felt a chill all over his body, like he was being stared at by a supreme terror. The giant Kuan under his feet wailed and shivered. Lu Yuan's body was covered in sweat, and he didn't dare to make any movements at all. Soon, a cold voice rang out in the starry sky. You little fellow, your heart is ruthless enough. You utilized hundreds of millions of people to provide you with incense. This is nothing, but you smashed the pot after you finished your meal. This touches my bottom line. Dare I ask who the senior is? Lu Yuan forced back the fear within him and looked at the starry sky to ask. Deep in the starry sky, a pair of golden divine eyes that were even more massive than a star opened. The man you killed is a continuation of my path. And who do you say I am? Hear that. Despair grew within Lu Yuan. The person who came to trouble him was actually the source of the Tao. But, who is it? Muzu? Or the ancestor of Alamancy? Nope, it doesn't matter who they are. They can easily get me anyway. Just as the despair within Lu Yuan gradually spread, a gentle voice rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Brat, what are you afraid of? This is your master's territory. Who can do anything to you? Hearing the master's voice, Lu Yuan settled down inwardly for a moment. Although his own master was not the source of the Tao, he was not in the least bit worse than the source of the Tao. To be a martial ancestor and yet come to terrorize a little guy is degrading to your status. Wuzu smiled gently. So it's the magistrate. I've heard a lot about you. But how did the magistrate know I was terrorizing him and not actually trying to kill him? The head magistrate snorted. If you wanted to kill him, he would have died a long time ago. And besides, do you dare to kill him? The Lord God's temple has 9 madmen. If they go crazy, all the heavens will suffer. That's true. The martial ancestor smiled faintly. But he offended me after all. Some slight punishment. No problem, right? The head referee said coldly and hard. No, if you want to fight, you'll be accompanied to the end. If you want to punish my disciple, dream on. Ha ha ha. The martial ancestor laughed. The magistrate's name of protecting the calf is true, but today's cause will eventually result in another day. Go and go. The huge golden divine eyes disappeared, and Lu Yuan let out a fierce sigh of relief. Being targeted by such an existence, anyone's heart was hanging in the air. Brat, what have you done? To actually provoke the martial ancestor. A black-clothed magistrate appeared beside Lu Yuan, and without saying a word when they met, they slapped Lu Yuan in the back of the head. Lu Yuan bared his teeth, rubbed the back of his head, and told what had happened on the planet. The head referee listens and comes to a realization. I told you, this guy Wu Zhu is a lonely and solitary person by nature. He's never formed his own force. The only thing he cares about is his Tao. For this planet to be able to give birth to the martial way means that it has a bond with the martial ancestor. And it's only strange if the martial ancestor doesn't find trouble with you if you kill all these people. Master, then in the future, the martial ancestor won't still come after me, right? Lu Yuan frowned, always being stared at by a source of the Tao. He couldn't sleep well. The head magistrate shook his head. Not so much, since he let you go today, he won't come back to trouble you again. Such an existence is not so big as to play with a little person like you for a long time to come, but the cause between you and him is knotted today, and there will definitely be a payback in the future. Lu Yuan seemed to be enlightened and nodded. The saying of cause and effect, he naturally also knew, but just with his current identity and strength. This fruit, it was estimated that it would only appear after millions of years. Who can say what will happen when the time comes? Lu Yuan is a big heart, turned his head and threw the idea in the corner. No longer think about it. Thinking about it is also adding to the trouble. After the magistrate asked why, he said nothing else. Lu Yuan's face was odd and asked, Master, aren't you going to ask me about the incense? The magistrate said with a wry smile, what's there to ask? It's not like the incense is a secret. And besides, do you think anyone can rely on the incense to break through bottlenecks like you? You think too much. Itself does not have that talent, people. Absorb more incense cannot break through. You are different. You are from the breakthrough. This is only a line. So you can borrow incense breakthrough. There are pros and cons to this incense thing. Returning wishes is a big hassle. And most people are too great and upright to want to kill innocents indiscriminately. So no one wants to touch the incense until they have to. Lu Yuan nodded. The doubts in his heart finally answered. The head referee walked away without talking too much to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't care, having long since gotten used to it. The head referee had always been laissez-faire about the disciples under his door. If you want feats, if you want resources, just say the word and it's yours. You want status, you want identity, say the word and you're given it. Beyond that, it would be a dream to expect the magistrate to do more than that. Back to the Star Mega City. In the center of the giant city was where the Dark Arbitration Tribunal was headquartered. A high tower building. The buildings outside the tower were built by later generations, and over time a giant city was formed. Lu Yuan had a peaceful little courtyard inside the giant city. 2 rooms, an old well, an old tree, and a chair under the old tree were all that was left of the small courtyard. Lu Yuan pushed open the courtyard door, and the outside noise was instantly cut off. Lying on the chair, Lu Yuan took out a blue ring from inside his storage ring and put it on his finger before closing his eyes. In the next second, Lu Yuan appeared in an alien space. The other space was similar to the market realm, belonging to the second world of cultivators. The foreign space is white in color. Inside, there stand 5 sky-high towers. The towers are black in color. There are tens of thousands of layers. Each layer of the area is huge and incomparable. Every moment, there are countless people in the tower challenge to break through. This was the Universe Heaven's Pride battle ranking. To get ranked, you need to go to the tower. Decades had passed, and Lu Yuan's ranking had fallen from 23 to 98, meaning that, within these decades, Lu Yuan had lost dozens of times. Of course, the defeat was the battle projection left behind in the first place, not the real body. Lu Yuan came to the front of the 2-star battle list and looked up at the high tower. At this moment, the surrounding voices were extraordinarily noisy, discussing something heatedly. 33 now. Makoli is so fast. Do you guys think he'll make it to the top 10? After all, it's the pride of the Moke ancient god clan, born a heavenly dignitary, suppressing his realm to break into the 2-star tower. It's not surprising to achieve such a result. Look, 30 places. Goodness. 31st place is the saint son of the underworld ancient, and he actually lost so quickly. Hearing the voices of the people around him, Lu Yuan also followed their gazes. 30th floor. The guardian is the Taishu ancient dragon clan, dragon warfare. The intruder is the Mako ancient god clan Mako Lai. The former great celestial saint broke the limit at the 4th level, while the latter was born as a celestial exalt and is currently breaking the limit at the 3rd level. Whether it was the Taishu ancient dragon clan or the Mok ancient god clan, they were both first-rate powerful clans in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Both races were born powerful and possessed innate advantages. At this moment, the two collided, attracting countless gazes since, of course, outsiders couldn't see the battle scene. Their focus was only on the guarding and breaking information. As long as the information changed, it meant that someone had succeeded in breaking through. If not, it meant that there was no successful breakthrough. Soon after, the information changed, and Makoli lived up to most people's expectations and managed to break through. At the same time, not far from the crowd, the face of a young man with a dragon's horn on his head and handsome white hair steeply paled by 1 point as he looked at the 2-star tower, a hint of shock flowing from his eyes. The Moko ancient god clan, the name is true, the youth murmured. Just then, long war, long time no see, a voice rang out. When Long Zhan turned his head, he saw Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. Lu Yuan? Long War's face was surprised. When did you come back? Lu Yuan laughed. It's been a while since I came back. You made a breakthrough? Dragon Warrior snapped, his face slightly grave. Dragon Warrior and Lu Yuan were acquainted with each other, but their relationship could not be described as good, only average. In the beginning, Dragon Warrior had lost in the hands of Lu Yuan, and later on, Dragon Warrior's goal was to defeat Lu Yuan, wanting to wipe out the previous shame, and over time, the two of them became acquainted with each other. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth slightly hooked. Without a breakthrough, why did I come back? Looking for abuse? TSK? Then you and this guy will have a fight on your hands. Dragon Warrior nudged his mouth in the direction of the 2-star battle ranking. You mean Mo Kulai? Lu Yuan walked over to Long Zhan and put one arm around his neck, saying, you just fought this guy. Tell me, how is this guy? Long Zhan was filled with cold indifference and said, why should I talk to you? I can't wait for you to lose in his hands. Dragon Warrior tried to break away from Lu Yuan's crunchy nest, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Dragon Warrior understood that if he didn't say anything, he was probably going to get a beating. The expression on Lu Yuan's face was like a smile. Dragon Warrior was filled with helplessness as he said, a monster with a height of 10,000 meters and primordial force Upanishad cultivated to perfection. How strong is it you can think for yourself? Only after hearing this did Lu Yuan let go of his hand and looked at the 2-star tower, his eyes narrowing slightly. Giants standing 10,000 meters tall were already powerful. Coupled with the perfection of Force Upanishad, it was indeed a difficult opponent. This guy is a heavenly father, right? If he doesn't go to the 3-star tower, what's he doing in the 2-star tower? Doesn't he have any face at all? Lu Yuan said, above the heavenly dignity, generally break into the 3-star tower. After all, comprehending the Upanishad, the combat power and only comprehending the laws of the cultivator possesses a qualitative gap. However, there were some shameless ones who could clearly go to break into the 3-star and 4-star towers, but had to go to the 1-star and 2-star towers to break in. The beauty of it is that I suppressed the strength. Dragon Warrior clasped his hands in front of his chest and shrugged. How would I know? I guess it's to abuse the vegetables. After all, this strength of his is quite average in the 3-star tower. Since he doesn't want to have a face, why don't he just tear it off? Long battle. Watch out. Brother is going to avenge you. Lu Yuan slapped the back of Dragon Warrior's head before taking a step towards the 2nd-star tower. Being slapped on the back of his head, Long Zhan became furious. Lu Yuan, cough. Brother, you go well. Well, that's a good boy. Lu Yuan, who was walking ahead, withdrew his gaze in satisfaction. Entering the 2-star tower, Lu Yuan was directly transported to the 100th floor. It meant that Lu Yuan was now ranked 100. As Makoli had been challenging, Lu Yuan's ranking had been dropping. It was a white space with no matter around it. Lu Yuan had long been accustomed to this and said to the empty space, begin the challenge. Ding! Detected that the challenger Lu Yuan had the highest ranking of 15 in the 2-star tower, has the power to challenge over 10 levels. If the challenge is successful, he can challenge over 20 levels, and so on. Whether to challenge the 90th keeper? A cold mechanical voice rang out. Yes. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. Challenge begins. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan arrived at the 90th floor. On the white ground in front of him, sat a monk with a big belly. The monk's belly was open and tattooed with the head of a hungry ghost. On his neck, with a circle of skulls, and on his shoulder, carrying a wolf tooth stick. The whole man looked nothing like a monk, but like a villain. The reason why Lu Yuan would say that this person was a monk was because he recognized him. Which ungrateful one wants to challenge this holy monk? The monk opened his eyes, which were filled with tyranny and bloodlust. Ha! The divine will descends. Lu Yuan was surprised for a moment. Generally speaking, what the challengers left behind were battle projections, and rarely would they descend their divine intent. Descending into the divine will is no longer the same as descending into the real body. It's okay to win. Once the battle was lost, the divine thoughts would all be damaged. This was the case with the earlier Dragon War. Well, you're Lu Yuan. The monk stared at Lu Yuan with a horrified look on his face. Ghost Spectre Monk, I thought you didn't recognize me. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. The monk's name was Ghost Spectre Monk, from the underworld reincarnation Hungry Ghost Dao, one of his defeated men. What the hell? The battle list is out of order? Lu Yuan, how can you challenge me? The Ghost Spectre Monk had a look of having seen a ghost. Within his memory, shouldn't Lu Yuan be ranked in the top 20? Alright, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to surrender and admit defeat yourself? Or I'm going to beat you up and you're going to surrender and admit defeat again. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. The Ghost Spectre Monk's face sank. Lu Yuan, it seems that you were challenged and won, and that's why your ranking dropped, which means that you haven't improved much. Lu Yuan, losing to you in the past was due to my bad luck. Now that I've broken through to the Heavenly Sage 3rd layer breaking limit, I don't believe that I can still lose to you. The ghostly spectral monk stood up, carrying his wolf's tooth stick, his huge belly throbbing and the hungry ghosts tattooed on it seeming to come to life. It's just what I want. It's just right to use you to test what level of strength I've reached after my breakthrough. Lu Yuan wore a smile on his face. Ghost Spectre Monk does not admit defeat. In his expectation, this is the top 100 ranked top heavenly pride. Personal will and talent are certainly not bad. Casually admit defeat. Rarely appear. Unless the enemy is really powerful to the unbeatable point. Like the top 10 guys. Come on then, don't waste time. Lu Yuan hooked his hand. He didn't think he would lose, so he was incredibly confident. Die. The ghostly spectre monk roared furiously and raised his wolf-tooth club to slam down towards Lu Yuan. Ferocious and rigid in strength. If this stick had landed in the outside world, the continental shelf would have been smashed in two. Lu Yuan did not dodge. His footsteps moved back slightly. His arm pulled back. His 5 fingers pinched his fist, and his supremely masculine and rigid chi and blood erupted at the same time, followed by a fist blast. Rod and fist intersected. A huge roar resounded through the 90 floors of space. Red golden chi and blood intertwined and rushed to the sky, and the most masculine and rigid fist intent blossomed in the entire space without leaving any room for error. The ghost spectre monk's eyes bulged out, and after a ghostly cry, his entire body was blown away for more than a few thousand or tens of thousands of miles. Lu Yuan bullied his way to follow. Ghostly blue thunder blossomed behind Lu Yuan, pulling out a long tail of thunder and lightning, and in an instant, Lu Yuan pulled one of the ghost spectre monk's legs. It slammed down towards the ground amidst the ghost spectre monk's cries of don't. Boom! No smoke filled the air. Only blood spray scattered in the air. The ghostly ghost monk was in a weird position lying on the ground. His eyes were dull, but there was no remorse in his eyes. And once again, the ghostly ghost monk would still choose to fight. But through this battle, the ghost spectre monk also understood something, and with complicated eyes, he looked at Lu Yuan, who had walked in front of him, and said unwillingly, "You won." After saying that, the ghost spectre monk dissipated into this space. Ding! The challenge is won. Given that the challenger has succeeded in crossing the level, the next challenge can cross 20 levels. Does the challenger challenge the 70th guardian? Yes. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate at all. His body was full of battle spirit. It was only good to strike the iron while it was hot. To be honest, in the battle with the ghostly spectre monk, he had merely warmed up his body. Next moment, Lu Yuan appeared on the 70th floor. Outside, Dragon Warrior didn't leave. He wanted to see the moment Lu Yuan failed his challenge. Seeing Lu Yuan appear on the 70th floor, Long Zhan was disappointed in his eyes and glanced at the pale ghost spectre monk beside him, saying, "You can't do it, fine dog." The ghost spectre monk wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "He's stronger again. I feel like he's able to challenge the top 10. Geez, he hasn't even broken through the great celestial saints. How did this kind of monster appear?" The top 100 of the 2-star tower were almost all great celestial saints. The only other alternative is Lu Yuan. Dragon Warrior calmly said, "I think he's aiming for more than the top 10. You're saying he wants to challenge number 1? The ghost spectre monk froze, then shook his head. Then he definitely doesn't stand a chance. After all, there is a large realm difference. And let's see, after decades of silence, Lu Yuan's name will eventually resound through the stars." Dragon Warrior said. The ghostly spectral monk's eyes were strange. "Why do I smell dog licking? Strange and weird. Fuck off. Dark Arbitration Tribunal. Top of the tower. Su Xiling followed beside the head referee and laughed as he watched Lu Yuan's battle image. Senior, do you think junior brother will be able to make it to the top 10? How about rushing to? How about not rushing to? Fame. The world tends to rush to. But for your little master, fame is something that he has never looked at in the eyes. The head referee put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, this person, your youngest senior brother, on the surface is kind and gentle to everyone, calling them brother and brother, but in reality, he is a person with a cold heart without a trace of emotion, favorably equipped with 3 major demonic bodies. The talent is unparalleled in the world, and with me, and the 9 guys from the main god's temple as a backing, your little brother, in the future, will certainly be an absolute great devil. Fame and fortune don't mean shit to him. Hearing these words from the magistrate, Su Xiling wasn't surprised. He had already known about Lu Yuan's specialness. He just still had some doubts in his heart. Senior, if that's the case, why would you still accept junior brother as a disciple? Su Xiling knew very well that his own master was an existence that was both good and evil, but was also someone who had his own bottom line. Junior brother will become an absolute evil in the future, and master should chop it up before it's too late. But why is it still? The magistrate looked at Su Xiling and said, there's no reason. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me at all. All I know is that he has a master-disciple bond with me. So what if he's a supreme ferocious fiend? The heavens and the worlds can tolerate an eternal fiend lord, and naturally, a supreme fiend as well. Cultivating to my realm is about doing as I please. As for what the consequences will be, it's not within my scope of consideration. Moreover, you think you're just a good thing. It's just that you don't have enough talent. Otherwise you'd also be a great devil. No, you're already a devil right now. You just can't reach the point of wreaking havoc in the heavens yet. The head referee smiled and glanced at Su Xiling. Su Xiling was filled with embarrassment and smiled sarcastically. After the embarrassment passed, Su Xiling immediately added, Master, there's been a small change in the planet that junior brother destroyed not long ago. What's changed? There was like a man on that planet who had been accepted as a disciple by an immortal monarch of the immortal court by chance, and now that he has achieved success in his cultivation, he returned not long ago, only to find that his homeland had been destroyed, and is now searching all over the world for the culprit. Originally it was nothing, a great celestial saint. I destroyed it with a snap of my fingers, but just as I was about to make my move, an inexplicable sense of crisis struck me, and after some observation, I realized that this person's chi was so thick that he already had the meteorology to become a child of time and space. Su Xiling said with a grave expression on his face, Sons of Chi? It was not a secret in the world of the heavens, to the extent that some people had divided the sons of Chi into 5 grades. They are the son of heavenly destiny, the son of the world, the son of time and space, the son of the heavens, and the son of the great Tao. Sons of heaven's destiny, blessed by heaven, favored by the heavenly Tao. Normally speaking, every world has a considerable number of sons of heaven's destiny. The son of the world generally refers to the big world, and a big world, generally only one. Thick luck, non-transcendence above the existence of the difficult to kill, forcibly killed, will be the luck of the backlash. Light will be haunted by the devil. Cultivation stop solid. Heavy will be the body of the death of the Taoist, and even the bloodline of the clansman will also be affected. A son of time and space, the favorite of a piece of time and space, in most cases, could become the dominant overlord of that time and space. Sons of the heavens, jump out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. Get all the weather luck pity. Once become a son of the heavens, basically no risk of premature death and fall, and finally will grow up and become the overlord of the heavens. The son of the heavens is not born, can only be promoted from the son of the time and space, the son of the great Tao, born from the great Tao, innate roots and feet beyond all existence in the world, is walking the great Tao incarnation, is all the hegemony of the heavens, are to salute the existence of 7 points, even without any cultivation, without any self-protection strength, no one can hurt it in the slightest. Of course, the son of the great Tao was born is not to fight with the world's living creatures but with a special mission. Normally, the son of the great Tao would only appear when the tribulation of the heavens was approaching. So, someone who could potentially become a time child is really a troublesome person. Su Xiling didn't dare to kill, and he couldn't even give orders for others to do so. Karma, karma, karma. No joke. Of course, if the referee had stepped in, that would have been fine. At this moment, Su Xiling hoped that the magistrate would step in and finish off that person. After all, people like Su Xiling were born to be enemies of the sons of Qi. Which immortal monarch's disciple is this person? The referee inquired. Su Xiling immediately said, It's immortal monarch Qingzheng. Immortal monarchs, the most powerful people under the immortal lords of the immortal court, and under the immortal monarchs were the upper immortals. The person who gave the order to exterminate the Lu family in the first place was one of the immortal court's upper immortals. Oh Qingjin, one of the immortal lord's disciples. Leave it to your junior brother to sort out. Your junior brother was born to be the enemy of such people, and won't be revolted by such people. The head referee said indifferently. A mere son of the world was not worthy of his personal action, and the sons of the heavens were still somewhat interesting. Yes, master. Su Xiling nodded. Alien space, 2-star tower. Just as Su Xiling was talking to the magistrate, Lu Yuan had already hit the 11th floor. The top 10 was more special, and he could have challenged the top 10 directly after winning his last match. At this moment, the 11th place in the 2-star tower was clearly Imo Kulai. White space. A 10,000 meter tall giant stood here, and one of his feet was comparable to a 10,000 ton oil tanker. Mortals are like ants in front of them. It didn't even need to be a battle. The oppressive feeling that came to the surface was enough to shock people, easily achieve the goal of giving up without a fight. That was how Lu Yuan felt right now. If he didn't raise his head, Lu Yuan could only see Imo Kulai's toes, and even if he raised his head, he could at most see his knees. As a last resort, Lu Yuan could only retreat 1,000 meters to see Imo Kulai's entire body. But soon, Lu Yuan regretted it. He shouldn't have backed up. Instead he should have blindfolded his eyes. The Moko ancient god race had a quirk that was used to being naked, making it convenient to display the unique Moko divine patterns on their bodies. But Lu Yuan reckoned that no one cared about their divine patterns, because the guys in their crotches are just massive, very hot. Any male creature who sees it will develop an inferiority complex. Well, giant cunts shouldn't, because theirs are bigger. I mean, can't you just put your clothes back on? Lu Yuan said, covering his eyes. Why should I wear it? I was born naked, so I should feel the heavens and earth with my naked body. This is a long-standing tradition of my Makango god clan, and I'm wondering why the first thing you all say to me as soon as you see me is to tell me to put on my clothes. Mokule was puzzled. Obviously naked is better, easier to move around, easier to mate, and easier to enjoy heaven and earth. But why is it that most people like to wear things on their bodies that were not meant for them to be born with? In the eyes of the Moksha ancient divine race, this was a great disrespect to heaven and earth. Lu Yuan shook his head and wasn't going to persuade any further. Makoli hadn't gotten dressed so far, and it was clear that he wasn't going to listen to anyone. Little bug, don't waste time. When I fought with the guardians of this level, I almost used all my strength. Since you managed to walk here, it means that you are also strong. I look forward to fighting against the strong, Makoli said. His voice was as loud as a flood bell, rolling down from the sky, and those with slightly weaker strength were afraid that they would be stunned by his sound waves before the battle even started. It had to be said that the innate advantage was really enviable to Lu Yuan. Unlike the human and demon races, who were born weak and in constant danger of dying young, not so with the Moksha ancient god clan, born at thousands of meters and weighing 10,000 tons. It's hard to die at such a size, but it's strange to say, the human and demon races, which were born weak, were on the contrary the hegemony of the 10,000 realms of the heavens today. The Moko ancient god clan, which does not die young, has an incredibly scarce clan. It is true that there is a law for every drink and every peck in the world. The way of yin-yang balance was worthy of being one of the supreme great paths in the world. Yeah, come on then. Lu Yuan's complexion straightened and he stopped laughing and joking. The words just fell. Mokali's hill-like fist pounded the ground. Boom! Lu Yuan's body was like a light gulf as he dodged the punch, but his face, however, was incomparably grave. The power of this punch shocked him. The reason there was no dent where the fist landed was because this was a 2-star tower. If it were in the real world, the punch landed no less than a planet hitting the earth. Not daring to be careless, Lu Yuan took out the ancient abyssal divine sword, its blade sharp and flashing with a matchless cold light. Lu Yuan was getting serious. A sword was swung. Boundless sword light covered the heavens and earth. Sword chi was intertwined. Any sword chi could easily kill an ordinary heavenly abode. Mo Kolai's 10,000 meter tall body had nowhere to escape from this overwhelming sword light. Ah! Mo Kolai cried out in pain. His voice shook the sky, and the layers of astral wind and cloud sea were dispersed. But this, too, galvanized Mokali's ferocity. The Emoko divine ripple on Mo Kolai's body blossomed with divine light, and Mo Kolai was enveloped in the divine light as if he were a god or devil. Another punch landed. It was as if a pillar of the heavens had fallen from the 9 immortal palaces to the mortal world, and the vast divine might rolled down from the dome of the sky. The power of this punch was more than 100 times 1,000 times more powerful than the punch above. If the previous punch was just a test from Mo Kolai, then this punch now was Mo Kolai's all-out strike. In a battle between cultivators, there were no flashy moves or techniques, and between one move and another, they were able to determine the winner. The key to deciding the winner. It lies in whether or not the cultivator is serious and hardworking in his or her cultivation on weekdays. 10 years of sharpening a sword, just waiting for today. Lu Yuan swiped his hands across the blade of his sword, his eyes stern to the core. Along with Lu Yuan's fingers brushing over every inch of the sword, the law seals on the ancient abyss divine sword lit up one by one. Execution. A cold voice without the slightest bit of emotion resounded in the white space. Just a thousandth of a second after those words fell, the light of the heaven-slaying sword shot beyond the 9 heavens, cutting through the 9 immortal queens. No! Makoli cried out unwillingly. The monstrous golden blood was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, and along with it, there was a large ugly head like a mountain bucket, and the eyes of the head were filled with unwillingness and fear. Although dying in the 2-star tower doesn't really kill you, the feeling of death is 10% real. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Lu Yuan for successfully breaking through the barrier. Will you continue the challenge? Yes, Lu Yuan said indifferently. The words fell. Lu Yuan then appeared on the 10th floor. It was only at this level that one could truly be considered the strongest heavenly pride. The only thing that made Lu Yuan feel pity, the intruder in front of him, the immortal Toon Saint Sun Guwuyo did not have divine intent descending on him. It was merely a branded projection. Without any nonsense with the branded projection, Lu Yuan met and chopped over with his sword. Execution. The overwhelming sword light instantly enveloped Guwuyo. There were no accidents. The cold mechanical voice of the 2nd star tower rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for successfully breaking through, ascending to the 10th of the 2-star tower. Ding! The challenger ascends to the 10th. The Dark Arbiter's Court sends a congratulatory gift of 10,000 law crystals. The Immortal Court sends a congratulatory gift 10 billion star source crystals. The Taiyuan Divine Court sent a congratulatory gift an Aurora battleship. Wutian sends a congratulatory gift 1 inferior small world. The Demon Court sends a congratulatory gift 1 drop of the Demon God's essence blood. Qingling Star Bank sends a congratulatory gift 100 billion star source crystals. A congratulatory gift from the Immortal Kingdom of the Pacific Rim. Ascending to the 10th of the 2-star tower. All the famous and prestigious forces in the heavens and the earth sent congratulatory gifts. This was the reason why countless people tended to rush to the Cosmic Heavens Pride battle list, dreaming of ascending it. 100 years of trials and tribulations are unquestioned, but once you become famous, the whole world will know about it. Outside, it has been boiling. Dragon Warrior stared blankly at the 2-star tower for a long time. The Ghost Spectre Monk had a hint of inner comfort, and laughed he. I didn't lose unjustly. Losing in the hands of a pervert in the top 10. It's a good thing to talk about it on your face. Makoli clenched his fists, but the terror of that sword surfaced within him again, and his clenched fists unclenched feebly. Star Mega City. Su Xiling was lying in the arms of a bunch of stunning beauties. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he raised his cup to congratulate them. If you have wine today, don't worry about what's in front of the door and what's not. Top of the tower. The head referee stood with his arms folded, overlooking the starry sky giant city, and smiled inexplicably with the corners of his mouth. Brat, you haven't quite lived up to my expectations. The battlefield outside the starry sky wall. A tall and handsome man glanced back at the starry sky giant city and didn't say anything, only clenching his fist and blasting an eternal demon insect in front of him, which was even bigger than a star, into powder. Above the imperial throne of a certain immortal country, a charming woman whose entire body revealed the majesty of an emperor's eyes lit up, waved her hand to overturn the group of ministers who were chattering and quarreling in the courtroom, and said, "Today, the Japanese emperor is happy, and the whole country is amnestied." Immortal Court. The immortal lord's vast and deep gaze looked into the depths of the heavens, where the 9 great lord gods were rubbing their fists with ill will in their eyes. The immortal lord said in a deep voice, "I have no intention of making a move. He doesn't deserve it yet." Eternal demons. A pair of blood-red eyes opened. 9 devil gods, listen to the order. It's time to receive our young lord's return. Inside the 2-star tower, Lu Yuan still didn't know that because of him, the outside world had already risen up, but even if he knew that, he didn't care. Because of the hegemons of the heavens that stood behind him, Lu Yuan couldn't tell if there were 10 or 20. Well, there must be at least 10 of them. Successfully ascending to the top 10, Lu Yuan had fulfilled his promise to Su Xiling, and it was time to go and do the task explained by his master. The fact that the Ever-Yang Great Realm was suspected of having collusion with the eternal demon race was actually a suspicion that the Ever-Yang Great Realm had human traitors. As for evidence, it's not needed. Generally speaking, the Dark Arbiter's Tribunal could completely and directly exterminate the realm as long as they were suspicious. For me to investigate, it should be an experience mission given to me by my master. Lu Yuan said in his heart. The first 4 disciples of the magistrate. The eldest disciple, Solitary Aotian, is now a legionnaire of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, and is always on the front lines fighting the eternal demon race. The second disciple, Feng Wei, was a high-powered inquisitor of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. The third disciple, Knight Wu Shuang, was one of the 3 vice-speakers of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. The fourth disciple, Su Xiling, was also a legionnaire of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. The first 4 disciples, each of them has a position. Lu Yuan, naturally, will not be an exception. That is, the current strength is too weak, and still need to experience. Having climbed to the top 10, Lu Yuan had no interest in climbing any further. First or 10th makes little difference to him. Leaving the alien space, Lu Yuan woke up from his small courtyard. After that, without delay, he went straight to the Dark Arbiter's court to gather his escort. The Dark Arbiter's court has 10 legions, 5 legions to the outside, 5 legions to the inside. In every legion, the weakest person in terms of strength was an emperor. Lu Yuan's escort was a squad drawn from one of the legions. It was still the same glorious palace. The 100-man escort had waited here early, and in fact they had never left. Decades of time were but a snooze for them. Standing on the grand hall, Lu Yuan swept his eyes over the crowd and said indifferently, "You all have waited long." Targeting the great realm of Hongyang, "Let's set off now." "Yes, Lord Executive Officer," the crowd said in unison, with unparalleled discipline. Soon, a Cthulhu-class battleship comparable to a planet slowly flew out of the starry sky megalopolis, and the moment it left the megalopolis, its engines suddenly started up and it was lost in the blink of an eye. In all the worlds of the heavens, unless one was powerful enough to transcend or above, the way most people traveled was by battleship. Somewhere in the corner of the starry sky about a light year away from the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, a young man with long purple hair sat quietly in the starry sky, and around him were countless planetary remnants. Not long ago, a living planet exploded here. Who, in the end, destroyed my homeland? But whoever you are, I won't let you go. Destructive thunder flashed between the youth's purple eyes. His name was Yi Duan, and he had left his hometown 100 years ago due to an accident, and was taken in as a disciple by an immortal monarch of the immortal court. 100 years later the repair returned, only to find that his homeland had actually been reduced to starry pieces on the eve of his return. Infinite remorse welled up in his heart. Had he returned earlier? Without delay, he might have saved this tragedy. Although the worlds of the heavens were filled with human races, there was only one hometown. Only one. With his hometown gone, Yi Chuan felt extraordinarily lonely, and it was as if he was the only one left alone in the vast realm of the heavens. At this time, in front of Yi Chen, a fat old man with an oily face suddenly appeared, wearing a warm smile, living like a Maitreya Buddha. "Little friend, was it you who called for Tengui's services?" Yi Chen looked at the fat old man and said coldly, "It's me. I want to know who destroyed this planet, and where the person who destroyed this planet is at this moment." Hearing this, the fat old man immediately took out an odd artifact and projected. A few moments later, the fat old man's brow furrowed as he said, "Little friend, this person comes from a very big place. It's not easy to project." Yi Chen frowned. "Speak human." The fat old man hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together. "Gotta add money. 100 million star source crystals. Is that enough?" Yi Chuan was expressionless and said with bravado, 100 million star source crystals was enough to buy a medium warship. The fat old man stretched out his index finger and shook it. "It's not enough. It has to be 10 times as much. 1 billion star source crystals." Yi Dust was shocked in his heart. What was the origin of the person who exterminated his hometown? Just projecting it would require such an expensive price. Yi Chuan's face twitched slightly, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "Yes, okay, this will continue the projection for you." Without delay, the fat old man continued to project. Another few moments passed. The fat old man sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and quickly regained his self-possession, saying, "Little friend, the person who destroyed this planet is named Lu Yuan, and his current location is the Hongyang Great Realm. For the sake of 1 billion star source crystals, in addition to gifting you with a piece of news, Lu Yuan is currently the 10th ranked Supreme Heavenly Pride in the Cosmic Heavens Pride 2-star battle ranking." After saying that, the fat old man smiled and extended his hand. Yi Chen expressionlessly threw over a cosmic star card. "Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye." The fat old man took the card and disappeared without a trace the next second. Yi Chen's heart dripped blood. His face was even more distorted as he hissed, "Lu Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death." As for Lu Yuan being a top 10 heavenly pride of the 2-star tower, he didn't care much. Because of him, ranked 5th, and backed by the immortal court. So no matter who the other party was, Yi Chen was confident in getting the other party killed. Taking out a silver-white warship from his storage space, Yi Chen sat in it, opened the star map, and headed in the direction of the great realm of Hongyang. The great realm of the Hongyang, the most powerful world in the Hongyang realm. There was no one, and there were as many as 13 great worlds that depended on its surroundings. Hongyang Great Realm, Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. Millions of disciples were spread out in every corner of the immortal sect, borrowing the violet chi of the morning sun to cultivate. There are countless paths through the heavens. Although different paths lead to the same thing, each path, in its own unique splendor. The great realm of Hongyang, the immortal cultivation Tao, the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, was the best of them. The rays of its blazing sun cover the 14 realms, reaching everywhere and going nowhere. Its founding ancestor, Immortal Blazing Sun, was even the first person to dominate the Hongyang realm for 999 million years. So much so that one clan, 2 halls, 3 religions, 4 sects, and 5 royal courts, even mundane young children, were skilled in their hearts. For a long time, people seem to have gotten used to the Blazing Sun Immortal hanging high above their heads, just like the great Sun Haoyang. Everyone had gotten used to it. However, the world is not short of people who are upwardly mobile against the current. Move mountains when you meet mountains and build bridges when you meet rivers. But, Immortal Blazing Sun was heavier than a mountain and deeper than a river. Along with Immortal Blazing Sun's big day is approaching. The winds that had stopped solidifying for close to 1 billion years in the Ever-Yang Great Realm brushed through the hearts of every overlord in the Ever-Yang Great Realm. At this time, the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, the Sect Hall, a vast sound rolled out. Accompanied by the sound together floated out of the hall, and a teenager with a broken kite. Chen Bei, in consideration of your past achievements, the clan has provided for you for 10 years. Today's deadline has come and gone. From now on, dismiss Chen Bei as a disciple of the Fiery Sun Immortal Sect, and within the deadline of 1 day, leave the clan. Outside the temple, the teenager struggled to climb up. Although his mouth was full of blood, but still looked at the hall stubbornly said, I leave. Will return my sister? I will not stay for a moment. This shit clan. You think I'm willing to stay? Unbridled. A sound wave heavily bombarded the teenager's chest. The teenager flew backwards 100 meters away and smashed heavily on the ground. And his teeth, which were originally a mouthful of white and neat teeth, became scattered at this moment. However, like a stubborn bull, the teenager struggled hard on the ground and climbed up again, looking at the great hall with boundless anger filling his eyes. Give back my sister. Where is the law enforcement team? Take him away. As soon as the words fell, 2 disciples wearing red clan uniforms appeared behind the teenager, and one of them threw out a chain and tied the teenager up like a dumpling. Pulling on the other end of the chain, he dragged the teenager away. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly rang in the teenager's ears. Haven't you thought about it yet? This is your one chance. Once you leave, you'll never see your sister again in your life. Your sister, a rare cultivation cauldron in the world, has been assigned to the Holy Son of the Fiery Sun Immortal Sect. What kind of person the Holy Son of the Fiery Sun is? I believe you are clearer than me. Do you really want to watch your sister go into the tiger's mouth? Hearing these words, the teenager's body shook violently. Then the anger in his eyes almost condensed into substance. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't even think about it. You're a devil and I'm a human. Once I agree to it, even if my sister and I can survive for a while, we won't be able to live for a whole life. Moreover, do you think that there's really no way for me to save my sister? Speaking here, the teenager steeply calmed down, and with a shake of his sleeve, a token landed in his hand. Immediately after that, the teenager cut his middle finger with the nail of his thumb, which oozed blood, which in turn dripped on top of the token. In a flash, the token was activated, then broke into thin air and disappeared. What did you do? The voice in the teenager's ear sounded again. Chen Bei laughed coldly. I forgot to tell you, I am the emperor of the Hongyang Immortal Kingdom. The Hongyang Immortal Kingdom? Wasn't the strongest force in the Ever-Yang Great Realm destroyed 1 billion years ago? Chen Bei sneered. You know what the hell? The thin dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The Hongyang Immortal Country was a great man. Strong people? Leaving the Hongyang Immortal Country to travel to the heavens and the worlds of the strong people are countless. The Immortal Country was destroyed, but the residual charm is in. Oh, so that's how it is. But how do you know they'll help you? And how can you be sure that you're the real prince? Chen Bei said. If there's no certainty, do you think Laozi would do it? Do you think I've really been mucking around for the past 10 years? Hongyang Immortal Kingdom 10,000 generations of monarchs. All of them are bright monarchs, saint monarchs, benevolent monarchs. In the beginning by these monarchs grace countless strong. 5 years ago, I inadvertently get the token. And the token, only the royal family first blood can be opened. And at the same time, once the token is opened, All the strong who traveled the heavens will get the sense, and then return. I do not know how many of those strong are still alive, but as long as there is one, it is enough to be subjected to Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. So, old me can save my sister without you. Chen Bei's face was livid. A few decades ago, he had been the most outstanding inner disciple of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, but just because this son of a bitch possessed him, it resulted in him not being able to advance in his cultivation for decades, while his former enemies grew up one by one, ultimately leading to today's situation. For this demon that had possessed him, Chen Bei hated it with a passion. After hearing Chen Bei's words, the devil in Chen Bei's heart Jie laughed. Kid, you're too early to be happy. Do you know who my true identity is? It's none of my business who you are, Chen Bei said with full concern. At this moment, he had already been thrown out of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect by 2 law enforcement disciples. Patting the dust on his body, Chen Bei stood up from the ground. Anyway, what he can do has already been done. At this moment is to wait. To save his sister, there is no hurry for such a moment. The devil in Chen Bei's heart seemed as if he didn't care about Chen Bei's attitude, and said to himself, I am of the eternal demon race. The heavenly underworld demon god under the command of the prime great demon god is also, and I, the eternal demon race, am the greatest mortal enemy of your human race. The moment I possessed you, my breath leaked to the heavens. I believe it won't be long before there will be strong people coming from the heavens. Boy, believe me, the strong people coming after me are definitely beyond your imagination. Not only will you have to die at that time, but the world will have to perish as well. And the only choice you have is to join me in the eternal demon race. Eternal demon race? Chen Bei froze, then said, I've never heard of it. Who knows if you're lying to me? Brat, what I said is true. Seeing that Chen Bei was dead set on not believing it, the heavenly underworld demon god was also anxious. He was pretty sure that there were already strong people who were arriving from the heavens, and he didn't want to die yet. The brat who is possessed is a stubborn donkey, and he himself was incomparably weak and had reached a symbiotic relationship with this brat, so there was no way he could even think of killing him and replacing him with a new host. He had seduced Chen Bei countless times, but now Chen Bei didn't even fall for it. This was the first time since he was a demon god that he was helpless against a weakling. It was while these two were bickering. Suddenly, it was steeply dark. Chen Beiyang looked up and saw a huge warship comparable to a planet slowly descending above the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. It brutally pressed through the Fiery Sun Immortal Sect's protector formation and docked at a position of about 100 meters from the Fiery Sun Immortal Sect. Chen Bei's jaw dropped, secretly saying, where did this strong man come from? So brutal and overbearing? Immortal Blazing Sun isn't dead yet. Could it be that this is a strong person from the Hanyang Immortal Kingdom traveling through the heavens? Just as Chen Bei was speculating in his heart, another scene that made his jaw drop appeared, only to see from the depths of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, a name of the top powerhouses that he once could only look up to appeared one after another. Even the Blazing Sun Immortal also appeared, and all of these people, at this moment, stood respectfully in front of the huge battleship, but in the respectful welcome of someone. Heavens, who exactly is the visitor that even Immortal Blazing Sun has to wait respectfully? It was different from Chen Bei's strong curiosity. The heavenly underworld demon god was already trembling in his heart and soul at this moment, because he saw on the battleship the symbol that uniquely belonged to the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. This fucking Dark Tribunal. The heavenly underworld demon god cursed profusely. The most unwanted force of the heavens that he wanted to see was the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, because the other forces, perhaps, were still a bit reasonable, but not the Dark Tribunal. That's completely unreasonable. As long as it was discovered that the eternal demon race truly existed in the Ever-Yang Great Realm, even if there was only the slightest sign of it, the Ever-Yang Great Realm would most likely be in for a catastrophe. Brat, hurry up and run away. The person coming is the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run as far away as possible. The heavenly underworld demon god shouted furiously. Chen Bei's eyes were odd, and he would be convinced in his heart. But this was the first time he had seen the heavenly underworld demon god display this maniacal appearance. Under the suspicion, Chen Beiyang still chose to leave. Right after Chen Bei left, the door of the huge battleship, too, opened at that moment. A group of powerful members of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, led by Immortal Blazing Sun, waited respectfully. They had also just gotten the news that an executive officer of the Darkness Arbitration Tribunal would be descending on the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, taking in the prestige of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal. Even strong immortals such as Immortal Blazing Sun had to be respectful. Soon, in the eyes of the crowd, a tall figure stepped out of the battleship. Before the silhouette could show its full appearance, Immortal Blazing Sun bowed with his fist with a group of strong men. Blazing Sun, with all the executives of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, welcome Lord Executive Officer. However, When the silhouette showed its full face, it was not Lu Yuan, but the captain of the escort, Pei Tian, a top-tier emperor. When Pei Tian saw the scene in front of him, he frowned and drank. How dare you? Blind your dog's eyes? You don't even recognize the executive officer lord and you dare to come to greet him? As Pei Tian spoke, he simultaneously released his own emperor pressure. The pressure from the top emperors of the heavens. Even immortal Blazing Sun felt a mountain of pressure. Hearing that they and the others had greeted the wrong person, all of them were in a cold sweat and hurriedly knelt down to apologize. We deserve to die. Just then, Lu Yuan, surrounded by 4 guards, slowly walked out, swept a glance at the crowd, lingered on immortal Blazing Sun for a few seconds, and smiled. Those who don't know are not to blame. This is the famous immortal Blazing Sun, right? Lu Yuan looked at immortal Blazing Sun, his eyes flashing. Immortal Blazing Sun raised his head, and when he saw the young Lu Yuan, a flash of surprise was evident in his eyes, followed by, I don't dare to, in front of the executive officer lord, I don't dare to call myself an immortal. I can't believe the exec is so young and a milquetoast brat. What is the Dark Tribunal up to? Immortal Blazing Sun had a strong doubt in his heart, although he could see that Lu Yuan's depth was deep and his foundation was incomparably solid, something he had only seen in his life. This was worthless in front of Lu Yuan's status as an executive officer, because historically, the executive officer of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal could not be held by anyone who was not transcendent. This was already the inherent knowledge of the worlds of the heavens. However, at this moment, in front of his eyes, an executive officer who was only in the heavenly Sate realm suddenly appeared. Immortal Liang could not help but have deep suspicions about the identity of Lu Yuan and the others, and the respect in his heart was also lessened by a large portion. Without transcendence, within the Emperor, there are few people that Immortal Blazing Sun fears. The change in Immortal Blazing Sun, Lu Yuan saw it in his eyes. In fact, not only him, Pei Tian and the others also saw it in their eyes, but Lu Yuan didn't give the word, so it was not good for him to make a decision without authorization. It seems Immortal Blazing Sun has deep doubts about me, Lu Yuan said indifferently. Immortal Blazing Sun raised his head, looked straight at Lu Yuan, and calmly said, it is indeed puzzling. As far as I know, none of the executives of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal are transcendent mighty powers, and your excellency's strength, as well as your age, is really unconvincing. Ha! Lu Yuan coldly smiled and calmly glanced at Pei Tian. Pei Tian instantly comprehended this, and his entire person immediately burst into a rage, his aura in full force as he bellowed, Bold Lai Yang, Lord Lu Yuan is the 5th disciple of my Dark Arbitration Tribunal Magistrate Lord, daring to question His Excellency's identity, you are taking the path of death. Magistrate 5 disciples. Hearing this identity, Immortal Blazing Sun was shocked. If this was the case, then everything made sense. The magistrate. Ah, what a heavenly figure. What is the appointment of an executive officer? As long as he is willing, even if he makes a dog the judge, no one would dare to say a word of disapproval. Thinking that he had actually questioned the magistrate's disciple, Immortal Blazing Sun had 10,000 regrets in his heart, and hurriedly knelt down. I have eyes but do not recognize MT. Tai. I hope that your excellency will forgive me. The Blazing Sun Immortal was like this, and the Blazing Sun Immortal sect executives behind him were even worse. All of them were dying. Lu Yuan indifferently looked at Immortal Blazing Sun and calmly said, slaughter half of the disciples of Immortal Blazing Sun's sect as a warning to others. Yes, my lord. Inside the battleship behind Lu Yuan, an emperor immediately stepped out and flew towards the Blazing Sun Immortal sect, beginning the indiscriminate slaughter. The Blazing Sun Immortal's heart dripped blood, but his mouth didn't dare to say a word. Coldly glancing at the Blazing Sun Immortal, Lu Yuan directly ignored him and led a group of guards straight to the Blazing Sun Immortal sect's main hall. The road was filled with the screams of the disciples of the Blazing Sun Immortal sect. These disciples didn't understand why the clan's strongest members were clearly close at hand, yet they were allowed to be slaughtered. They can't figure it out. Before each of them died, they looked at the sky with their eyes wide open and died in peace. A stunningly beautiful female disciple rushed over to an elder and begged, Master, save me. That elder was shocked and wanted to reach out for protection. However, Immortal Blazing Sun was the one who jumped ahead of him and snapped the female disciple's neck, while also glancing coldly at the elder. Don't make any mistakes for yourself. Hearing this, that elder's face was miserable. Looking at the tragic situation of the ground sect disciples, he even directly reached out and slapped his heart vein, killing himself. Maybe it's too much of an internal struggle to bear. Or perhaps he was self-conscious that he had no face to face the disciples of the sect. Next, 4 or 5 more elders chose to cut themselves. At this moment, the anger in Immortal Blazing Sun's heart was capable of burning the heavens, but looking at Pei Tian, who was looking at himself from the sidelines in a sly manner, He could only sigh heavily and closed off his 5 senses, so that he would no longer look and listen. Maybe that would make him feel less guilty. A quarter of an hour later, Immortal Blazing Sun led all the strongest members of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect, Pei Tian with all his guards. Together, they arrived at the sect hall. The two groups of people split into two parts and stood distinctly at the bottom of the hall. Lu Yuan sat on the patriarch's seat with a smile on his face as he said to Immortal Blazing Sun, "It seems like I've killed too many of my guards. You don't mind, do you?" Liang Immortal looked at Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. His heart unexpectedly and without reason gave birth to a touch of fear. This young man, as if a deep abyss capable of devouring all people at any time, 1 second may still be smiling at you, talking about heaven and earth, singing to wine. The next second may kill your whole family, and also let you do it yourself. Immortal Blazing Sun understood that this was Lu Yuan's way of establishing authority. But so what if he knew? He was still left to do what he was told. Immortal Blazing Sun forced a smile. "Don't mind. Your Excellency kills well." Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan laughed, not hiding his mockery. Immortal Blazing Sun accompanied him with a smile. He, old fox." Lu Yuan averted his gaze and looked at the sky outside the Great Hall. "Notify down. Within 1 day, let the principals of all the great powers in the great realm of Hongyang and the strongest people come to the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect to meet me. With a deadline of 1 day. And those who don't show up after 1 day will have their clan slaughtered and exterminated." "Yes, my lord." All of them led the way. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was alone and strolled to the back mountain of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. As the current #1 power in the Hongyang Great Realm, the scenery of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect was naturally of extraordinary beauty. For example, at this time, Lu Yuan saw a young girl sitting under a willow tree and whisking her zither. The young girl's piano sounded wonderful. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be attracted to it and looked at the young girl standing in the pavilion and said, "What's your name?" Yikes! The young girl was obviously not expecting anyone and was startled like a bunny. Due to Lu Yuan's bountiful and handsome-like appearance and neighborly big brother-like gentle temperament, the young girl was quickly pacified and said timidly, My name is Chen Huaner. P.S. No female lead. No female lead. No female lead. Chen Huaner." Lu Yuan chewed on the name with odd eyes. Even he didn't expect that he would actually run into someone related to the son of Qi so quickly. Name, Chen Huaner. Identity, outside disciple of the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. Sibling of Chen Bei. Son of the world. Cultivation, early saint realm. The world's sun's own sister. Interesting. Lu Yuan's eyes were haunted as he asked, "Where is your brother?" "My brother?" Chen Huaner did not understand why Lu Yuan asked about his brother. Not to mention that he did not know who Lu Yuan really was. But Chen Huaner was already at the age of love. Basically nothing intelligent. So she was a little sad. "I heard from the sacred son of Blazing Sun that my brother has been expelled from the sect by the sect elders. Big brother, can you help me? That Blazing Sun Saint Sun is not a good person. He wants me to be his cauldron. I don't want to be his cauldron. Big brother, can you take me away?" Chen Huaner said with teary eyes. "Take you away?" Lu Yuan froze, then smiled faintly. "Of course I can. Not only can I take you away safely, I can also let you take revenge. Do you want to kill the Blazing Sun Saint Sun? Is it really okay?" Chen Huaner was a bit surprised. Lu Yuan nodded. "Of course." After saying that, Lu Yuan said into the void, "Pei Tian, bring the Blazing Sun Saint Sun, as you wish." Soon, a fat head and ears were brought to Lu Yuan. Looking at the Blazing Sun Saint Sun, Lu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but look a little odd. Because of the height of the holy sun of the Blazing Sun, at least 3 meters, this would have been nothing. The height of 10,000 meters of Makalai he had seen. 3 meters tall. To say that the sentence is mediocre is not too much. But, Chen Huaner is only less than 1 meter 6. Can you imagine an elephant and a hyena in motion? Shaking his head, Lu Yuan pointed at the Blazing Sun Saint Sun and said to Chen Huaner, "Is it him?" Chen Huaner's eyes were fearful and she nodded in awe. "Bitch, you shall not die." Although the Blazing Sun Saint Sun was fat-looking, he was a smart man, and when he saw that he had been brought in front of Lu Yuan and Chen Huaner, he instantly understood what would happen to him, so he broke into a scowl. Unfortunately, his entire body was imprisoned, and although his cultivation was as high as a great celestial saint, he couldn't do anything. Lu Yuan walked over to Chen Huaner, took out a short sword and put it into her hand, pointing his finger at the Blazing Sun Saint Sun. "Go, kill him." Chen Huaner's face turned pale as she shook her head repeatedly. "I don't dare." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and walked behind Chen Huaner, pushing Chen Huaner to walk in front of the Blazing Sun Saint Sun. Chen Huaner resisted very much, but unfortunately, her strength was about the same as a struggling ant in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan helped Chen Huaner pick up her sword and said, "I'll help you." Next moment, the short sword pierced into the stomach of the blazing sun saint's son, and Lu Yuan held Chen Huaner's hand and pulled it to the side, and the stomach of the blazing sun saint's son was opened up with a huge gash. Hundreds of pounds of intestines slipped out of the knife at once and fell all over the floor. Ah! Chen Huaner screamed out, and her entire dead body was in a state of shock, being protected by her brother when she was young, and growing up because of her physique, and being tightly protected by the blazing sun immortal sect. How had Chen Huaner ever seen such a cruel scene? Lu Yuan didn't stop Chen Huaner anymore and enjoyed the scene in front of him alone. Soon after, the blazing sun saint's son died. Lu Yuan squatted down and said gently to Chen Huaner, "Alright, you got your revenge. How about I take you to your brother?" Chen Huaner looked at Lu Yuan. She suddenly felt that the big brother in front of her seemed like a wolf in sheep's clothing, but thinking of her brother, she still nodded. Lu Yuan smiled and stood up. His smile instantly disappeared and turned calm as he said towards Pei Tian, "I'm going to leave for a while, so you decide on your own about the rest." Pei Tian looked embarrassed and said, "My lord, please also give specific instructions." Lu Yuan indifferently said, "Just kill a batch, deter a batch, and pull in a batch." "But my lord, isn't our purpose to investigate the eternal demon race?" Pei Tian said in surprise. "Is there a devil? Does it matter?" Lu Yuan looked at Pei Tian and laughed. "When did I need evidence when I acted in the Dark Arbitration Tribunal? I said, just watch yourself. If you find out, exterminate the world. If you can't, exterminate the world as usual. Understand?" Pei Tian nodded his head as if being taught. "Understood. That's good." After saying that, Lu Yuan left the Blazing Sun Immortal sect with Chen Huaner. Lingxiao City. This was a large city millions of miles away from the Blazing Sun Immortal sect, with a population of over 100 million and countless powerful people. More importantly, Lingxiao City was built on top of the ruins of the former capital of the Hongyang Immortal Kingdom. At this time, in the middle of an inn, Chen Bei sat at the window of his room, staring at the sky, lost in thought. He's worried about his sister, and somehow, he always had a bad feeling about it. "Brat, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and run. Run a little farther. It's only a few million miles safe off." The heavenly underworld demon god chattered. He is really afraid of the Dark Tribunal. Chen Bei came back to his senses and frowned. "Didn't you say that you were some kind of eternal demon race's demon god? Why are you so afraid of the Darkness Arbitration Tribunal? What the hell do you know? I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul now. Of course I'm afraid. And besides, do you think the Dark Arbitration Tribunal is comparable to these pathetically weak forces in the great realm of the Constant Sun? Let's put it to you this way. The Dark Arbitration Tribunal can exterminate your Hongyang realm with a casual movement of its little thumb. Moreover, these guys are extremely brutal and do things completely unreasonably. They are rushing towards me. I even suspect that if the Dark Arbitration Tribunal's people never find me, they will simply do nothing and destroy the great realm of Hongyang. Never doubt my word. This sort of thing is commonplace for the Dark Arbiter." Seeing the heavenly underworld demon god speak so seriously, Chen Bei was also startled and said, "Then hurry up and get off of me and go wherever you like, okay?" The heavenly underworld demon god laughed coldly. "Dreaming boy, I am symbiotic with you. I can't get away from you. You only have one choice. That is to join my eternal demon clan. With my position in the clan back then, I can surely ensure that you will rise to the top of the green clouds. What is the Fiery Sun Immortal clan? When the time comes to move your little thumb, it's all extinguished." Chen Bei showed a bitter expression as he suddenly asked, "Then if the Dark Arbiter's court finds us, won't we just have to wait for death?" "Not necessarily," the heavenly underworld demon god said in a deep voice. "In case the people from the Dark Arbitration Tribunal really find us, when the time comes, you mustn't resist. I'm going to take control of your body to send a distress message to the clan, using you as a portal to receive the descent of my demon clan's army. Can it work?" Chen Bei would be skeptical. The heavenly underworld demon god laughed. "Kid, the power of my eternal demon race, you can never imagine. Although the Darkness Arbitration Tribunal is strong, it is only strong in that magistrate, and my demon race, the powerhouses that are comparable to the magistrate. There are 9 of them on the surface. What's more, above these 9 great demon gods who are comparable to the magisterial leader, my eternal demon race also has an even stronger existence, the supreme greatness whose radiance shrouds the heavens and the worlds. Otherwise, why do you think my eternal demon race is an enemy of the 10,000 races of the heavens?" As he spoke these words, the heavenly underworld demon god revealed an incomparably powerful confidence as well as pride from the inside out. Chen Bei's face was shocked, but there was no intuition. After all, he hadn't even stepped out of the Hongyang Great Realm, and his feelings about the power depicted by the heavenly underworld demon god only remained on the surface. Just then, Chen Bei's face changed as he snapped his head down. only to see that a white jade pendant hanging around his neck had actually floated up at this moment. Tug! Chen Bei jumped up from his seat and said incredulously, "My sister is nearby, outside Lingxiao City." At this time, at the city gate, Lu Yuan held Chen Huaner, looked at the tall city gate in front of him, and said, "Are you sure it's here?" Chen Huaner nodded her head, her little face excited that she would be meeting her brother soon. "That's good." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and led Chen Huaner into the city. "Stand to." Suddenly, a big man-like city guard called out to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan frowned. "What is it?" The city guards wore heavy white armor and held out their hands with a wicked smile. "The entry fee is 10,000 star source crystals." As he spoke, the city guard's gaze kept sweeping over Chen Huaner, the greed and lust in his eyes undisguised. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan sneered. "What if I don't hand it over?" The city guard rubbed his hands together and laughed. "It's fine if you don't pay. Leave this little bitch behind and I'll waive your entry fee." At this moment, the surrounding 5 or 6 city guards all gathered around, all staring at Lu Yuan with unfavorable gazes, as if they would rise up and strike as soon as Lu Yuan made a move. And all around, it was as if all the people had seen it all. So unruly. "Ah, then this city, there is no need for it to exist," Lu Yuan said indifferently. "Massacre." In the next second, a voice rang out from the void behind Lu Yuan. "As you wish, Lord Executive Officer." An emperor guard stepped out of the void, spear in hand, and launched into a killing spree without saying a word. The city guards in front of Lu Yuan dissolved into pieces and dissipated the moment the emperor guards appeared. Lu Yuan and Chen Huaner entered the city. Chen Huaner had a jade pendant in his hand that could sense his brother's jade pendant. Guided by the jade pendant, Lu Yuan and the two of them soon arrived in front of an inn, and at this moment, half of Lingxiao City behind the two of them had been reduced to rubble. Chen Bei was incomparably excited. His sister was actually nearby, something he had never thought of. "What is that place?" "The Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. And how did my sister escape from that hellhole?" Chen Bei didn't know that his mind was filled with his sister's figure at this moment, incredibly desperate to see his sister. Just then, a clear, childish voice rang out of the window. "Brother, where are you?" "It's Huaner." Hearing this voice, Chen Bei was fixed in place as if he had been electrocuted, then darted to the window to see his younger sister, Chen Huaner, being held by an incomparably handsome youth. Seeing his sister, Chen Bei was so happy that he almost fainted. However, when he dropped his gaze to Lu Yuan, who was next to Chen Huaner, his entire body was struck by lightning, and in his mind, a voice immediately sounded. Escape! This voice, it wasn't from the heavenly underworld demon god, even less so was it sent by Chen Bei himself. Inexplicably, Chen Bei glanced at the sky. Escape? Why would I escape? He didn't understand, but for some reason, seeing Lu Yuan gave him the feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. Tell him directly that Lu Yuan is not a good person. Although, a gentle smile spread across the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth, but in Chen Bei's eyes, it was more like the smile of a devouring tiger when faced with a lamb to be slaughtered. "Finally, I've found you." Lu Yuan looked at Chen Bei, no killing intent showing, merely smiling. Ding! A son of Qi has been detected. Name, Chen Bei. Identity, Prince of the Hongyang Immortal Kingdom. Rank of Qi, Son of the World. Strength, Mid-Heavenly Saint. Hint, there is a remnant of a soul possessed by that Son of Fortune, which is detected to be a demon god of the eternal demon race. Ignore the system's prompts. Lu Yuan smiled at Chen Bei. You don't seem very happy to see your sister. Chen Bei's brows twisted into a ball. Who are you and why are you with my sister? I rescued your sister from the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect and helped her take revenge. Who do you think I am? Lu Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Bei didn't have a trace of joy in his heart. His subconscious was frantically warning him to hurry up and escape. Just then, Chen Bei's pupils shrunk. Lu Yuan's hand was stroking Chen Huaner's head, and while doing so, he looked at him with a smile. Though no words were said, the threat was overflowing. Unable to help himself, Chen Bei took a step forward. Brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and escape. This person is definitely from the Darkness Arbitration Tribunal and has a very high status. There are already Emperor Zuns inside the city who have started to massacre the city. If you don't run, you won't have a chance. The heavenly underworld demon god shouted frantically. Shut up, he has my sister. Chen Bei roared with a scowl on his face. Then, Chen Bei jumped down from the windowsill and arrived in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky. He could feel that there was a great malice in the sky and earth watching him. And that's when it happened. Lu Yuan suddenly saw a flash of white light in the depths of the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yuan twisted his head to look behind him. And at this time, a few hundred meters or so behind him, There was a demonic young man with a long white coat and long purple hair standing quietly behind the youth. There was also a streamlined silver and white warship parked. Lu Yuan, I finally found you. Why? You want to destroy my hometown. With your status, there is no way my hometown could have messed with you. Yi Chen's eyes flickered with purple thunder as he said in an icy tone. Ding! A son of Qi is detected. Name, Yi Duan. Status, core disciple of the immortal court. Rank of Qi Luck, son of the world. Cultivation, to heavenly sage, Wan Yu supreme. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Another son of the world. And, what did his words mean? I ruined his hometown? Lu Yuan frowned and thought. And soon, a planet that he had used as a testing ground jumped to mind. You're from that planet? Lu Yuan said. It's called Lansing. Yi Dust gritted his teeth. Oh, Lan Xing. Lu Yuan let out an oh. Flat expression before pinching Chen Huaner's neck and turning his head to Chen Bei. Kill this person, or else, your sister dies. Big brother. Chen Huaner with difficulty inclined her head to look at Lu Yuan, her eyes incomparably confused. Lu Yuan turned a blind eye and quietly looked at Chen Bei. Chen Bei's eyes were crimson as he clenched his fists. What the hell do you want? Let my sister go. She's innocent. Lu Yuan had a cold face. I don't want to say what I said a second time. Lu Yuan, are you looking for a scapegoat because you know you will die? For a piece of shit like that, I can kill him with a breath of air. Seeing Lu Yuan actually let Chen Bei kill himself, Yi Chen was filled with disdain, where he could not see that Chen Bei was only in the heavenly saint realm and had an average foundation and had not broken the limit even once. Such a person would be a compliment to him to speak of waste. Lu Yuan ignored Yi Chen. Chen Bei's pupils were crimson. Fine, I promise you, but if my sister loses a hair, I'll make sure you don't die well. After saying that, Chen Bei walked towards Yi Chen. Lu Yuan jumped onto the roof with Chen Huaner and sat on the roof, watching with interest. Both are children of the world. Any of them he wanted to kill would not be easy, and he might even be backfired. Instead of fighting them hard, might as well let them dragon fight and then lose both. Lu Yuan was looking forward to what kind of scene it would be when two sons of the world fought. Although, Yi Chen was much stronger than Chen Bei. Let's not forget that here. It was Chen Bei's home ground. And, the sons of Qi were originally unreasonable masters. Cultivation strength could not be used as a dependency to determine their fighting strength at all, because you never know when they're going to be super Asian outbursts. Chen Bei walked towards Yi Chen step by step. He didn't know why Lu Yuan wanted him to kill Yi Chen. All he knew was that for the sake of his sister, even if he was told to eat shit, he had to do it. A few dozen meters away, Yi Chen stood there quietly, looking at Chen Bei with extreme disdain. Chen Bei also understood in his heart that the person in front of him was very strong. By himself he was definitely no match. But, so what? Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, he is the one who is going towards the tiger mountain. Chen Bei charged at a position about 10 meters away from Yi Duan. In the blink of an eye, Chen Bei rushed in front of Yi Chen, raised the fist in his hand, gathered Xian Tian Yuan power, and fiercely blasted out. And then the next second, Chen Bei flew out backwards and smashed heavily 100 meters away. Yi Chuan slowly retracted his leg and looked at Lu Yuan as if he was provoking. Letting this kind of weakling kill me? I don't know if you're insulting yourself or me. The other side. Chen Bei's stomach turned over. Yi Chuan's kick almost made him displace his 5 organs. Climbing up from the ground with great difficulty, Chen Bei's mouth spilled blood as he once again rushed towards Yi Chuan. Kill! Chen Bei growled as a long knife appeared in his hand. Yi Dust was still sneering, turning around and sweeping out a whip leg. Bang! Chen Bei flew out horizontally and smashed into a private house, half missing the sound. Brother! Chen Huaner was in tears, turning her head and pulling Lu Yuan's sleeve to pray. Big brother, let my brother go. Whatever you let Huaner do is fine. Lu Yuan reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Chen Huaner's eyes, and said softly, everyone's destiny is predestined from the time they are still in their mother's womb. For example, I, who was born to be a devil who was the enemy of all the world, and your brother, who was born to be the messenger of justice, the mortal enemy of people like me. Your brother has done nothing wrong and has not offended me, but not everything in the world has an answer. One can only say that fate is what it should be, and perhaps just tomorrow I too will be so played to death, and all we can do is to do our best and go our own way. Lu Yuan twisted his head and looked at the ruined private houses, saying, don't worry, your brother can't die yet. His life, it's a lot harder than you think. In the midst of a ruin, Chen Bei staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Yi Chen's whip leg swept on his temple. It was a miracle that he didn't die now. At this moment, the world in Chen Bei's eyes was blood red, but remembering his sister, he still staggered towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan frowned, marveling at Chen Bei's toughness of will, but also could not help but feel some sorrow for the death of the rabbit. Chen Bei, and how similar to him. Both had been in order to protect the people they cared about, and gave everything they had. Yi Duan sensed in the dark that Chen Bei and himself were one of a kind. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was smiling and laughing on the roof, Yi Chen said indignantly, "Is this what you're up to?" Lu Yuan didn't respond to Yi Chen, but only pointed at Chen Bei and said, "If you want to kill me, kill him first." Ah! Impotent and furious, Yi Chen tried to cross Chen Bei several times to go straight to Lu Yuan, but was stopped by the persistent Chen Bei. Unable to do anything else, Yi Chuan could only yank Xiaobai Knight's hair and punch him down to the ground. Bang! A large cloud of dust rose. This was already the fourth time Chen Bei had come into close contact with the ground without knowing it. Seeing this appearance of Chen Bei, cruel as the heavenly underworld demon god, were a bit intolerant, said, "Kid, let go of your mind. Let me control your body. You're not that kid's opponent. That kid looks at the heavens and the world. All belongs to the top category of heavenly pride." Chen Bei didn't respond to the heavenly underworld demon god, perhaps because he didn't even have the strength to speak. Just then, above the vault of heaven, suddenly there was a flash of golden light, and upon closer inspection, it was a golden token. The token disappeared into Chen Bei's forehead. At the same time, hundreds of spatial cracks suddenly split open in the void above Ling Shao City. A powerful person with a terrifying aura stepped out of the void. These strong men, in turn, were led by a golden-armored lanky man. The golden-armored man stood proudly in the void, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan, over Yi Chen, over Chen Huaner, and finally, his gaze landed on Chen Bei, who was in a terrible state of distress. At that moment, the golden-armored man became furious. "Prince!" The golden-armored man flashed in front of Chen Bei, helped Chen Bei up, then knelt on one knee in front of Chen Bei and said with incomparable respect, "Forbidden Army Commander, Dian Huai, is late to save the Emperor. I hope that the Emperor forgives him." Looking at the golden-armored man, the weak Chen Bei barely managed to squeeze out a smile before pointing at Yi Chen and saying, "Help! Help me kill him." In fact, Chen Bei wanted to tell the golden-armored Han to kill Lu Yuan, but when he thought that his sister was still in Lu Yuan's hands, he didn't dare to have that thought. The only thing he expected now was that after killing Yi Chen, Lu Yuan kept his promise. By order of the subordinate, the golden-armored man clasped his fists before rising, his domineering eyes filled with boundless fury. "Dare to injure the imperial prince. Even if you go up to the 9 heavens and into the 9 ghosts today, I will kill you." The golden-armored big man was an emperor, and an extremely powerful one at that. Yi Chen confirmed that he could not be mistaken. His face was grave, and he did not hesitate to crush a token. "By the order of the immortal monarch's disciple, I edict Hong Yang that all those belonging to the immortal court come to my aid." On the roof, Lu Yuan revealed a knowing smile, starting to zoom in. P.S. Would Lu Yuan be too badass to write? Should it be softer? The immortal court, a gigantic power that spanned infinite space and time, had countless subordinate powers in many worlds. The great realm of Hong Yang, which was known for its immortal Tao, would naturally be no exception. As soon as Yi Chen's edict fell, a portal appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, from this portal, a dozen people with terrifying auras walked out. The person at the head, wearing an ink-colored Taoist robe, was a lean old man. "Hong Yang Immortal Palace, Mo Yunzi, pay respects to the immortal envoy." The lean old man, Mo Yunzi, bent down towards Yi Duanfu and bowed down. The Hong Yang Immortal Palace was the second largest force in the Hong Yang Great Realm after the Blazing Sun Immortal Sect. The Immortal Palace Master, Mo Yunzi, was an even more unfathomably powerful person. Immortal Liuyang's great limit was approaching. His battle power was greatly reduced, although he still occupied the name of the first person in the great realm of the constant sun. But in the hearts of the majority of people, the first person had long since been Mo Yunzi. Elder Mo is excused. Yi Chen raised his hand, daring to come to the great realm of Hong Yang alone. He naturally had a bottom line. The Hong Yang Immortal Palace was where his bottom line was. He was an immortal monarch disciple, one of the core disciples that the immortal court focused on cultivating. The status is noble and able to call upon all the immortal court-affiliated forces in the heavens and the worlds. Mo Yunzi straightened up. There was no need for Yi Chen to explain. He only needed to look around and roughly understood what was going on. Mo Yunzi looked at the golden-armored man and said in a profound manner, "Commander Dian, it's been a long time since we've seen each other after a goodbye of 1,000,000,000 years." Dian Huai looked gloomy. Mo Yunzi, he naturally recognized. 1,000,000,000 years ago, Mo Yunzi was already famous Hong Yang Great Realm top strong, and at that time, he was just a lieutenant in the Forbidden Army. After 1,000,000,000 years, Dian Huai had become a powerful emperor, but Mo Yunzi was even more unfathomable. Facing this kind of old monster, Dian Huai had absolutely no bottom in his heart. "Palace Master Mo, are you planning to intervene?" Duanhui said in a deep voice. Mo Yunzi's expression was light and breezy, as if he were an accomplished true immortal, and slowly said, Commander Dian, this one behind me is the Immortal Court Immortal Envoy, and you are also a character who has traveled through all the heavens and all the worlds, so don't make a mistake about yourself. But he injured my family's royal son, and for that matter, there has to be an explanation. Samuel Dory wasn't going to stop. He had been favored by His Majesty of the Hongyang Immortal Kingdom in the past, and for that reason, only the immortal realm was able to travel the heavens and the worlds at that time. Now is the time for him to return the favor. If this matter is not accounted for today, he will not sell anyone's face. Mo Yunzi sniffed and pondered for a moment, saying, how about this? The Hongyang Immortal Palace can give up a portion of its territory to allow your family's imperial son to re-establish his country. Re-establishment. Dianhuai's mind was shaken and he turned his head to look at Chen Bei. He was very moved by the conditions offered by Mo Yunzi, but whether he should agree or not, he had to see what Chen Bei said. Chen Bei was being supported by 2 armorers, and was currently sitting on the ground to heal his wounds. When he saw Duanhui looking at himself, Chen Bei shook his head and pointed at Yi Chen. He must die. Otherwise, my sister will die. Sister? Could it be the princess? Duanhuai's eyes widened and his gaze went to a certain roof. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and waved his hand to greet him. Hi. How dare the harpies? Dianhuai's eyes were bared, and his entire body was like a raging, furious lion. Lu Yuan put his hand on Chen Huaner's neck and laughed coldly. Don't move or your princess's head will fall off. Seeing this scene, Dianhui finally understood why Chen Bei must kill Yi Chen. And even more so, why Chen Bei was so persistent even though he knew he could not defeat Yi Chen. Turns out everything, all because of that scumbag on the roof. Although he was an emperor, there was nothing he could do in this situation. Having no choice but to turn around, Dianhui could only land his gaze on Yi Chen, and in the next second, he stormed up and charged towards Yi Chen. He couldn't even ignore Chen Bei's orders. The life of the little princess was all the more reason why he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Mo Yunzi sighed softly. Why bother? Dianhui was stopped by Mo Yunzi, and the two of them fought their way straight into another space. The rest of the Forbidden Army, too, battled with the dozen or so powerhouses that Mo Yunzi had brought with him, and the scene was incomparably chaotic. At this moment, Chen Bei, who had healed his wounds, stood up, and the token that had disappeared into his forehead was an exotic treasure that contained a drop of the essence blood of the first-generation lord of the Hongyang Immortal Kingdom. After absorbing this drop of essence blood, Chen Bei's strength skyrocketed. Facing Yi Chen again, Chen Bei obviously felt much less pressure. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Chen Bei's eyes, Yi Chen was also a bit annoyed. Why do you need to do this? Brother, you and I both know full well that our enemy is Lu Yuan, and the two of us could have totally teamed up to kill him. Chen Bei said with cold eyes. You won't say that when your parents are also held hostage in their hands. As soon as the words fell, Chen Bei's entire body shot towards Yi Chen like a cannonball. Although Chen Bei's strength had skyrocketed, he was still as weak as a chicken when facing Yi Chen. Soon after, Chen Bei flew out again. Smashing down on the ground, Chen Bei spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and some despair rose in his heart. The Forbidden Army was stopped by the people from the Hongyang Immortal Palace, and he was left to face Yi Chen alone again. But Yi Chen was simply too strong, like an insurmountable mountain. Moreover, so far, Yi Chen had not even used any divine secret techniques, but he, on the other hand, did his best. Just then, Lu Yuan on the roof said indifferently, Chen Bei, my patience is limited. If you haven't killed him in a quarter of an hour, your sister will die. As he spoke, Lu Yuan took out a short sword and stabbed it into the aorta at Chen Huaner's thigh. Bright red blood began to gush out crazily. If she wasn't treated within a quarter of an hour, Chen Huaner would surely die. No! Chen Bei's eyes were red, and his entire body began to go crazy as he rushed towards Yi Chen once again. When Yi Chen saw what Lu Yuan had done, he began to stall for time as well. Chen Bei's weakness was Chen Huaner. As long as Chen Huaner is dead, then all is well. Chen Bei also clearly sensed that Yi Chen was stalling for time, and his entire body became more and more frantic. At this moment, Chen Bei even used the street hooligan fighting. It was evident that he was on the verge of absolute despair. Is there really no way out? Chen Bei's eyes sobbed with blood. No, I still have it. Chen Bei thought of the heavenly underworld demon god. Heavenly underworld demon god, come, I will dedicate me to you, and only ask for my sister to survive. Chen Bei let go of his mind, and the heavenly underworld demon god who had been waiting for this moment took control of Chen Bei's physical body in an instant. GGG, kid, wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? The heavenly underworld demon god Jijia laughed. From the beginning, he was certain that Chen Bei couldn't win. Once Chen Beiyang completely despaired, Chen Bei's last card was him. Praise be to the great eternal demon lord. I use my body as a guide and my soul as a source. Descend, Lord, and cleanse this foul world. As the heavenly underworld demon god's words fell, a purplish black light shot out from Chen Bei's body, landing and transforming into a pitch-black portal several hundred meters tall. The portal opened and the majestic evil aura began to invade the great realm of Hongyang. The eternal demon race, a branch of the endless demon race. It was rumored that an endless long time ago, the 10,000 realms of the heavens had launched a bloody cleansing of the endless demon race. Countless demon races were completely exterminated in this bloody cleansing. But even with the power of the heavens, the demon race had not been completely wiped out. On the contrary, the demon race that survived this bloody cleansing had instead become stronger and tougher. The eternal demon race was one of the most powerful demon races existing in the 10,000 realms of the heavens today. Among the eternal demon race, there were 9 great demon gods. Every great demon god possessed the strength of an overlord of the heavens level, and above the 9 great demon gods, there was also an eternal demon lord. Whether or not the eternal demon lord had surpassed the hegemon of the heavens, this no one knew, because no one, ever, had been able to test the depths of the eternal demon lord. 99% of the credit for the reason why the eternal demon race had survived that great cleansing back then was the eternal demon lords. The reason why the eternal demon race was scorned by all the heavens and all the worlds was that apart from the powerful eternal demon lord, more importantly, the eternal demon race possessed an extremely powerful assimilation and infection ability. Anyone infected by the demonic aura would fall as part of the eternal demon race. Rumor had it that 5 of the 9 great demon gods were the overlords of the heavens who had been personally sensitized by the eternal demon lord. That was why it was rumored that the eternal demon lord surpassed the hegemon of the heavens. After surviving the great cleansing, the eternal demon race displayed an extremely powerful aggressive nature, invading one world after another, assimilating all of them, and turning all of the people in those worlds into eternal demon race. Therefore, the battlefields of the eternal demon race were countless. The battlefield where the Dark Arbitration Tribunal was located was nothing more than the most insignificant one. Now, the heavenly underworld demon god opened the gateway of the demon race, and if no one blocked it, then it was believed that it wouldn't be long before the great realm of the everlasting sun would be reduced to a territory of the eternal demon race, and trillions of living beings would be reduced to a part of the eternal demon race. The roof. Lu Yuan looked at the 100-meter-high black portal in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, but there was not a hint of nervousness on his face. Soon, a huge bloody foot stepped out from the portal. Motherfucker, who made that passage? Such a small one? As the words fell, a bloody hand took hold of the doorframe above and bent down to step through the portal. This was an extremely ugly eternal demon race, with no skin on its exterior, all of its muscular tissues exposed, and on its back, 2 pairs of bone wings. Kingslayer Nero greedily breathed in the fresh air of the great realm of Hongyang, and although he didn't even have a nose and only had a skeleton resting on his head, it wasn't hard to see that he was enjoying himself. Chen Bei, or the heavenly underworld demon god, tilted his head to look at Nairslayer and drank. Nairslayer, I deserve to die. Your mother didn't see me, did you? Who dares to insult the great Naricide? Nairslayer lowered his head and saw the heavenly underworld demon god at a glance. Then, his knees went weak and he clunked down, respectfully saying, so it's the great lord heavenly underworld demon god. I've heard that you, my lord, are conquering in the Haori time and space. How did you come to appear here? Narrowslayer lowered his head, almost lying on his back as he conversed with Chen Bei. The heavenly underworld demon god was much more comfortable in his heart, and said with a speechless face, when I met the Haori divine spirit, I was blown up by him with a single punch, and only a wisp of my residual soul was left to escape to this time and space. So that's how it is. I heard that the prime great demon god has already traveled to the Haori time and space, and I believe that in a matter of days, my lord's revenge will be avenged. The heavenly underworld demon god waved his hand. Alright, cut the crap and get this brat killed for me. The heavenly underworld demon god pointed at Yi Chen and said. At this moment, Yi Chen's face was as paper-colored as a sheet of paper. He never expected that the eternal demon race would actually appear. Seeing the heavenly underworld demon god pointing at himself, Yi Chen couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It wasn't true that he was a top-tier heavenly pride, but he could only run for his life in the face of Demon King and Demon God-level eternal demons. In the midst of his mind's electric thoughts, Yi Chuan turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation, not even daring to sit on the silver-white battleship, Jie, trying to escape at the hands of the great Naricide. Little worm, are you dreaming? Kingslayer gave chase. The heavenly underworld demon god turned around and said towards Lu Yuan, Kid, do you regret it yet? Now release that little ninny and I can consider sparing your life. Lu Yuan cocked his head and said, You don't recognize me? The heavenly underworld demon god frowned. Why should I know you? Because you should know me, and you must know me, Lu Yuan said rightfully. If you really don't recognize me, it only means that you haven't returned to the eternal demon race for a long time. Lu Yuan thought about it and said so. How did you know I haven't been back in a while? Just then, another movement came from the portal, and a pale white-clothed youth walked out from it, holding a blood-red bone fan in his hand. It's actually a great realm. Interesting. Which child's work is this? I must praise you well in front of the demon god. Duke Bloodbone, do you even recognize this god? The heavenly underworld demon god looked at the white-clothed youth and said. The white-clothed youth looked over and looked at the heavenly underworld demon god, who squinted his eyes as if in thought. And suddenly, the white-clothed youth said indistinctly, so it's Lord Heavenly Underworld Demon God, is this your masterpiece? The young man in white pointed at the portal. The Heavenly Underworld Demon God said impatiently, cut the crap, let me ask you, do you recognize this person? What Lu Yuan had just said made the Heavenly Underworld Demon God feel odd. The white-clothed youth looked in the direction of the Heavenly Underworld Demon God's finger and saw Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. And in an instant, the white-clothed male's face changed drastically. All at once, he fell to his knees and prostrated himself, his body trembling. One must know that he was the one who didn't even kneel down when he saw the Heavenly Underworld Demon God. Young sovereign, under the banner of the North, how great demon god, the Heavenly Will Demon God's disciple, Bloodbone. See, young sovereign. The Bloodbone Duke's entire body was trembling as he glanced at the Heavenly Underworld Demon God, who was still frozen in place, and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Heavenly Underworld Demon God, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down to young sovereign. Young Zun? The Heavenly Underworld Demon God also froze. He had been out on the battlefield for a very long time and hadn't seen Shao Zun with his own eyes, but as a part of the eternal demon race, Shao Zun, naturally, it wasn't like he hadn't heard of it before. But, young Zun that was in existence whose status was even higher than that of the great demon god. In terms of status and position, the young sovereign was only below the eternal demon lord. Why, don't I look like one? On the roof, Lu Yuan smiled, and in the next moment, he took the initiative to invoke the demonic body. In an instant the green silk turned to white hair, and the immaculate white robe turned to the color of blood, and the two pupils, one ghostly purple and one blood red, an incomparably pure demonic aura emanated from Lu Yuan's body. The throbbing and submission from the depths of his bloodline instantly left the Heavenly Underworld Demon God without any doubts or misgivings. This youth in front of him was actually the young Zun who had entered the eternal demon race 100 years ago. No, not just the eternal demon race, but all the demon races of the heavens need to co-respect the lesser honor. Heavenly Underworld has eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai. I hope young Zun will forgive me. After there was no longer any doubt in his heart, the Heavenly Underworld Demon God also knelt down. The eternal demon race, the strongest person was undoubtedly the eternal demon lord. Underneath them are the 9 devil gods. Below that, there were 36 upper demon gods, 72 middle demon gods, and 108 lower demon gods. Under the devil god, there are the devil king and the devil general. The king slayer is a demon king. The Heavenly Underworld Demon God, on the other hand, was one of the 108 lower demon gods. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, be free. The Heavenly Underworld Demon God stood up and looked at Lu Yuan with trepidation. Right at this moment, Narcisside returned, carrying Yi Duan in his hand. This little bug ran quite fast, almost letting him vanish and break the boundary and run away. Narcisside said, and then he realized that the atmosphere in the field was a bit gloomy, and when he looked up, he saw Lu Yuan. The two huge eyes popped out at once. This is not an adjective, but really popped out. If it were not for the flesh attached to it, Regicide Narod's eyes would have fallen to the ground. Hastily, he pressed his eyes back. Kingslayer opened his mouth and stuttered. Shao Zun. With that, he dropped to his knees in a 5-pointed gesture of submission. Lu Yuan waved his hand. There's no need for any of you to be polite. With that, Lu Yuan jumped off the roof. Chen Huaner had died at some point, but no one cared about her at this point. Lu Yuan didn't say anything, and no one dared to make a sound. Lu Yuan looked up into the void and said, Pei Tian, you and I will walk through the demon domain, while the others blockade the great realm of Hongyang, not allowing any of them to escape. Pei Tian stepped out of the void, his face incomparably complex. My lord, he didn't know what to say. What was happening in front of him was really stimulating his senses a bit. Executive Officer of the Dark Tribunal, the magistrate's 5th disciple. It's actually the demon race's young Zun. It was a little hard for him to accept, much less know what to do. Is it a strike? Or is it just a cold shoulder? You have to know that the Dark Arbitration Tribunal and the Eternal Demon race are in a hostile relationship. Both sides have been fighting a war between themselves for countless billions of years. Moreover, did the magistrate know that his disciple was a demon race young duke? Lu Yuan said indifferently, "There's no need to be surprised. My identity is known to my master, so you don't need to worry blindly." What? The magistrate knows? Pei Tian's entire body was confused. But, Pei Tian looked at the heavenly underworld demon god, Nairslayer, and the blood and bone duke, wanting to speak. "There's no buts. The great realm of the constant sun. Give it to them, I said." Lu Yuan's eyes were cold. "That, yes, my lord." Pei Tian sighed and honestly followed behind Lu Yuan. One by one, the other members of the escort guard also left the Hongyang Great Realm and began to blockade it. What happened today was destined to upend their view of things. Lu Yuan led Pei Tian toward the portal, and when he was about to cross the portal, he twisted his head and said, "None of my people are allowed to move, and none of the people in this realm are allowed to live." The heavenly underworld demon god, Naroa sighed, and the Bloodbone Duke immediately looked aghast. "As you wish, young sovereign. The eternal demon realm, a world of darkness. The entire heaven and earth is a dark purple color. Not a bit of green can be seen, as if the 9 ghosts of hell, oddly shaped eternal demons were all over the place. However, when these eternal demons saw Lu Yuan, they all bowed their heads and prostrated. Pei Tian followed behind Lu Yuan, his eyes in awe. The slightest movement could stimulate his nerves, although he was a top-tier emperor. This place, however, was the eternal demon race's home base? The eternal demon region, an overwhelmingly ferocious place where even the hegemon of the heavens would have to drink hatred if they were not careful. Thus, Pei Tian kept following Lu Yuan about 2 steps behind him for fear of losing him. Unlike Pei Tian's trepidation, Lu Yuan was like returning to his own home, and his entire being was incredibly natural. Glancing back at Pei Tian, Lu Yuan scoffed, "I didn't expect you to be so timid as a mouse." Pei Tianrun was on the verge of crying. "My lord, don't joke about it, okay? This place is more terrifying to me than the 18 layers of hell." Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head, not saying anything else. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a 100,000 meter tall giant wearing pitch-black armor appeared in front of the 2 Lu Yuan. The incomparable feeling of oppression hit his face, and even Pei Tian became pale. This giant, it's strong, very strong, ridiculously strong. Pei Tian had a feeling that this giant could just stretch out his fingers and crush him. "It's horrible. I want to go home." About 1,000 meters away from Lu Yuan and his duo, the giant knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and buzzed. "Young elder, the demon lord has sent me to fetch you." "Demon lord?" Pei Tian almost screamed out loud. Lu Yuan twisted his head and said to him, "This is the eternal demon lord's personal guards. Although they are not the hegemon of the heavens, they are also a beginning realm existence, and when there is a vacancy in the 36 upper demon gods, they can fill in at any time. So you'll find that the eternal demon race's 216 demon gods will never have a vacancy, and if they die one, they will immediately be filled in by someone else. And even the 9 great demon gods, there are also an unknown number of waiting to be filled." Pei Tian cried, really cried. He pleaded, "My lord, stop. Is this something I can know?" Pei Tian was afraid. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, he would really be unable to leave the eternal demon race. Seeing Pei Tian's look, Lu Yuan smiled as if he had achieved his goal and said, "All right, I won't tease you. This kind of thing isn't really a secret. The hegemons of the heavens all know about it." Puff! Pei Tian stumbled. Holy shit, the hegemony of the heavens knew it, meaning that only the hegemony of the heavens was qualified to know it. The point is, am I the overlord of the heavens? If you want me to die, just say so, and I'll die for you right now. These words, Pei Tian roared out in his heart, directly shouted out. Give him 10 guts, he did not dare. Helpless, Pei Tian can only close up his 5 senses, for fear that he will hear what should not hear again, see what should not see. Lu Yuan felt bored. Pei Tian was not amused, but this was the way of a smart person. Turning his head, Lu Yuan said to the giant, "Get down. Are you going to let me climb up?" Upon hearing this, the giant truly slumped down, incomparably respectful, without a hint of displeasure. Lu Yuan grabbed Pei Tian and jumped onto the giant's shoulders with a gentle leap. The giant climbed to his feet and ran in one direction with great speed. Soon, a heavenly demon hall came into view. In front of the devil's palace, there were also 3 100,000 tall giants standing. Jumping down from the giant, Lu Yuan idly walked and entered the demon temple. The look was as good as being in your own living room. The interior of the devil's palace was extremely empty, and at the very front, stood a huge throne. On the throne, There was a young man in black Xian clothing half lying down. Seeing Lu Yuan come in, the youth sat up straight and smiled slightly. Why did you think of coming back? The youth in Xian clothing was very tall. Even when he was sitting, his slender arms and legs could be seen. His angular face was as cold as a carving, and under the heroic sword eyebrows were eyes as deep as cold pools. However, at this moment, the youth was very gentle, and when he saw Lu Yuan, he climbed into a conversation as if he had seen an old friend. Who would have thought that this youth was none other than the eternal demon lord who had shaken the infinite space and time of the heavens and the earth? When he first saw the youth, Lu Yuan was also surprised because this was not at all like the behavior of a ferocious and demonic eternal demon lord that should behave. But wait for longer contact. Lu Yuan got used to it. Walking up to the youth, without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, a chair automatically appeared behind him. The back of the chair leaned back and Lu Yuan reclined on it, crossing his legs and saying, I just happened to stumble upon a portal, so I came in to take a look and talk to you, lest you die of suffocation one day. A smirk surfaced at the corner of Taijin's mouth. I am the eternal demon lord. I will not perish until the heavens are extinguished. Reflecting the heavens and testifying to the existence of a free and easy existence. It's hard to even think about dying, so how could I suffocate? You see, this is the aftermath of not talking to people for so long. When you open your mouth, you act like a pussy. No wonder no one wants to talk to you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. It can't be helped. An excellent person's light can't be hidden. I'm already close to perfect. That's why you think that my every word and action is a pretense. Taijin spread his hands. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He was good enough on his own. Except for his cultivation, which was still lacking. Everything else was close to perfect. The talent is stronger. The background is hard enough. And more importantly, the person is handsome enough. But facing Taijin, Lu Yuan felt that he had met his match. Ahem. How's it going out there? Taijin inquired. It's okay. Everything's fine except for a little change in the family. Those 9 old guys from the main god's palace didn't give you a hard time, did they? Taijin asked again. If they give you a hard time, you talk to me and I'll destroy them. 9 in 1 is not enough, but also want 10 in 1 to achieve 2. I don't know what they think. I heard that the Dao Father and the Dao Ancestor are already very dissatisfied. Lu Yuan said helplessly. I say, can't you talk to me about something normal? Dao honors, Dao Ancestors, 2, that's too far away from me. Taijin smiled. It's not that far away. Lu Yuan, you think too lowly of yourself. Your name has long been spread amongst us existences. The bright supreme god has had murderous intentions towards you on several occasions, but after I chopped off both of his wings, he was much more honest. Hearing this, Lu Yuan sat up at once and looked at Taijin stupidly. You said that you chopped off a pair of wings of the supreme god of light? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. 10,000 crouches running through his heart. The supreme god of light. From the other superpower of the realm of the heavens, the Hall of Gods. The supreme god of light was one of the most powerful supreme gods of the Hall of Gods, the undoubted overlord of the heavens. Lu Yuan was not surprised that Taijin was able to chop off a pair of wings of the supreme god of light, and it was only a problem if he couldn't. The point was, Taijin had chopped off a pair of wings of the supreme god of light because of him. This matter would be fine if no one spread the word, but looking at the temperament of that group of birds from the Hall of Gods, this matter would probably not be able to be hidden. The Hall of Gods, with its many devotees, the 12 supreme gods of the Hall of Gods even possessed an endless number of fervent followers. The point is that these believers, they are all crazy. Crazy people who can do anything for their beliefs. Moreover, these followers of the supreme god were still hidden, spreading throughout the heavens and the worlds, and if they didn't take the initiative to expose themselves, no one would know if they were believers or not. If this is known to these crazy believers, without having to think about it, Lu Yuan would definitely be surrounded by endless believers. And aside from his master, his elder brother, and Taijin's few people, Lu Yuan felt that he couldn't trust anyone anymore. The supreme gods were the overlords of the heavens, which meant that their followers were not only spread across the heavens, but also across every realm below the source realm. Taijin has gotten him into a lot of trouble, though the purpose was to take it out on him. But Lu Yuan still wanted to curse. How's it going? Am I treating you well? Taijin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Lu Yuan looked at Taijin and said, one word at a time. Good. Hammer. Son. Taijin's face straightened and said, it's all for your own good. Ha, I'd like to hear how to do it for my benefit. Lu Yuan laughed coldly. Well, I'll show my cards. I'm just trying to drive you up the wall. Taijin said as he spread his hands, no guilt on his face. Lu Yuan sighed and said seriously, why do you need to be like this? The 5 great demonic races of the heavens all have you as their leader. It's just fine for me to hang on to the name of the Lesser Venerable. You want me to become the supreme of the 5 demonic races, There's really no need for that. And I don't have that ability to lead the 5 demonic races either. Lu Yuan sometimes felt strange, whether it was Taijin or the Lord God, or even his own master teacher, they were all very kind to him, the sincere kind. But they all seem to have a bit of a short circuit in their brain circuits, all trying to drive him completely over the edge. Taijin's means this time were the followers of the Hall of Gods. The Lord God was trying to actively trigger Lu Yuan's demonic body to riot so that he could raise the world as an enemy. The magistrate, on the other hand, wanted Lu Yuan to do something that would cause heavenly fury and be reviled by all the heavens. But the final target would probably also fall on Lu Yuan's demonic body. Taijin did this because she wanted to wait until he had no way out, then completely fall to the demon race, and then become the lord of all the demon races. The Lord God did this because he wanted to wait for him to completely fall to the Lord God when he had no way out and become the 10th Lord God. And then the 10 positions would be won, impacting the realm of the Tai. When the magistrate did this, Lu Yuan would not know what the purpose was for the time being. Lu Yuan sometimes wondered, Taizhen, the Lord God, the magistrate, will there be a sudden fight later? Otherwise, Lu Yuan was only one person, how could he not fulfill all their needs? But I couldn't find anyone else but you. Taizhen looked up to the sky and sighed. Don't bother talking to you. Send me away somewhere. Lu Yuan didn't want to say any more. There's no way to accomplish what they want unless they split him in 3. Gee, it doesn't seem to be nothing. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a legendary technique. A chi transforms the 3 purities, the kind that can divide a person into 3 parts, humanity, magic, and divinity. Humanity to the magistrate, magic to Taizhen, divinity to the Lord God. TMD is perfect. However, it seems that there is no such realm as the flood in all the heavens. Lu Yuan was distressed again. Anyway, so far, he hadn't heard of the flood, much less Hongjun and the 3 Qing. That's not right either. There seems to be a Dao ancestor in all the worlds. Hongjun, it seems, is also known as Daozu. Lu Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he fiercely looked at Taishan and asked, Taishan, have you ever heard of Dao ancestor Hongjun? P.S. The small author is ready to go to the flood world as an extraterrestrial evil demon. Big brothers have any comments ideas? If you think it is not good I will not write. Also, begging for a freebie. The little author is starving. Hongjun. Taishan narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Unheard of, but the name feels a bit interesting to me. Where is the Taoist ancestor? Do you know what the ancestor's name is? Lu Yuan asked again expectantly. I don't know. That Nabizi lives in deep seclusion. No one knows his name. Forget it, it's a waste of time to ask you. Lu Yuan waved his hand with a bored face. Taishan's character was more geeky. It was normal that he didn't know. The heavens and the worlds were too big to count in infinite time and space. The flood world. Another self-enclosed world. Not being known to the outside world seemed normal to Lu Yuan. Anyway, within the plot he knew, the 6 saints of the flood had never left the flood, and Dao ancestor Hongjun, with his body melting into the heavenly Dao, would never leave the flood. Any outsiders, regardless of their purpose, were uniformly judged to be extraterrestrial evil. Either they were killed by the 6 saints or driven away. Lu Yuan thought about it and asked Taishan, rather than asking the main god. If one were to ask who had the widest channel of information in the heavens and the worlds, it would definitely be none other than the Lord God. There are just too many indentured servants in the main pantheon, spread over infinite space and time. The point is, the main pantheon's favorite thing to do is to invade worlds that are not in contact with the outside world. In a way, the main god's palace and the eternal demon race were all the same way. The only difference is this. The eternal demons are there to assimilate and infect everyone, looting resources in the process. The main pantheon, on the other hand, mainly plundered the power of the world. Of course both are essentially destroying one world at a time. Send me to the main god's hall. I'll ask the main god. Maybe they know. Lu Yuan said. What is it that you are looking for Hongjun for? If you tell me, maybe I can help you. Taishan said with a smile. Lu Yuan looked at him and said, can you split me into 3? No? The will is unique. The rest remains the same, and perfectly replicate 3 of me. This, Taizhen stroked his chin and thought, then looked up and said with certainty, no, Che, then you say shit. Lu Yuan despised. At this moment, Lu Yuan was very different from usual, more juvenile and less pretentious, but it was only in front of Taishan that Lu Yuan would act out like this. Both of them, each considered the other a true friend. Fine then. I'll send you to the Lord God, but I don't believe that they can do what I can't, Taizhen said gamely. Lu Yuan still want to say something, but Taishan has already waved a big hand. In a flash, the time and space bucket, Lu Yuan appeared at the very core of the main god's temple. It was a space that resembled the stars. The 9 great Lord Gods' magnificent bodies stood right in the middle of the starry sky. almost filling up the entire starry sky. Little Lu Yuan? Seeing Lu Yuan, the 9 major gods were all delighted, chattering about something. Lu Yuan made a quiet gesture and hurriedly said, "Stop, all listen to me." The chattering disappeared instantly. The 9 lord gods looked at Lu Yuan in unison. Lu Yuan rubbed his ears and asked, "Let me ask, do you guys know about a world called the Flood?" "Flood? Ha, little Lu Yuan, how did you know that we recently discovered a world named Flood?" "Yeah, we just discovered it not long ago and haven't said anything to anyone yet. But this world is also too sturdy. We've put tens of billions of indentured servants and none of them have managed to enter the Flood." Hearing that the main god had really discovered the Flood world, Lu Yuan's entire body froze. There really is a flood. He had only guessed earlier, but he hadn't expected it to be true. "What are you asking Flood for, little Lu Yuan?" The 9 lord gods all looked at Lu Yuan. "I want to enter the Flood. Do you have any ideas? A way?" "There is. The 9 of us can force through the Flood world barrier with a combined strike. And you can go in. But the world barrier of this Flood world is so powerful. That means this Flood world is not an ordinary world either. Little Lu Yuan, you are too weak and it is very dangerous for you to enter alone. And, according to our predictions, it's very likely that there are strong people at the level of the hegemon of the heavens in this world. But we've never heard of anyone coming from the Floodlands. And before that, none of them know about the Floodlands as a world right now. Which means that the strongest people of the Floodlands never left the Floodlands. And it's a world that's extremely xenophobic and with a very strong world base. The Lord God warned Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan was not discouraged from entering the Floodlands at all. He meowed. He was at least a traveler. Now it was hard to come across a familiar world. This if he didn't go in and pretend to be a good person. Then wouldn't it be in vain? As for security, Lu Yuan didn't really care. Saints, according to his speculation, were probably equivalent to hegemons of the heavens, or slightly weaker than hegemons of the heavens. Below the saints were the quasi-saints, equivalent to the beginning realm, which was the level of Lu Yuan's eldest senior brother. Below the quasi-saint was the Dalek Golden Immortal, which was equivalent to transcendence, almost equal to Su Xialing's strength. Below the Great Luo Golden Immortal was the Tai Golden Immortal, equivalent to the Emperor. As long as he didn't provoke the saints, Lu Yuan was still very secure. After all, the main shrine lacked nothing, and was most famous for its various props. There were all the props that could allow Lu Yuan to briefly possess the strength of a hegemon of the heavens. Plus there are only so many world plots in the Flood, so as long as they don't go beyond the post-westward journey plots, it's all good. You don't have to persuade me. I'm going. Lu Yuan chopped his head off. Seeing that Lu Yuan was so determined, the 9 lord gods were not persuasive and looked at each other, saying, "Alright then, are you going now, or after some time?" Lu Yuan didn't answer, but looked at the 9 main gods and coughed lightly. "So what? Give me some props. You guys don't want to see your future heir die in the Flood. Ha ha, so that's what your kid is playing." I said, "Why aren't you afraid?" The Lord God laughed loudly and did not reject Lu Yuan. With a wave of his big hand, a sea of props flew towards Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Yuan roughly checked and found that there were hundreds of scapegoat tokens alone. So as long as the hegemon of the heavens didn't personally take action, Lu Yuan would be able to escape death through the scapegoat tokens. There are thousands of various short-lived strength-enhancing props. There were 10 props that could allow Lu Yuan to briefly possess the strength of a hegemon of the heavens. However, what is the most important thing if you want to live and nourish in the flooded world? Of course it is to be a prop that can blind the inspection of heaven and the observation of saints. And there are 4 or 5 of these props. Being able to blind the detection of the hegemon of the heavens. Looking at the props in his arms, Lu Yuan was satisfied and smiled heatedly. "If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to promise you guys when I come back from the Flood." "What? Really?" The 9 lord gods were greatly surprised. Lu Yuan nodded. "Of course, or else you guys think I'm going to go to the Flood on a full stomach." Get confirmation from Lu Yuan. The 9 lord gods looked at each other again. "Are props given less? I think it's a little low. How about, give some more? I'm afraid he's dead." "Yes." At once, another sea of props flew toward Lu Yuan. Looking at the props in his arms that were 10 times more than before, Lu Yuan jumped to his feet and cursed, "You 9 dog thieves, you only gave me so many props when you heard me promise you, so you've been perfunctory in the past." Lu Yuan was furious. In the past, when he had asked the main gods for props, the 9 main gods had always prevaricated, either giving a throwaway, saying something about the rules being such that they couldn't break the rules of the main god's temple. As a result, as soon as they heard that Lu Yuan was going to promise them, rules? Bullshit. The 9 main gods didn't feel embarrassed and laughed. "This is not afraid that you will die. We can all be good. We are greatly good people. Lu Yuan, I asterisk your grandmother. not waiting for Lu Yuan to finish cursing. Space and time shifted once again. When Lu Yuan regained his clarity, he realized that he was already in front of a huge world film. How big is this world film? Anyway, Lu Yuan couldn't see the edge of it at a glance and only felt that it was vast and boundless. Little Lu Yuan, get ready. The moment we break through the world film, you'll immediately go in. Be quick or you'll be detected by the strongest in this realm. The Nine Lord Gods' voice came out from above Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan's face was serious as he nodded. Soon, 9 incomparably terrifying attacks struck out, converging on a point of the world film. Click. Just one moment. The world barrier of the flood world then shattered open a gaping hole. Lu Yuan seized this opportunity and quickly rushed into the gap. As soon as he entered the flood world, Lu Yuan immediately used his hiding props to conceal all traces of himself. I just don't know. What period of time is the flood in now? Dragon and phoenix? Witch and demon? Or sealed god? As his mind murmured, Lu Yuan gradually lost consciousness. In the 33 heavens, inside the purple heavenly palace, Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who was in the middle of his purification, snapped his eyes open. Eyes shot through the heavy barriers to the edge of the flooded world. It was seen that a small figure was slowly falling like an autumn leaf. For some reason, the corners of Tao ancestor's mouth actually hooked into a smile when he saw this scene. The flood has gone through an unknown number of reincarnations. Luo throat, so be it, let you win for once. Sighing slightly, Tao ancestor closed his eyes once again. Notably, beside the Taoist ancestor, there are no Taoist children. Wow, wow, wow. Boundless waves lapped against the dark reef, and the line of sight moved up to a beach. And on the beach, Lu Yuan was lying in a large zigzag shape, with a fish in his mouth, his tail facing outward and his head facing in. Snap! The fish tail swung wildly, constantly slapping Lu Yuan's big ears. Well, Lu Yuan opened his eyes in a daze, and in the next second, he felt his mouth filled with a fishy taste, and violently, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. I shucks! Spitting out the fish in his mouth, Lu Yuan took out a jug of wine from his storage space and poured a sharp gulp to rinse his mouth. Only when there was no foreign taste in his mouth did Lu Yuan raise his head and look around. This is an island. The island is not large enough to see all of it in one glance. Endless seas? How did you end up in this shithole? But now it seems that it should not have reached the western measure yet. Lu Yuan tilted his head and looked up at the sky. There was only one sun in the sky. It looks like the witchcraft and demon quantum has passed as well. It's not the witch demon quantum revelation, nor the journey to the west quantum revelation. It looks like it's now the god-sealing quantum revelation timeline. I just don't know when it's proceeding. Lu Yuan climbed up from the ground and took out a piece of clothing from inside his storage ring to change back into it. Looking around again, Lu Yuan casually found a direction and flew in that direction. It was now imperative to find someone to ask what this place was and inquire about the world. Although Lu Yuan knew some of the plot of the flood world, but only a small part of it, such as several mass robberies. The rest, Lu Yuan knew very little. In addition, Lu Yuan had only one purpose for going to the flood world. Engage in the method of 1 qi transforming 3 clearings. If Lu Yuan remembers correctly, 1 breath transforms 3 purities is the method that Laozi Taiching cultivated Wu Wei and chopped off 3 corpses. In the entire flood world, he was the only one who would. If it's the end of the god-sealing quantum revelation and the heavenly court has been stabilized, Laozi should be in the Tushio Palace refining pills. If it's the early, middle stage, Laozi should be at Shoyang Mountain, first determining what time it is before deciding on the next move. Soon, Lu Yuan saw land, and also saw a fisherman fishing on the seashore. Falling silently behind the fisherman, Lu Yuan changed his attire and became a fluttering gentleman. Coming behind the fisherman, Lu Yuan spoke. This old man, may I ask what country and place is here? A voice suddenly came from behind him. The fisherman was startled, turned his head and saw that it was a flamboyant gentleman. His wariness was instantly lowered by a large margin. But it was strange. This gentleman, are you coming from overseas and don't even know about this? Oh, is there something to say? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The fisherman said, now that the world is united, and the first emperor has swept the 6 harmonies, you are now in the Qi county of Great Qin. The first emperor sweeps the 6. Great Qin. Lu Yuan was surprised in his heart, but his face was still calm. So it's like this. Thank you, but, as the words fell, Lu Yuan disappeared into thin air in front of the fisherman. Ah! The fisherman fell to the ground in shock. His eyes glazed over. Immortals, immortals, there really are immortals in the world. The top of a high mountain, Lu Yuan stood against the wind, his entire body a little messy. The first emperor sweeps the 6. The first emperor sweeps the 6. Lu Yuan kept murmuring and repeating this sentence. Feudal catastrophe began with King Zhou's lawlessness and ended with the Zhou dynasty's unification of the world. which was followed by the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. After the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, it was the Qin dynasty that unified the world. After Qin and Han came the Three Kingdoms, and after the Three Kingdoms came the Eastern and Western Jin, the 16 Kingdoms, the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui dynasty, and all the way up to the Tang dynasty, when the Western journey began. So looking at the timeline, it's not much of a surprise that the first emperor swept the sixth harmony. It's just that it's already the end of the gods sealing great tribulation. The gods of heaven return to their places. The world is at peace. If Lu Yuan wanted to get the one breath transforms three purities, he could only go to the Tushio Palace to find Lord Tai Shan Lao. Originally, Lu Yuan was still thinking that if he was in the early stage of sealing the gods, he would go to the heavenly court to mix up the establishment, so that he could get close to the elder Lord Taishang. Now it was good that Lu Yuan perfectly missed the time when the heavenly court was recruiting on a large scale, and even if he met the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, who were the others to give him the method of transforming the three purities in one breath? You should know that Taishan Lao Jun is one of Laozi's three corpses. Even without the strength of the hegemon of the heavens, it was also the peak of paramount sainthood. Robbery? Unrealistic. Lu Yuan wasn't so dead either. It was difficult to get Lao Jun to teach Lu Yuan to transform the three purities in one breath. Unable to help it, Lu Yuan put his gaze long. Did the old lord have anything he cared about? Although the old monarch is inactive, Lu Yuan does not believe that the old monarch does not care about anything. On the surface does not care about it, but secretly cares about it? Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Westward bound quantitatively. Essentially, the Western quantum leap is a battle between the Buddha and the Tao. And in terms of the final result, the Taoists lost and the Buddhists won big. And Lao Jun, he's one of the founding fathers of Taoism. It is often said that people fight for a breath of air and Buddha fights for an incense burner. Lu Yuan didn't believe it, but the old lord didn't care at all. At the top of the mountain, the cold wind whistled, and Lu Yuan's mind wandered, thinking about what to do. Assuming that Lao Jun cared whether the Taoist sect won or lost, what Lu Yuan wanted to do was to make the Taoist sect victorious and sabotage the trip to the west of the three Tang Sanzang masters and disciples. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, then fell silent again. There is no other reason. Because at this moment, there are still more than 900 years before the Tang dynasty. Wait for it. There was nothing to do in the heavens and the earth anyway, so it was the same wherever one cultivated. It was just the right time to take advantage of the nearly 1,000 years to improve his cultivation. But before that, one has to go to Xianyang to meet that first emperor. Lu Yuan rose into the air and flew towards Xianyang. Since the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, the human emperors were not allowed to cultivate, and there were no immortals in the mortal world. The 3 emperors were imprisoned in the fire cloud cave, and the human race became the soil of the incense of the immortals and the Buddhas, which was fragile and vulnerable, and their destinies were in the hands of the immortals and the Buddhas. Demons and devils are at work, and they seek the Buddha and ask for immortality. There was a great drought in the world, so they sought Buddha and asked for immortality. The emperor was in a state of lawlessness and sought Buddha and immortality. Evil practices make a mess of seeking the Buddha and asking for help. Anything. Seek the Buddha and ask the immortals. Throughout the heavens and the worlds, the human races in the flood were the most humble of the lot. The founding mother of the human race, Nuwa, is still a demon. The first emperor sought immortality and wanted to live forever, so he might as well fulfill his dream by going to Xianyang. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, although the Western tour is still 1,000 years later. At this time the layout, but just right, with Lu Yuan's speed. When he arrived at Xianyang, it was only nighttime. Xianyang Palace. Although it was night, a palace within the palace was brightly lit. The tall Ing Zhang, dressed in a white suit, was sitting behind the paperwork, and was concentrating on correcting the zhengzhua. Around them, were a dozen palace eunuchs. The large palace was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of Ing Zhang turning over bamboo slips. Suddenly, the lights in the temple were bright and flickering. Ing Zhang frowned and looked up, and in the next second, he saw all the palace maids and eunuchs fall to the ground in unison. Ing Zhang was alarmed and cried out, Someone, why is your majesty making such a fuss? Lu Yuan appeared in front of Ing Zhang, surveying the ancient emperor with interest. It is worth mentioning that there are many worlds where there is a person called Ing Zhang. Later, Lu Yuan asked his master and realized that the Ing Zhang of all the worlds was the brand of the immortal Qin ancestral dragon projecting the heavens. Who are you? As expected of an emperor of the ages, Ing Zhang quickly stabilized his emotions after the initial panic and stared at Lu Yuan with a pair of domineering and majestic eyes. Lu Yuan smiled. Hasn't His Majesty been searching for immortals, and even sent Su Fu to lead 3,000 boys and girls to Panglai to search for immortals? And I am the immortal that His Majesty is looking for. You are an immortal. How can you prove it? Ing Zhang asked in a deep voice, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With a calm expression, Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed Ing Zhang's shoulder with one hand and carried him out of the palace, flying towards the ninth cloud. Hoo hoo hoo. The whistling wind whistled in Ing Zhang's ears. After reaching a certain height, Lu Yuan stopped and let go of his hand after dragging Ing Zhang with his spiritual power. Your Majesty, do you believe it now? Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang looked at Xianyang, which was only a black dot at his feet, and nodded involuntarily. Believe it, believe it. Hearing this, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and the two of them returned to the palace in an instant. At this moment, Ing Zhang was still a bit mesmerized, and when he came back to his senses after a long time, he hurriedly asked Lu Yuan, Immortal, may I ask if immortal can live forever? Longevity. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, thinking about his current lifespan, then nodded. Of course, whether anyone in the world can live forever, Lu Yuan does not know. Even the world has a lifespan, let alone a human being, but the hegemon of the heavens probably could. Even if it doesn't work, it's still pseudo-longevity. After all, what's the difference between living for billions and billions of years and living forever? Receiving Lu Yuan's affirmation, Ing Zhang became even more excited. Can immortal let me live forever? And whatever immortal wants, I can oblige. Oh, this is true. Seeing that his purpose was almost achieved, Lu Yuan smiled. Of course, all the world is mine, and there is nothing but my place. Ing Zhang was very excited. Everlasting life was right in front of him, almost making him close to losing his mind. Good then. I want the position of State Master, with a status above the 100 officials. Lu Yuan said. Good. Ing Zhang agreed almost without even thinking. Tomorrow, the widow will enshrine the seal immortal as the State Master. Lu Yuan nodded and flexed his fingers. A green light disappeared into Ing Zhang's brow. This technique is called the Heart Sutra against the sky. And at the beginning, you will have 1,000 years of life, and on the day of your great fulfillment, heaven and earth will perish but you will not perish, and immortals will fall but you will not fall. This was a volume of the feats of the heavens and the worlds, of extremely high grade, capable of being cultivated to the sovereign realm, equivalent to around Tai Xianxian immortal of this realm. As the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Ing Zhang was blessed with the luck of the human race, and his qualifications, needless to say, were superb. Moreover, the cultivation path in the realm of the heavens was different from the immortal realm of the flood world. So even if Ing Zhang had achieved success in his cultivation, he would not be detected unless he took the initiative to expose his force. Lu Yuan suspected that the reason why emperors could not cultivate was because those immortals and Buddhas had tampered with the human race's qi. Looking at the gongfu in his mind, Ing Zhang's face was odd, and he wanted to say something. Lu Yuan saw Ing Zhang's strange expression and said, Your Majesty, immortals still need to practice to live forever, and I'm afraid that only saints can directly give people longevity, but that's just letting you live forever, and other people can give and take it back. You should be able to distinguish between the advantages and disadvantages. Of course, Ing Zhang nodded, then asked, but immortal, the resources mentioned in this technique. Lu Yuan casually waved his hand, and a large blue star source crystal platform appeared on the ground. Your Majesty can sit on it and cultivate on weekdays, and when this crystal platform turns gray, Your Majesty can come back and ask me for it, and on weekdays, I will also pay attention to Your Majesty's cultivation, so Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. So good, so good. Ing Zhang nodded repeatedly as he looked at the star source crystal table, and when he looked up again, Lu Yuan had disappeared into the palace at some point. On the second day, Lu Yuan was successfully enthroned as the state master. The courtroom was shaken. All the officials discussed, but no one dared to have an opinion. Since that day, Ing Zhang has been indulging in cultivation and ignoring the government, leaving the affairs of the state in the hands of the Prime Minister Li Si. Lu Yuan wasn't idle either. He toured the Qin army and selected 10,000 people with cultivation qualifications from them, reorganizing them into a Xuanjia army and granting them cultivation methods as well as a large amount of resources. After doing so, Lu Yuan sought out a quiet place and closed the door to make a breakthrough. His cultivation level had long been Heavenly Sage 1U Supreme, and he could break through anytime, anywhere. With this seclusion, Lu Yuan's cultivation began to soar. The sun rises and the moon sets. Spring and fall come and go, and in the blink of an eye, it is decades of time. During these decades, Ing Zhang did not go to court once, but the Qin dynasty's fortunes grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Until this day, the divine general of the heavenly court, clairvoyant, sensed something strange. Heavenly Court Ling Xiaodian, Haotian God was seated high on the temple, and below him were the Heavenly Court ministers, Toda Heavenly King, Sihan Daisher, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 8 Immortals, Tai Bai Jinxing, the Dragon King of the Four Seas, etc., immortals and Buddhas. Hao Tian God is the master of the three worlds and six paths, and even the Buddhist sect, explicitly, has to submit to the heavenly court, such as Cihang Daisher. Whenever the heavenly court pilgrimage, she is the representative of the Buddhist sect. As the saying goes, one day in heaven, 1 year on earth. Decades passed in the Qin dynasty, but for the heavenly immortals and Buddhas, only a few dozen days had passed. Just at the end of the court meeting, suddenly, the clairvoyant rushed to report, "Your Majesty." Clairvoyant came to the center of the Lingshao Palace and knelt down. "Your Majesty, there is a change on earth." "Oh, what's changed?" God Hao Tian's original bored expression suddenly became astonished. He is the Taoist ancestor's Taoist child, and he and the six saints are teacher and brother, which can be called the number one relationship in the flood. In addition, he himself is extremely powerful. The three worlds and six paths, the floodplains, since the witch and the demon, after the great calamity of sealing the gods, under the saints he called the first, no one dares to call the second, but it was for this reason that he knew everything about the flood too well, so well, that he was already tired of it. At this moment, the clairvoyant came to report that there was a change on earth, but it was something that had not appeared in countless previous reincarnations. "Back to your Majesty, the small god by your Majesty's order to monitor the three worlds, today steeply found that the earthly realm, the great Qin dynasty chi fortune in just dozens of days skyrocketed 10 times the huge." Wow! As soon as the words of the clairvoyant fell, all the immortals in the courtroom were surprised. How is it possible that in just a few dozen days, the qi has skyrocketed tenfold? Even the Zhou dynasty at the time did not have such a terrifying rate of qi growth. Among the immortals in the court, many of them had served in the Zhou dynasty at the very beginning, and they knew this only too well. Generally speaking, there were only two ways for a mundane dynasty's qi to grow. One was territorial expansion and the other was economic takeoff. Thinking of this, the Toda Heavenly King looked out and asked, "Thousand-Mile Eyes, let me ask you, has there been any expansion in the territory of the great Qin dynasty?" Clairvoyant shook his head. "None." "Has the economy taken off?" The clairvoyant continued to shake his head. "None." Getting the reply from the clairvoyant, Toda Heavenly King immediately faced Hao Tian God. "Your Majesty, according to the opinion of the humble minister, there may be a foreigner born in the great Qin dynasty. I ask your Majesty to send heavenly soldiers and generals to the mortal world to investigate, and if there is a foreigner, it should be eradicated as early as possible." God Hao Tian nodded slightly. "But, Tai Bai Jinxing, it will be you who will go to the mortal world to investigate." Tai Bai Jinxing stepped out of the group of immortals and bent down. The humble servant accepts the order. Xian Yang, deep in the palace, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he watched Ying Zhang's cultivation progress. With the luck of the human race, in just a few decades, Ying Zhang's cultivation had already reached the perfection of the Earth Saint realm. This cultivation speed was terrifying. Of course, there was also the reason that Ying Zhang himself was gifted. It's a pity that he didn't break the limit even once, but it doesn't matter much anymore. With the luck of the nation, even if Ying Zhang doesn't break the limit, his combat power is still not comparable to that of an ordinary Earth Saint. Ying Zhang opened his eyes, a flash of golden divine aura in his eyes, and spoke. "Does the State Master have any suggestions?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "No suggestions, your Majesty is gifted. Just keep going." Receiving Lu Yuan's affirmation, Ying Zhang's face was expressionless and calm. When he didn't cultivate, he didn't have a deep sense of Lu Yuan's strength, and it wasn't until now that he realized just how powerful an existence this youth in front of him was. A few decades passed, Lu Yuan's cultivation, but also smoothly climbed to the great heavenly saint, the realm of the ancient world, the real combat power, almost equivalent to the peak of the realm of heavenly immortals, in the heavens and the heavens, close to the edge of the realm of immortality. At this time of the heavenly court, the golden immortal even on the strong, the heavenly immortal is the mainstay. Others such as Tai Shenxian, Tai Golden Immortal, a class of, are in the floodplains of the seclusion. The Dala Golden Immortal, rare, quasi-saints, is even more rare. Although the heavenly immortal's combat power was not particularly high, Lu Yuan didn't care much about it. And anyway, he broke into the flood and relied on more than his own cultivation. Let's put it this way, even if a saint made a move, Lu Yuan was sure that he could leave the flood alive. That was why he dared to teach Ying Zhang to cultivate. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan seriously said, "Your Majesty, after a while, people may come from above, possibly disguised as overseas qi refiners, but no matter what, your Majesty must not expose your cultivation, or else there will be trouble for Great Qin." "Why? The State Master refers to above. Could it be the sky?" Before Ying Zhang could finish his sentence, Lu Yuan stopped him and said seriously, "It's good that your Majesty knows. Immediately after, Lu Yuan face pathos said, "Think of my human race. Is the 6 saints of manhwa personally created, and had and the witch tribe called friends, and the demon tribe to fight. Manhwa created people into saints. Tu Ching Laozi is also the use of the human race merit into the saints. But now, my human race is trapped in the earthly realm of 1 acre of land, and the 3 emperors of the human race are even imprisoned for life in the fire cloud cave, and the human race has been reduced to the immortals and Buddhas as oxen and horses, to be driven by them. Whenever I see it, I cry, Your Majesty, now that you are the Lord of the human race, are you willing to revitalize the human race, so that I, the human race, can make everyone like a dragon?" Lu Yuan looked at Ying Zhang. "It's this, Ying Zhang was confused, not knowing what to say. "There is no harm. Your Majesty can consider it well. This gong method will be gifted to Your Majesty. If Your Majesty is interested, you can spread this gong method throughout the country." After saying that, Lu Yuan disappeared into thin air. This technique he handed over to Ying Zhang was called the martial scripture. Yes, it was the martial scripture of the martial ancestor. Martial scriptures are not a secret in the world of the heavens and the earth. It can be said that they can be found everywhere. They are the supreme classics of the martial way, encompassing everything, and everyone can cultivate them. The martial ancestor didn't care about the leakage of the martial scriptures, and he even couldn't wait for everyone to cultivate the martial scriptures, because he was the lord of the martial way, the source of the martial way. The more people who practiced, the stronger he became. Lu Yuan pondered over the fact that general gong methods were not suitable for everyone in Great Qin, because not everyone had the qualifications to cultivate, and Great Qin did not have so many resources to supply. Under the weight of all things, Lu Yuan thought of the martial scriptures. Martial scriptures can be cultivated by everyone. The demand for resources is not great. The progress of cultivation is still very fast. The upper limit is still very high. Simply do not be too suitable for the Great Qin human race. Some people with qualifications, Lu Yuan would specialize in teaching them other techniques. For the others, they practiced martial arts scriptures. Lu Yuan's purpose is also very simple. That is, to make everyone in Great Qin like a dragon, and everyone becomes an immortal, recreating the ancient time of the flood, when the human race was in full bloom. Why did he do so? On the other hand, Lu Yuan felt that it was not safe for him alone to sabotage the journey to the west, so he might as well pull in the entire human race. When the time came for the Buddhist sect to look for trouble, it wouldn't just be Lu Yuan alone that they would have to deal with, but the entire human race. And there is only one question now, and that is whether or not Great Qin can last until 1,000 years from now. The sky is full of immortals and Buddhas, and will they follow the example of the Shang and Zhou dynasties and foster another human regime to subvert Great Qin? Lu Yuan knew very well in his heart that the changes in Great Qin could not be hidden from the roaming immortals and Buddhas. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yuan still shook his head helplessly. Just as well, let's take one step at a time. Not long after Lu Yuan reminded Ying Zhang, Tai Bai Jinxing arrived, accompanied by 100 heavenly soldiers. However, Tai Bai Jinxing did not hide his identity as Lu Yuan had guessed, but descended on Xianyang of Great Qin in a bright manner and named Ying Zhang to come and kneel down to worship him. It is said that when you are armed with a sharp weapon, you will be able to kill yourself, not to mention the fact that Ying Zhang is the lord of the human race. But under the intimidation of Tai Bai Jinxing and the 100 heavenly soldiers, Ying Zhang, as proud as he was, had to kneel down in grief. But it was also what galvanized Ying Zhang's determination to fight back. After that, Tai Bai Jinxing toured the whole of Great Qin, and after noticing a little something strange, he headed towards the North Club continent. After this, Ying Zhang made up his mind to spread the martial scriptures within Great Qin. A few decades ago, Lu Yuan had searched out 10,000 Qin soldiers with cultivation qualifications within the Great Qin, bestowed them with gongfu and huge cultivation resources, and compiled them into the Xuanjia army. At first, the Xian armor army was still cultivating within the Great Qin. After Lu Yuan came out of the gate, he predicted that there would be such a day, so he moved all of the Xian armor army to the edge of the southern Juniper continent. The human race resides in the southern Junzhou continent, and the demon race resides in the northern Club continent, and on the border of the two states, there are countless demons and devils. Lu Yuan's purpose of relocating the Xian armor army to this place was to allow the Xian armor army to sharpen with the help of the demon race. However, at this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing was heading this way, and if he didn't respond, the Xuanjia army would inevitably be exposed. In the Xianyang palace, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xuanjia army must not be exposed. Once exposed, his layout is afraid that before it begins, it will be dead in the womb. Tai Bai Jinxing must die, and his death has to be blamed on the demon race. Lu Yuan pondered that if he wanted to keep the heavenly court's attention away from Great Qin, he would have to divert it. How to transfer? Of course, it is to create other incidents so that the heavenly court will not have the heart to care for others. Nowadays, it seems that heaven and earth are unified, but there are many people in the three realms who do not obey the heavenly court. Just like the demon race in the North Club continent, the old man of the river Styx in the underworld. Kill Tai Bai Jinxing first, then go to the Sea of Blood. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan left Great Qin, on the edge of the southern Juniper continent, where a small western kingdom stands. How small was the country? Only 5 or 6 cities, each with a population of no more than 100,000. And every so often, there were demon clans that came to harvest at regular intervals. On weekdays, the Xuanjia army resided in one of the cities, in a courtyard made of yellow soil. At this moment, several black-armored dudes were sitting around a table, each with a serious face. Zhang Qingshai spoke. The state master has ordered that none of us can leave Hanhai City within the last 10 days. He was the commander of the Xian Armor Army, and was currently the strongest person in the Xian Armor Army, with his cultivation arriving at the late stage of Earth Saint. The 10,000 man Xuanjia army has one commander and 10 lieutenants. Currently, the commander and the lieutenant were both at the Earth Saint cultivation level, close to the immortal realm. The ordinary Xian Armor Army had also cultivated to the Saint realm. Moreover, the entire Xuanjia army cultivated a military formation, and under the formation, even a heavenly immortal could be hardened. Brother, did the state master say what the reason was? A large man asked. Zhang Qingshai shook his head with a serious expression. The state master didn't say anything, but the state master said that he will be coming over soon. After you guys go back, you must restrain your brothers. At that time, if you displease the state master, the God of heaven won't be able to save you. Understood. The other big men nodded at the same time. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from Hanhai City, in the sky, Tai Bai Jinxing was flying in the clouds, then followed by 100 heavenly soldiers, and was about to arrive at Hanhai City. However, at this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing and his party stopped abruptly, and not far in front of them, there was actually a youth lazily lying on a cloud, looking at them. Oddly enough, with Tai Bai Jinxing's cultivation close to that of a golden immortal, he actually couldn't see through what kind of cultivation this youth in front of him was. Just like a mortal. This fellow Daoist, why are you blocking the road? Tai Bai Jinxing, floating dust in hand, asked in a conciliatory manner. Tai Bai Jinxing? Lu Yuan faintly inquired. Exactly, little old me. Tai Bai Jinxing didn't have a bit of a stance and was very kind. That's right then. Lu Yuan nodded indifferently. Then without hesitation, he used a strength-enhancing prop. In a flash, Lu Yuan's strength was raised to around the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The aura steeply rose countless times, and even though Tai Bai Jinxing couldn't see through Lu Yuan's realm, he also sensed extreme danger at this moment. I am the Jade Emperor's great heavenly father sitting down as the great white gold star, so don't make any mistakes about yourself, fellow Daoist. Tai Bai Jinxing's face was shocked, wanting to use the Jade Emperor's name to shock Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan completely ignored it, clenched his fist with one hand and swung it out blatantly without saying a word. For a moment, millions of miles of clouds and seas were swept away, and high in the sky, a loud sound spread across the 4 seas and 5 landmasses. Tai Bai Jinxing as well as a group of heavenly soldiers were all blasted into flying dust in front of the terrifying fist power. Swinging out a fist, Lu Yuan did not delay and turned towards the land of 10,000 demons in the northern club continent, a prop that allows Lu Yuan to maintain his combat power for about an hour. Wanting to frame the death of Tai Bai Jinxing on the demon clan, a piece within the demon clan will not do. In just a few breaths, Lu Yuan had already reached the land of 10,000 demons. Since the witch demon catastrophe, the demon race fell, trapped in one place, but the camel is bigger than a horse. Until now, the demon race, or survived some of the great powers, more ancient legacy of the existence of the heritage. However, nowadays, the strongest people in the land of 10,000 demons were only the 6 great saints on the surface. Sun Wukong was not yet born at this time, or else he would be the 7 great saints. Unfortunately, even the 6 great saints were only golden immortals at their current cultivation levels. Lu Yuan invaded the land of 10,000 demons brazenly from the vault of heaven, without purpose, wreaking havoc. For a time, countless demon clans died in his hands. Yet at that moment, a roar came from the interior of the land of 10,000 demons. How dare you? Who is your excellency to come to my land of 10,000 demons and be arrogant? As soon as the words fell, the dome of the sky darkened, and a wing that covered the sky swept across the sky, then transformed into an eagle hook-nosed man who stood at the top of a mountain. Looking down at Lu Yuan, the anger in his eyes almost condensing into substance. The great sage of mixed heaven, The Rock Demon King? Seeing the hawk-nosed man, Lu Yuan guessed his identity in just an instant. No matter who you are, today, you won't be able to walk out of the land of 10,000 demons. The great sage of mixed heaven spoke in anger. That's a lot of crap. Die. Lu Yuan recognized the identity of the Rock Demon King and instantly made up his mind that this demon must die. Tai Bai Jinxing fell on the edge of the country of 10,000 demons. Peng Demon King if also died. By then both the country of 10,000 demons or the heavenly court. I'm afraid that are anxious. Great Qin should be able to get a long period of peace. Boom. Lu Yuan raised his palm and pressed down, and a sky-covering palm appeared in the sky. Rudraksh, accompanied by Lu Yuan's whisper, the Peng Demon King, along with the mountains under his feet, turned into pieces and disappeared from heaven and earth. With this palm, even the Buddhist sect will be involved. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked out a smile as his body flashed and disappeared into the land of 10,000 demons. Shortly after Lu Yuan left, several terrifying auras then followed. Shortly afterward, the land of 10,000 demons was in turmoil, the heavenly court was enraged, and the Buddhist sect was confused. Ho-Tu Ancestral, which was transformed into 6 paths of reincarnation. The underworld was formed, and Ho-Shir became the only saint after the 6 saints. But unfortunately, Ho-Tu only possessed saintly combat power when she was in the underworld. In addition, in the underworld, there is also the underworld Sea of Blood, which is rumored to have existed after the opening of the heavens. And when the 6 paths of reincarnation have not yet been completed, the dead creatures of the flood will fall into the underworld Sea of Blood and will not be able to transcend their lives for all eternity. The master of the underworld Blood Sea was named Old Man Styx. Rumor has it that at the time of the opening of the heavens, Pango had a puddle of tainted blood that fell into the underworld Blood Sea, which in turn formed a placenta, which, later on, was the Styx, elder ancestor Styx, who had created the Azura race. Wanted to follow Nuwa's example of creating a human being to become a saint, but, unfortunately, was unsuccessful. But even though it didn't work out, Old Man Styx became one of the top quasi-saintly powers. It dominates the Sea of Blood, claiming that the Sea of Blood will not wither and the river Styx will not die. Now the 6 saints retired. Double-eyed flood heaven and earth, the 3 worlds and 6 paths, the 4 continents. The old man of the river Styx is a strong man that no one dares to ignore. Even Hao Yen God, the old man of the river Styx, is also turning a blind eye, completely helpless. It wasn't until later, when an old monk came by the Sea of Blood, that old man Styx's leisurely days were broken. Dead asshole. Dead bald ass. Dead bald ass. The boundless Sea of Blood raised monstrous waves. The Stygian river old ancestor covered his ears and whistled furiously. Seeing that another infinite Azura had been successfully transformed, the Stygian river old ancestor's heart had a trillion thoughts of killing this old monk. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat this old monk. Earth Tibetan King Bodhisattva had issued hell is not empty, vowed not to become a Buddha, such a Buddhist great wish, although not become a saint, not to mention Buddha, but his strength, but with this great wish, successfully jumped up to the flood saints under one of the most powerful quasi-saints. In terms of status, although not a Buddha, it is better than the Buddha. Dead bald donkey, the 6 paths of rebirth are endless, the world's living beings are endless, and the cycle begins again and again. Your oath of not becoming a Buddha until the hell is empty is nothing but a joke, and in your entire life, you will never want to become a Buddha. Old Man Styx shouted angrily. Earth Store King expression serene benevolent, hands folded and said, Amit Ba Buddha. Stygian sure master, this is not true. Cannot be done is one thing, see and do not go to do it, is another thing. I went to do it, the result of how, and I have nothing to do with, right and wrong, cause and effect. The heavens have their own decision. Ah! Old Man Styx was going crazy. Just then, an incomparably strong aura came across the sky. The Stygian river old ancestor and the Earth Store King all looked up, their eyes showing doubt. The underworld Blood Sea is an ominous place. Basically no one will come on weekdays, let alone such a strong person. The strength of the aura of the visitor was so strong that even they felt their hearts startled. Earth Store King, Old Man Styx River, both are there, so it's best. Lu Yuan flew to the edge of the Sea of Blood, stood on the embankment of the Sea of Blood, and said with a smile, Who is your excellency? The flood. And when did a strong man like you come out again? Old Man Styx said with a frown. The Earth Store King also looked at Lu Yuan with interest, and in his gaze, there was a hint of eccentricity. My name is Yuan, and I have come here to borrow the Sea of Blood, Lu Yuan said. Old Man Styx's gaze condensed. Borrowing the Sea of Blood? What if I don't borrow it? Lu Yuan smiled and said calmly, If you don't, I'll beat you until you do. Arrogant. Old Ancestor Styx was furious, and the boundless Sea of Blood was in turmoil. However, it is a thunderous voice. The old man of the river Styx, although the surface is incomparably angry. But in fact, a little action of the hands are not. Looking at Lu Yuan, old man Styx's eyes flickered. The dead bald donkey recites sutras in my ears every day, and sizes up my sons and daughters. It's annoying to death. This person in front of me, although I don't know where he comes from, but looking at his breath, it's not any weaker than me. If I fight with him, the dead bald donkey will surely take advantage of the opportunity to size up even more souls of the sea of blood. The blood sea is so big, what's the harm in borrowing him? As long as he doesn't move the blood sea, whatever. Thinking of this, old man Styx stopped paying attention to Lu Yuan and waved his hand behind him with a bored expression. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and strolled into the sea of blood. Come to the depths of the sea of blood. Lu Yuan tapped on the explosive soldier system. Pull straight from the bottom to the very top. 10's level. 10's level material with strength equal to a golden immortal. Coming to the sea of blood. Lu Yuan's purpose was simple, to create turmoil and divert the attention of the heavenly court. Lu Yuan still remembered that in the 10's level, there was a material requirement that it had to be born from the underworld blood sea. 10's material, enhanced Azura King, price, 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 star source crystals. Requirements, sea of underworld blood, 1,000,000 billion star source crystals. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth tugged. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten enough treasures during this period of time, he really couldn't afford to pay this. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan directly exchanged the enhanced Azura King material. After the material arrived, Lu Yuan directly placed it in the sea of blood. Exactly how many Azura Kings could be born, Lu Yuan didn't know, but looking at the boundless sea of underworld blood, Lu Yuan felt that it should be enough. An Azura King is equal to a golden immortal. As long as there were enough of them, Lu Yuan was certain that he would be able to drag his feet until 1,000 years later. By then, Great Qin will have grown up. At that time, even if it was discovered by the heavenly court could only watch. Don't look at the human race as having no hands today, but looking at the immortals and Buddhas of the heavens. None of them dared to destroy the human race. If anyone dared to think of this, Niu Laozi would be the first to say no. Do all that. Lu Yuan didn't leave either, so he just plopped down on the sea of blood and began to cultivate. When he came to the sea of blood just now, he had used a prop around the peak of the quasi-saint, which could last for an hour. After an hour, Lu Yuan would regain his original strength. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid. The cultivation system of the heavens was different from the flood. Even if Lu Yuan's aura became weak, old man Styx and Earth Store King couldn't see anything, and would only think that Lu Yuan had tightened his aura. And even if there was an accident, Lu Yuan could always use a new prop. Lu Yuan sometimes actually thinking, or simply use the same props. Go forward in old man robbing. However, Lu Yuan soon dispelled this idea. Let's not talk about the fact that Laozi is the head of the three Qing. Laozi's one breath transforms three purities alone was enough to dissuade Lu Yuan. One qi transforms three Qing, directly transforming three Laozi. Lu Yuan sweated just thinking about it. Time passed, and it came to 10 years later. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and after 10 years of being entrenched in the sea of blood, his cultivation had become more and more refined. It was only a hair's breadth away from the Huan Yu Supreme. Just then, hundreds of thousand-foot figures broke through the sea of blood and appeared in front of Lu Yuan. We worship the master. Hundreds of figures knelt down, their aura terrifying, causing the boundless sea of blood to ripple. Lu Yuan also noticed that under the sea of blood, there were countless ordinary Azuras kneeling on the ground. King of the Azuras. King of the Azuras. Lu Yuan's face couldn't help but look odd. So screwed. Old man Styx wouldn't come to screw him, right? After all, the Azura clan was his creation. Now, hundreds of Azura kings but command countless ordinary Azuras. This was trolling in front of someone else's master. It was too immoral. However, Lu Yuan liked it. With all these Azuras, King Azura can get into even bigger things. Immediately, Lu Yuan summoned all the Azura kings to lead all the ordinary Azuras to stir up the underworld. A command. The endless Azuras then broke through the sea of blood, each following their own king and scattering toward the four directions of the underworld. Who are the strongest people inside the underworld? The ancestral witch of Ho-Tu, Fong Du Da Di, the ghost emperors of the five directions, the 10 temples of Yama, the old man of the river Styx, and the king of earthly treasures. The old man of the river Styx couldn't wait for the underworld to be in chaos, and if the Earth Store King wanted to manage it, the old man of the river Styx definitely wouldn't do a sight. Since the demise of the witch clan, the Hutu ancestor witches also look at the heavenly court with displeasure, and probably won't care. The 10 temples of hell, with their heavenly immortal cultivation, are not enough to worry about. The 5 square ghost emperors, with golden immortal cultivation, were too few in number to be of concern. The only one with a bigger problem is Fengdu Dadi. That was the nominal supreme ruler of the underworld, also known as the emperor. The strength might not be as good as the four royalty, but it could not be underestimated. The strength was definitely above Tai Shenxian immortal. Shall we kill him? Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and thought carefully. However, before Lu Yuan could think for long, the furious roar of Old Man Sticks came from his ears. Before the voice fell, the person had already arrived. Old Ancestor Sticks appeared not far in front of Lu Yuan, his face grim. Have you not gone too far, fellow Daoist? Just now, he inexplicably realized that tens of billions of dollars were missing from his sons and daughters. At the same time, there were hundreds of even more powerful Azura breaths away. You know that even the Earth Store King is not so ruthless as to realize tens of billions of Azuras at one time. Excessive, I don't think. Lu Yuan's expression was bland. Fellow Daoist, I know you are ambitious. Now the 6 saints are retired. The power of heaven and earth is in the hands of the heavenly court. The entire heavenly court, except for the 4 imperials, the other immortals and gods. But the generation of the fly and the dog, is the friend of the Taoist willing to be pressed by these goods on the head? I heard that you are also the beginning of the heavens and earth. Has been the existence of the great powers, compared to the 6 saints, is not inferior to the slightest, just a little worse luck. Otherwise the 6 saints' position, certainly have a place for you. I don't ask for you to be able to help me. I only ask that you don't stop me before I do. If I become successful, you can sit back and enjoy the success. If I fail, it has nothing to do with you. How about it? Old Ancestor Sticks' face was gloomy, but when he heard these words from Lu Yuan, he fell silent and eventually stroked his sleeve and left, saying nothing. Looking at the departing back of Old Ancestor Sticks, Lu Yuan smiled and also left the underworld sea of blood, returning to the earthly realm. The old man of the river Styx came to question him, but it was just a play and a walk in the park. Who to do it to, of course, is the king of earth. When the underworld was in chaos, the heavenly court would surely come and question the Earth Store King, and the Earth King will tell all that he has seen, as well. At that time, even if God Haotian questioned Old Ancestor Styx would have the full backbone to refute. In fact, counting Styx's seniority can be higher than Haotian God, and the 3 Chang, 12 ancestral witches, is the same seniority. Lu Yuan returned to the earthly realm. For the Azura King, he was not worried. The Azura King was born in the underworld blood sea, and once it dies, it will be reborn in the underworld blood sea, which is exactly what the old man of the river Styx said in his wild words. The sea of blood is not withered, and the river Styx does not die. To completely resolve the Azura King, either find the original material planted by Lu Yuan, or exterminate the blood sea. However, if one wanted to completely eradicate the blood sea, unless the 6 saints came together, it would be futile for anyone to come. As for the Tao ancestor, he had already melted the heavenly Tao in his body, and unless there was a great chaos in the flooded heavens and earth, his old man would not care. 10 years, Great Qin has been everyone practicing martial arts style, extraordinarily strong. Meanwhile, Great Qin is back on the warpath. In just a few years, the Huns, Turks, and Tianju, all bowed down. The territory of Great Qin was expanded again and again, as the heavenly court's gaze had been diverted. No one knew about the changes in Great Qin. At this time the heavenly court was still investigating the death of Tai Bai Jingxing. Due to the death of Tai Bai Jingxing on the border of southern Junzhou and northern Clubzhou, the demon race was under the most pressure. But the demon race wasn't a soft touch either. Now there is still the demon master Kuanpeng, and the son of Emperor Jun, Lu Press, and even higher up there's a Nuwa saint. Even the heavenly court did not dare to push it too far. In addition, the underworld was in disarray. Hundreds of golden immortal realm Azura kings were in chaos everywhere, and the 5 square ghost emperors were busy suppressing them everywhere. The 10 temples of Hades guarded the hall of Hades, not daring to go anywhere. The heavenly court had no choice but to send a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals into the underworld to suppress the unrest. Compared to these things, Great Qin's opening of the border is nothing. In the Xianyang Palace, Ying Zhang was sitting on a huge star source crystal platform to cultivate. His breath was so majestic that it was difficult for mortals to enter within 100 meters. In 10 years' time, Ying Zhang's cultivation had been cultivated to heavenly saint perfection. Longevity is long. In short, it is impossible for the eldest son, Fusu, to succeed the throne. Master of the state, how does the cultivation of the widow compare to that of the Jade Emperor? Ying Zhang opened his mouth and asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. The difference between a glowing fire and a house sun. A touch of consternation appeared on Ying Zhang's face. The gap is so big? Lu Yuan laughed. Your Majesty doesn't think about it. How long has the Jade Emperor been cultivating and how long have you only been cultivating? It's only normal that the gap is big. If anyone cultivates for a few decades to be able to match the Jade Emperor, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Then, what gods can the widow's cultivation now be compared to? Ying Zheng continued to ask questions. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, heavenly soldiers, I guess. It's still the weaker kind. Lu Yuan added in his heart. Hearing Lu Yuan's unrelenting blows, Ying Zheng didn't lose heart. After all, he had only been practicing for a few decades, and it was not bad for him to be comparable to a heavenly soldier. And Ying Zheng could feel that he was now living a long life, as long as Great Qin was still around. Sooner or later, one day, he would step on the Lingxiao, Taibai's humiliation. Until this moment, it was still burned into his heart. The three realms and the six paths, at some point, began to be in turmoil again, accompanied by the Azura king stirring up hell, between the demon race and the heavenly court. Also more and more cross swords. There is a word, on the occasion of war. But just as the world's living beings all dropped their eyes elsewhere, the tiger cubs that had been creeping around southern Juniper began to show their fangs. 1,000 years have passed since the snap of the fingers. On this day, Tang Xuanzang preached in the city of Xianyang. But because of the concept of the people of Great Qin do not agree with the people were surrounded and beaten to death. Buddhist scheming has not yet begun. And it's stillborn. Western sky. The sky is full of the murmurings of the Buddha. That mortals are so bold that they surrounded the reincarnated body of the golden cicada sun to death in public, making the golden cicada sun have to be reincarnated again, and the journey to the west will have to be postponed for several decades again. Daisuke Tsihong said calmly, but there was still a trace of old woman anger on her calm face. Rulai Buddha heard this, face expressionless, eyes through the heavy dome of the sky, looking somewhere, and then, dropping his gaze, said, there are changes in the mortal world. There are guests deliberately stir up the winds and clouds. Send 100 protector Weituo, go to the mortal world to try the depths of this guest? Since this guest doesn't want to travel west to break the robberies, then, let's break the robberies with blood. Guests, Sihai's eyes were puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it and quickly got the order to leave. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, Tang Xuanzang is dead, beaten to death by the people of Deqin in the street. More than that, we also found that the Great Qin's fortune, in this 1,000 years, has soared to the point of surpassing the great merchants. A few times to see under the discovery that the Great Qin people, everyone cultivates a strange technique, which the strongest, today's strength is comparable to the immortals. Your Majesty, the Great Qin has become a scourge. Please Your Majesty ordered to send troops to discuss the tyrannical Qin. Li Jing, the heavenly king of the pagoda, said in the hall of the sky. The crowd in the Lingxiao Palace was furious. For a mere mortal to be able to threaten an immortal now, to them, this was simply the greatest irony and humiliation. Many divine generals took the initiative to step forward, wanting to lead the troops. Haotian God lightly knocked on the imperial case. His divine eyes opened and closed, and opened his mouth. This matter, this is over, and all the immortals do not have to mention it again in the future. Your Majesty, Li Jing, the heavenly king of Toda, was dumbfounded. Li Jing, there's no need to say more. This matter, this emperor has his own ideas. Retreat from the court, God Haotian slowly said, and then even directly disappeared above the imperial seat, knowing that this was something that had never happened in the past. In the past, every time the court meeting, Haotian God was the last one to leave. This time, but left the group of ministers, left alone, simply unprecedented. After God Haotian left the Lingxiao Palace, he came straight to the 33rd heaven, among the Purple Palace. Before he even entered the palace, God Haotian's voice came in. Master, do you really intend to pin your hopes on this person? Haotian entered the Purple Heaven Palace and knelt on top of a futon. Opposite the futon was the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Of course, the Tao ancestor Hongjun in the Purple Heavenly Palace was not the real body. After Haotian took his seat, Hongjun also opened his eyes, said, after the opening of the sky, the flood through countless rounds, all jump out of the cycle of reincarnation, also have long been tired of the flood. Want to retreat cannot retreat, want to enter also no way in. The only way into the heavens, is the only way out of the flood. And this person is the only possibility that since the flood has gone through countless rounds of reincarnation, there is the most hope and the most possibility that the flood will not be destroyed by the swarms of heroes after the flood has appeared in the heavens. But I see that his cultivation is very weak. There is nothing outstanding about him. Haotian was confused. Hongjun slowly said, behind this sun, standing at least 3 of the heaven's superpower, saint-level powerhouse, more than 20 of the number of people, with me the same level of people. There are 2, or maybe 3. You say, if you miss this sun, The flood will have to wait for how long again? So many powerful people. Hao Tian's jaw dropped. His own master. That was the number one person in the flood. A top-level power that was infinitely close to surpassing the saints. Such a strong person. Behind that person, there could be three standing. Thinking of this, Hao Tian no longer questioned it. If such a background didn't work, Hao Tian couldn't figure out what kind of person was needed to help the flood wasteland get out of its current predicament. At this time, Hong Jun continued. Moreover, this son and Luo Throat have a trace of affinity. Oh, Hao Tian raised his spirits. Devil ancestor Luo Throat. That was a terrifying powerhouse that had once competed with his own master. In terms of strength, it would even surpass a portion of the current saints. This person from outside the domain even has an affinity with devil ancestor Luo Shua, which really aroused Hao Tian's curiosity. This person, too, is a devil. And when the heavens opened, 4 devils had evolved, namely the primordial true devil, the chaotic true devil, the eternal true devil, and the supreme true devil. The opening of the heavens at the same time formed a realm in the middle of the heavens. This realm is called the flood. At that time, one of the 4 devils of the opening of the heaven of the chaos true devil, then a wisp of breath drifted into the middle of the flood, and he was the later Luo Shu. And this son, with his primordial devil body, supreme devil heart, and ancient devil pupil, can be said to have brought together the core characteristics of the other 3 devils of the open heavens, but unfortunately, he's still one step short of gathering all the characteristics of the 4 devils of the open heavens, and becoming the strongest devil in the heavens since the opening of the heavens and the earth. As it happens, Luo Throat is not completely dead, and the remnants of the chaos true devil are still in the flood. Hong Jun slowly said. Hao Tian was dumbfounded as he listened. Master, you mean? Hong Jun slowly laughed. That's right. The remnants of the chaotic true demon is the gift I'm going to give him. But why don't you just summon him directly? Master? Hao Tian was puzzled. There's no hurry for now. We don't know what he's up to yet. It's not too late to show our cards when we try to find out what he's up to. As soon as the words fell, Hao Tian was sent out of the purple heavenly palace. Xianyang City. The city walls. The generals of the Qin army were excited. And each one of them was hot and restless. Because a bunch of bald monks came from outside the city. From the sky. Since the possession of the superhuman force, the Qin army had long ago become unself-conscious. Eyes above the sky. Thinking that they could fight even immortals and Buddhas. In truth, however, only a small portion of the Qin army, which had only been cultivating for 1,000 years, were able to rival the immortals. For example, Xiang Yu, Han Xin, Hua Zhaodong and so on. But in response, Lu Yuan didn't correct them. Without truly experiencing despair, how could the people of Great Qin cultivate more diligently? To be honest, Tang Xuanzang's death, Lu Yuan did not expect. Who could have thought that the folk style of Great Qin is so tough? A word on the death of people. But what the people of Great Qin did was just what Lu Yuan wanted. He didn't have the time, the patience to do any tricks on his way to the west. From the beginning his idea was simple, to directly screw Tang Xuanzang. The longevity monk is dead. I'll see how you can still travel to the west. And the consequences, reasonable and expected, I guess. The Western Buddhist sect did send someone. Outside the city of Xianyang were 100 heavenly immortal realm protector Vedas. High up in the sky, there is also Tsihong, goddess of mercy, watching from the sidelines. Lu Yuan hid in the shadows and quietly watched all of this. Unsurprisingly, after some shouting and threatening, the protector Weitua began to forcefully attack the city wall. Originally they could directly enter the city, but this was expected by Lu Yuan. A long time ago, laid a city guard formation, not to mention the heavenly immortals, even if the golden immortals, without permission, they could not enter. 100 heavenly immortal Vedas attacked frantically, and all sorts of Buddhist spells bombarded wildly. However, on the city wall, all the Qin army generals did not change their colors and were even full of banter. Now the entire Great Qin up and down, everyone's most admired person, undoubtedly is the State Master. To the State Master laid down the formation. They have 10,000 confidence, not afraid of being broken. If it wasn't for the State Master's order not to allow them to go out and engage the Vedas, I'm afraid that the millions of people in Xianyang City would have already rounded up these 100 Vedas and beaten them to a pulp. Sky. The great Master Siha stepped on an auspicious cloud, and when he saw this scene, his gaze was austere and his face wasn't very pretty. 100 Buddhist protector Vedas couldn't even enter the city of Xianyang City. If the Taoist immortals knew about this, I'm afraid that their teeth would fall out laughing. With his mind spinning, Daishan and Sihong drew willow branches from the jade pure vase and sprinkled them toward the earth. A few drops of yang lip dew that contained infinite mana were instantly waved over the city guard formation. The large formation that could only withstand the attacks of the golden immortals instantly collapsed. 100 protector betas rejoiced at the sight and were about to rush into the city to kill Lu Yuan, who had been hiding in the shadows, saw this and whispered a few words. 3 people flew out of Xianyang City at once. Each of these 3 people had a long and majestic breath, and there was great fortune enveloping their bodies. One of them is holding a halberd, with the tallest stature and majestic face, located in the center of the 3, whose name is Xiang Yu. The other 2 were armed with a gun and a sword. The temperament is all extraordinary, for a man among men as well. The man with the gun is named Han Xin. The man with the sword is named Hua Jiaoyi. The 3 of them stood proudly in the air. Xiang Yu looked around at the 2 people beside him and said in an unquestionable tone, "I want half of it, and the other half, the 2 of you will share." Before the words fell, Xiang Yu rushed out. Han Xin and Hua Jiaoyi looked at each other and both had no comment. They have seen Xiang Yu's bravery more than once. One also has to admit that Xiang Yu is better than them in terms of personal force. After exchanging glances, the duo did not delay and followed Xiang Yu closely. Among the sea of clouds, Sihong looked at Xiang Yu's trio, a flash of color in his gaze. What a strong aura. It's comparable to that of a golden immortal. Protector Wei Duo. I'm afraid it's not their opponent. Lifting his gaze, Sihong looked towards Xianyang City and opened his mouth. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose? You may as well show yourself, and if you have anything to say, why don't we all speak openly, and make all these intrigues and tricks, which really demeans your identity? No one answered. Sihong's expression sank as he slowly raised his palm, and all of a sudden, a white jade Buddha's palm that was as white as jade and covered the entire Xianyang City appeared in the sky above Xianyang City. If your excellency doesn't come out yet, Xianyang City, there is no need for it to exist. Sihong's icy voice echoed in the sky. There was not the slightest bit of benevolence among the Buddhists, and at this moment, Sihong didn't even bother to pretend. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, countless people had their eyes fall on this acre of land in Xianyang City. Over the past 1,000 years, not to mention other places, the Azura King alone has stirred up the hell. The Jade Emperor has more than once held Fengdu Dadi accountable. As for the 4 continents of the earthly realm, they weren't much better. Since everyone in Daqin practiced martial arts, southern Junzhou has not been able to satisfy their appetite, and all kinds of demons and monsters have been killed countless times. The North Club continent is the worst, and is the preferred place for the people of Great Qin to hunt the demon race. On the contrary, the demon race was now being watched by the Heavenly Court, and the several great demon saints did not dare to make a move at all. The Heavenly Court is even more so. Although there is no turmoil, the Heavenly Court is the nominal supreme of the 3 realms, and the earthly realm of the underworld is in turmoil, which is equivalent to slapping the Heavenly Court in the face. The main thing is that until now, no one knew who the culprit was that caused all this. That is, until they found out that Cixi had descended on Xianyang. That's when they all dropped their eyes. The entire city of Xianyang was silent. Being ignored like this, Cai Xiang couldn't hold back any longer, and with a rumbling sound, the huge Buddha palm fell down fiercely. With his cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, destroying a mortal city was as easy as a slap in the face. Yet just then, a soft laugh resounded from somewhere in Xianyang City. Sihong, you made the first move. This can be considered self-defense if I kill you. The words fell. Sihong had not yet had time to look for the sound out. Saw the city rise a supreme horror of the fist power. Bright fist mango carry out heaven and earth. Monstrous chi and blood to cover the 8 and 6. The 3 realms and 6 paths. Countless great powers all revealed shocked expressions. This is the might of a saint. I don't know how many people were appalled. Since the 6 saints retreated, the flood world and the heavens and earth, even once again appeared saintly combatants. The Buddha of the Western Paradise. The always peaceful and tranquil Buddha Rulai was also slightly disoriented at this moment, instinctively wanting to make a move to stop and save Sihong. But for some reason, Rulai Buddha ultimately did not make a move. Not only did he not make a move, but Burning Lamp, Maitreya, Kongxian and other famous Buddhist greats all chose to sit back and watch. Above the heavenly court of the 9th heaven, God Haotian lowered his divine eyes. Finally, I'm almost aware of your purpose. I just hope you won't be too greedy. Unrivaled fist might blasted the 9 heavens from the bottom up. Red gold intertwined chi and blood dispersed heaven and earth. In Sihong's shocked and appalled gaze, the sky-covering fist drowned him completely. Karen, die. Wow. The 3 worlds and 6 paths vibrate. Before that no one could have imagined that the famous flood, the great Buddhist Bodhisattva Sihong Daisher, would fall in the mortal world. One punch kills Kirin. Lu Yuan stood proudly in the center of the dome of the sky. At this moment he has the strength of a saint. He is not afraid to expose his identity. In fact, with his strength at this moment, he is more able to attract the heaven and earth, some if not all of the information, on a deeper level. Feel the flooded heavens and earth. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's calm and indifferent face steeply flashed with a touch of dismay as he looked at 9 heavens in surprise. Just now, he received a message. The message not only staggered him, it dumbfounded him. So after all this time, after 1,000 years of planning, I could have gone to the Tushio Palace and asked Lao Jun for the law from the very beginning? Nima, play with me. Lu Yuan had the urge to break into a rage. Slightly calming down, Lu Yuan took a step out, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the Tushio Palace. When the 2 children saw Lu Yuan's arrival, it was as if they had expected it, so they stepped forward and bowed their heads respectfully and said, Lao Jun has been waiting for Dao Jun for a long time. Please. 2 children pulled open the door of the Tushio Palace. Looking at the Tushio Palace, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Without walking for long, Lu Yuan saw the old monarch dressed in a metaphysical yellow Taoist robe. Old Lord Taishan was sitting in front of a side of the Dan furnace, holding a duster in his arms, with his back to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan came behind the old monarch and cupped his fists. Late learner final advance Lu Yuan, pay respects to the sage, coming from outside the realm and staying in the flood for 1,000 years. Speak, what is your purpose? The old lord did not turn around and spoke indifferently. Lao Jun was so direct. Lu Yuan also did not hide. Said, the late generation came here, only for 1 chi to transform the 3 Chang. I see, here you go. With a wave of the old monarch's duster, a majestic message didn't enter Lu Yuan's mind. Dashingly, dryly, without half a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan didn't rush to check it out. His entire body was in a state of shock. One must know that he was still a saintly warrior at this moment. This majestic message was able to enter his mind so easily. This could only mean that the old lord's strength far exceeded that of ordinary hegemons of the heavens. One must realize that the Lao Jun in the Tushio Palace is but one of the 3 corpses of the real Taishan Laozi. If one of the 3 corpses is so strong, what about the main body? Lu Yuan heart hid in fear. Fortunately he did not have a hot brain robbed. Otherwise I am afraid that the grave grass are 3 feet high. Only after the shock had passed did Lu Yuan begin to check the majestic message in his mind. Soon, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and in his eyes was a surprise that he couldn't hide. Sure enough, it is 1 chi that transforms the 3 purities. At that moment, the old lord spoke. Go to the 33 heavens. There is someone there who wants to see you. 33 heavens. Lu Yuan was stunned. Then his gaze was aghast. The 33 heavens? That was where the purple heavenly palace was located. That is to say, the Taoist ancestor wants to see me? Lu Yuan couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. The Lao Jun was so strong, and I'm afraid the Dao ancestor was even stronger. At this moment, Lu Yuan had no confidence at all in the props he obtained from the Lord God, and the whole person was very insecure. But it's done, and it doesn't seem like a good idea not to go. With a slight sigh, Lu Yuan bid farewell to the old monarch and headed to the 33 heavens. Only after Lu Yuan left did the old monarch turn around, look out of the sky, and inexplicably laugh. The heavens, Taishan, 33 heavens, purple heavenly palace. When Lu Yuan arrived here, his eyes looked around, and he didn't find anything special. To say that there was, it was the Tao rhythm that enveloped the purple heavenly palace. It was too dense. Almost at any time, one can be in a state of epiphany and enlightenment. I'm afraid that this place is a first-class holy place of enlightenment throughout the heavens and the worlds. At this time, the gate of the purple heavenly palace was open, and a sound came out from within. Come in, little friend. Lu Yuan was aghast in his heart, but he had all gone here, so he couldn't turn back even if he wanted to. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan walked into the middle of the purple heavenly palace. Without going far, he saw a white-haired old man sitting on a piece of futon, smilingly looking at him. Please sit down, little friend, Hong Jun said as he pointed to a piece of futon in front of him. Lu Yuan walked over and sat on the futon, staring with incomparable vigilance at the seemingly kind and benevolent old man in front of him. I don't know what ancestor is looking for my junior for, Lu Yuan asked. Facing this famous Tao ancestor, Lu Yuan was in high spirits. Hong Jun smiled and said, your name is Lu Yuan, right? Lu Yuan's eyes steeply glared. You, how do you know? Although I am in the flood, but to the heavens, it is not without understanding. Especially to you this unauthorized trespassing into the flood, my little friend, but I know quite a lot. Hong Jun smiled kindly. Looking at his smile, Lu Yuan, however, felt his scalp tingling. Really in front of the real top powerhouse, any means to cover up the situation was nothing but a sham. Slightly bitterly smiling, Lu Yuan said, your old man, don't play dumb riddles. The late generation's little heart is a bit unable to withstand it. What is the request of your old man? Just say it. What the late generation can do, will never push back. Now clear-eyed people understand. Hong Jun looking for him, absolutely something. The so-called nothing, Lu Yuan even suspect. As early as the first time he entered the flood, Hong Jun has actually found him. Ha ha, little friend is refreshing. Then this old man of mine won't play dumb. Hong Jun said. Little friend, what kind of world do you think the flood is? Mysterious and unpredictable, with deep roots and unlimited potential. Lu Yuan said it without thinking. However, thinking about it is also true. Just ask the heavens and the worlds. How many worlds can nurture more than 8 hegemons of the heavens at the same time? At least so far, Lu Yuan could count on one hand the worlds like this one that he knew. The flood is at least in the top 3 of them. I don't know how the flood is like the heavens and the worlds on the other side, Hong Jun said. Phoenix. Lu Yuan looked serious. Hong Jun sighed and said, what my little friend said is not bad, and even, somewhat underestimated the flood. Hearing this, Lu Yuan didn't retort. His understanding of the flood was only on the surface in the first place. Hong Jun then said, little friend no. The flood since Pangu after the opening of the sky, in fact, has been reincarnated countless times. Several large number of robberies non-stop reincarnation. Until now, I do not know how many times. That is, even I am a little tired of it. There's more to this? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up in surprise. Do you know, little friend, why the flood would rather reincarnate itself than venture into the heavens? Lu Yuan shook his head. What the hell does he know? Hong Jun looked serious and said, because many people in the flood, and many people in the heavens, there is a great way of life. Once the flood is present, it will be besieged by countless hegemons of the heavens, and only rely on the flood. Then the flood will lose without a doubt. This is the reason why the flood has been reluctant to appear in the heavens. The way struggle. Lu Yuan did not know what came to his mind and suddenly said, that Tao ancestor of the heavens and the earth. Hong Jun nodded and said, you guessed right. He is not me. I am not him. Me and him are 2-1. But this world, there can only be one. Not only me. The 3 Qing, Hao Tian, Nuwa, almost all quasi-saints and saints, all have Tao contenders in the heavens. The flood is not just the flood, but it is also just the flood. Lu Yuan's face was incredibly serious at the moment. He vaguely seemed to understand what Hong Jun was looking for him for. So, what is your old man looking for me for? Exactly? Hong Jun looked at Lu Yuan. Little friend, there are many people standing behind you, and it just so happens that these people, there are no Tao contenders with me, the people of the flood, and I want to reach an alliance, through you, with the people behind you. But your old man also said that there are many enemies in the flood. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, and the subliminal word was, what about the benefits? Hong Jun said, if little friend can help the flood reach an alliance with the people behind you, the flood is willing to become a force in little friend's hands. This item, consider it as a gift to meet you, little friend. Hong Jun raised his palm, and in the center of his palm, a touch of pure demonic intent sank in. However, Lu Yuan didn't notice the scene at all, as he was already completely immersed within Hong Jun's previous sentence. Flood, may it be a force in your hands. What a short sentence but what this represents is over 20 or more beginning realms, 7 source realms, and one that may be close to the weight of the Tai realm though agreeing to it might invite several times this number of enemies. The deal, however, can still be made, because the potential of the flood is just too great. In Lu Yuan's opinion, the potential of the flood had not even been completely developed by 1/10 until now. Lu Yuan decided to promise Hong Jun. He raised his head, but saw the demonic energy in Hong Jun's hand. At that instant, Lu Yuan's mind boomed, his body throbbed, sending out gusts of hunger and thirst, and the 3 great demonic bodies stirred at the same time, incomparably eager to want to devour this demonic chi. Tao ancestor. What is this? Lu Yuan's eyes were confused. Hong Jun said, this object is Luo Shuo's relics, and the key to his becoming a Taoist in the first place. What's more, this may be the only thing left by the chaos true devil in the heavens and the worlds. I know that my little friend is equipped with the 3 great demonic bodies, so this object, let's give it to my little friend. I believe that it will be useful. Hong Jun handed it over, and Lu Yuan took it in his hands and looked at it, and the whole person was mesmerized. How could he not know about his own situation? Even if he didn't know it at first, Taizen would tell him. So long ago Lu Yuan knew that he was a very special being. At the beginning of the birth of the opening of the heavens, there were 4 innate true devils, powerful and unrivaled. Each are 2 realm of existence, but then disappeared without a trace. The heavens have no imprint. Lu Yuan's 3 great demonic bodies happen to be the most central features of 3 of these innate true demons. Taizhen had talked to Lu Yuan a long time ago. If he was able to gather the core characteristics of the last chaotic true demon, there might be unexpected changes. Lu Yuan had also searched all over the heavens and even requested the magistrate. But in the end, he still found nothing. The chaos true demon disappeared too cleanly. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the flood, it actually made him encounter it. Lu Yuan was excited, and the kind of hunger and thirst emanating from his body could not be faked. This indicated that he would definitely be able to obtain great benefits if he fused this strand of demonic qi. Words of gratitude, spoken at this moment, seemed pale. Lu Yuan raised his head, his expression incomparably serious. The request of the Tao ancestor. The latecomer agrees. I don't dare to say that I will definitely be able to convince everyone behind me, but I will definitely do my best. Hongjun smiled faintly. I believe that the little friend is a man of his word. I see that the little friend's cultivation has reached the bottleneck. May wish to cultivate some time in the Purple Heavenly Palace. My cold house, although simple, but the effect on the cultivator's cultivation. All the days to find out a handful of the number. That's exactly what I want to do. Thank you, Tao ancestor. Lu Yuan nodded his head. He had thought that if the Tao father didn't mention it, then he would shamelessly request for it. Leaving the futon, Lu Yuan found a corner in the huge Purple Heavenly Palace and sat down. The first thing was definitely to fuse the chaotic demonic qi. It was almost not even necessary for Lu Yuan to do anything. As soon as the thought rose, the three great demonic bodies automatically incorporated the chaotic demonic qi into their bodies. Almost instantly, Lu Yuan's entire body was rippling with veins, and his entire body floated in mid-air as endless demonic qi surged out, enveloping Lu Yuan's entire body. In the middle of the Tao Palace, Hongjun couldn't help but be attracted by the scene and looked on blandly. In the meantime, in Lu Yuan's mind, the system voice that hadn't sounded for a long time sounded at that moment. Demonic body fusion in progress. 1%, 10%, 90%, 100%. Ding! The fusion of the four innate devils has been successful. Congratulations, host, on becoming the source of devils. Buzz. Space trembled and rippled. Demon gas dispersed. Lu Yuan quietly sitting on top of the Taoist bushes. Hair silver white. Skin as crystalline as snow. A robe black and white color weaving. If you look carefully will find that which is what black and white color. Clearly is the innate yin and yang tu qi attached to the robes above. Opening his eyes, a color of extreme indifference flowed out of his eyes that did not have a trace of mixed colors. At this moment, Lu Yuan's aura was ethereal and profound, but there was no hint of evil. The source of demons. Lu Yuan murmured softly and raised his hand to make a gentle move. In the extreme west of the flood, there was an infinite amount of demonic energy that rose up to the sky, rushed up to the 33rd heaven, rushed into the Purple Heavenly Palace, and didn't enter Lu Yuan's body. In an instant, Lu Yuan's cultivation skyrocketed. Great Celestial Sage Universal Supreme, early stage of heavenly dignity. Mid-heaven, the heavenly dignity is complete. Heavenly dignity universal supremacy. It hasn't stopped. How much demonic energy had been accumulated over the countless billions of years of the flood? At this moment, all the living beings in the flood wasteland only saw a pillar of demonic qi that climbed higher than the pillar of the Buzhou mountain, ignoring all obstacles and plunging straight into the 33 heavy heavens. Transient. 100 years have passed. In the middle of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Lu Yuan finally stopped absorbing the demonic energy. Not that he wanted to stop, but the entire demonic energy in the floodplain was absorbed by him. The source of the devil. It is the literal meaning of the word. As in the case of the martial ancestor, the ancestor of the martial way. The great Tao of the heavens is infinite, but the infinite great Tao is divided into high and low. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, and 3 begets all things. The devil's way is one of the two ways. Looking at the infinite space and time of the heavens and the earth, this was the most terrifying and powerful supreme Tao. It was the supreme path pursued by countless devil's way cultivators. However, at the moment, the end of this avenue was occupied by Lu Yuan, the world of the heavens. All of the devil Tao cultivators, all of the devil race steeply realized that it was as if they had something that had disappeared, vanished, just like a person who had won the lottery, and was on their way to claim the prize, only to suddenly realize that the prize money had been claimed by someone else. Eternal magic. Taizan felt something in his heart and tilted his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was the closest existence to the source of the devil's way before that, but he wasn't angry. Rather, he was relieved. Little Lu Yuan, little Lu Yuan. I'll see how you can still push back now. Taizan murmured a soft laugh. All the heavens, all the hegemons of the heavens, the source of the Tao sensed it. There is a lord of the devil's way. Who is it? Is it the eternal demon lord? Or the primordial demon lord? Countless more or less existential thoughts secretly talked to each other, all feeling shocked in their hearts. Since the opening of the heavens, the devil's way has been in a state of no master. So, countless people of the devil's way will go forward and backward, as if crazy to pursue the devil's way to the highest. But at this moment, the devil Tao suddenly had a master, and the countless devil Dao powers, in an instant, seemed to have lost their goal and became bewildered. On a powerful ancient star of life, a devil sect master stared blankly at the sky, murmured more than, the devil way, even has a master, that I previously did everything. What is it? For the sake of the devil's way, I killed my wife who I have been with for decades, killed my 10 children, slaughtered the family that gave birth to me, destroyed the clan that led me to the road of cultivation, and poisoned my best friend, who saved my life. I did all of this just to ascend to the highest of the devil's way, and now you're telling me that the devil's way has a lord? Ha, 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 ha. This devil Dao sect master knelt on the ground and laughed maniacally up to the sky while his eyes shed tears of blood. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Are you angry? Do you regret it? You gambled everything and abandoned everything just to pursue the highest of the devil's path. But in the end, the thing you pursued by giving up everything was plucked by someone else's peach. If it were me, I couldn't bear it. Since the thing you abandoned everything and gambled everything in pursuit of is gone, then this world, it seems, has no need to exist. Offer up everything you have. I'll help you avenge and destroy this world. Yes, this demon sect master emotionlessly agreed to this voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. Next, he seemed to be corrupted by everything and turned into a puddle of flesh. But soon, the flesh squirmed and gradually formed an ugly-looking monster. After 9 tribulations, my heavenly demon clan is finally back again. Tai Wu realm, prepare to welcome your king. Purple heavenly palace. Hong Jun appeared in front of Lu Yuan, who was still in a daze, arched his hand and smiled. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for ascending to the supreme way, become the lord of the one way. The status difference between Lu Yuan and Hong Jun became equal. That is, cultivation is not enough for the time being, but this was mainly due to the lack of magic energy in the flood. As a result, Lu Yuan's current cultivation level had only risen to the early stage of the beginning realm, which was equivalent to around the early stage of quasi-sainthood. But this was also terrifying. What's more, although he had crossed several large realms in a short period of time, Lu Yuan's root base was still incomparably deep, and every realm, under Lu Yuan's deliberate suppression, had reached the Huan Yu Supreme. Otherwise, Lu Yuan could have directly elevated to the peak of the quasi-saints. Dao ancestor is too kind. Compared to you, I am still a junior, Lu Yuan said without being condescending. Hong Jun smiled. The two bragged about each other for a while, and Hong Jun left. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to leave the purple heavenly palace either. He still had one more thing to do. Comprehend the one breath transforms 3 Ching. He came to the flood with the sole purpose of obtaining the one breath transforms 3 purities. All the rest, it's a surprise. Soon, wrapped in the rich Taoist rhythm of the purple heavenly palace, Lu Yuan fell into an epiphany. This epiphany passed in another couple of decades. This day, in the purple heaven palace, 3 Lu Yuan suddenly appeared. Though the one body is threefold, it is exactly the same in terms of cultivation, consciousness, and physique, and there is no distinction between him and me. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 selves in front of him, and the 2 selves in front of him looked at themselves, and this feeling, it was just weird. The thought of the 3 bodies united. Lu Yuan got up. It was time to leave. Hong Jun, a god, appeared silently beside Lu Yuan and solemnly said, "The flood, I'm counting on you." Lu Yuan nodded his head and suddenly looked curiously behind Hong Jun, where a youth stood. Is he? Lu Yuan pointed at the youth with a curious gaze. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't even see through the youth's bottom line. Hong Jun laughed. He is my personal disciple, named Yi Tian, and will leave the flood with you, fellow Daoist. Personal disciple. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. The 6 saints of the flood, nominally all disciples of Hong Jun, only they were all named personal disciples. This seems to be the first one. Yi Tian, why don't you come forward to pay your respects? Hong Jun twisted his head and chided. Yi Tian quickly stepped forward and bowed down towards Lu Yuan. Yi Tian pays his respects to the demon ancestor senior. Hong Jun said at this time, when we arrive at the heavens, this sinful disciple of mine, I'm counting on you, Taoist. Lu Yuan laughed. Well said. Hong Jun bids farewell to fellow Daoist. See you in the future. Lu Yuan wore a faint smile on his face as he left the flood with Yi Tian. In the sea of stars, the 9 main gods still stood guard in front of the flood realm wall. The passage of time in the flood was different from the heavens. More than 1,000 years had passed in the flood, and in the heavens, only 100 years had passed. At that moment, the 9 great lord gods sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. Lu Yuan and Yi Tian also rushed out of the boundary wall at this time. You guys still there? Lu Yuan was surprised as he looked at the 9 lord gods. The 9 great lord gods did not answer. and each of their faces were astonished as they surrounded Lu Yuan and sized him up. Your little Lu Yuan? You wouldn't have been taken over by an old monster, would you? A Lord God poked out Lu Yuan's face with a finger. Full of curiosity, Lu Yuan's face darkened and slapped his hand away. Of course I'm Lu Yuan. Bah! I was originally me. I wasn't taken over. I just got some strange encounters. What kind of strange encounter could make you break through so many realms in just 100 years? Also, your life essence and heal. Why does it feel a bit familiar? The second Lord God was filled with curiosity. It's like the source of those Tao. The fourth Lord God reminded him. Yes, just like those guys who occupy the latrine. The second Lord God nodded his head in a hurry and said impatiently, Lu Yuan? I fused the four innate true demonic bodies and became the source of the demonic path. Lu Yuan explained with a helpless face. Don't look at the fact that the 9 great Lord Gods were all at the overlord of the heavens level of strength. But one has the mind of an old codger. The source of the Tao. I'm going. The second Lord God's eyes widened. Cowardly. Little Lu Yuan. No. One Lord God gave a thumbs up. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Little Lu Yuan. That thing you promised 100 years ago. Is it still a deal? The third Lord God spoke. Upon hearing the third's words, the other Lord Gods stopped speaking, and each one of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Lu Yuan eagerly. Nature does the counting. With a thought, the divinity Lu Yuan separated from the body Lu Yuan. Divinity Lu Yuan spoke. From now on, I will be the 10th Lord God. I am different from my main body. From my soul to my sweat, all are the same. I should be able to meet your conditions. The 9 Lord Gods looked divine Lu Yuan up and down. Sked. And after realizing that there really wasn't any difference between it and the main body, they agreed. They also knew that they weren't the only ones keeping an eye on Lu Yuan, and it was great to have the current result. Then you guys talk. I'll leave you to it. The principal body, Lu Yuan, took out a battleship and left this place with Etian, who hadn't said a word. In situ, the 9 main gods were still surrounding Divinity Lu Yuan, and Divinity Lu Yuan just couldn't take it anymore, pushed aside the gods, and stepped aside alone, saying, There's something I need to talk to you guys about. The 9 Lord Gods looked at each other in disbelief, then said at the same time, Whatever you say, we'll agree. So come over here and let me take another look. Lu Yuan's face was dark, and regardless of anything else, he directly told the flooding in general. So, what do you guys think? After hearing this, the 9 Lord Gods each contemplated for a moment. Lord God no. One said, I was going to invade this world, but this old man called Hongjun seems to be quite strong. So forget it. An alliance is an alliance. Just decide. From now on you are the 10th Lord God. You don't have to discuss with us. Divinity Lu Yuan nodded, and then he was surrounded again. The other side. Inside the battleship that is traveling through space, Lu Yuan twisted his head and said to Etian next to him, Okay, the first power is done. Etian nodded, his expression calm. Lu Yuan didn't care and piloted the battleship himself. Etian followed him out of the flood for 2 purposes. One was to act as a messenger and the other was to understand the heavens. After the 3 forces behind Lu Yuan all agreed, Etian would leave and then contact the Lord God's palace, the eternal demon race, and the Dark Arbitration Tribunal alone before he would return to the Floodlands to report back. However, Lu Yuan felt that it didn't matter if Etian went back or not, because at the same time he knew, those people in the flood, I'm afraid that they also knew at the first time. A personal disciple? Oh, hell no. Lu Yuan went to the eternal demon domain first, and unsurprisingly, the demonic Lu Yuan was left behind by Taijin. And soon, the demonic Lu Yuan would officially become the demon ancestor that the demon race of the heavens would honor together under Taijin's push. Star Mega City, Dark Arbitration Tribunal. After many years, Lu Yuan returned once again, straight to the top of the tower. The head referee had been waiting inside the tower for a long time. Lu Yuan stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Lu Yuan, greetings to master. Scanning up and down Lu Yuan, the head referee wore a smile on his face and nodded. Not bad, all surpassing your elder brother. Lu Yuan humbly smiled and then told the story of the flood. When it really is a sleepy person who delivers a pillow. Yuaner, your luck, it's really not ordinary. The head referee lamented. Lu Yuan keenly heard something in the magistrate's words and said, Master, did something else happen in the heavens? The magistrate heaved a sigh. The heavenly demon clan has returned. The 10,000 realms of the heavens have recently discovered their traces. Even the magistrate sighed. It was creepy news. The heavenly demon clan? Lu Yuan's eyes were confused. The head referee walked to the edge of the tower with his hands in the air and explained. The heavenly demon clan is not a demon race. They are more like a kind of robbery, a kind of catastrophe born in the heart of every living being. Also like A catastrophe from the other realms of the heavens. A long, long time ago, the heavens and the worlds erupted in a heavenly devil catastrophe. That catastrophe. Countless dimensional worlds were destroyed. Countless powerful people fell among them. The catastrophe's reach was unprecedented, and no one was able to stop the catastrophe. And in the end, the great Tao gave birth to a son of the great Tao, and this heavenly devil catastrophe was only finally extinguished. The head referee sounded emotional and wistful. Although the calamity was obliterated, the hegemons of the heavens that fell in this great calamity exceeded 4 figures, and the heavens were full of holes. And when the heavens slowed down a little bit, what followed was the powerful extermination of devils, because the devil's way practitioners, the people of the devil's race, were the most susceptible to being compelled by the heavenly devils, and they were the best bodies for the descent of the heavenly devils. Yuan, now that you are the source of the devil Tao and extremely close to the devil race, if the heavenly devil cataclysm comes again, you will be caught on all sides. So before that, you must bind enough, powerful enough forces to your own worship. Behind you, although you stand with me, Taijin, and the Lord God, this amount of power is still too little, far from enough. The heavens are too big. You must hurry up. Heavenly devil havoc. Lu Yuan looked solemn. Even the magistrate was so serious. He naturally wouldn't underestimate it. What's more crucial was that once the heavenly demon cataclysm had a tendency to break out, all the strongest people in all the heavens and all the worlds would definitely point their spearheads at the devil in the first place, and no one would want to go through the heavenly demon cataclysm again. Therefore, he now had 2 choices. One was to take the beginnings of the heavenly demon cataclysm and exterminate it in advance, and the second was to enlist enough strong people. Of course, there is also a third way. That was to achieve the Tai realm before the great movement of the heavenly devil. Since the opening of the heavens after the first heavenly beings uniformly disappeared into thin air, the heavens and the world, there is no 2 realm exists. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed a word the magistrate had said earlier. The other worlds? Master, isn't there only one heavenly realm? Are there other heavenly realms? Lu Yuan could not help but be curious. The magistrate twisted his head and smiled. Naturally, there are, and you can think of them as, well, other dimensions. You can understand this as, inside a big bubble, wrapped in many small bubbles, the heavens and the worlds. You can understand this as our own call, because there are so many worlds, and so many patterns, planets, galaxies, nebulae, universes, continents, great worlds. You can understand all these as one small bubble, and all these small bubbles, wrapped in one biggest bubble, and outside this big bubble, there are these many of big bubbles. This big bubble we are in the words of the people outside the domain, is called the Taiwu realm. It's just that this Taiwu realm, it's so big that a lot of people think that the Taiwu realm where they exist is all there is in the world. There really are other worlds. Lu Yuan felt shocked. His eyes widened once more. Alright, go do what you need to do. The head referee waved his hand. But suddenly, he didn't know what came to his mind and added, you've now become a source of the Tao. Just like an empty water bottle, you only need to fill it up with water, and your strength will naturally rise to the source realm. And what you have to do now is to fill up the water bottle with water. However, between the source realm and the source realm, the gap is also huge. Polishing, sharpening, actual combat, and the bottom line is missing. If you don't want to become the weakest kind of source realm, you must be ruthless to polish and go into actual combat. Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded his head. He had a deep understanding of the gap that the magistrate said. Not too long ago, he had felt a gap as wide as the heavens in the old monarch. At that time, he was probably the weakest source realm in the words of his master. No, it was even a little weaker. Like a ball of cotton, which is filled with water. It seems to have weight and volume, but once it meets a stone, it is immediately soft, and when it is gently pinched, it is instantly knocked back to its original shape. With his mind full of thoughts, Lu Yuan left and returned to the quiet little courtyard located in the starry sky giant city. Warming a pot of tea for himself, Lu Yuan lay down on the wooden chair and fell into deep thought. Strength cultivation, for now, was merely a matter of time for him. One body is 3 parts, but the cultivation progress is the same. When any of the bilocation bodies progressed in cultivation, the other 2 bodies would also raise their cultivation at the same time. Devilish Lu Yuan was now in the eternal devil domain. And the last thing that was lacking inside the devil domain was devilish chi. Divinity Lu Yuan was brought back to the main temple by the main god. Relying on the source power gained from the plundering of infinite worlds by the main god's temple, Divinity Lu Yuan would also see his strength skyrocket, becoming a true Lord God in the shortest possible time. That is to say, cultivation and improving strength can be given to the god devil Lu Yuan. Humanity Lu Yuan, just enjoy life. Take a sip of your tea. Lu Yuan lay down on the wooden chair and fell into a deep sleep. However, Lu Yuan didn't fall asleep for long when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme World's chat group system. The system is bound. The host can check it at any time. Lu Yuan sat up with a jerk and began to check out this chat group system. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yuan realized that it was a chat group in the true sense of the word. Inside the chat group, there was an invitation function, and Lu Yuan could invite many bigwigs of the Supreme World to join the chat group with just 1 point. It feels like there's no benefit. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, and with the idea of giving it a try, he sent 5 invitation slots. At once, 5 purple lights rushed into the void. Scratch that. Wrong click. Infinite cosmic sea. Chaotic central great world. In the midst of a chaos, the chaotic aura floated and sank, and countless behemoths emitting a terrifying aura roamed among them, unable to be seen, but every wisp of breath emitted by these creatures was capable of shattering countless realms. In the midst of this chaotic region, an existence with a body entwined with a dozen or so top avenues sat on a chaotic grinding disc, gulping down chaotic chi. Occasionally, there were chaos creatures that didn't know how to die and attacked this existence, but before they could even get within 1,000 meters of this terrifying existence, they were sliced into pieces by the invisible laws of destruction. Ding! You've received an invitation to join a chat group initiated by an unknown being. Do you want to join the group chat? Feng Ziyi's gaze slowly narrowed. Unknown existence? A chat group? Buzz. Endless divine thoughts probed out, penetrating this chaotic region and spreading towards the heavens and the worlds. After a while, Feng Ziyi withdrew his divine thoughts, as if pregnant with a piece of chaos, eyes flashing. Not in this world. Is it anyone's golden finger? But it's really nostalgic. Just as well. Let this seat see what kind of god you are. As soon as the thought fell, Feng Ziyi agreed to the invitation to join the group. At the same time, the one-leaf shading heaven world, the Dubro heavenly vault world, the Doluwa little land world, and a certain high martial world that had not long recovered its aura, all had people receiving invitations to join the group. Ding! Demon Lord Feng Ziyi has joined the group chat. Ding! The Immortal Emperor has joined the group chat. Ding! Soul Heavenly Emperor joins the group chat. Ding! Rakshasa God Bibidon has joined the group chat. Ding! Moo joined the group chat. Moo, wow. What is this? How did it appear in my head? A new virtual game? Immortal Heavenly Emperor, mysterious and unfathomable means of Tao friendship. I didn't think I could be discovered by Tao friendship after hiding so deeply. Soul Heavenly Emperor, playing God. In the Chaos Central world. Feng Ziyi looked at the message in the chat group with an odd gaze, but he didn't say anything, intending to take another look before saying anything. In the middle of the small courtyard, Lu Yuan also looked stunned. A leaf covering the sky? Doluwa Xiaolu? What the hell? However, when one considers that the heavens even have a flood, having all these worlds would seem unsurprising. I didn't expect to tap the wrong button and actually summon these worlds. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Chat groups can invite the worlds with 1 click. It is also possible to invite only the presence of the Supreme World. With nothing to say, Lu Yuan directly kicked the Immortal Emperor, Rakshasa God, and Soul Heavenly Emperor out of the group chat. Of the worlds these 3 people were in, only the Immortal Emperor's one-leaf shading heaven was still somewhat interesting, but it was only somewhat interesting. Generally speaking, no matter which world it is, strength is linked to longevity. Inside one leaf shadows the sky, the great emperor only has a few tens of thousands of years of life, although it is limited by the heaven and earth, but at the top of the day, it won't be more than 1,000,000 years. With his current strength, he could no longer look at this kind of world. If it was perfect, it was still somewhat interesting, not to mention Doublestar and Doluwa Xiaolu. With Lu Yuan's current strength, blowing a breath and these 2 worlds would be gone. As for the other 2 worlds, he couldn't judge them well, so he didn't kick. Ding! Immortal Emperor, Soul Emperor and Rakshasa God were kicked out of the group chat by the group master. Seeing this message, Feng Ziyi raised an eyebrow and secretly said, "What does this group master mean? Inviting people and immediately kicking them out? But, why aren't me and the other person kicked?" Although he was curious in his heart, Feng Ziyi still didn't say anything. Ever since he came to the Chaos Central Great World, he had developed the habit of planning before he acted, and he would never go out on a limb if he wasn't sure of anything. Group master greatly. What is this group for? A young girl with 2 ponytails lying on a warm-colored bed in some pink room on some blue planet asked. This is a gadget that this seat has unintentionally tinkered with, the purpose of which is to provide a platform for the top powerhouses of different realms to communicate with each other. And of course, it would be better if they could provide help to each other. On the wooden chair, Lu Yuan thought about sending such a message, providing an exchange platform for different heavenly powers. What a great boldness! But, pounding it out on his own, It reminds me of that old miscreant, the system lord. And now I don't even know where this old miscreant has run off to. Feng Ziyi smiled faintly and whirled around to send out the first message. Taoist friend has great vigor. Listen to the tone of Taoist friend. Taoist friend is very powerful. Is that I do not know? Taoist friend is what level of great powers? In the next not talented. Has jumped out of the long river of time. Itself equal to the heaven and earth. Control of the great Tao. Encountered the calamity does not perish. I do not know then how the Taoist friend? Feng Ziyi's words were meant to test Lu Yuan's strength, and at the same time show that he himself was fully capable of meeting the criteria for entering the chat group. Jumping out of the long river of time, equating oneself with heaven and earth, controlling the great Tao, and not perishing in the event of a calamity. Lu Yuan's gaze slightly condensed, then turned a little odd. Isn't this the standard of the hegemon of the heavens? It seems that the chat group has really attracted an extraordinary powerhouse. Lu Yuan was still only at the beginning realm and hadn't reached this level, but as long as Lu Yuan was given a little time, it would be no problem at all to reach this strength. But he was the group leader. How could his strength be inferior to the group members? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to move out the description of the Tai realm powerhouse. Anyway, separated by countless universes, could the people on the other side still crawl along the netting to check the truth? This seed is untalented, has transcended heaven and earth, touched the essence of the multiverse, is immortal, and can travel the multiverse with a single thought, proving eternal self-possession and freedom. Lu Yuan sent this message out. In the chaos region, Feng Ziyi's eyes were slightly shocked as he slapped a chaos beast to death, transcending heaven and earth, touching the essence of the multiverse, traveling the multiverse with a single thought. Wasn't this the realm he had been pursuing now? I didn't think that the creator of this chat group is actually this kind of great power. Yes, without this kind of strength, it would be impossible to invite me far away from the infinite universe. Feng Ziyi did not question Lu Yuan's words at all, and just as Lu Yuan and Feng Ziyi were conversing, another member of the group, Mu, had completely stiffened in bed, moving around, traveling the multiverse, immortal. Really? Mu's body was trembling. The planet she is on is undergoing a dramatic change, with the globe teeming with countless behemoths and humans possessing superhuman powers to fight the monsters. However, the strongest force on the planet currently only stops at shattering mountains with its fists and voiding in the air. If the words of these two big brothers are true, then Mumu's eyes steeply lit up. She felt that this was a heavenly chance. If she could grasp it, becoming the master of this planet wouldn't even be a problem. But the main prerequisite for seizing this opportunity is that she can't get kicked. She hadn't forgotten that 3 group members had just been kicked out. In an instant Mu decided, no matter what it took, even if it meant licking 1 lick or 2, she was dead set on staying in the group. Only heaven forbid. Just as Mumu had landed on this thought, a message popped up in the chat group. I don't know what level of great power friend Mu is. I'm a great power exchange group. If you are not a great power friend Mu, please withdraw from the group automatically. Seeing this message, Mumu instantly panicked. Seeing that the hard-won opportunity was about to slip away, she immediately decided to sell her misery. I'm not a great power, but my hometown is being invaded by monsters. People are displaced, they can't eat, and there is even the phenomenon of easy food. Great group master, since you are all great powers, can you help my hometown? Mumu had a good idea, trying to stay in the group through moral abduction. Her words were clearly a request for Lu Yuan to help her hometown. But could Lu Yuan descend in person? Of course you can't. At least not at the moment. So once Lu Yuan is morally abducted and wants to help her, he can only grant her treasures feats skills through the chat group. And Mumu's purpose is accomplished. Not only can she stay in the group, but she can also gain benefits openly and honestly, which can be described as the plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Mumu was secretly pleased with her cleverness, the message that popped up in the chat group in the next second made her completely dumbfounded. Ding! You've been kicked out of the chat group by the group leader. What? Looking at the crimson exclamation mark, Mu Man was dumbfounded. In the quiet courtyard, Lu Yuan shook his head. He actually wanted to leave this person behind. The reason was simple. The future chat group was by no means limited to the current people, and the mighty ones, in general, were more reticent. If everyone didn't speak up, the chat group would look dead, and in this way, the usefulness of the chat group would be greatly reduced. If you don't want the chat group to be dead, you have to have a live child, someone who can liven up the atmosphere in the group. Lu Yuan originally wanted Mumu to fill this role, but unfortunately, there was a heavenly will in the underworld that forced him to kick out this person. Chaos Central Great World. Feng Ziyi's gaze narrowed. Surprisingly, I wasn't morally kidnapped. It seems that this person is as ruthless as I am. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was high, They might have to give some treasures to help because of this woman's words. Is the Taoist friend still there? Fang Jie sent out a message. He was currently pursuing the realm depicted by Lu Yuan and was getting close, but had always fallen short. Now that he had managed to meet an existence of this realm, Fang Jie intended to discuss the Tao with him so that he could seek a breakthrough opportunity. Since there is no one else in the group, you and I may as well discuss the Tao. Although I am still a little short of you, but as the saying goes, there must be a teacher for all three. I believe that you and I will definitely be able to gain from discussing the Tao. Fang Jie sent out a message. He was very confident. Since entering the chaotic central world with Emperor Zhen, the system lord, the enemies he had encountered were all law lords at the very least, and had fought against the stronger ones more than once, and the experience he had accumulated over the years made him confident that he was no less than anyone else. Seeing the message sent by Fang Jie, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth pulled. Discussing the Tao? Discuss a hammer. Lu Yuan could guarantee that once he agreed, the first sentence he opened his mouth would reveal the truth. Let Taijin, Hongjun and the other side of the argument is more or less the same. As for himself, or forget about it. Their own things they know best. Crossing over from the great celestial saint to the beginning realm in one go. Although Lu Yuan's strength had indeed reached this realm, in terms of comprehension, it was estimated that he would still have to settle down for a few thousand years. Finding a reason, Lu Yuan decided to go offline first and muddle through. Fellow Daoist, sorry, my world is undergoing a great heavenly demonic catastrophe. That guy from the supreme selfless heavenly demon lord is here again. He's not available at the moment. Let's talk about it next time. Send this message. Lu Yuan immediately went offline. And he didn't know that Fang Jie on the other side saw the message he sent and her face was incomparably odd. Heavenly demon great tribulation? There's a heavenly demon great tribulation in his world as well. But that's not right. Wasn't the supreme great selfless heavenly demon lord surrounded and killed by Dijin and I? Could it be that this fellow faked his death in the first place? Lu Yuan withdrew from the chat group, but at the same time, an idea was born in his heart to develop the chat group properly, and develop the strong people in the chat group into allies. With this thought, Lu Yuan immediately pressed the invite button again, massively inviting the strongest people of the heavens to join the group. After doing this, Lu Yuan left the small courtyard. He planned to make a trip back to the great realm of the mixed world to see how the Lu family's clansmen were doing now. Oh yeah, and this. Lu Yuan took out a token and placed it in his hand. This was the Lu family token that Lu 13 had handed over to him at the beginning. Through this token, he could go straight to the Lu family. However, after thinking about it, Lu Yuan put it back. For the time being, he did not intend to go to the main vein Lu family, and he did not have deep feelings for the main vein Lu family, even if he did not have any feelings at all. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan tore through the void and left the starry sky giant city, the great realm of mixed elements, dark continent, Qingling supreme domain, where the Lu family was located. It had been more than 200 years since Lu Yuan left the great realm of the mixed world. During these 200 years, with the resources left behind by Lu Yuan in the beginning as well as the care of the Qingling Star Bank, the Lu family had gradually developed and steadily gained a foothold. However, time was always too short, and amongst the Lu family, there was still no strong person above the level of Great Heavenly Dawn born, but with the extremely large resources, Lu Changming waved his hand and directly employed hundreds of family guards from the Heavenly Dawn to Great Heavenly Dawn realms. It also spent a great deal of resources to make good relations with the surrounding forces. To the Lu family's children, Lu Changming had not been stingy, leading to the fact that now, in the entire Qingling Supreme Domain, it was rumored that every single one of the Lu family's children was rich as hell. One had to know that the resources Lu Yuan had handed over to Lu Changming in the first place. That was the harvest of robbing several immortal Dao lineages plus a supreme power. The quantity was so huge that it resulted in the Lu family being able to squander it for tens of thousands of years even if they didn't have any industry. The family's lack of external problems and internal worries had caused many of the Lu family's new generation of children to become dilettantes, and to make a fool of themselves in Qingling City. 200 years of time, placed in Lu Yuan's previous life. I am afraid that all have changed more than a dozen generations. Even in the Lu family, 200 years of time has changed 2 or 3 generations. For the Lu family once suffered, the new generation does not feel deeply. They only know that the family is very rich, generous to them. Outsiders simply do not dare to mess with the family. In such an environment, want to have no playboy cannot. It's just a matter of being a dude. After all, even a dude is not as ruthless as Lu Yuan and causes a lot of trouble. The point is, there aren't many heavenly prides among the new generation. This led to the main vein Lu family being unable to guide a few disciples back even if they wanted to. As for the strong men sent by the main vein Lu family, they had always been secretly protecting them, but they were only protecting them. and they had always been indifferent to the Lu family's course of development. At this moment, on a certain street in Qingling City, a heartbreaking voice resounded through the long street. Young Master Lantian, I can't, I really can't. Nui Nui is only 8 years old. Young Master Lantian, please let Nui 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 go. I'll kneel down for you. Bang, bang, bang. A shopkeeper dressed in ordinary clothes knelt down at the entrance of his store and kept kowtowing towards a blue-clothed youth, not stopping even though his forehead was bleeding from kowtowing. 4. His daughter, who was only 12 years old, was in the hands of the other side. The blue-clothed youth sat on a chair with his legs crossed, and 2 evil slaves followed beside him, and in the hands of one of the evil slaves, he carried a little girl who kept struggling and shedding tears. The girl's face was exquisite, her skin was tender and smooth. Although she was only 12 years old, she was already a beauty embryo, and once she grew up, she would definitely be an incomparable beauty. Father, get up. You're bleeding, the little girl cried out, not realizing what she would go through if she was taken away. At this time, outside the store was also surrounded by many lesser people. Originally they were still curious about what had happened, but when they saw the arrogant blue-clothed youth, they immediately understood, and they whispered, again Lu Blue Sky, this evil young man. I heard that he has a pedophile. All these years do not know how many good people's daughters. I heard that these people's daughters, none of them came back. There are a lot of people's daughters, once in the city outside the mass graves were found. That is called a tragedy, yo. This man really deserves to die. In the huge Qingling city, can't anyone stop him? What do you know? He is the young master of the Lu family. People backed by the Lu family, who dares to do anything to him. I remember a few years ago, there were a few rangers who disliked his behavior looking for the door. As a result, the next day the corpse was hung at the entrance of the city, and all the limbs were chopped off. There's more than that. I remember there was another small sect. The daughter of the sect's patriarch was also taken by Lu Lantian one day, and as a result, that sect was destroyed the next day. Tell me, with all these lessons learned from the past, who would dare to go out on a limb? Alas, Old Man Chen's daughter is probably not going to be able to keep her. Look, Old Man Chen's brain is almost knocked out. The shopkeeper's figure at the moment is already shaky. Under the excessive force, his forehead bone rupture, silk pulp white accompanied by blood overflow. Witnessing this scene, Lu Lantian's proud face was filled with disdain as he said in icy words, "It's your whole family's honor that this young man can take a liking to your daughter. Ill-advised dog. You think that if you kowtow to death here, I'll let your daughter go? Funny. Fuck off." Lu Lantian got up, kicked away the miserable shopkeeper, and with the 2 evil slaves and the little girl, he was about to leave. Just at this time, a tall figure walked into the middle of the store. Without speaking, just a look, the heads of the 2 evil slaves exploded, and then this person choked Lu Lantian's neck, turned around and disappeared into thin air. Disappeared at the same time that the ground close to unconsciousness of the shopkeeper, steeply alive and well. Not only the injury healed, even years of dark disease, are good for a clean. More than that, and even the cultivation, are therefore breakthrough. Right at the same time, the Lu family. A morose and cold word spread throughout the Lu family. Lu Changming, get your ass out here. Over the land's end garden, Lu Yuan stood in the air. His face grim as wisps of terrifying power overflowed uncontrollably, causing the space around him to deform and crease. The blazing sun was in the sky, but at this moment, everyone in the Lu family felt chills all over their bodies. Lu Lantian was pinched in Lu Yuan's hand. His face was purple and blue, his eyes bulging out, but because he was a cultivator, he would not die because of a short period of asphyxiation. But despite saying this, Lu Lantian's heart was still shrouded by a thick fear of death. He didn't know who the person choking his neck was. At first he was furious and felt that the other party was bold because he was the young master of the Lu family. The young master of the Lu family that no one dared to touch in the entire Qingling city. However, when Lu Lantian realized that the person who had strangled him had brought him directly to the Lu family headquarters and had called the acting family head by his name, he was dumbfounded and scared at the same time. Because anyone who dares to do that is either a dumb beep or has enough backbone. And clearly, this person is the latter. The strongest members of the Lu family soon emerged in a swarm, surrounding Lu Yuan, their faces fierce. These people, all of them, were the strongest members of the Lu family hired at great expense. What great guts, daring to treat young Master Lantian like this. Your Excellency is taking the path to death. Quickly let go of young Master Lantian, or you will surely die today. Many guards faced ferocious angry roar, but none of them went forward. One is Lu Yuan at a glance is a strong person. It is very bad to mess with. The second is because they are not the people of the Lu family. Took other people's money, when necessary to pretend. Put on a facade is more or less the same. Really let them fight for their lives. One ran faster than the other. Soon, the clansmen of the Lu family gradually poured out as well, but most of these people, who were born within 200 years, none of them recognized Lu Yuan, and occasionally there were one or two clansmen who were a few hundred years old, and they didn't recognize Lu Yuan either. The clansmen that Lu Yuan had brought back in the beginning were basically all collateral clansmen, and among these collateral clansmen, only a small portion of them had seen Lu Yuan, but unfortunately, this portion of people who had seen Lu Yuan were not here. Throughout the entire Lu family estate, the atmosphere was incomparably awkward. Obviously there was a large group of guards, but none of them dared to come forward to deal with Lu Yuan, and the Lu family members, even more so, all of them were watching the show, and none of them even uttered a sound. Seeing this scene, the disappointment and coldness in Lu Yuan's eyes was almost about to overflow. 200 years ago, he left the Lu family. Before leaving, he let Lu Changming manage it on his behalf. He didn't expect that the Lu family would now be in such a state. Lu Yuan was even thinking that he could simply exterminate this Lu family with a slap. It was too humiliating. It didn't take long for Lu Changming to receive word to come. 200 years have passed. When the youthful appearance of Lu Changming, at this moment is the appearance of middle age. The body is even richer. A pampered rich man look. Which ungrateful one dares to come to my Lu family to look for trouble? Lu Changming cursed as he pushed his way through the crowd to the front, looked up, and saw Lu Yuan. In an instant, Lu Changming was shocked. His eyes glazed over, but at the same time, his legs went soft. Fuchi, brother Fuchi. Lu Changming was so nervous that it was hard to breathe. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan would come back so fast. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold and incomparable as he looked at Lu Changming with downcast eyes. Lu Changming, is this the clan you manage? Fuchi, brother Fuchi, let me explain. Lu Changming's head was full of cold sweat. Suddenly he saw all the guards in the sky still surrounding Lu Yuan. The whole person became furious. You guys are fucking blind, aren't you? This is the family head who left 200 years ago. Don't be quick and get out of my way. What? He's the head of the family? All of them were greatly alarmed. Many people had heard of the Lu family's experience 200 years ago even though they didn't care. And they all knew that the Lu family had a legendary figure named Lu Yuan. He's family master Lu Yuan. I recognize him. I've seen his portrait. There was an elderly Lu clan member who exclaimed in shock before flopping down on his knees and kowtowing non-stop. Greetings to the clan master. Greetings to the clan master. Seeing this scene, no one questioned it anymore. However, no one showed any respect. After all, Lu Yuan had disappeared for 200 years, and during those 200 years, the head of the Lu family was Lu Changming. Everyone's looks and attitudes fell in Lu Yuan's eyes, and Lu Yuan, who was already dissatisfied with the current Lu family, instantly made a decision in his heart. With just a single thought, all of them, except Lu Changming and that master of the Lu clan who knelt down to worship him, all exploded into a mist of blood and were erased from the world. Lu Changming's heart, all of a sudden incomparably cold. He knew that Lu Yuan was angry, and the consequences of Lu Yuan's anger were horrible. As a playmate who grew up with Lu Yuan since childhood, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying this brother Yuan of his own was when he was angry. Even back when the immortal Lu family was still around, when Lu Yuan got angry, the entire younger generation of the Lu family would suffer, and even the older generation. No one would dare to stop them because Lu Yuan would even beat him up together. Taking a step down from the air, Lu Yuan choked Lu Lantian and walked to Lu Changming who was kneeling on the ground. Throwing the already unconscious Lu Lantian to Lu Changming, Lu Yuan said icily, "Lynch him in front of everyone in Qingling City. The news of my return, don't tell anyone." After saying this sentence, Lu Yuan disappeared, and from the beginning to the end, he only said 2 words to Lu Changming. Lu Changming raised his head. His eyes were desperate. He knew that he was finished, and so was the Lu family. The other side, Lu Yuan appeared outside of Qingling City, on a scenic mountain peak. There is a gazebo at the top of the hill. Lu Yuan was sitting in the gazebo at that moment, as if waiting for something, and a pot of tea was warmed on the stone table in the center of the gazebo. Lu Yuan has a love for tea. Not for a while. The man he was waiting for arrived. There were 2 people in total, a man and a woman, both of them masters. Looking at the two, Lu Yuan was expressionless and pointed across himself. Sit down. A man and a woman looked at each other, and each could see the horror in the other's eyes. The 2 of them had heard of Lu Yuan and knew that he was a supreme heavenly pride. But hearing is not as good as seeing. For example, at this moment, the 2 of them fell into deep skepticism. This is a heavenly pride? Old monster is more like it. In the eyes of the 2 of them, Lu Yuan was like a bottomless abyss that could not be seen at a glance and was unfathomable. Not too long ago, when Lu Yuan had been imposing himself in the Lu manor, the 2 of them had been hiding in the shadows and had been scared to death. Ordinary people might not feel deeply, but the two of them understood how terrifying the Lu Yuan at that time was, as if the entire Dark Continent was going to collapse in its entirety in the next second. It's too powerful. The two of them only had one feeling at that time. Lu Yuan was a giant, while the two of them were little chickens, only worthy of trembling. With a hint of nervousness and apprehension, the two sat across from Lu Yuan, their feet together, appearing a little anxious. Lu Yuan poured them both a cup of tea each and spoke. The two of you have worked hard all these years. No hard work, no hard work, that's what we should do. The two were flattered. Lu Yuan's expression was gentle as he smiled. I still don't know what the two of you are called. My name is Lu Qingshan. My name is Lu Fongyun. The two men spoke in a hurry. Lu Yuan nodded, and then he took out two sandalwood boxes from inside his storage ring and handed them to the two of them, stretching out his hand and signaling them to open them. The wooden box was square in shape with an exquisite appearance. And after Lu Qingshan and Lu Fongyun exchanged glances, they opened the wooden box. As soon as the box was opened, a rich, refreshing Dan fragrance slowly overflowed. Inside the wooden box, there was only a thumb-sized elixir with a brownish appearance and nothing outstanding except for the strong fragrance of the elixir. But when the two saw the elixir, their eyes rounded at once. 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Pill. Seeing the elixir, the two men shouted through their voices. The 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Pill was the pinnacle of the work of a supreme pill sage from the 10,000 realms of the heavens. The effect was simple. Once the elixir was taken, one could ignore all limitations, bottlenecks, and break through a large realm without any side effects, but only under the Transcendence realm. As a result, the 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Pill became a dream pill for all cultivators below Transcendence in all realms of the heavens. But the 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Dan is extremely difficult to refine. The Dan formula is only held in the hands of that supreme Dan sage. Usually hundreds of years. There will only be one on the market. The value of the value becomes even more precious if there is no big background. Even if the emperor poured out all his family, but also can't buy one. Looking at the two people's shocked and delighted expression, Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said, the two of you have guarded the Lu family for these years, and you have done a great deal of work. But I see that the two of you are still stagnant in your cultivation in the master realm. So these two pills are considered to be my small token of appreciation. Gulp! Lu Qingshan and the two of them swallowed their saliva. Their hearts were incomparably eager, but after thinking about it, the two of them still pushed the elixir to the center of the table and politely refused. Mr. Lu, this is really too expensive. My two were ordered to guard the Lu family. In the family, there are corresponding rewards. Not to mention, our two are also people of the Lu family. Their own people guarding their own people. This is the natural thing to do. This elixir, we feel ashamed to receive it. Among the Lu family, there was actually a 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Pill, but the quantity was also extremely limited, and if they wanted to obtain it, they would have to exchange it for a huge amount of merits, and the two of them, not to mention not having so many merits, even if they did, they would not be able to exchange it. Hearing the words of the two, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. He could see that the two were incomparably eager for the 9 Heavenly Xian Di Divine Pill. Even so, the two politely refused. Whether it was to sympathize with them or to really feel ashamed of what they were receiving, the words of the two did make him feel one point of goodwill towards that main vain Lu family that he had never met. Pushing the elixir back, Lu Yuan laughed. You two don't have to be so polite. This elixir is nothing to me at all. Consider it as a gift from me to you two on our first meeting. So don't excuse yourself anymore. Well, thank you Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Yuan's serious expression and without a hint of flesh pain, the two of them still put away the elixir under half push. Afterwards, the three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and after Lu Yuan inquired about the situation of the main vain Lu family, the two of them, Lu Qingshan, left and continued to protect the Lu family in the dark. In the pavilion, Lu Yuan got up, walked out of the pavilion, and came to the edge of the cliff overlooking the majestic Qingling city in front of him. The trial and error of the two Lu Qingshan people had allowed Lu Yuan to make a thorough decision. There is no need for this Lu family to continue to exist now. Clansmen were in essence not in numbers, and this current Lu clan had millions of clansmen, from which he decided to select the outstanding ones to return to the immortal Lu clan's ancestral land and redevelop it. As for the main vein, the Lu family, one could maintain contact, but Lu Yuan would not lead the current Lu family members to integrate into the main vein. This current Lu family is a family that was developed by the old ancestor Lu Changkong alone, and when the immortal Lu family was at its peak, the old ancestor Lu Changkong didn't even propose to return to the main vein. So Lu Yuan would be even less likely to overstep his bounds. On the other hand, Lu Yuan had his own ambitions, and he also wanted to develop a power of his own. Don't look at the fact that he was now the 10th Lord God. the nominal lord of the demons of the heavens. But Lu Yuan didn't feel much for these two identities, and was more interested in utilizing the power behind these two identities to do his own business, with little sense of belonging. But the Lu family was different. It was a family that had a bloodline connection with itself, with its own parents, with its own relatives, and developing such a family into a strong one would give it a sense of fulfillment and a sense of belonging. Lu Yuan also had enough strength and enough self-confidence nowadays to develop the Lu clan on the dark continent beyond the main vein. In fact, at this moment, Lu Yuan had actually surpassed the main vein, because in the main vein, the strongest person right now was only a half-step beginning realm, while Lu Yuan's cultivation was already heading towards the middle of the beginning realm. Hoo-hoo! As the breeze brushed across the top of the mountain, Lu Yuan pondered. The crux of the matter now was how to select the person he needed from the millions of clansmen of the Lu family. Lu Yuan didn't have the time to identify them one by one, and the others, he couldn't rest assured. Why don't we just arrange a trial, throw everyone in there, and whoever survives will be the one I want? Lu Yuan thought so in his heart. Determining the plan, he didn't delay and immediately disappeared to the top of the mountain to pick a trial site. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread through Qingling City like the wind. Lu Changming, the head of the Lu family, known as the richest family in the Qingling Supreme Domain, was going to personally execute one of the family's playboys in front of a large crowd in Qingling City. Once this news was released, it instantly attracted the eyes of countless people. Although the Lu family was not strong, the degree of affluence was well known and recognized by everyone. Thus, even though the Lu family didn't even have a single immortal powerhouse, it was still listed as one of the top 10 families in Qingling City. As one of the top 10 families, the Lu family was going to execute its own son in public. Such powerful news could not be said to be eye-catching. No great family had ever done anything like this before. Not to mention the top 10 families, slightly more powerful families, will not do this kind of thing, even if there is a violation of the family rules. But also their own internal processing, will not make a big fuss. After all, the big families in Qingling City, which one is not inherited for thousands of years and thousands of years? The son is just a dude. This is nothing. In most people's view, the ancestors died fighting. But is not it so that the descendants can live comfortably and do as they wish? What kind of rape of a good family? Killing innocents, slaughtering people's entire families, killing people at the drop of a hat. Such things, in the eyes of the big families, are simply taken for granted and are not considered a thing at all, because they are the strong ones, and the people they bully and kill are nothing more than mole crickets, pigs, and dogs. But that was precisely why the news that Lu Lantian was going to be executed in public seemed so unbelievable. After all, over the years, the Lu family's image of being brutal and overbearing, with frequent playboys, had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In a very short period of time, the center of Qingling City, the Qingling Square that covered the widest and most lush area, was filled with millions of people, and in the very center, there stood a 10-meter high platform, on which Lu Lantian was stripped naked and tied to a crosspost. In front of him, an executioner was sharpening a knife, a small one, but incredibly sharp. The so-called execution by lynching is not executed in the early hours of the morning, but with a small knife. The prisoner's flesh is cut off one by one, must be cut 1,000 cuts, and the prisoner cannot die before the full cut of 1,000 cuts, which is a great test of the skill of the person who executes the sentence. So Lu Changming got an executioner from the city, to execute the sentence on his behalf. Swish, 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 with the sound of a sharp knife rubbing on a whetstone, Lu Lantian woke up. And with just one look at the scene in front of him and his situation, he understood what he was about to go through. Head of house. He opened his mouth to plead, but he only spat out 2 words before he was interrupted by the furious Lu Changming. Shut up! Lu Changming raised his hand and with a wave, a touch of aura attached itself to Lu Lantian's mouth, sealing it. Woohoo! Lu Lantian's eyes were filled with fear, but all that could come out of his mouth was a whimpering sound. Suddenly, a foul odor filled the high platform. Lu Lantian was scared shitless. Lu Changming frowned, holding back his nausea and not moving. He looked up at the sky and waved his big hand. The hour is up. Let's execute. Yes. The executioner immediately stopped his hands and walked over to Lu Lantian with a small knife raised in a rather excited manner. Execution of a big family's playboy young master. This was the first time in his life, and probably the first time for the executioner of the entire Qingling City. Enough to splash a colorful stroke in his career. Even if he would be killed by retaliation after the execution, it would be worth it, and he would be remembered by all those who came after him, and would become a mountain that could not be ignored in the career of an executioner. The executioner holding a sharp knife and tied with a red bandana was gesticulating all over Lu Lantian's body, seemingly searching for a suitable place to lay the knife. Soon the executioner found it. followed by a flash of cold light. With a single slash, he cut off a piece of flesh and blood at Lu Nantian's shoulder. The blood and flesh floated on the ground. Lu Lantian's fearful and pleading eyes glared all of a sudden. Just that his mouth was sealed and he couldn't let out a miserable scream, making all the onlookers feel a touch of regret. Seemingly sensing this, Lu Changming moved his finger and removed the seal on Lu Lantian's mouth. In an instant, a pig-killing scream resounded through the square. Ah ha ha ha. Phew, that's good. Hearing the screams, the hearts of all the civilians on the sidelines were darkened. At this moment, on a tall building at the edge of the plaza, Lu Yuan stood in the tall building, indifferently watching this scene. The execution of Lu Lantian was not for the evil he had done. Knowing that there were dozens of worlds that had been destroyed at the hands of Lu Yuan, the evil that Lu Lantian had done didn't count for shit in Lu Yuan's opinion. The only reason why he was executed was because in Lu Yuan's opinion, Lu Lantian was too much of a waste. It's okay to do evil things. Letting the family bear the consequences for you after doing evil deeds is also fine. But the prerequisite is that you have to show the corresponding value and contribution. Otherwise, such a person is nothing more than a parasite crawling on the family to suck blood. Worthless waste. Punks like this should be honest and live a life that is not beyond their means. This truth is universal for both villainous and decent families. For example, which of those sons of Qi is not in trouble, and who wipes their asses for them after they cause trouble by taking the consequences? Not the powers behind them. Why are the forces behind them taking the consequences for the protagonist again? It's not because the protagonist has enough value. Otherwise a person with no value or potential and a penchant for causing trouble would be detrimental to whichever power. Such a person would either be allowed to live a life within his capabilities or he would have to suffer the consequences for what he did. Lu Lantian, right now, was suffering the consequences of what he had done. A 25-year-old, with enough resources managed, was only at the spirit phase realm. Saying that he was a waste was a compliment. Even if you gave so many resources to a pig, at that age, you would be able to get a title. Lu Lantian, on the other hand, was not even as good as a pig, favoring such a person who possessed power and status that did not belong to his abilities. That's why Lu Yuan wanted to execute him. After watching Lu Lantian's arms and legs reveal the white bones, Lu Yuan turned around and left the place. He was now going to find a sufficiently brutal trial site and throw all of the Lu family into it. Blood Demon Domain. One of the 36 upper regions of the Dark Continent. The Blood Demon Domain was dominated by an immortal force called the Blood Refining Demon Prison. This is not a family-type power. The sources of the members that made up the Blood Refining Demon Prison all came from the Blood Refining Worlds under the banner of the Blood Refining Demon Prison. Usually, the Blood Refinement Demon Prison would select qualified trialists from the countless lower worlds, and then throw these trialists all over the Blood Refinement Worlds in a single brain, letting them kill each other. And in the end, the 1 or 10 who survived would be able to join the Blood Refinement Demon Prison. Rather, every member recruited in this way is immensely elite. As such, the Blood Refining Demon Prison was also the youngest immortal force in the entire Dark Continent, and it had been founded less than 2,000 years ago. This was a terrifying figure, and at this rate, the Blood Refining Demon Prison was likely to become the 6th supreme power in the Dark Continent, even to the point of eventually ruling the Dark Continent. Because of the unique and cruel selection method, many forces on the Dark Continent like to throw their own sons and daughters into the Blood Refining World to sharpen their skills, to which the Blood Refining Demon Prison holds a welcoming attitude, but it has to charge a high fee. Lu Yuan, too, had once experienced no less than 100 blood refinements, each time coming in first place, and each time killing the entire Blood Refinement World with only him left. Therefore, so far, the blood refining record of the Blood Refining Demon Prison was still Lu Yuan, the well-deserved Blood Refining Supreme. Getting first place in the Blood Refinement World once earns you the Blood Refinement Peak title. Getting first place 10 times earns you the title of King of Blood Refinement. Getting first place 50 times earns you the title of Blood Refinement Emperor. Obtaining first place 100 times or more is the only way to earn the title of Blood Refinement Supreme. So far, Lu Yuan was the first and only Blood Refinement Supreme. With this proud record, Lu Yuan managed to be rejected by the Blood Refining Demon Prison during the 111th challenge. This is because along with the title, you will also get the corresponding great rewards. And because of the rewards of the Blood Refining Supreme, the immortal Lu family almost clashed with the Blood Refining Demon Prison in the beginning, because the rewards were too generous, able to make the immortal forces all move their hearts. And this was originally arranged by the Blood Refining Demon Prison for their own family members, but they didn't expect to be robbed of their who by an outsider. So much so that it was only when Lu Yuan wanted to brush up on the bug again that he was rejected by the Blood Refining Demon Prison without regard for its reputation. Standing outside the main city of Blood Demon Domain, Lu Yuan looked at the high wall with some emotion, not expecting to come here again. That's right, The place Lu Yuan chose for his trial was the blood refinement world of the blood refinement demon prison. In the blood refining demon prison, there were many blood refining worlds, and depending on the strength of different realms, there were also different levels. What Lu Yuan had to do was to throw everyone in the Lu family into different blood refinement worlds according to their strength. One person, one blood refined world, either die or become number one. As for the blood refining demon prison's thoughts, sorry, with Lu Yuan's current strength, the blood refining demon prison didn't have the slightest bit of room to refuse in this matter. The headquarters of the blood refining demon prison was not located in the city, but in a star-like dark space. This was a huge hall that was so massive that it was comparable to a star, and countless blood-colored iron chains spread out from underneath the huge hall, and at the end of the blood-colored iron chains, they connected to one blood refinement world as well as lower dimension worlds. The purpose of the chains was to confine as well as monitor these small worlds. Within the giant hall, there were countless rooms, and in each room, there was an observer silently observing these small worlds. Once a person who excelled was found, the person would be silently captured out of the world and then thrown into the blood refining world by the blood refining demon prison. And if they survived and achieved good results, they would be able to join the blood refining demon prison or become the lord of the small world. In other words, these small worlds, numbering in the billions, were petri dishes for the blood refining demon prison, and megabillions of living beings were enslaved by the blood refining demon prison. And such things are done by almost every major power in the Dark Continent, where everyone is a villain and everyone is not a villain. In the center of the giant hall was a vast hall. In the middle of the great hall, an extravagant ball was in progress. Thousands of stunningly beautiful women danced vigorously, attempting and hoping to gain the favor of some big shot and get out of this sea of misery. They were all stunningly beautiful women selected by the blood refining demon prison from one of the small worlds, with their faces and bodies, talents and temperaments, not bad at all. In the small world, these people might be the princess of a country, the holy daughter of a sect, or the empress of a demonic sect. Unfortunately, in the here and now, they are just birds in a cage. It's just an item for small managers in the blood refining demon prison to curry favor with the bigwigs. Once you can't get the big man's favor for a long time and get taken away, they, then, will be assigned to the lesser people in the blood refining demon prison. Above the main hall, there was a golden divine seat that could lie down a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and at the moment there was a fat old man with a height of 2 meters and an estimated weight of 1,000 pounds sitting on it. And beside the old man, there were 6 or 7 peerless beauties whose looks were comparable to that of Su Qingyao's. And at the moment these peerless beauties were all striving to please this greasy fat old man. The fat old man's eyes were mesmerized as he spilled a glass of liquor indiscriminately on a beauty, wetting her all over. Ha ha ha. Looking at the 2 points of red on the chest of the beauty's thin shirt after it was wet, the fat old man's smile became more and more wantonly open. The fat old man was an elder of the blood refining demon prison. Although this giant hall was the headquarters of the blood refinement demon prison, however, the blood refinement demon prison powerhouses wouldn't stay here most of the time. Compared to staying in the seemingly wide but actually more like a prison like Giant Hall Terror, they preferred to stay in the outside world. However, the headquarters couldn't be left unoccupied, so the powerhouses of the blood refining demon prison decided to implement a shift system, with each elder sitting in for a period of time each. The fat old man was the blood refining demon prison powerhouse who was sitting in the headquarters during this time, as well as the current top decision maker of the headquarters. At this time, a charming beauty accidentally dropped the grapes on the ground when feeding the fat old man grapes, which was not a big mistake at all, but instantly made this charming beauty lose her color. The fat old man's wantonly open smile revealed a touch of grimness in an instant. A pair of large hands covered the head of the flirtatious beauty without any warning, and in the next instant, with a bang, the head of this peerless beauty was crushed. There were no screams around. All the people seemed to be accustomed to the fat old man's temperamental behavior, and each and every one of them served the fat old man more diligently. Right at this moment, an icy voice rang out abruptly in the great hall. Elder criminals' days sitting at the headquarters seemed to be very comfortable, making Kidney a little envious. Xing Changkong didn't ask stupid words like who is it. His gaze swept straight past the group of dancers in the center of the hall and looked towards the entrance of the hall. His gaze was stern and cold, as if he was a viper locking onto its prey. Xing Changkong spoke. Barging into my blood-refining demon prison's headquarters without greeting is not the proper etiquette for a guest. Lu Yuan appeared at the entrance of the main hall, white clothes and white hair. His face was handsome, just like a god who had come out from the 10,000 ancient glacier gods' temple, with a cold and chilly temperament permeating his body. After hundreds of years had passed, Lu Yuan's appearance had not changed in the slightest, and with a slight narrowing of his eyes, Xing Changkong recognized Lu Yuan's identity. Lu Yuan, What do you want to do by barging into my blood-refining demon prison headquarters without asking? This is not the Qingling Supreme Domain, and there is no immortal Lu family behind you that can continue to shelter you. So if you don't give me an answer that satisfies me, I will personally crush you to death, chop your flesh into countless pieces, and hang them at the entrance to every blood refinement world. Recognizing Lu Yuan, Xing Changkong was no longer nervous in his heart. In his perception, no matter how amazing Lu Yuan's talent was, it was ultimately just a young man who could not pose the slightest threat to him, an old antique who had survived for thousands of years. Based on the cruel selection rules of the blood-refining demon prison, every member in the blood-refining demon prison was 1 in a million, and to be able to become an elder of the blood-refining demon prison, Interceptor Changkong was even the best of them. Although he had only cultivated for more than 3,000 years, Xing Changkong was already a powerful master who had been through hundreds of battles and had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ouch! That really scared me. Lu Yuan patted his chest as if he was in shock, but the disdain and sarcasm in his eyes were almost overflowing. In the way of his former experience, Lu Yuan could be considered one of the most unwelcome people in the blood-refining demon prison, and between the two, naturally, there would not be any monstrous friendship. Putting down his hand, Lu Yuan reached out and waved his hand, and all the dancers, including the beautiful women beside Xing Changkong, were all transferred by Lu Yuan to a certain inferior small world. The only people left in the large hall were then the shocked-looking criminal Changkong and the indifferent Lu Yuan. How is this possible? It was as if criminal Changkong had seen something unbelievable. In the situation where he had already unleashed his dominant domain, Lu Yuan was even able to transfer everyone with a raise of his hand. Such strength undoubtedly caused criminal Changkong's worldview to collapse a bit. Lu Yuan's expression was icy cold. Xing Changkong, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Let's get it straight. I'm going to borrow the blood-refining world of the blood-refining demon prison for a while. You can choose to refuse, or I can choose to crush you to death. The invisible pressure was released from Lu Yuan's body, and bean-sized beads of sweat gradually emerged from criminal Changkong's forehead. Fat people originally loved to sweat, let alone in the case of a fatal threat. In fact, with criminal Changkong's outrageous body proportions, his failure to urinate was already a sign of excellent self-control. Swallowing hard, Xing Changkong reached out to wipe away the beads of sweat emerging from his forehead and said, "Of course it's no problem. Lu Yuan, let's have a talk. First put away your mighty pressure that is capable of crushing people to death, okay?" Criminal Changkong was very sensible, and after Lu Yuan showed his strength that could easily crush him, he naturally put himself in the position of an inferior. Lu Yuan collected his pressure and walked over to the golden divine seat of criminal Changkong. Xing Changkong naturally left his seat, cleaning the golden god seat in the process, and then respectfully stood aside. Lu Yuan also naturally reclined on the golden seat, lifting a bunch of crystal grapes from a side fruit plate and elegantly plucking one into his mouth. Xing Changkong bent his body down and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lu, what do you think should be arranged for the blood refinement world?" This ugly and obese old man's posture was put very low, but underneath his eyes that were well versed in the ways of the world, there was still a faint touch of mockery. He thought that Lu Yuan's purpose of this trip was for the blood-refining demon prison's revenge for shutting him out back then. Such a childish mentality was really hard to let Interceptor Changkong have respect. However, at the same time, Interpretation Changkong also really felt difficult to understand. In a few hundred years' time, Lu Yuan actually grew to such a point now. Even though everyone was amazed at Lu Yuan's horrifying talent and predicted that Lu Yuan would soon become a pivotal big shot in the Dark Continent, Lu Yuan's horrifying growth speed was still greatly beyond everyone's expectations. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for that strange encounter in the Flood World, right now, Lu Yuan's cultivation level would be at the peak of Great Heavenly Father at best. But there are no ifs in this world. Spitting out the skin of the green grapes, Lu Yuan faintly said, "First, you have to prepare 1 million blood refinement worlds from the Tao Foundation realm to the Great Celestial Exaltation realm, where blood refinement is performed normally. The exact number, I will give you, and the time, I will only give you 1 month to prepare." In a normal blood refinement world, there were at least 100,000 people fighting at the same time. Lu Yuan wanted 1 million blood refining times that normally performed blood refining, which meant that the blood refining demon prison had to put together 100 billion trialists within a month. And even if the 1 million from the Lu family were removed, the blood refining demon prison would still have to prepare 999 million people. One must know that the trialists could be carefully selected. The outstanding existences in each world. Not just grabbing an ordinary person could become a trialist. An ordinary person in the blood refinement world, and an ant actually didn't have too much of a difference, at most a little larger in size. Although the blood-refining demon prison had countless small worlds under its command, the highest record of the blood-refining demon prison from its founding until now was only 10,000 simultaneous blood refinements initiated. Wanting to gather nearly 100 billion trialists in a month's time, the blood refinement demon prison would have to empty its family's pockets. And once this unprecedented blood refinement extravaganza was carried out, the blood refinement demon prison would usher in a long period of time with no fresh blood injections. There was no doubt that Lu Yuan's request would undoubtedly cause the blood refining demon prison to hurt its fundamentals and its vitality. Criminal Changkong's face shifted in a cloudy expression, wanting to say something but stammering and not daring to say it. Lu Yuan didn't look at him in the slightest. Eating grapes by himself, there's no need to feel so embarrassed. I didn't stop you from asking for help from the other powerhouses of the blood refining demon prison. You're completely free to do everything you feel you can do to defy my means, and I don't think you'll be able to carry out my orders honestly without being completely desperate. Upon hearing these words, a jade token suddenly appeared in Xing Changkong's hand, and as long as he crushed it, the blood-refining demon prison powerhouses distributed all over the Dark Continent would sense it, and then return to the headquarters at the fastest speed possible. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Xing Changkong was about to crush the jade plate, and the huge force squeezed the jade plate. The hard texture of the jade plate made an unbearable creaking sound. However, in the end, Xing Changkong still loosened his hand because he had not been able to see the slightest change in Lu Yuan's expression from the beginning to the end, associating it with the pressure that Lu Yuan had released just now, which was almost beyond the scope of his cognition. Xing Changkong understood that the young man in front of him, who was strong enough to become his Taishan grandson, was completely fearless of all the people in the blood-refining demon prison. Xing Changkong even felt that all of the people in the blood-refining demon prison combined, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be enough to beat this young man in front of him with one hand. Xing Changkong gave up his resistance and sighed. Mr. Lu, let's do it as you wish, but 1 month may not be enough. You have also experienced the blood refinement world. You should know that qualified trialists are not that easy to find. Lu Yuan finished eating the last grape, got up and left the golden god seat, stretched his body and said, Elder criminal, I understand your difficulties very well, but this is your problem and not mine. There are not enough people in the small world. You can absolutely grab people from the Dark Continent and buy qualified trialists from the hands of other forces. In short, after a month if I don't see the results I want, the blood refining demon prison, there is no need for it to continue to exist. After saying these words, Lu Yuan disappeared into the Great Hall. At the same time, he took away the group of stunning beauties that he had just moved away. Don't get me wrong, Lu Yuan is not interested in beauty at all. He is a man of pure love. The woman who can go to his bed must be a woman who is worthy of him in all aspects and loves each other. A good-looking face was an unavailable resource, and Lu Yuan felt that it was a shameless waste of such a rare resource to fall into the hands of this group of lunatics from the blood-refining demon prison who didn't know how to pity a woman at all. Lu Yuan felt the need to place this rare resource in a place where they could better utilize their value. The massacre that had occurred in the Lu family not long ago had not attracted the attention of more Lu family members at all, and many had not even realized that their loved ones had completely disappeared from this world. Lu Changming's poor management skills and overly benevolent heart made it possible for even the most wasteful clansmen of the Lu family to enjoy the horrific resources that only the core children of the great clans could enjoy, so much so that the people of the Lu family had no idea that disaster was about to befall them, and each and every one of them was still indulging in their extravagant lives. Lu Yuan returned to the Lu family. Looking at the Lu family in front of him, which had once been run by him, there was a faint feeling of loathing in his heart, as if the work of art that he had created with his own hands was being overrun by a group of retards. Ignoring all of this, Lu Yuan arrived at a bamboo forest deep within the Lu estate. The bamboo forest covered an area of nearly 10,000 acres, and the bamboo planted were all the expensive purple gold bamboo that could be used as materials for refining weapons. Looking at the bamboo forest in front of him, and feeling the breath of life deep within the bamboo forest that had a connection with him, Lu Yuan had a smile on his face. It seemed that his inadvertent mistake had really turned a vicious devouring beast into a cutie that shared the same hobbies as the cute and cuddly Iron Eater. Taking a step, Lu Yuan instantly disappeared in place and appeared behind a ferocious beast that was humming and gnawing on bamboo. Lu Yuan stood behind Air Dogsy, his tone teasing. Air Dogsy, I remember when I left, you seemed to indicate to me that you detested bamboo the most. I didn't expect to know that the beast knows the face and doesn't know the heart. Ah, the hall of the ferocious beast Tao Tai will also be reduced to gnawing on the day of the bamboo. P.S. In reading dropped to 4.4. The poor brain is starving to death, begging for some free gifts. One on the line. The sound of whimpering and giggling instantly fell silent, and the large purple bamboo forest was quiet. The second dog twisted his body violently, holding a half-chewed purple and gold bamboo in his paw. His dull shocked eyes matched with two white fangs appeared adorable to the extreme. Dots of purple bamboo shavings fell to the ground from its mouth. Lu Yuan? Looking at the extremely tall and handsome youth in front of him with a warm smile on his face, Dogsy's stagnant expression could not be eased down for a long time. Then, a pair of black and red claws fiercely slapped down towards where Lu Yuan was standing. Boom! Dirt splattered everywhere, and Dogsy skimmed his lips. Damn illusion! Do you think you can fool this grandpa? That bastard Lu Yuan must not know where he's making waves right now. How could he possibly appear before my eyes? The second dog stretched out two paws and rubbed his furry face. Could it be that I miss that bastard too much? That I even have visions? It should not be. This big master has endless bamboo to eat. Life is beautiful. How can I think of that bastard? Putting down his paw, the second dog suddenly realized that the illusion he had just slapped away had reappeared not far away, and was still looking at it with an odd expression. Ha! It's still there. Eat you again, my lord. Throwing away the bamboo in his hand, the second dog crawled and moved, and when he was close to Lu Yuan, he did a half backflip, braced his front paws on the ground, and kicked out violently with his two legs, and at first glance, he thought that he was a kung fu panda. Lu Yuan's face was calm as he broke a purple golden bamboo beside him with one hand, holding the bamboo with one hand and sweeping it towards Dogsy. Bang! The second dog was directly swept away, smashing a bamboo forest. Dropping the bamboo in his hand, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. How could he not know that this bastard was doing it on purpose? After years of not seeing him, Dogsy was already at the cultivation level of a great heavenly sage, and it was impossible for such a cultivation level to not be able to tell the difference between an illusion and a real person. The reason why he did so was entirely because the bastard was avenging the revenge of that year. Whether it was inadvertently putting it into that imperial beast bag with only bamboo, or leaving it alone back then, it was the reason why the second dog just acted stupid. Ow! Deep in the bamboo forest, a ghostly cry rang out. Dogsy rubbed his chest vigorously and half sat on the ground, his tears almost coming out in pain. Bastard Lu Yuan, after so many years of not seeing each other, is this how you treat your dear second Dogsy? While saying that, she also wiped her tears, looking like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Lu Yuan walked to it and his face darkened. Alright, don't pretend in front of me. I don't know who was gnawing on the bamboo so cheerfully just now. The second dog still want to argue what? Suddenly eyes of flower. In front of the eyes appeared a pile of cannot say the name, but a look to know is not ordinary goods treasure. Treasure piled up into a small mountain. The second dog's eyes a moment straight. A light cough. It does not move to collect these treasures. Also do not know what it is placed in the storage magic treasure. But in any case, these treasures were enough to buy it off. The second dog is incomparably respectful lying at Lu Yuan's feet. My dear lord, you can come back and did not forget the second dog. Really let the second dog is flattered. Just now on the rude and great disrespectful behavior. The second dog for this reason I feel conscience is not easy to rest. But please dear master overlook the unreasonable behavior of the second dog just now. You know, I grew up without a mother. Lu Yuan. The corner of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and he stepped on the second dog's mouth to stop it from continuing with its nonsense. And then with a gentle leap, he sat on the second dog's back and said breathlessly, where the hell did you get a mother from an open sky ferocious beast? Cut the crap and go to the council hall. Oh, second dog decisively stopped talking nonsense and drove Lu Yuan towards the Lu family's council hall. The council hall, at this time, was filled with people. The lights were bright, but a thick haze hung over everyone's mind. Lu Yuan is back. That man who couldn't tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes. Once he returned, he killed all the guards hired by the Lu family plus several hundred new generation clansmen. The people who could sit in the lobby at this time, none of them were the real power holders of the Lu family now. They understood very well the reason why the man had gotten these people killed. The entire Lu family, up and down millions of people can have today's luxury life, all from the man's gift, but the gift is the need to have a return, and the man did not see that he wanted to see the return. The calmness of the moment is but a sign of a greater storm to come. At the lower head of the conference table, Lu Changming was incomparably disheveled, hanging his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Throughout the conference hall, no one spoke, and everyone was like a prisoner waiting for the judge to hand down his sentence. At that moment, a shadow blocked the sunlight. When everyone looked towards the gate, they saw Lu Yuan sitting on Tao Tai. Lu Yuan's face was cold and indifferent, and two dogs spewed out two streams of hot air from his nose, extremely disdainful of these people, then took an elegant cat step and walked towards the main seat. Lu Yuan landed on the main seat and indifferently gazed at everyone. At least half of these people, he hadn't seen before. The second dog lay on the side and licked his paws to himself while probing out his divine thoughts to check the treasures in the storage magic treasure. Lu Yuan's icy gaze looked at Lu Changming. Lu Changming, Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Lu Changming let out a bitter smile. There's nothing to explain, Brother Yuan. What you're seeing right now is the Lu family under my management. With no external threats and abundant resources, the family has still developed like this. I'm unpardonable for my sins. Brother Yuan, you can send me off any way you want. I'm definitely not going to call out an injustice. Lu Yuan's gaze looked at the others again. His icy cold line of sight was like a hotshot laser. Wherever it passed, everyone avoided it, not daring to look at it. Ha! Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. Originally, my intention was to exterminate this current Lu family. In contrast to the immortal Lu family, this Lu family under my feet is like an unfilial grandson. There is absolutely no need for it to continue to exist, but I'm a relatively benevolent person, and I intend to give you guys another chance. Everyone looked up opportunity? I've arranged a blood refinement world for everyone in the Lu family. In the blood refinement demon prison, and by becoming the first place winner in the blood refinement world, you'll be qualified to continue living. Lu Yuan got up and walked towards the door, and as he was about to go out, he reminded, simply put, either you die or become number one. You have no second way. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You only have 1 month. As the words fell, Lu Yuan left the council hall straight away. However, no sound came out of the council chamber until a long time after Lu Yuan had left. Blood refinement. Blood refinement. One of the elders blanched. How could they not know what kind of place the blood refinement world was? It was a cultivation ground that was even more cruel than hell. Years of pampering had long since made the people of the Lu family forget what it was like to fight. What's the difference between letting them go to the blood refinement world and sending them to their deaths? What's more, it's the first place that qualifies you to stay alive. Lu Yuan was ostensibly giving them a chance, but in reality, I'm afraid that the survival rate of this chance was not even 1 in 10,000. He just wants to kill us, all of us. An elderly elder suddenly shouted in a maniacal manner. The current Lu family grand elder, Lu Anming, said gloomily, family head, aren't you going to do something? You are the family head now. Lu Yuan he. Shut up. Lu Changming suddenly let out a bellowing cry, his eyes full of killing intent looking straight at Lu Anming. Grand elder, don't blame me for not reminding you. Do what Brother Yuan says. If you dare to have any unruly thoughts, I'll be the first to kill you. Family master is so powerful. Why didn't you see you being so powerful when Lu Yuan was there just now? Lu Anming was not the least bit afraid of Lu Changming's threat. He was an old man of the Lu family. When Lu Yuan killed to establish his authority, he was one of the 3 clan elders, and his prestige was very high in the Lu family. After Lu Yuan left, Lu Anming, these old men, by virtue of their prestige, held a large part of the power of the Lu family. If it wasn't for Lu Changming holding the treasure trove left behind by Lu Yuan, Lu Changming would definitely have been hollowed out. He was originally a soft-hearted nature, and hadn't changed even after so many years had passed. Therefore, on the surface, Lu Changming was the head of the family, but in reality, Lu Anming was the real controller of the Lu family. Lu Changming obviously did recognize this, and in the face of Lu Anming's sarcasm, he just laughed coldly and slammed his chair. Brother Yuan said that the people of the Lu family still have the last month. This month is not for enjoying the blessings. It is the last chance of whether they can live or not. The Lu family is not lacking in resources or treasures. If they can make good use of this month to arm themselves, they will be able to improve their chances of surviving in the blood refinement world. It is now up to these fools to realize this. Now, though, it seems clear that these self-respecting fools haven't recognized it, and are even trying to plan some kind of conspiracy. Standing outside the council hall, Lu Changming looked back at this majestic council hall, his eyes filled with pity. Lu family, he could be said to be the one who knew Lu Yuan the most. Against Lu Yuan? Looking for death. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Lu Changming turned around and left. He was going to take advantage of this month to arm himself vigorously. In just 1 month, boosting strength is out of the question. However, one could increase their battle power through external objects, and it just so happened that the treasury of the Lu family was in his hands. The council chamber. Gentlemen, what do you think? Lu Anming walked up to the main seat and sat down, looking around the crowd, a pair of shadowy gazes flickering with intrigue. One of the elders violently pounded on the desktop and viciously said, Lu Yuan obviously wants all of us to die. If we don't do something, we will truly become lambs to the slaughter. Lu Shan, there is no need for you to say this. Everyone knows. The question is, how to resist. By us? You have to know that 200 years ago we were no match for that kid. As much as we hate to admit it, Lu Yuan is indeed a demon that is hard to come across in the ages. The pride of the Lu family. 200 years ago we were no match. 200 years later today, I reckon he can pinch all of us with a single finger. One of the elders said in a sickly voice. Ugh, Everyone sighed. They all wanted to resist. After all, no one wanted to sit around and wait to die. But the problem was, all of them, they couldn't think of any way they could resist. On the basis of strength? Don't kid yourself. Lu Yuan can crush them with one finger. A man of honor? Are you kidding me? The Lu family's ability to exist peacefully in the Qingling Supreme Domain relied on Lu Yuan's connections. Without counting, once they did, the crowd became even more desperate. No matter what aspect, they were hung by Lu Yuan in all aspects. Moreover, Lu Yuan was nowhere to be found for 200 years, and no one knew what opportunities Lu Yuan had had in those 200 years. Lu Anming looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. It seems that everyone doesn't want to wait for death. In that case, let's leave it to me. Grand Elder, you have a solution? The crowd looked up, their eyes amazed. Lu Anming nodded and smiled. There is a way, and it is guaranteed to be able to get Lu Yuan killed. However, it requires a little bit of help from you guys. A dimly lit chamber. Lu Anming knelt on both knees. Your Excellency, Lu Yuan has returned and is now in Qingling City. In front of Lu Anming was a bronze mirror. In the mirror, a figure was reflected. Set up the formation I taught you as quickly as possible. The day the formation is completed will be the day Lu Yuan perishes. Lu Anming lowered his head. Yes, my lord. What you promised me. It's not just a dark continent, a bullet point. As long as I can kill Lu Yuan, what's the harm in rewarding you? The figure in the mirror said arrogantly. A touch of joy welled up on Lu Anming's face. I understand. I will definitely do it. In the meantime, in the middle of the distant immortal court, a green-robed immortal monarch slowly removed his gaze from the mirror. He had a handsome face, and looked to be only in his 20s, but on his body, there was a vicissitude of temperament, as if he had gone through countless years of experience, and looked down on the red dust. Dusty, Master will definitely avenge you. The green-clothed immortal monarch walked out of the door, and outside, there was a pale and bright starry sky, and beneath his feet, he was, indeed, an immortal palace in the midst of a gigantic and incomparable immortal palace. Looking at the radiant and deep void in front of him, the green-clothed immortal monarch's eyes were nevertheless filled with sadness. After countless years of cultivating the Tao, it was not easy to take in a disciple who was satisfactory. However, he did not expect that his disciple would fall when he left the gate. When he thought of this, the green-clothed immortal monarch's eyes were filled with rage, thinking that he, the green Gothic immortal monarch, was renowned throughout the heavens and the worlds, and that under the hegemons of the heavens, he was in the first echelon of power. The disciple with all the love in him fell. How could he, as the master, not be angry? However, after some investigation, the green-clothed immortal monarch was dismayed to discover that the person who killed his disciple was actually Lu Yuan. He was the immortal lord's personal heir. So how could he not know about this son? Lu Yuan? In terms of strength, with his cultivation at the peak of the beginning realm, if he wanted to kill Lu Yuan, he could do it by blowing his breath. But, he didn't dare to do it. Even with the rage inside him, he still didn't dare. Lu Yuan, that was someone that even his master, the immortal lord, didn't dare to move. So even after learning the truth after the disciple's fall, the green-clothed immortal monarch could only endure and wait for the right time. Well, he waited. With a long sigh, the green-clothed immortal monarch left the immortal court, and just a moment after he left, deep within the immortal court, the immortal lords whose figures were as great as stars opened their eyes at the same time. Xingzhang has left to find trouble with Lu Yuan. Your Majesty, can he really do it? One of the attendants asked worriedly. The immortal lord was incomparably cold, with no drop of emotion flowing out. Whether he can do it or not, he can attract the attention of those people. Start the plan. The 13 royal clans from the beginning now only have 5 clans left. It's time to exterminate them in one fell swoop. The attendant gently nodded his head. The plan that the immortal lord had spoken of had been prepared for hundreds of millions of years, and once it was unleashed, the entire Taiwu realm would be in turmoil. Your Majesty, on the side of the heavenly demon race, is it heated? The waiter asked. The immortal lord motions. Don't bother with them, they know what to do. All we have to do is try to keep it clean. The plan can't be leaked, or else you and I, we'll both be in the land of doom. Understood. Subordinate will do it now. The waiter's form disappeared. The immortal lord looked out over the boundless sea of stars with a cold intent in his eyes. Taijin, Tao honor, Tao ancestor, Lord God, God Emperor, which Lord, Demon ancestor, all the oppression you have given me, I will return it to you. A few days later, the usual hustle and bustle of the Lu family garden is silent. The faint smell of blood wafting in mid-air, the entire Lu family garden, are shrouded in eerie silence. Lu Yuan stood at the gate of the Lu family estate, and before he even entered, he sensed something strange. Frowning, Lu Yuan probed out his divine thoughts and enveloped the entire Lu family. Soon after, he withdrew his divine thoughts, his face incomparably astonished. No one? The entire Lu family. Not a single person. No, not even a single sign of life. What happened? With a slight movement of his nose, Lu Yuan smelled the scent of blood that permeated the air, and smelled wailing. Boss, there's something odd. My subconscious is telling me that there's danger here. Dogsy was behind Lu Yuan with a gloomy expression. As a ferocious beast, the perception of danger was inherently sharper than other living beings. It seems that the Lu family has changed quite a bit in the past few days since I left. Lu Yuan's face was flat, without any tension. He didn't particularly care about the death or life of the people of the Lu family. He only wanted to know who caused all this now. Based on the scene in front of us, I'm afraid that the people of the Lu family have all been killed. Judging by the strong smell of blood floating in the air, at least 100,000 people must have died to cause such a strong smell of blood. Fighting a dog also depends on the master. No matter who caused all this, Lu Yuan had the need to bring him out. Come on, get in there. Lu Yuan took a step and walked into the manor. Whether or not there was any conspiracy in all this, he didn't care. Beginning realm cultivation, the source of the devil's way, and the two lives of divinity and devilishness. Lu Yuan really couldn't think of anything that could scare him other than the overlord of the heavens himself. Along the way, no living thing was seen. Even the grass and buildings did not show a single sign of destruction. It was as if the people in the Lu family estate had evaporated overnight. The second dog was following behind at the same pace, sniffing around with his keen nose, trying to find trace clues. Not long after, Lu Yuan walked to the center of the manor. In the center of the Lu family garden is a lake. The center of the lake, there should have been a gazebo. However, at this moment, the gazebo disappeared, and in its place, there was a formation platform. On the formation platform, there was a person sitting on a plate, and it was none other than Lu Anming. He was shrouded by the formation platform, isolating him from everything, so Lu Yuan did not find any traces of him under a cursory probe. Seeing Lu Yuan, Lu Anming's pale wrinkled face suddenly revealed a chrysanthemum-like smile and giggled. Lu Yuan, you really dared to come in. I don't know if I should say that you are confident or arrogant, but since you're here, today is the anniversary of your death. Strike that. Lu Anming slit his own wrist, and immediately blood dripped down. The sky over the Lu family's estate was instantly covered by a blood-colored canopy, and from the outside, the Lu family at this moment looked like half a blood-colored pot lid covering it. At the same time, a bizarre blood-colored formation pattern emerged on the surface of the manor. The grand formation was activated, and Lu Yuan instantly felt a suppression in his heart, as if something was suppressing him, a suppression that came from the depths of his bloodline. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan instantly understood where those disappeared Lu family members had gone. Looking at the blood-colored cages around him, unsurprisingly, the people of the Lu family should have all been turned into formation materials, and the one who started it all was Lu Anming in front of him. Jia. Lu Yuan, how does this great formation of the heavenly bloodshed taste? In order to set up this great formation, I killed all of my clansmen. Their blood, their flesh, all of them were integrated into the great formation. But unfortunately, they are all just collateral lines, and the connection with your bloodline is not deep. But fortunately, the amount is large enough. Lu Anming laughed jaggedly as he was enveloped by the formation platform, as if everything was under his control. Lu Yuan felt it. Indeed, his cultivation was suppressed, and the connection from the depths of his bloodline made him feel even sadder, unable to give birth to the idea of resistance. But that's about it. Boring trick. Lu Yuan, eyes cold, calm face without half a ripple, flexed his fingers and flicked the center of the lake. Self-conscious of the wisdom of the pearl in the center of Lu Anming, without warning, bang burst into a cloud of blood mist. Until the time of his death, Lu Anming's face was still filled with the smile of a successful conspiracy being used and still not realizing it. Mole crickets plotting conspiracies with tigers. The end result is that the mole crickets themselves end up being victims of the conspiracy. Lu Yuan shook his head, and then he raised his head, looking somewhere in the sky. Am I right? A certain lord from the immortal court. The void cracked open, and a green dress slowly stepped out, a pair of clear and pure eyes full of killing intent falling on Lu Yuan. It's a good point that those who can work with beasts of prey can only ever be beasts of prey. The green-clothed immortal monarch sighed leisurely. Honestly, Lu Yuan, you amaze me. If it was a few hundred years earlier, I would have said anything in taking you as my disciple. Take me as your disciple? Lu Yuan's face was slightly. Then he said disdainfully, you're also worthy? Even if I were 2 or 3 notches lower, I'm not someone that a commodity like you is qualified to take as a disciple. In the face of Lu Yuan's ridicule, the green-clothed immortal monarch was not half annoyed. You're right. After all, your master is that being. Also, there's no point in talking too much. The green-robed immortal monarch's face was bland as a green-colored immortal sword that lingered with immortal spirit chi appeared in his hand. And then, he swung out with the sword in a bland manner. But it was this plain and ordinary action that made Lu Yuan's heart jump. Danger! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan took out a life preservation prop and used it immediately. Madaka! The sound of gold and iron clashing pierced the ears. Lu Yuan looked down and saw that this shield-type life preservation prop in his hand had been scrapped. But before it was scrapped, it still realized its due value. Lifting his head, Lu Yuan looked at the green-clothed immortal monarch and already recognized this person. There's no way around it. The features are too obvious. The immortal lord passed down the third personal heirloom, immortal monarch Qingzheng. At the same time, he was also a peerless powerhouse ranked in the top 10 below the Tai Wu realm source realm. Peak of the beginning realm. A supreme sword Dao powerhouse who had mastered the green lotus sword Dao, the broken killing sword Dao, and the beginningless sword Dao. Such an existence. In the case of being suppressed by the formation, it was impossible for Lu Yuan to defeat it, and without using the hegemony of the heavens props, he could only fight against it, and in the end, the odds of winning, 30 to 70, but if he used the props, the odds of winning were not easy to say. Even more coincidentally, the props handed to him by the Lord God in the first place had only been used for a drop. That sword just now, if it wasn't for this formation, it would have been enough to split the great realm of the mixed world in half. A prop from the main shrine. Ha! The green-clothed immortal monarch obviously also recognized where the props that Lu Yuan had just used came from, and his expression was ugly. He knew that there was a special relationship between Lu Yuan and the main god's palace, and I was afraid that there would not be any shortage of such life-preserving props. It seemed like it was unrealistic to want to kill Lu Yuan in a short period of time. The green-clothed immortal monarch's eyes flickered. He seemed to be planning something. Suddenly, the green-clothed immortal monarch waved his immortal sleeve, and the formation that had enveloped Lu's manner abruptly dissipated. This scene caused Lu Yuan to stare blankly. What's he up to? Lu Yuan was confused, and to be reasonable, if it wasn't for this formation, he was fully capable of getting Qingzhen killed. However, at this moment, Qingzhen actually took the initiative to remove this formation that was extremely restrictive to Lu Yuan. Is he out of his mind? Just when Lu Yuan was confused, the green-robed immortal monarch's sword blade turned and aimed at the Qingling city at his feet, threatening icily, Lu Yuan, hand over all the props you have on you, or else, this city will be destroyed. A question mark popped up on Lu Yuan's head. He could see that Qingzhen was trying to use the people in Qingling city to threaten him. In other words, Qingzhen planned to morally kidnap Lu Yuan. The corner of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched as he silently used a prop that could raise his strength to the hegemony of the heavens level, and in an instant, his aura skyrocketed, flying into midair. Lu Yuan and Qingzhen looked at each other with dismay in their eyes. And then they made a gesture of invitation. Feel free. The green-clothed immortal monarch frowned slightly. You're not afraid that I'll destroy this city? Lu Yuan rubbed his temples and said breathlessly, why should I be afraid? The people who are related to me are either not here or already dead. Do you think this can threaten me? But there are still many innocent people in this city. Don't you want to save them? The green-clothed immortal monarch frowned. No. Where did you learn that I am someone who would care about the fate of these people? With the immortal court's information channels, it's not possible that you don't know that I've destroyed more than 10 worlds, right? Are there no innocent people in those worlds? Lu Yuan all kind of wanted to laugh. This Qingzhen was very strong, just that his brain didn't seem to work very well. The green-clothed immortal monarch frowned tightly, and seeing that Lu Yuan really didn't seem to care too much, he simply didn't bother to threaten and directly killed with his sword. He was confident in his own strength. A mere Lu Yuan, even if he had a heavenly chance, even if his talent was unparalleled throughout the ages, in the end, his years of cultivation were too short, and he couldn't even compare to a fraction of him. If I don't remove the formation, I'm really a bit afraid of you. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and swung his fist to meet him. With the strength of the hegemony of the heavens realm, a single punch smashed the green-clothed immortal monarch 10,000 miles away, crashing through dozens of mountain peaks on the way. Lu Yuan dodged to catch up and slammed his fist down again. Boom! The continental shelves are trembling. The earth cracked open in a deep, bottomless fissure. The green-clothed immortal monarch was directly smashed into the ground. Pust! A mouthful of thick blood was spat out. Qingzhen half sat on the ground. His green clothes were torn and blood was flowing. His eyes were hateful. Damned Lord God's palace. The words just fell. A silhouette like a heavenly god then descended from the sky. A foot stomped on Qingzhen's chest, blasting through the entire dark continent, like a torrent of debris surging out from beneath the dark continent. A tiny cyan silhouette, accompanied by the torrent of debris. was exiled into the endless deep space. Immediately after that, a white silhouette came after him in a flash. When you get to deep space, the field of battle is bigger. Green Gotham gets a bit of a breather, knowing that this assassination, which he has been planning for a long time, has been declared a failure, and he had to escape as quickly as possible. Until now, he was still confident that Lu Yuan couldn't kill him. However, Lu Yuan couldn't kill him, but the people behind Lu Yuan could easily get him killed. In case that legendary magistrate descended, 10 of him wouldn't survive. The magistrate, that was someone that his master, the immortal lord, felt a hint of fear. This was reflected by the fact that the immortal lord dared to call out the Lord God, but never dared to do so in front of the magistrate. When it came to the most mysterious hegemon of the heavens in the Taiwu realm, the magistrate definitely held a place. With a flash of green clothes, Qingjin tore through the great realm space to escape. Lu Yuan followed closely behind, also following suit and tearing through space to chase them to the heavens. In his hand, he held the ancient abyssal divine sword. Execution. Lu Yuan's lips slightly spat out as he chopped out a sword. This sword was so powerful that the entire hegemony of the heavens of the Taiwu realm had sensed it. Even though he was 10 million miles away from Lu Yuan, the fleeing immortal monarch Qingjin felt a stabbing pain in his brow, as if there was a sharp and incomparable divine blade between his eyebrows. Distance, to the hegemon of the heavens level, had long since become null and void. Qingjin gritted his teeth, but he also knew that he couldn't run away anymore. He had to respond to this sword. If he took this sword hard, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Shit. Thinking of his own wretchedness, Qingjin heart 10,000 regrets. If he had known that Lu Yuan had this kind of bottom card, what to say to pull on 2 or 3 friends? Qingjin turned around and stabbed out with a sword. A sword that condensed his lifelong sword intent and contained the threefold sword Dao. One sword out, 10,000 males were shocked. The crowd of powerful people who had rushed to secretly observe were all numb. In the end, the 2 types of sword intent collided. Piercingly brilliant light blossomed out in the heavens. Immortal Court. The immortal lord looked at each other from a distance across the infinite worlds, and eventually withdrew his gaze, his lips slightly opening as he spat out a sentence that was not clear. But the waiter on the sidelines heard it clearly. The phrase is, crap, eternal magic. Taishan took back his gaze after only one glance, and smiled slowly at the demonic Lu Yuan on the side. I remember that you have more than these tactics. How come this is the only one that comes and goes? Devilish Lu Yuan smiled insubordinately. Because they are too wasteful. Dealing with these wasteful people is not worthy of me using any other moves. On a living planet, the half-crippled immortal monarch Qingjin fell powerlessly on top of a snowy peak. Snowy Peak Mountain. Drifting goose feather snow. Odd thing, in this rare snowy peak, there is a tombstone, and I do not know who is buried under the tombstone. The green-robed immortal monarch sat leaning against the tombstone, the green-colored immortal sword in his hand, covered in cracks. The Source Realm was after all the Source Realm, far from being something that the Beginning Realm could be able to contend with. Source, representing the beginning and origin of everything. Those path-breaking lords of the heavens were then all sources, and they were able to draw on the power of the paths they had opened to be endlessly powerful. Lu Yuan, right now, was still a little bit short, although his life essence had already reached the source, but in order to exert and utilize the power of the Devil's Path, he had to reach the Source Realm to be able to do so, and with the help of props to reach the Source Realm, Lu Yuan was also able to briefly borrow the power of the Devil's Way. That was why Qingjin had lost so quickly and so completely. Suddenly, a white aura flashed across the sky. Immediately after that, Lu Yuan also appeared on the snowy peak. Qingjin smiled miserably. I'm defeated. If you want to kill, just hurry. Kill, naturally, but before that, I want to ask something. Lu Yuan said indifferently. You think you can pry something out of my mouth? Qingjin smiled disdainfully. In that case, go to hell. Pust. The ancient abyssal divine sword was thrust into Qingjin's forehead, nailing him to death on top of the tombstone. Lu Yuan made a move with his hand and the sword returned to his hand. Qingjin was a beginning realm powerhouse, and with such a powerhouse, if he was unwilling to speak, no one could force him, neither could the hegemon of the heavens, for no one could stop such a powerful person from killing himself. Removing the storage magic treasure from Qingjin's hand, Lu Yuan left the planet. But Lu Yuan didn't notice that the blood that flowed from Qingjin's body gradually blended into the ground. Immediately afterward, a decaying hand broke through the ground. Who woke the old man up again? The owner of the rotting, withered hand was furious. Immediately afterward the ground cracked open and a withered corpse sat up from its grave. The blood and flesh on the surface of the withered body rotted, and the eyes in the head's eye sockets had long since disappeared. But as he continued to draw on the power of immortal monarch Qingjin's blood, 2 golden flames gradually ignited in the empty eye sockets. The withered corpse looked at Qingzheng's corpse and remained speechless for a long time. And in the middle of the day, he looked up to the sky and wailed, "Goodness gracious, how come it's so hard for me, necrotic celestial emperor, to die? I buried myself on this dog's head little planet, why don't you leave me alone?" The golden flames in the necropolis heavenly emperor's eyes gradually flourished as he sighed. "That's fine, heaven's will is hard to be disobeyed, since you don't want me to die, then I'll turn the Taiwu realm into a necropolis hell. This is what you forced me to do, oh. It's not what I wanted to do, oh." The death spirit heavenly emperor looked at the sky and cracked his mouth into a smile. Then, he looked at the corpse of immortal monarch Qingzheng. "Although I don't know who killed you, since I was resurrected because of you, I'll avenge your death." The words fell. Immortal monarch Qingzheng's corpse rapidly decayed, as if all nutrients had been sucked out of it. On the contrary, the dead spirit heavenly emperor, who looked like a withered corpse, became full of flesh and blood, gradually glowing, and on his body, he was draped in a golden imperial robe, and between his hands, he was holding a divine sword. Immediately afterward, the necropolis heavenly emperor raised his divine sword high, and above the tip of the divine sword, a flash of divine light blossomed, as if it was a message, instantaneous. Throughout the entire Taiwu realm, countless dead existences returned, and endless armies of dead spirits broke through the ground. Some of the weaker worlds were instantly drowned and devoured by the army of the dead. The other end. After finishing off immortal monarch Qingzheng, Lu Yuan returned to the Lu family estate. Looking at the empty Lu family estate in front of him, he was a bit despondent. Well, although he subconsciously did want to kill these people, he had also prepared a glimmer of life for them. As long as they could become number one in the blood refinement world, they could still live. It's just that people's plans are not as good as heaven's plans, and the Lu family's people were actually finished being messed up by Lu Anming alone. In this comparison, I'm really a good person. At least I didn't think of driving everyone to extinction. Lu Yuan shook his head. Just then, Fuchi, a voice sounded behind him and Lu Yuan turned his head to see that it was actually Lu Changming. You're not dead? Lu Yuan looked at him in surprise. Lu Changming was dumbfounded. Should I die? Lu Yuan shook his head, his eyes softening. It seems this is fate. Fuchi, what's going on? Lu Changming asked. He was not in the Lu family for the past few days, but was out acquiring life-preserving equipment everywhere, and he did not expect to see this scene in front of him as soon as he came back. He swept his gaze over Lu Yuan and looked at the Lu manor behind him. At the moment the entire manor was silent. Not a sound at all. Even the air carried eeriness. No need to look. Everyone's dead. Lu Yuan faintly said. Ha? Lu Changming looked at Lu Yuan in horror. Didn't you say you'd give it a chance? You're also too quick with this, aren't you? Lu Yuan said. It wasn't me. They were counted on. In short, the blood refinement is cancelled. You're safe. Lu Changming was stunned in place and didn't say anything. At this point, in the distant sky, two streams of light raced in. Blink of an eye. Lu Qingshan and Lu Fengyun appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Greetings, Your Excellency. The two of them looked terrified. Lu Changming could sense the weirdness, not to mention the two of them, and their cultivation levels had clearly all broken through to Empyrean. It seemed that both of them had been in a closed-door breakthrough somewhere for the past few days. Otherwise, the change in the Lu family could not be hidden from the two. But in any case, both men are guilty of a great deal of dereliction of duty. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan was too lazy to care about that. You two, take him with you and go back to the Lu clan together. Lu Yuan pointed at Lu Changming. The Lu clan is gone, and you won't be needed to guard it in the future. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, both Lu Qingshan were confused. The Lukes are gone? Which one didn't? Ma Dongmei's plum? Or is it literally gone? Puff! The two men fell to their knees, terrified. Whichever one hadn't, neither of them could escape blame for the failure. Your Excellency, I am guilty, please punish me. Lu Qingshan's forehead touched the ground for a long time. It has nothing to do with you. If you are conscious of your guilt, go to your matriarch yourself and ask for forgiveness. After saying that, Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly disappeared in front of several people. Walk among the stars. Lu Yuan walked forward aimlessly. What is the goal of a traveler? Surrounded by beautiful women and at the peak of power? Or is it supreme force, the fist that calms the mountains? It is to live safely and forever. Lu Yuan felt that whichever goal it was, he had either already achieved it or he had the ability to achieve it and was too lazy to do so. Strength. He was already in the middle stage of the beginning realm, and within 100 years at the most, he would be able to become the hegemon of the heavens. After becoming a hegemon of the heavens, he was able to utilize the power of the devil's way, and at that time, his strength was the strongest of all the hegemon of the heavens. Feeling safe? He now had a total of 3 lives. Behind them stood no less than 20 hegemons of the heavens, not to mention the flood world, Taijin, the magistrate, the 9 post-one lord gods, and Hong Jun Dao ancestor were all supreme existences at half-steps of the Tai realm. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was the center of their attention, the proper group favorite. So no matter which aspect, Lu Yuan had reached the pinnacle. But because of this, Lu Yuan was lost all of a sudden. He didn't know what he should do or what he should want. When a person lacks nothing, they become desireless and bewildered. Lu Yuan was like this now, strolling through the stars alone and without purpose. Ha! Nope, I still have an enemy. Lu Yuan stopped at once, his eyes gleaming up. Immortal Court, I almost forgot about you, but thankfully, I remembered you after all. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. The smile was extraordinarily oozing. With the energy Lu Yuan could exert now, there was nothing Lu Yuan couldn't do once he was thinking about anything. And the Immortal Court, no less. At the same moment, the Immortal Court, no matter who it was, even if it was an immortal lord, all felt a bad premonition. Next, the god demon Lu Yuan, who was located in the demon race and the main god's temple, gave the order at the same time. Order the demon race and the Lord God's temple contractors to fully target and kill the members of the Immortal Court. And the gazes of Taijin and the 9 main gods were also fixed on the Immortal Lord through countless times and spaces, monitoring his every move. The Immortal Lord was furious. His body as large as a celestial body stood up and said angrily, Taijin, Lord God, what do you want to do? Want to start a war? Taijin coldly smiled. Start a war? Immortal Lord, you think too highly of yourself. The cause of today is merely the fruit of what you did in the past. It's time to pay back. I've long seen you as a betrayer of the human ancestor hall. Honestly, stay in the Immortal Court and don't move, or I'll blow your head off, the 9 Lord Gods said in unison. In the face of the threat of the 2 great giants of the heavens, the Immortal Lord could only endure it even if he was no longer unwilling, no matter how much he was holding back his grievances. His grand plan had just begun, and he couldn't be exposed at this time. Immediately, the Immortal Lord fell silent. In the meantime, the Taiwu realm, all the affiliated forces under the Immortal Court, were all fatally cleansed. An immortal court power that had once reigned supreme was uprooted. This was supposed to be good news. However, there was no joy on Lu Yuan's face at the moment. He was now in the darkness of the arbitration tribunal, and in front of him, there was a serious-looking magistrate. Master, the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor you mentioned, is that the one I learned about? Lu Yuan asked with a grave expression. The head referee glanced at him. What do you say? Lu Yuan slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. It seemed that it was really the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor he remembered. It had been a long time ago when the Necrotic Celestial Emperor was active, still in front of the Heavenly Demon Cataclysm. At that time, many of the famous and powerful people in the Taiwu realm now had yet to become Taoists. For example, the Tao Father. For example, the Immortal Lord. The time period in which the Necronomic and Heavenly Emperor dominated the heavens was precisely the second era after the opening of the heavens. This time period that Lu Yuan was currently in was already the 12,000th epoch. The Necrotic Celestial Emperor, the Master of Death, and to him all living creatures that die are subject and rule. The controller of the Great Tao of Death, one of the great Taos of the Taiwu realm, was the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor. In this world, who dares to guarantee that they won't die? Even the hegemon of the heavens didn't dare to guarantee that they wouldn't die. The universe has a lifespan, let alone a human being. The Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor was definitely one of the most powerful existences that had ever existed in the Taiwu realm. Some people said that the Necrotic Celestial Emperor was most likely the first Tai realm after the opening of the heavens. Of course, no one has confirmed this speculation, nor can they. It was because so far, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor had not lost. Later on, the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor was perhaps tired of living and sought death several times, but because of the special nature of controlling the Tao of Death, he couldn't even die if he wanted to. His life, already bound to the Taiwu boundary. He couldn't die until the Taiwu realm was extinguished. Then later, it was rumored that the Necronomicon had buried himself. Where it is buried, no one knows. As time passed, there were rumors circulating that whoever could dig up the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor would be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor. At that time, when this message was circulated, it instantly set off a grave-digging frenzy. I don't know how many graves have been dug. Interesting thing, there were really some strong people who had left behind their legacies and were dug up. This motivates the grave diggers even more. Unsurprisingly, the Necrotic Celestial Emperor ended up being dug up. However, the person who dug out the Necrotic Celestial Emperor did not receive the expected inheritance. Instead, the entire clan died. The Necrotic Celestial Emperor got angry and summoned an army of necrotic spirits. slaughtering an unknown number of worlds in a fit of rage. Later, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor disappeared again, and everyone knew that the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor had buried himself again. But after the previous lesson, no one dared to dig this time, and so it goes on until today. However, now, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor had appeared again. As soon as he appeared, he summoned an army of dead spirits, and in a short period of time, he captured tens of thousands of Great Boundaries, and the territories under the Great Boundaries were countless. So, Master, where is the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor now? Lu Yuan asked. The last time he was dug out, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor had exterminated an unknown number of worlds and forces, and had no purpose at all, even forces with hegemons of the heavens present. Hell knows how furious the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor would be if he was dug up this time. He has established a necromantic empire on an ancient star of life, and is waiting for his necromantic Grand Admiral to rendezvous with him. The magistrate said indifferently. Yuaner, Master has a premonition that the Taiwu realm, perhaps, is in big trouble. The head magistrate sighed slightly. This person, the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor, he has lived for too long, so long that he wants to die, but because of his mastery of the great Tao of death, there's no way to die, and because of his strength, resulting in nothing in the world that can make him fall into a state of pseudo-death, as long as he's alive, his head will be thinking, and every second he spends thinking is an extremely painful ordeal for him. Therefore, there is only one way for the necrotic Heavenly Emperor to truly die: kill the Taiwu boundary. The head referee didn't say anything, so Lu Yuan lost his voice. You mean that this time, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor intends to kill Taiwu Jie? The head referee nodded heavily. The way to kill the Taiwu realm was simple. Just take out all the beings in the Taiwu realm. Yuaner, the crisis in the Taiwu realm is more than that. Recently, the heavenly demons have been getting more and more intense. Although many have been killed, they are completely unable to catch up with the speed of the heavenly demons being born. And the purpose of the heavenly demons is to destroy. Master is worried that the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor will be in cahoots with the heavenly demon race and join forces? Lu Yuan frowned tightly. The fact that the head referee didn't say anything meant that he acquiesced. The magistrate then walked to the edge of the high tower and said quietly, Yuchier, can you feel that the universe has changed? Lu Yuan walked over to the magistrate and carefully felt it. Then creepily said, spiritual energy is rapidly draining away. The magistrate said, so, you know what that means? Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. This means that the Taiwu realm is dying. The head magistrate sighed leisurely. Yes, after more than 12,000 epochs, the Taiwu boundary, too, has come to the end of its life, and what's even more terrifying is that the death of the universe can't be reversed. What shall we, then, do? Lu Yuan said in frustration. The universe was about to die. What a big deal this was, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. The magistrate suddenly said with murderous intent, next, I, Dao Zun, Taijin, and the demon ancestor will travel to the Necropolis Empire together to find the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor to talk about it. If it's close, it's best. If it's not. The head referee did not continue to say anything more, but Lu Yuan already knew what would happen if the talks didn't work out, but was skeptical. After all, the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor wasn't afraid of death at all, and he couldn't wait to get himself killed. At the moment, though, he was more concerned about where they were going to go after the death of the universe. Before Lu Yuan could ask, the magistrate had already spoken first. Yuchier, only Tai can cross the Taiwu realm and travel to other worlds, and at the same time, only Tai can lead the living beings of the heavens in search of their next home. Unfortunately, after the opening of the heavens, the Taiwu realm went through a huge change, and the world level dropped by a large amount, resulting in the entire Taiwu realm being unable to give birth to Tai after the opening of the heavens. And from the name of the Taiwu realm, you should be able to understand that the entire living beings of the heavens, we can't take care of all of them, but those who are related to us, those we care about, we must protect them, even if it's not for the sake of others, but only for our own sake. We must think of every possible way. We don't have much time. We must think of every possible way to give birth to a Tai, and before we do that, we must take care of all the unexpected factors, such as the necrotic celestial emperor, the celestial demon race, and then the Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord? Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled. Senior, is Immortal Lord also an accidental factor? He is also from the Taiwu realm, right? If the Taiwu realm were to be destroyed, he wouldn't be able to survive either. The head magistrate sneered. That fool, colluding with the other world lords, intends to premeditate something, and this fool still thinks we don't know. Lu Yuan's gaze condensed. Immortal Lord colluded with people from other worlds? He was originally a traitor. When the human ancestor hall was incomparably strong, The human ancestor is expected to be two realm. But some people do not want to see me to no realm birth two realm. So they turned against the immortal lord. The immortal lord. At that time, it was the human ancestor's personal general. In the human ancestor's seclusion time, he backstabbed the human ancestor. And there are other worlds of the strongest in the side of the help. In the end, the human ancestor was seriously injured and detained. The human ancestor hall broke apart. 13 royal clans, exiled to the heavens. You are from one of them, the Lu clan. The head referee glanced at Lu Yuan. So it's no surprise that he betrayed the Taiwu realm once again. So there is this hidden agenda. Lu Yuan had some realization in his heart. No wonder so many hegemons of the heavens were at odds with immortal lords. At that time, he had thought that it was because the immortal master's character was not working, but now it seemed that it was no longer as simple as a lack of character. This was a traitor who betrayed the entire Taiwu realm. Master, since you all know that he is a traitor and that he colludes with outsiders, why do you still tolerate him to live? Lu Yuan was curious. The head referee laughed. He's just a decoy. We're going to use him and fish out the person behind him. The world behind him is so secretive that until now, we don't know exactly which world is behind him. The head referee shook his head and wasn't going to say any more as he turned his head, looking at Lu Yuan. Yuaner, there are many people in the heavens who are expected to be in the Tai realm, but I think that the person who has the most hope of becoming a Tai realm is you. Me? Lu Yuan was stunned. The head magistrate smiled faintly. You have almost become an innate being by fusing the 4 devil cores of the innate, and being 1 and 3, once you wait for you to cultivate to the peak of the source realm, and then the 3 bodies are united. You have a high hope of becoming a Tai realm. And one of the most critical lies in the innate. Since the end of the first epoch, all the innate beings disappeared without a trace. So those who came after, are all the innate beings, the difference between one word, but a world of difference, whether you can achieve the realm of the two. In our opinion, the most critical lies in whether you can reverse the innate. Unfortunately, both I, and Taijin, Dao Zun, are a bit short of the mark, and you, by far, are the closest to an innate we've ever encountered. Whether or not the Taiwu realm can find a silver lining in the desperate situation depends on you. The head referee patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Lu Yuan was dumbfounded and pointed at himself. So I've been shouldering the responsibility of saving the living? I always thought I was the villain. The head referee laughed. Silly child. Villain and positive. But it's just a matter of thought. Who stipulates that a villain can't save the world? Who stipulates that a villain can't have feelings? And who stipulates that a villain can't have great ambitions? The villain is just acting in a well-behaved and extreme manner. It's not like he's a brain-damaged lunatic who can't just watch the world come to an end and do nothing about it. Alright, I've already said what needs to be said. Dao Zun and the others have already departed, and I can't be left behind. The head referee rubbed Lu Yuan's head before disappearing into the darkness of the arbitration tribunal. Looking at his chicken nest-like hair, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth pulled. Master, what's going on? I'm a few hundred years old. I'm long gone from that 15-year-old kid. Lu Yuan spat as he straightened his long silver-white hair. Endless stars. A small but ancient planet stood in a corner of the starry sky. At this moment, not far from this planet, in the starry sky, 3 silhouettes were standing. One person in the center, wearing a Xianhuang Taoist robe, infinite Taoist rhythms lingering around him, carrying an ancient sword, middle-aged appearance. At this moment, his face is serious. One person on the left, dressed in a metaphysical black coat, youth-like, with a debauched smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. One person on the right, with 2 dragon horns on his head, clad in long golden hair, wearing a purple emperor's robe, looking handsome and evil, but at this time, the same serious face. The 3 of them stood proudly in the starry sky without any movement. Their figures were small, but for some reason, they gave off a feeling as if they were heavier than the entire universe. At this point, a clear voice rang out beside the trio. Late to the party. Hopefully nothing bad. The head referee appeared beside the trio with a calm demeanor. Hey, magistrate, what has my little Lu Yuan been up to lately? Taijin poked his body out towards the greeting and didn't forget to spit out. His demonic doppelganger is so boring. He just knows how to suck in demonic chi all day long. It's boring as hell. The head referee didn't say anything, but the look in Taizen's eyes was all that of a parent looking at their own child's delinquent friend. Taizen bristled and retracted his body. Just then, a deep voice rang out through the stars. Guests, I didn't realize that my damned but undead self was still in someone's thoughts. The Necropolis Heavenly Emperor in a golden divine robe appeared in front of the 4. The golden flames in his pupils exuberantly pulsating as if he was sizing up the people in front of him. As an existence that had dominated the heavens in the second era, the 4 people in front of him were all his juniors. Truly the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. In the blink of an eye, the heavens have given birth to another extraordinary little fellow. The Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor looked at Taijin and said with deep meaning, but immediately, sighed, but I hate this caged heaven and earth. Any of your amazing talents are trapped and unable to break this cage. The Necropolis Heavenly Emperor was overwhelmed with emotion. Dao Zun, however, was too lazy to engage in small talk and open the door. Necromancer, let's cut the small talk short. You should be able to guess the purpose of our visit. The necrotic Celestial Emperor was a bit lethargic, spreading his hands and said, isn't it just that you want me to give up killing this cage? Simple. As long as you guys can do my 2 conditions, I'll give up. You say. The demon ancestor spoke. The Necropolis Heavenly Emperor stretched out 2 fingers. First condition, get me killed. Second condition, hand over the person who killed him. With a wave of the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor's hand, the silhouette of immortal monarch Xingzheng's face appeared in midair. Upon seeing this shadow, Taijin, the magistrate's face changed slightly. Xingzheng and the others knew each other, but they knew even more that not long ago, Lu Yuan had gotten this person killed. In other words, the person that the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor wanted them to hand over was Lu Yuan. The first condition, getting the dead spirit Celestial Emperor killed, was completely impossible to do. If it could be done, the dead spirit Celestial Emperor wouldn't be alive right now. The second condition is even more unlikely than the first. The Necropolis Heavenly Emperor saw the change in Taijin's and the magistrate's faces and smiled slightly. It seems that the 2 of you know who I'm looking for. Since that's the case, then hand it over. Elder Necromancer is joking. We don't know who Elder is looking for. Taizin spread his hands. The head referee didn't say anything, but his eyes were extraordinarily stern. Taijin, magistrate, do you 2 know or not? If you do, hand it over. Don't waste our time. Dao Zun said quietly. He didn't care who the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor wanted. To him, as long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter who it was, even if it was his own disciple. The Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor was very strong, and he wasn't willing to confront the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor if he could achieve his goal by negotiating a deal. After all, the Necrotic Heavenly Emperor was unkillable, and if he went up against the Necrotic Heavenly Emperor, the end result was destined to be that he would cause himself a lot of trouble and the other party would not have a single thing to do. Taijin immediately disliked him angrily. Nubizi, shut your mouth and come back to make us hand over our people when you can fulfill his first condition. The head referee also said sorrowfully, haven't seen you for many years. It seems that Daozun's cultivation has grown again. Find a time for the 2 of us to spar. Daozun's face changed, and with a scornful glance at the magistrate, he snorted coldly and stopped speaking. The Necrotic Heavenly Emperor had been watching from the sidelines and smiled faintly. It seems that you all really can't finish my conditions. In that case, I'll ask you all to leave. Of course, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you, and I expect you all to beat me to death. Elder Necromancer, can't we really talk about it? Taizin's eyes sank. The Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor shook his head. Actually, before you guys, the human ancestor and the Dao ancestor both came to talk to me. The 2 of them had long predicted that this day would come, and even the 2 of them didn't convince me, so don't even think about it. Hearing this, Taijin, the magistrate, the Dao father, and the demon ancestor looked at each other. Next moment, terrifying fluctuations spread across the heavens. Lu Yuan returned to the small courtyard. The whole thing was worried. He didn't really care much about the outcome of his master and the others going to talk to the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor. Although the Death Spirit Heavenly Emperor was very strong, if he really wanted to kill Tai Wu Boundary, he couldn't even think about it without thousands or tens of thousands of years, and that was even if no one was stopping him. He cares more now that the universe is dead. According to the speed at which he felt the spiritual energy disappearing, I'm afraid that Tai Wujia would be gone first without waiting for the Necropolis Heavenly Emperor to kill Tai Wujia. The consequences of the disappearance of a spiritual opportunity are terrible. This means that the universe is heading towards death, but also means that with the passage of time, the realm will be more and more difficult to break through, and those who have already broken through, their cultivation will fall uncontrollably, and the spirits of heaven and earth will no longer be born, and the great Tao will disappear, and ultimately, all things in heaven and earth will be turned into mortals, and will no longer have transcendent power, and finally, the universe will explode, and everything will disappear. There's only one way to change that. Become two, able to cross out of the Taiwu realm, able to refine the boat of salvation and bring a large group of people with the last spark of civilization in the Taiwu realm, looking for the next home. Here was the crux of the problem. To become two, it would inevitably take time, years to accumulate, and it wasn't always possible to break through. But the problem was that the universe was dying, the process was still accelerating, and with every day that passed, the difficulty of breaking through would increase. and the spiritual opportunity would disappear until it became more and more difficult to break through, which was nothing short of a paradox. Unless one can find a tipping point and break through to become 2 before the tipping point. But as far as Lu Yuan's feelings and predictions were concerned, this tipping point must be within 100 years. Trying to become 2 in 100 years? It's a pipe dream. If becoming 2 was so simple, amazing talents such as Dao Ancestor, Tai Jin and others, I'm afraid they would have already succeeded. If no one in the Tai Wu boundary was able to become a Tai, they would have to turn to outsiders. For example, the Immortal Lord. The reason why the Immortal Lord dared to wreak havoc was because he had evening another great world, and there must be Tai realm powerhouses in the great worlds on the Immortal Lord list, so the Immortal Lord wasn't afraid of the death of the Tai Wu realm at all. Can others evening out the world as well? That's a problem. Based on what the magistrate had said to Lu Yuan earlier, the world behind the Immortal Lord was hostile to the Tai Wu realm, and had even detained the most promising person in the Tai Wu realm to become a Tai, the human ancestor. In other words, the world behind the Immortal Lord was unwilling to see the Tai Wu realm give birth to Tai, and would even prevent the Tai Wu realm from giving birth to Tai by various methods. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. The Tai Wu realm was really in big trouble, and he was in big trouble too. Let's not talk about the fact that the Tai Wu boundary needed to give birth to a Tai in the fastest time possible, and that this process was bound to be difficult and not have a high success rate. With the addition of the necrotic celestial emperor, the celestial demon race messing with the process was even more difficult, not to mention a powerful world hidden in the unknown. Perhaps this unknown world would also secretly pull in some of the powerhouses of the Tai Wu realm, promise them some conditions, and then allow these powerhouses to wreak havoc. As for Lu Yuan, as the magistrate said, his essence was close to that of an innate being, and he had high hopes of becoming a Tai. If that unknown world wanted to wreak havoc, Lu Yuan couldn't escape in any way. Powerful as the human ancestor could not resist, not to mention Lu Yuan now. Big trouble. Lu Yuan frowned, and in the next second, he didn't know what came to his mind, and his brows stretched out at once. I almost forgot. I still have the chat group of the heavens. Wanting the Tai Wu realm to give birth to Tai by itself was too low a possibility, and since that was the case, there was only a second way to go, and that second way was to turn to other worlds for help. However, because only a Tai could cross the great world, there was very little known about the outside world within the Tai Wu realm, let alone turning to an unfamiliar Tai for help. However, among all of them, Lu Yuan was not included because he had the chat group of the heavens. It was a chat group that could connect to countless large worlds. Demon Lord Fong Ji was a half-step Tai realm existence of a great unknown world, and the world he's in may have too. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan immediately opened the chat group of the heavens. That said, he hadn't paid attention to the chat group in quite some time. As soon as he entered the group chat, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, only to see that the number of people in the chat group had gone from the previous 2 to 6. In other words, inside the chat group, apart from Lu Yuan and Fong Jiqi, 4 more unfamiliar powerhouses had entered the group chat. Lu Yuan began to rummage for historical information, until I saw the last message he sent last time. Then they began to look down one by one. Star Origin God Emperor, what is this chat group? Who can answer it for this seat? Demon Lord Fong Ji, welcome Divine Emperor Xing Yuan. This is the chat group of the heavens, a platform for the strongest of the heavens to communicate. Star Origin God Emperor, I see. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. Has this group just been created not long ago? Why are there only 3 people? Demon Lord Fong Ji, right, it was created not long ago, and those who can stay in the group are all strong people who have jumped out of the long river of time, control the great Tao, and will not perish in the event of a catastrophe, and the rest of the people have all been kicked by the group master, which is why they seem to be fewer in number. Star Origin God Emperor, jumping out of the long river of time and controlling the great Tao in order to stay in the group? The entry conditions for this group are so high? Fortunately, I am fully capable of meeting this condition. Some great unknown world of stars, an incomparably terrifying silhouette sat perched on top of a galaxy, gulping in the innate indestructible breath, and the entire universe was in turmoil between one breath and the next. This person was the Star Origin God Emperor, one of the top powerhouses in this realm. Seeing the message from the chat group, he was slightly surprised in his heart, lamenting the threshold of entry for this chat group, but at the same time, he had some pride in his heart, because his strength not only met the conditions for joining the group, but even vaguely exceeded. Next, the Star Origin God Emperor and Fong Zi began to discuss the Tao, exploring each other's Tao, checking for gaps and perfecting their own Tao. Demon Lord Fong Zi, discussing with you, I have gained a lot, and I have a slight realization in my heart, so I will retire. Looking forward to the next discussion with you. Star Origin Divine Emperor, the same goes for this seat. I look forward to the next discourse with fellow Taoists. It's a great pity that I couldn't get to meet the group master. The chat between the two ended here. The next chat message that is happening. 3 new members entered the group in a row. Elderly people join the group chat. Click welcome. Origins Greats join the group chat. Click welcome. Nine-tailed Sky Demon joins the group chat. Click welcome. Demon Lord Fong Ge, welcome new members. Star Source God Emperor, welcome new members. Old Man Unchained, what is this thing? Origin Emperor, it's surprising that this seat can't project the origin of this chat group. Something. Nine-tailed Heavenly Demon, Little Demon is new here. So I hope that all of you will take care of her. Star Source God Emperor, no problem taking care of it. Where are the pictures? Demon Lord Fong Ge, ahem. Although I'm not interested in female sex, I would like to see a picture. Unweakly elderly man, though I am old. My heart is not old. Photo. Origins Archon, so do I. Heavenly Demon Great World. The national colorful nine-tailed Heavenly Demon looked at the information in the group, covered her mouth and smiled sweetly, fumbled with the group function, found the photo function and then took a photo of herself and sent it out. On the photo, the nine-tailed Heavenly Demon was sitting on top of a divine seat on one side, with a stunning appearance, draped in a snow-white velvet robe, revealing snow-white crystal and shoulders, and behind her, 9 snow-white tails were dancing. When I saw the photo, the group fell silent for a moment. Then, Star Source God Emperor, does Miss Sister have a boyfriend? I'm 99 times a night. Origin Emperor, although I already have 3,000 harem beauties. I don't mind having one more though. My Origin Empire is still short of a noble consort. Ahem. You know, Elder Bujo, I'm old. So I won't fight with you fellow Taoists. Demon Lord Fong Ge, TCH. I have to say, the girl is very bullish looking. But unfortunately I have to maintain my damn persona, so I can only have no chance with the girl. Lu Yuan looked at the chat message and sked with his mouth. I didn't expect this one nickname is all bullish. I didn't realize that they are all a bunch of beasts. They can't walk away when they see a beauty. Lu Yuan also took a look at the photos sent out by the nine-tailed Heavenly Demon, stroked his chin, and sighed in admiration. It's indeed very beautiful. The color of the country is heavenly. It's never too much for the country to fall in love with the city. And even more rare and precious is that while combining both beauty and appearance, there's also such a powerful strength. Not to mention a group of beasts in the group. I'm afraid that any male creature who sees it would be touched by the heart. Nine-tailed Heavenly Demon, thank you for your brother's love. It's just that little demon cultivates the way of too high forgetfulness, so I can only fail your brother's love. Star Origin God Emperor, huh? That's a shame. Origins Archon, +1. Demon Lord Fong Ge, +1. Unweakly Elder, +1. Star Origin God Emperor, at Elder Bujo. Aren't you damn well not interested? Old Man Unchained, ahem. Unweakly Elder, +1. Origins Archon, +1. Star Origin God Emperor, at Demon Lord Fong Ge. Don't move. Whether or not my little brother's life's work will be resolved depends on this time. Demon Lord Fong Ge. Star Origin God Emperor, Little Demon Brother will explain to you. What about the role of the chat group? It is literally a place for chatting. The difference is that it is a place for the strongest of the different heavens to communicate and chat. For example, that fellow Taoist Fong above. In my world, there is no such person. And of course, the same goes for all of you. And the criteria for wanting to stay in this group must reach the level of jumping out of the long river of time and controlling the great Tao in order to be able to do so. And I, fellow Taoist Fong, are all strong in this class. Taoist friend Fong had been in the group for a while before me. And according to him, all members who had not reached this level would be kicked out of the group chat by the mysterious group owner to ensure the quality of the chat group. The chat group was founded not long ago, so now there are not many people. The group owner is also mysterious. So far has not shown up, but also on the Fong Taoist friends and the group owner talked to. According to Fong Taoist friends, our group owner is not only mysterious, the strength is even stronger than incomparable. Is a transcendence of heaven and earth, touching the essence of the multiverse. A thought can travel to the multiverse, the witness to the existence of the eternal indestructible. Beyond that, my brother doesn't understand the rest. Heavenly Demon Great World. The nine-tailed Heavenly Demon on top of the divine throne had its small mouth slightly opened. In the beginning, she had actually had high expectations for the chat group, and the people in it, because their titles were all frighteningly powerful one after another, either demon lords or god emperors. However, when the Star Origin God Emperor truly handed over the bottom line, the nine-tailed Heavenly Demon was still shocked that none of the existences within the group were actually weaker than her. And to know, she was the strongest existence in the Heavenly Demon world. Call a few times brother and call yourself a little demon, but it's just her modesty. The purpose was to wait for the people in the group to inquire about her strength, then she would burst out her world lord strength. shocking over a crowd, so that she could put on a show. I just didn't realize, that the group was full of bigots. The group leader, in particular, was an existence she could hardly imagine. Elder Bujo, transcending heaven and earth and proving that the Tao is eternal and indestructible? Isn't this exactly the realm I've been pursuing? Group Master is awesome. Great Emperor of Origins. This seed established the Empire of Origins, attacked the 10,000 realms, caused the territories to expand, and included billions and billions of living beings into the territory, so that the statue of faith of this seat, standing in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, enjoys the power of endless faith. And all I have done is to pursue true transcendence, but escape is too difficult, even though I have already captured half of the heavens and the worlds, yet I am feeling distant. I didn't realize that the Group Master is a transcendent being. This is truly admirable. Nine-tailed sky demon, +1. Besides, I become the Group Master's little fangirl. When will the Group Master come out? Seeing the last message, Lu Yuan fell into silence. As it stood, of the 6 people in the group, other than him, the other 5 were Source Realm big shots or half-step Tai Realm. Unfortunately, none 2. As for whether or not there was a 2 in the world where the group members were, he couldn't tell. Lu Yuan was not discouraged. He was just thinking about how he could get help from the group members. To get help from someone, you either have a great relationship or you have interests at stake. Never expect others to be kind. Excluding the fact that the relationship is very good, there are only interests involved. Simply put, it was something that Lu Yuan had, or the Tai Wu realm had, and others didn't have but needed it badly. However, Lu Yuan couldn't think of anything after half a day's thought. One could only scratch his head in dismay. The group was full of old monsters, and he himself had been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Dealing with these old monsters was enough to exhaust one's mind without even having to speak. Moreover, the persona he had set up in the group was still that of a Tai realm bigot. The people in the group are not skeptical about this. It is easy to understand. After all, the chat group is here. Want to question Lu Yuan? You have to first weigh whether you can also create something like a chat group. It was good that the group members maintained a sense of awe towards him, but the problem was that Lu Yuan was not too awe. He was not even a source, and his comprehension of the Tao was even more shallow. Once you open your mouth, it's easy to reveal yourself. Why don't we just pull Master or Taizhen in? Lu Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. Master and Taizhen are both half-step Tai realms. It's only because of the flaws in heaven and earth that they couldn't become Tai. If Taizhen and Master were born inside a complete great world, I'm afraid they would have become Tai long ago. More importantly, Taizhen and Master are both close allies who are on the same side as me. Revealing the chat group to the two of them isn't that big of a problem, and it's not something that violates the rules like the system anyway. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. After all, by himself, it could be too difficult to fool the old monsters in the group, and it was more likely to let his master and the others come. In addition, Master Teacher and the others were able to discuss the Tao with each other with the strongest people in the group, checking for gaps. Maybe the master and the others will be able to get it in the group. The way to become two in the case of a congenital deficiency. However, there is no hurry in this matter for the time being, so let's observe it for a while. Lu Yuan shook his head and pushed the thought to the bottom of his heart. Exiting the chat interface, he began to study the various functions of the chat group. Last time, he had only taken a cursory look at it and hadn't studied it in detail. But times are different now, and the chat group may be his saving grace, and it must be looked into. As each function was clicked in and understood, Lu Yuan's eyes gradually brightened. Well, it's not bad. You can have private chats, and there's also a one-click sharing function for group members. A strong circle is bound to be full of strong people, and you should be able to pull quite a few strong people into the group through this function. Identity cards? That's a good one too. Let the group members edit their own identity cards and you'll be able to get a general idea of the members of that group. As his research deepened, Lu Yuan gradually realized that this chat group seemed to be very unusual. Heck, I can't believe I didn't realize that last time. Geez, what am I missing these days? Lu Yuan covered his face. He thought at first that chat groups were just about chatting. He didn't realize that chat groups had so many functions. For example, what he saw next made the crisis in his mind much less intense. Group task function. Completion of group quests will result in quest points. Task points can be used to unlock group functions or to issue mandatory tasks that group members cannot refuse. Private chat function, unlocked. One-click sharing function for group members, unlocked. Photo and video functions, unlocked. ID card function, unlocked. Bounty mission function, unlocked. Help function for group members, unlocked. Spatial passage function, can travel across large worlds without regard to large world restrictions. Group members only unlocked. Unlocking requires 10,000 quest points. City of the Heavens function. A city of the heavens can be established, and group members who have obtained the group master's permission can travel freely through the city of the heavens. Not unlocked. Unlocking requires 100,000 quest points. Group mole function. Unlocked. Unlocking requires 5,000 quest points. Looking at the various heaven-defying functions in the group, Lu Yuan fell into a long silence. Then he made an announcement to the group. Welcome to the new members to join the chat group. This group master recently trivial matters are entangled. Cannot be with you to discuss the road. Very regrettable. To be my side to solve the trivial matters. Well, certainly with you to discuss the road 7749 days and nights. And now I want to promulgate the following rules of chat group. Rule 1, Identity Card. All members of the group must edit their identity card, which contains their name or title, cultivation level, and whether or not they are in a world where there is a tie or above being. Rule 2, if you have friends of the same level around you, you can use the one-click share group chat function to invite your friends to join the group. Rule 3, Vast Heavens, Vast World See, we can meet, is fate. If the group members have difficulties, can ask for help in the group, need to pay the benefit fee. Rule 4, group members can post a bounty quest in the group if they need a certain treasure that is not available in this world. Rule V, Subsequent Additions. After posting the announcement, Lu Yuan exited the chat group and lay down on a chair in the small courtyard, picking up the tea that had already been brewed on the side and gulping it down. Then he put down his teacup and rubbed his face. The look was a bit self-doubting. The chat group's counterintuitive function was beyond his imagination. It could be said that as long as the group functions could all be unlocked, the crisis of the Taiwu realm would no longer be a problem for Lu Yuan. A chat group that can open a spatial channel that ignores the limitations of the larger world. That is to say, even if it's not two, you can go to other great worlds through the spatial channel of the chat group. There is one caveat though. That is, you must be a member of the group and it must be a case of picking up a quest. The City of the Heavens functioned, and it was even more anticlimactic. It was almost equivalent to a world transit station capable of connecting to all the great worlds, and as long as one obtained Lu Yuan's permission, as long as one was a member of the group, one could travel to and from the celestial city and this world without regard to the limitations and number of times. The group mole function, for the time being, is unknown and unlocked, and Lu Yuan can't see what's inside. Lu Yuan only glanced at it and didn't look at it again, seeing that it couldn't be obtained. That was also a very painful thing. On top of that, the group task feature and group bounty feature are awesome. This meant that Lu Yuan could get group members to help him whenever he was in trouble through the group bounty or group mission function. If there was a Tai Realm powerhouse inside the group, Lu Yuan would be fully able to use the group bounty function to get a Tai Realm powerhouse to help him. In this way, the crisis that Lu Yuan was currently facing was solved. To summarize, Lu Yuan only needed to do two things now. First, complete group missions for group mission points. Second, massively send out group invitations to invite more powerful people into the group. For the second thing, Lu Yuan only needed to move his fingers, and the rest depended on luck. After all, most powerful people were wary. Most of the ones that will be in the group are confident in themselves. As for the first thing, Lu Yuan tapped on the group mission function. 5 cluster tasks come into view. Group size reaches 1 person, 1,000 mission points, available. Group size reaches 5 people, 5,000 mission points, available. Group size reaches 10,000 mission points, not completed. Capture an adult chaos beast alive, 20,000 mission points, incomplete. Capture an observer of the Temple of the Mixed Immortals alive, 50,000 mission points, incomplete. Click to view guidelines. Mission refreshed after 5 months. Of the 5 quests in front of you, 2 are available for collection and 3 are unfinished. Looking at the 3 unfinished tasks, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Group size reaches 10. Ignored. Almost no difficulty. Wait a while to complete. Equivalent to giving quest points for nothing. It was the latter 2 tasks that puzzled Lu Yuan. An adult chaos beast? Confusion flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. I haven't heard that there are chaos giant beasts in the Taiwu realm? Chaos beast? Just by hearing the name, one would know that it was extraordinary. How could it not be worse than a giant koan? But Lu Yuan searched around in his mind and had no impression at all. He looked to the next task. Capture alive a hybrid immortal temple observer. What kind of power is the mixed immortal hall again? Lu Yuan frowned, but it felt as if there was a new world that opened its doors to him. He clicked on the guide, and instantly, information about the Mixed Immortal Hall came into view. Mixed Immortal Hall, one of the supreme forces in the central world of chaos, with forces spreading over several large worlds and establishing observatories in several large worlds to observe the movements of large worlds in general, and sometimes making efforts to stir up the pattern of large worlds. And if it is found that the large worlds may give birth to transcendent beings, it will take the initiative to suppress and sanction them. There is an observatory at the edge of the great nothingness realm, with 3 observers and dozens of recorders, cultivating many minions in the great nothingness realm. Note, the observer is the source. The recorder is the beginning. Miso. Seeing this guideline, Lu Yuan, who was originally lying down, sat up with a mischievous look, his eyes gloomy and frightening, stirring up the world's pattern and suppressing any escapees that might be born in the great world. Such an introduction. It reminded him of the human ancestor. The human ancestor was the most promising person ever to become a transcendent in the Taiwu realm, but in the end, he was detained by a group of inexplicable powerhouses, and the immortal lords, they are the lackeys of that group of powerful people. In other words, this so-called chaotic central great world was most likely the unknown world behind the immortal lord, as well as the culprit that caused the Taiwu realm to have a defective innate, or to be more precise, the black hand behind everything was this mixed immortal hall, this observatory located at the edge of the Taiwu realm. This news is amazing. Once it exploded, it was enough to shake the entire Taiwu realm. The group mission. It's for me to capture an observer alive. There are 3 of them observed. Each of them is a hegemony of the heavens level powerhouse, or from an unfamiliar great world. Lu Yuan's eyes sank slightly. I need help. It's too difficult to stay alive on my own, and I have to get it all at once, or it will be difficult if I spook the snakes. Lu Yuan thought carefully in his heart, and suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Isn't Tai the only one who can cross great worlds? Lu Yuan had some doubts in his heart. Only the Tai realm could cross the great world, but the observers in that observatory were only in the source realm. And even more outrageously, there were dozens of recorders who were only in the beginning realm. Many possibilities floated in Lu Yuan's mind, and finally he locked onto one. That is, that so-called observatory is itself a wondrous object enchanted with the power of transcendence, similar to the boat of salvation. And such a wondrous thing can only be refined by Tai. By refining it and adding the power of Tai, it would be able to carry an existence below the Tai realm across the border without a Tai realm powerhouse leading the way. It's amazing what that implies. Below the immortal realm, holy weapons were generally used. Below the transcendence realm, supreme divine artifacts were generally used. The transcendental realm is the name of the transcendental realm. The Tai realm is also known as the transcendent. But this is a description and the two are not to be confused. Above the transcendence realm, billionth stripe supreme divine artifacts were generally used. But the things that were most suitable for existences above the transcendence realm were wonders, a strange object, similar to a combination of artifacts and life, which possessed life itself and was capable of self-growth, and was more similar to an alternative life form that possessed ultra-high intelligence. Each of these wonders transcends the rules and possesses transcendent force, and the least of the wonders possesses strength above the transcendent realm. The strength of many famous wonders had reached the overlord of the heavens level. They are beyond the 3,000 rules, or, arguably, they are rules themselves. Curiosities are many and varied. Some may be a tree, a hoe, or even a cell phone, a piece of paper. They come in so many forms that no one knows exactly how many forms they take. His movements are secretive and he rarely appears in front of people. They almost form a population of only curiosities. Almost all of the hegemons of the heavens longed for a wondrous item. Unfortunately, the number of wonders is scarce, and they themselves have extremely high intelligence, coupled with extreme strength and secretive movements. 99% of the hegemony of the heavens can only look at the wonders and sigh. The few hegemons of the heavens that possessed wondrous objects, the relationship between the two was also not that of master and servant, but rather that of collaborators and partners. Oddities are just amazing, almost the second most amazing creation in the universe, the first being life. Among the hegemons of the heavens known to Lu Yuan, almost only half-step Tai realm existences possessed wondrous objects. The head referee had. Lu Yuan had seen it. It was a scale. Only when Tian Ping met Lu Yuan, he clamored to break the partnership with the magistrate. Afterward, Lu Yuan had never seen Tian Ping. Taijin also had it. It was a demonic sword. So demonic and deep that one would almost fall into the demonic path and become its slave just by looking at it. At that time, when the devil sword saw Lu Yuan, it immediately acted like a madman and clamored to recognize Lu Yuan as its master. Then, Lu Yuan was expelled from the eternal demon region by Taijin. Until now, Lu Yuan had never seen the magic sword again. The Lord God also has it, because the Lord God's temple itself is a wondrous thing. The Lord God and the Lord's temple, each with half the authority. The reason why Lu Yuan was able to act recklessly in the main divine hall, the fact that the main God valued him was one of the reasons. And the more important reason was that the main divine hall also treated Lu Yuan as if he were its own son. Otherwise, even if the Lord God valued Lu Yuan, it would be impossible for Lu Yuan to ignore all the rules of the Lord God's temple. All in all, Wondrous objects were incomparably precious, and even if a transcendentist was able to refine wondrous objects, it would require a great deal of effort and countless rare treasures, and the success rate of being able to refine wondrous objects in the end would be less than 0.1%. The observatory, on the other hand, could be a marvelous thing, and if this was true, it was enough to show how powerful the mixed immortal hall was. After all, according to the chat group, there was more than one observatory like this one. It's hard to get it right. Lu Yuan covered his forehead with one hand and lay down helplessly on the eunuch chair. The site does not give recommendations. Fast-starving big brothers, possessing more than one strange object was enough to show that the mixed immortal hall's underpinnings were strong enough. Being able to reach out to other great worlds in itself indicated that the mixed immortal hall likely possessed more than one transcendent. If Lu Yuan led an attack on the observatory, the chat group's mission might be accomplished, but this was bound to alert the mixed immortal hall. In case the mixed immortal hall descended on a transcendent, all of them would be doomed. In this matter, or else hurry, to be slow, to ensure that nothing is wrong before making a move. Lu Yuan got up and left the eunuch's chair. He decided that he would first visit this so-called observatory. Know your enemy and know yourself. Tearing through the void, Lu Yuan took a step and left the starry sky giant city. The location of the observatory is at the edge of the Taiwu boundary. It was only after a month that Lu Yuan stepped out into the void and stood on a huge meteorite. Looking into the distance, in front of him, there was clearly a starry sky barrier, and any existence in front of this starry sky barrier appeared extremely small. Just standing in front of this starry sky barrier, Lu Yuan even had some difficulty breathing. It's a shock straight to the heart. Force yourself to look away from the starry ledge. Lu Yuan dropped his gaze to a tiny black dot in front of the starry sky barrier. It was a marginal continent comparable in size to the dark continent in general, and the observatory, which sits on top of it. Taking out a concealment prop and using it, Lu Yuan hid all the sense and traces of his body, then fly towards this continent. He didn't dare to directly use the way of traveling through space. It would be easy to startle the snakes. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived over this strange continent. A view of the entire continent from above. As far as the eye could see, there were countless majestic mountain ranges, and cities of staggering size dotted the entire continent. Just on the surface, this is a bright and prosperous human civilization, but if you look deeper, you can see the hidden filth and intrigue. Lu Yuan then saw that a transportation mothership was coming from all over the Taiwu realm into this continent. These transportation motherships were filled with all sorts of rare treasures and minerals, as well as population resources, and massive amounts of star source crystals were constantly being transported from all over the Taiwu realm, and then entered this continent, which would be used as a transit point before being sent to the mixed immortal hall. With a flash of his figure, Lu Yuan appeared on a transportation mothership that was so huge that it was hard to describe in words. When he came to one of the ship's silos, he saw an indescribable amount of star source crystals piled up like mountains. And that is just one of the cabins. A single such transportation mothership was almost comparable in size to the Heavenly Skies continent. It was hard to imagine just how many resources the mixed immortal hall had stolen from the Taiwu realm after so many years. No wonder one would be willing to bring a strange object as a tool. No wonder one would want to stir up the world's pattern. So it turns out that in this, there is this kind of profiteering that can be profited from. Lu Yuan's eyes sank slightly. The mixed immortal hall. This was treating a large world without Tai realm powerhouses as its own resource pool. The Taiwu realm was one of their resource pools, and it wasn't hard to imagine that for them to be able to steal the resources so smoothly, someone must have been secretly assisting them. In the Taiwu realm, there was definitely more than just the immortal lord as a lapdog. Lu Yuan wondered if the magistrate and the others knew about this. But anyway, he couldn't bear it. Turning around, Lu Yuan left the cabin and went to the living quarters of this mothership. The majestic divine thoughts swept across the entire living area. Lu Yuan soon found a luxurious and cozy, captain's lounge-like room. And in the room, two people were talking at the moment. Both of them were middle-aged looking. One wore a white captain's robe, while the other wore a long black robe. And behind his back, he carried a large palm-width red sword. The two were now standing in front of a wide glass wall, gazing out at the view of the starry sky outside, talking eloquently. The captain picked up a cup of coffee and gently took a sip, not hiding his joy. Geniki, after transporting this time, I'll have saved up enough merit to be able to take my entire family and move away from this world to the main world where the Stargazer sect is located. When the black-robed man heard this, a flash of envy flashed in his eyes as he spoke. I'm still a bit short. After escorting this one, and then 5 more times, I'll be able to save up enough merit. Immediately after, the black cannon man named Xiani said with some pride, my son successfully passed the Stargazer sect's entrance examination last year, and in a few more years, he will be able to become an outer disciple, and by that time, I'll have saved up enough merit. And even if I go to another world, with my son's identity, I'll be able to live a good life. Yo, I didn't see it. You guys are hiding quite deeply. The captain's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. Stargazer sect is an extraordinary behemoth, with 3 source-beginning masters and dozens of elders who are all immortals. Looking at the entire Taiwu realm, Stargazer sect can be ranked on the top. Your son actually managed to join the Stargazer sect. His ancestors' graves are smoking, aren't they? Xianyi said proudly. Maybe it's true. My son, that's my pride. That so-called cosmic heavenly pride battle list of the Taiwu realm. In my son's eyes, it's not worth mentioning at all. If he wants to be on the list, he can be on it anytime he wants to be on it. Indeed. The captain nodded deeply. But unfortunately, whether it's the Stargazer sect or a heavenly figure like your son, they are all unknown in the entire Taiwu realm. Don't think so much. Stargazer sect needs to hide itself. We also need to hide ourselves. This great world is not as good as Chaos Central Great World. But if we are exposed, we can't do well. Just do your job honestly, and when we save up enough merits, we will leave this world. Genicky patted the captain on the shoulder. Somewhere in the corner of the room, Lu Yuan listened to the conversation between the two with an odd gaze. He could sort of tell that the 2 men in front of him, one was the captain of the ship and the other was something like an escort leader. Both of them, however, were natives of the continent beneath their feet, working for the Stargazer sect to sell their lives. The Stargazer sect, which is the observatory, has been open for an unknown period of time, and is used to conceal its identity. And it's obvious that the system has been working for a long time and is very mature. The natives of the continent worked for the Stargazer sect to gain merit, and after saving up a certain amount of merit, they were able to travel to the Chaos Central world through the Stargazer sect, the wondrous object. Moreover, the 2 of them had wide eyes and knew about the Taiwu realm, the chaotic central great world, and what the Stargazer sect had done. Just this point alone had already surpassed an unknown number of Taiwu realm powerhouses. The positioning of this continent was very much like Shangjiang and Vegas in Lu Yuan's previous life. Listening to you, I'm a bit envious. It just so happens that in a month the Stargazer sect will be opening another sect to accept disciples. I'll let my daughter try it out as well. The captain finished his coffee and leapt to his feet as well. Starting a clan and taking in disciples? Hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly. These natives might be able to know quite a bit of the information he needed. But if he wanted to know more and deeper information, it would undoubtedly be best to enter the Stargazer sect. The opening of the sect to accept disciples in a month's time might be an opportunity. Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed, then left the room and went back to the cabin. He took a big swing and looted all the ship's holds of supplies, and then, he released an Azura king. With a few words of advice to King Azura, he left the mothership. When he left from the flood, all the Azura kings were taken away with him. After all, the battle power was all good. The growth was still high, so naturally he couldn't waste it. Shortly after Lu Yuan left, the battleship exploded with a loud bang. From the ground, it looks like a firework exploded in the sky. On the ground, Lu Yuan looked up and felt a rising breath in the city, his gaze narrowing slightly. That's a quantity that's a bit outrageous. In just that moment, he had sensed at least no less than 10 powerful individuals of the Transcendence realm leaving this city at his feet. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan focused on the city in front of him. The city in front of us is a mix of technology and ancient style. There are tiled brick houses and hooked greenhouses, but there are also high-rise buildings and floating shuttles. Occasionally, huge ships that covered the sky would pass by low in the sky. No one in town was surprised, though, apparently they had all gotten used to it a long time ago. Finding an open ancient restaurant, Lu Yuan walked in, found a position by the window, and beckoned for a waiter. Have one of the best wines and the most delicious food in your tavern. Holler guest, right away. Xiao Er had a rag on his shoulder, and after removing it to wipe the table in front of Lu Yuan, he turned to leave. The restaurant was noisy, with people from all 3 religions converging in it. Soon the wine and food were served. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Lu Yuan sipped it while using his keen hearing to gather the information he wanted. The natives of this continent, even though they were in the Taiwu realm, to some extent, they no longer belonged to the Taiwu realm. The mixed immortal hall had been rooted in this continent for countless years, and had been transformed down from generation to generation. And the people on this continent were, to some extent, the Chaos Central Great World people, with the only difference being that they had never set foot in the Chaos Central Great World. Even though the people gathered in this restaurant were not very popular, the topics they talked about were still refreshing to Lu Yuan. At this time, at the door of the restaurant, there came an old beggar with tattered clothes. The beggar had a mouth full of sparse teeth, cupped a white porcelain bowl with a missing mouth in his hand, and carried a bundle on his shoulder. He walked into the restaurant and looked around before walking straight towards the second floor. Walking to the second floor, The old beggar's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Yuan, who was sitting against the window. The grin revealed gums with no more than a few teeth left, making it doubtful that he would ever be able to utter a complete sentence. At this moment, Lu Yuan was concentrating on listening to the conversation information of all the guests in the entire restaurant, extracting what he needed from it and supplementing what he didn't know, not noticing in the slightest that he was already being watched. Clunk! The sound of the porcelain bowl falling on the table was crisp and loud. The old beggar sat down opposite Lu Yuan with a big grin, put the bag on his shoulder aside, and without seeing the outside picked up the wine pot and poured the spout directly into his mouth. Taking out a pair of chopsticks from a bamboo tube on the side, the old beggar ate the food as if no one else was there, eating and drinking at the same time, and slurping twice every now and then. Lu Yuan felt the movement, turned back to God, looked at the old beggar in front of him, frowned. He is not discriminating against beggars, but the problem is in the old beggar's body smell is too big. Even more odd is that the other guests in the second floor as if they could not smell the smell. Lu Yuan probed out his divine thoughts to check the old beggar. An even more odd scene happened. As soon as his divine thoughts came into contact with the old beggar, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea and disappeared. There is something odd about this man. This was the first thought that came into Lu Yuan's head. I'm exposed. That was his second thought. As soon as this idea popped up, Lu Yuan immediately wanted to leave this place of Dragon's Den, but the old beggar in front of him seemed to be able to guess what Lu Yuan was thinking in his mind and slowly opened his mouth. Young man, don't be nervous. You weren't exposed and I have nothing to do with those guys from the Mixed Immortal Hall. Who is your honor and what is the purpose of seeking me out? Lu Yuan frowned and opened his mouth, raising his guard in his heart. One should know that he was using a prop at the moment, and ordinary hegemons of the heavens wouldn't even be able to discover him. Moreover, he couldn't see through the old beggar in front of him. Lu Yuan is now in the middle stage of the beginning realm, and I am afraid that the only person who can make him see through it is the magistrate, a powerhouse of Taishan's level. I'm just an idle crane, wandering the world only to find a satisfactory successor. The old beggar picked up a piece of crystallized meat and put it into his mouth to chew, a smile on his face. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The other party's meaning was obvious, looking for an heir, and the purpose of the other party inexplicably finding him was self-evident. Your Excellency, I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed. I already have a master. I can't worship a second master. Lu Yuan opened his mouth. The old beggar beautifully drank a mouthful of wine, shook his head and said, it's not a master. It's a master. If you really worship me as a master, I really don't have anything to teach you. Master, once a teacher, always a father. Master, one who teaches skills. While both are worthy of honor, the former is far more important than the latter. There can only be one master, otherwise you are an unfaithful, ungrateful, unkind and unrighteous person, and there can be many masters. The old beggar smiled, then said, I have a craft, a single lineage. My master ancestor passed on to my master passed on to me, although only 3 generations, in the middle of the thousands of epochs apart. It is difficult to find people who can take over, and once you find it, you will not give up. 3 generations, but thousands of epochs apart. Lu Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, the craftsmanship in the old beggar's mouth. I'm afraid it's not to be trifled with. How about it, lad? Any interest in becoming my successor? The old beggar smiled and said. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, since the old-timer can find me, then my understanding of me should also be far better than others, and should understand that not any craft can be in my eyes, and even more so, not any person are qualified to be my master. It's me who's being abrupt. I haven't introduced you, lad, to what this craft of mine actually is. The old beggar apologized and smiled, then said, this craft of mine. The inheritance of a long time, long to when, I do not know, but those who inherited the craft, the future achievement at least a 2, and having inherited this craft, not to mention the benefits that this craft brings, just the status alone, one would be able to be equal to a transcendent, regardless of any great world. Plus inheriting my craft comes with the love and respect of a powerful group of people. The world calls this group, wonders. Thank you for the gifts from the big guys. Brains will knock 3 for now. Artist, wonders, me so. Lu Yuan sat up straight at once and looked at the old beggar with shocked eyes. The shock that the other party's words brought to him even exceeded the shock that the other party was most likely to bring. Elder might as well make it clearer. Lu Yuan lowered his voice and said. The old beggar smiled faintly. Simply put, after learning this craft of mine, the possibility of creating a wondrous object will far exceed the general too. In addition to learning this craft of mine, it can also be repaired to enhance the wondrous object. Looking at the endless great world, this craft of mine, are a unique The possibility of creating wondrous objects far exceeded that of ordinary Tai realm powerhouses. It also repairs and enhances wonders. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. The shock in his heart lingered for a long time. No wonder the other party would say that mastering this craft, the minimum achievement in the future would be 2, because without becoming 2, it is simply impossible to create wonders. But even leaving that aside, the craft is strong enough. Oddities, one of the most amazing creations in the universe. They were powerful, possessed super high intelligence, and were themselves the equivalent of law incarnations. However, the wonders were not invulnerable, and when they encountered powerful attacks, they would also break, and even one damage could cause them to lie dormant for millions of years. Besides, it wasn't as if there were no fights between wonders and wonders. If 2 wondrous objects that mastered equal laws met, it would likely be a battle of life and death. Those wonders that have entered into a partnership with a strong person may also be damaged, and once a strange object was damaged, it could only wait for a long time to recover. At this moment, the old beggar in front of him told him that strange objects can also be repaired by human power. If true, it is not difficult to imagine what kind of huge energy will be possessed by the person who has mastered this skill. No wonder the old beggar would say that once he mastered the craft, his status would immediately be equal to Tai. What's the consideration, lad? The old beggar looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and raised his hand to call for a cup of tea from the waiter. Carrying the tea, Lu Yuan bent down to pay his respects. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. The old beggar smiled and took the tea handed over by Lu Yuan. Good, good, good. It's not in vain that the old man even crossed billions of great worlds and searched for billions of years. Good disciple. Get up. The old beggar helped Lu Yuan up. He looked at him with a satisfied look in his eyes. And then, with a single finger point, majestic sea-like information poured into Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan was stunned on the spot, accepting this information. In his ears, however, came the sound of the old beggar fading away. Good apprentice. In our lineage, the world calls us wonders, and the skills we master are called wonders. I am the 11th generation of wonders, and you will be the 12th generation. The 10 generations of wonders before you and I are all still alive. We don't mess with things, but we are not afraid of things either. If anyone messes with you, be brave enough to return the favor. Every generation of wonders, a single lineage, not to be transcendent, may not teach disciples. This big world where you are dying, this is something that cannot be changed. I left you a little something. You look at yourself to use, for the teacher to go also. As the voice disappeared, Lu Yuan opened his eyes at the same time. His head felt swollen, but his attention, however, was drawn to 2 items on the table. They were a yellow-orange token and a gold silk cloth bag, respectively. Check out 2 separate things. On the front of the token was the word Qi, and on the back was an intricate pattern. This should be an identity token representing the odd man lineage. The full name of the golden silk cloth bag should be Qin Kuan bag. Contained within. Lu Yuan poked his divine thoughts inside and found 10 items inside. A wooden boat, a sword, a bronze lamp, a volume of books, an ink stone, a brush, a general technological worship, a jade seal, a bronze tripod, and a fair robe. After Lu Yuan examined them one by one, he was shocked to find that these 10 items were all oddities, and all of them were complete wonders at the peak of their powers. Just at the moment, it seems like they're all in a state of slumber. But once you take out the Qian Kuan bag, it immediately comes to life. It's a little something? It's really a billion points of something. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, and then got excited again. With these things, other than that, the crisis of the Taiwu realm was considered to be solved. At least those related to Lu Yuan would survive even if the universe died. The wooden boat, the boat of salvation, is capable of carrying people across the cosmic sea. Retracting his divine thoughts, Lu Yuan sat back in his seat and looked out the window, at the streets where people were coming and going, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now, he is really not afraid of anything, for he is the 12th generation of wonders, and before him, there were 11 more wonders. It also meant that behind Lu Yuan, there were 11 backers who were at least in the Tai realm. Moreover, because of the special nature of the odd man lineage, these 11 Tais were not comparable to ordinary Tais. To the mixed immortal hall, Lu Yuan had no more qualms. Now, all he has to do is complete the group task. The chat group quest was for him to capture an observer alive, but Lu Yuan felt that capturing one alive were enough. He wanted to catch them all. The main temple, in a magnificent palace. Divinity Lu Yuan got up and in the next moment appeared directly in front of the 9 main gods. Little Lu Yuan, what is it? Lord God number 1 asked. Divinity Lu Yuan raised his head, and within his eyes, there was no semblance of human emotion. And then, He spoke about the matter of the mixed immortal hall and the observatory. The 9 Lord Gods were silent for a while after hearing this. Lord God number 2 spoke. Little Lu Yuan, what do you want to do? Lu Yuan said, kill them all, leave no one behind. Hearing this, the 9 Lord Gods looked at each other, and in their hearts, the same concerns that humanity Lu Yuan had at the beginning rose. Once you do it, you're bound to scare the snakes. Since the mixed immortal hall could touch its hand to other great worlds, there was bound to be a Tai realm presence within it, and no one would be able to carry it off once they startled a snake and caused the Tai realm to descend. Divinity Lu Yuan glanced at them, seeing their concerns, and said, there's no need to worry, I have my own methods. The 9 Lord Gods had odd gazes as they looked at Divinity Lu Yuan without speaking. Divinity Lu Yuan calmly said, encountering a little chance is enough to deal with the crisis. Upon hearing this, the 9 main gods once again looked at each other in dismay. Then they all gave a thumbs up toward Divinity Lu Yuan. Not bad. Eternal magic. The same scene is happening. Taishan's eyes almost overflowed with surprise after hearing this. Firmly wrapping his arm around the shoulders of demonic Lu Yuan, he laughed. Worthy of being you, Lu Yuan, always able to bring us unexpected surprises. Demonic Lu Yuan slapped his hand away and asked, Necrotic Celestial Emperor, how's it going? Taishan sighed helplessly. Killed twice. Resurrected again in less than a second. Couldn't fight. The demon ancestor was seriously injured. The Daozun was lightly injured. We could only retreat helplessly, but that star field was crushed by us. The Necrotic Spirit Emperor summoned all the Necrotic Spirit Generals. In the short term, the Necrotic Spirit Emperor won't make a move. Magic Lu Yuan nodded. As expected, a few days later, over the marginal continent, Taishan, the magistrate, the 9 Lord Gods, descended here at the same time. If it weren't for little Lu Yuan's reminder, we really wouldn't have known that the Taiwu realm still had this kind of hiding place, the Lord God said indifferently. Taizan looked to the magistrate. What's the deal? The magistrate said, seal off this continent and finish it in the fastest time possible. Try not to let the news leak out. And in addition, leave the survivors alive. Where's little Lu Yuan? Where is he? The Lord God asked. We have our fight. He has his. Let's get started. Let's not waste time. After the magistrate chief finished speaking, he directly exerted supreme greatness, enveloping the entire continent. All 3 of them were at the half-step Tai realm level of battle power, and an ordinary hegemon of the heavens wouldn't be able to walk a single move in their hands. At this moment, Lu Yuan arrived at the place where the Stargazer sect was located. This place is located in the center of the continent. Except for the Stargazer sect, there is no one in a radius of 100,000 miles. Stargazer sect, incomparably magnificent. The architecture of the sect was ancient, even if it was separated by 10,000 miles. At a glance, one could feel a vicissitude of the vicissitudes of life that came to one's face. The entire sect was like an ancient beast prostrate on the pale earth. It is worth mentioning that what attracts the most attention in Stargazer sect is the blue pillar of light in the center of the sect that rises up into the sky and goes straight into the 9th heaven. The light pillar was 1,000 meters in diameter, and Lu Yuan was thousands of meters away from the Stargazer sect at this time. Yet he could hear a buzzing sound. Tilting his head back and looking at the blue light pillar, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with indifference. Because this pillar of blue light functioned as a teleportation. A huge amount of resources were transported to another world through this pillar of blue light. Day and night, for countless years, this pillar of light had teleported away an unknown number of Taifu realms underpinnings. In every world, resources are limited. There are no unlimited resources in the world. What the mixed immortal hall did was no different from bandits. He stood above a forest, not moving, as if waiting for something. Soon, 3 incomparably terrifying attacks descended directly from the heavens, blatantly bombarding the Stargazer sect. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's eyes were certain that the time had come. Wave your hand and release all the Azura kings. Immediately afterward, he probed his divine thoughts into the Qiankuan bag. His eyes traveled back and forth among the 10 wonders, and finally, his eyes locked onto a sword. Taking the sword out of the Qiankuan bag, almost instantly, Lu Yuan felt an incomparably terrifying pressure and killing aura from this sword. Leaving the Qiankuan bag, the sword also came to life. It levitated in front of Lu Yuan and made a sound. Brat, what's your name? Where's that old man Li Zhenshang? The sword's voice was arrogant, and it was not difficult to hear from the tone that the sword's character belonged to the wild character with a big grin. Li Zhenshang? Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as he laughed. I don't know what generation of wonders you're asking about. The sword grinned widely. Of course it's the 11th generation. By the way, are you little guy the 12th generation of wonders chosen by Li Zhenshang? As you can imagine, Lu Yuan, the 12th wonder. Lu Yuan said calmly, His current status to the oddities was equivalent to that of a doctor, the only one in the entire heavens. This is because when the previous generation of wonders selects the next generation of wonders, the previous generation of wonders will not repair the wounds of any wonders. This was done to ensure the importance of the identity of the odd man out. Therefore, even in the face of a wondrous object at the level of the hegemon of the heavens, Lu Yuan appeared calm. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the sword circled around Lu Yuan and then said, "Old Manly has a good eye. Kid, I'm very optimistic about you. Thank you for the compliment. So now, can you tell me what your name is?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. "Ignorant humanoids generally call me the Dao Chopper Sword. However, I prefer the name 13, the Dao Chopper Sword said. The Chopper Sword? When Lu Yuan heard this name, he quickly searched around in the odd man inheritance memory. Soon, he found a record of the Dao beheading sword on the list of wondrous objects compiled by the wonders of the past generations. Sword of the Chopping Road, number 14 on the list of wonders. Wild personality, great killing nature, once chopped a true saint, can cut off the law avenue. Without true sage strength, contact with them is not recommended. Seeing rank 14, Lu Yuan immediately guessed the reason why the Dao beheading sword liked people to call him 13. Xianhuang Furnace. No. 13 on the list of wonders. Gentle and introverted character. Extremely loving. Healing ability. The first in all the heavens. No matter how long they have been dead, as long as they find traces that exist in time, they can be resurrected, and they can fertilize the great Dao. It is not recommended that anyone except the odd fellows make contact with them, and all those who do so are highly likely to incur the hostility of all odd fellows. The Xianhuang Furnace and the Dao beheading sword were almost naturally the yin and yang of each other. In addition, the Xianhuang Furnace is the object of affection of all wonders, with the two factors superimposed. The Dao Chopper Sword could be described as loving and hating the Xianhuang Furnace. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. The Dao Zapping Sword once beheaded a true saint? What is a true saint? Contact with it is not yet recommended without the true saint realm. True saints, is that the realm above Tai? Lu Yuan was filled with bewilderment. So far, the two that he had come into contact with was just the Chief Master alone, not to mention the true saints. The road to cultivation is really a long and hard road. Lu Yuan shook his head and lamented, truly not knowing if there were any realms above true saints. When he came back to his senses, he felt something strange in his chest, and when he looked down, his whole body just froze, only to see that the Dao Chopper Sword had stuck to his chest at an unknown time, rubbing against his chest like a kitten intimating its master. "What are you doing?" Swish! The Dao Chopper Sword withdrew far away at once, the sword slanting to the side. "Nope, didn't do anything." Lu Yuan frowned, remembering his previous experience of coming into contact with those strange objects. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that there is something about me that is very attractive to you guys? The Dao Chopper Sword immediately turned back to its sword and said in a flustered tone, No, you're overthinking it." "Yes?" Lu Yuan frowned, he always felt something odd. "I've said you must be overthinking it. I'm a hallowed Dao beheading sword. What have I not seen before? Even true saints I've beheaded before? You're a brat. How could you possibly have something that attracts me? Don't overthink it, don't be self-absorbed," the Dao Chopper Sword said, and immediately added, cough. "In addition, you have me on your side will be fine. In the future, I will protect the Dao for you. The other 9 guys there is no need to wake them up. I'm good enough with one sword." Lu Yuan looked at it oddly, but didn't dwell too much on the matter, pointing his finger at the Stargazer sect in the distance, saying, "See that sect?" Chopper Sword turned around. "See? What's wrong?" Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "Do me a favor, kill all the people inside." At this time, the Stargazer sect had long been in chaos, and the 3 primordial sovereigns were detained by the magisterial trio in the shortest possible time. However, most of the Stargazer sect did not know this yet. The Dao Chopper Sword glanced at the clan not far away from him, clearly a naked sword, but it gave people a feeling of standing tall. After looking at it for a while, the Dao Chopper Sword withdrew its gaze and turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Good boy. How did you know I was good at this?" Lu Yuan, eh? Without further ado, after countless years of slumber, I need a bite right away or I'll go crazy. The words fell. The Daojin Dao sword then transformed into a flash of golden streams of light, and with a swoosh, it rushed into the interior of the Stargazer sect, followed by countless miserable screams. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the Dao beheading sword was really fond of killing. It had even reached the point of addiction. No, hidden into the bone marrow. The reviews on the list of wonders really aren't empty words. Staying with such a killing god, his future days would never be peaceful. Lu Yuan shook his head and took a step towards the Stargazer sect. Target: Stargazer sect treasury. The Stargazer sect plundered huge amounts of resources from all over the Taiwu realm on a daily basis, and even though the teleportation light pillars were large, it was impossible to teleport them all in one day. Inside the Stargazer sect's treasure trove, there was definitely a huge amount of supplies hoarded. Lu Yuan had always had a dream of creating a powerful, belonging to him force. Originally, he had set his sights on the Lu family. Unfortunately, the Lu family was gone before he could even get started. But the good thing is, not too long ago, he had another goal. That's the City of the Gods. He wanted to make the City of the Heavens a supreme holy city connecting the universes and heavens and the endless great worlds. And to do that, identity background is missing. But that's something that Lu Yuan might have fallen short of a few months ago. But it's enough now. The identity of the 12th generation odd man out was enough to make him unscrupulous. But aside from that, the City of the Heavens couldn't be too shabby. Right now, it's the best chance to get rich. Lu Yuan walked in the Stargazer sect, and along the way, he encountered quite a few disciples who buried their heads and fled for their lives, but they were all casually slapped to death by him. All the way to the deepest part of the Stargazer sect, Lu Yuan saw a huge bronze door several hundred meters high and hundreds of meters wide. Even through the gate, he could feel the massive amount of star source aura that was coming from within the gate. Lu Yuan looked incomparably small in front of the bronze gate, and he reached out and pushed it, realizing that he couldn't push it. Thinking about it, this was the place where Stargazer sect stored a huge amount of resources. And in terms of importance, I'm afraid that it was only second to that strange object of Stargazer sect. Taking out the ancient abyssal divine sword, he slightly built up his strength and then slashed out. Madaka! Bang! The gigantic door that weighed 1,000,000 tons was directly slashed diagonally into two halves by Lu Yuan and flew out, smashing into a law crystallization mountain. And in the next second, seeing the sight in front of him, Lu Yuan froze. When the bronze giant door was still there, he didn't have a true sense of the vast amount of resources. But when the giant bronze door that blocked the view was gone, Lu Yuan realized how shallow his understanding of the sea was. He originally thought that the resources inside this treasure trove could at best fill a star. But now, it's nifty enough to fill more than just a star, isn't it? It's enough to fill a great realm. And the variety of resources is, simply, dazzling. Throughout the treasury, various resources were categorized and stacked. Minerals, grass, magical creatures, weapons, true scriptures, beauty, genius. Wait, there seems to be something strange mixed in. With a flash, Lu Yuan appeared in front of a row of prison cells, looking left and right up and down. It was full of prison cells, and at first count, there were at least 1,000,000 of them. And inside each cage, there were anywhere from a dozen to several dozen heavenly chiefs. Opposite the genius prison, there were cages holding various beauties. Population, too, is a resource. Genius and beauty, in particular, are top priorities. Opposite to Lu Yuan, the celestial pride in the cage were either sitting or lying on the ground. Seeing Lu Yuan, they didn't show much emotion. No hatred, no excitement. Most of them, they just raised their heads breathlessly to look at each other, then lowered their heads, like fierce beasts that were successfully domesticated. But, there were also a number of freshly captured ones that were still yelling inside the cage. Lu Yuan looked at these people with interest, his eyes flickering as if he was pondering something. Suddenly, a familiar voice came out of one of the cages. Boss! Lu Yuan turned his head, his surprised gaze looking towards the cage from which the sound came. With his eyes, he immediately locked onto a pimply-faced youth. Li Wu? Lu Yuan looked at the man in surprise. Li Wu picks at the cage, his face full of tears. Lu Yuan hurriedly walked over to the cage and said, full of doubts, Li Wu, why are you here? Li Wu wiped his tears. After you left, boss, I've been desperately cultivating. Thanks to the resources you left behind. Boss, my physique was promoted to the 10,000 battle god body. And later on, in order to promote the battle extreme Dao body, I left the Lu clan. And the result is that just after I left the Dark Continent, I was knocked unconscious. And as soon as I woke up, I was here. Hearing Li Wu's unlucky experience, Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. Li Wu's talent is nothing to write home about. It's just his luck that's lacking. And just then, behind Lu Yuan, in a beauty cage, a woman who was about to run out of oil heard the words Dark Continent uttered by Li Wu. And as if she was returning to the light, she pulled a young girl beside her who was only 16 or 17 years old. The little girl who was pulled by the oil-exhausted woman's clothes immediately woke up from her drowsiness and hurriedly looked at the woman and said, Sister Sue, what's wrong? In an extremely small voice, the oiled woman said, help me up, to the front. The woman raised her hand and pointed it toward the cage bars. Oh, the little girl nodded, helped the woman to the railing. The woman lifted her hand, struck the railing, and with the last of her strength cried out, my lord, Hearing the voice, Lu Yuan, who was feeling unlucky for Li Wu, twisted his head, followed by a change in his expression as he saw another acquaintance. Su Qingmiao, how come you've been captured as well? That's right, the woman in front of her was none other than Su Qingmiao, who was originally supposed to be practicing in the Tsangmang Academy. This woman who had been brought to the Dark Continent by Lu Yuan from the Sky Continent. A bitter smile appeared on Su Qingmiao's pale, bloodless face. I've made you laugh. After saying that, Su Qingmiao seemed to have used up all her strength and directly fainted to death. Sister Su. The little girl panicked and rushed to check. Lu Yuan walked up and handed out an elixir, saying to the little girl, feed her to eat it. The little girl took the elixir and didn't ask anything. She just hurriedly stuffed the elixir into Su Qingmiao's mouth. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth, turning into a stream of warmth that surged into all of Su Qingmiao's limbs and bones. Not a moment later, the fainting Su Qingmiao turned around and woke up leisurely. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Yuan only felt that things were unpredictable. Prior to this, even if he had thought about it, he would never have imagined that he would meet two acquaintances here. A Li Wu, a Su Qingmiao. Nominally, both were still under his command. Su Qingmiao woke up and her first move was to kneel down towards Lu Yuan to thank him. Su Qingmiao, thank you for saving your life. Your Excellency's great kindness. Qingmiao will never forget it in her life. Lu Yuan waved his hand and asked with a frown, why are you here? Su Qingmiao let out a bitter smile, her gaze looking at the surrounding cages. Just like them, they were all captured. The Tsangming Academy organized an extraterritorial training, and right on the way, all of us were attacked. Those with talent and looks were captured, and those without talent and looks died on the spot. Where's Jiang Shengyi? Lu Yuan asked. I didn't think that Gongzi would still remember that little girl. Su Qingmiao's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Gongzi doesn't need to worry. She doesn't have enough talent. She should still be in the Tsangming Academy right now. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then twisted his head to look around, and with a big wave of his hand, he opened all the cages. Next, the 10-headed Azura King was summoned. Lu Yuan said to all of them, now, all of you are my trophies, life or death. It's in my hands. I'm releasing you now, but no escaping, or else, death. After saying that, Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Su Qingmiao and Li Wu. Watch them. If anyone dares to make a move, kill. These 10 Azura Kings, for the time being, are under your command. Don't let me down. After saying that, Lu Yuan disappeared in front of the two of them, and pounced towards the treasure vault, the endless mountain of treasures. Fortunately, he had prepared and brought enough storage magic treasures. Otherwise, he really couldn't take them all at once. A mountain of treasures disappeared with the naked eye, and Lu Yuan gradually lost sight of him in front of the two Su Qingmiao. The two looked at each other in the face, but looked at the body around the 10 models of powerful and fierce Azura King. The heart more or less have some bottom line. Otherwise, it would be an absolute fool's errand for just the two of them to try to keep an eye on everyone in the cage. Those who were able to be captured here were none other than supreme heavenly prides, and many of them possessed terrifying backgrounds behind them. Although Su Qingmiao and Li Wu were not bad, they could only be considered medium level among this group. At this moment, many people had walked out of their cages, but there were also many who stayed in place without moving. Li Wu stood out. He said to all of them, everyone, you should have heard my boss's words. We are all people with the same illness. I am not willing to use force against you. My boss is a kind person. Let's all be patient and wait for a while. When my boss comes back, everyone will be able to leave safely. Su Qingmiao, on the other hand, walked behind her and pacified all the women. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the cage above, a disdainful sound coming out of his mouth. Scoff, getting out of the trap by a fluke. You really think you're something. The person who spoke was tall, but apparently he was locked in not long ago. His robes were still new. This person looked at Li Wu and threatened. I'm leaving now. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill your whole family. Just to remind you, I'm from the Hall of Gods. I'm a descendant of the Supreme God of Light. Don't be ungrateful. After saying that, this person stopped looking at Li Wu and was about to leave with a big swing. Li Wu's eyes were icy cold as he looked at the man's back and smiled coldly. The chicken that kills the chicken. It's not coming to the door of its own accord. Waved a hand at an Azura King. The Azura King lightly nodded his head and took a step out, and threw a punch towards that person. The ferocious power tore through the air currents and made a booming sound. The man sensed the commotion, and the corners of his mouth snapped into a fierce smile. Good timing. He turned and met it with the same punch. However, just as his fist was about to collide with the Azura King, the Azura King's already powerful punch steeply increased in power by 100 times. No! This unknown celestial pride only had time to let out a roar of unwillingness and fury before his entire person was blown up. Blood mist filled the sky, and no dregs were left. Every Azura king possessed strength at the immortal level. All of these heavenly prides might have good talent, but they were simply dreaming if they wanted to fight against an immortal level Azura king. As for the undercard of these heavenly prides, it was even more of a joke. If they really wanted to have powerful cards, they wouldn't have been captured. And even if they had cards that were useless, when they were captured into the cage, apart from the clothes on their backs, everything else would have long since been scraped clean. The Stargazer sect wasn't a fool either. When the others saw this, their hearts, which had been foolishly moving, quieted down. The other end. Lu Yuan quickly packed all the resources into his bag, and then after glancing towards Li Wu's two side and realizing that it was quiet and nothing was moving, he nodded his head in satisfaction and left the treasure trove. Because the three of them, the head referees, were in the Stargazer sect at the moment. In front of the huge blue teleportation array, the blue light pillar that went straight into the sky was still running. The magistrate, Taijin, and the Lord God were standing in front of the blue light pillar formation platform at that moment, discussing something with each other. At this time, Lu Yuan came behind the three. Master. Lu Yuan saluted the magistrate. The head magistrate turned around and looked at Lu Yuan. Finished working? How was the harvest? Lu Yuan grinned. The harvest is not bad. It's just that none of the quality is too high. You greedy worm. Do you know that all those things you harvested are enough for everyone in a great realm to cultivate for 100 million years? And you're still not satisfied? The head referee reprimanded. Lu Yuan scratched his head, hemmed and hawed, and did not retort. Master, is this the wondrous object? Lu Yuan looked at the teleportation platform behind a few people. The head magistrate nodded. It's this thing, but unfortunately yes. Its spirit was completely worn out, and now it's just a mere transgreat world teleportation array. Master, then what do you guys plan to do next? Lu Yuan asked again. The magistrate looked up at the blue light pillar. Taijin will stay here to hold down the fort for a while in case someone comes from the opposite side. It didn't occur to me that after all these years of fishing, we haven't been able to hook the person behind the immortal lord. But you, a little guy, have found out. The head magistrate looked at Lu Yuan and said seriously, Yuaner, you said that you have a way to deal with the crisis. Can this be true? You should know how serious the consequences will be if you lie. In the face of two, even the magistrate was not confident in dealing with it. Lu Yuan said forcefully, Master, I never lie. Even if there is Tai descending on the opposite side, my disciple will be able to keep Tai Wujie free. Well then, the master trusts you. The head magistrate nodded and stopped asking questions. He knew a long time ago that Lu Yuan had secrets on him, but he had never asked about it. With a wave of his hand, a person whose cultivation had been abolished and who was tied up was thrown in front of Lu Yuan by the magistrate. At the same time, the magistrate also took out a monster that was covered in gray chaotic chi mist wrapped around its body, resembling a giant kuan, but its head was covered in countless roots. Whoever you want, this is a chaos beast, a semi-precursor creature. Eat it. It might be good for you, the head referee said amiably to Lu Yuan. The chaos behemoth was shrunk to over a meter in length by the magistrate and floated in midair, with two eyes on either side of its head, though it wasn't dull and appeared menacing. Lu Yuan's heart warmed. Thank you, Master, he said sincerely. Master, disciple still has some unfinished business there, so I'll go back first. Go on, just leave it to us here. No need for you to worry. The head referee waved his hand. Lu Yuan turned to leave. Taijin and the Lord God looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Brat, didn't see us, did you? Lu Yuan completely ignored the voice coming from behind him. Magic, divinity spending time with them every day and saying hello? Completely unnecessary. On his way back to the treasure vault, Lu Yuan checked the group quest. 5 cluster tasks, all of which have been completed. A total of 86,000 mission points, and he collected them all. Unlocking the City of the Heavens requires 100,000, which isn't enough for now, but it unlocks the equally critical space passage feature. Once the space channel function is unlocked, the group bounty function and group help function will work properly. Closing the chat group, Lu Yuan looked up as the treasure trove arrived. He looked around and realized that there was nothing out of the ordinary other than a streak of blood on the floor. It all seems pretty honest. Boss, Gongzi, Li Wu, Su Qingyao walked up to Lu Yuan and saluted. Good job. Lu Yuan appreciated the two. That's what my subordinates should do. The two lowered their heads. Lu Yuan smiled and looked up, looking at all of them, thoughtfully. These people, all of them, are a precious demographic resource. Put them back? Lu Yuan hasn't been so kind. However, for the time being, Lu Yuan couldn't think of any use for these people, although these people were talented. They hadn't grown up after all. He waved his hand and told everyone to gather on an incredibly open flat area. At that moment, All the Azura kings came in through the door of the treasury and shocked around these people. Lu Yuan stood in front of everyone. Li Wu and Su Qingyao stood behind him. And the two were also curious as to what Lu Yuan would do with these people. If Lu Yuan was kind-hearted, then he would definitely let these people go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. But the two also understood very well that their boss was not kind-hearted. Most of the people on the wide, flat ground were too sickly to lift their spirits, let alone resist. There are only a few that look a little more spirited. Men and women stand on separate sides. Looking at these people, Lu Yuan first used the villain system to identify if there were any sons of Qi among them. Ding! Discovery of the Faithful Son plus 6666. Ding! Discovery of the Son of the World plus 35. Ding! Discovery of the Time Child plus 4. Listening to the system voice coming out of his head, Lu Yuan smiled. Sure enough, not only were there sons of Qi within these people, there were quite a few. Even the sons of time and space had 4 of them. Immediately, Lu Yuan instructed the Azura king to pick out the sons of Qi from these people one by one and choose another open space to stand in. The crowd. Ling Tian was hidden in the corner of the crowd. His brows furrowed as he watched the Azura king weave in and out of the crowd. Taking one person out from there, he came from a time and space where technology and transcendent power coexisted. And in that time and space, he unified the earth, became the lord of the earth, and stepped forward into the universe. And in the entire universe, he fought all the same realm without any enemy, and was the most famous heavenly pride in the universe. Unfortunately, when he was exploring a secret realm, he was captured and taken away by a group of inexplicable people who were incredibly powerful. And despite Ling Tian's underhandedness and his best efforts, he was still captured. His master, a universe supreme, hadn't even been able to rescue him. But even when he was captured here, he never gave up on saving himself. But alas, with everything he could think of, he still couldn't escape his cage. Just when he was all but resigned to his fate, Lu Yuan is here. It was as if Ling Tian saw the hope of escaping this place. But immediately afterward, he realized with disbelief that Lu Yuan, it seemed, was not a good person either. And it was as if it was even more terrifying than the ones who had captured him and brought him here. But thankfully, he's out of that cage. As soon as he left his cage, he had enough talent to exert, even without the force. And the thing he desperately wanted to know right now was, what was going on out there? Lu Yuan, and whether or not he was in league with the group that captured him? It wasn't just Ling Tian. Amongst the crowd, there were 3 other people who held the same expectations and doubts. Their names were Xiao Tianji, Dao Xian, and Lin Feng. Together with Ling Tian, there were a total of 4 sons of time and space. Soon the 4 of them were also taken out of the crowd by the Azura king. No one resisted, for all know what the result of resistance is, and when the enemy is so powerful as to be nearly invincible, the most sensible thing to do is to wait and see what happens. Looking at the group of Qiluk sons who were brought to another open space, Lu Yuan only took a glance at them before withdrawing his gaze and said to the others in front of him, "You guys are very lucky to have met me. Don't worry, I'm not in the same gang as the group of people who captured you. On the contrary, I'm an enemy of them, and the result is that, as you can see before your eyes, I exterminated them." The crowd stirred a bit, but quickly quieted down again. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan, their hearts tense. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "The reason why I say you guys are lucky is because although I'm not a good person, I don't like to kill innocents indiscriminately. I just like to make the best use of what I have. And you guys are still my trophies. I have a place that's short of some hands, like store boys, janitors, guards, and other such lower level hands, and those I'll be picking from among you. Now, you have 2 choices. First, notify the power behind you, your family or your master's friends, to come and ransom you. The ransom can be all kinds of treasures, but the overall value can't be less than 10 trillion Starsource crystals. Second, like I said earlier, go to my place and work as a junior. But don't worry, I'll pay you and will provide you with inexhaustible resources." Lu Yuan had a smile on his face and looked at them with his arms folded. "You only have these 2 choices. There is no third choice. But I want to remind you of one thing. The reason why I dare to let you notify your family members and friends behind you is because I am not afraid of anyone, even if you are behind you, standing behind the hegemony of the heavens. If you can't get the ransom that I want, then I'm sorry. You can only work for me. Now, you may contact your families." Lu Yuan turned around and gave Li Wu and Su Qingyao a wink. The 2 immediately understood and took out countless communication spells from inside their storage rings and distributed them to everyone. The crowd was in an uproar, and Lu Yuan didn't look at it again, turned around, and walked over to the many sons of Qi. The sons of Qi looked at the scene on the other side, and there was a flash of longing in their eyes. As sons of Qi, they were the group of people most unwilling to be bound. Freedom. their eternal quest. Lu Yuan looked at them and laughed. Don't look. They are different from you. All of you great chi-luckers. I don't know if you know who you are, but it doesn't matter. From today onwards, you will know. Many of the sons of Qi heard Lu Yuan's words and their faces changed vigorously. Sons of Qi? It wasn't a secret in the heavens. Naturally, the vast majority of these sons of Qi who had already come into contact with the heavens understood their identity. What does your excellency want? What do you demand? Just ask. As long as you set us free. A son of Qi said. Freedom? Lu Yuan turned his head to look at the sons of Qi-luck who spoke. He couldn't help but smile. Don't even think about it. You guys are not the same as them. The reason why I gave them freedom is because they are of limited value to me. You guys are different. Each and every one of you is a person of great Qi-luck, favored by the heavens, and as long as they don't die prematurely, their accomplishments won't be low, so I won't be able to give you freedom. Lu Yuan's tone was calm and unhurried. However, when these words fell on the ears of the sons of Qi, they were tantamount to thunderbolts from a clear sky, and many of them showed signs of losing their composure. So what? What do you want us to do? Ling Tian opened his mouth and said, his expression grave. Lu Yuan glanced at him and said, I want you all to become my private army. I will provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation, and I can also provide you with freedom within a certain degree, but at the same time, I will also restrict you to ensure that you will not betray me. Note that I'm not discussing with you guys, I'm just announcing this matter to you, and also, don't plan to engage in any plotting and scheming. In the face of absolute strength crushing, all plotting and scheming is nothing but a joke, Lu Yuan said, releasing his own intimidating pressure. At once, all the sons of Qi changed color and looked shocked, only feeling that the youth in front of them, who looked about the same age as them, had all of a sudden turned into a flood beast, ferocious and violent. Lu Yuan slowly said, the gap between you and me is like a glowing fire and a white moon, and don't think of asking for help from the strongest behind you, because whether or not there are hegemons of the heavens behind you, even if there are 10 of them, I will not be afraid of them. On the contrary, if 10 hegemons of the heavens come to pressurize and threaten me, I will pinch you to death in front of them. As he said this, Lu Yuan's gaze simply fell on those 4 sons of time and space. Inside all the sons of Qi, it was only the 4 of them who were behind them, and it was estimated that there were hegemons of the heavens. At those words, the faces of Ling Tian's 4 men all sank slightly. They were all skeptical of Lu Yuan's words. But, if they won the bet, they would be able to regain their freedom. But once they lost the bet, they had no doubt that the person in front of them would kill them with the most brutal means. Lu Yuan no longer paid attention to these sons of Qi and turned his gaze to the other side. The crowd had long been in disarray, reaching for their communicators and contacting their families. Unfortunately, there are a number of people who can't find anyone to contact even if they have a communicator. It could be that their family and friends don't have anything that can contact the communicator, or, possibly, they simply have no one to contact. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan did not sympathize with them. Sympathy was the last emotion he needed. A few moments later, Lu Yuan turned his head. It's almost time. Now, make your choice, obey, or die. Several thousand sons of Qi were silent. Suddenly, a son of Qi abruptly stormed up and rushed towards Lu Yuan. I'll fuck you up. Lu Yuan's face was expressive, and he slapped his face directly. Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon and shattered into countless pieces. Red and white liquids spilled all over the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a son of Qi and obtaining the following rewards. Stargazer plus 1 million. Extreme Holy Weapon plus 1. Dragon Tiger Vidra Pill plus 5. Villain Value plus 2000. What a long lost voice. Lu Yuan wore a smile on his face, but for the rewards given by the system, he didn't even have the interest to look at them more than once. With his current status and position, he couldn't raise much interest unless it was a curiosity. And that, in turn, was the reason why he didn't finish off these sons of Qi. Compared to the meager rewards he would receive from taking out these sons of Qi, it would be better to take them under his command and use them for him. The city of the heavens was huge, and there were many places that needed to use people. And what could be predicted was that those who came to the city of the heavens in the future would be either rich or wealthy. Resources, Lu Yuan didn't lack. Identity, he didn't lack. So how to show off the platitudes of the city of the heavens became a top priority. All of these people in the treasure trove, the men, none of them were peerless heavenly prides, and the women, none of them were peerless beauties of national colors. With these people populating the city of the heavens, there was a row. Of course, to be more exclusive, these sons of Qi were the top priority. Which city in the whole of the heavens, where even the store assistants are all top-notch heavenly prides? Where are all the beautiful women in all the tenements? Where is the city lord's private army made up of all the sons of fortune? Right now, these people, they're all still weak, but they were growing fast, and Lu Yuan wouldn't skimp on resources. Of course, what these people filled was the lower rows of the city of the heavens, the middle and upper layers. Lu Yuan did not have a target for the time being. I'd rather die than be a slave. Suddenly a roar came from the crowd, followed by a bang as a son of Qi blew himself up, and killed several other sons of Qi beside him. The crowd made birds and beasts, their eyes terrified, and they moved away from those around them. When someone blew himself up, Lu Yuan was not surprised. After all, he was a son of Qi. It was only normal to have a character and a temper, and it would seem strange to be obedient in everything. Soon, some people chose to submit to Lu Yuan, but there were also people who knew that they would surely die, yet they still charged towards Lu Yuan. To such people, Lu Yuan showed no mercy and slapped them to death. He wanted a tame beast, a mascot, an obedient pet, not a wild and untamed beast. An hour or two later, of all the sons of Qi, there were only 4 sons of time and space left who had yet to take a stand. Lu Yuan wasn't in a hurry either, moving out a chair, crossing his legs and looking at the 4 playfully. The 4 sons of time and space exchanged glances with each other as if they had reached some kind of agreement, and then sighed in unison, kneeling down on one knee towards Lu Yuan. We are willing to submit to you. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up. He was sure that the 4 of them would mess up, but it doesn't matter. Lu Yuan stood up and waved his big hand, and immediately, a mark appeared on the arms of all the sons of Qi. Throughout the entire Taiwu realm, many people were no strangers to this kind of mark, and this group of people is called the indentured servants. The only point of difference was that ordinary contractors, even those of the 9th level, had black contract brands. However, at this moment, the contract seals on the arms of these sons of Qi were golden in color. This is the main temple, the highest level of contract branding. Only the Lord God can grant it. In other words, as long as their strength did not exceed that of the Lord God, those who obtained this brand could only submit to the Lord God for the rest of their lives. Ingeniously, those with the golden brand could not get rid of it even if they surpassed a Lord God, because Lord Gods could merge. The Lord God after the 10-in-1 is infinitely close in strength to Tai. Even better, one of the main gods, divinity Lu Yuan, was one of Lu Yuan's bilocations, and all 3 of them, likewise, could merge into one. With the triple insurance, it would be impossible in this lifetime for these sons of Qi in front of them to get rid of Lu Yuan. The brand given by the Lord God himself could not be erased even by a Dao ancestor. It was because the brand bestowed by the Lord God essentially came from the Lord God's temple, which was, in turn, a wondrous object. Simply put, there is only one way to escape the control of the brand. That would be to take out the 9 main gods, then the 3 Lu Yuan, and finally destroy the main god's temple. The Lord God and the Lord God's temple notwithstanding, if you wanted to take out Lu Yuan, you would first have to face the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, the demon clan of the heavens, as well as the first 11 generations of the Strange Ones. What about the difficulty of this one? Just to put it that way, it's comparable to the 19th floor of hell. What? You said there are only 18 levels of hell, not 19. Oh, silly boy. Since there is no 19th floor, there is no possibility of being able to get rid of it. The moment the golden brand went on his hand, the sons of Qi felt bad at once. They were shrouded in Qi, and in the underworld, they could receive revelations from heaven and earth. At the moment, they just felt bad and uncomfortable, as if something of immense importance was far away from them. That thing is called freedom. A few days later, the magistrate and the Lord God had already left, taking the other 2 observers with them in the process, to get information out of them about the mixed immortal temple. The hegemony of the heavens had a hard mouth, but it didn't matter. The magistrate and the others had their ways. Lu Yuan also didn't leave in the past few days and stayed in Stargazer sect. He still had to wait for someone to come and pay the ransom. 1 person 10 trillion, 10 people a million billion, 100 people is a trillion, and he has millions of them in his hands. Not everyone can afford to pay the ransom, but how about 100, 000 or 80, 000 people? What are you doing with so many people? There are so many beauties. Kid did not see before always thought that you do not touch the beauty. Is a gentleman. It turns out that the appetite is too big. 10-8 cannot satisfy you, right? Stargazer sect square. A campfire was raised. Lu Yuan and Taijin were sitting right next to the bonfire. And on the bonfire, the chaos giant beast was roasting. In the face of Tyson's flirtation, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. You'll know later. Keep it a secret for now. Brat. Still keeping secrets from me. Do you realize that I know what underwear you wear? Taijin skimmed his lips, unhappy with Lu Yuan for hiding it from him. Lu Yuan's face darkened. He didn't bother to dwell on this topic and said, it's almost time. You can eat it. What about the semi-innate creatures? Maybe you can break through if you eat it. Upon hearing this, Taijin also looked towards the chaos beast that had already been roasted with an overflowing aroma on the bonfire, with some rare anticipation in his eyes. With his cultivation realm, desires such as oral and abdominal desires were long gone. What he was looking forward to was the second half of Lu Yuan's sentence. Eating it might lead to a breakthrough. After the drastic change in the first era, not to mention innate creatures in the Taiwu realm, not even a single semi-innate creature could be seen. Wow! Lu Yuan might be the only one. Thus, even though Taijin was a half-step Tai realm supergiant, he had never attempted a semi-advanced creature. Right now, it's his first. Of course, the probability of being able to break through was slim to none. Lu Yuan understood this, and Taijin naturally understood it as well. The two of them were merely holding on to a little bit of expectation. Lu Yuan tore off a wing, handed it to Taijin, and tore off one for himself. The aroma is so fragrant that it makes Lu Yuan's appetite move. The desire of mouth and stomach was a desire that Lu Yuan would not abandon in any way. He would become nothing one day. If he even lost this desire, he might as well die counting the balls. Just as these two were about to move their mouths, suddenly, boom, the sky dome and cloud sea were in turmoil, and millions of miles of cloud sea were stirred. A terrifying pressure descended on this continent. Thief, give back my disciple. My son, my father has come to your rescue. Sorrow, mother is here. Don't worry, mother will get you out. A vast divine sound descended, accompanied by hundreds of terrifying figures like majestic mountains. Taijin slowly closed her already open mouth and twisted her head to look at Lu Yuan in a sly manner. You screwed it up? Lu Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit guilty and embarrassed as he said, do a favor and deter these guys as your payment for this meal. Hearing this, Taijin immediately stopped and shouted, Brat, who do you think I am? I'm the Eternal Demon Lord, a supreme powerhouse of the half-step Tai realm. Lu Yuan faintly said, 10 tons. Humph, that's more like it. Taizan raised his head proudly, as if he had achieved some great victory, and then releasing the lofty Dharma. At once, a 1,000,000-meter-tall terrifying phallus stood above this continent. High above the sky, all the powerful people who had come with messages from their own descendants were frozen in place. Many people's teeth were chattering and their legs were trembling. Eternal Demon Lord. Someone lost his voice and cried out. All the powerhouses were dumbfounded, never expecting that the person who kidnapped their own juniors would be the Eternal Demon Lord. What's he in for? These powerhouses wanted to cry. You, an Eternal Demon Lord, have you committed the crime of kidnapping some juniors? All get down and don't make me say it a second time. The lofty Dharma phase opened its mouth, and the vast sound wave instantly dispersed the sea of clouds on the entire continent. Immediately afterward, Taijin put away his phantom. One by one, the airborne powerhouses also landed in the Stargazer sect. Shortly thereafter, the magic happened. Countless strong people lined up in a long line, and at the front of the line, Su Qingyao sat behind a red table, registering one by one and collecting ransom. Then, Li Wu, who was far away in the treasure trove, would release the appropriate person. Everything is organized. Lu Yuan looked at this scene and smiled gratefully, saying, helping a lost child return home. I'm really a great person. The corner of Taijin's eyes twitched slightly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. In the meantime, Chaos Central Great World. Inside the compound of a terrifying power. Urgent information. A flustered silhouette rushed through the heavy obstacles and came straight into the middle of a luxurious palace. Inside the palace, at the very top, sat a terrifying figure that was about 100 meters tall, its body around the winding chaos gas. Cannot see the appearance, but its breath of terror, the aura of the powerful, so that all things in the world in front of him seem small. It's as if it was beyond heaven and earth, not in space and time. This was a heavenly lord, one of the 36 heavenly lords of the mixed immortal hall, with limitless territories and a constant sand of children. In the mixed immortal hall, from bottom to top, there were 3 supreme statuses: earthly dignity, heavenly lord, and heavenly dignity. Earth dignity, corresponding to the source, the divine principle, corresponding to Tai. Heavenly dignity, corresponding to true sainthood. In the mixed immortal hall, there were 72 earthly dignitaries, 36 heavenly lords, and 3 heavenly dignitaries. Note that the heavenly dignity here is not a realm, but an honorific title. Soon, a man rushed into the great hall and prostrated himself in front of the heavenly lord. Greetings, heavenly lord. There has been a change in Observatory 23. It has lost contact with us, and the hyperspace teleportation array has also lost contact. The great red heavenly lord slowly opened his eyes, and it was as if there were 2 universes contained within his eyes, vast and mysterious. Hearing the report from the person below, the great red heavenly lord seemed to have thought of something. and actually laughed. If I remember correctly, the world where Observatory 23 is located is the Taiwu realm, and in that world, there are quite a number of characters that make me marvel, but they are only restricted by the limitations of heaven and earth and are unable to escape, or else, quite a number of them, should be the same as me. His words fell. Immediately, a fawning and pleasing voice sounded from the sidelines within the huge divine hall. Heavenly Lord is really too modest. How can the natives in a mere marginalized great world be compared to you? Even if they weren't born in a world where heaven and earth are defective, it would be a fool's dream for them to want to become transcendentalists like you. At most they can only be your subordinates as I am. The person who spoke was one of the 72 Earth Sovereigns of the Mixed Immortal Hall, the Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign. There were 36 Heavenly Lords in the Mixed Immortal Temple, and under each Heavenly Lord, there was basically one or two Earth dignitaries. Of course, there were some unruly Earth dignitaries who were not willing to lie low and did not submit to the Heavenly Lord. After all, the 72 Earth dignitaries were basically half-steps to the Tai realm, and people who have reached this realm have ambitions for transcendence. Not to mention that people who have reached this realm are not ordinary characters, either heroes or heroes, and those who are willing to give others a low and small, are basically people who have no confidence in the road ahead. The Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign was this type of person. To the compliments of Tianyue Earth Zun, the Great Red Heavenly Lord didn't respond, but only faintly commanded, Tianyue, you take 10 elders to see what's going on, and if the force isn't critical to preserve yourself, the elders can be discarded. Understand? The Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign was puzzled. Heavenly Lord, you seem to take this world very seriously? The Great Red Heavenly Lord was silent for a moment, spitting out a sentence only after a long time. In this world, the beginningless Heavenly Father had personally struck out, and even to this day, there are no less than 10 people in this world who are not weaker than you. Hear this. The Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign jolted, his heart appalled, and he understood why the Great Red Heavenly Lord valued this world so much. The beginningless Heavenly Father. That was one of the 3 levels of the Mixed Immortal Hall, and it was even more fundamental for the Mixed Immortal Hall to be able to become the dominating force of the chaotic central great world. A world that could be dealt with by such an existence personally was simply not too terrifying. You know, the true saint, one proof for all time, whether in the past, present, or future, one is always a true saint. Even back when the beginningless Heavenly Father was first born, the beginning Heavenly Father at that time was a true saint. The meaning of the Great Red Heavenly Lord's words was clear. That is, when the beginningless Heavenly Father wanted to deal with the Taiwu realm, it all needed to be done with the strength of a true saint. Such a world of horror would not be too far off the mark even if it were to fall from grace nowadays. At the very least, it was not something that he, a person who was not a transcendent, could take lightly. At this moment, the Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign's heart was a little heavy. I'm afraid that this task wouldn't be too easy. However, this was the order of the Great Red Heavenly Lord, and he was completely unable to resist. Not even a bargaining position. The Mixed Immortal Hall is very strong and very big, and there are many great things going on at the same time. Invading other great worlds and stirring up those great worlds to plunder their resources is just one of the several great things that the Mixed Immortal Hall is doing at the same time. More of the attention of the Mixed Immortal Hall was actually still in the chaotic central great world. The more powerful you are, the more you have to be careful and walk on thin ice. It was because the overlord power in the chaotic central great world was not the only one in the Mixed Immortal Hall. Therefore, the Mixed Immortal Hall must progress every moment, and there must not be the slightest mistake yet. This also led to the fact that the members of the Mixed Immortal Hall were replaced extremely quickly, and if they didn't go up, then they went down. And apart from the 3 great heavenly dignitaries, it was the Heavenly Lords that were at risk of dying, or even being replaced. His tiny little earth dignity was all the more reason to move forward on thin ice. Below him, I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at his position. My subordinate understands, Heavenly Lord. Then my subordinate will go down and prepare first. The Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign said. The Great Red Heavenly Lord waved his hand. Go. Stargazer sect. After several days, those who were able to contact their families to come up with the ransom money have been claimed by their families. The rest are people who can't get a ransom, and some of them are people who can get a ransom but can't get in touch with their families. For this part, Lu Yuan chose to ignore it. So far, in addition to more than 6,000 sons of Qi, there were nearly 300,000 people left behind. To these people, Lu Yuan branded them one by one. Then they arranged for these people to stay in the Stargazer sect for the time being. The place was big enough anyway. On the other hand, it was also because he couldn't get the quest points to unlock the City of the Heavens for the time being. After unlocking the space channel and group malfunctions, 71,000 points remained. Unlocking the City of the Heavens requires 100,000 000 points. That wasn't the point. The point was that he had completed all of the group quests, and if he wanted more, he could only wait for the quests to be refreshed in more than 2 months. This left Lu Yuan in distress. Wanting to do a quest but not having one to do is probably a breath of fresh air among all system owners. At this time, Lu Yuan was beside a waterfall. The waterfall seemed like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, and over the years, it smashed a pool of water on the ground. The Dao Chopper's sword floated next to him as it looked at Lu Yuan and said quietly, "Kid, you look as if you're idle?" Lu Yuan glanced at it. "Problem?" The Dao beheading sword immediately said, "Of course there is a problem. Your task now is to learn the strange object restoration technique in the shortest possible time. You must devote yourself to it. That old man Li Zhensheng has retired. You are now the only one in the Huan Yu Tian who can use this craft. If you don't learn it, I suspect that a strong person will come straight to your door." Saying that, the Dao beheading sword looked Lu Yuan up and down and said, "With this world you're in, and with your current strength, when the time comes that the strongest person who can know your location comes to your door, I really don't dare to imagine what's going to happen to you." What the hell? He still dares to hit me? Lu Yuan was strange. Chopping Dao sword laughed twice. You think you don't dare? To be able to know your address identity, proves that that person has gone to find the previous 11 generations of strange people. And such a person, generally have a good relationship with the lineage of strange people. Maybe it is a certain generation of strange people's closest friends. And no matter which generation of strange people's closest friends, are counted as your elders' predecessors. If he sees you loafing around like this, do you think he'll dare to beat you up? The chopping Dao sword's tone was somewhat gloating. There's such a thing? Lu Yuan was confused for a moment, then immediately flipped through his inherited memories and studied. He doesn't want to get his ass kicked. The worlds of the heavens, in a certain great world, a supreme being came to a hut. Old Li, in or out? Out to work. Inside the hut, Li Zhensheng's voice came out. Immortal Emperor Jie Tian, why are you here again? Don't you know how to take care of the wonders? Hijacking Heavenly Immortal Emperor, cut the crap and just say if you're going to fix it or not. Li Zhensheng, I'm honorably retired. Go find my disciple. Hijacking Sky Immortal Emperor, your disciple? When did you take him in? Is the technique in place? Li Zhensheng, less than a year. But my disciple is a genius. If he's not lazy, a simple repair is no problem. Immortal Emperor Skyjacker, that's good. But then again, if your little disciple is really lazy and I beat him up, you won't have a problem with that, right? It's well known that your odd man lineage thieves are protective of their shortcomings. Li Zhensheng, if he's really lazy, give me a good beating. After the hijacking Heaven Immortal Emperor received the information given to him by Li Zhensheng, he left without stopping. It was obvious that he was an old customer of the odd man's lineage. Inside the hut, Li Zhensheng sat cross-legged in front of a table, with a handsome and elegant appearance. No longer the beggar's appearance when he met with Lu Yuan. Across from him, there was another person. It was a kindly old man with white hair and old age. Li Zhensheng poured the old man a cup of Bodhi Tao tea. Master, what do you think of my disciple? The old man gently pursed a mouthful of tea, and then faintly said, not bad, is lazy, 2 days to fish 3 days to bask in the net, we do not matter. But those who are in urgent need of restoration of wonders, cannot wait. This little guy, I am afraid that it is inevitable to be all kinds of beatings. Li Zhensheng smiled faintly. Maybe it's a good thing. Hitting is kissing and scolding is love. Maybe when you hit, you'll hit your feelings. The kind old man put down his teacup and looked at Li Zhensheng with a clear gaze. There's trouble on him? Li Zhensheng's tone was relaxed. There is, but it's not a big problem. Talk. Li Zhensheng sighed softly. That mixed immortal hall in the chaos great world. Those guys plotted against my disciple's world. And not long ago, they were just discovered by my disciple, and brought people to directly destroy their compound. The kindly old man's eyes showed a hint of contemplation before he said, Mixed Immortal Hall. Some impression. It seems like there are 3 achievers, right? Li Zhensheng nodded slightly. That's okay, it's really not that big of a problem. The kind old man's face was calm. Then continued, what are you going to do? Call your master ancestor? The great master ancestor, and go exterminate it? Li Zhensheng shook his head. Not yet. Let's wait and see what happens first. If the Mixed Immortal Hall dares to act out of character, it won't be too late to take action then. Vast cosmic sea. A silhouette sped and swept through endless great worlds, and in the end, stopped in front of a great world that was as round and chaotic as a chicken. The silhouette looked at the coordinates given by Li Zhensheng. This should be it. As soon as the words fell, the silhouette directly rushed into the great world, and the great world restrictions tended to be close to nothing for him. In the middle of the sea of stars, the silhouette appeared silently, and just as soon as it appeared, it dominantly viewed the entire great world. Wherever their thoughts passed, The mortal origin realm powerhouses were startled and opened their astonished eyes. So strong? Who is it? Is this someone who has broken through too? Why is it giving me so much pressure? Could it be an outsider? For a moment, countless top-tier powerhouses in the Taiwu realm discussed, and soon enough, the skyjacking immortal emperor locked onto where Lu Yuan was, and in less than a blink of an eye, the skyjacking immortal emperor appeared beside Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan was immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, with the Dao chopping sword by his side, and Taijin was not far away from him, so he did not put up any defense against the outside world at all, and devoted himself to learning. As soon as the skyjacking immortal emperor appeared, his gaze didn't fall on Lu Yuan, but instead, he looked at the Dao-cutting sword suspended above Lu Yuan's head in astonishment. Elder 13? The hijack heavenly immortal emperor spoke in a respectful tone, as if it was in a deep sleep. The Dao chopper sword turned around leisurely at this time and said in a lazy voice, "Oh, it's you, Kid Jia Tian. You've come to look for Kid Lu to repair the wonders?" The hijacking heaven immortal emperor nodded his head. "Yes, senior. I didn't expect. It's actually a senior. You're giving him protection. Old Li doesn't even have this treatment." The hijacking heaven immortal emperor sounded emotionally surprised. The Dao beheading sword, that was a terrifying oddity that ranked in the top 20 of all oddities, and it was a rare killing oddity that could behead true saints. Even if a true saint saw the Dao beheading sword, he would still have to treat it with courtesy. The Dao beheading sword calmly said, "After many years of silence, I came out to get some air, and it just so happens that this kid has a temperament for me. So what's wrong with giving him protection?" The skyjacking immortal emperor smiled sarcastically, completely in the posture of a junior facing his elders, and if he were to tell an outsider to see it, his eyes would glaze over. The skyjacking immortal emperor looked at Lu Yuan. "Senior, the Dao chopper sword said, if you want to find him to fix it, don't think about it. This kid just studied for less than an hour. When he wakes up, beat him up." "Ha!" The skyjacking immortal emperor froze. Before he came, he did have this idea, but after seeing the Dao beheading sword, he wouldn't dare to give him 10 guts. However, he did not expect that the Dao beheading sword would actually say such a sentence. Are they feuding? The skyjacking immortal emperor used his imagination. The Dao chopper sword glanced at him. "Don't think too much. It's purely to let this kid have a sense of crisis. Lest he fish for 3 days and sunshine for 2 days. The lineage of strange people are all stubborn donkeys. In the future, I'm still counting on this kid to fix and enhance me." The Heavenjack immortal emperor nodded in understanding. "By the way, is there any news about the Xianhuang furnace?" the Dao beheading sword asked. The skyjacking immortal emperor knew of the relationship between the Dao beheading sword and the Xianhuang furnace, but shook his head. "There's no news. Senior Xianhuang sightings are too mysterious. I've heard that in the last epoch, only 3 people have seen Senior Xianhuang, but all of them flickered away." There was some disappointment in Zhang Daojin's eyes, and although he didn't even have eyes, whoever it was could feel the strong emotion of loss in Zhang Daojin's body. However, this was to be expected from the chopping Dao sword, right? No one could understand the Xianhuang furnace better than him. When the Xianhuang furnace didn't want to show up, even if she searched all the universes, she couldn't be found. The Dao chopper sword stopped speaking. The skyjacking immortal emperor could only dryly stand guard as well. In his mind, he was calculating how to beat up Lu Yuan later after he exited his steady state. Killing people? He didn't do it often, and it didn't take much skill. But punching someone, this is a skill, especially when the person being punched has a background. And just like that, time passes. A few days later, Lu Yuan finally woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the skyjacking immortal emperor. Without the need for words, Lu Yuan knew that the crow's mouth of the Dao beheading sword had manifested itself, but he wasn't vain at all. "Greetings, senior." Lu Yuan arched his hand. The skyjacking immortal emperor nodded gently and said, "Lu Yuan, right. I've met your master, Li Zhenshang, and he said to me that if you're lazy and don't learn your art well during this time, I can beat you up. You're okay with that, right?" The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth tugged. It would be a hell if he didn't have an opinion, but on his face, he still said confidently, "If the junior is not good at learning the art, and the senior wants to beat me up, I won't be able to resist, but if the senior is able to meet the senior's requirements, what do you say?" The odd man lineage didn't fix oddities for others for free. It needed to be paid. And the reward? It can be anything. It can be a promise, a request, a condition. Push a little lower to ask for treasure. The skyjacking immortal emperor, a middle-aged handsome man with a black 8-bearded beard, smiled when he heard this. "According to the old rules of your Qiren lineage, you can state your conditions first." Lu Yuan was not polite and directly said, "I want senior to unconditionally help me out once." The skyjacking immortal emperor nodded his head without hesitation. "Fine, I promise you, there was no way around it. He'd paid such a reward too many times, and at one point had been the royal beater of the odd man's lineage. Lu Yuan revealed a smile, but immediately afterward, he couldn't help but ask. Junior took the liberty of asking, what realm of existence is Senior? The hijacking heaven immortal emperor puffed out his chest and proudly said, Transcendent Peak. Lu Yuan revealed a shocked look. He was truly shocked. He originally thought that this handsome uncle was at most at the top of the Transcendence early stage top day. He didn't expect that he was actually a horrifying existence at the peak of the Transcendence realm. What kind of concept is that? To put it simply, that would mean that everyone in the Tai Wu realm tied together would not be enough to beat him with one hand. Looking at the surprised Lu Yuan, the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor was somewhat puzzled instead, and as he glanced at the Dao beheading sword, he was even more puzzled in his heart. Although his strength was strong and invincible, it was simply not enough compared to the Dao beheading sword. The Dao beheading sword would be able to kill him with a single stroke. The two simply do not exist in the same order of magnitude, with such an invincible combatant right beside him. Yet Lu Yuan was shocked at his strength. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor really didn't know what to say. Could it be that this kid doesn't know the true strength of the Dao beheading sword? The skyjacking immortal emperor thought this in his heart. Don't think too much. This kid just hasn't eaten pork before. You're the second transcendence he's seen in his life. The Dao beheading sword transmitted a voice to the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor. Upon hearing this, immortal emperor hijacking sky instantly understood. Lu Yuan might have known that the Daojin Dao sword was very powerful, but he didn't have too many feelings about it because he had only seen two transcendents up until now. The second one was him, and the first one, without thinking about it, was definitely Li Jinxing. Old Li would actually look for an heir in a world like this? The skyjacking immortal emperor was a little surprised inside. Strange person. This was the most special status of all the great worlds. The energy contained is so great that it knows no bounds. Generations of wonders reap the rewards of connections and promises while restoring wonders to other powerful people. It accumulates from generation to generation. It could be said that the odd man lineage would have countless top-tier powerhouses working for them as long as they raised their arms. Not to mention, the Chiron lineage itself was very powerful, being an extremely rare 9 true saints sect in the entire cosmic sea. And let's not forget that behind the odd man lineage stood the entire oddity clan. The odd man to the odd thing is the equivalent of the one and only doctor in the entire human world. If this doctor were to be harmed, TSK, the skyjacking immortal emperor couldn't even dare to imagine that kind of consequence. It was reasonable to say that the strange man lineage possessed such strength that it would be more than enough to find the absolute peak true sage's own son, a new heir, to be the heir, and no one would be unwilling to do so. However, the odd man lineage had sought out Lu Yuan as their successor. This kid who hadn't even seen a few transcendents. Is there something special about this kid? The skyjacking immortal emperor looked Lu Yuan up and down, but as he looked around, he didn't see anything special. Is there something special about Lu Yuan? To normal people, of course there were. The source of the devil's path. 2 doppelgangers identical to the main body, less than 1,000 years old, already in existence of the beginning realm. To normal people, these were all remarkable achievements. But, the skyjacking immortal emperor was a transcendent. Or an existence at the peak of transcendence. Everything special on Lu Yuan's surface appeared flat in his eyes. In the endless universe, the footprints of the skyjacking immortal emperors were spread out over many. And it was not as if there were no young people as astonishingly talented as Lu Yuan. Those who can become strong, who are not as wonderful and stunning in their youth, who wasn't a top-notch demon in the universe. What's more, he was a thoroughly grown demon. Thus, the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor was just too curious as to what exactly Lu Yuan had on him that attracted the strange man lineage. Suddenly, the Dao beheading sword said quietly, what you shouldn't know, don't ever know, hijacking sky kid. This is the last time I'm going to remind you. The chopping Dao sword voice rang out abruptly. However, when the skyjacking immortal emperor heard this, his face changed at once, and not knowing what to think of, he hurriedly bowed towards the Dao beheading sword and said, Senior understands. Thank you for reminding Senior. The Dao chopper sword waved his hand. Alright, cut the crap. What do you want to repair? A small disc, or a small sword? The small disc, the small sword, were the 2 strange items on the heaven-jacking immortal emperor's body. The small disc, called the Zeus robbery disc. The small sword, named Ujijia sword. The 2 complemented each other, and when they were combined into one, their battle power was directly comparable to that of a skyjacking immortal emperor. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor hurriedly took out a sword. Senior, it's the Yu hijacking sword. Xiao Yu, wake up. In front of the 13 seniors, don't pretend to be dead. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor waved the hijacking sword in an attempt to wake up the hijacking sword. However, it was this plain and simple action that made Lu Yuan on the side watch in fear. With the movement of the skyjacking immortal emperor wielding the golden-colored longsword in his hand, the space around him was sliced into strips with the naked eye, just like a piece of paper that was cut into strips from the middle. That's sharp. Lu Yuan sucked in his cool breath. He didn't dare to imagine what a shocking sight it would be if the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor unleashed a peak strike with this sword in his hand. I'm afraid that the Taiwu realm would have to be split in two under this strike. Alright, don't shake it. He can pretend to be dead if he wants to, Zhang Dao's sword said indifferently, saying that he also glanced at Lu Yuan. His heart did not know what he was thinking of, and he was beautiful. Of all the sword-type wonders, the Dao Chopper sword was undoubtedly the king, bar none. It had also been said before that there were fights between oddities and oddities, especially two oddities of the same type, and when they met, they would fight and either die or be injured. Therefore, all sword-type wonders were unwilling to touch the Dao Chopper sword. The reason is simple. It can't be beat. Not at all. If you can't beat them and don't want to be beaten, the best thing to do is to play dead. The hateful heavenly immortal emperor let go of his hand, letting the Yujie sword fall to the ground, resisting the urge to stomp on it, and cursing, disgraceful contraption. But as he spoke, he quietly glanced at the Dao beheading sword, and seeing that the Dao beheading sword did absolutely nothing, his heart quietly sighed in relief. Lu Yuan crouched on the ground and looked at the Yujie sword with a strange gaze. In his eyes, the Yujiabao sword was smooth and intact all over. Its body was intact and sharp, and he could not see any traces of damage at all. However, he also knew that since the skyjacking immortal emperor had taken out the Yujiabao sword to be repaired, on the Yujiabao sword, there were bound to be places that were to be repaired. Lu Yuan fixed his eyes on it, his gaze sweeping over every inch of the sword, and finally, he saw a gap so tiny that it could not be any more subtle at the tip of the sword, leaning downward. You have to magnify it 1,000,000 times to barely see it. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stood up. Come back for your sword in January. After saying that, Lu Yuan directly left this place and went to a place where no one could know. The skyjacking immortal emperor looked at Lu Yuan's departing figure and frowned slightly. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. The Dao beheading sword also looked at Lu Yuan's departing figure, wanting to say something. Just then, boom! In a distant place, on the immense and incomparable cosmic barrier, a boat tip suddenly emerged, followed by getting bigger and bigger, and eventually, revealing a flying boat that was about 100 meters long or so came out. Stargazer sect, Tai Zhenlong stood up, looking at the cosmic barrier, his face showing a cold smile. Finally, waited for you guys. Beside the waterfall, the skyjacking immortal emperor frowned, a familiar aura, but at a glance, it's unintentional. Intruders? Do you want me to shoot them? Immortal Emperor Skyjacker asked the Dao Chopper sword. The Dao beheading sword shifted its sword slightly. Let others settle their own matters. Do you want to carry the karma of a great world? Hearing this, the skyjacking immortal emperor immediately dismissed the idea. The karma of a great world. Although he could afford to carry it, once he did, even he would not feel good. Unless Lu Yuan opened his mouth to ask for his help. Only then would he not be tainted with the karma of a great world. It was because he had promised Lu Yuan that he could unconditionally help him once as long as he helped him repair the Yujie sword. In this way, the cause should be on Lu Yuan, and the fruit to be born in the future would be between him and Lu Yuan. Karma, no matter what realm, cannot be escaped. The higher the realm, the more one fears karma. The other end. Taishan directly left the Stargazer sect and rushed towards the flying boat in the Starry Sea, his body filled with killing intent. When he was with Lu Yuan, he had no shelf and looked like a hot-blooded young man in his early 20s. But it was only when he was with Lu Yuan that the titular Eternal Demon Lord would show this unknown side. In front of outsiders, the Eternal Demon Lord was always the Eternal Demon Lord, a great hero of the demon race who saved the demon race from the brink of extinction by his own strength. The Eternal Demon race under his leadership raided the entire Taiwu realm, and the world lost their colors at the sound of eternity. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan serving as a bridge, the demon race under Taishan's leadership would have caused harm that was in no way inferior to the present-day Necropolis Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Demon Clan. In the middle of the vast sea of stars, a flat boat floats on a sea of stars. On top of the flying boat of odd item rank, the Heavenly Spectre Earth Sovereign stood proudly at the bow of the boat with his arms folded, overlooking the vast sea of stars and the infinite great realms. The identity of one of the 72 Earth dignitaries of the Mixed Immortal Hall gave him an incomparably powerful arrogance, as well as a character that scorned everything. Although he had learned from the mouth of the great Red Heavenly Lord that the Taiwu realm was not ordinary, this could hardly change the arrogance in his heart. In his perception, He thought that even if this operation didn't go well and he was blocked by the strongest people in that realm, he would still have enough strength to return in one piece. What's more, this time, he had brought along 10 mixed immortal hall elders, each of which was a powerful existence at the source realm, and to a certain extent, an alternate to the 72 Earth sovereigns. After adapting to the unfamiliar heaven and earth for a while, at that moment, the heavenly specter Earth Honored One waved his hand and was about to head into the depths. However, the flying boat had just started and then stopped abruptly, because in front of the flying boat, I don't know when, but a young man in Xian clothing appeared silently. The youth's face was calm and cold as he gazed slyly at the group of people on the flying boat. The youth, none other than Taizhen. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign also saw Taizhen at this moment, and his gaze narrowed slightly. Wow, were you found out that quickly? His tone was relaxed, and he didn't look nervous at all. Half-Step Tai Realm was only an honorific for extremely powerful people in the Source Realm, and essentially, it was still the Source Realm as well. Between the Source Realm and the Source Realm, unfamiliar situations, if they didn't fight each other for a while, they simply couldn't tell who was stronger than who and who was weaker than who. Therefore, at this moment, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign only treated Taizhen as an ordinary Source Realm powerhouse. Such a big commotion. If we still can't discover it, would we not be deaf and blind? Looking at your excellency's emboldened and arrogant demeanor, you should not have put me, Tai Wujie, in your eyes. It's just as well. I also want to try out the success of other great world powerhouses, Taizhen said calmly as he rubbed his fists together. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign snorted. Unworthy aborigine, since you want to see it, then I know you'll see what it means to have a gap. The words were half forgotten. The heavenly phenomenon Earth Sovereign then brazenly struck out, and when he did, it was a heaven-covering strike that was capable of breaking down a great realm. Good coming. Taizhen was like a battle maniac. Not only was he not afraid of this scene, but instead, like a mad dog seeing meat, he excitedly greeted him. He spun his 5 fingers into a fist, and an infinite amount of mana erupted, followed by a blatant punch, and the entire universe heard a rumbling sound, a sound that transcended the rules. As the two collided, a piece of starry sky was directly pierced through, blossoming with blinding light, as if a galaxy had exploded as a whole. Amidst the boundless brilliant light, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign flew out in shock and fell onto the flying boat, a splash of golden blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and an indented 5-finger fist print on his chest was conspicuous beyond compare. So strong, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign was shocked inexplicably inwardly. He never thought that meeting a random person on the road would actually be such a strong person. In fact, the moment the other party threw a punch, Heavenly Specter Earth Sovereign already knew that the other party was also a half-step Tai realm like him, but he didn't false, but bravely met them, because he himself was also an existence of this realm. The narrow way is brave. At his realm, he would not fail to understand this. When two strong men fought against each other, if one side had the slightest intention of retreating, it would be doomed to certain defeat. In the starry sky, Taizhen's robes bulged, the invisible wind, blowing his clothes hunting, while in his eyes, the color of disappointment was full. Too weak, can't even catch a single punch from me? Does it mean that this is what the strongest of the mixed immortal temple have become? Or is there someone stronger who hasn't made a move? Then come on. I'm right here. Let's have a good fight. Taizhen said. His body's battle intent undying, was at a high level. He thought that the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign who had just fought against him was not the real powerhouse in the opposing team, and that the real powerhouse was still hidden inside the team and had not made a move. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign also heard the meaning of Taizhen's words, and his face instantly became gloomy and incomparably ugly. The other party dared to underestimate him. On the flying boat, 10 mixed immortal temple elders looked at each other with shock in their eyes. What a strong one. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign, surprisingly, couldn't receive a single punch from the other party. The heavenly specter Earth Zoon's position as an Earth Zoon, although it was a bit of a misnomer, and even a bit of a suspicion of being a corpse. This, however, did not negate the fact that he was indeed a half-step Tai realm powerhouse. The other party was able to punch the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, so one would think that it shouldn't be a problem to blow them away with a single punch. The 10 elders were all a bit backed up in their psyches before they were able to go out. It was so hard to cultivate their current realm and obtain their current status. They didn't want to die just like that. To meet a random person is such a strong person. Who knows what else you will meet next? Seeing that no one in the other party spoke, Taizhen's gaze became odd as he raised his index finger and pointed at Tian Zoon, saying breathlessly, "You can't be the strongest one, can you? No way. No way?" You. Hearing Taizhen's mocking and teasing tone, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign rose up in a violent rage, wiping away the golden blood that spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and said grimly, It seems that if we don't have a battle to the death, it will really make your excellency look down on my mixed immortal hall. Ha, only beating me by one move. Do you really think that you're sure to win against me? The words fell. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign didn't know what secret method to use. His entire aura skyrocketed, and with him at the center, a circle of spatial ripples rippled out, as if the entire space and time was about to collapse in the next second. Seeing the situation, Taijin got a little excited. Well, that's the way it should be. Wouldn't it have been over earlier? So let's have another battle. With that, Taijin was about to meet him. Just then, however, a pair of large hands rested on Taizen's shoulders. A warm voice rang in his ears. Stop playing around and get it over with. Taizen twisted his head and realized that the visitor was actually the magistrate. At once, Taijin was not happy. Why did you come so quickly? Are you very idle? The head referee glanced at him and said, if you really want to have a good fight, I'll accompany you to have a good fight when this is over. That's better. As if thinking of some painful experience, Taizen hastily refused. Opposite. When the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign saw that another person had come, and that he was still talking to Taijin, his face couldn't help but become even more somber. The previous person, who was able to defeat him with a single punch, was undoubtedly above him in strength. This later one, and the former can talk to each other. The status does not distinguish between inferior and superior. The strength, if not stronger than the former, will not be much weaker. Just as Heavenly Specter Earth Sovereign analyzed the situation, Taizen and the magistrate have decided to join forces to settle the fight quickly. Seeing this, Sky Specter Earth Sovereign's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly spoke. 2 against 1. What kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, we'll fight one-on-one. Yeah. Hearing the word single combat, Taijin looked excited. It was not easy to meet such a weak half-step Tai realm. He could be too excited. Although the Taiwu realm didn't have a Tai realm, that one half-step Tai realm was all perverts. Their strength was basically similar to his. There was no need to mention that the head referee, all the half-step Tai realms in the entire Taiwu realm, no one was willing to fight him one-on-one. The main god, not to mention the fact that after the 9 bits are won, the strength is heavenly, plus all kinds of strange and weird props. It's even more annoying. Dao Zun, the second oldest member of the Dao sect, was likewise a fighting maniac. Dao Zu, always out of the door. The second door. Strength, that is not to mention. If not too strong, the strong character of the Dao Zun would not have stooped to the second. Demon Lord, the physical body is unrivaled. If you punch him, he is fine. If he shows his real body, that is like a stellar punchover. The shit will be shaken out for you. Divine Lord, mysterious and incomparable. Just like the Dao ancestor, his whereabouts were incomparably secretive. Being in such an environment made Taizen, a battle maniac, very unhappy. A bunch of strong men that he either couldn't beat, either he could fight, but his opponent could annoy him with all his tricks. Now it was hard to come by an otherworldly half-step Tai realm with a strength that could still be called a weakling. This instantly turned Taizen into a lonely old man who hadn't seen his young daughter-in-law for 10 years and 10 years, and it was a longing. Good what? The head referee gave Taizen a look of dismay, thinking that the boy was hopeless. Then he turned his head to look at Heavenly Specter Earth Sovereign and sneered. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? But then again, it seems like there are 11 of you, right? The Sky Specter Earth Sovereign's face completely sank. Immediately afterward, boundless fluctuations spread across the infinite galaxies. But soon, it returned to calm. On the edge of the continent, by the waterfall, the skyjacking immortal emperor laughed. Interesting, this world is a bit interesting, the Dao beheading sword said faintly from the side. When this world opened up the heavens, it was of high grade and there were many innate creatures, but later on, there should have been an invasion of a strong person who seized this world's innate source, leading to the fact that no one in this world can reverse the innate and transcend the heavens and the earth. However, that doesn't stop this world from giving birth to true masters, like those 2 little guys just now. If they were born in a great world with a complete origin, their achievements wouldn't necessarily be worse than yours. Upon hearing such a high evaluation from the Dao beheading sword, the skyjacking immortal emperor froze for a moment, followed by a narrowing of his gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. In a certain isolated island, Lu Yuan withdrew his raised gaze. There was little fluctuation in the mind. This result was reasonably expected. The Taiwu realm was only deficient in origin. It wasn't as if the world was of a lower grade. In the simplest analogy, a person like the magistrate, placed in a world of complete origin, would be too. If someone like Heavenly Specter Earth Honored was placed in the Taiwu realm, he would probably be weaker than an immortal lord. Put away the thoughts. He carved out a cave on a lonely island, which was isolated offshore and most peaceful. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan placed the Yuhao sword on the ground. taking out a piece of futon and sitting in front of the Yu-Jie sword. His hands kept making seals and reciting words under his breath. Wondrous things are born and raised in the earth, and can be called the crystallization of the great Tao. Although transcendentals could also refine, the wonders that came out through refining were extremely weak and it was difficult to give birth to intelligence. Curiosities such as these are generally referred to as pseudo-curiosities. The true wonders, that is a set of 10,000 chances and coincidences, can only be born under the magical creation. And in this, one of the most crucial factors had to be mentioned, and that was the innate Hongmeng purple qi. The innate Hongmeng purple qi, the mother qi of all things, and the innate yin and yang qi were known as the three true qi of the innate, each strand of which was considered a supreme treasure. Among them, the universal mother qi is also known as the Xianhuang qi, and the innate Hongmeng purple qi, ranked first. The root of the reason why wondrous creatures were born and possessed intelligence came from the fact that they had absorbed a large amount of innate Hongmeng violet qi. As for the innate Hongmeng purple qi, it was extremely hard to find, and was a treasure that all true saints craved. The reason why the odd man lineage was able to repair the oddities was because of the first generation of odd men, who had created a heaven-defying technique. Through this technique, it was possible to gather the turbid qi of the universe and distill the innate Hongmeng purple qi from it. Under the nourishment of the innate Hongmeng purple qi, the strange objects could only repair themselves. It was also because of this technique that the success rate of the strange man lineage in refining pseudo-strange objects was far higher than that of ordinary transcendentalists. However, this technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, and even if a normal supreme celestial pride participated in it for 100 years, he would not be able to comprehend even 101% of it. As a result, heirs of the Qiren lineage are extremely difficult to find. However, for some reason, in Lu Yuan's eyes, this technique didn't seem to be that complicated, and on the contrary, it felt very approachable. So much so, Lu Yuan was able to converge the innate Hongmeng violet qi even though he hadn't been studying for long. However, the quantity was not much. It could be described as minuscule, just 1/10,000th of a normal strand of innate Hongmeng violet qi. But repairing the minuscule wound of the Yu-Jie sword was no problem at all. As Lu Yuan's hands continued to make seals, strands of chaotic turbid qi in the sky and earth were attracted, followed by condensing into a ball in mid-air. After a long time, a trace of innate Hongmeng purple qi that was invisible to the naked eye was refined again. Lu Yuan gently pushed with both hands, and the innate Hongmeng violet qi slowly attached itself to the Yu Jiabao sword wound. Boing! Lu Yuan froze as he turned his head to look around. There seemed to be a sound just now. Probing out his divine thoughts, he probed the sea for 10,000 miles in a radius and found nothing. Retracting his divine thoughts, Lu Yuan looked at the Yu Hao sword in front of him and scratched his head. Could it be it? Is it a female? The Yu Jiao sword is a female, so the Xiaojio disc should be a male. Lu Yuan looked at the Yu Jiabao sword, stroked his chin, and sighed in his heart. The cosmic yin and yang balance avenue could not escape even if it was a strange object. Spinning around, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It would take about a month for the Yu-Jie sword to complete its restoration. This month, Lu Yuan didn't want to waste it, and with that, he immersed himself in deep learning. The odd man lineage identity was his biggest card right now. Soon, he would become the lord of the city of the heavens, and there would be countless strong people arriving at that time. Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to subdue these people if he pulled too much. Shocking the group with his strength, Lu Yuan couldn't do it for the time being. The status of a strange person, coupled with a high level of skill, was Lu Yuan's bottom line. In the blink of an eye, a month later, the repair of the Yu-Jie sword was complete, and at this time, even if it was held by a mortal, it could cut through star rivers and shatter galaxies with a single sword. Lu Yuan held the sword in his hands, and there was some longing in his eyes. He also wanted such a divine weapon, although the Dao beheading sword was stronger. Unfortunately, with the strength of the Dao beheading sword, it wouldn't be held in anyone's hands at all. Lu Yuan sighed softly, and immediately afterward, he left this cave that he had lived in for a month. It's still the same waterfall. The skyjacking immortal emperor hadn't left, and the Dao beheading sword was also at this place. When Lu Yuan came back, he even saw that the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor was telling some cold jokes to try to curry favor with the Dao beheading sword. This scene made Lu Yuan sigh in awe, and at the same time, he also gained a deeper level of knowledge about the status of the Dao chopping sword. With the sword repaired, does the condition that Senior promised me still stand? Lu Yuan handed the Yu-Jie sword back to the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor while inquiring. The skyjacking immortal emperor took the sword and looked it up and down, his eyes surprised that it had actually been repaired for real. He quietly glanced at the Dao chopper sword with a look that seemed to ask, still punching or not? Originally, he thought that Lu Yuan was just talking big to use this as a way to delay being beaten up, but he didn't expect Lu Yuan to actually fix it. If this was still going to be punched, the skyjacking immortal emperor was really a bit embarrassed. The most crucial thing was that Lu Yuan actually did have this talent. And it looked, well, terrifying. With his belligerent character, he might have to come back to beg Lu Yuan to fix it again someday in the future. And if he maligns the relationship now, it will be hard to find Lu Yuan to fix it in the future. The Dao Chopper's sword transmitted a voice without any good humor. What are you looking at me for? You can't judge for yourself, can you? The skyjacking immortal emperor smiled sardonically, then said to Lu Yuan, of course, the conditions I promised are naturally honored. After saying that, he handed Lu Yuan a token and said, whenever you need me, just crush this token, and no matter where you are, I will be able to arrive in the shortest possible time. Lu Yuan carefully put away the token and smiled. Senior's promise. Senior naturally believes in it, and in the future, if Senior still has a need, you can also feel free to come to me. Ha ha, it's a deal then. The skyjacking immortal emperor laughed. He looked at Lu Yuan, and then he arched his hand at the Dao beheading sword. Then I won't bother you two anymore. 13 seniors, I'll see you in the future. Goodbye. After saying that, the skyjacking immortal emperor broke through the boundary and left. In the original spot, only Lu Yuan and the Dao beheading sword were left staring wide-eyed. After a long time, Lu Yuan came over to the side of the Dao chopper sword and asked curiously, say, I still don't know what this senior's name is? The Dao beheading sword said indifferently, the Dao's name is Jietian, and it is the supreme being of the one immortal realm, hence the name Immortal Emperor. Skyjacking Immortal Emperor. Lu Yuan chewed on this name, and in the dark, he seemed to be able to feel an incomparably grand and powerful aura coming towards him. Lu Yuan stopped in a hurry. His heart marveled, just extolling its name. There is a great terror coming from the underworld. Is this too? Is he the only one too in the world where Senior Hijacker Sky is in? Or are there many? Lu Yuan asked curiously. The Dao beheading sword said blandly. Generally, besides him, there are 10 other transcendents. But the Immortal Emperor, he's the only one, and the other transcendents, are known as Immortal Kings. 11-2. Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. It was truly terrifying. Only a world like this could spawn a peak-tie realm existence like the heaven-jacking Immortal Emperor, right? Where's the real name? The true name of Elder Jietian? The Dao Chopper sword glanced faintly at Lu Yuan. Are you sure you want to know? Lu Yuan felt strange in his heart, but he still nodded. In the next second, the Dao beheading sword spat out a name that made Lu Yuan's entire body crack. Li Dogdan. That's the real name of that kid from hijacking heaven. The Dao beheading sword spoke out calmly. Li Doggy? The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched straight. Also, it's really a very grounded name, huh? Chop Dao sword slightly sighed, said, Rob Heaven was born in a mortal village. When the teenager, the whole village was slaughtered by a devil cultivator. He went out to hunt, which escaped, but also because of the change in temperament, became a serial killer demon. When the middle-aged, by chance to get a book of broken cultivation method, on the road to cultivation. However, his talent is general, cultivation together, go incomparably bumpy and difficult, but he with great perseverance, great wisdom, as well as all kinds of cruelty, and finally became a strong. Also at that time, he became everyone shouting to kill the devil cultivator. Also at that time, he that world, the birth of a son of the Chi, born to hostility with him, or in other words, God also does not want to let him go on. People loathe the heavenly abandonment, coupled with that son of fortune's endless pursuit, robbing the sky a few times almost fell, but born all things, after all, left a line of life, and he, caught that line of life, inherited the inheritance and part of the strength of an ancient demonic ancestor, and after that, he directly killed into that son of fortune's family, the family of the son of Chiyun, killed 90%, only left the son of Chiyun's children, wife, father and mother did not kill. He kept these people to threaten the son of Chiyun. He asked the son of Chi to abolish his own cultivation, and the son of Chi hesitated only for a split second before he killed the son of Chi's mother and father, and that son of Chi almost went crazy on the spot. But in the end, that son of Chi abolished his own cultivation because he still had a wife and child. Then, Jietian let the son of fortune to commit suicide, but also at this time, that the son of fortune's master rushed to, a blow on the Jietian seriously injured dying. The critical time, the devil awakened, the original that the devil did not die, but wanted to let the Jietian to become strong, and then take over the body, but the Jietian is dying, that the devil cannot care about the other, only a wisp of the remnant of the soul, forcibly occupy the body of the Jietian. The devil sovereign and the master of the son of Chi fought, and eventually both were defeated, and at the last moment, Jietian hardened himself with great perseverance, took back control of his body, and used a talisman he had obtained by chance, the soul-burning talisman. Using the soul-burning talisman, Jie Tian burned his own soul and also burned the remnants of the demon father's soul, and in the end, he hardened himself by self-mutilation and took out the demon father, as well as the son of Qi and the son of Qi's master, the relatives. Then later, without the great enemy of heaven's destiny, and having inherited everything from the demon lord, Hijack Heaven rose against the heavens, and from a young boy in a mountain village, he became an immortal emperor of a realm. The Dao Chopper's sword looked at Lu Yuan and said, hijacking the heavens has the meaning of intercepting the heavens, and intercepting a line of the heavens also hijacks the destiny of the heavens. Hearing the Dao beheading sword recount the life past of the skyjacking immortal emperor, Lu Yuan inwardly marveled. This was a true man of the people, from a young boy in a mountain village, growing up to the immortal world supreme, although only a few hundred words, but which, is how much pain and suffering, is how many times the risk of death and life, is how many times to endure humiliation. The most crucial thing was that with his intelligence, ruthlessness, and determination, Immortal Emperor Skyjacker had managed to get a son of Qi killed. In the Dao beheading sword's narration, a second son of Qi did not appear, meaning that the skyjacking Immortal Emperor had only encountered one on his way to growth. And to be able to become a son of Qi in the world of the skyjacking Immortal Emperor, I'm afraid that the level of Qi would not be lower than that of a son of time and space. You should know that the skyjacking Immortal Emperor didn't have a golden finger and was still a villainous devil cultivator. Terrific! Lu Yuan sighed out in admiration. Chopping Dao sword glanced at Lu Yuan. Inwardly cannot help but laugh. Again terrific, so what? Still not become your strange people lineage of imperial beaters. Eternal magic. In the middle of a remote and barren hall, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign was run through his entire body by a dozen or so chains made of unknown materials but covered in runes. The whole man, hanging in the center. Taizen, the magistrate, the Lord God. At this moment all stood in the great hall, looking at the dying, deathly pale sky specter Earth Sovereign. The Lord God said towards Taijin, "This guy's mouth is too hard. I can't do anything about it. Can you transform it?" Taijin shook his head. "No, the realm is too high to transform." With that said, the two looked to the referee. The head referee stepped forward. "Leave it to me." With that, the magistrate extended his hand, and instantly, a scale appeared in front of the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign, equivalent and equal. The head referee reached out and grabbed a handful of hair from the heavenly specter Earth Honored One, placing it on one end of the scale, and then reached out his hand and detained a great demon god from the boundless demonic realm, placing it on the other end of the scale. To the naked eye, the end where the hair is placed is higher than the demon, but immediately afterward, a miraculous scene appeared, and the hair, at one end, gradually descended and became equal to the great demon god. Next, the eyes of the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign, who was hanging in midair, glared and roared, "Damn! What have you done? My strength, my cultivation, you!" Just in the moment when the scales were equal, the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign's half-step Tai realm cultivation instantly dropped, equaling the great demon god's cultivation. After doing so, the magistrate looked to Taizen. "Your turn." Taijin shrugged and took a step forward, looking up at Tian Ping with incomparably scornful eyes. The reason why anyone in the Tai Wu boundary didn't want to go up against the magistrate was because of this Tian Ping. It's so unreasonable. The magistrate can have anyone's cultivation below him, or equal to him, as long as their cultivation is not higher than the magistrate's. It also allows two people with similar cultivation levels to have equal levels of cultivation. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign, a half-step of the Tai realm, was also a source, and the demon god, too, is the source. Thus, the two were equal in cultivation. The most outrageous thing is that one end of the scale requires a reference, while the other end only requires causation. The great demon god, a hegemon of the heavens that had been successfully transformed by Taijin. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign's cultivation level was the same as the great demon gods at the moment, so Taijin was naturally able to transform. It's just been a long time, slightly longer. The magistrate and the Lord God were in no hurry, so they just waited. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Subordinate Sky Spectre, greetings to the Lord. The heavenly specter Earth Sovereign was released at some point, kneeling on one knee in front of Taijin. Taizen turned his head to look at the two behind him and said triumphantly, "Done." The head referee's face was expressionless. The Lord God cut the crap and ask. The head referee chided. Taijin turned his head to the heavenly specter Earth Honored One and asked, "What's your name?" "Li Mu Yuan." "Taizen, from where?" "Chaos Central World." "Taizen, from what power?" "Mixed Immortal Hall." "Taizen, what is the purpose of coming to this world?" "Investigating why observatory observers are missing." "Taijin, what are the intentions of the Mixed Immortal Hall towards the Tai Wu realm?" "Plundering resources." populations, developing and growing themselves. Next, the magistrate, the Lord God, and Taijin took turns asking questions. It was 4 or 5 hours before it stopped. The three of them glanced at each other face to face, and they all felt bad in their hearts. There was no other reason. The mixed immortal hall was too powerful. The 3 heavenly dignitaries go without saying. Just those 36 heavenly lords alone were enough to make their scalps numb. The reason why the heavenly underworld sovereign had come to the Taiwu realm was the order of one of the heavenly lords, but at the same time, they get 2 surprises enough. The first was the Chaos Central World, an extremely rare super world, and of the same level as it were the Hongmeng Central World, the Supertime Central World, and the Flood Central World. The Central Great World, which was of a higher level than ordinary great worlds, had sufficient origin, not to mention Tai. Even true saints were able to be born. More importantly, the Chaos Central World was large enough and did not exclude outsiders. In other words, anyone who has the ability can go forward for development. The news, to the magistrate and the others, was no different from a mortal's old age being golden. They were all outstanding human beings who were only unable to break through because they were constrained by the limitations of the world. If one went to a world with a complete origin, I'm afraid that one could become a saint on the spot. The second good news was that the 36 heavenly lords of the mixed immortal temple each had their own duties. There are only 6 heavenly hosts responsible for the foreign invasion of the great worlds, and the great worlds invaded by the mixed immortal temple exceeded 70. In other words, even if the heavenly specter Earth Sovereign spread the news back, there would be at most one Tai that would come looking for trouble. Well, just one too. The hearts and minds of the 3 giants, at this moment, were all tugged by the chaotic central great world. The urgency within was immense. But at the same time, there was also the threat from the Mixed Immortal Hall to deal with. The Mixed Immortal Hall, when looking at the chaotic central great world, was a dominating force. If the immediate threat was not resolved, even if they went to the chaotic central great world, they would not end up too well. Didn't little Lu Yuan say he had a solution? We might as well ask him? The Lord God suddenly spoke. Yeah, little Lu Yuan has always sworn before that he's not even afraid of Tai. And I'm guessing that little Lu Yuan is afraid that he's already known about the chaotic central great world. Taizin followed suit. Just then, the door to this great hall was kicked open with a bang. A demonic Lu Yuan dressed in black walked in. It's about time. There are some things that it's time to tell you all. In the empty hall, the demonic wind whistled and poured into the middle of the hall, bringing up countless dust and sand. Devilish Lu Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His face was expressionless, and around him, a deep demonic intent enveloped him. On the opposite side, all 3 of the magistrates' expressions became serious. They all knew that Lu Yuan had a secret on him, but they had never asked about it, and had always waiting for Lu Yuan to take the initiative to confess to them, or to bury the secret forever. Now, it looks like it's time. Go ahead. We're listening, the magistrate said. Devilish Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said, Not long ago, I obtained an exotic treasure. This exotic treasure is very special. Exactly how is it? Masters, you can feel it yourselves. Next moment, all 3 of the magistrate received chat group invitations in their heads. Without hesitation, all 3 agreed to join the group. After a long time, the 3 magistrates exited the chat group, looked at each other, and took a deep breath. Demonic Lu Yuan smiled stiffly. The mystery of this exotic treasure doesn't stop there. Soon, I will create a city of the heavens that is capable of connecting the infinite worlds. At that time, you, Master Teacher, will be able to freely enter and exit the Taiwu realm, as well as travel to the chaotic central great world through the city of the heavens. But the city of the heavens is in its infancy, and my strength is still a bit lacking, so when the time comes, Master, you must come and support me, as well as Taijin, the Lord God. Brat, you've really given us a big surprise. The Lord God was shocked beyond measure and equally delighted. Don't worry, I will definitely go, Taijin said with a smile, and the normally tone-deaf man was exceptionally calm at this moment. The head referee was silent for a long time before slowly saying, The city of the heavens and the chat group are both extraordinary things. Use them well. It will be of great benefit to you. But if you're not careful, it may also backfire on you. You have to grasp it well. The rules must be set. It's hard for you to know the character of the strongest people in the heavens, and those who have made it this far are not good people. You've built up a sense of mystery within the group. So I would suggest that when the city of the heavens is established, it would be best for you to not show your face and continue to remain mysterious, so that the others will have a sense of awe towards you. All you need to do is to set up the rules, and if anyone dares to violate them, we'll give you a shot. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Master, I know. That's why I'm also planning to set up a committee. The head magistrate's expression shifted slightly. Tell me about it. Lu Yuan slowly said, the city of the heavens can be connected to the worlds, so that the worlds of interoperability can be expected. The city of the heavens will be a huge piece of cake. The committee, that is, all walks of life out of a representative to serve as a commissioner. The commissioner. There is law enforcement, commissioners and commissioners. There is also a mutual supervision of the responsibility of the once the city of the violation of the provisions of the people. The first check which world. Notify the world commissioner. The city guards then move out to arrest. If the commissioner harbors, the other commissioners can deprive that commissioner of his identity as well as his interests in the city. The commission also helps the city of the heavens to defend itself against foreign enemies' responsibility. Then you're not afraid that the other commissioners will join forces to overthrow you? The magistrate frowned. Lu Yuan smiled and continued. That's why above the commissioners, there are 2 vice commissioners and 1 commissioner. The vice commissioner is someone I absolutely trust and at the same time is absolutely powerful. Once the other commissioners have bad intentions, the vice commissioner can directly kill them. At the same time, I will also set up some honorary commissioners. Honorary commissioners, and these people must be someone I absolutely trust, such as you, Master Teacher, Taijin and the Lord God. The referee heard a little something and asked, you have someone in mind, Vice Commissioner? The magistrate had not taken the idea to himself, and he himself knew very well that he was not strong enough to serve as a vice commissioner. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Of course he has a candidate. There are 3 more. One was the skyjacking immortal emperor, who still owed Lu Yuan a promise. One was Chief Master Li Zhenshang, who didn't know where he was now, and Lu Yuan wasn't sure he could invite. The last one is the Dao Chopper Sword. As for the chairman of the committee, that of course had to be Lu Yuan himself. Hearing that Lu Yuan had his own plan, the magistrate did not say anything else. At this moment, Lu Yuan said, Master, the destruction of the Taiwu realm is imminent. Other strong people? You can also try to contact them, or simply form a Taiwu realm alliance. The chaotic central great world is very strong and chaotic. It is only by embracing a group that you can get warm. At the very least, you have to survive the early stage, right, bastard? And ordering me around. The head referee instantly gave demonic Lu Yuan a headbutt. Magic Lu Yuan was confused on the spot. I'm the lord of the city of the heavens. I don't want to lose face? He wanted to say something, but the magistrate had already left the eternal demon realm with a laugh. The Lord God, full of thoughts, excused himself and left as well. In the middle of the entire hall, only Taijin and the puppet-like heavenly specter Earth Sovereign remained. Lu Yuan looked at Taijin slyly. Taijin immediately crossed her arms over her chest and exclaimed, What are you doing? I don't like guys. Demonic Lu Yuan's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Taijin and turned to leave. On the Edge Continent, Stargazer sect. Over the past month or two, the bloody odor that had enveloped the Stargazer sect had gradually dissipated, and the injection of hundreds of thousands of new people had restored some vitality to the sect that had just experienced a massacre. Lu Yuan didn't poo-poo these people. He set up an internal affairs department, with Li Wu as the head of the external affairs department and Su Qingyao as the head of the internal affairs department. For all of them, Lu Yuan had made a classification, and according to their classification, resources were uniformly distributed. After ransacking the Stargazer sect's treasure trove, Lu Yuan's resources in his hand were not even known to him how much there was. And anyway, the hair was finished. The city of the heavens was no different from a normal mortal city. The special thing was that the comings and goings of the city's inhabitants were all top-tier powerhouses, coming from all the great worlds. At the same time, the city of the heavens was huge, and manpower was needed in all areas, and hundreds of thousands of people were not necessarily enough. At the back of the Stargazer sect, at the top of a green hill, there was a pavilion on the hill, and standing inside the pavilion, one could overlook 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lu Yuan was sitting in the gazebo at that moment, but he didn't care to enjoy the scenery and was checking the chat group quests that had been refreshed. Refreshed chat group quests. Still 5. Chat group size reaches 130,000 mission points, completed. Unlocking the function of the city of the heavens, 10,000 mission points, not completed. The number of non-permanent residents in Zhoutian City reaches 10,000 mission points, not completed. The number of permanent residents of the city of the heavens reaches 150,000 mission points, incomplete. 10 merchants in Zhoutian City, 50,000 mission points, not completed. The first task, he had completed without realizing it. The last 4 quests are all related to the city of the heavens. Lu Yuan didn't delay and directly collected the reward for the first quest. His quest points instantly reaching 101,000 points. Unlocked the city of the heavens feature directly. Ding! Unlocked successfully. The function of the City of the Heavens is open. Randomly selected coordinates. Anchor point. Chaos Central World. Choose success. The City of the Heavens is being built. Establishment complete. No matter where you are, you can reach the City of the Heavens with a single thought. To the City of the Heavens. Lu Yuan's thoughts moved, and the next moment, without any warning, he directly appeared in the middle of a vast, gigantic city. This vast and gigantic city, which could not be seen at a glance, stretched across the void of space and time beyond the great realm, and the circumference was dark and gloomy, and occasionally, a few sources of light would flash by, which were the great worlds. Lu Yuan stood in front of a huge mansion that overlooked the entire heavenly city. At this point in the city, the buildings were complete, and unknown laws loomed over them. It's just the whole town, not a bit of life. From the outside, the entire city looked new, even the floor tiles, smooth and spotless. Unfortunately, it's still a dead city. City Master, Lu Yuan, permanent residents of the City of the Heavens, 0. Residents from outside the City of the Heavens, 0. Jutian City Merchants, 0. Deputy City Manager, none. Housekeeping Supervisor, none. Head of External Affairs, none. City Guard Commander, none. City Guard, 0. All the days become laborers, 0. Functions of the City of the Heavens. 1. Suppression, within the city. The City Lord can suppress the enemy across 2 major realms. 100% suppression. 2. Summoning, 10,000 Transcendent Realm City Guards can be summoned daily, and 1 Source Realm Commander can be summoned monthly. 3. Traceability, you can know the source of all disputes in the city. 4. 100 times the speed of cultivation, staying in the city. The City Lord can have 100 times the speed of cultivation. 5. Mining, the system automatically mines in the heavens and the world, and can obtain 100 trillion star source crystals per day, ensuring that the City Lord will not be in dire straits. Looking at the City Lord panel in front of him, Lu Yuan directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His grandmother's leg. This heavenly city is a bit anticlimactic. The 5 major functions of the City of the Heavens. Suppression, summoning, traceability, 100 times the speed of cultivation, and mining, are all not heaven-defying functions, especially repression. It can cross 2 great realms to suppress the enemy. In other words, inside the City of the Heavens, with Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, he could directly suppress Tai. The most outrageous is 100% suppression. In other words, no matter if the opponent was at the early stage or peak of the Tai realm, or whatever demon you were, Lu Yuan would be able to suppress it 100%. This feature is nothing short of outrageous. Summoning is also awesome. You can summon a Source Realm Commander every month. With Lu Yuan's current longevity, a month was but a snap of the fingers. A little calming. Lu Yuan returned to the Stargazer sect, called Li Wu and Su Qingyao. Call everyone to gather. It's time to move. Yes, boss. The 2 men immediately took orders and started off to gather everyone. In a short while, everyone, all gathered together in the square. At a glance, it was densely packed. More than 6,000 sons of Qi stood at the very front, while those standing even further ahead were those 4 sons of time and space. At this moment, the eyes of the 4 sons of time and space were incomparably complex, with hatred and despair. This was because they found that no matter what means they used, they were unable to resolve the golden brand on their arms. Even, some people had quietly contacted the powerful people behind it. Even the powerhouses behind them were unable to do anything about it. And even after seeing the golden brand on their arms, none of the powerhouses behind them changed color. In the end, it didn't work out. No strong people came to trouble Lu Yuan, as if they had really given up. Ignoring the gazes of the 4 sons of time and space, Lu Yuan raised his gaze and swept it over everyone. All of you should have recovered more or less in these 2 months. So now, it's time to fulfill your values. But don't worry, I'm still a good person. You work for me and I provide you with resources. But, remember, you are not my slaves, and although I control your life and death, I won't completely cut off your desire for freedom. I'll set up a contribution system. For every day you work for me, you can earn 1 contribution, and you can earn more for making merits and creating value. And I'll let you go free if you earn 1,000,000 contributions. Millions of contributions. Sounds much, but in reality it is not much. That is, you can't make merits and create value just by daily labor. Also at most 700 years or so, you can get freedom if you make merits and create value. This time will be even shorter. Lu Yuan drew a big pie for them. Of course, the pie was real, and as long as someone could gather millions of contributions, Lu Yuan wouldn't go back on his word. The reason for this is to give them a little hope. If there is no hope, and the light of freedom is not seen, then all will just die. He wanted a vibrant Jotian city, not a dead Jotian city. Can we, too? One of the sons of Qi raised his hand and asked with great expectations. Lu Yuan looked at him and smiled. Of course you can. It's just that, you're not the same as them. They only need millions. While you need 10 million contributions. You can't go back on your word. The sons of Qi were a bit restless. 10 million contributions. They were confident that it wasn't a problem. Their only worry was that Lu Yuan would go back on his word. Lu Yuan smiled disdainfully and held up a finger. I can crush all of you with one finger. And break my word to you? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Although Lu Yuan's words were disdainful, these words fell on the ears of the sons of Qi, but they were tantamount to a tranquilizing pill. Lu Yuan raised his gaze again and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, most of the people in the square had a light in their eyes, the light of hope. Right now, these people were incredibly eager to escape, longing for freedom. But really, when one day in the future one of them gathered their contributions, I'm afraid that not many of them would be willing to leave. Lu Yuan smiled smugly in his heart. He had confidence in himself, and he also had confidence in the city of the heavens. He wanted to make the city of the heavens into the endless cosmic sea, the brightest jewel. At the same time, it would also turn the chat group of the heavens into a chatting tool for young and old alike in the endless cosmic sea. Just like Lu Yuan's Weixin in his previous life, it became a national application. Okay, enough nonsense. Set sail. Lu Yuan waved his hand towards the square, and instantly, everyone was transferred to the heavenly city by him. Li Wu and Su Qingyao were instantly busy. They were one head of external affairs and one head of internal affairs, so to speak, the chief stewards of a residence, but split in two. The city of the heavens is not for production, but only for entertainment, communication, and trading. So eateries, taverns, teahouses, merchants, greenhouses, all sorts of contests, lists, all have to be run. And these are the people that run the foundation of that infrastructure. On top of that, Lu Yuan is also going to open up the city of the heavens entry requirements and chat group entry requirements, only to simply make a split between the high-end and low-end crowds. Just thinking about this made Lu Yuan sigh slightly. Busy. For the next period of time, Lu Yuan was incredibly busy. He's already made a teaser in the chat group. In 3 months, the city of the heavens will be open. In other words, Lu Yuan had to put everything in place within 3 months. First, he would have to categorize the various areas of the city of the heavens. For example, residential area, trading area, entertainment area, competition area, argumentation area and so on. The city of the heavens was huge, comparable to all the land area of a living planet just from the outside. However, this was nothing to those top powerhouses who dominated a realm at every turn. That's why every building in this city is unique and contains a small world within it. The hundreds of thousands of people brought by Lu Yuan, everyone was busy, and the 2 internal and external supervisors, even more so, were not allowed to stop for a moment, and were busy for 12 hours a day. Not just them, Lu Yuan was also incredibly busy. Like, for example, making rules for the formation of the heavens. After thinking for 10 consecutive days and nights, taking into account various factors, Lu Yuan had formulated a total of 10 rules. Rule number 1, no fighting is allowed in the city except for the competition area and private territories. If it happens once, the city guards will be sent out to detain and fine them. If it happens twice, they will be deprived of all rights and wealth in the city. If it happens 3 times, they will be killed on the spot. Rule number 2, all buildings in the city may not be sold, only rented. Rule number 3, whoever, no matter what they have committed, will be protected by the city of the heavens if they enter the city of the heavens. Rule number 4, except for permanent residents, foreign residents must pay 1 million star source crystals for every day of residence. Rule no. 5, merchants in the city must be fair and honest, must not substitute the best for the best, must not cheat their customers, and must pay 5% of all trade proceeds as a commercial tax. Rule number 6, there shall be no racial discrimination, status discrimination, or strength discrimination in the city. Rule 7, anyone who enters the country without permission shall have all his wealth confiscated and shall be expelled, and in the event of a second incident, he shall be killed on the spot. Rule no. 8, no alien resident may occupy or divide a territory of influence, or be permanently expelled. Rule number 9, all permanent residents have a duty to defend themselves against the enemy with the city of the heavens, and anyone who retreats will be killed. Rule number 10, the lord of the city is the strongest, the lord of the city is the most handsome, and no one is allowed to refute that. The 10 rules were just Lu Yuan's initial thoughts. In fact, the city of the heavens was so big that Lu Yuan still needed to recruit people. Internal and external affairs supervisors and city guards alone are totally insufficient. These, however, he intended to wait until the committee was established. the committee, which was equivalent to him splitting a portion of his power out, but while the members were using their power, they, themselves, became an extension of Lu Yuan's power. So distributing the power would do no harm to Lu Yuan, only good. While there was still time, he made another trip back to the Taiwu realm. Ever since Lu Yuan confessed to the magistrate and the others about the existence of the chat group and the city of the heavens, the magistrate and the men were no longer concerned. The immortal lord was taken out in the first place. There's not even much news coming out. Afterwards, the magistrate, Taijin, and the Lord God began to contact some of the better and neutral powerhouses, preparing to unite and march into the chaos central great world. They were going to stake out a piece of heaven and earth in the chaotic central great world and then receive the beings of the Taiwu realm. Everyone has a fondness for their hometown, and so do the magistrate and the others. After Lu Yuan learned of the magistrate's and the others' intentions, he didn't have much of an opinion. Anyway, this kind of thing, if you can do it, do your best. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. At the same time, Lu Yuan also thought of the Lu clan. Perhaps it was time to visit the Lu clan, but before going to the Lu clan again, he had one more person to pick up, the great realm of the mixed world, one of the 10 great clans, the ancestral land of the Green Clan. It was a vast continent, and in the center of the continent stood a heavenly green tree, whose name was Green Ancestor. The green tree is so huge that a random branch is 10,000 meters in diameter, and any leaf is comparable to a 10,000 ton oil tanker. It was rumored that the green race was born from the Green Ancestor, a race that the Green Ancestor had reproduced with the essence of his own life. Therefore, the Green Clan's ancestral land has relied on the Green Ancestor, and has prospered and inherited for hundreds of millions of years. The reason why the Green Clan was able to become one of the 10 great clans of the mixed elements, the strength of the clan itself was part of it, but the biggest reason was the Green Ancestor. The Green Ancestor was alive, only most of the time, he was asleep. No one knew how long the Green Ancestor had lived, and some even said that the Green Ancestor had existed for a longer time than this continent under their feet. The continent under their feet was originally just debris in the starry sky, and because of the suction force of the Green Ancestor's huge body, it absorbed the starry sky debris onto the roots of the tree, and over time, it formed the continent. Many people agree with this statement. The Green Nation, for one, is an unwavering supporter. The number of times that the Green Ancestor had been awake was only 9, and 3 of those times, it was when the Green Clan was dying, and the Green Ancestor had simply stretched out a branch and wiped out all of his enemies. At that time, this battle shook the mixed world. It even alarmed the Yuan Emperor, who was the first clan of the mixed world realm, the township powerhouse of the mixed world race, and also the first powerhouse of the mixed world realm. Yuan Di arrived and argued with the Green Ancestor for 10 days and 10 nights, and in the end, Yuan Di was convinced by the Green Ancestor and performed the rite of a junior, and then left. After this battle, it established the identity of the Green Clan as one of the 10 great clans of the mixed elements. To this day, the Green Ancestor had become the guardian god of everyone on the entire continent, an existence that no one could blaspheme against. Today, the entire Qing clan was busy, with countless clansmen and underlings coming in and out. It was only because today was the day that the Green Clan would choose the next generation of young clan chiefs, but before the various heirs competed, there was also an ancestor sacrifice to be performed. The Green Clan cultivation area. Cheng Wuji walked out of the gravity cultivation room dripping with sweat, naked, revealing his lean and strong body. Phew! Cheng Wuji slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, but his brows furrowed into a chuan. Still not enough. A few hundred years had passed, and Cheng Wuji, who was at the Heavenly Saint realm and one of the 5 supreme prides of the Dark Continent, was now clearly a Heavenly Zune second-level limit-breaking realm cultivator. It was at this moment that an even taller and sturdier youth emerged from the cultivation room opposite Cheng Wuji. With his tall stature and lanky muscles, he looked as if he was more robust than a tiger, and his entire aura was even more breathtaking than that of a tiger. Cheng Wuji was similarly naked, and unlike Cheng Wuji, the moment he stepped out of the cultivation room, he was immediately greeted by 2 beautiful maids who wiped his body, and this kind of treatment was not available to Cheng Wuji. Cheng Wuji glanced at Cheng Wuji, whose brows were furrowed into a chuan across the table, and snorted, "Brother Wuji, still not going to give up? With 10 heirs in the family, you can't even rank in the top 5. Your hope of becoming the young patriarch is almost non-existent. Instead of dying and struggling, why don't you come and beg me? As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times while announcing to the clan that you've become my follower, I can consider letting your lineage continue in the clan." Cheng Wuwei said with eyes full of sneering pity. The Green Clan, inherited for billions of years, such a long period of time, naturally gave birth to countless clansmen. But even if the Green Clan was strong, Its resources were limited and could not supply every clan member. Thus, every time the position of the young patriarch was determined, within the Green Clan, the veins with low strength and a scarcity of clansmen would be sent out to fend for themselves. It was equivalent to a branching out for the Green Clan in the outside world. When released from the outside, the Green Clan would give a portion of their resources and also provide shelter for a period of time. But even the best offer is just a handout. So every time the battle for the young patriarch was a bloody storm within the Green Clan, the winner would be able to stay and enjoy the Green Clan's incomparably large resources, and the loser, eliminated from the game, would have to fight their way back into the brutal cultivation world. However, not every vein can recreate a piece of heaven and earth. The vast majority are experiencing a short period of splendor, and then quickly fell, and even some directly disappeared in the long river of history, or was annexed by other veins. And this bloodbath actually started back when the successor was determined. Generally speaking, veins destined to be eliminated were doomed to not be able to walk out a successor, and veins that could walk out a successor would not be eliminated. Cheng Wuji was a special case. The vein line behind him was not only low in strength, but also sparsely populated with less than a few tens of thousands, belonging to a vein line that was destined to be eliminated. However, when it came to the battle for the heir apparent, Cheng Wuji unexpectedly grabbed an heir position by hard power. But at the same time, it drew countless sneers. In most people's opinion, the vein behind Cheng Wuji was destined to be eliminated. You, Cheng Wuji, just wait for the elimination honestly. But you are still delusional enough to want to become the young clan head. If Cheng Wuji's strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the succession, he wouldn't have attracted these taunts. But unfortunately, Cheng Wuji's strength couldn't even be ranked in the top 5. And that was why Cheng Wuji had attracted so many taunts. In the face of Cheng Wuwei's sarcastic words, Cheng Wuji only said indifferently, "It is yet to be seen who the deer will die." Cheng Wuwei, you're too early to be happy. Cheng Wuwei's face pulled down. So, you really won't die? Of the 10 heirs, he was ranked 7th, only 1 place higher than Cheng Wuji. Unsurprisingly, in the ring, he would inevitably fight Cheng Wuji. He wasn't afraid of Cheng Wuji, but the battle for the young patriarch was a continuous battle with a very short rest period, and to be able to become the heir apparent, Cheng Wuji certainly wasn't a generalist. And although he wasn't afraid, he would probably be injured if he fought with Cheng Wuji. However, if Cheng Wuji voluntarily gave up, there would be one person whose turn would be empty. Taking advantage of the situation for nothing, Cheng Wu anxiety, playing this idea, not wanting to say these useless words again, Cheng Wuji put on his clothes and left. His heart, however, was incredibly heavy. He was given high hopes by the chakra behind him, his father and mother, a host of elders watching his back. Cheng Wuji could not imagine the disappointed eyes of those loved ones if he were to lose. His lineage is not strong. Once eliminated, at first perhaps can protect themselves, but over time, in this continent located in the center of the great realm of the mixed world, so that it will quickly fall. The end result, it is likely that it will be annexed by the other lineage. After the annexation, he is in this lineage, also ceased to exist, due to the annexed. In the new lineage, his lineage of clansman status, it will be very low. This was the last result that Cheng Wuji wanted to see. If it was possible, he would rather take his people far away to the Dark Continent. When? The long bells sounded from a distance. Cheng Wuji snapped his head up. The ancestor sacrifice. It was about to begin. After the ancestor sacrifice, there is the battle between the heirs. At this moment, millions and millions of Qing people had put down the work in their hands, walked out of their homes, and ran to a square that could be described as vast. Directly in front of the plaza was the sky-covering green ancestor. Soon, tens of millions of green clansmen had converged on the square. No one made a single sound except footsteps. The atmosphere was solemn. Then, the contemporary Green Clan patriarch began the ancestor sacrifice ceremony right in front of all the clansmen. As the ceremony proceeded, the vast power of the incense gradually surged towards the green ancestor. The branches and leaves of the sky-shading green ancestor swayed slightly. Seeing this scene, countless people's hearts were shaken and became more and more respectful. In the past, the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, the green ancestor had never moved. This is the first time it's been done. Cheng Wuji was submerged in the vast sea of people. He raised his head and looked up at the green ancestor, and in his heart, infinite respect also rose. Without the green ancestor, there would be no green clan, much less him. It was also because of the patronage of the green ancestor that the green clan was able to become one of the 10 great clans. Sometimes Cheng Wuji would wonder what level of existence the green ancestor was. It's definitely more than just the emperor. Anyway, Cheng Wuji had seen Emperor Zun, more than one of them, and the Qing clan had an Emperor Zun as well. But even when an Emperor Zun of the Qing clan faced Qing Zhua, he looked small and insignificant, like a speck of dust facing a 10,000-foot mountain. I really hope to see the day when Green Ancestor has a big day. Chang Wuji thought this inwardly. Soon, the ancestor worship ceremony was over. No one left though. Everyone was waiting for the next event. The Battle of the Young Patriarchs. It didn't take long for a tall ring to be erected. A clan elder walked up to the ring and slowly read, Chang Wuyo, Chang Wushuang, come up to the stage to compete. As the clan elder's words fell, a buxom man and a stunningly beautiful woman flashed onto the ring at the same time. As soon as the two met, they started fighting without saying a word. The man had no mercy, and all of his strikes were killing moves. The women, however, were the better for it. In the end, the women win this one. The clan elder immediately announced loudly, Chang Wushuang wins. Next match, Chang Wuji, Chang Wuji. The patriarch's words fell. Chang Wuji and Chang Wuwei appeared in the ring at the same time. Chang Wuwei's face looked gloomy as he said to Chang Wuji, there is still time. If you abstain, I can represent my lineage and preserve your lineage. Chang Wuji smiled to himself. Preservation? If what you call preservation is annexation, I would rather take my clan far away. If you won't eat the punishment, then you can go to hell. Chang Wuxi burst into a rage, and like a raging lion, he pounced ferociously towards Chang Wuji at once. Chang Wuji's strength was a bit stronger than Chang Wuji's, but he was also at the second breaking limit of the heavenly dignity realm. Chang Wuji was not without hope of victory. Around the ring, it was surrounded by countless Qing people. At this moment, looking at the two people fighting on the stage, especially looking at Chang Wuji, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. This Chang Wuji, he's also too unself-aware. Even if he can beat Brother Wuji, it's still impossible for him to win the next match. He's going to be eliminated anyway, so he might as well take the initiative to concede defeat, so that Brother Wuji can meet the next match with his full strength. That's right, people without self-knowledge are the most annoying. Can't you be honest and quietly get out of the family? You have to come back to disgust Brother Wu Wei. Among the crowd, many of the young generation looked at Chang Wuji with incomparable disgust. The vein behind Chang Wuji was too weak, so they had no worries. The older generation looked at Chang Wuji who was fighting with all his might on the stage. The last thing a great clan like the Qing clan lacked was geniuses. Although Chang Wuji's talent was good, in the end, he didn't have a terrifying talent like Lu Yuan. When the strongest members of the Qing clan were young, most of them possessed a talent similar to Chang Wuji's. If Chang Wuji possessed the same talent as Lu Yuan, then I'm afraid that this competition wouldn't even be necessary, and the Qing clan would do whatever it takes to keep Chang Wuji and make him the young clan master. If you want to fight for benefits in a big clan, background, leverage, and talent are indispensable. Chang Wuji, on the other hand, only possessed one of them, the ring. Chang Wuji and Chang Wuji were fighting like hell. With a bang, a circle of airwaves visible to the naked eye swept out, causing the people around the ring to retreat dozens of steps. The two men separate, each standing at the edge of the ring. Chang Wuwei gasped for air. The clothes on his upper body had become strips of cloth at some point, and with a violent tug, he ripped the clothes off his body and flung them to the side, revealing his upper body that was as lean and strong as a dragon. Looking at the opposite side than his own more unbearable Chang Wuji, Chang Wuji's mouth pulled out a cold smile. Chang Wuji, strength is good well. It seems that in that remote continent of these years, you have not wasted. It is a pity that the remote continent cannot come out of what talent. If there are such as me as a strong person to sharpen you, today you and I win or lose. But also really some say, favor the continent without talent? Hearing these words, Chang Wuji didn't know what came to his mind, and his face became extremely odd. Looking at Chang Wuji couldn't help but shake his head. Chang Wuji, I've always felt that although you're a person who is arrogant and conceited, you're at least not very stupid. But those words of yours just now have completely shattered my perception of you. It made me realize that you're a person who is not only arrogant and cocky, but also sits on a well and watches the sky. The remote continent does not have any humans yet. This is simply the best joke I have ever heard in my life. Not to mention, just I know that people who can easily crush you, no less than 4, and even more people, a finger can crush you to death. Chang Wuwei's face sunk slightly. Then he sneered. Oh, it seems that you have encountered a character that makes you feel jealous. However, that is only because you are weak. Because you are weak, that's why you feel that other people are strong. A different person may not necessarily feel this way. A different person? Chang Wuji looked at Chang Wuwei with contempt. Are you talking about you? Or do you think you can crush me with one finger? If you can't, shut your doggy mouth. This one sentence completely made Chang Wuwei's face darken. A lot of talking and both men were pretty much rested. Immediately, the two collided together again. Chang Wuji was good at using fists, Cheng Wuji was good at using palms, and they fought neck and neck. But just then, Cheng Wuji caught a break. His eyes brightened up as he fiercely slapped his palm towards Cheng Wuji's waist. If this palm landed on the ground, Cheng Wuji would be crippled if not dead. Cheng Wuxia was completely running towards Cheng Wuji's life. Cheng Wuji's face also changed drastically, but immediately, it turned into a cold smile. Cheng Wuwei keenly sensed that something was wrong, but still resolutely blasted his palm upwards. When ghostly green spiritual energy fluctuations rippled out, instantly dissolving the power contained in this palm. Cheng Wuwei's face changed drastically as he lost his voice. Protective magic treasure? Cheng Wuji was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the fact that Cheng Wuji had a protective treasure on his body, but he had never thought that Cheng Wuji would protect his protective treasure on his waist. In the time that Cheng Wuji froze, the corners of Cheng Wuji's mouth smiled sardonically. Stupid one, you think I'll reveal my flaws so easily? After the words, Cheng Wuji's 5 fingers formed a fist, and he threw a punch at Cheng Wuji's solar plexus. Boom! Bang! Cheng Wuwei's head hit the ground heavily, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Cheng Wuxia's eyes were bloodshot, and he only felt that his entire mind had been stirred into chaos, completely losing his ability to think. Generally speaking, by this point, Cheng Wuji had already been considered victorious and won the fight. However, the clan elders watching the battle from the sidelines chose to look on with cold eyes and did not make an announcement. Cheng Wuji's brows furrowed into a ball. This old thing, what is he waiting for? He subconsciously looked towards Cheng Wu's anxiety, and his pupils immediately shrunk. Cheng Wuwei unexpectedly regained a little bit of consciousness at some point and stuffed a pill into his mouth. That pill, which Cheng Wuji recognized, was called the Mad Demon God Pill. Once consumed, one would instantly enter a state of berserkness, capable of exerting 10 times the normal combat power at the cost of burning life essence. This elixir, which was made by an alchemist of the Green Clan, the Green Clan basically had a box in their hands, in order to prevent accidents in the outside world, and even if they died, they had to drag the enemy to the same death. However, in the family competition arena, it was expressly forbidden to use the Mad Demon Divine Elixir. The Mad Demon Divine Elixir was for dealing with enemies, not with one's own people. But now, Cheng Wu's anxiety had taken the Mad Demon Divine Pill in full view of everyone. More importantly, everyone, including the patriarch, the clan elders, everyone chose to ignore it. In the large square, only the clansmen of Cheng Wuji's lineage raised their voices in protest again. Seeing this scene, Cheng Wuji in turn calmed down. His brows no longer furrowed into a ball. Only on his face, he wore a sad smile. Now it seems that the whole family hates him to death. The Qing clan has developed to the present day, and has long since lost the atmosphere of unity and mutual assistance and love for each other, becoming profit-oriented and thinly veiled. Such a family. I don't care about it anymore. Cheng Wuji hissed inwardly, looking at Cheng Wuji, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger on the ground. Cheng Wuji's face snapped as he said to everyone, since you all want me to lose, then I'll let him die. Say it. Both of Cheng Wuji's hands were clenched into fists, and with all the strength he could muster, he slammed down towards Cheng Wuji. If this punch had hit Cheng Wu's anxiety, Cheng Wuwei was bound to become a lump of mush. Seeing this, the clan elder immediately released his mighty pressure, pressing Cheng Wuji so hard that he couldn't move, and at the same time chided, "Bold Cheng Wuji, how dare you want to whack the clan members?" This clan elder declares that Cheng Wuji has violated the rules of the competition, and deprived of the status of heir apparent, and expelled from the clan immediately. Who has any comments? The large square was silent. The clansmen behind Cheng Wuji were also covered by the other Qing clansmen around them, unable to make a single sound. That clan elder looked around and said coldly, since no one has any opinions, then this clan elder announces. Just then, wait, I have an opinion. Bam! In the vastness of the sky, 10,000 miles of clouds steeply split into 2 halves, as if making way for someone. The voice rolled down from the sky, reaching the ears of every Qing clan member. In the large square, tens of millions of Qing people raised their heads, facing the piercing sunlight and looking towards the sky, only to see, in the middle of the 10,000 miles of clouds and mist, there stood a young man in white. The youth stood with his arms folded, his face bland. Even though he was being watched by tens of millions of people, he was calm and collected. His gaze lowered to the clan elder in the ring, and his lips lightly spat out. I said, I have an opinion. The voice wasn't loud, but it was full of majesty, clearly reaching everyone's ears. That clan elder's face was cold. He couldn't fathom the youth's strength and identity, and didn't dare to put in any harsh words. So he said, this is my Qing clan's family business. There's no part for outsiders to meddle in it. No matter who your excellency is, you can't meddle in it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the patriarch took the moral high ground. However, this kind of tactic might be useful to the righteous man, But to the white-clothed youth who had always acted without scruples and only sought to make his beliefs known, the bird was of no use. Yeah, the white-clothed youth laughed kindly. Since the rules are made by people, they can be changed by people. I'm going to change your Qing clan's rules right now. From this moment onwards, outsiders can meddle in the internal affairs of the Qing clan. Hearing this, the clan elder became furious. Your Excellency has a big mouth. I just don't know if you have the strength to match it. By order of the Qinggu guards, capture this man, dead or alive. Qinggu Wei is ordered. In the sea of people in the square, there are immediately thousands of people out. These people, all of them are not tall. The breath is horrible. On the body, it is uniformly attached to a green armor. At that moment, all the Qinggu guards pulled themselves up and attacked the white-clothed youth standing on the sky dome. However, the white-clothed youth looked at these people and merely waved his hand. Tens of thousands of Qinggu guards fell to earth like rain. That youth, like a god, easily ruled over anyone's life and death. Wow! The square, too, erupted into a shocking clamor. Every Qing Wei was at least a strong person of the immortal realm. The Qing clan had developed for billions of years, and had only grown to over 10,000 Qing guards. The Green clan's efforts of hundreds of millions of years had gone up in smoke in an instant. The large square was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, casually obliterating these mole crickets. Lu Yuan blandly looked toward Qing Wuji, who had long been in hot tears in the ring, and lightly laughed. No comments, right? Qing Wuji ruthlessly wiped his tears and laughed out loud. No comment. Go ahead and kill them all. It's best to kill them all. The Qing clan. It's long since not the same Qing clan it once was. The current Qing clan. It's simply an insult to the Qing ancestor. That's good. Lu Yuan gently nodded. He said, dropping his icy gaze. Anyone who was swept by Lu Yuan's gaze felt cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. May I ask who your excellency is? My Green clan. It seems like I've never messed with an existence like your excellency. The leader of the Green clan stood out and said. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. It is true that the Green clan has never messed with me. But, speaking of this, Lu Yuan's tone was steeply morose. What does destroying you have to do with you? As the words fell, Lu Yuan directly probed his palm. Qing Wuji also took advantage of this opening and whacked Qing Wuji with a punch, before leaving the ring in a hurry, finding his own clan members in the crowd and quickly leading them away from this battlefield. It was also the moment that Qing Wuji left the square. Lu Yuan launched, his palm warm, followed by a ghostly blue thunder bursting out of his palm. At first, it was just one, but soon, 2, 3, 4, thousands of thunderbolts fell like a shower of stars. The Green clan patriarch's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a panic. Everyone, form the Greenwood Heavenly Formation. In an instant, a large formation took shape, its exterior translucent with green light and full of vitality. But unfortunately, the 5 elements were mutually exclusive, especially thunder, which was even more detrimental to Greenwood. At once, all the Green clansmen who had formed a formation fell to the ground in convulsions, their faces pitch black and their hair smoking. With just one strike, 90% of the Qing people died. Looking at the few remaining, lingering Qing clan members, Lu Yuan raised his hand once again. Yet just then, wow! A loud stretching sound resonated throughout the land. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head and saw that the sky-shadowing green ancestor had awakened. Countless branches and leaves spread out, and the already huge body instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. Looking at Qing ancestor, Lu Yuan had no fear on his face and just said faintly, "You're going to stop me." The green ancestor didn't reply, but only stretched out countless branches and trunks, flying all over the sky, any one of which could whip the continent apart when swung down. Lu Yuan smiled. Coincidentally, my heavenly city is lacking an ornamental plant. I see that seniors are very good. I wonder what seniors think. Green ancestor, damn human kid. What do you mean? Lu Yuan tilted his head. Isn't the meaning of my words obvious? To put it simply, I have my eye on senior. So please move to a place where your status can be better revealed? Green ancestor, the human kid has a big mouth. I've been rooted here for billions of years, and you're still the first one to hit me with your idea. Lu Yuan smiled. Billions of years. Senior has only cultivated to the middle stage of the origin realm, so it is evident that the environment of this place is harsh. All the more reason for senior to follow me to a place that is more suitable for you. Green ancestor, what if I don't want to? Human boy. Lu Yuan's face sank slightly as he said quietly, Senior may have misunderstood something. Senior is not discussing with you, just announcing this result to Senior. No matter if Senior is willing or not, there are only 2 choices. Leave with me or be destroyed here. Green ancestor, arrogant. I have lived for countless years, but this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant human brat like you. Since you have your eye on the old ancestor, why don't you come and try? Seeing that Cheng Zhu wanted to fight hard, Lu Yuan leisurely sighed, and beside him, at some point, two more of him appeared. The devilish, divine Lu Yuan actually came beside him at some point. Since I learned to transform the three purities with one chi and separated the two I came to be, I have never tried to become one. Thank you, Senior, for allowing me to have this opportunity. After the words, the three Lu Yuan gradually fused together. The four innate devils were fused into one, destining Lu Yuan to be the earthly embodiment of chaos, madness, bloodlust, and desperation. However, after one chi transformed into three Chang and split into three, it weakened Lu Yuan's character greatly, and if he didn't show it intentionally, just from the surface, Lu Yuan was no different from a normal person. However, the bloodthirsty madness hidden deep in his heart was a factor that could not be erased no matter what. This was also the reason why Lu Yuan hadn't bothered to try to merge into one since he had transformed the three purities into one chi. Although after merging, the strength would skyrocket by a large margin. At the same time, it would also bring about uncontrollable factors. But at this moment, Lu Yuan couldn't care less. Green Ancestor was at the middle stage of the Source Realm, and with his massive body, the strength he could exert was by no means lower than the late stage of the Source Realm. With such terrifying strength, Lu Yuan was only sure to escape, but it was far from enough to capture the Green Ancestor alive. On the other hand, Lu Yuan also really coveted the Green Ancestor. A tree-type origin realm life was incomparably rare when looking at the heavens. The celestial city was like a house purchased by a mortal to Lu Yuan, who always wanted to get something special to decorate it so that it would look different. Lu Yuan, too, is exempt from the commonplace. Therefore, the first moment he saw Green Ancestor, he put his mind on him. The three Luck Yuans merged into one. Lu Yuan, who was already at the late stage of the beginning realm as early as a year ago, gradually began to surge in his aura. If the beginning realm could also break limits, then the Lu Yuan at this moment was, without a doubt, at least a super pervert who had broken the limits by 3 times. At the same time, Lu Yuan's entire aura also changed drastically. His white hair flew, his body was seething with demonic aura, and his clear eyes were crimson in an instant. Green Ancestor, what a strong demonic aura. Human boy, are you a human, or a demon? I'm your uncle. Lu Yuan in his full body state suddenly raised his head and rushed directly towards Qing Ancestor in a burst. The branches around the Green Ancestor instantly danced over, and with each strike, they were able to whip space to pieces. However, the full-bodied Lu Yuan merely shook the demonic aura around his body, and all the tree trunks that swung over instantly exploded into a sky full of wood shavings. Move slowly. A muffled grunt emanated from the Green Ancestor. But soon, those burst branches grew back quickly. Kid, it's impossible to kill me with your power. My main body can also multiply infinitely. Even if only a seed is left, I can still survive. Give up. I won't bow down to anyone, let alone become anyone's slave. Green Ancestor opened his mouth, trying to let Lu Yuan know that it was difficult to return. Lu Yuan faintly and lightly laughed. Senior, your tone now is not as tough as before. Let me guess. In less than a quarter of an hour. What made your attitude change? I think it's because my strength has made you feel fear. Senior, you're afraid. I might not really be able to kill you, but I can make all the cultivation you've cultivated for billions of years turn into nothing. So, you're afraid, and at the same time, you think in your heart that I can do this, right? Green Ancestor fell silent, and after a long time, he helplessly laughed. What a perceptive brat. But so what? Compared to becoming someone's slave, I would rather choose to die. Hearing this, Lu Yuan, who was standing in mid-air, rubbed his temples and said, Seniors are afraid that they have misunderstood something. I never said that I would let seniors become slaves. I just asked seniors to move to a place. I won't be restricting seniors from anything. In fact, the opposite is true. I'll also help seniors become stronger. Alas, just as well. Since senior insisted, then junior can only fight until you agree. The words fell. A golden longsword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, and the longsword swished and swished out, and at that moment, countless sword-ons broke through the air, carrying an indestructible advantage, cutting through countless branches of the Green Ancestor. Green Ancestor wanted to attack Lu Yuan. However, his branches couldn't even get into Lu Yuan's body, and he would explode into a sky full of wood shavings when he was about 100 meters away from Lu Yuan. The Green Ancestor could only be passively beaten, constantly spawning branches and trunks, which were then constantly chopped off by Lu Yuan. This went on for 10 whole days. Finally, on the 11th day, Cheng Zhu couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly said loudly, Stop, stop, I've agreed to your conditions. Lu Yuan, who was in the middle of a fight, cocked his head when he heard this, his crimson eyes flickering slightly before he said, But I haven't had enough fun yet. Senior, what were you saying just now? I didn't hear you. After saying that, Lu Yuan swung his sword again. Brush up. Another rambling branch fell to earth. And what was visible to the naked eye was that the originally verdant green ancestor. At this moment, its light was greatly diminished, and on its main trunk, it vaguely appeared to be gray, just like a tree that was so dehydrated that it was about to die. Qing Zhu cursed. Brat! Stop! I've already agreed with you. What more do you want to do? Lu Yuan was as if he hadn't heard. The green ancestor was also enraged. Bastard kid! Do you really think this old ancestor is afraid of you? Boom! Countless tree roots drew away from the continent, and from a distance, Qing Zhu lived like a tree man. With all the tree roots pulled away from the continent, the entire continent was left unanchored, and in an instant, countless volcanoes began to erupt, the earth collapsed, and the plates cracked, as if the end is near. However, at this moment, whether it was Lu Yuan or Qing Zhu, neither of them cared about the death of this continent at all. This continent was originally dependent on the tree roots of the overwhelming green ancestor, and at this moment, the tree roots were pulled away, and the continent naturally fell apart. In the distance, Cheng Wuji looked at the scene in front of him with horror. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yuan's voice transmission. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go scavenge for resources. Collect as much as you can. I'm going to take you away. Not in this continent. Well, not even in this heaven. If you don't want all the people behind you to become beggars in the future, hurry up and get money now. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Cheng Wuji's entire being was confused as hell. He just heard that Lu Yuan was going to take him away and at the same time ask him to get money? Cheng Wuji did not know what he meant, but he still followed Lu Yuan's words. On the other end, Lu Yuan was still whipping Qing Zhu. It wasn't as if he hadn't heard Green Ancestor's words, but it was also true that he hadn't had enough fun. Well, not together and only once. You'll go crazy if you don't get it out of your system. It lasted for several more days. Lu Yuan finally stopped swinging his sword in his hand. The Green Ancestor, on the other hand, was already numb and was not spawning new branches, and the crown of the tree, which had originally been so lush that it was able to cover the sky and the sun, was now bare. From a distance, Cheng Zhu now looked like a pillar. At this moment, Lu Yuan said without turning red in the face, "Wow, senior, you actually agreed. That's really great. It's not a waste of the late generation's hard work." After saying this, he sent out a chat group invite. Ding! You've received an invitation to a chat group. Do you agree? See the caption box that suddenly appears in your head. Green Ancestor, who had long been breathless, was taken aback. What the hell is this? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Don't panic, senior. Just click and agree. Qing Zhu frowned. His first reaction was to resist, but he also knew that resisting was nothing more than a useless endeavor. And now he only prayed that what Lu Yuan had said before was true, and that he only wanted him to move a nest, not to enslave him. With a deep sigh, Cheng Zhu clicked agree to join the group. The moment the group master clicked agree, Lu Yuan directly waved his hand and transferred Qing Zhu to the city of the heavens. After dealing with the Green Ancestor, Lu Yuan landed on the ground from mid-air, and Cheng Wuji, who had already scraped the Green clan clean, was waiting early. Interestingly enough, the original weakest lineage of the Qing clan had become the strongest lineage of the Qing clan at this time instead. Where am I going? As soon as they met, Cheng Wuji opened the door and asked. Lu Yuan said, a place that is very far and special, but at the same time, it only belongs to me. Cheng Wuji said, is it safe? You know, I'm the one who cherishes life the most. Lu Yuan laughed. Cherish your life? Then who was the person who wanted to exchange his life for his life in the ring not long ago? Cheng Wuji blushed wildly and muttered, that's just anger getting to his head. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, it's safe. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't move you. That's good. Cheng Wuji nodded. Next, Lu Yuan sent each of them a chat group invitation. After they agreed, other than Cheng Wuji, the rest of the Qing clan were transferred by him to the city of the heavens. These people would continue to exist in dependence on the Green Ancestor, while becoming the first permanent residents of the city of the heavens. Bringing Cheng Wuji with him, Lu Yuan crushed the Lu clan token that Lu 13 had handed over to him back then, and through the token, he could reach the Lu clan directly. Land boundary. As one of the 12 royal clans of the human ancestor palace at one time, although the Lu clan lost a great deal of strength in that great change, the strength that remained was still not to be underestimated. As of today, the Lu clan was already a deservedly supreme hegemon in the land realm, with more than 10 billion clansmen, covering every inch of land in the land realm. However, even though it was strong to this point, there was still a regret in the heart of Lu Ming, the contemporary patriarch of the Lu clan. That would be his own brother, Lu Chongkong, who is still alive or dead. The main vein of the Lu clan's residence was located on a floating island overseas, and at this time, in the largest floating island in the center of the floating island group, a white-haired old man stood on the edge of the island with his arms folded, facing the sea breeze, lost in thought. Lu Ming sometimes think, if he did not fight for the patriarchal position that would be so good, his own brother Lu Changkong may not have chosen to split the family, and never came back to see him as his own brother for millions of years. Changkong, brother was wrong. Where the hell are you? Brother misses you. Lu Ming slowly closed his eyes. His hair was white at the temples, and there were hidden tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a large red robe suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. The middle-aged man clasped his fists and said with a somewhat agitated and trembling voice, Clan chief. The token that Lu 13 handed over to Lu Yuan back then was activated. Lu Yuan. Hearing this name, Lu Ming violently turned around, his kind eyes now covered with anxiety. Who are you talking about? That middle-aged man was also confused for a moment. Thinking that the patriarch hadn't heard his words clearly, he hurriedly added an explanation. Lu Yuan, the most outstanding junior in the lineage of elder ancestor Changkong. I heard that he is also elder ancestor Changkong's favorite Xian grandson. When Lu Ming heard this exact answer, his entire body became agitated, and his body trembled slightly. Where is he? The teleportation plaza? The token has just been activated. It should be almost there. The red-robed middle-aged man only felt that the patriarch was indeed a bit excited, and was all a bit stupefied. Soon, Lu Ming followed the middle-aged man in red to a floating island. This floating island, dotted with teleportation arrays, was the first choice of all the children of the Lu clan to the outside world. By the time Lu Ming and the two of them arrived, the square was already crowded with people in front of a special-looking teleportation array. The news that Lu Yuan was coming had spread throughout the entire Lu clan in less than a moment. But everyone with some status came. This was not because of how much they were looking forward to Lu Yuan, but simply because they knew very well how high Lu Yuan was in the patriarch's heart. Not long ago, that Longkong ancestors clan was brought back a junior, and none of them were from the direct lineage. But as soon as this person arrived, he was immediately received by the clan leader. It even directly bestowed a holy peak to live in. The status is even equal to that of the general direct line. Even someone they hadn't even heard of could receive such attention from the patriarch. One could imagine how important that heavenly pride Lu Yuan, whom they had all heard of, would be in the patriarch's heart. In the crowd, the various great elders of the Lu clan stood at the front. The second generation and third generation patriarchs were next. Various heavenly pride figures were again, and it was worth mentioning that Lu Changming was also among them. The floating island group of the Lu clan inhabited the most direct lineage part of the Lu clan. In other words, most of the people present had bloodline connections with Lu Yuan, uncles of the same generation as his father, cousins of the same generation as him, abounded. The matriarch has arrived. A loud cry rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone made a path, while the red-robed middle-aged man assisted Patriarch Lu Ming and walked step by step to the very front. After standing still, at this time, Lu Ming had already regained some of his composure. He turned around and looked at everyone in front of him and said, Lu Yuan is coming. He is your elder ancestor Changkong's favorite Xian grandson. But unfortunately and sadly, the family that was established by your elder ancestor Changkong had to banish itself to an unknown space and time due to an accident. And so far, he is also nowhere to be seen and heard. And Lu Yuan escaped because of the fact that he went out on a training trip. After that, Lu Yuan revitalized and collected the scattered clansmen to form another Lu family. But unfortunately, not long ago, because of an accident, except for Lu Yuan and Lu Changming, that little guy, there was no one alive. Therefore, Lu Yuan in this world, there are only us relatives left. The only people he can rely on are us. Later on, when Lu Yuan comes, I don't want to see anyone sneering at Lu Yuan or looking down on him with disdain. But anyone who shows these signs will be confined in the sinking demon abyss for 100 years. No matter who you are. Lu Ming's words fell. The elders didn't speak, and no one from the second and third generations opened their mouths. Instead, it was the younger generation that opened their mouths. Patriarch, you're overthinking it. For cousin Lu Yuan, I miss him so much. I've always wanted to meet him. But unfortunately, cousin Lu Yuan is so godlike that I haven't had the chance. Now it's good. I finally have a chance. When cousin Lu Yuan comes, I'll be sure to get drunk with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's see who's good at drinking. A stout youth with a resolute face said with a smile. That's right. That's right. We've always only heard that cousin Lu Yuan is an extraordinary heavenly pride. But we've always only heard of his name and never seen him. We're all curious. Brother Lu Yu, you can't forget us if you're looking for cousin Lu Yuan to drink. We're going to spar too. Che, you guys are really too vulgar. I'm going to let cousin Lu Yuan guide me in my cultivation. and when I surpass all of you, you'll just wait to cry. Ha ha ha. A little fat man laughed inexplicably. There were also some young women who covered their mouths and laughed. I've heard that cousin Lu Yuan is not only gifted, but he also has great looks and is a beautiful man that is rare to see in 10,000 years. I just don't know if it's true. Lu Yinji, put away your saliva and at the same time put away your dangerous thoughts. Lu Yuan is your cousin. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Ming smiled with a pleased beard. With such a family style, it was not in vain that he had worked so hard for so many years. Whether a family can be strong and go far, the fundamental thing is not in the clan's talent or in the family's resources. It is only in the family style that is rooted in the blood of the bones. A good family tradition is what makes a family stronger and stand for ages. Being at this time, in front of the crowd, the weird zinnia-like teleportation array suddenly lit up with a burst of purple light, and immediately afterward, the light dispersed, and in the same place, two silhouettes appeared. Seeing the formation in front of him, Chang Wuji, who was standing side by side with Lu Yuan, was directly shocked and took several steps back, hiding behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's expression didn't change much, but a flash of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes, without needing to be reminded. The connection that originated from the depths of his bloodline caused Lu Ming to instantly recognize which of the two was Lu Yuan. Child. Lu Ming rushed forward and grabbed Lu Yuan's hand, his eyes filled with love. Lu Yuan was a bit confused. Although he could feel the old man's deep bloodline connection with him, he didn't know who this old man actually was. Lu Changming stepped forward at the right time and whispered, Brother Yuan, this is elder ancestor Lu Ming, elder ancestor Changkon's eldest brother, elder brother of the elder ancestor of the long sky. Although he had already guessed, Lu Yuan was still startled for a moment. His attitude was different at once, and he hurriedly saluted. Xian-san Lu Yuan, meet the great ancestor, be my guest. The joy in Lu Ming's eyes was almost on the verge of overflowing when he saw the talented Lu Yuan. Lu Ming could not help but pull up Lu Yuan's hand to wander blindly in the Lu clan. Lu Yuan did not resist. This was his real ancestor. It did not matter even if he was overbearing and lawless in front of the outsiders, but in front of the great ancestor, he could only be a grandson. A crowd of people, following closely behind an old man and a young man, hanging on from a distance, leaving enough room for the old man and the young man to talk. No one laughed. And no one would be so stupid as to do so. Lu Ming kept pulling Lu Yuan's hand, feeling the warmth coming from his palm. Lu Yuan could only follow helplessly. Child, these years outside the bitter not bitter you say you this child is also. Lu 13 long ago to give you the token. You also do not come back to see. Lu clan can still bully you not? Hearing this long-lost reprimand from his elders, Lu Yuan's mind seemed to have returned at once to the image of elder ancestor Lu Changkong reprimanding him back when the immortal Lu clan was still in existence. And inexplicably, it was as if something in Lu Yuan's heart had been touched. The only point of difference was that although elder ancestor Lu Changkong was also incomparably fond of Lu Yuan, when he reprimanded, he really reprimanded. Although elder ancestor Lu Ming also reprimanded, he loved more. Great ancestor, Xian-san isn't bitter. Xian-san has been living a nourishing life all these years, punching the extraterrestrial evil demons and kicking the supreme overlord. Lu Yuan laughed mischievously. You're a kid, and you're not telling the truth. You, ha? Lu Ming suddenly noticed Lu Yuan's cultivation, and his entire body froze on the spot. Your cultivation. Lu Ming was confused. He was at the middle stage of the beginning realm, but in his perception, Lu Yuan's cultivation was actually higher than his, and the more he felt, the more pressure he felt, as if the lovely Xian-san in front of him, at first glance, had turned into an ancient ferocious beast. But how is that possible? It should be less than 1,000 years since the birth of his own Xian-san. Lu Yuan smiled and said in a low voice, Great ancestor, this is not the place to talk. Lu Ming turned his head to look at the crowd hanging far away and nodded. And then, the two of them disappeared in one go. In the back, everyone was confused. The clouds are white and the sky is blue. On top of a stunning mountain facing the sea, the hillside was planted with grass half a man's height, and when the sea breeze blew, all the green grass was depressed, forming a green wave. At this point, 1 or 2 hours had passed since just now. Old ancestor Lu Ming, however, was still digesting all the great events that Lu Yuan had told him about. Even elder ancestor Lu Ming, who prided himself on having seen all the vicissitudes of the sea and experienced all the vicissitudes of the human world, was somewhat unable to digest the various great events that his own Xian-son had told him about. He really couldn't imagine that his own family's less than 1,000 years old Xian grandson could actually experience so many dramatic events in such a short life. It can be said that these great events placed on any person would be enough for that person to brag for the rest of his life. Lu Yuan told old ancestor Lu Ming many things, such as the heavenly demon clan, the death spirit heavenly emperor, the death of the universe, the mixed immortal hall, the fall of the immortal lords, the celestial city, and other such things. After a long time, Lu Ming only looked at Lu Yuan a long sigh. Children, you still say you do not suffer these things, although you say lightly, but which, exactly how many difficulties and dangers are filled with? I'm afraid that only you know. Children, you do not have to bear these alone, although Chomkong is no longer, but you still have me and the Lu clan. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with heartache. Lu Yuan's heart warmed. These experiences of his, if he were to tell outsiders to listen to them, I'm afraid that they would only say, crap, this son is bullish. Few people will think, these seemingly full of opportunities in the big event, exactly how much dissatisfaction with the killing machine, and inadvertent, that can be the end of the world. Only someone who really cares about him could have thought of that. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said, Great Ancestor, it's actually not as tough as you think. In the heavens, I have a master. Perhaps you should have heard of his name. Lu Ming said, Oh, who is it? Tell me. Lu Yuan laughed. He is the founder of the Dark Arbitration Tribunal, and outsiders call him the Magistrate. Head referee. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Child, you said that your master is the Magistrate? Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Ming sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then the old man was greatly relieved. In that case, that makes sense. The original Magistrate is actually your master's father. It is said that the Magistrate's strength is heavenly, and when looking at the heavens and the world, it is one of the strongest existences. And what's more, this Magistrate is very protective of the shortcomings, and is also positive as well as evil. After feeling some emotion, Lu Ming settled his mind and asked, So, child, what you're going to do next? Whatever you want to do, Great Ancestor will support you unconditionally. Lu Yuan pondered slightly before saying, Great Ancestor, this universe is about to die and the date is getting closer and closer. For today's solution, the best way is to leave. So I want to relocate all of the Lu clan to the City of the Heavens, and I will carve out a piece of land in the City of the Heavens to serve as a permanent residence for the Lu clan. Lu Ming nodded. You're right. The universe is about to die. The best thing to do is naturally to leave. Let's do this. I'll have the entire clan converge here right away, and I'll listen to you on what to do next. Soon, everyone in the Lu clan received an order from the clan chief, Lu Ming, requesting that the clan members must return to the clan within a month, no matter where they were. At the same time, all the assets of the Lu clan in the outside world will be brought back, and those that cannot be brought back will be disposed of at a low price. The City of the Heavens is a gold mine. Although Lu Yuan also had countless resources, it would not provide them to everyone in the Lu clan without compensation. If a community wanted to develop, it had to support itself. The Lu clan must find their own way of wealth in the City of the Heavens. It's not that Lu Yuan is desperate or stingy. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. This was something that even mortals knew. And the Lu clan, there was no reason why they wouldn't understand. Over the next month, the Lu clan clansmen returned one after another. During this month, Lu Yuan and Shang Wuji had been living in the Lu clan, and from time to time, Lu Ming would come and find Lu Yuan to pull some strings and ask about what happened to old ancestor Chongkong back then. The Lu clan also had some young talents come to Lu Yuan, some challenging, some seeking guidance, and some wanting to find Lu Yuan for a drink. Lu Yuan answered all of them, none of them excusing themselves. These were his own clansmen, and Lu Yuan's attitude towards them was naturally different from the others. A month passed in a flash. Most of the clan is back. However, there was a small portion that remained in the outside world, which was ordered by Lu Yuan and Lu Ming. The destruction of the universe did not happen overnight, and the Lu clan still had plenty of time to slowly withdraw. And during that time, someone had to continue searching for resources. Another month passed. Everyone in the Lu clan is almost ready. At the same time, the 3-month period set by Lu Yuan at the beginning had arrived. Chaos Central Great World. A certain forbidden area where regular people cannot set foot. In the midst of the chaos and mist, Feng Zi sat on a chaos stone, gulping in his breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, counted with his fingers, and whispered, Time. It seems to have arrived. He looked up, to one of the men across the room. Dijin, the City of the Heavens is about to open. Are you going? On the opposite side, Dijin was dressed in a grey hooded robe. His deep eyes were covered under the long brim of his hat. Calling out to Feng Zi's voice, Dijin slightly opened his eyes, but then quickly closed them again. His low voice said, I'll forget it, go if you wish, and if things are doable, try to fight for them. If you go, there's no one to guard, I'll stay and guard the house. That's fine. Feng Zi nodded, and in a flash, he disappeared into the chaotic central great world. Dijin slightly opened his eyes, looking at the place where Feng Zi originally sat and stood, his brows slightly knitted. Familiar feeling, that old fellow, the lord of the system, who is plotting again. But it's not right. If the city of the heavens is really as magical as Feng Zi said, that old guy shouldn't have this ability. Weird and wacky. The heavens and the infinite worlds. Countless people received chat group invitations on this day, regardless of realm, status, race, or cultivation level. After agreeing to the invitation, these people, at the same time, received an invitation to observe the heavenly city. In a moment, hundreds of billions of people poured into the city of the heavens. The hundreds of thousands of people that Lu Yuan had brought in the first place were immediately busy with their hands and feet, and the 30,000 summoned city guards patrolled the entire city at all times. The three great source realm commanders sat in the center, standing by. Honestly, hundreds of thousands of people entertaining hundreds of billions of people is simply not enough, and to say it's a drop in the bucket is an understatement. Luckily, Lu Yuan had bought a super brain monitor in the hands of a technological civilization to monitor the entire process, and could handle everything in an orderly manner. The city of the heavens, special and not so special. What wasn't special was that the city of the heavens really wasn't any different from a normal city. The special thing is that the people in the city of the heavens come from all the worlds, and people from all the worlds can communicate here. 10,000 races gathered here. Different civilization sparks collide here. Different transcendental system can communicate here, not divided into high and low each other. Moreover, not divided into noble and low or not. Even the floating clan, which was one of the weakest beings in the world, could gain the respect of the overlord of the universe here. Even the insect race, which was loathed by all races, no one dared to strike at them here. The mechanical life clan, which was hostile to the human race, was also able to calmly converse with the human race's most powerful person in this place. Even the heavenly demon clan, who only knew destruction, could walk among the sea of people openly and honestly in this place without worrying about being exterminated by a strong person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, even if the city of the heavens was as ordinary as it was, with this one and only special point, it would be able to make anyone linger. If you want to talk about flaws, it's not like there aren't any. That's money. The city of the heavens was too costly. For non-permanent residents, a day's stay would require 1 million star source crystals, and that was just the money one would need to pay to stay in the city, not counting lodging, food, entertainment, and trading. Star source crystals. Many people who came to the city of the heavens had never even heard of what this was. Many people, the only high-level resource items they had ever heard of were spirit stones. What's more, when spending money in the city, they shell out for gold and silver. But the good thing is, for the first time, the city of the heavens is open, and for 3 consecutive months, there will be no residency fee. But, it's only March. I don't know how many people felt both grateful and a little lost when they learned the news. Or as the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Within the hundreds of billions of people in the city of the heavens, there was no shortage of people who had come from low martial worlds, and in their worlds, not to mention star source crystals, they didn't even have spirit stones. Some low-level immortal cultivation worlds did have spirit stones, but they were few in number, and even the most ordinary piece of star source crystal could be exchanged for 100 million extreme spirit stones. Therefore, the threshold of 1 million star source crystals eliminated 90% of the people in the heavens at once. If there were no accidents, these people were afraid that they would never be able to gather 1 million star source crystals in their eternity. Although the city of the heavens has the meaning of the heavens, the threshold, indeed, is also a bit high. City Lord's Mansion. It was like a palace in the Forbidden City, with a rather high foundation, so that when you stepped out of the door of the house, you could overlook the entire city of the heavens. At this moment, inside the City Lord's Mansion, it was bustling with activity. Many of the great powers in the chat group were converging here at the moment, such as the Star Origin God Emperor, the Unconventional Old Man, the Origin Great Emperor, and the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Demon. The original group members of the chat group were naturally among them. Those who could enter the City Lord's Mansion, their strength would be at least that of the Source Realm. At this point, the magistrate was entertaining the men. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, stood outside the City Lord's Mansion, staring at the dark sky with his arms folded, as if he was waiting for something. Taijin held a bronze zun in his hand, having a mouthful of wine. This bronze zun is also an exotic treasure. The wine inside can't be finished. A mouthful of wine will immediately be full. The key wine liquid quality is also extremely high. Even such as Taijin's identity of the existence of such a person, are a little bit in love with the mouth. After robbing the treasure trove of the mixed immortal hall in the Tai Wu realm, Lu Yuan had reaped far more than just resources. There were also all sorts of treasures. Bronze Zun is one of them. Why are you standing outside when you're not entertaining so many people in the mansion? Taizhen asked as he poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. The heavyweight guests haven't come yet. You guys can just entertain the people inside. Heavyweight guests? Taizhen froze for a split second, then reacted with surprise. You mean the candidate for vice commissioner? Your kid really knows such an existence? Seeing that Lu Yuan looked over, and his eyes gradually became odd, Taizhen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand me? I'm not doubting you. It's just that it's really a bit unbelievable. There's no realm without a tie, and I really can't figure out where you can find a tie to sit in." Lu Yuan sighed and snatched the bronze wine bottle from Taizhen's hand. Not minding the dirt, he casually wiped it and poured it into his mouth. Taking a hard gulp, he wiped his mouth and said, "There are still a lot of things you don't know. Take it in slowly. But then again, what do you guys plan to do next? With so many people flooding into the great world in one brain, there's no way that the mixed immortal hall won't be able to detect it." Taizhen didn't care about this. An alabaster wine bottle appeared in his hand at an unknown time. He unscrewed the cap and the rich aroma of wine overflowed out. Lu Yuan instantly felt that the wine in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Taizhen proudly took a sip, and did not forget to look at the bronze wine bottle in Lu Yuan's hand with contempt, saying, "For the time being, it's not bad for a while. Anyway, this place can be used as a base camp. If we can't fight our way into the central great world, we'll just rely on you. Anyway, you're big enough for this territory, and it's also so special. For people of our level, although we can't say that we can't die forever, our lifespan is close to infinite. If we're not greedy, I'd think that this city of the heavens of yours would be the perfect place to retire to." Hearing Taizhen say so, Lu Yuan gently nodded his head and stopped asking. The city of the heavens was the focus of his operation now. It didn't matter if the magistrate's plan for them ended up succeeding or failing. He could cover for them anyway. 9 true saints in one gate. What a terrifying number. What was even more terrifying was that these 9 true saints were able to shake in far more than 9 people as well. That is, the odd man lineage is mostly idle. Nothing too ambitious. Otherwise, the odd man lineage directly occupy a central world no one dares to say half a word. Lu Yuan is probably considered the most ambitious one in the odd man lineage. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan sensed something in his face was joyful before his figure flashed and arrived at the gates of the city of the heavens. At the gates of the celestial cities, Li Shang and the skyjacking immortal emperor arrived at an unknown time. At this moment, both of them looked at the heavenly city, their eyes revealing surprise. The skyjacking immortal emperor scat inside. "This cheap disciple of yours is not simple. The future development prospects of this heavenly city can be seen by even a fool. The network of your Qiren lineage is already terrifying. And now that you have added this heavenly city to it, the influence will also reach a point where no one has ever seen before. I really can't dare to imagine how strong your Qiren lineage's influence will be in the future. But this is not a good thing. The tree attracts the wind. It is inevitable that it will attract some coveting. I see. Your cheap disciple is the blessing of the lineage of strange people, but also the hijacking of the lineage of strange people. Can get through it. The strange people can be more brilliant, if the degree is not." The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor didn't say anymore, because even he didn't dare to say anymore. If someone really dared to hit the idea on the Qiren lineage, no matter whether or not the Qiren lineage could survive in the end, the Huanyu heavens would be devastated, and no one would be able to stay away from the situation. When Li Shang heard this, he merely smiled faintly. "My Qiren lineage is idle. As long as I have no desires, others will only hit their ideas on us if they are idle. The interests involved on the city of the heavens are huge. But I believe that this disciple of mine will have a way. Don't forget that the purpose of his inviting you and I here is not just to observe the ceremony." As he was talking, Lu Yuan appeared in front of the two and saluted. "Apprentice brother has met master, and has met elder hijacking sky. The banquet has been prepared, just waiting for you two." Li Shang laughed and said, "Apprentice, this Jotian city of yours is not bad. My lineage of strange people has always lived in no fixed place and drifted to the 4 seas. In my opinion, Jotian City can be used as the residence of my lineage of strange people." "Really?" Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "If this matter really comes to fruition, my disciple will definitely make the best and most beautiful place for you, master, to live in." Lu Yuan did not think of turning the city of the heavens into the base camp of the strange people lineage, but he could only think about it, and did not have half a bit of confidence in the probability of whether or not this matter would succeed. But he did not expect that Li Shang actually had this in mind as well. If this matter can come to fruition, then the heavenly city will really be called an iron plate, and he won't be afraid of the heavenly king's coming. The skyjacking immortal emperor suddenly said quietly from the side, "Brat, what about me? Didn't you arrange a piece of space for me?" Lu Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior skyjacker is joking. How could the junior forget you? It has long been arranged, just waiting for you to go and have a look." the skyjacking immortal emperor was a peak Tai realm powerhouse, and was only one step away from true sainthood. So how could Lu Yuan let go of such a top powerhouse? Humph. Count on you, kid, having some conscience. It's not in vain that I came all the way here to back you up, the skyjacking immortal emperor said with a grunt. This is not the place to talk. Master, senior skyjacker, please. Lu Yuan made a motion of invitation. On the way, Li Zhensheng asked smilingly, apprentice, how many people have come to the heavenly city? Back to master. The city of the heavens opens today. Currently there are more than 350 billion people converging on the city, all from all walks of life in the heavens, different races, source realm powerhouses other than you two, a total of 749, half steps to the Tai realm, a total of 54, and transcendence, none. Lu Yuan returned. Li Zhensheng sniffed and touched his beard. Not bad, a bit of weather. If this development continues, even if you don't become a true saint, the universe and the heavens, there will still be a place for you. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and sort of humbly responded. Soon, the three of them returned to the city lord's mansion. The exterior of the city lord's mansion is already magnificent, but inside it is even more unique, containing a small world with a stunningly beautiful landscape. When Lu Yuan's trio arrived, many powerful people gathered in twos and threes, discussing with each other. Lu Yuan arrived with Li Zhensheng and the heaven-jacking immortal emperor and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention as he laughed. Gentlemen, I'm grateful that you all don't mind and are able to visit the heavenly city. The heavenly city is in its infancy. I hope to apologize for the poor hospitality. The city master jokes. The city of the heavens is an extraordinary place. The worlds converge, regardless of status, regardless of race, regardless of camp, regardless of cultivation. Can be expected? The city of the heavens, in the future must be the heavens and the world who cannot be ignored place. And the city master can have such a heart capable. In the future, I am afraid that we still need to take care of the city master. I only hope that, in the future, the city master do not dislike our strength is low. Ah. An unfamiliar powerhouse raised his glass and smiled, and his words resonated with a crowd of powerful people who chimed in. The magistrate, Taijin, and the Lord God, who were quite familiar with Lu Yuan, stood aside, looking at Lu Yuan with complicated gazes. The little guy who once needed their shelter, in the blink of an eye, became a big shot that even they feared they would need to look up to. The entire Taiwu realm, moreover, needed to rely on its wings in order to survive in the world. Lu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down. His face was calm. He said, the city of the heavens will always maintain the principle of fairness and impartiality, treating them as equal, and will always welcome the presence of beings from all walks of life in the heavens. But, there are many well-intentioned people in the world, and even more ill-intentioned people. The city of the heavens, while converging beings from all walks of life, will also converge the distinctive resources from all walks of life. It's a huge piece of cake, and a lot of people would like to take a bite of it. And this city master is not a short-sighted person, and my appetite is limited. So this piece of cake, this city master will be completely open, but everything must be run under the rules of my heavenly city. For this reason, I am going to set up a committee, with a representative figure from each sector chosen as a member, to take charge of their own business and also to monitor the other worlds for any irregularities. Committee. The number of members is not limited, on which there will be 2 vice-chairmen with a chairman. The chairman, by this city lord, and the vice-chairman of the candidate, no matter the strength or status, must be the existence of the heavens one equal to the first. For this reason, I specially invited the 2 next to me to serve as the chairman of the committee. The gazes of all the powerhouses then landed on Li Zhensheng and the skyjacking immortal emperor next to Lu Yuan. Without looking, the crowd of powerful people were shocked. They were all top powerhouses with extremely high horizons, and many of them were already pursuing higher realms. The transcendent aura emanating from Li Zhensheng and the skyjacking immortal emperor caused all the powerhouses to instantly understand that these 2, at least, were both existences of the transcendent realm. The lord of the heavenly city, who was able to invite such an existence, instantly made quite a few people with bad intentions lay down. Lu Yuan began to introduce them one by one. This is Elder Hijacking Sky, titled Immortal Emperor, a 1-to-high immortal realm supreme being, and even a supreme being at the peak of the transcendent realm. Hiss. Hearing Lu Yuan's introduction, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. They had thought that Lu Yuan would be able to invite an existence at the early stage of transcendence, but they didn't expect it to be an existence at the peak of transcendence. The peak of transcendence, even in the central great world, that would be a phoenix-like top powerhouse, wouldn't it? Looking at the crowd's reaction, Lu Yuan smiled slightly inwardly and introduced Li Zhensheng once again. This city master's master? Transcendental late stage. identity well. It's just average. Just strange people lineage 11th generation heirloom just. Odd man out. The entire parlor hall was silent, but there were quite a few strong people, full of bewilderment. They didn't know what a strange person was, but it wasn't hard to tell from the attitude of the people beside them that a strange person was definitely an extraordinary identity. Gulp. A strong man swallowed his saliva before saying with a face full of disbelief, City Lord, you said that this senior is a wondrous person? The same strange person who specializes in restoring strange objects? What? Oddities can still be repaired? The powerful person who was confused just now was even more confused now. Lu Yuan nodded, a mysterious and unpredictable smile on his face. Hiss. All the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cool air, and suddenly, they realized something and stared at Lu Yuan even more dumbfounded. City Lord, you said that this senior is your master. Doesn't that mean that you? Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. Everyone was shocked that the Lord of the City of the Heavens was actually a strange man heir. No wonder, a strong person said in a daze. No wonder it was able to create such a marvelous creation as the City of the Heavens. If the City Lord is a strange person, then everything makes sense. In one corner of the parlor hall, the crowd of powerful people from the Taiwu realm were dumbfounded. Taijin turned his head to look at the magistrate and said with his mouth open, Little Lu Yuan is a strange person? The head referee ignored Taijin and kept looking at Lu Yuan for a long time. The Lord God sighed languidly. I'm old. I can't keep up with the rhythm of the young. Dao Zun also came and suddenly looked at the magistrate and asked, Are you sure we can establish a residence here? The magistrate twisted his head to look at him. Why do you have such a doubt? Lu Yuan is my disciple. And even more so, he was born in the Taiwu realm. So in all reason, we can establish a residence here. Are you worried about something? Dao Zun sighed slightly. People's hearts are unpredictable. To put it mildly, those of us who are here are nothing more than a bunch of bereaved dogs in the near future. While that disciple of yours is standing too high right now, although his strength is still inferior to ours, his status is so high that it has no bounds. I once saw the records of the strange man on a stone tablet that had been left behind in the distant past. On the stone tablet, at that time, there were still only 9 wonders, even if the number is so sparse. Among the 9 wonders, there are 7 true saints. Each wonders, behind them there are huge and incomparable connections, and there is even more support from the entire wonders community. Although the wonders don't set up any forces, but the energy they can exert is far beyond any forces. That disciple of yours has become a wunderkind with an incomparably powerful background. And now that he has established the City of the Heavens and has an incomparably large amount of influence, I'm worried that he'll have other thoughts. As soon as Dao Zun's words fell, the magistrate immediately said in a cold voice, Your worries are redundant. Dao Zun, don't think that everyone in the world is as desperate as your Dao sect. My disciple, I know him better than anyone else. He came to me at the age of 15, and I know deep down what kind of person he is. Dao Zun smiled slightly and said, I hope so. Magistrate, you'd better pray that you really know this disciple of yours. Fuck off. Dao Zun, what do you mean by those words? Stirring up trouble? The Lord God stood out and glared angrily at Dao Zun. Dao Zun stopped speaking and dropped his gaze on Lu Yuan in the distance. But in the next second, his body stiffened slightly as Lu Yuan's gaze was landing firmly on him. Within the boundaries of the City of the Heavens, Lu Yuan could cross 2 great realms to suppress his enemies. And right now, Dao Zun was on the verge of being suppressed by Lu Yuan. Soon after, Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned his head to everyone. Now, does anyone have a problem with my master and senior hijacker of heaven serving as vice commissioners? Or, do you have a problem with the committee? As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, the crowd's voices rang out. No opinion. It's already a great fortune for us that the City Lord can allow us to do business in the city. And it's even more benevolent of the City Lord to grant us the right to do so. So I don't dare to have an opinion. And I shouldn't have one either. All the powerful people said this. Lu Yuan raised his hand to suppress their voices. That's good. Since this is the case, 1 year later, the City of the Heavens will convene the first general meeting of the commissioners. At that time, all the regulations will be formulated in the commission by all the commissioners after deliberation. Meanwhile, in the meantime, the strongest people from all walks of life are also requested to elect their representatives as soon as possible, and at the same time, prepare their goods accordingly. There are only 1,000 merchant quotas in the first batch. It's first come, first served, and there will be no waiting for the deadline. After saying that, Lu Yuan let the crowd do as they wished while he led Li Jinshang and the skyjacking immortal emperor towards the magistrate and the others. Seeing Lu Yuan walking towards him, Dao Zun's face was slightly unnatural. Although Lu Yuan hadn't said anything earlier, the feeling that there seemed to be a great terror coming from the underworld was real. He realized that in this city, The youth in front of him, whose years of cultivation were not as long as a fraction of his, already had the ability to suppress him. Elder Dao seems to be distrustful of me? Coming closer, Lu Yuan looked at Dao Zun and said directly. Dao Zun's face sank slightly. Lu Yuan was so aggressive as soon as he arrived, clearly not caring if the two would tear their faces apart as a result. Necessary worries are just that. After all, we are carrying the entire Taiwu realm's living beings on our backs, and even if only 1/10,000th of it is suspicious, we can't let it go. The Taoist priest said so. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Not a bad reason. But then the words changed. However, I am not satisfied. Boom! A huge pressure descended directly, instantly suppressing Dao Zun on the ground and unable to move. Lu Yuan crouched down and looked at him with cold eyes, questioning me in my territory. In front of the person I trust the most, Dao Zun. I really don't know if I should say that you're stupid or bad. Ah, Lu Yuan, aren't you afraid of offending me if you do this? Dao Zun struggled on the ground. His eyes widened in anger, and his entire body was furious to the extreme. His character is already irritable, usually cannot stand a little bit of others' disobedience, let alone be so suppressed on the ground, which for him, is simply a great humiliation, enough to let him and the other party will not rest in death. Ha! Lu Yuan laughed coldly. Offend you? Then aren't you afraid of offending me with those words of yours? At those words, Dao Zun's pupils tightened. It was a statement that he simply couldn't refute. Who is he? He's just the number 2 person in a big world Taoist sect. Who was the other party? The strange man's heir, the lord of the heavens city, the source of the devil's way, and crucially, the other party was still so young. Could he, Dao Zun, afford to offend such a character? Dao Zun stopped talking and turned his head aside, as if to say, kill or die as you wish. Seeing this, Lu Yuan loosened his suppression, got up, and said icily, just this once, for the sake of my master's face, I'll spare you. But the next time, even if you hide in the Chaos Central world, I'm bound to kill you. Moreover, don't forget, if you want to travel to the Chaos Central world, you have to get my consent. I can let you go, and I can also capture you back. As Lu Yuan's words fell, Dao Zun didn't utter a single word and directly left the meeting hall. Perhaps he also felt that he didn't have the face to stay any longer. Dao Zun left. Lu Yuan did not block, looking at the direction he left, his gaze slightly deep. Now, he is no longer afraid of anyone, much less afraid of offending anyone. The fact that the opposite, it should be that others are afraid of him. Afraid of offending him is right. On the side, the magistrate and the others watched this with another pang of emotion in their hearts. Strong as a Dao Zun, the once cute little Lu Yuan could now manage to suppress it with his hands. Although it was with the help of some unknown means, it was enough to make them feel like a world away. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan introduced each other to both sides. Li Sheng and the skyjacking immortal emperor didn't look down on each other just because the magistrate and the others were below them in cultivation. There was no need to mention the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor. The Dao beheading sword had clearly said to him that if the magistrate had been born in the same originless world as him, his accomplishments would not have been lower than his at all. Li Sheng had spent many years in the Taiwu realm, and he had some understanding of the magistrate and the others. As soon as the two sides met, they had a hot conversation. Lu Yuan, however, quietly left the parlor. The heavenly city, at this time, was bustling with activity, and although the city was tightly packed with a few thousand people, it was not at all crowded. Being open for the first time, there is not much to do in the city, but the fact that we all came from different worlds and practiced different cultivation paths, just that alone, was already a source of joy for many. Lu Yuan came to the north of the city. A huge mansion cluster stood here. This is the Lu family's current residence. Only the surface area. This mansion group is more than 5 billion acres, comparable to the area of a medium-sized country, but compared to the Lu clan's over 10 billion clansmen, this area is not large. But the good thing is, each mansion contains a dry land. Not to mention 10 billion people, trillions of people can also be accommodated, and it is also more than enough. Lu Yuan entered the main mansion, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he entered a world where the sky was high and the sea was wide, and walked a few more steps to Lu Ming, who was fishing on the sea cliff. Great ancestor, it's not appropriate for you to enjoy the quiet alone when it's so lively outside, Lu Yuan said with a smile and sat down on the green grass surface. Lu Ming laughed. I'm old and don't really like noisy environments, but I'm proud of my Xian son for building such a magnificent and gigantic city. Even when my Lu clan was at its peak, I never had such an achievement. It's a pity that old ancestor Changkong had no chance to see the scene. Lu Yuan's expression was a bit low. Then, Lu Yuan looked at Lu Ming, wanting to speak. Lu Ming said indifferently, what's the matter? Just say it directly. Can great ancestor still refuse you? Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Great ancestor, as you know, the city of the heavens is too big, and it's understaffed right now, so I'd like, for you, great ancestor, to take on the role of the great governor of the city of the heavens. Okay, I promise. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Lu Yuan froze. Great ancestor, you won't think about it anymore? When the city of the heavens first opened, many systems have not yet been perfected, and the Grand Master will be very tired. But besides you, great ancestor, Xiansun really can't find a suitable candidate. Lu Ming agreed too quickly and didn't even think about it. Lu Yuan was really afraid that Lu Ming didn't know the hardships and wanted to let Lu Ming think about it before making a decision. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You little fellow, it was clearly you who invited me, and I agreed, so why did you hesitate instead? Don't worry, great ancestor, I know the importance. Besides, this is the first time my Xiansun has begged me, an old man, so how can I not agree to it? And if I don't, wouldn't that break my Xiansun's heart? Lu Yuan lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. Then he thought about it. Raising his head, he said, Great ancestor, if the little ones in the clan have nothing to do, they can also be placed in the various positions in the Celestial City. The Celestial City is mine, but I'm also a part of the Lu clan. So great ancestor, don't treat your own family members harshly just because you're avoiding suspicion. You little fellow, the great ancestor does things and still needs you to teach him? Go on, go on, go about your business and leave me alone to fish. Lu Ming is starting to kick people out. Lu Yuan made a bow and then left. Walking out of the Lu clan's residence, Lu Yuan glanced back, a certain idea in his heart gradually firming up. Afterward, he looked into the vast deep sky and muttered, it's time to free up his hands to pick up old ancestor and the others. The Lukes are in self-imposed exile. Their destination is completely random, and no one knows where the Lukes are now. At first, the Lord God was aware of it, but then, he also gradually lost control of the Lu family's trail. Right now, Lu Yuan himself didn't know exactly where the Lu family was, but there was no harm. He now had enough power to seek back the Lu family. It had previously been off the table, also because he had never been able to free up his hands. On the other hand, it was also his mind, which had never throbbed. This meant that those who were most deeply connected to his bloodline were also safe and sound to this day. Now it was different. The crisis in the Tai Wu boundary had been removed and his career was flourishing. It could now be said that no one could threaten him. Then, finding the Lu family was Lu Yuan's first priority now. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan returned to the parlor. But before he could enter, one man was already waiting for him at the front door. Introducing myself, Chaotic Central Great World, Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Felling Alliance, Fong Zi. Fong Zi walked up and smiled. Lu Yuan froze for a moment and also extended his hand to shake Fong Zi's. Afterward, Fong Zi revealed a bitter smile. Lord Group Master, you've hidden so much from me. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. Although he had known that the lie would be broken down, he had not expected that a party would come directly to his door. I had to do it. If I didn't say it that way, I might not be able to convince the public. Fellow Daoist Fong, you should be able to understand. Lu Yuan said. Fong Zi said, understand. I just didn't realize that the true identity of the group master is much more powerful than what you lied and spilled out. Lu Yuan didn't want to dwell on this issue and asked directly. I wonder what fellow Daoist Fong is looking for me for. Fong Ziyado smiled and said, before I came here, my intention was to roping you, group master, to join the vast expanse alliance, but now that it seems a bit unrealistic, I can only settle for the next best thing and rope in other people. I only hope that the group master won't be blamed. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, listening to what you just said, you come from the chaotic central world. I wonder what is your relationship with the mixed immortal hall. Hearing this, a flash of eccentricity flashed across Fong Zi's face, but he quickly collected himself and said, enemy, the original purpose of the formation of my Heavenly Expedition Alliance was to fight against the mixed immortal hall. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened violently as he said, fellow Daoist Fong, you're saying that you and the mixed immortal hall are enemies? The kind that don't end in death? Fong Zi's face was odd. Why does the group master look a bit excited? Lu Yuan laughed out loud and said, that's because, I also have a grudge against the mixed immortal hall. I'm happy because, I've finally met like-minded people. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Fellow Daoist Fong, perhaps we can make an alliance. Really? Fong Zi was also stunned. How could he not expect that Lu Yuan would also have a grudge against the mixed immortal hall? But then, in a whirlwind, Fong Zi became ecstatic inside. If this thing is true, Lu Yuan was undoubtedly an extremely powerful ally. At first, he and Dijin, the system lord, had entered the Chaos Central Great World from the Chaos Central Great World subordinate worlds, and had gone there with great hesitation. thinking that they could do something great. However, they didn't expect that just as they descended on the ascension platform of the mixed immortal hall. Any lower realm powerhouse that descended on this ascension platform could only become a member of the mixed immortal hall, whether it was him or Emperor Zhen, which was a person who would stoop to the level of a subordinate. After making a big fuss on the spot, with their overwhelming strength, the three of them escaped from the ascension platform in a hard way. But after that, the mixed immortal hall also launched an endless pursuit of the three. On their way to be hunted down, the three attacked several ascension platforms and saved many strong people who had also ascended from the lower realms. Later, the Vast Expanse Alliance was formed. It has been fighting against the Mixed Immortal Temple until the order. However, the strength of the Vast Expanse Alliance was ultimately limited and could not be compared to a behemoth like the Mixed Immortal Hall, so they could only resort to guerrilla tactics. If there was a description, the Mixed Immortal Hall was like a large warlord that had cut off the local area, while the Heavenly Alliance, at best, was a gang. Later on, the System Lord disappeared, and the Vast Expanse Alliance relied on Feng Ziyi and Dijin to maintain it to this day. In addition to the two of them, the Vast Expanse Alliance, there are still tens of thousands of members, with more than 100 source realm powerhouses. Naturally, it's true. You and I will come. Lu Yuan was also a bit excited and hurriedly brought Feng Ziyi to the magistrate and the others. Yuqi, who is this? The head referee looked at the excited Lu Yuan and let out a puzzled question. Lu Yuan laughed. Master, this is Feng Ji, fellow Daoist Feng. He comes from the chaotic central world, and more importantly, he has an enmity with the Mixed Immortal Hall, and the forces behind fellow Daoist Feng are in an undying relationship with the Mixed Immortal Hall. Oh, is that true? Hearing Lu Yuan say this, the magistrate, Taijin, and the Lord God, their gazes all lit up as they looked at Feng Ji in surprise. Looking at Feng Zi's confused eyes, Lu Yuan smiled and explained. Fellow Daoist Feng doesn't know. The Mixed Immortal Hall had plotted against the world we were in, plundering resources and population, and then we discovered it and exterminated their stronghold. And later, the Mixed Immortal Hall sent an Earth soon to come, which was also exterminated by us. And now, the world we are in is undergoing drastic changes and is no longer suitable for cultivation to survive. So my master has united all the strongest people in the world and is preparing to jointly march into the chaotic central world. But we have a grudge against the Mixed Immortal Hall and have been struggling with this matter. It just so happens that you, fellow Daoist Feng, also have a grudge against the Mixed Immortal Hall. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. So I think we can make an alliance and deal with the Mixed Immortal Hall together. I don't know what you, fellow Daoist Feng, would like to do. Feng Ji was stunned and frozen for a long time, as if digesting this information, and then said without hesitation, this is naturally possible. Although my Vast Expanse Alliance is not as good as the Mixed Immortal Hall, it is completely fine to avoid their surveillance. And at that time, if you guys come, I, Vast Expanse Alliance, will be able to completely provide assistance, or at least help you guys get a foothold until you get a foothold in the Central Great World. In that case, the matter is settled. Lu Yuan laughed and said to the magistrate, Master, the specifics of how we should work together next will be discussed between you and fellow Daoist Feng. If you need anything, feel free to call me. After saying that, Lu Yuan left. The head referee also chatted with Feng Zi. Soon, the people had formulated a plan that could make the Mixed Immortal Hall feel a fleshly pain. But this plan, however, still needed Lu Yuan's great help. Setting up an ambush in the realm of Taiwu, on the trunk of the green ancestor tree, Lu Yuan sat on the ground and was slightly stunned when he heard the magistrate's plan from the opposite side. The head magistrate said in a deep voice, the Mixed Immortal Hall has lost an observatory and an Earth Sovereign. The Mixed Immortal Hall will definitely not stop there. I believe that it won't be long before the Mixed Immortal Hall has even stronger powerhouses descending into the Taiwu realm. We must prepare for this early. However, if the strong person sent by the Mixed Immortal Hall is below the Tai realm, it's fine, but if it's above the Tai realm, it won't be easy to deal with. Moreover, if the Mixed Immortal Hall sends out a strong person above the Tai realm, it's highly likely that it'll be that great red celestial lord. So for this matter, your help is still needed. Ambush. Lu Yuan nodded his head in response after a little thought. This matter is no problem. Leave it to me. I'll try my best to convince Immortal Emperor Skyjacker and Master. If the two of them can't do it, my disciple still has a backhand. Having received Lu Yuan's promise, the magistrate left satisfied. If they managed to ambush the great red heavenly lord, the Mixed Immortal Hall would definitely have to be in meat. Strong as the Mixed Immortal Temple such as the Central World hegemonic power, Transcendentalists will not be too many. Each, that is to spend countless resources to cultivate. The loss of anyone, Mixed immortal temple hundreds of millions of years cannot be replenished. At this time, more than 2 months had passed since the opening day of the City of the Heavens, and during this time, a group of powerful people from the Taiwu realm had been in contact with Feng Ziyi to discuss the vast expanse alliance. Although not as good as the Mixed Immortal Hall, belonged to the second-rate forces in the chaotic central great world. The Mixed Immortal Hall, a superlative, is a one-door, three-truth saint gate. In contrast, after the magistrates' union of them, the Taiwu realm alliance belonged to the second-rate upper class, and although there was no Tai, there were numerous half-step Tai realms. The head referee, Taijin, the main deity, the Tao Reverend, the Tao Ancestor, the Demon Ancestor, the Sorcerer Lord, the God Lord, the Martial Ancestor, Hong Jun, and Tai Shang were a full 11 half-steps into the realm of the Two Realm. That's all, not counting the pervert that is the necrotic Celestial Emperor. There were even more than hundreds of Source Realm powerhouses. What's more, the Magistrate and the others, it wasn't that their natural talent wasn't enough to break through too, it was just because they were restricted by the world. Once they were allowed to travel to the chaotic central world, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before at least half of the 11 would break through to the Tai realm in a very short period of time. At that time, the Taiwu Realm Alliance was a solid first-class power. The ambush of the Mixed Immortal Hall powerhouse was the first cooperation between the Tai-Worldless Realm Alliance and the Vast Expanse Alliance. Lu Yuan stretched his waist and rested his hands behind his head. Lying on the trunk of the tree leisurely said, "Senior Green Ancestor, this place of the late generation is not bad, right?" Xing Zhu said without saying anything. "It's average." Just like that. "I don't know. Who was the one who came to the City of the Heavens in the first place? Couldn't wait to find a good place to put down roots here." And also warned the remaining Qing people, telling them not to leave this place even if they were killed, and to shamelessly rely on this place. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth smiled slightly, not revealing the Green Ancestor, saying, "Senior, don't worry, this place will be the place where the Green Clan will permanently reside in the future. As long as they don't make any major mistakes, they will always be the Green Clans. Instead, Senior should never slack off. I still want to see the Green Clan become a great clan of the heavens one day. Under Senior's cultivation, the City of the Heavens is nothing. In the future, when there is an opportunity, Senior can go with me to the central great world for a walk." As the words fell, Lu Yuan disappeared into the trunk of the tree and went to find Immortal Emperor Skyjacker and Li Jinshang. He didn't know many Tai realms now, just 2 or 3, the same 2 or 3 that could be talked to by him. The Tao beheading sword also ran off somewhere. "If you don't come back, I'm going to wake up the other 9 treasures." Inside the Qiankuan bag that Li Jinshang had handed over to Lu Yuan in the beginning, there could still be 9 wonders that hadn't been awakened. To be able to stay in a Qiankuan bag with the Tao beheading sword, one would think that the other 9 wonders would also be absolutely extraordinary. The reason why he didn't wake them up was because Lu Yuan wasn't sure of stabilizing these wonders. And secondly, because of the Tao chopping sword. Lu Yuan wasn't stupid. Through his past experiences and the attitude of the Tao beheading sword, he had already guessed that there might be something in him that was very attractive to the wonders. So he wouldn't awaken the other 9 wonders until he had established a very close relationship with the Tao beheading sword. Truly counting, he had spent less than a year with the Tao beheading sword. The relationship between the two was not shallow, let alone deep. Lu Yuan was in no hurry anyway. With his current longevity, waiting for a decade or 8 years was absolutely no problem. Soon, he arrived in front of an enlightenment tree. Underneath the tree, Immortal Emperor Skyjacker was playing against Li Jinshang. The two of them had an immortal aura, and they were both worldly men. As soon as Lu Yuan arrived, the skyjacking Immortal Emperor stopped playing his pieces and turned his gaze over. "You brat! Speak up! What's the matter?" Lu Yuan still walked over, saluted at the two of them and smiled. "My fellow villagers are preparing to ambush a group of people, and I would like to ask seniors to help from the sidelines. If the comers are below the transcendence, seniors don't need to make a move, but if they are above the transcendence, I would be grateful to you, seniors." Hearing these words, the skyjacking Immortal Emperor laughed out loud, unable to hide the smugness on his face as he glanced at Li Jinsheng across from him and said, "For how many years? It has always been only me who begged you. Odd man's vain. I didn't expect that now. You, odd man's vain, would come to beg me as well, ha ha ha." Li Jinsheng's face was calm as he said to Lu Yuan, "Oh disciple, apprentice is here." Lu Yuan hurriedly arched his hand. Li Jinsheng said indifferently, "Do you know that my lineage of strange people has never begged others? Your master, I'm here, you don't beg, but beg others. What do you think?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Then master, you go?" Li Jinsheng did not hesitate to swing. "Harm, that's better to forget about it. Free fighters are not used for nothing. Let him go." Li Jinsheng similarly glanced at the opposite side of the skyjack Immortal Emperor. The heaven-jacking immortal emperor's face darkened as he immediately said to Lu Yuan, "Brat, this seat won't help you out for free." Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said, "The latecomer can help the senior repair the wonders once for free." "Humph, count on your kid's sense." The skyjacking immortal emperor's face was satisfied. Then he asked, "When will you strike?" "Now," Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. "So urgent?" The hijacking heaven immortal emperor was stunned. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. "There's no hurry. Who knows when the mixed immortal hall will send someone over." "Mixed immortal hall?" The heaven-jacking immortal emperor froze again. "Are you not talking about the mixed immortal hall of the three true saints of the one sect in the chaotic central great world?" Lu Yuan nodded. The hijacking heaven immortal emperor tapped his index finger on the chessboard, appearing a bit anxious, and slowly said, "This is a force with the existence of true saints. If I take out one of their tai, this karma can be a big one. Even if I hide back in the immortal realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid the true saints probing palms and grabbing them." Lu Yuan's face was incredibly calm as he slowly stretched out 3 fingers. 3 times. "Got it." Hijacking heavenly immortal emperor's face at once showed a smile, said indiscreetly, "What bullshit mixed immortal temple? True saints easily cannot make a move." The old man is also a near saints character. "Mixed immortal temple true saints under those trash can help me? Kid, I'll take this errand." The heaven-jack immortal emperor looked magnificent at this moment. Lu Yuan leaned down and cupped his fists. "Then I'll be grateful to senior. Go to. Go to." Without saying a word, immortal emperor hijacking heaven directly left the city of the heavens and headed to the Taiwu realm, not even greeting the magistrate and the others, much less communicating with them in any way. At his realm, his divine thoughts were enough to cover the entire great world, so if there were fluctuations at that time, he wouldn't fail to notice them. With the skyjacking immortal emperor gone, Lu Yuan took his place and continued to play against Li Jinshang. Lu Yuan was not bad at chess, but the moment he got on the table and flicked a piece, his face was slightly startled. Looking at the black pieces in his hand, Lu Yuan's face revealed a look of astonishment. It turned out that these pieces, actually condensed from a star. The weight, naturally, is also the weight of a star. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth tugged, and he thought to himself that big brothers were just different from ordinary people. Even the chess pieces used for entertainment were so different. Settling down, Lu Yuan spoke. "Master, just now, Senior Hijacking Heaven said that true saints can't make a move easily. Is there a reason for that?" True Sage Li slowly said. "True Sage, you can understand it as a fruit position. Once certified, it is a perpetual certification, regardless of the past, the present, or the future. At the same time, the traces are spread throughout the infinite multiverse, and you can freely travel all the long rivers of space and time, everywhere and nowhere. To put it simply, if there is no true sage to protect you, even if the true sage is far away from the central great world, it is only a matter of a split second when he wants to kill you. However, the true saint position is limited. The general origin complete great world can only spawn a true saint fruit position. The central great world, there are only 12 true saint fruit position. Every person who succeeded in proving the fruit position are incomparably cherish their own fruit position, but at the same time, there will be countless people who will stare at their position. Once there is an opportunity, even if it's just a sliver, there will be countless people who will launch a thunderous attack. Therefore, true saints usually don't take it easy, especially not on those who are not a threat to his seat. Lu Yuan's gaze was a bit puzzled. "Master, the central great world only has a total of 12 fruitions, but there should be more than 12 true saints in the chaotic central great world, right? There were 3 true saints in just one mixed immortal hall, and the mixed immortal hall Yuan was not the strongest force in the chaotic central great world, not even in the top 5. True Sage Li smiled faintly and said, "There are only 12 central great world fruit positions, but who says that true saints who are in the central great world must necessarily come from the central great world? They can completely complete their certification in a great world with an intact origin, and then head to the central great world to create a force." "Do you mean to say that the 3 true saints of the mixed immortal hall are all from other great worlds?" Lu Yuan was somewhat dazed. "Or else," True Saint Li laughed and glanced at Lu Yuan, saying, "The stronger the origin world, the stronger the strength after certifying, and the strength of a true saint who certifies in the central great world is even far more than that of a true saint who certifies in an ordinary great world. If that true saint of the mixed immortal hall was certified in the central great world, how would I allow you to be an enemy of the mixed immortal hall? Although my Chiron lineage is not afraid of the central great world witnesses, this kind of person, if there is no great enmity, should not be messed with if they can." Li Shensheng had some scorn in his words. Then he laughed again. "The reason why true saints can't make a move easily is here. The witnesses of his realm, once they make a move, there is a possibility that the hostile true saints will discover the witnessing great world. Once the great world is destroyed, the true saint's fruit position will also dissipate. This is the second reason why they can't make a move easily. Central great world witnesses, because there are only 12 positions, so the people who covet the position are even more numerous. The central great world witnesses must every moment to ensure that the whereabouts of the drifting uncertainty, the strength is at its peak. Otherwise, once there is a decline in strength, revealing the cracks of the situation may instantly attract several, or even dozens of true saints surrounded by the attack. This is the reason for the third. After listening to Li Jinshang's words, Lu Yuan only felt that his horizons had widened a little more. Master, in that case, doesn't it mean that as long as I don't threaten the true saint fruitfulness, I can almost ignore the true saints? Lu Yuan asked. Pretty much. Li Jinshang thought about it and nodded. This way Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chaos Central Great World. Mixed Immortal Hall. The Great Red Heavenly Palace. The Great Red Heavenly Lord stood tall, his figure limitless, emitting a bright and incomparable light, like a great sun, mysterious and full of majesty. On the left side of the Heavenly Palace, a strong man was sitting on his knees, covered in black armor, with a cold light, not saying a word. At this moment, the Great Red Heavenly Lord spoke. Has Heavenly Spectre not returned yet? The black-armored powerhouse shook his head, reporting to Heavenly Lord, Tianyu has yet to return. There is not even any news. However, Tianyu's life lamp is still on, so there should be no fear for his life. No fear for your life? Oh, the Great Red Heavenly Lord smiled coldly. I had long ago warned Heavenly Spectre to be careful, that the Taiwu realm was different from ordinary great worlds, and now it seems that he didn't listen to my warnings. The black-armored powerhouse frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord, do you mean to say that Heavenly Spectre has been planted? Under the Great Red Heavenly Lord's command, there were two Earth Sovereigns, one Heavenly Spectre and the other was the black-armored powerhouse. Unlike Tianyu, the black-armored strong man came from the lower realm. The mixed immortal hall threatened him with the lives of his loved ones in the lower realm, and only then did the black-armored strong man join. Hundreds of millions of years of struggling, the black-armored strong man is now one of the 7 or 2 Earth Zoons, and there is still the possibility of going even further. Compared to Sky Spectre, the Great Red Heavenly Lord valued the black armor even more. The Great Red Heavenly Lord sighed quietly. Now it seems that the probability is that Heavenly Spectre has been planted. So be it, I'll personally make a trip to go there. The Taiwu realm no longer has much lifespan left, so continue to plunder the last wave again, and this seat will be considered to have accomplished my mission. Heavenly Lord, you personally took action? The black-armored powerhouse snapped, looking in shock at the Great Red Heavenly Lord above him. The Great Red Heavenly Lord calmly said, although the Taiwu realm is about to run out of value, its greatest value, however, has always remained untapped. It's not that I want to make a move, but if I don't make a move, you won't be able to bring back the most valuable items of the Taiwu realm. Black Armor frowned slightly. He felt that the Great Red Heavenly Lord was making a big deal out of it. A mere world with a defective origin. How could there be any need for the Great Red Heavenly Lord to personally make a move? Moreover, he didn't think that a mere world with a defective origin could have any very valuable items. Seemingly sensing something, the Great Red Heavenly Lord glanced at Black Armor and laughed. Black Armor, remember, the most valuable items in this world are never those dead things, but people. There are many little ones in the Taiwu realm that I value. If I can take them under my wing, the strength of my Great Red Heavenly Palace will rise to at least the top 3 of the Heavenly Lords. While the magistrate and the others were preparing for the ambush in full swing, Lu Yuan had also gotten the way to find his relatives using his bloodline from his chief master, Li Jinshang. Searching for relatives with blood was not rare, and there were no less than 10,000 similar methods in the Taiwu realm. The difficulty is that the scope is not large enough. The Lu family was still nowhere to be found, perhaps still in the Taiwu realm, but it could also be long gone. In the middle of the vast starry sky of the Taiwu realm, Lu Yuan was sitting on a pitch-black meteorite, and more than 10 centimeters in front of his body, there was a side of blood-colored formation suspended, and in the center of the formation, there was a large mass of blood. Lu Yuan formed a formation with his hands and slowly sensed it, and after a long time, he lowered his hands and frowned into a ball. Not in the Taiwu realm. Did it really leave the Taiwu realm? Using the method taught to him by Li Jinshang, Lu Yuan tried several times and let out several liters of blood, yet he still did not sense any message from his loved ones in the realm of Taiwu. If the Lu family wasn't hiding too deep, then there was only one possibility left. Old Ancestor and the others actually broke through the wall of the great world through the method of self-exile. This is simply. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, and his heart was quite helpless. Flexing his fingers, he flicked out a stone, destroying the blood formation in front of him. Standing up from the meteorite, Lu Yuan's figure flickered and left this realm. Since it wasn't in the realm of Taiwu, he planned to try it in another place, back to the City of the Heavens. At this time, the free period of the City of the Heavens had already passed, and there were very few people who still remained in the city. After all, not many people can afford to spend $1 million a day. The next time the City of the Heavens was bustling with activity. It was estimated that it would have to wait until after the first meeting of the committee. Grand Ancestor Lu Ming had already taken up his post and had full authority to handle all matters in the City of the Heavens, including arranging the committee. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, became a shirker. After handing Lu Yuan the method of finding his family, Li Shang also left the City of the Heavens, and according to him, he was going to go and discuss with the other Oddfellows to see if he could set the Oddfellows headquarters in the City of the Heavens. Back to the City Lord's mansion, Lu Yuan continued to lay down the blood formation, this time releasing even more blood, able to fill a small pond. The blood array around 100 meters in circumference rose with crimson light, illuminating the entire City Lord's mansion. Lu Yuan made seals with his hands and continued to feel it carefully. The City of the Heavens, independent of all the great worlds. Lu Yuan of course couldn't go searching world by world. He could only sense it in the heavenly city first, and then slowly narrow it down if he could sense it. Soon, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Rising steeply, he looked to the southeast. Over here, the senses are weak. But, after all, it worked. Lu Yuan was very excited. After hundreds of years, it would be impossible if he didn't miss his family. This time he didn't destroy the blood formation, but instead lifted the huge blood formation with one hand and flew off in the southeast direction. With his current realm, he could cross billions of miles in a single breath. And as time passed, the faint sensation grew stronger. However, it was very dangerous to wander in space and time outside of the great world, especially for Lu Yuan's current realm. Generally speaking, it was only at the Tai realm that one could break through the boundary, and below the Tai realm, one could only resort to wondrous objects. As for Lu Yuan, he was only at the beginning realm cultivation level now, and if he casually encountered a danger, it would be at least at the source realm level, and the Tai realm was not impossible. Walking in the vast deep space, Lu Yuan was also a little frightened inside, and he put up his spirit, always on guard against possible dangers. AI, if the Dao beheading sword was around, where would I have to worry so much? Lu Yuan leisurely sighed. If the Dao beheading sword was beside him, he would walk sideways in the central great world. True saints wouldn't make a move easily, so the vast majority of true saints, most of the time, were wonders instead of them. The Dao zapping sword would be able to zap true saints without all those bullshit restrictions. Therefore, a wondrous item like the Dao beheading sword, which was ranked in the top 20, was definitely a treasure that countless true saints would rush to and look forward to. You're thinking about me? A leisurely voice rang out abruptly, startling Lu Yuan, and when he turned his head, he realized that the Dao beheading sword had somehow arrived beside him, and from the beginning to the end, Lu Yuan hadn't found anything. After being happy, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a little fear in his heart. If the Dao beheading sword wanted to kill him, he estimated that until he died, he would not even know who moved his hand. Where have you been all this time? Lu Yuan asked, overflowing with joy at the return of Zhan Dao's sword, but also curious about where Zhan Dao's sword had been all this time. The Dao beheading sword said indifferently, I heard that someone had discovered the Xian Huang furnace, so I went to take a look, but it turned out to be a blank. You're kinda smitten, Lu Yuan said with slight surprise. Zhan Dao's sword's old face reddened and spat. Brat, what do you know? This is called heavens, will do you understand? From the moment she and I were born, it was destined to be our destiny. Lu Yuan smiled at the corner of his mouth and didn't bother to refute him. What are you doing out here if you don't stay at home? Do you realize that with your little body, a random storm can stir you up? Lu Yuan held up the blood array in his hand and said, looking for my relatives, separated for hundreds of years. It just so happens that I have nothing to do right now, so I'll look for them. So did you find it? Lu Yuan shook his head and looked to the southeast. Haven't found it yet, but I've got a sense of it, just to the southeast. Southeast? The Dao beheading sword didn't know what to think of. His eyes flickered and his face was odd. What's wrong? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask as he looked at the odd appearance of the Dao beheading sword. The Dao chopper's sword didn't seem to want to say much, and didn't reply back, only saying, it's nothing, go on, I'll stay with you. Good. Lu Yuan didn't say anything else, and with one hand on the blood formation, he continued toward the southeast, Taiwu realm, where the marginal continent is. Since the destruction of the Stargazer sect, the people on the continent, they are in a place of fear. The continent is in a state of war. Dynasties, sects, countless strong people in this chaotic world, to fight a piece of heaven and earth. But, it's all about to go up in smoke. because the magistrate and the others had already chosen the battlefield near this continent. The people on this continent were supposed to be 250, and the magistrate didn't care if they lived or died. In the void, the magistrate, Taijin, the Lord God, the Tao ancestor, Feng Ji, the 11 half-step Tai realm and the Tai Wu boundary, the faulty Heaven Alliance. Feng Ji accidentally added the entire 20 members all gathered here at this moment. Every single one of them stood at attention. No one said a word, quietly waiting for the upcoming battle. On the continent, an emerging dynasty, the harem. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor was lying in the arms of the two beauties, eating the grapes fed to him by the beauties, drinking the wine handed over by the beauties, and the whole person was gorgeous. On the side, there were two beauties to help him pound his feet, not at all like they were here to help someone plunder the battlefield. Suddenly, the skyjacking immortal emperor's gaze flickered, as if he had sensed something, and looked out into the sky. There's a big guy coming. This errand doesn't look like it's going to end that easily. The skyjacking immortal emperor rubbed his temples, seemingly feeling a headache. True saints couldn't make a move easily, and peak Tai realm powerhouses like him were almost the strongest people walking around in the Wanyu heavens. However, if he didn't have to do it as a last resort, he didn't want to offend a power that possessed the existence of a true saint. True saints couldn't make a move easily, but that didn't mean that true saints really didn't have the means to deal with some mole crickets. Cultivation arriving at the existence of a true saint. There was nothing impossible on his body. Cocking his head, the skyjacking immortal emperor ate a crystal grape. The sweet juice flowing into his mouth as a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. It's not good to be entrusted with a task. The hijacking heaven immortal emperor stretched his back and stood up from the pile of beauties, and in the next second, he disappeared into this dynasty. Compared to the three true saints of the mixed immortal hall, the heaven-jacking immortal emperor valued his entanglement of feelings and interests with the Chi-Rin lineage more. I'm afraid that any fool could tell who was heavier and who was lighter between the 3 true saints of a sect and the 9 true saints of a sect, the lesser of 2 evils. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor will definitely choose the latter. The heavenly hijacking immortal emperor left. All the concubines and beauties in the large dynastic harem breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Dynasty Chinkuan Hall, the place where the emperor's office is located. When the dynastic emperor heard the message from the eunuch beside him, his expression was incomparably grim, and he immediately ordered, "Execute all of them. A woman who has served someone else is not worthy to serve me again." Hearing such unforgiving words, the middle-aged eunuch beside the emperor hesitated and said, "Your Majesty." That being suddenly disappeared, and it's not certain that he will come back. The slave suggests to deal with it coldly and wait for a while, in case that strong person suddenly comes back. The middle-aged eunuch didn't say any more, but the emperor had already heard the weight of it, and after a long silence, he sneered and said, "No need. Execute all of them, and with the fastest speed. Just recruit another batch of beauties for me to come in. And doesn't that strong man like to play? Then let him play with the rest of me." This is, the eunuch sighed inwardly and slowly retreated. Soon, the emperor's harem suddenly broke into a large group of black-clad guards. All of the beauties who had previously served the skyjacking immortal emperor were all escorted to an open space. The black-clad guards sharpened their swords. Kill! At the middle-aged eunuch's command, the black-clothed guards swung their swords down. A group of beauties' bodies trembled and shed tears of pity, but they could only wait for death. But at that moment, a burst of golden light erupted from all the beauties, and in an instant, the light shone brightly, enveloping the entire palace. When the golden light dispersed, the only living thing left in the entire palace was this group of beauties. The skyjacking immortal emperor strolled outside the sky, and almost feeling something, he looked back and smiled with a grin at the corner of his mouth. Following that, he turned his head to look at the starry sky in front of him, where a one-sided battle was taking place. The great red heavenly lord had descended at an unknown time. The long-ambushed crowd of magistrates immediately launched a siege. At this moment, the surrounding star field had long been void. I don't know how many galaxies and worlds had been crumbled into nothingness. The space was folded, and dozens of killing array remnants could be seen vaguely. Battlefield center. The great red heavenly lord was like a heavenly god. His figure was tall and magnificent, standing motionless in the center of the battlefield, allowing the surrounding powerhouses to attack and come, and then slapping out with a slap. He slapped one person away. Boom! Taijin, who was holding a devilish sword to kill forward, was slapped and sent flying for countless billions of miles, smashing and collapsing a world. Lying in the ruins of the world, Taijin wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed miserably. The gap is really big, but it's too much, saying that he once again killed with his sword. Bang! The great red heavenly lord swung out with a fist. The supreme golden body phantom that Daozun had condensed was immediately crumbled into pieces, and Daozun was blasted into the continent, instantly smashing the marginal continent into pieces. The skyjacking immortal emperor who was watching the battle from afar frowned and looked at the marginalized continent, probing his palm and grabbing it, transferring a portion of the continent to an extremely distant place. Amidst the countless fragments of the continent, Daozuan's blood-spilling figure lay in its midst as he roared at the magistrate. Didn't you say you had help? Where are the people? Is that bastard disciple of yours reliable or not? If the help doesn't come, we'll all be finished. Among the stars, the balance in the magistrate's hand was continuously launched, and every time it was launched, it could stop the great red heavenly lord's attacks for a split second, and in that split second, countless attacks would fall onto the great red heavenly lord. Upon hearing Daozuan's angry roar, the magistrate frowned and said icily, Daozun, this matter is my Taiwu realm's business in the end. With or without helpers, we can't escape it. Do you mean to say that you wouldn't have participated in this battle if you didn't have any helpers? Daozun held a golden hyperdragon Jin in his hand, and at that, he took a step from the countless pieces of continental debris and said grimly, I, Daozun, have never been an escapist. It's just that you agreed that there would be helpers in this battle, and I'm not afraid of fighting, but I won't die for nothing either. After saying that, Daozun held the hyperdragon Jin and also killed the great red heavenly lord once again. As he said, he would fight until the end, and if the end was overwhelming, he wouldn't die fighting for a world that was about to die. It wasn't just him, all the powerhouses present wouldn't die in battle for the Taiwu boundary. It was just that only Daozun said it. Feng Ziyi's weapon was a pitch-black magic tower, a tower that had accompanied him in his battles for countless years and was also a witness to his rise to power. Nowadays, the Tower of Heaven had long been born with intelligence, and although it was not a strange object, it was more powerful than ordinary strange objects. In the battle against the great red heavenly lord, he fought the most crazily. The chance to take out a heavenly lord of the mixed immortal hall was something he had only dreamed of. The mixed immortal hall was definitely his greatest enemy in this life, greater than even the crisis brought about by the other lord god who had once nearly killed him, and at the same time, the enemy he hated the most. The Vast Expanse Alliance had been formed for countless years, and he had also made many close friends through the Vast Expanse Alliance. But in the end, most of these close friends died in the pursuit of the Mixed Immortal Hall. Destroying the Mixed Immortal Hall was his only goal right now, and I'm afraid it was also the only goal he had in his life. The crowd of strong fought to charge. However, the great red heavenly lord was still as untouchable as a giant mountain. There was only a line between the half-step Tai realm and the Tai realm, yet this line was the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how magnificent you are and unrivaled in the world, it is impossible to cross this line. As the great red heavenly lord looked at the many powerhouses in front of him, in the depths of his eyes, there was no anger, only a color full of appreciation. Compared to the group of people in front of us, no matter if it's Sky Spectre or Black Armor, they all seem too weak. If I can take them all under my wing, my strength will be second only to the three great heavenly sovereigns. Frenzy welled up in the eyes of the great red heavenly lord. Still want to resist? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and join the Mixed Immortal Hall. I won't kill you. He tried to recruit. However, no one gave a damn about him. In the eyes of the magistrate and these Jedi Masters, the great red heavenly lord might have a higher cultivation level than them, but they had never looked up to the great red heavenly lord at all, not to mention submitting to the great red heavenly lord. Being ignored by the crowd. A cold aura flashed in the eyes of the great red heavenly lord as he casually pinched a member of the Vast Expanse Alliance, and with a snapping sound, the member of the Vast Expanse Alliance that he had pinched in his hand exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Mac Tian. Feng Ziyi's eyes were wide with anger. The hatred in his heart reached its peak, and his attacks became more and more frantic, almost as if he didn't want to die. Far away, the entirety of the skyjacking immortal emperor who was watching the battle froze, and remorse rose in his heart. Shit! Cursing angrily, the skyjacking immortal emperor stopped watching the battle and directly concealed his aura as he rushed into the battlefield. The great amnesty heavenly lord did not notice the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor who had blended into the crowd after concealing his aura, causing the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor to very easily blend into the great red heavenly lord's circumference of 1,000 meters, and this distance was as good as nothing to a character at the level of a heaven-skimming immortal emperor. Yuji sword. Kill. In the chaotic battlefield, a line of golden light suddenly rose. Who are you? Damn it, no! Accompanied by the great red heavenly lord's unwilling roar resounded through the starry sky. The crowd of strong people in the melee stopped their hands and looked at the skyjacking immortal emperor who suddenly appeared in the battlefield in astonishment, and then looked at the 10,000 feet tall great red heavenly lord in shock. In the gazes of the crowd, the great red heavenly lord who was previously invincible and looking out of the corner of the eye had no movement at the moment, with only the unwillingness in his eyes dissipating in spots. Following that, a black crack appeared in the center of the great red heavenly lord's brow, and the crack spread from his forehead until it was able to split the great red heavenly lord in two. Soon, the only remaining luster on the great red heavenly lord's body was gone, and his entire body turned gray, as if he were a stone statue. Straight away, one of the 36 heavenly lords of the mixed immortal hall, the great red heavenly lord, fell. Just one sword. From this, it could also be seen that the Tai realm also possessed an unimaginable gap between the Tai realm and the Tai realm. Even if a Tai realm existence died, its body possessed infinite value. After confirming the death of the great red heavenly lord, the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor waved his hand and incorporated the dead shell of the great red heavenly lord into the palm of his hand. He then threw the torso in front of Feng Zi, who was grieving over the death of his best friend. It's my problem. I had a chance to be able to stop it, but I got distracted and let your best friend miss this chance of survival. Don't push your luck with this Tai realm shell. Feng Zi gathered the flesh and blood of his best friend Machen's scattered stars, gathered them together and held them in his arms, looked at the shell of the Tai realm that the skyjacking immortal emperor had sent over in front of him, and pushed it back without even thinking about it. Senior, it's not your fault. This is supposed to be our fight. Before deciding to participate in this fight, both me and Mac Tian were prepared to die in battle. As long as the goal is reached, Machen's death is not meaningless. Many thanks Senior for avenging Machen's death. Feng Zi will remember this favor forever. Feng Zi said seriously, without the slightest hint of resentment in her eyes. Right and wrong cause and effect. He can still see clearly. To put it bluntly, hijacking heavenly immortal emperor does not save as this. Save as grace. Feng Zi will never, because hijacking heavenly immortal emperor could have saved Mutian but did not go to save and rise up resentment mind. Seeing Feng Zi's resolute attitude, the skyjacking immortal emperor sighed slightly and took that shell back again. This item is useless to me. Since you don't want it, then I'll give it to that Lu Yuan brat to take it to the auction. And at that time, the proceeds from the auction will be one for each of the people who participated in the battle. So don't put this off. And in putting it off, it'll seem a bit pretentious. At this moment, the surrounding powerhouses all gathered, one after another. They bowed to the skyjacking immortal emperor, their mouths filled with gratitude. Everyone understood that if immortal emperor skyjacker didn't make a move, at least half of them present would have to die. And the terrifying strength displayed by the skyjacking immortal emperor completely convinced them. The head referee walked up to Feng Zi, patted his shoulder, and persuaded, Brother Feng, don't put it off. You may not need it, but fellow Daoist Mutian may still have a family. Even if you don't want it, you can give it to fellow Daoist Mutian's family members' children. Hearing the referee's words, Feng Zi stopped being pretentious and agreed. The skyjacking immortal emperor revealed a smile, but soon, he got serious again and said to the magistrate, the path to transcendence in this realm will be cut off in about another 100 years or so make arrangements as soon as possible. Saying that, the heaven-jacking immortal emperor suddenly laughed. I heard that your next stop is the chaotic central world, and coincidentally, I also have the idea of entering the central world, so call me when the time comes. Hearing this, everyone froze, but it quickly turned into ecstasy. I will definitely not forget Senior when the time comes, Taisen said with some excitement. No one had expected that such a powerful immortal emperor of skyjacking would not have marched into the central great world yet, much less that such a powerful existence as the immortal emperor of skyjacking would be planning to join them. This surprise is simply not too big. Ha ha, without further ado, I go. Immortal Emperor Skyjacker laughed brightly and left on that note. All of the powerhouses respectfully escorted Immortal Emperor Skyjacker away. In the starry sky, all the powerful people gathered around. The head referee looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoists, although the news of Elder Skyjacker joining us is delightful, the crisis for us has not been lifted. With the death of a heavenly lord in the Mixed Immortal Hall, it can be foreseen that the Mixed Immortal Hall will never just let it rest. I expect that within a year, whether it's us, or fellow Taoist Fawn Sky Slaughtering Alliance, we will be subjected to the Mixed Immortal Hall's frantic counterattacks. This is the crisis, and this is also a test for us. Carry through. We are the spring bamboo shoots after the wild storm, and from here on out, the future is bright. If we can't carry through, we can only be crushed to death under the stone for the rest of our lives. So now, what we need to do is to use the fastest time and speed to transfer all of the Taiwu realm's valuable resources and population to the City of the Heavens. Time is running out. Everyone can act now. All of the powerful men nodded in agreement before dispersing individually. Suddenly, the referee called out to Daozuan. Something's wrong? Daozuan's face didn't look too good. The head referee's face smiled and said, Daozuan, you didn't run away from this battle, and you didn't trip up on this battle just because you were pissed off at Lu Yuan. That's enough to show that you're not a narrow-minded person, and likewise, Lu Yuan isn't a narrow-minded person. Don't worry, I'll make sure that he won't find trouble with you in the future. Hearing this, Dao Zun's face that had been crumbling slightly relaxed, and without saying anything, he twisted his head and left. The head referee looked at his distant back and had a very deep smile on his face. In the deep air that could not be seen at the end of a glance, a crimson light cut through the endless void at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, Lu Yuan was holding the blood formation in one hand and had already walked an unknown distance. If it wasn't for the increasingly strong sensation from the depths of his bloodline, Lu Yuan was afraid that he would have been mentally deranged long ago. And beside him, like an idle Zhan Dao sword watched Lu Yuan's advancing direction getting closer and closer to one of the places he expected, and became 7 or 8% certain of the guesses in his heart. Once again, he passed by a point of light that was a large unknown world, but Lu Yuan had long been numb and didn't even bother to drop his extra gaze over. Suddenly, the Dao beheading sword spoke. Kid, I can probably guess where your relatives are. Lu Yuan did not stop his stance and turned his head. You guessed it? Where? The Dao beheading sword said. Kid, do you know how many central great worlds there are in this universal heavens? Lu Yuan said without thinking. 5. Respectively, Chaos Central Great World, Hongmeng Central Great World, Transcendent Space and Time Central Great World, Flood Central Great World, and Heavenly Dao Central Great World. The Dao beheading sword continued. Then do you know that the current 5 central great worlds were actually born from ordinary great worlds as well? Well, there's that? Lu Yuan blinked. This was the first time he had heard of it. Worlds die, and the central great world is no exception. Likewise, after the death of the central great world, a new great world will rise in the heavens to take its place. And this kind of world that is expected to rise up to become a central great world has been foreshadowed long before it became a central great world. Since this kind of world is too special, it causes many rules and cognitions that are applicable in all the heavens of the Huanyu to not be very applicable in this kind of world, such as the world barrier. The Dao Chopper sword said in a profound manner. Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned. You mean to say that the Lu family is now inside this kind of world? The Dao Chopper sword said. The probability is high, because the direction you're advancing in now is the only one known to the Huanyu Zhitian right now that has the potential to be promoted to a central great world, and all along the way, you've been advancing in the right direction. Then why didn't you say anything before? Lu Yuan was curious. Chopper sword was not someone who could hold his tongue. The Dao beheading sword sighed slightly. One is because of uncertainty, and the other is because this world is very special. Carefully, the Dao beheading sword slowly said. As I said before, this world is in a period of metamorphosis, and many of the rules that apply in the heavens do not apply in this world, and at the same time, the quality of this world is very high. He drew a circle about a meter in diameter in the air with the tip of his sword. A stone of such a large size as this would weigh about 1,000 pounds when placed in the Taiwu realm, but 5,000 pounds or even more when placed in the world, I'm guessing. It also means that anyone who enters this world will have the destructive power they cause weakened, disguised as a lowering of the realm. But of course, all people lowering is equivalent to no lowering at all. But of course, that doesn't matter. The important thing is what I said next. Due to the special nature of this world, many great powers in the Huanyu Zhitian have already begun to lay out this world, such as sending outstanding heirs to enter and join the powers in this world, then develop and become powerful, and finally turtled up to take their place, while the powers behind these heirs will provide the heir with all the resources he needs, and there are some powers that will send 1 or 2 strong men to enter and forcibly create the power. In short, this is a world where all the powers are competing, and of the 5 central worlds, other than the Hongmeng central world, which is a bit old, the other 4 central worlds are still in their prime, so I don't really recommend that you enter this world right now, and you can go to the central worlds first to develop again, because the world is in the period of metamorphosis. The world will is extra sensitive, very xenophobic. This is also the reason why many big forces will only send heirs to join the indigenous forces. On the other hand, or because it is in the period of metamorphosis, the world will is sensitive, with a strong self-protectiveness. In other words, it is outsiders who want to enter. It is very difficult, and at the same time, this also means that the world's strongest people, very much, and the cultivation system, different from the heavens. Lu Yuan of course heard the warning implication in the words of the chopping Dao sword, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, his face showed excitement and said, all the strong people competing for the peak. This is the world that suits me. 13 It's fine if you don't say it. The more you say it, the more I want to go. The world in the mouth of the Dao Chopper sword was a world that was a world where a group of heroes rose up, just like a dynasty of lords and vassals, which was incomparably dangerous, but also full of opportunities. Not to mention, it was highly likely that the Lu family was in this world, so either way, this world Lu Yuan had to go. You really don't want to think about it anymore? The Tao beheading sword advised. The true saints of the heavens have been idle for too long, and many true saints have set up means in this world. So if anything goes wrong at that time, I won't necessarily be able to protect you. It doesn't matter. Stop talking nonsense. If you have this time, why don't you introduce this world to me properly? Lu Yuan looked a little impatient. Since your will has been decided, then I will no longer persuade you. Listen carefully to the next words. Once you make a wrong step in your behavior, it will be an abyss of doom and gloom. The Tao beheading sword said seriously. Lu Yuan perked up his ears. The Tao chopper sword began. The first point is the cultivation system of this world. This world cultivation system is divided into 9 grades. The same forces are also divided into 9 grades. 9 grades of strong, equivalent to the true saints. You must not mess with, unless you also have the true saints behind you to support. The second point is that this world is extremely xenophobic, so you have to join an indigenous power and obtain an identity token in the shortest possible time. Otherwise the whole world will be hostile to you as time goes on. The third point, this world in addition to the realm leveling and the heavens are different. Other aspects are also very different, such as Gungfa, martial arts. Is the world's practitioners of the main means of combat? In short, is the pattern does not have the heavens more, but the power of the power cannot be underestimated. Some of the grade of the high level of the martial arts show out. Then you control an avenue to play out the power is also big. This is also considered a feature of this world. The fourth point is that there are many races in this world besides humans, and these races are all incredibly powerful, so don't mess with them if you can befriend them. Point 5. The Tao chopper sword said many things in a row that needed to be taken care of. Lu Yuan suddenly asked, after all you've said, what is the name of this world? The Tao beheading sword said quietly, this realm is called Returning Ruins. 2 more months. Lu Yuan finally flew to the ruin world in the mouth of the Tao beheading sword. In Lu Yuan's eyes, that was still just a point of light, just different from the white brightness of normal points of light. The returning ruins world in front of him was purple and white, and it was conceivable that when that purple light covered the entire point of light, that was when the returning ruins world metamorphosed successfully. The sensation from the depths of the bloodline was more intense than ever. The blood array in his hand had a great release of red aura, almost like a ball of fire. It does seem to be here. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he had an urgent urge to rush into the ruined world, but he eventually calmed down. Now was not the time. The first commissioners' meeting of the City of the Heavens would open in less than 8 months, and by then, the City of the Heavens would truly be on the right track. So as the city's lord, and as the commissioners' chairman, Lu Yuan couldn't not be there. As for the divine demon split, it was now at the juncture of sprinting to the source realm, so it couldn't be separated at all. After a long period of contemplation, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and a long river of star source crystals sprang into the air, numbering no less than 10 million billion. He was going to set up a super long-distance teleportation array. He had already made up his mind to return to the heavenly city to deal with the aftermath before entering the returning ruins world. It was hard to go in the ruins world and even harder to come out. And if he didn't take care of the matter in the City of the Heavens, Lu Yuan would never be able to stay in the ruins world full time. Set up a teleportation array in advance to facilitate his next visit. Next time, he didn't want to walk through the darkness of sprawling space and time for months on end. That's too torturous. Soon, under Lu Yuan's arrangement, the teleportation array soon took shape. 10 trillion star source crystals could only keep this teleportation array running non-stop for about a year. After a year, Lu Yuan had to use it, or else the teleportation array wouldn't be able to be used anymore. Fortunately, he is now rich. 10 trillion star source crystals. Sprinkle water. Before he robbed the Stargazer sect's treasury, his wealth was not comparable to that of ordinary people, and after the robbery, it was the magistrate, Dao Zun. This type of powerhouse couldn't compare his wealth with him, but of course, this referred to low-level resources, such as star source crystals, and so on. After the creation of the heavenly city, one of its functions was to mine, and every day, he was able to mine 1,000,000 billion star source crystals, not to mention the residency fee provided to him by the people who lived in the heavenly city. Advanced resources. Lu Yuan might not be able to compare to those superbosses, but when it came to star source crystals, the transcendents were not necessarily more abundant than him. Soon, the teleportation array was set up, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, but compared to the vastness of dark spacetime, a teleportation array with a diameter of 10 kilometers was not much bigger than a grain of rice. With just a thought, Lu Yuan returned to the City of the Heavens. The Tao Chopper sword followed along. As soon as he returned, Lu Yuan met the long-awaited Immortal Emperor Skyjacker. Greetings to Elder 13. Immortal Emperor Jetian saluted towards the Tao beheading sword. The Daojin Tao sword nodded, and with a flash of the sword's shadow, It was nowhere to be found again. However, in response to this, Lu Yuan and the heaven-jacking immortal emperor were not surprised. "Where have you been all these months, you brat? Made me wait for you for a few more months," the sky-jacking immortal emperor complained. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, went to a place farther away. "Senior's mission is completed? Who is the visitor?" The heaven-jacking immortal emperor said. "A Tai, called some great red heavenly lord, was killed by me with a single stroke of my sword. Senior is mighty. I really wasn't wrong about Senior's strength." Lu Yuan marveled. A sword chopped. This strength, simply do not be too strong." But immediately, Lu Yuan asked worriedly, "There weren't any accidents, were there?" Knowing what Lu Yuan was asking, Immortal Emperor Hijacking Sky said with a disheveled look on his face, "Went off the deep end for a bit, allowing the Tai to seize the opportunity to get someone killed." "Who's dead?" Lu Yuan frowned. "Called Mu Tian, from the Central Great World." Hearing that the one who died was not someone he was familiar with, Lu Yuan sighed violently in relief. The sky-jacking Immortal Emperor said, taking out the corpse of the great red heavenly lord. The corpse was shrunken by him so that it could be held by a palm. The same body was crystal clear like jade, emanating a rich Tao rhythm. "It is?" Looking at the corpse, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He actually had the urge to dominate this corpse. Of course this was not his intention, but rather the throbbing from his demonic origin. This is the corpse of that Tai. Like this type of strong person, covered in treasures, although dead, still possesses great value. It contains thick transcendent Tao meaning, is the most needed thing for the strongest person below Tai. Once it appears, countless people will tend to rush to kill the blood. I didn't save that person. It's my mistake, but I can't take my life, so I can only make it up from the external objects on to make up for it. The hijacking heaven Immortal Emperor smiled slightly bitterly. He was entrusted with the task of being loyal to others. Yet he had caused one person to fall because he had wandered off. Although Feng Zi did not blame him, he still felt guilty inside after all. This corpse, when the time comes, you take it to the auction. The auction proceeds, all to those who participated in the war. And, this is his cave world. Inside is his entire fortune. When the time comes in auction, the heaven-jacking Immortal Emperor took out a ball of light and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took the ball of light and didn't bother to check it out, but instead looked at Immortal Emperor Hijacking Heaven and queried, "Auction? Is it a barter? Or do we use star source crystals to settle the bill? If we barter, this corpse won't be able to sell much, and if we settle the bill with star source crystals, it seems that star source crystals don't seem to have much effect on powerhouses above the source level, right?" Hearing these words, the skyjacking Immortal Emperor glanced at Lu Yuan as if he were a fool. "You don't know about Tao crystals? Tao crystal? What is this?" Lu Yuan was also confused. He hadn't even heard of it. What was this thing? The skyjacking Immortal Emperor frowned slightly. "You really don't know? It shouldn't be. The Taiwu realm doesn't lack sources either. You shouldn't not know about this Tao crystal thing." Lu Yuan was incomparably dumbfounded. Although his status had risen incomparably fast, his eyesight and insights were never as good as these bigwigs. However, Lu Yuan was not discouraged by this. After all, he was less than 1,000 years old and was still a baby. Whereas which of these powerful people he had come into contact with was not counted in billions of years? It was normal that Lu Yuan didn't feel anything when he couldn't see more than them. "Tell me more carefully." "I really don't know," Lu Yuan said with a bitter smile. "Just as well. Then I'll waste my time talking to you." The skyjacking Immortal Emperor shook his head and slowly said, "It is well known that star source crystals have little effect on powerhouses above the source. So what do powerhouses above the source generally use when they cultivate? And what do they trade with when trading? The answer is Tao crystals. Tao crystals were not born, but rather crystallized crystals condensed out of the great Tao by powerful people above the source, which were precious in value, contained rich Tao rhythms, and were very useful to powerful people above the source. Tao crystals are divided into inferior, intermediate, superior and extreme. Generally speaking, source realm powerhouses can only coalesce inferior Tao crystals. With good luck they can coalesce intermediate. With a burst of luck they can coalesce superior. And extreme is basically impossible. The minimum of the Tai realm could condense medium-grade Tao crystals. Good luck could condense top grade, and a burst of luck could condense extreme grade. True saints can coalesce the upper grade at a minimum, and occasionally they can coalesce the extreme grade. Tao crystals, that's what powerful people above the source use. It's also the currency that powerful people above the source use to trade with each other. But Tao crystals are just a piece of stone to those powerful people below the source. It's reasonable that there are quite a lot of powerful people of the source realm around you. You shouldn't be unaware of the existence of the Tao crystals. And if you're not intentionally playing dumb in front of me, then it's probably because they don't think that you can use it, so no one has ever talked to you ever. Lu Yuan's corner of the eye straight twitch. Think carefully. The truth of the matter seems to be really like this. Think he cannot use. So never mentioned. Otherwise he could not know. Is there a physical object? I'd like to see it, he said to the skyjacking immortal emperor. With a wave of the hand of the immortal emperor of skyjacking, 3 regular prismatic crystals appeared in the air in front of the 2 of them, about the same size and volume. The special thing was that one was red, one was gold, and one was purple, and just like the crystals, the light shone on them in a beautiful way. The skyjacking immortal emperor said in turn, the red one is the lower grade, the golden one is the middle grade, and the purple one is the upper grade. What about the very best? Lu Yuan innocently asked. The corner of hijacking heaven immortal emperor's mouth twitched. I don't have any extreme products. I once luckily got a piece, but I used it long ago. You kid think extreme products are cabbage, can be found everywhere? There's an argument? Lu Yuan blinked his eyes, listening to the heaven-jacking immortal emperor's tone. It was a bit outrageous to hear that even with his strength, he had only ever obtained an extreme Dao crystal. The skyjacking immortal emperor said quietly, a source realm powerhouse can condense at most 1 inferior Dao crystal a day, which means that there are at most 360 odd in a year. And in the Tai realm, true saints are about the same. Generally speaking, it's already a luxury for the source realm to be able to use medium-grade Dao crystals for cultivation from time to time. And it's already a luxury for the Tai realm to be able to use top-grade. And only true saints, who are able to use extreme-grade from time to time, are able to trenchantly and inhumanely use lower-grade. An extreme Dao crystal can at least buy the lives of 10 ordinary source realm powerhouses. And as long as you can take it out, there are plenty of Tai realms that will gladly go to bat for you. TSK. Lu Yuan smashed his mouth and muttered. So in the end, it's still a world where money comes first, and money is a master. The skyjacking immortal emperor ignored Lu Yuan's mutterings and said, that's why you have to charge Dao crystals for the auction. A corpse like this one too. At least 100,000 lower Dao crystals. Or 1,000 middle Dao crystals. Anything less is not for sale. TSK. 100 times the ratio. 100,000 lower products for 1,000 middle products. Doesn't that mean 100,000 lower products can only be exchanged for 10 pieces of upper products, and 1,000 lower products can only be exchanged for 1 piece of extreme products. 1 extreme piece equals 100 top quality equals 10,000 middle quality equals 1,000 bottom quality. The skyjacking immortal emperor nodded slightly, indicating that he was right. Lu Yuan said, can that star source crystal be exchanged for a Dao crystal? He thought of his huge treasure trove of star source crystals. His heart was a bit meaty. After all, he would soon be the source realm, and by then the star source crystals would be useless to him again. It was simply a pity to discard them and eat them. At that time, the star source crystal would only have the role of rewarding his subordinates left for him. The skyjacking immortal emperor thought for a moment and said, generally speaking, no. No one would be foolish enough to exchange Dao crystals for star source crystals that are useless to them. But nothing is absolute. As far as I know, there is a party in the chaotic central world that is even more powerful than the mixed immortal hall. A super hegemonic power that can exchange star source crystals for Dao crystals. This power is called the Tongtian Pavilion. The power tentacles all over the 5 central worlds, mainly doing business. There are many merchant houses under their command. In their place, you can exchange star source crystals for Dao crystals. And the exchange ratio is 1 million billion to 1. That is, 1 million billion star source crystals can only be exchanged for 1 lower grade Dao crystal. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth suddenly twitched. The mining function of the City of the Heavens was just able to mine 100 trillion star source crystals per day. Before he didn't know about the Dao crystals, he thought it was pretty good. But after knowing about it, Lu Yuan only felt that he was not even as good as a beggar. What's the use of digging only 1 lower grade Dao crystal a day? A source realm could also coalesce 1 piece per day, and together, the mining function brought about the same value as a source realm. After saying this, Immortal Emperor Skyjacker left, seemingly in a great hurry. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, sat alone in the city lord's mansion, thinking about how to approach the Tongtian Pavilion. Ding! Detecting that the city lord is extremely dissatisfied with the mining function, the mining function feels incredibly sad, so he rises to the occasion and decides to change the direction of mining. Ding! Successful transition of mining function. Ding! The mining function can mine Dao crystals every day, of variable quality and quantity, and the mining function says that he will definitely work hard operator, operator. Hearing the words of Zhoutian City coming from his ears, Lu Yuan's entire body froze in place. Right half, left half. He cracked. dumbfounded for a long time. Lu Yuan only said with the corners of his mouth twitching straight up, "Well, cheer up, ding. The mining function has been encouraged by the city lord. Its potential has exploded. Ding. Today's mining reward has arrived. Lower grade Dao crystal plus 10. Middle grade plus 1. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately tapped on the treasure trove and took out the Dao crystals. Changing functions to be able to transform is how he did not expect. After all, the Dao crystal is not natural, but artificial cohesion. Ha! Lu Yuan found the blind spot. If people can coalesce, can other things coalesce? Like the mining feature of Zhu Tianchang? Forget it, don't think about it, let's just see it first. Lu Yuan no longer think about those things. All the heavens into including the system is originally irregular things. What happened is not surprising. He is now more curious about the Dao crystal. He had always thought that the end of cultivation was the supremacy of strength. It turns out that in the end, it's still a world where strength is paramount plus money is paramount. Dao crystals could buy lives. True saints didn't know, but Lu Yuan was sure that as long as he could pay enough Dao crystals, even if he was two, there were people who would help him to kill. 10 red Dao crystals and 1 golden Dao crystal appeared in his hand. Aside from being able to feel the extremely dense Dao rhythm, he couldn't see anything special about it. But, this thing looks kind of familiar. Ha! Lu Yuan picked up a piece of lower grade Dao crystal and put it under the light to examine it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt, as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was stunned as he remembered. The treasure vault. Stargazer sect's treasure trove. When he had looted the Stargazer sect, he recognized most of the things, but there was also a small portion of things he didn't recognize that he swept into a corner. Although the Dao crystal was precious, in his opinion at that time, it was just a crystal that contained a little bit of Dao, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. That was when he realized that it was the Dao crystal. The memory was a little fuzzy. Lu Yuan didn't remember how many Dao crystals there were, only that there was a pile of them, all red. Without further delay, Lu Yuan immediately headed to the treasure vault of the Celestial City. The treasure vault of the Heavenly City. Usually Su Qingyao was managing it, but she was just doing some inventory work, counting the types and number of resources. There's nothing to worry about in terms of safety. The City of the Heavens is in direct control. Listening to the meaning of Zhu Tiancheng's words, even if a true saint came, he would not be able to open the treasury defense. In front of 2 huge bronze gates, Pavilion Jade, like a turbid green lotus like Su Qingyao stood right under the bronze gate, holding an accurate number table in her slender hand, placing it in front of her body, waiting quietly. Not long after, Lu Yuan came. His eyes didn't linger too much on Su Qingyao. Lifting his hand to take the numbered table in her hand, he looked at it from top to bottom. There were a wide variety of resources, and he was mainly looking at the number of star source crystals. The chaotic central world's super hegemonic power, the Tongtian Pavilion, accepted the exchange of star source crystals for Dao crystals, so he valued the star source crystals more than other resources. The star source crystals that he was carrying on his body were only a small portion, and the vast majority of them were stored in the treasury of the City of the Heavens. 9 million trillion. Seeing this amount, Lu Yuan's gaze jumped. Although he had previously prepared for this, he was still a bit surprised when he actually saw this amount. 1 trillion equals 1 trillion trillion, which is the equivalent of 19 zeros hanging off the back of a 9. The number was so appalling that Lu Yuan didn't even bother to think about what the concept was, but when you really converted it down, you could only exchange 900,000 lower grade Dao crystals. Handing the table of numbers back to Su Qingyao, Lu Yuan waved his hand towards the bronze gate, and instantly, the massive bronze giant gate began to open inwards. Lu Yuan dashed and rushed in. It soon came to the deepest part of the treasury. In front of a corner, on the floor in the corner, a pile of red crystals emanated red light. Lu Yuan took out a lower grade Dao crystal and compared it to it. Then a smile sprang up on his face. True enough, this pile of red crystals on the ground was indeed a Dao crystal. Lu Yuan knew the quantity with a sweep of his divine thoughts. 527 blocks. Logically speaking, once a material as important as a Dao crystal was searched for, it would definitely have to be immediately teleported back to the mixed immortal hall. But the 3 observers of the Stargazer sect did not do so and did not pocket it. There were 2 possibilities. One was that the person who had searched for these Dao crystals did not recognize them. The second is that the observer intends to keep it for himself, but is worried about leaving a horsetail and being liquidated later. So he goes cold turkey and takes it with him when he leaves office at a later date. It seems that the people of the Mixed Immortal Hall aren't that loyal to the Mixed Immortal Hall. Lu Yuan smiled coldly and with a wave of his hand, he pocketed all the Dao crystals. Adding these 527 Dao crystals, He now had a total of 537 lower-grade Dao crystals and 1 middle-grade Dao crystal. It was almost equivalent to him having 6 medium-grade Dao crystals right now. Time is like a gap. 8 months later, the first commissioners' meeting in the City of the Heavens was officially opened. After a period of silence, Zhu Tianchang was also once again lively, and even more so than the last time, because Lu Yuan had liberalized the chat group restrictions. Every now and then, a massive amount of people from all world realms entered. However, Lu Yuan still categorized these people into low martial chat groups, medium martial chat groups, high martial chat groups, and top chat groups. The 5 classifications are also more like 5 classes. At the same time, Lu Yuan also made a division of the entire heavenly city into the outer city and the inner city and the core area. The outer city area is the largest and does not require a residency fee before 12 noon, while those who stay in the city at other times are required to pay 1 star source crystal. This is mostly geared towards people in the low martial and mid martial chat groups. The inner city remains unchanged, with a daily residency fee of 1 million star source crystals, mainly for the high martial chat group. The 100 million star source crystals per day residency fee in the core area was mainly geared towards those people and powerhouses of the top major powers. Jutian City has received 875 applications from merchants, and after some screening and vetting, 998 applications were approved. The worlds that have gone through the application are all distinctive in their own way, while being robust enough to have enough goods to be backward compatible. That is to say, their goods are not only available to people in the high martial world, but also to people in the low martial world, and they have to be affordable. Lu Yuan didn't want to think that only people in the inner city and the core area would be able to afford to buy it. In that case, what was the meaning of the City of the Heavens? The heavens? The 998 merchants are more like 998 large conglomerates, each with a world behind them, and their application requirements are more like business licenses. Subsequently, more will be opened in the City of the Gods. Also, more people and more facets will be added. Now that it was only the initial stage, the effect was already very significant. And when time went on, the influence of the heavenly city would also reach an unimaginable point. A total of 998 members had all arrived at the committee meeting, except for the committee chairman Lu Yuan and the vice chairman, Immortal Emperor Skyjacker and Li Jinshang. These were the strongest people in a world, or the people with the highest prestige, or the heads of the strongest forces in the world. The vast majority of them were source realm cultivators, and only a small portion had not reached the source realm, but their influence could not be underestimated. Becoming a commissioner also meant that they and their world were tied to the same front as Jotian City, not necessarily sharing the same life and death, but if Jotian City was in trouble, these people and the world behind them would never sit back and do nothing. Everyone could see the prospects of the heavenly city, and no one would easily give up this huge piece of cake. The meeting started, but also ended quickly. The main thing is to make some rules and vote on them, and the rules that are voted on stay, and the rules that are not voted on are eliminated. The meeting ended without anyone leaving. All of them gazed at Lu Yuan at the very top. In their minds, the words Lu Yuan had just uttered were still reverberating. After the meeting is over, all of you should not leave in a hurry. In order to celebrate the successful conclusion of the first commissioners' meeting, this city lord has decided to conduct an auction. The items to be auctioned off are the corpse of a Tai realm existence as well as all of his belongings. With the eyesight of everyone here, I believe that there is no need for this city lord to elaborate on the value of the corpse of a Tai realm existence. Oh, all of you seem to be a little bit dumbfounded, so please prepare your Dao crystals. This auction will only accept payment in Dao crystals or items of the same value. Well, not much nonsense. The first auction item, the Red Sky Sword, Grade Wonders, Wonder Strength MO about equal to the Source Realm Late Stage Powerhouse. After the City Master tempering, Red Sky Sword has agreed. Unconditionally follow the next get his master, so do not have to worry about the auction get after the Red Sky Sword Wild Untamable situation. Starting price, 1,000 lower grade Dao crystals. Each bid shall not be less than 100 lower grade Dao crystals, 1,500, 2,000, 3,500. As soon as they heard that it was a strange object, everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they heard Lu Yuan say that he had tamed this strange object. Everyone's first thought is that they must get the shot, equivalent to the late stage of the source realm. Ah, and it won't die naturally. Once it's auctioned off, what's the difference between that and the emergence of an everlasting old ancestor in the clan? If someone else had said something like taming a strange object, they would not believe it and would only say that person was a psychopath. However, Lu Yuan was the odd man out, and that left no room for them to disbelieve. 4,100, 4,500, 5,000. The auction was in full swing, but once the price of 5,000 came out, a lot of people caved in. It's not that they don't think it's worth it, but they can't get more money. The person who shouted out the price of 5,000 was a mighty middle-aged man wearing black and red robes. He looked around and smiled. Gentlemen, this is only the first treasure. There are more behind, and I, Luo, will only fight for one, not the ones behind. Let's just say that all of you have sold me Luo Chi a face, how about it? Roach. Hearing this name, many people's gazes flickered slightly. The city of the heavens had been open for some time, and each of them knew something about each other. This Luo Chi, his own strength was average, only at the early stage of the source realm, but he came from a great world with extraordinarily majestic strength, and he himself was the head of the strongest force in that great world, with 3 half-step Tai realm ancestors, so it's not surprising that you can come up with 5,000, in the same way that Roach was able to come up with 5,000. Surely he can come up with more. Thinking about Luo Chi's words, many people weighed them in their hearts and eventually gave up the fight. On the main seat, Lu Yuan was expressionless and did not stop this threat-like situation. Anyway, the Taoist crystals from the auction are not his, so he can shoot as many as he can. If the money was his, he would have said something to stop the situation, to say the least. Seeing that no one had opened their mouths to bid again, Luo Chi stood up and clasped his fists to the surroundings, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoists. When you have time, you can come to my Luo Tian sect as a guest. I will definitely do my best as a landlord." Patriarch Luo is joking. Even if we make an offer, we can't compete with Patriarch Luo, so why don't we sell a favor and make a deal? If we go to Luo Heavenly Sect in the future, Patriarch Luo mustn't close the door and not see us, a female powerhouse said with a soft smile covering her mouth. Luo Chi smiled faintly and slowly sat down, his eyes looking towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan immediately slammed his palm on the table, and a loud crisp sound resounded throughout the entire venue. Congratulations to Patriarch Luo Chi of the Luo Tian sect for successfully winning the Red Sky Sword at a price of 5,000 lower grade Dao crystals. Soon after, the 2 sons of Qi who had been taken in by Lu Yuan in the first place stepped forward to receive the Red Sky Sword. When the auction is over, one hand pays for the other. Lu Yuan didn't delay and took out the second lot to continue the auction. The next auction item, named Blood Devouring Soul Streamer, comes from a mysterious great world that possesses special rules, so although the treasure is not a wonder, it is more powerful than normal wonders, making it an excellent choice for a Jinzong artifact. But you all should also be able to hear a thing or two from the name. This is a devilish item. It needs to devour enough blood to be able to exert its power. The stronger the person's blood, the more powerful it is, and it also needs to be nurtured by blood on a daily basis. For those of you who want to auction it off, please think carefully. This auction item, starting price 1,500. Each increase shall not be less than 100. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, the large venue was silent, but soon enough, someone began to make a bid. 2,000, 3,000, 3,500. The city of the heavens comes to all, and among the 998 members, there is no shortage of people from the devil's way, so it can be said that there is no evil. The extermination of the world and the slaughter of clans is nothing more than a common occurrence. The blood-devouring soul streamer might be a hot potato to the righteous cultivators, but to them, it was nothing less than a rare treasure, and there was simply no concern that the righteous cultivators should have. The price was quickly bumped up to 5,000 and counting. Devilish monks are just rich, for the blood-devouring soul streamer to be used as the second auction item. In everyone's opinion, it was definitely worth more than the Red Sky Sword, which was why the price was higher than the Red Sky Sword. Below, Luo Chi some intention, also want to participate in the auction. As the world's first power of the head, he has no righteousness of the devil's way in his heart. In his view, something practical on the line, righteousness of the devil's way, but the interests of the division of unequal just. But thinking about what he had promised earlier, even if his heart was moved, he could only hold back and not think about it. In the end, the blood-devouring soul streamer was auctioned off by a devil Dao ancestor at a price of 7,000. Next, more than 700 items were auctioned off one after another, and on average, each item was auctioned off for 5,000 lower grade Dao crystals. The great red heavenly lord's cave world was so large that he had brought almost his entire fortune with him, and the various treasures were countless. But there's always a time when even more treasures are auctioned off. Soon, the main event made its appearance. The corpse of the great red heavenly lord. The corpse of the great red heavenly lord was simply a treasure-like existence to the forces that possessed half-step Tai realm powerhouses. Even if they dumped all of their money, they would not hesitate to do so. At the top, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Alright, you all have waited long enough. The grand finale of this auction, the corpse of Tai, is now up for auction. But before the auction, there are some things that I must just will make clear. The corpse is a Thai realm powerhouse from the chaotic central world. The dominant power mixed immortal temple. One of the 36 heavenly lords of the mixed immortal temple, named the Great Red Heavenly Lord. And his death was the handiwork of this vice commissioner below me on the right. Senior Jie Tian, who was killed by a sword before he was robbed of his sky. Fellow Taoists who wish to participate in the auction can think carefully about the possible consequences of auctioning this corpse. The starting price of this auction item is 10,000, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone gave a shocked glance at the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor. A powerful person of the Thai realm was chopped by a single sword. This strength, when it was really as terrifying as it was, to the crowd's shocked and worshipful gazes, immortal Emperor Skyjacker was very flattered. His head raised high, but his eyes were closed in an inscrutable manner. After the shock, all of them also thought seriously. There was no doubt that once the corpse was auctioned off, it would most likely incur retaliation from the forces behind that strong person. But it was only possible, after all, if they wanted to retaliate. The mixed immortal hall would definitely be the first choice to retaliate against the skyjacking immortal emperor, as well as the magistrate and the others. People can lose their minds in the face of large enough benefits. So after a few moments of silence and quiet, the sound of offers rang out in the venue. 20,000, 23,000, 40,000. The council hall gradually resounded with the sound of sparse bids. It wasn't that the others didn't want to participate in the bidding, but they simply didn't have the strength. One could only look enviously at the others who were eligible to participate in the bidding. Roach looked around in all directions and finally clenched his teeth and shouted, 50,000. What kind of bullshit promise? He didn't care anymore. He only knew that if he didn't participate in the bidding, it would be a problem if he could keep his position as the patriarch when he went back. Some of the powerhouses involved in the bidding turned their heads to look at Luochi with icy eyes, but no one reprimanded Luochi for not keeping his word. In front of the lure of great benefits, they weren't even afraid of the retaliation of the mixed immortal hall, and a mere verbal promise would be even more of a fart. 60,000, 61,000, 65,000, beyond 60,000. Bids weakened significantly. Obviously, 60,000 lower grade Dao crystals was the limit for the vast majority of people present. On average, a source realm powerhouse could only condense one Dao crystal a day. 60,000 crystals. That's 60,000 days and nights. More than 160 days and nights, together with the usual consumption as well as retaining some. 60,000 Dao crystals was basically the limit for a source realm powerhouse. Of course, this is excluding those with big backgrounds of powerful people. Just then, above the main seat, Lu Yuan's face moved slightly as he received a transmission. And then, he looked at the crowd and laughed. Gentlemen, just now, this city lord received a commission from an honorary member, entrusting this city lord to auction in his place, and his bid is 100,000 lower grade Dao crystals. Do any of you here have more than that price? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone's faces changed drastically. At $100,000, the price has exceeded everyone's mental expectations. 100,000 lower grade Dao crystals is equivalent to 1,000 middle grade Dao crystals. At this price, one could buy the life of a half-step Thai realm powerhouse. But the council chamber was silent for a few moments afterward. The bidding sounds again. 1,100,000. The person who opened the mouth was none other than Luo Qi. With 3 half-step Thai realm on his back and more than 10 source realm elders in the clan, the price of 110,000 wasn't much of a challenge for him. 120,000, 130,000. 2 more people opened their mouths. A woman with a golden mask and a white-robed old man. The forces behind the 2 of them were not weaker than Luo Qi. The forces behind the 3 all had the same characteristic. That is, they had everything that they should have, except for the lack of a Thai realm level existence to sit on the sidelines. So for the corpse of the Great Red Heavenly Lord, they could do anything. On the main seat, Lu Yuan was not surprised by the continued bidders, but his face still smiled slightly as he slowly spat out 2 words. 200,000. Once the price of 200,000 came out, it was the 3 of them whose faces changed slightly, but all of them continued to bid hard. 205,000. It was Roach's voice. 210,000. It was the voice of the woman in the golden mask. 215,000. It was the voice of the white-robed old man. 300,000. It was Lu Yuan's voice, shouting out this sentence. Even Lu Yuan could not help but feel emotion in his heart. Master, ah master, you're so rich. That's right. The person who commissioned his bid was none other than the magistrate. Lu Yuan's opinion of the magisterial master had always been high enough, mysterious and powerful. However, until now Lu Yuan realized that his master is still unobtrusive and mysterious. Lu Yuan couldn't forget the word's upper limit of 500,000 foot that he had lightly spat out when the magistrate had transmitted his voice with him no matter what. This gave Lu Yuan a sudden feeling of remorse that the treasure mountain was close at hand and he had been unaware of it. 300,000 at that price right out of the gate. Roach didn't open his mouth either. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape the path of discharging his duties even if he bought the body back. Anyway, he was out of office left and right, so he thought it would be better to leave himself some family money. At least he wouldn't be impoverished. The golden-masked woman was silent and eventually gave up her bidding, and Lu Yuan vaguely heard a leisurely sigh. The white-robed old man was the only one who still refused to give up. 350,000. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly said, 400,000. The white-robed old man's face stagnated, and he finally let out a bitter smile. It's just, the time is also fate. Maybe this is fate. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Why do you have to be so presumptuous? Senior Tianshan, with your strength even without this corpse, the achievement of transcendence is still a sure thing. Old man Tianshan smiled faintly. Then I'll take City Lord's good advice and hope for it. However, can City Lord tell which Taoist friend auctioned off this corpse? It would also be good for my old friend to lose. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, it is none other than this City Lord's enlightened master, nicknamed Magistrate. Old man Tianshan's face changed slightly. So it's the City Lord's master. That's not surprising. The old man's loss was convincing. Lu Yuan no longer spoke to him, raised his eyes and looked around at everyone, saying, this auction ended successfully. Thank you all for your support. But this City Lord is blindfolded. A similar auction is the first time, but it will never be the last time. Dismissed. A total of over 700 items were auctioned off, with an average final auction price of 5,000, plus the corpse of the Great Red Heavenly Lord. A total of around 750,000 lower grade Dao crystals were earned. This price was a bit low against a Tai realm, and one would think that it would be because the Great Red Heavenly Lord didn't have all of his treasures with him. Moreover, the daily consumption of an existence like his was staggering. The small world of the City Lord's mansion, in a gazebo at the top of a mountain with a beautiful view. The magistrate chief looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers in front of him with his arms folded in silence. But that metaphysical aura that transcended the mundane was also really eye-catching. Lu Yuan appeared beside the magistrate and whispered, Master, how soon will you be traveling to the Chaos Central world? The head magistrate calmly said, the relocation has been completed, and the necrotic celestial emperor has recently agreed to join the alliance, so it will be necessary to move in a month at the shortest, and 2 months at the longest, and this time, I don't know how many of my fellow Taoists will be able to return alive. Has the necrotic celestial emperor also joined? Lu Yuan was slightly surprised, but the surprised expression flickered away, took a deep breath and said, Master, I don't care about other people, but you and Taijin, the Lord God must be alive and well. You do have a way out. Tai Wu Jie, there is a way out. Don't wait until you're in a desperate situation to think of your disciples. The head referee turned his head to look at Lu Yuan and smiled. This is natural. Otherwise, we wouldn't have prepared everything so quickly. Yuaner, accepting you as a disciple is probably the most correct decision that Master has made in his life. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed into the shape of a moon. Worshipping you as a master is also the best decision my disciple has ever made in his life. After saying that, Lu Yuan handed out a storage bag containing the corpse of the Great Red Heavenly Lord in 750,000 lower grade Dao crystals. After receiving the storage bag, the magistrate left without saying anything more. Lu Yuan is also looking at the direction of the magistrate left froze for a long time. This goodbye. See each other again do not know how long. After a long time, Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath, and his eyes were filled with divine light. It's about time. January. The magistrate, the Dao ancestor, the necropolis heavenly emperor, and 12 other half-step Tai realm powerhouses brought with them 514 source realm powerhouses from the Taiwu realm, plus hundreds of millions of living beings from the Taiwu realm to travel far away from the Chaos Central Great World. The light of the Taiwu realm would eventually bloom again in the Central Great World. The heavenly pride and talents of the Taiwu realm would also eventually burst forth in the Central Great World with the light that should have belonged to them. At the same time, it would also take back everything that the Taiwu realm had lost. Another month later, Lu Yuan, the lord of the celestial city, broke through the source realm in all 3 bodies at the same time, and with all 3 bodies united, his battle power was straight up to the peak of the source realm. In the distant part of the great world of white and purple points of light, a great golden formation rumbled and operated, consuming appalling amounts of star source crystals every moment. On this day, the large formation suddenly went out, and then collapsed into fragments in the sky. A black-clothed silhouette, quietly standing between the countless fragments. A pair of clear and majestic eyes gazed silently at the vast realm that was purple and white. The Dao-beheading sword broke through infinite space and time and arrived in the blink of an eye. Boy, are you ready? Lu Yuan nodded without saying a word. Just like the last time when the 9 great master gods combined their efforts to break through the flood world barrier, the Dao-beheading sword cut through the returning ruins great world barrier with a single stroke. Lu Yuan took advantage of this opportunity and with a flash, he rushed into the returning ruins world. The great world of returning ruins, Eastern Wasteland, Hao Yue Continent, Hao Yue Empire. The Hao Yue Empire, a 7th grade power, is the well-deserved hegemon of the Hao Yue Continent. All of them, from the Holy Land down to the great sects with long-lasting legacies, had to bow down. The Hao Yue Empire, under its command, has a total of 9 counties and 36 prefectures. This day, Chang'an Prefecture's prefecture city, one of the 4 great families, among the Lu family, the entire family was solemn, and many of the subordinates and maids looked in a certain direction deep within the mansion and secretly shed tears. This year could be described as a year of calamity for the Lu family, where everything simply did not go well. First, the family's largest spirit jade mine was destroyed by a 5th grade beast king that rushed out from the demonic beast forest, and then it was the old ancestors of the 3 great clans in the prefecture city who simultaneously invited to fight the Lu family's old ancestor, Lu Chongkong, and after the battle, although Lu Chongkong was not defeated, he was seriously injured and dying, and now he looks like he is going to die. The Lu family was a latecomer, and was least treated by the other 3 great families in the city. The news that Lu Chongkong was seriously injured and dying simply could not be concealed from the other 3 great clans. The reason why the other 3 great clans had not made a move against the Lu family until now was because they were incredibly jealous of a genius of the Lu family, Lu Hao. When it came to Lu Hao, all Lu family members, including those from Chang'an Prefecture, would give a thumbs up, regardless of whether they had any grudges or not, because it was a real heavenly pride, not just the Lu family, but the pride of the entire Chang'an province. To the Lu family, Lu Hao is even more special and incomparable, because he and Lu Yuan, the son of the Lu family, were born from the same mother, only that he was born after the Lu family came to this world. However, his talents seemed to have been inherited from his brother, and he had been invincible in the same realm since he was young. After that it was even at the age of 12 that year, by the Hao Yue Empire, one of the 3 major colleges of the True Martial Arts Academy breakthrough income, when to date has been the past 5 years long. The 3 major academies of the Hao Yue Empire were all peak 6th grade powers with countless strong people, and those who graduated from the academies were all in high positions. It was more of a cradle of geniuses, breeding countless geniuses. Lu Hao was recruited in an exceptional manner, and it was the only case in 10 years, and his talent was so powerful that even the Holy Lord of the Wind and Cloud Holy Land, one of the 2 holy lands of the Hao Yue Empire, had expressed his intention to take in a disciple. It was also because of Lu Hao's existence that the other 3 great clans in Chang'an province didn't dare to besiege the Lu family, even though they knew that the Lu family didn't have anyone to fight now. However, just today, a piece of news came that was like a bolt from the blue that confused everyone in the Lu family. Over the entire Lu family, it was as if thick dark clouds were shrouding it, depressing people who could not catch their breath. Lu Hao, the pride of the Lu family, was publicly wasted by the number 1 ranked pride of the True Martial Academy, Wang Yuhua, at the True Martial Academy competition, completely reduced to an invalid who was not even as good as an ordinary person. The great competition of the academy was usually surrounded by countless powerful people. With Lu Hao's talent, the strong onlookers should not have been unmoved when he was about to have his cultivation abolished. In fact, many strong people had the chance to stop this, but all of them didn't move, including Lu Hao's mentor, Lien Taiyun, simply because that Wang Yuhua is the current crown prince's companion. Himself is one of the 5 great families of the imperial capital, the Wang family's eldest son. With such an illustrious status, Lu Hao, despite his strong talent, was ultimately only born in a small quasi-5th grade family, and did not have an illustrious background, so naturally between the 2, everyone chose the former. Soon after, Lu Hao, who had been reduced to an invalid, would be sent back to the family. Because of Lu Hao, the Lu family had learned of this news in advance, but it was believed that it wouldn't be long before the other 3 great clans would also learn of this news. When the time comes, the other 3 great clans will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Deep within the Lu family residence, in a room in a quiet courtyard, the important clansmen of the Lu family, all gathered here at this moment, everyone's face, are filled with gravity, some female family members, but also secretly crying. In the room, a spirit bed made of top-grade spirit jade was placed in the center of the room, and on this spirit bed, A luxurious brocade quilt was spread, and a white-haired old man who was as skinny as a wood was lying on top of it, with his breath as if he was swimming, and a dying look. The spirit bed was surrounded by people, and Lu Chahan, the head of the Lu family and also Lu Yuan and Lu Hao's father, sat squatting by the bedside, holding the bone-thin old man's hand and said sadly, "Old ancestor, let's leave. Let's leave the prefecture city and go to An City. With my Lu family's current strength, I can develop well in An City. Howard will be back soon. By then the news won't be able to be hidden. The three families of Li, Wang, and Zhao have been eyeing my Lu family for a long time now, and when they get the news, they'll surely launch a siege against my Lu family." The surrounding people, their expressions were expectant, expecting Lu Changkong to nod his head in agreement. They were well aware of the consequences they would face if they continued to stay, and with Lu Changkong missing, they simply didn't have the ability to deal with the other three great clans at the same time. Lu Changkong didn't rush to answer, his cloudy gaze looking at the ceiling, murmuring, "If only Yuaner was here." Lu Yuan, hearing Lu Changkong's murmur, all of them couldn't help but miss the young man who was so gifted that he was able to shoulder the family's heavy responsibility at a young age. When Lu Yuan was around, under the support of Lu Changkong, down to the younger generation of the family, up to the elders, every day was lived with fear and trembling, afraid of which point they did not do well and provoke Lu Yuan's chastisement. At that time, Lu Yuan was more like a family head than Lu Chang'an. Although harsh, the Lu family, at that time, was also flourishing and everything was in order. And without Lu Yuan, Lu Changkong, including all the people in the Lu family, also really saw clearly, without Lu Yuan after the Lu family is really what appearance. Although it is not as bad as the waste, but it is not able to reproduce the scene of Lu Yuan's management when everything is organized and prospering day by day. After a long time, Lu Changkong let out a long sigh. Leave. Note, True Saints equals 9th grade, Tai equals 8th grade, Source equals 7th grade, Beginning equals 6th grade, Transcendent Realm equals 5th grade, Immortal to Emperor equals 4th grade, Heavenly Dignity to Holy Heavenly Dignity equals 3rd grade, Saints to Great Heavenly Saints equals 2nd grade, and Below Saints equals 1st grade. Eastern Wasteland. On the vast dome of the sky, a stream of light was like a meteorite falling at great speed, its long tail flame cutting through the dome of the sky and piercing through the layers of clouds and seas before finally falling into a mountain range. Boom! As if a meteorite-like stream of light fell to the earth, the shockwave that was set off instantly caused the surrounding mountains and forests to fall down in a row. On the ground, a large pit with a diameter of about 100 meters also sprang up. Lu Yuan was dressed in a long black robe, his waterfall-like black hair draped behind him, and his sharp and icy eyes swept around. And then, he looked at the large pit at his feet that was 100 meters in diameter. The pit is 100 meters in diameter, but less than 20 meters deep at its deepest point. Bending down and picking up a fist-sized piece of stone, Lu Yuan held it in his hand and pinched it, and with a bang, it turned into stone powder. Lu Yuan's heart was enlightened. The intensity is indeed much greater. This world, it is indeed a bit too strong. Looking at the sky, he felt the malice that was gradually pouring towards him from this heaven and earth. Without a care in the world, Lu Yuan pulled himself up and turned into a long rainbow rushing towards a mountain fortress at the edge of the mountain range. Black Wind Walled City. Inside the fortress, the three great masters of the mountain fortress were gathered in the hall at the moment, pushing cups together and laughing maniacally. Third brother you did a good job this time. If not for your sharp mind, who can think of so a small village, but is a branch of a fallen great clan, strength although incomparably weak, can be hidden in the village and the wealth, is simply compared to our plunder of a small town? I make the decision. The harvest this time, the oldest three can take 40%, the oldest two and I each take 30%. The great walled city Lord Yu Chenglong sat in the center of the table. He was big and burly, and alone he occupied almost half of this 3-meter-long table, and his face flushed when he talked about the harvest not long ago. On the left side of the long table, the oldest one with only one eye left, Crazy Eyes, downed a large glass of wine and said, "Then my younger brother will be obliged." "Thank you, brother. No one is too short on money." The second walled city Lord Fong Yu was sitting on the right side. Hearing Yu Chenglong's words, he smiled and answered softly, only that a pair of narrow eyes flashed through an imperceptible shade of viciousness. Black Wind Walled City. Three brothers single-handedly created. The entire cottage has a total of 270 mountain bandits. However, among the mountain thieves in the middle of the first grade, there were only 3 of them, the brothers, and most of the other mountain thieves, most of them didn't even have any cultivation, and a few of them in the early first grade, all of them were small heads. The 3 brothers continued to push the cups, and on the surface they were at peace, but secretly the 3 were defending themselves against each other. After a long time, The big stronghold Master Yu Chenglong said. Although this trip is quite fruitful, but our loss is also big. I didn't expect that the old village chief of that small village has obviously been dying. Even walking needs someone to help. In the end, actually can explode the strength of the late stage of the first grade. If it's not that we three run fast, I guess it will be planted there. But in the end, we also lost more than 40 brothers. It's simply detestable. It's simply cheaper to just flay their entire village. Yu Chenglong drank another glass of wine. His face flushed and he seemed to have a hard time getting over it. The oldest three wild eyes rushed to comfort. Big brother, is not just the loss of some of the little brother. We can replenish at any time, anywhere. Now this world all lack, is not a lack of stray beggars, as long as they give them a mouthful of food. More people for us to sell their lives. Yu Chenglong looked at Lao San and smiled. Lao San is right. In that case, Lao San, you take out 0.5% of the harvest to comfort the other brothers in the fortress, and then take out another 0.5% to recruit soldiers and horses to grow the strength of our Black Wind Fortress. Lao San's face changed and he was just about to say something when Yu Chenglong continued. In addition, my brother, I'm about to break through the late stage of the first grade. Just a little bit, 2 younger brothers a person, and then take out a layer of the brother, so that the brother to buy resources, such as my breakthrough. Our Black Wind walled city's strength to look at the periphery of this wind and cloud mountain range, are counted as a force, when we want what have what, vision to put a long-term point. Do not just look at the immediate interests of this point. Hearing this, not only the oldest three's face changed, the oldest two's face likewise changed, and for a moment the atmosphere at the dinner table became extraordinarily weird, and no one opened their mouths. The eldest Yu Chenglong quietly gripped the hilt of the large knife hidden under the dining table, his bare eyes smilingly looking at the 2 good brothers to his left and right. The other 2 walled city lords exchanged glances with each other, and both of them could see the killing intent rising in each other's eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table was saber-rattling. Just then, a loud boom came. The gate of Black Wind walled city was directly blown out 100 or so meters away, smashing 4 or 5 mountain bandits who were watching the gate to death. Some black-robed Lu Yuan took a step into the mountain fortress, raised his hand, and a mountain bandit was sucked into his palm. Cupping the mountain bandit's head with one hand, Lu Yuan performed the soul search technique. The overbearing and incomparable soul-searching technique was instantly executed without any mercy, and the mountain bandit was instantly turned into a stupid thief. But at the same time, Lu Yuan also got what he wanted. However, what a mountain bandit knew was really limited. With a casual fling, the mountain bandit was flung into a pillar, and the massive force instantly tore his entire body apart, and all of his intestines and internal organs flew out. The surrounding mountain bandits saw this and their souls flew away in fear. Run! I don't know who shouted, but all the mountain bandits scattered and ran away. None of them are any good. Lu Yuan whispered softly, his divine thoughts swept away, and in an instant, all the mountain bandits had their minds shattered. By now, good and evil had long since lost its distinction for Lu Yuan, but for the scum of the earth, he still chose to kill when he could. A kind and peaceful environment and an environment filled with burning and looting, he would definitely choose the former. With a flash, Lu Yuan appeared in front of the cottage lobby, and inside the lobby, it was the 3 main cottage lords who looked stunned. Good man, spare your life. The Great Walled City Lord Yu Chenglong did not have any backbone and immediately knelt down. Take whatever the good man wants. Whatever he wants to know. I'll know everything. I only ask that the good man can spare my life. Just spare his life, not theirs. The difference between one word and the other shows the relationship between the 3. The other 2 walled city lords also quickly knelt down, trembling with fear and trembling. Lu Yuan wasn't interested in playing any tricks of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he didn't deliberately release his intimidating pressure either. Just the aura released by him in his normal state was like 3 vicious mountain bandit leaders who chose to surrender without a fight. Even a fool knows you can't beat it. Lu Yuan's face was calm and unruffled as he raised his hand while saying, I think soul searching is more likely to get what I want to know. These 3 walled city lords were also small people, but it was thought that they could more or less give Lu Yuan a little bit of information about this world. In a flash, the 2nd walled city lord and the 3rd walled city lord were sucked into his hands, and in less than a breath, the 2 walled city lords were turned into fools. Only the boss Yu Chenglong was left trembling, his face as gray as death, full of despair, seemingly waiting for death to come. He also knew he was about to die, but he still couldn't bring himself to fight back. A few moments later, Lu Yuan left the cottage, and together with him, there were also women and children who were plundered by the Black Wind cottage, numbering around 300 people, with young women making up the majority. Walking among the mountains with tall trees, Lu Yuan weighed a jade-colored stone in his hand as he walked. Spirit jade, this is the currency amongst cultivators in this world, worthy of being a world that may be promoted to a central great world. This spirit jade actually has a hint of effect on me as well. Lu Yuan felt surprised, knowing that he was now a source realm cultivator, and with 3 bodies united, his combat power was even closer to the peak of the source realm. And this kind of spiritual object that was born from heaven and earth like the star source crystal could actually have an effect on him. You know, this is only the lower grade spirit jade. What about the middle grade? What about the top grade? What about the top grade? Is the extreme spirit jade able to rival the Tao crystals? Slowly absorbing the energy contained inside the spirit jade in his hand, Lu Yuan felt it slightly before coming to a conclusion. It's stronger than a star source crystal, but not as strong as a Tao crystal. But while it's not as good as that, it's better in quantity, and quantity causes quality. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as a thought rose in his heart. Tao crystals are rare and valuable, but spiritual jade is different. Born and raised, a spiritual vein can be mined for millions. Slowly collecting his mind, Lu Yuan stopped thinking. For the time being, his goal was still to find the Lu family. Raising his other hand, a blood formation took shape. However, Lu Yuan didn't feel any bloodline connection. It's like it's blocked by something. Outside of the returning ruins world, the location of the Lu clan that I sensed is in this piece, so I'll be able to find it eventually. After searching his soul, Lu Yuan also got the information he wanted from the minds of those 3 mountain bandit leaders. Let's say the place he was currently in was a mountain range within the Haoyue Empire, adjacent to the demon beast forest. So the mountain range was also infested with demonic beasts, but at the same time, it also gave birth to countless heavenly treasures, and was the treasure land where countless mercenaries and medicine pickers made their fortunes. However, Lu Yuan had little interest in this, and with a flash of his body, he directly broke through space to head to the Haoyue Empire's imperial capital. The great world of ruins was stronger than the heavens in both material and spatial strength. In the heavens, he could break through space with a wave of his hand, but in the great world of returning ruins, even Lu Yuan's current strength needed to be slightly more serious. White Moon Imperial Capital. The entrance to the true martial academy. Get lost? You've become a waste. Do you still want to rely on the academy? Relying on the back door to join the academy. Thought he was a genius. Didn't expect that he couldn't even catch 3 moves from Senior Wang. It's simply laughable. A handsome young man with a slender physique, but pale and full of lost souls, was unceremoniously expelled by 2 true martial academy cadets. When the people around them saw this, they talked about it. Look, isn't that Lu Hao? What's going on? He seems to have been expelled? You still don't know? Just not long ago at the academy competition, Lu Hao had his cultivation nullified by Senior Wang in 3 moves. An invalid is worthless to the academy. Surely he must be driven away. Inside the academy, even a dog must be valuable. TSK, how sad. A rising star that fell before it could bloom. Ignoring the comments of the people around him, Lu Hao turned his head, looking at the 4 big words of True Martial Academy shining on the gate behind him. The expression on his face was at a loss of how to describe it. There was hatred, despair, disillusionment, and despair. Suddenly, right at this moment, the crowd that was previously watching Lu Hao scattered all of a sudden, like a shark rushing into a group of sardines. Ta-da-da. Crisp clattering sounds came from within the academy. Lu Hao lowered his eyes, and at a glance, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman walking towards him. The woman was tall. A long ice blue dress set off a beautiful figure. Her face was absolutely beautiful, but she was cold. Her eyes rejected people and no one dared to look at them. However, upon seeing the woman, a touch of gentleness immediately surfaced in Lu Hao's originally disillusioned and despondent eyes. Whispering, Ice Euro, the proud daughter of the True Martial Academy, also recognized as one of the top 10 beauties of the 3 major academies, as well as one of the 5 great families of the imperial capital, the jewel of the Ice family. The man who pursued her could have circled the empire 5 times. Gifted, talented, background, appearance of all things, simply the perfect goddess, naturally also countless people's dream lover. To Lu Hao, Bing Euro was even more special, because Bing Yueliang was his girlfriend. Only neither of them had announced it to the outside world. The 2 had planned that they would wait until after graduation to announce the news, but they didn't expect this to happen. Whisperer, thank you for coming to see me off. Lu Hao opened his hands, wanting to embrace Bing Euro. However, Ice Euro took a step back, avoiding Lu Hao's embrace, and coldly frowned. Lu Hao, once we part today, from now on you and I will be people of 2 worlds. There are some things that I hope you rot in your stomach and never say them out. In addition, in the future, please call me by my full name or Ice School Sister. Euro's name is not a name a waste of time has the qualification to call, and in addition, just yesterday, Wang Yuhua and I have been engaged to be married. For the sake of past love, I guarantee that Wang Yuhua will not cut you down, but at the same time, I also hope that you will never appear in the imperial capital, within 100,000 miles, or else. A flash of icy killing intent flashed in Bing Yuro's eyes, and then, she turned around and left, not giving Lu Hao a second glance from start to finish. Lu Hao froze in place with his hands open, his eyes staring blankly at Bing Yuro, who was unflinchingly far away. Her words completely shattered the only remaining trace of warmth in Lu Hao's heart. Laughing to himself, he said, "Yes, I'm an invalid. How can I be qualified to climb up to a phoenix like you?" After saying that, he looked up at the high sky and muttered, "But the current me, how can I have the qualifications and face to go back to meet my old ancestor and father and mother? Why don't I just die and get it over with?" Lu Hao had a death wish, but just then, a voice rang out coldly, "Coward, isn't it just that your cultivation is ruined and you've been dumped? How dare you want to seek death for a trivial matter? I really don't know why I've fallen into the hands of a coward like you." "Who?" Lu Hao was startled violently and looked around vigilantly, yet he saw no one. "Don't look. You've got the old man." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao looked at an ancient ring on the finger of his left hand. "Is that you? What the hell are you? Why does that sound so much like cursing?" "Brat, you listen well. The old man's name is Yen Ring. 10,000 years ago. Some people also call me Yen Emperor, but now, it's just a weak soul, forever trapped in this ring of losers. Inflammatory rings. Yendi, totally unheard of." Lu Hao was at a loss, but then he thought of something and said with a face full of anger, "Is it because of you that my cultivation has dropped drastically during this period of time, and I can't even retain half a bit of heaven and earth aura?" Lu Hao's eyes were filled with rage. With his strength, how could he not even be able to receive 3 moves from Wang Yuhua? As early as a year ago, he was already confident that he would be able to defeat Wang Yuhua. It was also because of this terrifying talent that Bing Yuro was attracted to him and even established a relationship. However, in the last 3 months, Lu Hao suddenly realized that no matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't leave behind half a bit of heaven and earth spiritual chi, and even his cultivation level was declining uncontrollably. He had gone to his mentor, he had gone to the vice dean, yet none of them had been able to come to a conclusion, let alone offer a solution. Yen Di's appearance instantly reminded Lu Hao of what he had encountered during this period of time. Aside from the sudden appearance of Yen Di, Lu Hao really couldn't think of any reason why this would happen to his cultivation. Yen Di said indifferently, "Indeed it was me, but that was just a necessary condition for me to awaken." "You're kinda indifferent. Do you know what I've been through all this time?" Lu Hao became furious and wanted to take off the inferno ring and throw it out, but no matter how hard he tried, the ring didn't move as if it was imprisoned in his hand. "Get your ass down and away from me!" Lu Hao cursed angrily as he tugged at the ring. "Kid, don't do all this useless work. You can't take it off without my permission. Isn't it just that your cultivation is wasted? Simple. I'll just say a random method to restore your cultivation, even stronger than before." Hearing this, Lu Hao, who was in a rage, calmed down at once. "You said you could restore my cultivation. How?" "Dragon's blood grass, purple gold vine, returning grass, heaven mending crystal." Yen Di uttered the names of a dozen types of spirit herbs. "Find these things and I'll refine a furnace of heaven mending pill for you, and you'll be able to restore your cultivation." "Really?" Lu Hao would be skeptical. Seeing this expression on his face, Yen Emperor snorted. "Kid, when this emperor was at his peak, a single sneeze could destroy this city. Is there a need to lie to you?" Lu Hao's face didn't look much better, still viciously saying, "You'd better be telling the truth, or else I'll definitely throw you inside the cesspit, even if I have to chop off my fingers." With that, he headed for town. Though his cultivation is ruined, his savings are still there. The family gave plus the spirit jade earned inside the academy. There were also millions of spirit jade over the years. Lu Hao himself used up most of them, but there were still more than 100,000 spirit jade. In the Hao Yue Empire, a single piece of spirit jade was enough for an ordinary person to live for a year. The currency that most people normally used was nothing more than low-grade spirit stones. A spirit jade was able to be exchanged for 10 extreme spirit stones, or 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Of the herbs that Yen Di had spoken of, he only recognized a portion of them, none of which had high prices, and of the remaining portion that he didn't recognize, he figured that it wouldn't cost him all of his savings at the top of the day. Tongtian Pavilion, the largest chamber of commerce in the Hao Yue imperial capital, has no one. Everything you can think of is available at Tonto Pavilion. Moreover, it is said that the Tongtian Pavilion is also one of the largest chambers of commerce in the entire eastern wasteland, with forces spreading all over the world. It is a veritable superpower. However, whether it was an 8th or 9th grade power, Lu Hao didn't know. At this moment, he had already arrived in front of the luxurious and incomparable door of the Tongtian Pavilion. He was about to enter, but was stopped by 2 guards reaching out. The guard said with expressionless indifference, "Sorry, Tongtian Pavilion is closed, and will not be receiving any guests for the time being, please come back later." Closed? Lu Hao felt surprised that Tongtian Pavilion was open for business, and this was the first time he had heard that Tongtian Pavilion would be closed. He had no choice but to walk down the dozens of knots of steps and stand on the side of the road to wait quietly. Standing on the side of the road with him were hundreds of other people, all guests who had been stopped by the Tongtian Pavilion. The Chamber of Commerce inside the imperial capital was not the only one in the Tongtian Pavilion, but who called Tongtian Pavilion the biggest brand, the most complete goods, and also a fair trade? That's why most people prefer to wait rather than buy from another chamber. Only as a last resort would they go to another chamber. It was said that when the Tongtian Pavilion didn't come to the imperial capital, there were thousands of chambers of commerce alone inside the imperial capital, and now, there were only 3 or 4 left that were still struggling to survive. Behind the only 3 or 4 remaining chambers of commerce, there were still either the royal family, the 5 great clans, or the 2 great holy places. That is, the Tongtian Pavilion background is strong. If the other general forces dare to rob the business of these snakes like this, long ago even the dregs are not left. 2 or 3 incense sticks passed. The sound of laughing people gradually came from inside the Tongtian Pavilion. Ha ha ha, happy cooperation. Elder Gothic, take your time. Welcome next time. In the gazes of the crowd, a large group of Tongtian Pavilion executives flanked a black-robed young man as he walked out from the depths of the Tongtian Pavilion. Inside the clustered crowd, there was the president of the Tongtian Pavilion, the 2 vice presidents, and the major managers, all with fawning faces and incomparable respect. When Lu Hao saw the scene, his face was incomparably stunned. The president of the Tongtian Pavilion, that was a figure that was equal to the status of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land and the royal princes, would actually be so respectful to such a youth. What is the origin of this black-robed youth? Especially when he saw that the black-robed youth had a few similarities with him in appearance. Lu Hao was even more shocked and had a strange feeling in his heart. Not only Lu Hao, everyone was being incomparably surprised by this scene. On the high steps, Lu Yuan, who was surrounded by the crowd to the door, swept a glance at the crowd below, and his gaze lingered on Lu Hao's face for a moment, but he didn't think much about it, and without saying a word, he directly disappeared in front of the crowd's eyes. Lu Hao's face was a bit similar to his, but there were countless living beings in this world, not to mention that this was another world, and it was too normal for there to be people who looked similar to him. Lu Yuan didn't think much on that front, unless his parents had given him another brother. At this moment, leaving from the Tongtian Pavilion, Lu Yuan was heading to the Imperial Palace. Entering the Pavilion of Heaven was a matter of chance. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that there would actually be a Tongtian Pavilion's chapter in this imperial capital, and from the heavenly hijacking immortal emperor's mouth he had learned that Tongtian Pavilion was one of the few forces that could exchange star source crystals for Dao crystals, originally just holding the idea of giving it a try. Lu Yuan didn't expect it to actually work. Moreover, he also knew that the exchange ratio between Dao crystals and top-grade spirit jades was 1 to 10. He was unwilling to give up this opportunity and simply exchanged 100,000 lower-grade Dao crystals and 10 million lower-grade spirit jades. It wasn't that he didn't want to exchange more, but inside this Tongtian Pavilion chapter, there were only so many Dao crystals. However, 100,000 Dao crystals was enough for him to use for a long time, and through this round of redemption, even though he hadn't spent any money, Lu Yuan had become a 1-star supreme customer of the Tongtian Pavilion. Tongtian Dog also gave him a 1-star golden supreme card. The card could overdraw 50 million inferior spirit jades, and if he went to Tongtian Pavilion to spend money, he could also get a 10% discount. Of course, that's not even the point. The point is that the people who have this kind of card are absolute big shots. In the entire Hao Yue Empire, other than Lu Yuan, there was only one person who possessed this card, and that was the Hao Yue Empire's imperial ancestor, Ling Ixing. Hao Yue Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. The Golden Palace covered a huge area, with countless halls and pavilions, but all of these, Lu Yuan didn't care. Ignoring all the prohibitions, he directly swept across the sky of the palace, and landed directly in front of one of the most luxurious palaces in the entire palace. How dare you, dare to trespass the palace, looking for death? In just an instant, countless guards surrounded them from all sides. Lu Yuan glanced at the surrounding guards who were like enemies. He would not pay attention to it anymore. According to the cultivation level of this world, all the guards combined, there were only 2 5th grades, and the others were around 3 or 4 grades. Knowing that this was still the depths of the Imperial Palace, where the defense was the most stringent, and with this kind of strength, he did not even have the interest to make a move. But there's no need to do it. Lu Yuan's gaze was squarely in front of him as the 4 or 5 meter high temple door slowly opened. Out of them came two people, walking in front of one person, wearing a golden dragon robe. His face was not angry, middle-aged appearance. Behind one person was a big eunuch with gloomy eyes. From the breath he exuded, this was actually a big eunuch of the peak strength of the 6th grade. And the emperor, well, on the average, strength only 4 products, really do not know how such strength when the emperor. Seeing the emperor come out, all the guards knelt down. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor waved his hand. All disperse. Yes, sir. All the guards dispersed in response. Lu Yuan knew that this was the emperor releasing his goodwill to him. It's windy outside. Senior, inside please. The emperor sidestepped. Lu Yuan had nothing to do with it since, and crossed over to the emperor to enter the great hall. The emperor and the grand eunuch exchanged glances and followed into the great hall. The emperor's current attitude wasn't a surprise because Lu Yuan hadn't hidden his cultivation, and the emperor was accompanied by a big eunuch with peak 6th grade cultivation. The weak have the consciousness of the weak. So what if the emperor can't carry a punch? The hall was brilliant and luxurious, and its interior was even more elegantly decorated. Several golden dragon pillars stood in the hall, and the emperor's imperial seat quietly stood at the end of the hall. Lu Yuan didn't sit on it. He wasn't that bored yet, and turned to look at the two emperors who followed him in. The emperor made a bow. I don't know what the senior's visit to the palace is about. If the junior can help, the senior can just say so. The emperor's posture was extremely low, and in comparison, the big eunuchs behind him all looked like they had more backbone than him. That big eunuch until now, his body was still tense, his eyes not leaving Lu Yuan for a moment. Lu Yuan glanced at the grand eunuch and said lightly to the emperor, "There's no need to be formal. I'm just passing through the Haoyue Empire and will leave soon. But before that, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor." "Elder, but there's no harm in saying so." The emperor breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that this person is not here to look for trouble. He thought this in his heart. "I'm looking for a family named the Lu family. The strongest person in the family is named Lu Changkong. The patriarch is named Lu Chanan, and this family should be situated on your region," Lu Yuan said. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the emperor turned his head to look at the grand eunuch. "Have you heard of it?" The grand eunuch shook his head. "Then don't go check," the emperor chided. The grand eunuch's eyes hesitated, his gaze looking at Lu Yuan from time to time. The emperor was filled with helplessness and waved his hand. Go go go. If senior really wanted to hurt me, 10 of you beside me would be useless." "Yes." Slave obeyed. The big eunuch left quickly. The emperor turned his head and smiled bitterly at Lu Yuan. Senior is not to be blamed. He is the late generation's great companion, who grew up with the late generation from a young age. And the late generation's ability to seize the great throne is dependent on this great companion of mine. "I'm not interested in how you took the throne." Lu Yuan's expression was cold. "I've heard that the Haoyue Empire is a 7th grade power, so there should be 7th grade powerhouses. Why don't I see any?" "This." The emperor laughed bitterly. "Old ancestor, he went traveling in the clouds to the central state, and it has been many years since he has returned." "Oh, doesn't that mean that your Haoyue Empire doesn't have a single 7th rank right now?" Lu Yuan's face was odd. The emperor's expression changed and he nodded. He, the heart is quite big. Today it's just me. If it were someone else, I'm afraid your Haoyue Empire would cease to exist." Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "As the only 7th rank in the empire, actually leaving the entire empire behind to go out and travel in the clouds, I really don't know what to think. It's too irresponsible. The old ancestor's character is just like that. There's no way. No one can change what he decides. After all, the entire empire was created by him, and its destruction and existence is all at his whim." After feeling that Lu Yuan was not vicious, the emperor also slightly liberalized and was no longer so formal. "What's your name?" Lu Yuan asked. "Latecomer's surname is Ling, with a single name, the word Shin." Ling Shin said. "Ling Shin." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then raised his head, his sight looking through the great hall and out into the sky. Feeling the increasingly dense and urgent malice between heaven and earth, he sighed inwardly. What a rush. Lowering his head, he looked at Ling Shin and smiled. "Let me ask, does your country still lack guest ministers?" "Hakim." Ling Shin froze, but quickly reacted. His face was ecstatic, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he didn't know what came to mind, and said, "There is no shortage of guest ministers, but the late generation's child still lacks an emperor master." "Imperial master. The prince's teacher." Lu Yuan looked at him and laughed. "You have a good idea." Ling Shin seemed to feel a little embarrassed as well and smiled awkwardly. "The guest secretary can go at any time. Go away. There is no love in, but the teacher is different. Once the role, even if only teach one day, that is also a love in. Not to mention still the prince's teacher, the crown prince that was the future emperor. In this way, no matter where Lu Yuan was in the future. As long as the crown prince was still the emperor, the Hao Yue Empire would be inextricably linked to him. But there's no harm in it. An imperial master is an imperial master. Lu Yuan didn't bother to count. This heaven and earth was becoming more and more malicious towards him, and he was in desperate need of a native identity to cover up his outsider status. The Hao Yue Empire is average, but it's not bad. Before long, the big eunuch who had left earlier returned. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seniors. The big eunuch knelt on the ground with his legs, and seeing Ling Shan unharmed, most of his wariness towards Lu Yuan disappeared. Get up quickly, can you find out? Ling Shan hurriedly inquired, his eyes carrying expectations. He knew very well in his heart that Lu Yuan was here for this family. If he could find out about this so-called Lu family, it would be a sure thing for Lu Yuan to become an imperial master, and vice versa. It might be a blank. The grand eunuch got up from the ground, glanced at Lu Yuan, and said, Your Majesty, Senior, it has been found out that there are a total of 12 Lu families within the empire, but the family that meets the conditions of Senior, there is only one family that is currently located in Anlin County, among the Chang'an Prefecture's capital city. Hearing this, Ling Shan looked at Lu Yuan with a surprised expression. The imperial master is stable, and Lu Yuan's face showed a touch of joy. The direction he was searching for was indeed correct. The Lu family, right in the Hao Yue Empire. Unable to wait, Lu Yuan immediately wanted to move. However, at this moment, the grand eunuch hesitantly said, Senior, there is something I think you need to know. What is it? Lu Yuan pressed down the urgency in his heart and looked at the grand eunuch. The big eunuch said, Elder, among the Lu family of Chang'an province, a genius has appeared. The year is not more than double 10. It is already the cultivation of the middle of the second grade. His name is Lu Hao. He is enrolled in one of the 3 major colleges of the imperial capital, the True Martial Academy. But not long ago in the academy's grand competition, the genius named Lu Hao was in public, on the spot, to abolish his cultivation. Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly as his mind thought of the teenager he had seen not long ago who bore a slight resemblance to his face. No way. Did my parents really give me a brother? Lu Yuan was a bit speechless in his heart. He was several hundred years old. What was the matter with the sudden appearance of a younger brother? There's still such a thing. Who was the one who abolished Lu Hao's cultivation? Ling Shan questioned with an angry face. The grand eunuch's face was odd as he said, his person is the crown prince's companion, the Wang family's eldest son, Wang Yuhua. Ling Shan seemed to be choking at once, his face shocked to the core. The crown prince's companion is the crown prince's book boy, the person who accompanies the crown prince in his reading on weekdays. This kind of person, if there is no accident, in the future, when the crown prince ascends to the throne, he will be the crown prince's beloved minister. Ling Shan looked at Lu Yuan and was speechless in his heart. One is the crown prince's teacher and the other is the crown prince's scribe. The prince's scribe dethroned the genius of the prince's teacher's family. This plot, why is it so bloody? Men, go and escort Wang Yuhua to the heavenly prison for me. Emperor Ling Shan angrily spoke out. Obviously between Lu Yuan and the Wang family, he had already made his choice. No need. Lu Hao's revenge. Let him take it himself. Where is Lu Hao now? After a long moment of silence, Lu Yuan spoke, his gaze looking at the grand eunuch. The peaceful day in workshop. The grand eunuch named a place. Lu Yuan disappeared into the palace with a brush. After Lu Yuan left, Ling Shan said to the grand eunuch, is what you just said true? The grand eunuch nodded without hesitation. 1,000 times true. Not a single falsehood. Ling Shan shook his head and sighed. The Wang family is finished. From now on, there will be no more 5 great families in the imperial capital. By the way, what's the situation with the Lu family? How could such a terrifyingly strong person appear from just a small family that is isolated in Chang'an Prefecture? The pressure the senior brings to me is even greater than the pressure brought to me by my old ancestor. Ling Shan sighed a little. The grand eunuch said, a quasi-5th grade family. Your Majesty, according to the information I received, the Lu family is not a native family of my Hao Yue Empire, but rather appeared out of nowhere 50 years ago. Oh, Ling Shan's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the sky outside the Great Hall, not knowing what he had thought of. Peaceful Dan Place, a place where alchemists gather. In the Hao Yue Empire, there are no less than a dozen special professions among cultivators, such as alchemists, weapon makers, talisman makers, spirit detectors, and so on. The threshold of these special professions is extremely high, and by the same token the status is extremely high, and the Peaceful Dan workshop was the place where the most low-level alchemists in the entire Hao Yue Empire converged. Ordinary cultivators who needed any pills on a regular basis came here or went to the Tongtian Pavilion to purchase them. Ready-made elixirs are expensive though. That's why the vast majority of cultivators came to the Peaceful Dan workshop with the spirit pills they had gotten, so that the price would be lower. And in the Peaceful Dan workshop, the largest number of people were not alchemists, nor Dan seekers, but apprentices. A most ordinary first-grade alchemist had no less than 50 apprentices functioning around him, all doing miscellaneous work on weekdays, and only occasionally being able to study under the alchemist. There are three most important things in the journey of alchemy. One is a gift. The second is the Dan formula. The third is the alchemy furnace. It was impossible to become an alchemist without any of these three. At this moment, Lu Hao was wandering around the Peaceful Dan workshop. From time to time, they enter an alchemy room, though they are quickly expelled, because he wanted to borrow someone else's Dan furnace. The alchemy furnace. That was the lifeblood of an alchemist. How could it be easily lent to others? In case the oven blows up, it's a big loss. Therefore, this is the 13th time Lu Hao has been rejected. Wandering the streets once again, Lu Hao complained. Besides you refining it yourself, is there no other way? Can't you just give the Dan formula to someone else and let them refine it? He really didn't want to be rejected again. Since he was a child he was synonymous with the proud son of heaven, with a thin skin. Where was he rejected so many times by others like this? Kid, are you stupid? Dan formula, that's a unique skill. A unique Dan formula is enough to create a powerful family. Just hand it over to someone else. You think you're a 9th grade power heir? Yen Di mocked Lu Hao without mercy. Furthermore, this is also a heaven-mending Dan formula that can restore one's cultivation. Do you know that just with this one Dan formula, a 6th grade family can be created? And if you really dare to hand it over, I guarantee that you'll be quietly killed before you can walk out of the Peaceful Dan workshop. That bad? Lu Hao said naively. Growing up with no worries about food and clothing, everything went smoothly. Lu Hao has never seen the evils of the world, and has developed an optimistic character. It was also this time when his cultivation was abolished that made him see the truth of reality. This, however, was not enough for him to completely change his naive perception. If it had gone according to the original plot, with a naive character like Lu Hao, it was estimated that he would have to wait until his family was overthrown and his life was hanging by a thread before he would completely wake up and then rise against the heavens. The Son of Fortune speaks well, but the good fortune of the Son of Fortune will only be due to himself. To onlookers, a son of Qi was a calamity, always in trouble. The most dangerous profession in the world is not being a villain's minion, but being a friend or relative of a child of Qi. No way. Lu Hao could only continue to roam around the Dan workshop, hoping to borrow a Dan furnace. Recovering his cultivation was his greatest wish right now. If his cultivation couldn't be restored, he really didn't know how he would return to the family to face his old ancestral relatives. From a young age, he was given high expectations by his family, the best resources for him. Everyone in the family loved him. It can be said to be all in one, but even so, Lu Hao had a stone above his head. That was his demonic brother Lu Yuan, whom he had never met but had heard about since he was a child. Ever since he was a child, he had been used as a comparison to Lu Yuan at all times. And then the unanimous conclusion: he's not as good as his brother. Lu Hao was quite unconvinced. That so-called brother was never seen, and I've heard that he's been gone for hundreds of years. Who's to say I'm not as good as him? Holding a breath in his heart, Lu Hao had been desperately cultivating for the sake of hearing from his clansmen that he had surpassed his older brother Lu Yuan. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he was still no match for his brother in the clan's mouth. Although the clan loved and cared for him, it seemed to him that it was more like the clan was treating him as a replacement for his older brother, Lu Yuan. Luckily, he had entered the True Martial Academy and could finally get rid of his brother Lu Yuan's shadow. Even to stop being shrouded in the shadow of her brother Lu Yuan, he had not been back for several years. Even if he had to go back, he would have to show enough dazzling results to walk in front of the clan and show the Tao of achievement. Who says I'm not as good as my brother? Unfortunately, before his wish was granted, his cultivation was nullified, and now he was even more afraid to go back. He wasn't worried about whether or not the clansmen would taunt him. He just didn't want to see the disappointment in the clansmen's eyes, as well as didn't want to hear words that were inferior to Lu Yuan's from the clansmen's mouths. Almost to the end of the Dan place, however, still none of them were willing to lend their alchemy furnace to Lu Hao. The reason why it was a loan, rather than spending money on a chance to use it, was because Lu Hao's savings had already been spent to the hilt within the Tong Tian Pavilion. Lu Hao couldn't have imagined, even if he thought about it, that the price of a few heaven-mending crystals was as high as 100,000 spiritual jades, together with the other spiritual medicines. It instantly emptied Lu Hao's savings. Now he is cleaner than a beggar's pocket, so he borrows from people for nothing, and surely no one will do so. Going to the end, I say, is there really no other way? Lu Hao sighed. Funny, kid, go to that store and I'll make sure he's willing to lend it. The finger wearing the ring lifted up, pointing to one of the most luxurious stores in the entire Danfeng. Seeing that opulent store, where even the apprentices watching the door were beauties, Lu Hao's face pulled down at once. This is a store run by a third-grade alchemist. Even those first-grade alchemists refuse to lend it. And a third-grade alchemist is willing to lend it? So much bullshit. Just listen to what I say and do it. Do you still want to regain your cultivation? Yan Di said. Alright, beating a dead horse. Helplessly, Lu Hao could only walk towards the stores opened by the third-grade alchemist. Do as I say when the time comes. Yan Di added. Okay, listen to you. Lu Hao was filled with helplessness. From the imperial palace to the peaceful Danfeng, with Lu Yuan's speed, he arrived in a blink of an eye. The peaceful danshaft that spanned about 5,000 meters from east to west was viewed in a single instant under Lu Yuan's divine sense. With a flash, Lu Yuan arrived over a luxurious store. Gazing through the building, he saw Lu Hao inside, who was sitting in a quiet room and refining pills. The Yen Emperor only had a remnant soul left, and it was difficult to get out of the Yen ring, so it was naturally impossible for him to personally concoct pills. Only with the help of Lu Hao. Lu Hao was also happy to do so. Alchemy, who does not want to learn? Even the most ordinary first-grade alchemist could make money that was worth a second-grade family. Seeing Lu Hao's face that was 3 times similar to his own, Lu Yuan sighed softly in his heart. It's really him. Lu Yuan was greatly speechless in his heart. His parents had really given him a younger brother. The key to this brother is only 17 years old. And Lu Yuan, over 700 years old. Without any hesitation, with Lu Yuan's age, it was enough to be Lu Hao's ancestor. But parents are old and strong. What can a son say? Accept it. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Hao again. His brows suddenly furrowed. How come I still can't feel the bloodline connection at such a close distance? Lu Yuan increased the intensity of his divine thoughts, and in just a moment, as if he had broken through some kind of defense, he instantly felt the powerful bloodline connection with him and Lu Hao. In the meantime, in the quiet room, Yan Di, who was attentively teaching Lu Hao about alchemy, changed his face drastically. Kid, you're being targeted by the extremely powerful, he warned Lu Hao. Lu Hao's face is also a slight change. This distraction, the hands of the spiritual power delivery speed steeply chaotic. There is no accident. This furnace pills waste. With a bang, the lid of the alchemy furnace blew up, and thick black smoke emerged, blackening Lu Hao's handsome face. Looking at the spirit medicine that had become charcoal at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, Lu Hao's face was incomparably painful. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to have a flesh ache, and hurriedly asked, "What did you just say? That I'm being targeted by a strong person? What in the world is going on?" Yen Emperor said in a deep voice. "I had set up a defense on you, shielding anyone from sensing your bloodline, but just now, this defense was instantly breached by an incomparably powerful and overbearing divine thought. So, you're being targeted, and this person is incomparably powerful, able to so easily and quickly break through the defenses I've set up. He's at least a strong person of the 7th grade or above. You kid is in big trouble." 7 pints. Lu Hao's face turned white. In this instant, he thought of all the bad things he had done in his life, but he couldn't think of what exactly it was that could provoke a 7th grade powerhouse. The entire eastern wasteland. There are 36 continents. How Yue Empire can dominate a continent is enough to illustrate his power. However, is so powerful How Yue Empire, but only a 7th grade powerhouse. From this, one could see how rare and powerful a 7th grade powerhouse was. At this moment, Lu Hao didn't dare to move at all and carefully asked, "Is he still looking at me?" Still, a 7th grade powerhouse was observing in the shadows, and even Emperor Yan had become cautious at this moment. It was because at his peak, he was only at the 7th grade cultivation level. Wow! Found me? Outside. In the air, Lu Yuan was slightly stunned, looking at Lu Hao, who didn't even dare to turn his neck. He smiled slightly. "This brother of mine, he's quite cute." As the words fell, Lu Yuan dropped his gaze to Lu Hao's index finger, his gaze narrowing slightly. The residual soul of a 7th grade powerhouse, a heavenly artifact, cultivation abolished, plus the ring old grandpa. What a familiar routine. This brother of mine, or a son of luck. Lu Yuan was surprised, but the surprised expression flickered away. So what if he was the son of Qi? He was his own brother from the same father and mother. That was enough. In the quiet room, Lu Hao didn't dare to move a muscle, but his little head had been pondering, thinking about what exactly had invited a 7th grade powerhouse to spy on him. Yan Di also stopped transmitting his voice for fear of being discovered. Lu Yuan kept looking at Lu Hao, pondering whether to recognize each other or not. Lu Hao's current state was undoubtedly the most common trough period of a son of Qi, which was exactly the time of character transformation. and at this time, if he interfered, it would probably cause bad consequences. From the Grand Eunuch, Lu Yuan also learned something. For example, Lu Hao's character, optimistic and sunny, but also naive and ignorant. It's a man-eat-man world, and a naive character, to be sure. After a long time, Lu Yuan let out a long breath and decided not to recognize each other for the time being. Let's wait for Lu Hao himself to get through this trough. His eyes landed on the Dan furnace in front of Lu Hao. Lu Yuan revealed a smile, flexed his fingers, and a flash of golden light shot into Lu Hao's body. If he hadn't appeared, there was a high probability that Lu Hao would be able to refine this furnace of pills. Now that the Dan furnace had blown up, I was afraid that it wouldn't be easy for him to practice again with his current status. As a blood brother, think of it as a welcome gift to your own brother. Lu Yuan's figure shifted and disappeared into the air. In the middle of the quiet room, a flash of golden light shot into Lu Hao's dantian, and Lu Hao immediately let out a scream. And in the next second, he covered his stomach and lay on the ground. Kid, what happened to you? Emperor Yan was alarmed. Lu Hao was covered in cold sweat. My stomach hurts. Yan Di hurriedly inspected it, and not long after, he let out a soft eek from his mouth. His face was odd as he looked at the ghostly Lu Hao and said, Brat, don't scream. Your danhai is being repaired. An inexplicable and powerful force is forcibly repairing your leaking danhai that is leaking all over the place. What? Really? Lu Hao's head was filled with cold sweat from the pain. It was like 1,000 iron needles were stirring inside his dantian. However, when he heard Yan Di's words, he was immediately surprised again. His cultivation had been wasted, and it was precisely by Wang Yuhua that he had wasted his danhai. If the danhai was repaired, his cultivation would naturally be restored. But, who did this? Yan Di didn't say anything, but just looked at Lu Hao with an odd face. Of course he knew who did it, but Lu Hao had been followed by Yan Di since he was born. Yet he couldn't figure out why an unfamiliar 7th grade powerhouse would help Lu Hao. To save family reasons, but the Lu family was only a small quasi-5th grade family. So how could it be possible to get acquainted with such a strong person? Can't figure it out, so don't bother. Anyway, for now, it seemed that 7th grade powerhouse shouldn't have any malicious intent towards Lu Hao. Leaving the peaceful Dan workshop, Lu Yuan didn't go back to the palace, but flew directly towards Chang'an Mansion. He couldn't wait to meet his old ancestors and the others. Hundreds of years have not seen, nor how the family is now, once familiar with the deceased, is still there? Soaring between the sea of clouds, Lu Yuan's thoughts diverged. The mood was a little excited and a little nervous. I don't know what to say in the first sentence after meeting. Time passes quickly when you think about these things. When Lu Yuan came back to his senses, he realized that he had already arrived at Chang'an Mansion. Didn't go straight to Lu's house. Lu Yuan descended into the city and wandered around. In the streets, peddlers come and go, and tea houses and restaurants are full of people. It was no different from a normal ancient city. To say that there was something special, it wasn't without it. And that was that the cultivation path of the great world of returning ruins didn't seem to have been popularized. On the streets, many mortals who didn't even have cultivation could be seen. To say that this was a low martial, middle martial world, that would still be understandable. But this was a super large world that was expected to be promoted to a central large world. It's unbelievable that this has happened. The great world of returning ruins was not like the Taiwu realm, where there were many realms. The great world of returning ruins, there was only one continent, plus a sky full of stars, and the continent was divided into 6 territories, namely the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Desert, the Central Prefecture, the Northern Underworld, the Southern Barbarians, and the Sea of Endlessness. The whole world was simple. Even the cultivation system was simple and crude. Walking through the streets as if aimlessly, he entered a restaurant. Without much thought, Lu Yuan directly took a seat in the lobby of the restaurant, asked for a bottle of 100-year-old peach blossom brew, plus 2 small plates of food, totaling 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Lu Yuan searched his body. Well, there were no spirit stones at all, so he could only take out a piece of spirit jade and hand it to Xiao'er. The store assistant's eyes glazed over, his hands shivering as he held the spirit jade, saying, Customer, it's too much. Lu Yuan's face was strange. Of course I know more, so I'm looking for money. The store assistant's face was full of tears. I can't find it. The restaurant doesn't have that much money left. Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan was even more strange. A piece of lower-grade spirit jade, which was only exchanged for 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The exterior of this restaurant also looked opulent and magnificent. The building was 5 floors high. How could it be possible that he couldn't even find a piece of spirit jade? But looking at the shopkeeper, it didn't look like he was talking about panic. After pondering for a while, Lu Yuan said, Tell you what, You don't have to find me money. Just tell me why such a big restaurant. Why you can't even find a single piece of spirit jade. It was just a piece of spirit jade. Lu Yuan didn't care. The shopkeeper said, I don't know. This restaurant is one of the 4 great families in the city. The Lu family opened. But recently the Lu family has encountered big trouble. The other 3 families at the same time in the target Lu family. The Lu family's industry has been hit hard, so they collected the vast majority of the funds outside. We are the restaurant. Is now a half-closed state. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe this afternoon will be closed. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe this afternoon will be closed down. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he asked, why are the 3 great clans in the city targeting the Lu family? Moreover, I heard that the Lu family's old ancestor, Lu Chongkong, is extremely powerful. Could it be that he didn't make a move? The store assistant showed a bitter smile. Customer do not know. The Lu family is 50 years ago to come to Chang'an City family. Belongs to the outsiders. The other 3 big families in Chang'an City operation for thousands of years. How can allow an outsider to thin their interests? Was jointly targeted. It is normal. As for what the guest said about the old ancestor Lu Chongkong, alas, admittedly, the strength of the old ancestor Chongkong is certainly powerful. One-on-one is almost invincible. But he can't face the old ancestor of the other 3 great clans at the same time. Just a short time ago, the old ancestor of the other 3 great clans jointly sent out a letter of war to invite to battle with the old ancestor of the Chongkong. The victory or defeat of the battle, I don't know. But after the battle, the Lu family's industry has been hit hard, and the industries outside of the city have been nearly completely wiped out. And now there are only these few restaurants and spirit workshops left in the city. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, a flash of a morose killing intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, but it flickered away. In that case, the Lu family is now in crisis and in danger of tipping over at any time, right? The shopkeeper nodded his head thoughtfully, and then shook his head. You can't say that. You should be an outsider. You don't know it's normal. There is a Qilin son in the Lu family. His talent is amazing, and now he is studying and practicing at the imperial capital's true martial arts academy. His name is Lu Hao. As long as Lu Hao is alive, the other 3 great clans wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the Lu family for a single day, or even wait for Lu Hao to return from his training in the future. And then that's the time of death of the 3 great clans. The death of the 3 great clans. So it is. Lu Yuan nodded, and in the next moment, he directly disappeared into the restaurant. The store assistant intuited that there was a blur in front of his eyes, and even rubbed his eyes, and when he lowered his hands, there was no Lu Yuan's figure in front of him. He knew that he had met an expert, but he was not surprised. Looking at the spirit jade in his hand, he quietly placed it into his bosom, and took out 100 lower-grade spirit stones from his bosom ready to deliver. The store assistant's face was full of smiles and his heart was happy, but the next second, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, stiffly turned his neck. Well, the restaurant manager did not know when appeared behind him. Like a ghost, the store assistant revealed a bitter face and was about to take out the spirit jade and hand it over to the shopkeeper. However, the middle-aged shopkeeper did not even look at the spirit jade, grabbing the spirit stone in his other hand and twisting his head away, spitting out a sentence as he was leaving. This is your payment for explaining to the guests. This boss is not so petty. The shopkeeper was instantly surprised. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper sat in his chair, mumbling uncontrollably. Why does this look so familiar? Leave from the tavern. Lu Yuan was not in a good mood. The shopkeeper said that he did not know the outcome of that battle. But from what happened to the Lu family later on, I'm afraid that even a fool would be able to project what the outcome would be. The Lu family was located in the eastern part of the city and covered a huge area. In the beginning, when the Lu family exiled themselves, they only took away their direct line and a portion of their direct lineage, which was not a large number of people. Later, the Lu family has also been drifting around. Even to this day, the entire Lu family members can only barely break the number of 50,000 people, floating into the Lu family residence like a breeze. Probing out his divine thoughts, Lu Yuan arrived in front of a small quiet courtyard. Landing on the ground, he walked into the compound. In front of a room, 2 guards and 2 maids stood guard. Without waiting for them to react, Lu Yuan waved his hand and fixed them in place. And then, he pushed open the door of the room, and as soon as he entered his eyes, there was Lu Chongkong, who was lying on the jade bed, seemingly waiting to die. Old ancestor. Lu Yuan looked at the figure on the bed and called out softly. Lu Chongkong heard it and turned his head to look at the doorway, and Lu Yuan, who was bathed in sunlight, fell into his eyes. Hallucinating again? Lu Chongkong laughed and twisted his head back. Lu Yuan walked up and sat on his knees beside the bed, gently holding Lu Chongkong's dry and wrinkled hand. The warm touch came. Lu Chongkong's cloudy eyes suddenly opened. He trembled and turned his head, not daring to look at Lu Yuan who was near his eyes. Fuchi, Fuchi, is it really you? He reached out his hand and stroked over Lu Yuan's cheek. The real touch came, making Lu Changkong feel like he was in a dream. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Old ancestor, it's me. Yuaner is here. Yuaner, is Yuaner really you? Old ancestor, I'm really not a flashback? He still seemed to be a little afraid to believe that the Lu Yuan that he had been longing for had just appeared in front of him. Lu Yuan didn't say anything else, only holding the old man's hand in front of him tightly. Just then, clunk, the porcelain bowl filled with medicinal soup fell apart, and a woman in a blue palace dress stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the scene in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. Fuchi, Fuchi, she called out tentatively, her breath catching a little, and in her eyes, there was an expectation that she wanted it to be true. Lu Yuan let go of his hand and stood up, his tall body making the woman only look up. Lu Yuan turned around, saw the woman, and on his face, a not-so-natural smile appeared. Mother! The woman was none other than his mother, Nangong Jianqiu. In the large Lu family, there were only 3 people that he could hold on to: his mother, his old ancestor, and his father. Oh, fuchsia! Nangong Jianqiu rushed up and hugged Lu Yuan, tears breaking the bank. Brat, where have you been for so many years? Do you know how much mother misses you? Lu Yuan stood still and did not speak. The unification of the demonic body was not without its effects on him, the most obvious point being that he had basically lost the ability to express his feelings. For all feelings, it stays on the cognitive level. Take, for example, intimacy. For regular people, it's an emotion that's hard to put into words, but for Lu Yuan, he is only in the cognitive inside know. Affection is a very important feelings he cannot easily give up, but also to maintain. Have affection for each other, both sides, have two-way responsibility and bear. But what kinship really meant to him, Lu Yuan was at a loss. He didn't love anyone, he just knew on a memory and cognitive level that he was supposed to do so, and more than that, he had to play the role of a son and a late bloomer. Mother, the child is back. A short sentence, not much of an explanation, but this was already enough to make Nangong Jianqiu cry uncontrollably. How could she not know how many thousands of dangers Lu Yuan had gone through to find this place from the Taiwu realm? Well, it's good to be back. Yuchi, it's good to be back. On the jade bed, Lu Changkong was also filled with old tears. Nangong Jianqiu loosened her hand and hurriedly said excitedly, Mother went to inform the clansmen, telling them that you've returned. With that, he headed for the door. Lu Yuan, however, stopped Nangong Jianqiu, shook his head, and said warmly, Mother, it's not necessary. The news of my return is enough for old ancestor to know, mother to know, and father to know. Turning around, Lu Yuan resumed kneeling and sitting on the edge of the bed, and with a flip of his palm, a crystalline elixir appeared in his palm, and on the crystalline shell, there was an occasional dragon pattern that flashed by. Old ancestor, this is the true dragon pill. In exchange for the grade of this realm, there should be a 6th grade, enough to heal your injuries, and it will also allow you to break through the bottleneck and go to the next level. It's not too late. Take it. Hearing that this was a 6th grade elixir, Lu Changkong shook his head without even thinking about it. Yuaner, it's a waste for my old bones to eat. It's better for you to keep it. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Old ancestor doesn't need to excuse himself. This elixir is nothing to Yuaner. Old ancestor's body is weak right now. He can't stand too much strong elixir power. Otherwise, Yuaner would have even more precious elixirs to give you. Hearing this, Lu Changkong wasn't postponing. He just gave Lu Yuan a deep look, as if realizing something, and with a long sigh, he accepted the elixir and said towards Nangong Jianqiu, Jianqiu, since Yuaner doesn't want to reveal the news of his return, then do as he wishes. Go and inform Chang'an and tell him to hurry back. Okay, Yuchi, mother will be right back. Nangong Jianqiu didn't say much and quickly left. Half an hour later, the previous restaurant, among the top floor boxes, a sumptuous table of wine and food had been served. The 4 of them, Lu Yuan, Lu Changkong, Lu Chahan, and Nangong Jianqiu, sat around the table as if they were grandparents and grandchildren. Lu Changkong took the true dragon Dan and his body immediately came to life. But he didn't rush to break through. Instead he suppressed it, and at the moment, his face was full of redness, and he had already drank I don't know how many jugs of 1,000-year-old wine. Nangong Jianqiu's gaze did not leave Lu Yuan for a moment, and her autumn watery eyes were full of a mother's love for her child. In the white porcelain bowl in front of Lu Yuan, the rice was built 3 layers high, all of which were sandwiched by Nangong Jianqiu. Lu Chang'an sat across from Lu Yuan and didn't say much, and was even a bit formal, since Lu Yuan had shown precocity and composure that was different from his peers since he was a child. Lu Chang'an had never had the opportunity to express his fatherly love. much less show the majesty of a father. So father and son are not very close. Every now and then, a burst of laughter came out from the dining table, most of which were from Lu Changkong and Nangong Jianxiu. Lu Yuan and Lu Chanan spoke the least. No one asked Lu Yuan about his experience in these hundreds of years, because in their understanding, Lu Yuan must have had a very bad life. So no one wanted to remind Lu Yuan of this painful experience. There was also even less to say about the Lu family's current predicament. Naturally, no one asked Lu Yuan about his current strength. For the most part, it's all about the elders and the juniors talking about their families. At the dinner table, there was harmony and a scene of family reunion. However, in Chang'an City, there were already dark currents. Wang family residence. Can the news be true? Inside the lobby, the heads of the three great families, Li Wang and Zhao, were gathered here. Li Yin, the head of the Li family, and Zhao Huayan, the head of the Zhao family, looked at Wang Ping, the head of the Wang family, with excitement. Wang Ping stroked his beard and laughed. Of course the news is true. My Wang family has been operating in the imperial capital for many years, so the news is a bit better informed than you two. In a few days, I believe that you two will also be able to learn the news that Lu Hao has become an invalid from him. Ha ha ha. Well, what a help. Li Yin laughed out loud with a hideous expression. That little child Lu Hao has been wasted. I'll see what the Lu family can still take to turn the tide. Zhao Huayan also had a hint of a smile on his face. Originally, we wanted to hire an assassin to travel to the imperial capital to finish off Lu Hao, but I didn't expect that before the assassin moved. Lu Hao had already been invalidated one step ahead of him. This is the heavens trying to kill the Lu family. Both of you, there's no time to lose. Now we can gather the strongest people and overthrow the Lu family in one fell swoop. Wang Ping stroked his beard and said. Inside the restaurant, Lu Changkong suddenly asked, Yuan, having returned, what do you plan to do in the future? Is it to continue practicing or to take over the clan? Of course, whatever your decision is, old ancestor will support you. Nangong Jianxiu and Lu Chanan both looked at Lu Yuan with an expectant expression. Especially Lu Chang'an. That expression was so close to writing I don't want to be the head of the family on his face. Does the head of the family have authority? Of course there is, but compared to the pressure of being the head of the family, that little bit of power is nothing. If Lu Yuan was willing to be the head of the family, he was 10,000 times more willing, and definitely stepped down immediately, then pulled Nangong Jianxiu, and the two of them traveled the world. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan shook his head. Old ancestor, I prefer to live a free life. The family head is not suitable for me. Since the family is now on the right track, let's continue to develop. As for the family head position, just hand it over to Lu Hao in the future. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the three of them were stunned. Fuchi, you know all about it? Lu Changkong said. Nangong Jianxiu and Lu Chang'an were both dumbstruck. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. I've already seen my little brother in the imperial capital. His talent is indeed good. It's just that his character is a bit naive. Nangong Jianxiu said. Your little brother's cultivation. Lu Yuan slowly said. I have helped my little brother's cultivation to recover, but I did not recognize him. His cultivation was abolished. For my little brother, this is a rare opportunity to experience. It can let him see the hearts of the people and the cruelty of the world. He is under your shelter. His character is really a bit naive. Hearing Lu Hao's cultivation recovery, all three of them were obviously a bit surprised, but immediately, they became curious about Lu Yuan's current strength, casually taking out a 6th grade elixir. Feel free to restore your cultivation. More importantly, Lu Yuan was able to find this place from the Taiwu realm. All of this was nothing but an indication that Lu Yuan was absolutely extraordinary right now. Others don't know, but they understand clearly in their hearts. After the Lu family's self-exile, they have experienced an unknown number of worlds recorded to this world. The trajectory was so dazzling that even they themselves didn't know what world they were in right now. But they could be sure, for sure, that this wasn't the Taiwu realm. Lu Yuan didn't explain as he picked up a cup of wine and took a sip, saying, Old ancestor, I've already met great ancestor Lu Ming, and he misses you very much. What? Lu Changkong's entire body froze. Yuan, you've met your great ancestor. When he finished speaking, he suddenly said, that's right, there's also those two guys from Lu 13. If you show up, they will definitely make contact with you. Lu Yuan did not retort, nor did he bother to do so. Yuan, your great ancestor, is he alright? Lu Changkong asked shakily. Lu Yuan said, great ancestor is fine, and so is the Lu clan. That's good. Lu Changkong's old tears filled his eyes, and he didn't know what he had thought of. Old ancestor, father, mother, the news of my child's return is good for the three of you to know, and for the others, There is no need to inform them, including little brother. And don't tell him in a short period of time. Lu Yuan once again said seriously. In the entire Lu family, he only had feelings for the few people in front of him. As for the others, he only had them in his memory. Hearing Lu Yuan say it so seriously, Lu Chongkong was silent for a moment and asked, "So what are you going to do in the future?" Lu Yuan frankly confessed, "I am now the Hao Yue Empire Imperial Master. So the focus of development in the future will be the entire Hao Yue Empire. On the family side, with my little brother's talent, it's enough to lead the family's rise, and I'll also be assisting my little brother in the dark. So what the family was before, what it is now will be fine. Imperial Master of the Hao Yue Empire." Upon hearing this title, the three hearts and minds were shaken. The Hao Yue Empire, that was a behemoth they could not hope to reach. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was actually an Imperial Master. How is this possible? How old is he? All three were incredulous. Lu Yuan didn't explain too much, and just then, his gaze flickered as he looked in a certain direction in the city. Lu Chongkong also sensed something and stood up with a pang. His eyes filled with fury as he clenched his fists and said, "It's the Li Wang and Zhao families. They must have gotten the news that Hauer's cultivation had been abrogated. I didn't think that without worries, they wouldn't be able to hold back so quickly." Lu Yuan's face was calm as he reached out and waved his hand, and a strong man in bright silver armor appeared in the restaurant. Number 13. See the city lord. The powerful man knelt down with a respectful expression. This person was none other than one of the commanders of the celestial city. Lu Yuan could summon a 7th grade strength commander every month. "This is Commander number 13. Lu Yuan flexed his fingers and a message appeared in No. 13's mind. Lu Yuan said indifferently, "Kill, leave no one behind." "Yes, sir." In a flash, 13 disappeared into the tavern. Yuchi, this? Lu Chongkong and the three of them were all confused. The powerful aura emanating from No. 13 directly made them not dare to speak, and it wasn't until No. 13 left that they dared to question Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said, "Old ancestor needn't be alarmed. This is one of my men. One of them. Hands down. One more." Lu Chongkong was dumbfounded. "Yuaner, you? What exactly is your strength?" Lu Chongkong was really curious, and he was also someone with eyes. The silver-armored powerhouse just now had a strength of at least 6th grade. There wasn't a single one of such strength in the entire Chang'an prefecture, and it was estimated that only the county and the imperial capital might appear. One must know that the strongest person in the 5 great families of the imperial capital was only a 6th rank. The holy lords of the 2 great holy lands were only of the 6th rank. The strongest person in the 3 academies was only a 6th rank. Such a top-tier powerhouse was actually just Lu Yuan's subordinate. Lu Chongkong was really too curious about Lu Yuan's current strength and identity. However, Lu Yuan did not intend to say it, but said, "Old ancestor, Yuaner has experienced a lot during these hundreds of years. If I really want to say it, I can't finish it even in 10 days and 10 nights, but all these are unimportant. I came to you guys safely. That's enough. In addition to knowing too much, it's not good for you guys. When the family will give birth to a 7th grade powerhouse, I'll tell you all that I know. All of them." These words, of course, were just a pretext. Lu Yuan just didn't want to say it. In his opinion, it was a pure waste of time. What's the point of saying it or not saying it? Simply to pretend? Seeing that Lu Yuan refused to say anything, Lu Chongkong didn't ask again. In the middle of the city, the 3 great clans had gathered all their strongest men and surrounded the entire Lu family. Strong men gathered and a murderous aura filled the air. The Lu family members were all cowering inside the mansion, not daring to come out. But everyone had a premonition that the real end of the Lu family might be today. In the air, the 3 great clans, the 3 quasi-5th grade powerhouses stood in the sky, though their might was unrivaled. But it all looks old. The great world of returning ruins not only limited the destructive power of the strong, but also limited the longevity of the strong. Placed in the heavens, a quasi-5th grade powerhouse would have a lifespan of 1 billion years at least. However, in the great world of returning ruins, a quasi-5th grade powerhouse had a lifespan of 100,000 years at most. What a difference! If the 3 of them were to know that the lifespan of the strongest people in the same realm as them in the heavens was 10,000 times that of theirs, the 3 of them would probably be instantly unbalanced. At this moment, the 3 of them gazed at the Lu family residence. "Lu Chongkong, get out if you're not dead." The Wang family ancestor's voice was volatile, and sound waves rolled out, lifting off countless tiles. However, no one responded. The entire Lu family residence was half silent except for the sound of some people crying. Seeing this, the 3 great family ancestors all frowned. Lu Chongkong's character, most of them knew something about it in 50 years. That's never a man who can hold his tongue. At this moment, countless powerful people surrounded the Lu family. If it was according to the past situation, Lu Changkong was afraid that he would have killed out long ago, but at the moment there was no movement at all. Not realizing the injuries that Lu Changkong had sustained in the last battle, all three of them had a guess in their hearts that Lu Changkong had most likely fallen. The probability was very high, but none of them dared to bet on it. What if Lu Changkong didn't die? A dying tiger was the most terrifying, and no one would want to go up against him. For a while, the atmosphere on the long street descended into weirdness. Hundreds of meters away from this long street, a 9-story building, a brocade-clad old man looked away. There was also a young man and a woman by his side. After today, Chang'an City, there will be no more Lu family. One-on-one, Lu Changkong won the three big families of the ancestors, the younger generation, and Lu Hao can carry the tripod. But unfortunately, Lu Changkong in the air serious injury has not yet healed. Lu Hao and the cultivation of the abolition of the sad. This has a great prospect of the family, so disappeared in the long river of history. The youth beside the brocade-clothed old man exclaimed. The brocade-clothed old man laughed slightly. This is not the first time that such a scenario has happened. They snipe at each other, and this house master gets the benefit. I now wish that Lu Changkong didn't die, and then give the three great families' old ancestors a hard time. In this way, our benefits will be maximized. Grandpa, is Lu Hao's cultivation really ruined? The young girl in the long pink dress inquired with a somewhat bleak look in her eyes. The brocade-clothed old man nodded. The news is true and correct. This matter had also created a buzz in the imperial capital. It cannot be faked. Hearing this, the pink-skirted girl was nervous in her heart, clenched her fists, and said in her heart, Lu Hao, don't come back, at least, not now. In front of the Lu family residence, after a long time, the three great old ancestors in the air couldn't help themselves and waved their hands. Go on, make a strong attack. Yes, old ancestor, right away. A 2-meter tall man with a shield came out of the crowd and charged brutally towards the Lu family's gate. Just then, the wind and clouds above the dome of the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the entire heaven and earth darkened at once. Everyone looked up. The next moment a sky-covering hand pressed down. Bang! Dust rose from the earth in all directions, and the entire Chang'an city seemed to shake violently. The dust cleared. On a high building in the distance, the brocade-clothed old man's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart horrified. What a horrible hand! He trembled inwardly and no longer dared to stay long, grabbing the youth and the young girl and dodging away from the place, only to see that in front of the Lu family residence, the blood stained the earth, and there were broken corpses all over the place, not a single one of which was intact. The ancestors of the three great clans and all the powerful people who had come had all fallen here. None have escaped, and then the Lu family residence was intact. However, it was normal to think about it. A 7th grade powerhouse wanting to crush a group of ants that were not even 5th grade was naturally as simple as eating and drinking water. And naturally, he was more comfortable with the release of power. In the restaurant, returned to resume duty on the 13th, Lu Yuan got up and said to Lu Changkong, Old ancestor, with the matter settled, tell the clan to prepare to accept all the estates of the three great clans. What? That's settled? Lu Changkong abruptly got up, his face full of shock. Lu's father and mother also looked at each other. Just go and take a look and you won't know. Lu Yuan took a slight sip from the wine cup in front of him and said with a smile, Go, 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 go. Lu Changkong hurriedly left. Lu father and mother followed Lu Changkong. The mood is also poor immovable. Fought with the other three great families of Chang'an for 50 years. It didn't grow from hate to love, but it's all old acquaintances. It's suddenly all gone at this point. The Lu family, who had been fighting with them for 50 years, were still a little bit unable to adapt. Of course, to the character of the Lu family, certainly will not give birth to sadness this kind of emotion. At most say that the world is impermanent, and then go to receive the three big families of all the industry, and then the three big families of the remaining remnants of the Kill a Clean. From now on, Chang'an province, is the world of the Lu family. Standing on the high floor, Lu Yuan saw Lu Changkong, who was happily laughing to the sky, Lu Chahan, who was beautifully scavenging the corpses, and Nangong Jianxiu, who was helping out at the side. Although Lu Yuan had shown his unbelievable strength and background, however, Lu's father and mother obviously hadn't adapted yet and were still coveting some trashy gadgets. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and shook his head breathlessly, deciding in his heart that he would find some time to reverse his parents' mentality. In the next few days, Lu Yuan stayed in Chang'an province for more than 10 days, during which he only met with Lu Changkong, his parents, and the rest of the Lu family did not know that Lu Yuan had returned. The Lu family was also shocked at the sudden destruction of the three great families, but the shock was quickly washed away by the acceptance of the wealth that came from the three great families' vast industries. A dozen days later, Lu Yuan left Chang'an and returned to the imperial capital. Now that he lacked nothing, coupled with the lack of emotions, Lu Yuan's only remaining thought now was to become stronger, to pursue the great Tao. Developing in the great world of returning ruins was undoubtedly a bit easier than the great central world, and the other 5 great central worlds had long been run by those hegemonic masters with deep roots, and outsiders wanting to take a bite of the cake would be as difficult as climbing up to the heavens, not to mention plotting to take over the 12 Saints' position. The Haoyue Empire Imperial Division was Lu Yuan's new beginning, where he would write his own legend. Imperial Palace, Changxian Hall, the residence of the Crown Prince. Father, I've heard that you found me a teacher. Who is he? An ancestor of the 5 great clans, or the Holy Lord of the 2 great Holy Lands? A tiger-headed teenager was in a garden, inquiring towards Lingshan, who was watering the flowers. Neither. Lingshan did not turn around, and faintly returned. None of them? Wouldn't that be even a 6th rank? Father, I am at least a crown prince. You can't find a 5th rank to be my teacher, can you? The tiger-headed teenager's eyes were full of defiance. He was the crown prince of the empire, and even the next monarch, and since he was a child, he had received a royal education, and what he had was the best in the entire empire. Teachers, naturally, have to be the strongest. Lingshan turned around, like an adult dragon overlooking its cubs, and said with a voice full of intimidation, "You seem to look down on the 5th grade? Ah." The teenager froze, and quickly reacted. His own father. It seems that he is only 5 products of strength. All of a sudden, the teenager's cold hair stood up. Heavenly Lord, what have I said? Almost subconsciously, the teenager raised both hands to protect his head. Next, bang! The fatherly brain crash landed on his head, and as usual, the teenager crouched down on the ground for a moment, rubbing his head vigorously with 2 tears in his eyes. Brat, you're not even a 2nd grade and you dare to look down on a 5th grade. Lingshan snorted coldly and then said, however, it's true that you don't deserve to be your teacher if you only have a 5th grade strength, but not because of you, but because of your identity, and without your identity, you're not even a fart. The one father found for me is not a 5th grade. The teenager looked up, his eyes shining brightly, completely ignoring his old man's reprimand. Lingshan coldly grunted and said smugly, "Humph, after your father's and my tireless efforts, I finally convinced a superpower to be willing to serve as an imperial master." Super big? How big? The teenager's eyes were full of curiosity. Comparable to my Ling clan's old ancestor, or even stronger. 7th grade. The teenager's eyes glared. Then he cheered. Goody, now I'll see what capital those guys still have to be arrogant in front of me. A 7th grade powerhouse as my teacher. Moving slowly, envy them to death. Seeing a teenager with such a disposition, Lingshan sighed without reason, covering his face with his hands. Without eyes. Such a disposition. Put in an ordinary family. That is certainly no problem. Optimism, naivety, sunshine and kindness are all the character of a teenager should have. But this kind of character should never appear in the body of the teenager at hand, because he is the crown prince, because he is the king. A king should be happy and angry. When you are happy, all the world is happy and the wind is high and the sun is clear. In anger, millions of corpses are ambushed, and heaven and earth change color. But the teenager at the moment didn't show the qualities that a crown prince should have at all. If the future has not changed, I am afraid that after the throne, it will become a vassal's plaything. As soon as he thought of this, Lingshan's gaze at the teenager was filled with hatred. Sighing, Fonger, once the old ancestor goes to the central continent it's 1,000 years long, and between the 1,000 years, life and death are unknown. Not a single piece of news has been sent back. Do you know what this means? Ah, I don't know, but old ancestor is so strong. Surely nothing will happen. The teenager remains naive and optimistic, resisting the urge to slap. Lingshan looked at the sky and said to himself, this means that my Haoyue Empire is already on the brink of danger. Outside of the Dakian Empire, the Great Yan Empire eyeing, inside of the family valves, the 2 great holy land of the wolves. If the original trajectory of development goes on, within 100 years of the Haoyue Empire at most, there will be a beacon, less than the deterrent of the 7th grade powerhouse. My Ling family, like the stones on the edge of the cliff, may fall into the abyss at any time. The Ling family, is like a stone on the edge of that cliff, and could fall into the endless abyss at any time. But the good thing is, the heavens will not kill my Haoyue Empire. The Imperial Master is here. With the Imperial Master at the helm, those who are wolves in this world will not be able to turn the tide. But there is a prerequisite for all of this, and that is that the Imperial Master must be an ally standing on the same front with my Ling family. Fonger, it's up to you. For a character like the Imperial Master, my Haoyue Empire has no qualifications to tie him up with benefits, because as long as he wants to, Overthrowing the Haoyue Empire is just a matter of lifting his hand. So, if you want to tie up the Imperial Master, you can only rely on your feelings. Feng'er, you're naive in nature, optimistic and kind, which is very good. But by the way, this is not the qualities that an Imperial King should have. But I hope you keep this, because the Imperial Master perhaps prefers a character like yours, rather than what an Imperial King should have. After saying that, Ling Shan turned his head, only to find that the teenager was actually listening to him with a serious face. After hearing this, he even nodded his head and said thoughtfully, so with a character like mine, I'm more likely to be loved by the Imperial Master, right? Ling Shan lowered his head and for the first time looked at this son of his seriously. Ling Feng also looked up at his father, a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ling Shan suddenly smiled, rubbed the teenager's head and said softly, child, you remember, whether it's the Imperial Master or the old ancestor, the only one we can rely on is us after all. Try to become stronger. Try to become strong enough before things get bad. Ling Shan's tone was very deep, as if there was a crisis brewing that even Lu Yuan could not cope with. Soon after, a message spread throughout the Haoyue Empire. Haoyue Prince Ling Feng, officially ushering in the first Imperial Master in the true sense of the word. The Imperial teacher was of great significance in the Haoyue Empire, not only because this identity was the teacher of the future emperor, but also represented a supreme status. In terms of authority, it is above the three princes. In terms of status, it is almost equal to the emperor. To explain it more superficially, that's the township powerhouse. The last Haoyue Imperial teacher was still a close friend of the Haoyue great ancestor serving as the teacher. After Taizu Haoyue traveled far away from the central state, the Imperial Master also stepped down from his post immediately without knowing where he was. The identity of Imperial Master had been hanging empty in the Haoyue Empire for hundreds of years, and many people were hot for it. For example, the deans of the three great academies and the two holy lords of the Holy Lands. But all this time, the position of Imperial Master has been hanging empty. The attitude of the Imperial family was obvious. That is, below the 7th rank, one was not worthy of becoming an Imperial Master. But now, the long vacant position of Imperial Master suddenly had a master. This news was like a thunderbolt from the ground, causing countless people to drop their jaws at once. Deep within the Wind Cloud Holy Land, a hoarse voice suddenly came from a dusty secret room. The Imperial Master has an owner? This can't be possible. Just with that little child Ling Shan, how could he have recruited a 7th grade true lord? The old ancestor of the Ling family received the news of a close friend who was deeply trapped in a Jedi a few hundred years ago, so he traveled to the central state to help him, and this time he went there for a few hundred years. And the news we bought through the Hall of Heavenly Chance not long ago also confirmed that the old ancestor of the Ling family is now similarly trapped in a Jedi, and may have already fallen. And based solely on a little bit of Ling Shan and the Imperial family's heritage, how could there be a true lord who lowered himself to become an Imperial Master of any kind? And with a true lord's strength, it would be more than enough to exterminate the Haoyue Empire. The owner of this voice opened his mouth with a strong question, with some hints of exasperation in it. Any other news? Outside the secret room, a sword-browed, starry-eyed youth bowed and said, reporting back to Master. Before the Imperial family passed out this news, there was no news revealed. And now, other than knowing that someone is serving as an Imperial Master, there is likewise no news. In my disciple's opinion, Master's guess should be good. That so-called Imperial Master should not be a true lord, but at most a 6th grade who doesn't know his identity. 30 years ago, I gave up my face and personally asked Ling Shan's little boy for that position. And not only did he sternly reject me in front of a crowd of people, but he also bluntly said that it was impossible to serve as an Imperial teacher below the 7th rank. So I'd like to see what else Ling Shan can say to round out the conversation this time. The owner of that hoarse voice sneered twice sorrowfully. If it's a 7th rank then so be it. If it's just a 6th rank, I think, the sky of the Haoyue Empire, it's about time for a change. This throne, if He Ling family can sit on it, I can sit on it too. Speaking of which, the founding ancestor of my Wind and Cloud Holy Land was one of the 2 great generals who followed the Ling family's great ancestor to fight for the kingdom, only because the merit was too high to be sealed. That's why he opened up the Wind and Cloud Holy Land. And the other one was the founding ancestor of the peaceful Holy Land. Speaking of which, we can also be the root of the right kind of people. And to be the emperor, the name is justified. We've been guarding the demon beast forest for his Haoyue Empire for so many years, and now it's time for us to be the masters. What Master said? Mu Jian bowed, and suddenly, his face changed slightly. Master, I just got word that the royal family has prepared a banquet, inviting all the executives of the 2 holy lands, the 3 great academies, and the 5 great clans. It seems that Ling Shan can't wait to show off this Imperial Master. He's so confident that he's making me a little less confident. Reply to them. I'll attend in person. Imperial capital. Yuanwu Academy. On a high white tower, the old Dean Zhuge Wufei looked at the blue sky and sighed leisurely. The storm is coming. The Imperial Master's change of position is like lighting a fuse. The wind and cloud Holy Land, the peaceful Holy Land, and the true Martial Academy are all staring at this position. The Hao Yue Empire is afraid that it won't be peaceful in the future. I just hope that Imperial Master's strength is matched to the position, and that he can hold it down. Behind the old Dean, a middle-aged man was puzzled. Teacher, that's just a position. The old Dean gently shook his head. You don't understand. Under the premise of not revolting, only that position can be equal to the Emperor, or even higher. Human desire is infinite. Their position today already stands high enough in the eyes of commoners, but I know that it is far from enough. The meaning of his own teacher's words Yang Ling of course heard, but there was no worry on his face. Although the two holy places and the true Martial Academy were both powerful and far from being able to compare to the now weakened Yuanwu Academy, the royal family was not a dry meal. Having ruled the empire for so many years, the royal family's heritage far exceeded these forces. So Yang Ling laughed. Teacher, you are not a little over-worried. Not to mention the royal family heritage. Alone any one of the four major Jingguo Legion to take out are enough to suppress any one of them, right? Not to mention the Ling family. On the surface there are 3 6th grade. The court official side is not known to hide how many of these people will not follow along with the revolt. You're right. The power of the empire can indeed crush the 2 great Holy Lands and the true Martial Academy. The old Dean faced his student that he had taken in many years ago, his eyes deep. But what if it's not just the 2 great Holy Lands and the true Martial Academy that rebel? At these words, Yang Ling was shaken, seemed to think of something, lost his voice. Teacher, you are saying that Great Yan and Great Qian. Looking at the internal and external aspects of the Hao Yue Empire, it was almost impossible for the internal forces to succeed in their rebellion. So what was left was the external forces. The Hao Yue Empire was divided into 3 sides, and those 3 sides bordered the Great Yan Empire, the Dakian Empire, and the Demon Beast Forest respectively. The 2 Holy Lands had suppressed the Demon Beast Forest for many years, and their enmity was as deep as the sea, so it was impossible for them to cooperate. So the only ones left were the other 2 empires. The 2 empires and the Hao Yue Empire had been enemies for many years, and if the 2 Holy Lands were to rebel, the Great Yan Empire and the Great Qian Empire would definitely be happy to get involved. Aren't they afraid of being left in the dust? Yang Ling looked incredulous and at the same time a little angry. No matter how the family fights, it is the family's business. If outsiders are involved, the nature will change. The old Dean sighed and patted Yang Ling's shoulder. History is never written by the victors, and those who are dominated by their desires don't care if they won't be remembered for years to come. They will shut their mouths with absolute bloodshed and killing for all those who remember it. Now, everything will depend on the banquet in 3 days. Let's see if that imperial master of ours is worthy of this position or not. The imperial capital was astonishingly large, stretching east and west for 10,000 miles, and you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. As the most honorable place, the imperial palace also contains all kinds of things, not only big amazing, but also a perfect interpretation of what is called trenchless, where the eye of the ground walls are all paved by the spirit of jade, making the entire imperial palace as if in the ocean of aura. What gathering spirit array? Completely unnecessary. In front of the absolute trench, gathering spirit array is just a burdensome wood or all wake up god wood, always emitting 100 years of aroma, smell of people's minds clear, with the effect of increasing enlightenment, to prevent the fire into the devil. In the market, a catty wake up god wood as high as thousands of jades, and in the imperial palace, such an expensive wood is only the most basic building materials. Even the roof eaves, which were not usually seen much, were made of the most expensive green spirit sacred silk glazed tiles. An old eunuch led the magnificently robed Ling Feng through a corridor paved entirely with top-grade spirit jades to the end of the corridor, where he pushed open an ancient bronze door dug out from some ancient relics and entered into the middle of a dazzling palace. The moment the door was pushed open, both the old eunuch and Ling Feng were involuntarily nervous. Your Highness, Lord Imperial Master is inside. You can go in, the old eunuch said. Ling Feng looked up at the old eunuch with a hint of panic on his face. You're not accompanying me in? I don't dare to do it alone. The old eunuch cried and laughed. Your Highness. This is a palace specially prepared for Lord Imperial Master. How could an old slave be qualified to go in? And it's you who the Imperial Master wants to teach, not the old slave. Ling Feng immediately wrinkled up a bitter face and wilted. Alright then, but you must guard outside the door. No leaving, in case the Imperial Master beats me up. You have to be the first to rush in. The old eunuch verbally promised, but in his heart he muttered, I won't go in even if it kills me. I still want to live a few more years. Ling Feng took a deep breath. His face had a look of bravado as he delved into the tiger's den, before stepping into the middle of the palace. Once he entered the palace, Ling Feng suddenly froze. The image of Lu Yuan holding a ruler and preparing to teach him properly did not appear in front of his eyes. All there was an empty hall and a white-clothed figure silently flipping through books. The figure's clothes were white and not gorgeous, but for some reason, with just a glance, it gave people a feeling of looking up to a high mountain and standing in the abyss. That person's appearance was clearly young, but it made Ling Feng feel the vicissitudes of life. "Come on over and sit down." Lu Yuan stopped flipping through the pages and calmly looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng sat across from Lu Yuan with apprehension and nervousness, shrinking his neck and looking like a wimp, which had the appearance of an imperial crown prince. Lu Yuan looked at him calmly and spoke blandly. "Your realm is too low. I have nothing to teach, and I'm not good at teaching people. The 3 major academies in the empire, pulling any tutor out, are all better than me at this. I hope you can understand that this is just a deal. Your father is pulling my tiger skin to deter those who have bad intentions at home and abroad in the empire, while I need to use the power of the empire to facilitate me to get something. Of course, in name I am still your teacher, and I will treat you as my pupil, but if you want me to really start to teach you, wait until you reach the 5th rank sometime." Lu Yuan spoke extremely bluntly, not hiding anything about this deal, and at the same time, he really didn't want to teach Ling Feng anything. It wasn't that he was stingy or miserly, it was really that Ling Feng's realm was too low and he really had nothing to teach. Letting Lu Yuan teach Ling Feng, whose strength was still less than 2nd grade, was simply like hitting a mosquito with a star annihilator. It wasn't even something that could be described as a great talent. Ling Feng also didn't expect Lu Yuan to speak so bluntly, and he, who was still looking like a goon, was suddenly confused and didn't know what to do next. "There's nothing to do, so go out," Lu Yuan said blandly. "Oh," the student excuses himself. Ling Feng returned to his senses and left the palace with a confused look on his face. The bronze gate slowly closed. Ling Feng's dumbfounded expression instantly became calm, and with a soft sigh in his heart, he recalled his father's words, "Everything has to rely on yourself after all." He clenched his fists and left in stride without looking back. Shortly after Ling Feng left, Ling Shen came. "Imperial Master, are you there?" he said softly, his demeanor respectfully checked. "Come in, enter the great hall." Ling Shen didn't dare to sit across from Lu Yuan, but stood at the bottom of the hall and inquired, "Imperial Master, will you be able to attend the banquet in 3 days?" "Banquet?" Lu Yuan looked up, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly realized that this was Ling Shen who couldn't wait for him, a 7th grade powerhouse, to deter those forces in the empire. However, Lu Yuan wasn't interested in wasting his time at a banquet that didn't even have a 7th grade powerhouse. So he said, "Attendance is even better. I don't like this kind of occasion, but I can have my men attend on my behalf." Hearing this, Ling Shen was a bit disappointed in the moment. If Lu Yuan didn't attend, then the banquet's usefulness was greatly reduced. Maybe he would even be mocked at the banquet. He didn't dare to guarantee anyone else. That old guy from the Wind and Cloud Sacred Land would definitely catch this opportunity to mock him. However, if Lu Yuan was unwilling, he did not dare to force him. After all, with Lu Yuan's strength, destroying the Haoyue Empire would be nothing more than a breeze. It was just that he didn't know that the weakest of the men available in Lu Yuan's hands right now were all 7th grade. Ling Shen left with disappointment, and as for Ling Feng not staying here for long before leaving, he wasn't too surprised, or rather it was expected. A 7th grade powerhouse personally teaching a 1st grade little guy. This kind of thing was outrageous even to him, so he wasn't much disappointed. Lu Yuan continued to read alone. He was reading a book on the history of the great world of returning ruins, which was awe-inspiring up and down through an unknown number of epochs, and contained everything he wanted to know. And while he was reading, he was thinking about something. That is, although he had entered the great world of returning ruins, he couldn't leave at will. Leaving was easy. He could return to the city of the heavens with just a thought, but if he wanted to come back again, it wouldn't be that easy. The Daozang Dao sword was nowhere to be found, and the Taiwu boundary was empty, so when he went back, he couldn't wait for the Daozang Dao sword that would return at some unknown time. So the best way, that was for him to find a way to be able to freely enter and exit the returning ruins world by himself in the returning ruins world. There were quite a few people from the 5 central worlds who entered the ruins world, and it was always impossible for all of these people to be personally sent in by the true saints, so there must be a way to allow people to enter and exit the ruins world without restriction. Lu Yuan now is to find this kind of way. The city of the heavens is where his foundation is never to give up. After all, a return to the ruins of the great world is gone. There are still 5 central great worlds in, and combining what the Dao beheading sword had said to him earlier and the knowledge he had gained from reading books during this period of time, Lu Yuan had vaguely found a way. The method is not that difficult. except that you need to experiment a bit first. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged in the main hall, and the Tao of Devil, which had weakened by countless times, surrounded his body. Although his cultivation was less than 1,000 years, his comprehension of cultivation was enough to make even those old monsters who had been cultivating for hundreds of millions of years to be humbled. In his mind, countless battle techniques, divine abilities, and secret techniques surfaced. Lu Yuan summarized one by one, blended, removed the dregs, left the essence, combined with the return to the ruins great world martial arts together. Gradually, a new martial art began to be born. To enter and exit the returning ruins great world at will. It was actually very simple, and that was to obtain the approval of the world will of the returning ruins great world. Although Lu Yuan had become an imperial master of the Haoyue Empire, he hadn't gained recognition, and at best, he was considered to have obtained a temporary residence permit, not even an ID card. Once he made an excessively out-of-the-ordinary move. As usual, there was the possibility of being expelled by the world will of the returning ruins great world. The easiest way for an outsider to gain recognition from the world will is to give the world will the benefit of the doubt. The great world of returning ruins was in a process of promotion, and this process could be accelerated by the simple method of increasing the world's reserves. What Lu Yuan was doing right now was to add to the reserves of the great world of returning ruins. This approach was also funny to say the least. It wasn't a good deed, it was simply just creating a new martial art. In the history of the great world of returning ruins, the birth of a brand new martial art was even able to gain heaven's Tao merit. And the exact ability to gain merit depends on whether the martial art is new enough and has enough potential. Outsiders who were able to gain heavenly merit were equivalent to being recognized by the will of the world. Of course, there was more than one way to be recognized. But for now, creating a new martial art was the easiest way for Lu Yuan. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, which were as unfathomable as a black hole, and immediately afterward, he flexed his fingers, and a huge flood of information was injected into a jade slip in front of him. A voice rang out from the underworld. Please name it. Lu Yuan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the jade slip and smiled faintly. Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique. The Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique was a supreme devil technique that he had created with the etherless realm devil Tao as his bones and his life's learning as his flesh and blood. I don't know what kind of rating I'll be able to get. Lu Yuan raised his head, his eyes looking across the great hall to the dome of the sky. Outside, the very next instant Lu Yuan uttered the words Heaven Swallowing Demonic Technique. Monstrous demonic chi converged from all over the land, instantly enveloping the entire sky above the imperial capital and spreading continuously. And for a time, countless people were horrified and lost their colors. True Martial Academy. As the first of the three major academies in the imperial capital, there were countless strong people within the True Martial Academy, and both the faculty strength and the quality of the students were all existences that topped the three major academies. At this moment, deep within the academy, a dragon-patterned black-robed old man woke up from his slumber, and the first thing he did was to look at the sky, a rare flash of astonishment appearing on his perennially ancient and unperturbed face. What a big commotion! Could it be which demon lord has descended upon the Haoyue Empire? The old man muttered to himself, then hurriedly got up and walked out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, a group of True Martial Academy executives had been waiting here for a long time, and when they saw the old man come out, they all hurriedly bowed. Dean. The old man was none other than the dean of the True Martial Academy, a peak 6th grade powerhouse, Yang Yuanshan. Yang Yuanshan looked around the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Can any of you tell me what's happening outside?" The crowd looked at each other with a glance, all of them shaking their heads with bitter smiles. A blue-suited middle-aged man crossed over the crowd and stood out, first saluting Yang Yuanshan before saying, "Teacher, you've been in a deep slumber during this period of time, and a lot of things have indeed happened in the outside world." Subsequently, this person spoke of the recent events in the Haoyue Empire one by one, and among them, the one he focused on the most was the matter of Lu Yuan becoming an imperial master. Yang Yuanshan was first silent for a while after hearing this, but everyone could tell that Yang Yuanshan's face didn't look good, like a suppressed volcano that could erupt in monstrous rage at any time. Yang Yuanshan took a deep breath. Let's talk about this matter later. The most crucial thing now is to figure out what's going on in front of us. Following the fall of his words, everyone also looked to the sky. A devilish aura enveloped the entire Haoyue Empire as if it was in a devilish realm. Everyone was uneasy, but everyone was also at their wits' end. They didn't even know what was going on. To put it bluntly, from the beginning of the Haoyue Empire's establishment until now, there hadn't been a single vision of a new martial art being born. Just when the uneasiness in everyone's heart was about to reach the extreme, on the dome of the sky, in the center of the demonic cloud that covered an unknown number of thousands of miles, a sacred golden light suddenly rushed out. And the end point of that sacred golden light was clearly the imperial palace. Shortly thereafter, the demonic clouds dissipated, and the heavens and earth repeated their clarity, though everyone knew that this matter certainly couldn't end just like that. As for the imperial palace, it became a target in the first place, and all of the 5th and 6th ranked powerhouses within the imperial capital converged on the imperial palace in the first place, and they wanted a statement. With the disappearance of the royal family's 7th grade ancestor, the deterrent power of the royal family is not as strong as before. 5th grade powerhouses may still be afraid. After all, although the royal family does not have a 7th grade, the 6th grade is not short of it. But for most of the 6th grade powerhouses, the royal family? A group of parasites. At the level of the 6th grade, they couldn't be more clear about what the Haoyue Empire was like today. To put it nicely, it is the emperor and the clan family rule the world. To put it bluntly, the imperial order out of the empire fart nothing. The emperor's power has been divided by the clan family a clean. As for court officials, I'm sorry, but these court officials basically come from the middle gate or the family line. Imperial Palace, Qianyuan Hall. Lingshan sat in the high imperial seat, but a face that was already so gloomy that it was dripping water. With a sudden bang, Lingshan slapped the case in front of him into pieces and roared, "What do they want? Do they still have me, His Majesty, in their eyes or not, to openly besiege the imperial palace? Are they trying to revolt? Come on, pass on my imperial order. Declare the 4 spirit guards to enter the capital. I'd like to see what they're up to." The so-called 4 spirit guards were none other than the 4 strongest legions of the Haoyue Empire, which were the Green Dragon Army, the White Tiger Army, the Vermilion Bird Army, and the Xuanwu Army. Each legion is standardized with 1 million men, guarding the 4 sides of the empire, and the 4 legion commanders are all 6th grade powerhouses. The most important thing was that the 4 legions all practiced a military formation art, and in the case of a formation, the 4 legion leaders were all no weaker than the deans of the 3 great academies, and the 2 great Holy Land Holy Lords, or even a little stronger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The 4 spirit guards have a great deal at stake. If they are mobilized rashly, the empire may be in danger of toppling over. Please think twice. Your Majesty. Chu De Companion hurriedly knelt down, pleading Lingshan to think twice before acting. He was Lingshan's most trusted eunuch, and also the highest cultivation eunuch in the entire imperial palace, with 6 grades, and it was he who received Lu Yuan together with Lingshan in the beginning. But it was also because of this that he knew how great the impact would be once the 4 spirit guards were mobilized into the capital. That wasn't just border turmoil. It meant that the royal family and the clan families were torn apart. What's more, would the 4 spirit guards really support the royal family 100%? To know that the court officials are infiltrated into a sieve. The 4 spirit guards are also composed of people. Is a person has a loophole, so many years down the road. Loyalty and treachery has long been difficult to distinguish. Then what do you think I should do? Letting those rebels block outside the palace? Do you know that the imperial clan has now become the laughingstock of the entire Haoyue Empire? The 2 holy places, the 3 great academies, and the 5 great clans. On the surface they still hold me as their lord, but in reality, I'm afraid that my holy decree will be a piece of waste paper when it leaves the imperial capital. Lingshan was furious, and the fire in his heart that had been suppressed for many years could not be stopped from erupting. In the past, everyone hadn't torn their faces off, and the many forces were still maintaining the royal family's face in plain sight, even though everyone knew that it was just for show. Lingshan naturally knew this, but he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. But today the face was completely torn, and the royal family's shaming cloth was completely gone. For a moment, Lingshan really wanted to die with these people. What national justice? What the living dawn? He did not want to care, just want to vomit out the repressed years of resentment. The Chu Grand Companion sighed slightly in his heart. As a beneficiary of imperial power, he was naturally also angry beyond measure, but he was sensible enough to know that if he really wanted to throw his weight around, no one would be able to do well. Not to mention the fact that there is now the Imperial Master. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that there is still the Imperial Master? Grand Companion Chu reminded. Ha! Hearing these words, Lingshan abruptly awoke from his anger and subconsciously stood up from the Emperor's seat, saying with a look of surprise as an afterthought, "Yes, I still have an Emperor's teacher." Momentarily overwhelmed by anger, I actually forgot about the existence of the Imperial Master. Lingshan paced back and forth in front of the Emperor's seat, muttering under his breath, and after a moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, I still have the Imperial Master. Who am I afraid of? Lingshan's eyes drooped. Great Companion, accompany me and see what exactly these chaotic officials want to do. Chu's first mate's heart was relieved, knowing that Lingshan had finally regained his senses. Yes, Your Majesty. Outside the palace, a dozen strong men stood in the air, not hiding their powerful aura in the slightest. And what's more, directly sweeping the palace with their divine thoughts with impunity. Not long after, Lingshan also arrived. He stood on the wall of the imperial city. His eyes looked straight at the crowd. This was to be half of the gas dissipated. At this moment when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but start to be angry again. What do you all want to do? Do you still have me as the emperor in your eyes or not? Lingshan questioned the crowd. There were a dozen people in the sky, and at the head of them were none other than the dean of the True Martial Academy, Yang Yuanshan, the holy lord of the Holy Land of Wind and Cloud, Feng Yunjitian, as well as the lord of the most powerful foreign force in the Haoyue Empire, the president of the Mercenary Guild, Lin Hongnung. The three of them were all existences at the peak of the 6th grade realm, and they were one of the few people who stood at the top of the real power of the Haoyue Empire. At this moment, hearing Lingshan's questioning, Yan Yuanshan said flatly, "Don't misunderstand, Your Majesty. We are here only to know what happened to the earlier vision in the sky, and what exactly was that beam of golden light that shot into the palace. The safety and security of the Empire concerns each and every one of us. Even Your Majesty cannot stop it." Lingshan was all pissed off and laughed, suppressing his anger. What a good one! The safety of the Empire. So in the future, is it true that as long as someone bears the banner of the safety of the Empire, whoever can recklessly besiege the Imperial Palace and step on my face as the Emperor to trample on it viciously on the ground? Feng Yunjitian eyes narrowed. The corner of his mouth snorted. Said, Lingshan, Lingshan, call you a sire you still really knows on the face is not it. You are nothing more than a rich dog we raised. Weekdays are lazy to care about you. You really think that you are a thing, honest and quiet a little bit, you can still do your emperor. Or else we do not recommend to let this position for a new person to sit. Recently heard people say, you don't know where to find a cat or dog to take on the role of emperor. Also don't wait 3 days after that dispensable banquet. Take advantage of this opportunity. Call that emperor out to us. Let me see. In the end, from where to come out of the things that don't know what's good for you. Emperor is not so good to be. Feng Yunjitian's words completely tore apart the last point of face between the clan families and the royal family. In this instant, even Chu's first mate was so infuriated that he trembled. His murderous intent was revealed in his gaze, and he even stopped advising Lingshan to calm down. Even as long as Lingshan opened his mouth to give the word, he would definitely be the first one to do it. Yet bizarrely, Lingshan became calm as he looked at Feng Yunjitian with a compassionate gaze, wanting to be looking at a dead person. Afterwards, he looked towards the Mercenary Guild president, Lin Funung. The Mercenary Guild has always been neutral. Is President Lin trying to break the rules and meddle in my empire's affairs? Lingshan said. The Mercenary Guild was a special existence whose volume was horrifying, with chapters in every corner of the returning ruins great world, with powerful people and countless members. The reason why it was said to be special was because the Mercenary Guild had always been relatively Buddhist, never interfering in any fights between forces. It was a superpower that combined intelligence peddlers, assassin organizations, bounty firms, and employment agencies. For the vast majority of people, the biggest impression they had of the Mercenary Guild was that it was a good place to make money, because there is no threshold to become a mercenary. You only need to pay a certain amount of dues on a regular basis, and then you can receive missions without a threshold. There are tons of Mercenary Guild quests, from the smallest to helping an old granny cross the street, to the largest to subvert the 8th grade power. These massive quests provided a way for a huge number of casuals as well as bottom-level cultivators to obtain resources. That's why most of the casuals and bottom cultivators were quite favorable towards the Mercenary Guild. And the Haoyue Empire was close to the Demon Beast Forest, so there was also a Mercenary Guild chapter that existed. But mostly, the Mercenary Guild had little presence. I didn't expect that the president of the Mercenary Guild would now break the previous rules because of this matter. Emperor Ling is joking. I'm not interested in meddling in your affairs. I'm just curious about that character who gained the Heavenly Dao's merit. I wonder if Emperor Ling could introduce me to him. Lin was unable to say. Lin was unable to wear an ice blue robe, with a handsome appearance and arrogant demeanor. Facing Lingshan, he didn't have an ounce of respect. Even if it wasn't for that earlier incident, it was possible that until he left office, Lingshan would not be able to see him once. Lin Hongnan was not from the Haoyue Empire, but from a certain super family in the Eastern Wasteland, and the breadth of his vision was not something that could be compared to those in the Haoyue Empire's acreage. While the other 6th grade powerhouses were still baffled by what had happened earlier, he had already recognized that it was Heaven's Dao merit. Someone does something and it triggers a heavenly meritocracy. Exactly what was done, though, he couldn't guess. However, it was also because he recognized that it was Heaven's Dao merit that he was also more shocked than the others. Not to mention remote and barbaric places like the Haoyue Empire. Even in the most prosperous and powerful core regions of the Eastern Wasteland, characters that can invoke the Heavenly Dao's merits are few and far between, and are rare to see for hundreds or thousands of years. Such a character. How could he, Lin Fanung, not meet him? And if he could make friends, it would definitely be a good thing for him. After all, being the son of a super family but coming to this remote place to be a mercenary guild president was enough to show his status in the family. Hearing what Lin was unable to say, Ling Shen's face didn't look half as good. Although Lin was unable to intervene in the affairs of the empire, his purpose was almost the same as that of Yang Yuanshan and the others, and he had likewise come for that beam of golden light. Humph. 1 by 1, 2 by 2. They don't take me. The emperor? Seriously. Ling Shen's gloomy gaze swept over the crowd as he laughed coldly inwardly. Since all of you want to die, what's wrong with fulfilling you all? He probably had a guess in his mind about that beam of golden light. After all, in such a large palace, it seemed that the person who was able to induce such a heaven and earth anomaly was that one and only one. All of you want to know what's going on with that is golden light, is it? Well then, I'll fulfill you, provided you have the guts to follow. After Ling Shen said that, he threw off his dragon robe and took large strides towards the depths of the palace. Grand Companion Chu glanced at the crowd in the sky, a flash of unexplained pity flashing through his eyes before he too hurriedly followed behind Ling Shen. In the air, the people looked at each other, their eyes flickering. All of them didn't know what kind of medicine Ling Shen was selling in his gourd, fearing that it was a trap, so they were all hesitant to move forward. Lin was unable to have these concerns and directly followed him, not to mention the fact that he came from a super family. Just the identity of the Mercenary Guild's president was enough to allow him to run rampant. After all, the Mercenary Guild was notoriously protective despite its Buddhist nature. It wasn't hard to kill him. A 7th rank, or even a character ranked in the top 1000 of the dragon ranking would have to be as easy as a slap in the face to kill him. But before killing him, one would have to consider whether or not he could withstand the pursuit of hundreds of millions of assassins from the Mercenary Guild. Feng Yunjitian glanced at the crowd, snorted at the corner of his mouth, and said disdainfully, "A bunch of goons. So afraid of death and still come to the palace for what?" After saying that, he also entered the palace right behind Lin Fanung. Yang Yuanshan's brows furrowed, and after pondering in his mind, the third one followed. The others saw this and looked at each other, but none of them moved, and there were bold ones who directly stared at the rest of the palace. However, without waiting for them to make their move, 3 silhouettes linked up from the depths of the palace, all exuding a powerful aura of the 6th grade realm. These 3 people are the bottom of the royal family's strong. Once followed Hao Yue Taizu to fight in the 4 directions, now retired, has not shown up for many years, only as the bottom of the royal family to deter the 4 directions. As soon as these 3 people appeared, they immediately displayed a thunderous momentum and killed the remaining group of people blatantly. The palace. It's not that good to block. Since you're here, be prepared to die. Likewise, the 3 powerhouses were prepared to die in battle. The face of the royal family, not to be lost. They can die and lose in battle, but never allow nothing to be done. The battle outside the imperial city was a mess. The battle of the 6th grade quickly swept through half of the imperial capital, with countless deaths and injuries for a while. Inside the palace, the 3 of them who hadn't gone far yet, Lin Kant, looked backward. A flash of playfulness flashed across Lin Fanung's eyes, while coldness rose in the eyes of Yang Yuanshan and Feng Yunjishan. They saw the determination of the imperial clan and knew that today was not going to be a good day no matter what. But it had come to this, and it was impossible for them to retreat. Not long after, under Ling Shen's lead, the crowd passed through a corridor and arrived in front of a huge bronze door. Ling Shen twisted his head and glanced at the 3 with an icy gaze before knocking on the huge bronze door. Late generation Ling Shen, I seek an audience with Imperial Master. Ling Shen's age was much older than Lu Yuan's, but in the cultivation world it had always been that those who reached the top were honored, not based on age. Playing God. Ling Shen, do you think that we'll retreat after making such a scene? Feng Yunjitian said in a cold voice. What Imperial Master? Does he really have a 7th grade? I don't believe it. Yang Yuanshan also spoke faintly. Ling Shen turned his head and smiled coldly. Are you guys scared? Yang Yuanshan and Feng Yunjishan snorted coldly. Afraid? Joke. Hurry up. What are you dawdling about? Could it be that you really have something to see? Ling Shen smiled coldly. Then as you wish. On this day next year, I will go to pay my respects. After the words were spoken, the giant bronze door slowly opened inward. A piercing golden light accompanied by an indifferent voice came out from within the hall. You're the ones raving out there? The crowd's eyes flashed before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again in the next second, they all didn't know when they had been transferred to the middle of the hall. In front of the grand hall, on a 4-sided high platform, a white-clothed youth was quietly watching them. In front of the youth was a heavy book, and behind him were shelves that stretched like an ocean. Sure enough, it's a 7th grade true lord. I knew that a figure who could invoke the heavenly Tao's merit could only be in existence of the 7th grade or above. While the crowd was still in a daze, Lin Fanning was already the first to open his mouth. His demeanor unassuming. Desolate ancient forest family Lin Fanning. Meet senior. Lin couldn't salute. Even if his status was like his, he still had to salute when facing the 7th rank. Wherever a 7th grade powerhouse was placed, it was synonymous with power. Looking at Yang Yuanshan and Feng Yanjishan again, the two had long since become bloodless, and were currently stumbling over their self-introductions. Feng Yun Holy Land. Feng Yun Jitian. Pay respects to senior. True Martial Academy. Yang Yuanshan. Pay respects to senior. Both of their hearts were trembling at the moment, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as if their hearts were dead. They had never thought that Ling Xin would actually be able to invite a 7th grade powerhouse to sit in on the Imperial Division. So what were his credentials? On the high platform, Lu Yuan calmly looked at the 4 people below. There was nothing fluctuating in his heart. In his opinion, it was just a group of mole crickets fighting for that humble power. He really couldn't muster much interest in such a thing. Gazing at Ling Xin, Lu Yuan said, "What do you want to do?" Ling Xin stepped forward and cupped his fists. "The rebels and traitors should be executed. Please ask the Imperial Master to take action to revitalize the dynasty." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Good." As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan poked out his palm and a black vortex quickly appeared between his palms. The 3 of them, Lin cannot, instantly felt a terrifying tearing force tearing at their flesh and blood. The 3 of them didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a pile of meat foam with a swish, followed by being sucked into the black vortex. On the side, Ling Xinrun was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open and he wanted to cry. "Senior, you killed the wrong person." "Oh, wasn't it you who asked me to make a move?" Lu Yuan remained calm. "What my juniors are talking about is the 2 people, Yang Yuanshan and Feng Yun Jitian, excluding that Lin cannot. It's over. This is big trouble." At this moment, Ling Xin didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. With the 2 biggest rebels dead, the remaining ones couldn't turn the tide, so logically he should be happy. But the fact that Lin was unable to die made him a little less happy. Trouble? Lu Yuan tilted his head, not understanding where the trouble came from just killing a 6th grade. Of course there are problems. Big problems. Ling Xin wanted to cry, so he told Lin Faneng's identity and origin. A direct descendant of the desolate ancient forest family, an 8th grade power, and a branch president of the mercenary guild, a 9th grade power. That's it? Lu Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile. Another 8th and 9th grade sounded bluffing, but in reality, it was just like that. The reason was also very simple. The one who died was only a 6th rank after all, and it wasn't even a core heir. Aren't you worried? In case there are no eventualities. Lu Yuan interrupted Ling Xin and comforted him. Ling Xin, your eyesight is ultimately trapped in the Hao Yue Empire. You have to realize that this world is very realistic. If Lin was unable to be killed by someone at the same level, there might be people who would avenge him. But unfortunately, he was killed by me. And no one would avenge him because he deserved to die. The weight of the 7th grade can be much heavier than you think. But, Ling Xin opened his mouth to speak. "Alright, you go out. I'll take care of it when the sky falls. What are you afraid of?" Lu Yuan didn't want to talk any more nonsense and directly gave an expulsion order. Ling Xin was unable to refute this and retreated after making a bow. There was still a mess outside waiting for him to solve. On the high platform, Lu Yuan continued to read. When he first came to this world, he was in the dark and didn't know anything. Fortunately, after this period of time of non-stop knowledge, he already had a rough idea of the whole world. What he had said to Ling Xin earlier was not arrogance, but the actual reality of this world. Above the 7th grade and below the 7th grade were 2 classes, and all below the 7th grade were ants. Imagine the ant that resides in your house is trampled to death. Would you go to that person for revenge for that ant? The answer is definitely no. Lin was unable to be the ant that was trampled to death by Lu Yuan. Even if this news reached the desolate ancient Lin family, the people of the Lin family would only feel that Lin was unable to deserve it. You're a 6th grade. What's wrong with being beaten to death by a 7th grade? No one cares who's right or wrong about this. If Lin can't die, it's his fault, even if it's not his. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Lin Kant's family wanted to avenge Lin Kant. After all, they were relatives. But Lu Yuan didn't even care. 7th grade or 8th grade, he didn't have to be afraid of any of them. In terms of strength, he didn't fear anyone below the 8th rank. Of course, it was the case of using his bottom card. And in terms of identity, to put it politely, Lu Yuan was definitely one of the top 2nd generation in the heavens and the earth. And he hadn't been afraid of anyone more than his background. As for the mercenary guild, it is still the same thing. All under the 7th grade are mole crickets. No one would go after a 7th rank for a 6th rank, unless it was a personal disciple, or a first blood relative. Obviously, Lin was unable to belong to either of these two, or else he wouldn't have come to this poor countryside. Through this period of time, Lu Yuan had a rough idea of the entire Returning Ruins great world. The entire world, not unlike a universe, had stars and galaxies, as well as black holes and dark matter, and even more infinite dimensional worlds, with civilizations blossoming in all sorts of transcendent paths, and the center of the entire universe is the Returning Ruins continent, which is the origin of everything, and the number of strong people and resources tops the entire universe, and the Returning Ruins continent was divided into 6 parts, namely, the Central State, the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Lands, the Southern Underworld, the Northern Abyss, and the Endless Sea. The entire Returning Ruins continent wasn't particularly huge. It was equivalent to the size of a few hundred galaxies, but it had deep roots and ancient origins, and most of the 9th grade forces in the entire Returning Ruins great world were rooted here. So it was the absolute center. Lu Yuan's current location was the Eastern Wasteland Hao State, one of the 36 states in the Eastern Wasteland, but in reality, the Eastern Wasteland originally only had 12 states, and the remaining 24 states were all opened up later by powerful people. The territories of these 24 states originally belonged to the demon race, but were later beaten down alive by the human race, while the remnants of the Eastern Wasteland demon race took refuge in the endless forests of demon beasts with the help of the Southern Underworld demon race, due to the fact that it was a territory that was opened up later on, along with the fact that it was originally a resident of the demon race. The Hao state, regardless of its size or resources, was very small compared to the core 12 states of the Eastern Wasteland. The cultivators of these 12 states were also very unimpressed with the cultivators of the other 24 states. Quite a feeling of superiority. Those close to the core regions were fine, but the fringe states among the fringes like the Hao state were just barbarians who were completely unimpressed. The fact that Lin was unable to be sent here showed his status and position. Therefore, Lu Yuan was not afraid of retaliation in the slightest. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Yuan glanced towards his palm, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The heaven-swallowing devil technique he had created had already been judged by the world will as a 7th grade martial skill, not only rewarding him with a large amount of heavenly Dao merit, but also filling up the shriveled devil Dao a bit. With the massive amount of powerful people leaving the Taiwu realm, the Taiwu realm was also nearing the brink of collapse, and naturally, all of the great Dao that were born in the Taiwu realm would rapidly decline to the extreme. There is only one way to be strong again: travel to other worlds. If there was no Dao under one's control in the other world, that was fine. But if there was the same Dao, then it was a case of 2 tigers fighting and one would be injured. Unfortunately, the Devil's Way was the mainstream avenue when looking at the infinite universe, and in the great world of Returning Ruins, there was an existence that controlled the Devil's Way. Originally, if Lu Yuan's Devil Dao had been weakened and unchanged, it would have been nothing, but unfortunately it was just now. Under the reward of the world's will, Lu Yuan's Devil Dao became filled up again a little bit, and this extra Devil Dao was obviously from this world's Devil Dao. In other words, Lu Yuan had already shaken the authority of the Lord of the Devil Dao in this world. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this Lord of the Devil's Way would come to his door and fight Lu Yuan to the death. In this regard, Lu Yuan didn't think anything of it, as it would have been sooner or later. Even if that Lord of the Devil's Way didn't come to Lu Yuan would still go to him, but not now. After the unification of the 3 bodies, Lu Yuan's personal strength had reached the peak of the 7th grade, but this was still far from enough. At least not enough to face the Lord of the Devil Dao in this world. To control a Dao, one was generally in the realm of the 7th product. The 8th product was already transcendent and did not need to utilize the power of the Dao anymore. And the 9th product was already an unnamable existence. But even at the 7th rank, Lu Yuan was still far from being at his peak and strongest. Just like the Taiwu realm had limit-breaking realms, the great world of Returning Ruins also had similar realm divisions, just with different names. The 3 levels of minor extremity, major extremity, and extremity were realms that were similar to breaking limits, and at the 7th grade minor pole position, one is called a true lord. The true lord in the mouths of these people in Fengyan Jitian generally referred to the ordinary 7th rank, which belonged to a kind of human respectable title, just like generally calling the deputy director as the director. But between a 7th grade powerhouse and a 7th grade powerhouse, it was not possible to address them indiscriminately. An ordinary 7th grade was an ordinary 7th grade. And even if you were a peak 7th grade, you couldn't address yourself as a true lord. True lord, this was a level of strength and even more of an honor. The great pole position, known as the true king, the extreme Dao, known as the emperor, the extreme Dao emperor. As for how it was judged, that's easy too. A true lord needs to fight all the people of the same level in a state without any rivals, and after convincing all the people of the same level, he is a true lord. Note that a state here is not a nook and cranny like the US state, but a place like the 12 states at the core of the eastern wasteland. For the great extreme position, one would need to fight unrivaled in a domain, such as fighting all over the eastern wasteland. The extreme Tao is even simpler. Just beat the entire returning ruins continent without any enemy at the same level. Normally speaking, like in the eastern wasteland, there were at most 12 true lords, but I don't know how long ago, there were more true lords, far more than 12. Only later did everyone realize that all of these extra true lords came from the stars. The starry sky is a much broader stage. They are divided by star field, star area, star ring. Fight all a star field invincible at the same level, can be called true monarch, and so on. Fight all a star ring, can be called the extreme road. So the whole world extreme road is also more than one. Logically speaking, once there were more true lord extreme paths, the value of this title should have shrunk. But the opposite was true. Not only did this title not shrink, but it became even more honorable. This was because the people on the returning ruins continent had discovered that those true lords and true kings who had come from the stars were actually not the least bit inferior to their own true lords and true kings in terms of strength. So when the book said that the returning ruins continent was the place where the entire returning ruins great world gathered the most powerful people, Lu Yuan was always skeptical, because just from the data on paper, the stars were obviously stronger, especially after the entry of many foreign forces. Speaking from afar, in the final analysis, Lu Yuan's current strength could only be described as fair, whereas the Lord of the Devil Tao in this world was most likely a true lord or even a true king. Getting stronger. Lu Yuan looked at his palm and sighed quietly, and he already had an answer in his mind as to how to get stronger quickly. The unrest in the imperial capital was quickly suppressed by Ling Xin with an iron fist. One of the 4 spirit guards, the Xuanwu army, was mobilized to the imperial capital, and for a time, the entire imperial capital was surrounded by an aura of iron and bloodshed and solemnity, and the hearts of the imperial capital were on edge. Yang Yuanshan, Fengyun Jitian died. Ling Xin ordered the cancellation of the Holy Land title of the Fengyun Holy Land, and the disciples of the Fengyun Holy Land either disbanded or died. 300,000 Xuanwu guards had surrounded the Wind Cloud Holy Land. As for the true martial academy, it was also labeled as a rebel, and those who were close to Yang Yuanshan were either killed or captured. And the true martial academy finally had no choice but to merge with the Yuanwu Academy. 2 of the 5 great families of the imperial capital had also directly disappeared. However, Lu Yuan didn't care about any of this. The palace. Lu Yuan had been busy with this matter lately ever since he had determined his path to become stronger quickly. After the cultivation level reached the 7th grade, pure cultivation no longer had much effect, and this realm placed more importance on accumulation. So if you want to get stronger quickly, you can only increase your own base. To Lu Yuan, the fastest way for him to accumulate his reserves right now was the Devil's Way that he had mastered. As long as he enhanced the Devil Tao to what it looked like when he was in the Taiwu realm, he had enough confidence to ascend to True Lord, or even True King. And thanks to being in the great world of returning ruins, Lu Yuan's powerful own Devil Tao doesn't need to fight hard with the Lord of the Devil Tao in this world at all, and only needs to gain merit. There are also many more ways to gain merit than just creating martial arts, and one of the most widely known ways would be to perform good deeds. Of course, the merit gained from this approach was minuscule. The merit gained from a person doing good deeds for a lifetime might not be as much as 1,000th of the merit gained from Lu Yuan's creation of a martial art. But by good deeds here we mean things that ordinary people can do. For cultivators, killing an evil demon and stopping a plague that plagued the world was also a kind of good deed. But the merits gained from the 2 kinds of good deeds were vastly different. To put it bluntly, the great world of returning ruins was at a critical juncture of promotion, and the slightest hint of underlying strength was vital to him. Naturally, those plagues caused by man are most displeasing to him. By preventing these calamities, which may cause the deaths of countless living beings, merit is gained. Is Lu Yuan going to do a good deed? Of course not. He's not that idle. On the contrary, not only would Lu Yuan not do such a thing, he would become the most evil devil in the returning ruins great world. As I said earlier, the best way for Lu Yuan to become powerful quickly at the moment was to be strong in the Devil Tao. But the powerful demonic path can be much more than just the merit of the hue as a method. Letting one's magic path spread out and gaining faith can be equally powerful, and it's a 2-for-1 approach. There's a saying in Buddhism that says put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. There is also a saying in the world that the prodigal son returns. A good man does good things all his life, and as soon as he does one bad thing, everyone will no longer think he is still a good man. But a bad person who has done bad things all his life is able to change his image in people's minds by doing one good thing. This reasoning was equally applicable in the great world of returning ruins. Lu Yuan was going to be that most evil of devils, and in the short term there was no benefit. But when one day he put down the butcher's knife, he would be able to gain a huge amount of merit. And in the process, the devil's way can be powerful at the same time. It's time to leave. Lu Yuan closed the pages of the book and murmured in his heart. The Hao Yue Empire was still too small after all. And in the beginning, becoming an imperial master was only to gain an identity and dissipate the ill will of the world towards him. However, this identity was now dispensable to him. He had already gained a great deal of heavenly Dao merit, and the will of the world would not ostracize him anymore. In staying here, it was of no benefit to Lu Yuan. With a slight movement of his thoughts, Lu Yuan left behind an alter ego, while his main body broke through the void and directly left the Hao Yue Empire. The doppelganger possessed 10% of his battle power, and it was enough to guard the Hao Yue Empire. For the Lu family in Chang'an province, Lu Yuan had also arranged for a city guard commander to secretly guard them. As for his younger brother Lu Hao, Lu Yuan did not want to interfere. As a son of Qi, he had his own path. Imperial capital. At the city gates, Lu Hao was dressed in a black robe, and a cool killing aura lingered around him. He looked at the tall gates with a complex expression. 3 months had passed since his cultivation had been abolished. During these 3 months, he wasn't in the imperial capital. Since his cultivation had been restored by an unfamiliar powerhouse, he had resolutely left the imperial capital, and other than a midway trip back to his family, he spent the rest of his time staying in the demon beast forest to hone himself, killing with demons, killing with people. In these 3 months, he had experienced a lot, and the once naive teenager had long since ceased to exist. Now Lu Hao only wanted to take revenge. The imperial capital Heaven's Pride competition, which will be held in 3 days. This is my chance. Underneath the black robe, Lu Hao looked puzzled, and a pair of black pupils flashed with a deep purple color. After taking a deep breath and paying the entry fee, he stepped into the imperial capital once again. He had stepped up to the peak here, and he had fallen down to the abyss here. Stepping into the city gates, one's eyes were greeted by a busy street with no visible head, crowds of people one after another, and the noise filled one's ears. For a moment, Lu Hao even went into a trance, as if he had returned to earth from hell. Only he knows what kind of life he lived those 3 months. Suddenly, Lu Hao's expression moved as he felt several lines of sight sweeping over him. In the past he might not have been able to detect it, and perhaps he wouldn't have cared even if he did. But it was different now. After experiencing that place that was like a Shura, he had become incredibly sharp. After all, in the demon beast forest, at any time, there were ferocious demonic beasts peering in the shadows, looking for the right moment to deal him a fatal blow. Therefore, Lu Hao was most likely to notice the sight, especially the sight with scrutiny and malice, and the few sightings behind him carried a heavy dose of malice. But he didn't move, still walking through the crowd. He never intended to hide his identity on this return, and this backbone that allowed him to dare not to hide his identity came not only from the huge increase in his strength, but also from the yen di that resided in his ring. The reason why he had traveled to the incomparably dangerous demon beast forest was indeed on the one hand that he wanted to hone himself, but the more important aspect was to go in search of medicinal herbs that would allow Yen Di to recover his strength. Don't ask why you're not looking for herbs in the empire. Asking means you don't have the money. Kid, there are 3 people following you behind you. 2 first grades and 1 second grade. Do you want me to help you get rid of them? Emperor Yan spoke. Lu Hao's face was calm. No need. Just a few dogs. As long as they don't bark wildly in front of me, there's no need to pay attention to them. As he spoke, Lu Hao was already standing in front of a magnificent building. The building's plaque is 3 large, powerful letters. Danshenj. The Danshan Pavilion was not a native force of the Hao Yue Empire, and like the Tongtian Pavilion, it was one of the foreign forces, only that it was not as strong as the Tongtian Pavilion, but only relatively speaking. For the Hao Yue Empire, the Dan God Pavilion also belonged to the existence of one that could not be messed with and could only be looked up to. The Danshan Pavilion, as you can tell from its name, is mainly a force that sells and refines pills, and unlike those small alchemy workshops, the Danshan Pavilion's business spreads all over the returning ruins, because its creator was a genuine Dan God. The top pills that were refined were those that had an effect on 8th grade powerhouses. Lu Hao walked into the Dan God Pavilion, and a waiter quickly greeted him. May I ask what you need? This guest? The waitress was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and long legs, and a professional smile on her face without making it feel fake. She sized up the teenager in front of her. The clothes are ordinary, but the aura is not bad. But by the looks of it, it shouldn't be here to buy pills, but to sell spiritual materials. She thought like this. Lu Hao glanced at the waiter. His gaze didn't linger too much as he spoke faintly. I want to see your supervisor. This guest. Our supervisor is busy with business and may not be able to rush over at a moment's notice, so you can speak to me directly if you have anything, the waiter said. Lu Hao had heard too many similar excuses, and did not think so. then simply and clearly stated his intention. I'm here to apply for a job as an alchemist for the Dan God Pavilion. If you think you can do it, you can go ahead and arrange it. If not, it's better to call your supervisor. Applying for an alchemist job? The waiter was startled and sized up Lu Hao again with a scrutinizing gaze. Dan God Pavilion naturally does not lack alchemists, but in order to develop in the long term, Dan God Pavilion will also recruit outstanding alchemists, but the requirements are extremely high. Either a genius, or a high-level alchemist, for a long time, can be said to be able to join the Dan God Pavilion through the application of alchemists can be said to be very few. After all, alchemists could be popular everywhere, and those who were capable would be even less willing to be subservient. Lu Hao was too young in age, and his clothes weren't too flashy, so it wasn't hard to understand that the waiter would have this kind of expression. After all, alchemists were notoriously rich. Lu Hao didn't talk nonsense and snapped his fingers with his left hand, and a purple flame blossomed at his fingertips. The flame was ethereal purple and dazzling, and once it bloomed, the temperature in the hall became scorching hot. Purple underworld divine flame, the attendant screamed. As a staff member of the Dan God Pavilion, when they joined, they needed to know all the types of spiritual materials in heaven and earth, their names, as well as their roles, as well as every aspect about alchemy, so it could be said that apart from not being able to alchemize, they were no worse than any of the alchemists. Purple Underworld Divine Flame was one of the top 10 top foreign flames in the list of foreign flames, and it was a top divine fire that countless top alchemists in the world could only dream of. So she recognized it at a glance, and her entire body was shocked beyond words. Her little mouth was open, and she couldn't close it for half a day. Now, can I have your supervisor come see me? Lu Hao said with a smile. Sure, of course, the little girl returned slightly. Wait a moment, I'll call our supervisor over right away. No need. A voice came from the other side, and the crowd looked for it. The person who spoke was dressed in a gorgeous white robe, tall, with an excellent temperament, and although he was middle-aged in appearance, his essence was much more spirited than many youths. Seeing this person, the little maid immediately bowed her head respectfully and said, Pavilion Master, the Dan God Pavilion Master. Even though he was only a sub-pavilion master, his status was definitely not lower than Lin Fanun's. Shi Ping softly hummed, then ignored the crowd as his hot gaze fell on Lu Hao. Little brother, there's no need for an examination. From now on you're my Dan God Pavilion's alchemist. I just don't know how many grades of alchemist little brother is, so I can arrange a position for you. Lu Hao smiled faintly. 3rd grade, living in this world of the weak and the strong, without a backer is absolutely not. Not to mention that the alchemist is originally a gold-swallowing beast. If there is no strong force support, and then talented alchemist will not go far. Lu Hao came to this Dan God Pavilion to find a backer. So far, everything was going well, and with his talent coupled with the purple underworld divine flame, he believed that soon his name would reach the ears of some big shot in the Dan God Pavilion. Leaving from the Hao Yue Empire, Lu Yuan kept his feet on the ground all the way, constantly shattering the void as he moved forward. The spatial barrier of the great world of returning ruins was more than 10,000 times harder than the Tai Wu realm, and even with Lu Yuan's realm strength, he was somewhat exhausted at this time, so he had no choice but to stop, and at this time, he was at least a few light years away from the Hao Yue Empire. Breaking through the void, Lu Yuan casually found a city to land in. As soon as he stepped into the city, Lu Yuan obviously felt the difference. There were somewhat more strong people in the city. 3rd and 4th grades were everywhere. 5th and 6th grades were not uncommon, and even 7th grade. He had felt no less than 5 auras. Is this the depth of the Eastern Wasteland's core great state? Lu Yuan murmured. That's right, Lu Yuan is in a place at this time. It is clearly one of the 12 states of the Eastern Wasteland. Huangji State, the city under his feet, called Xiangnan City, is just one of the medium-sized cities in Huangji State. It may not sound like much, but its area was comparable to 6 or 7 Hao Yue empires, and such cities and pools were all over the imperial extreme state. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, all the powerful people in the city sensed his aura, but no one showed up, much less came to make friends or anything. Of course the premise was that Lu Yuan was just passing through. If he stayed here for a long time, those strong men in the city would come to his door one by one. Well, Lu Yuan did not have the intention to stay for a long time, all the way through the void across several light years. He was indeed a little tired, and also found that if he relied on his own strength to want to arrive at the destination is a little impractical. Not that it can't be done, but it's not worth it. His destination wasn't in the imperial extreme state, or even in the returning ruins continent, but in the starry sky. The returning ruins continent was too deep in the water and had too many strong people, which was not conducive to Lu Yuan's current stage of development. The stars are much better in comparison. Moreover, cultivation was the main focus in the starry sky. and technology was the supplement. And as a traveler, Lu Yuan also preferred that kind of environment with technology. It was worth mentioning that the returning ruins continent actually didn't have the slightest bit of technology, so much so that the ordinary people here were still farming with human labor. This puzzled Lu Yuan, because given the force of the great world of returning ruins, even if ordinary people had mastered technology, they wouldn't be able to shake them at all. After all, even the nuclear weapons that made mankind proud in the previous life, not to mention in front of a 7th grade powerhouse, even in front of a 3rd grade cultivator, they were nothing more than toys, at best, more powerful cannonballs. Unless, the technological weapons of the great world of returning ruins were already able to affect high-level cultivators. Lu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but narrow as he thought of the sci-fi weapons that existed in the sci-fi works of his previous life. If that was the case, it would be interesting. Sangnan City has a teleportation array that leads directly to the starfield, but the teleportation cost is so expensive that it probably won't be used more than a few times a year, and it basically only serves the city's top officials and dignitaries. The teleportation hall was quite large, with a daily flow of up to 1 million people, equivalent to the transportation hub of Sangnan City. If you want to use the teleportation array, you have to buy a ticket first. Lu Yuan walked into the teleportation hall and came to sit in front of a window. The staff member, a stern-faced male cultivator, didn't look at Lu Yuan and asked directly, "Where are we going?" 5th Star Ring, White Dragon Star Region, Sacred Emperor Star Region, Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, the workman raised his head and surveyed Lu Yuan in surprise. It didn't matter if he didn't look, he was shocked when he did. The person in front of him has a young appearance, but a pair of pupils are bright and scary, like they can see everything, as if they were dissected in front of him, and not a single secret was left behind. His temperament is even more holy and lofty. Sitting there is like a mountain of ancient gods standing in front of him. Lofty, sacred, and bleak. This man, by no means, is ordinary. The staff put away their careless work attitude and turned to whisper carefully. The stars are far away. One must use the Starfield teleportation array to reach them. The cost required is roughly 1 billion spirit jade. Do you think? Can you accept it? The staff member was a bit intimidated. 1 billion spirit jades was an amount he didn't even dare to think about. He was afraid that Lu Yuan would slap him to death in a fit of rage after hearing this appalling price. The strong have always been temperamental, and the lives of the weak have never been on their radar. If it was an ordinary person, the staff would not have been so careful, although his cultivation was not high, but at least he was a person from the teleportation palace, eating public food, and ordinary people would not dare to move him. But the feeling Lu Yuan gave him was too mysterious and powerful. He had seen the hall master of the teleportation hall, which was a great expert at the peak of the 6th grade realm, but even if it was the hall master of the teleportation hall, under the comparison of the two, the staff only felt that their own hall master was not much better in front of Lu Yuan. Even if such a character slapped himself to death, I'm afraid that the teleportation palace wouldn't dare to say half a word. 1 billion. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Not too much. Then, this isn't much, the staff member secretly blurted out, and in his heart, he could only lament that he couldn't understand the world of the strong. But the movement of his hand didn't delay, and he quickly handed out a purple gold-colored card. This is the pass. You keep it. Go to the door in the center to the deepest part is where the Starfield teleportation array is located. Thanks. Lu Yuan accepted the purple gold card and turned around to walk in the direction the staff member pointed. In no time at all, he had made it to the deepest part. At this moment, in front of the Starfield teleportation array, the two staff members in charge of manipulating the array were sitting in front of a small table eating small dishes and drinking wine. The Starfield transmission array does not see guests all year round. Scheduling to be in charge of the Starfield transmission array has become the default rest day between the staff of the transmission hall. Ugh, another boring day. Zhang Jun, when do you think this day will end? A staff member reclined on his back in a chair, his hands resting behind his head, a jug of wine dangling from his mouth sighing but his movements revealing his laid-back true state. Named Zhang Jun. Staff clip small dishes, drinking small wine, from time to time squinting, heard his companion's words, he laughed, slowly simmer it, and then simmer a 300 to 500 years, and so on retirement to go to the stars to buy a planet as a lord. This return to the ruins of the continent. The truth is that it is not our little people can stay in the place, to the cultivation of you and me, put a little bit of starry space in some places are also a party of the hegemony of a party, but in this returning ruins continent, but small can no longer be small. Anyway, it's just a matter of waiting until we retire and we get to go and be human for a bit. Easy for you to say. It's not like you don't know how much it costs to activate this Starfield teleportation array once, right? With that salary of ours, we can't afford to use it for another 10,000 years of work. The other staff member rolled his eyes. Harm. This starfield teleportation array was never meant for us to use. It's for those big shots who are in a hurry. The little guys naturally have their own methods. Although it takes a little longer, maybe 30 to 50 years, it's still better than staying here as a mole. Gee, I wish I could be a big shot. Another staff member sighed. Ha ha, you're probably hopeless in this life. Accumulate more merit and virtue and try to get a good berth in your next life. Zhang Jun laughed. If the two men's words were heard by the people of Earth, they would probably only think that the two men were daydreaming. Merit. Reincarnation. Reincarnation? This is afraid to be a deep middle-aged bipolar. But in the return to the ruins of the continent, this is the actual existence of the rules. More virtue, really can cast a good berth. Except that the rules, while they exist, don't make the world a better place. For the world has only accumulated virtue, but not lost it. Even if you kill people in the field, and your sins are so heinous that you don't accumulate half of the merit, reincarnation is as it should be. And it doesn't happen because of how many people you've killed, how many sins you have committed and send you to the 18 layers of hell. In other words, there was no such thing as the underworld in the great world of returning ruins. Naturally, there would be no place to record the sins of the living and thus the merits and demerits would cancel out. Just as the two were talking, Lu Yuan arrived. When they saw Lu Yuan, the two of them hurriedly got up and cleaned up the table behind them with a flustered face. The two of them weren't the kind of stupid people who didn't have the eyesight to see, and at the same time, it was really because Lu Yuan's temperament was so extraordinary that it was hard for people to associate it with ordinary people. Since it wasn't an ordinary person who had come here again, it was undoubtedly a valued guest who was going to use the Starfield teleportation array. Sizing up the duo, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. No need to be nervous, just follow the flow. Yes, please, guest. The two nodded their heads in a hurry. Lu Yuan handed over the purple and gold card. Zhang Jun took it in his hand and carefully checked it. Although he was a bit afraid of Lu Yuan, but this kind of thing should be careful. In case it was a fake, or a negligence to teleport a person to the wrong place, then he would not be enough to pay for it even if he died 10 times. Soon, Zhang Jun confirmed that there was no mistake and led Lu Yuan to the deepest part of a huge wall, which was covered with complex formations and various inscriptions. So complex that even Lu Yuan was a bit dizzy just by looking at it. It didn't take long for the array to activate, and the energy of the entire 5th floor of the teleportation hall was channeled here, causing many of the teleportation arrays to only be suspended. And for a time, the entire teleportation hall was filled with abusive voices. Lu Yuan's eyes were slightly austere. Then he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, all the voices fell silent. And at the same time, Lu Yuan also stepped into the teleportation formation and his entire body disappeared. 5th star ring, White Dragon star region, Holy Emperor star region, Milky Way galaxy, on an inconspicuous life planet. The originally prosperous planet has been devastated by a catastrophe, and the few humans who survived have established 10 refuge base cities, which are now in jeopardy. A dozen kilometers away from the Tianyan base city, countless armies of monsters gathered here. These monsters have a huge size of the insect race. There are ugly and ferocious zombies. There are also mutated humans. These monsters varied in type and appearance, but at this moment, they were all gathering towards a central point. And at the center point of their gathering was a human youth who held an alloy battle sword in one hand and a talisman in the other. Casually surrounded by countless monsters, there was no despair in the youth's eyes, only hot and determined battle intent surging and burning. Dying? Shu Huo looked at the monsters around himself that could not be seen at a glance. There was no despair in his eyes, only the color of relief. Luckily, Dr. So successfully retreated, and as long as Dr. So lives, a ray of light will always remain in this desperate world. Raising his head to look at the dusky sky, Shu Huo turned his head to take a last lingering look at Tianyan Base City, gripped his battle sword tightly, and roared towards the monsters. Come on monsters! In the next instant, countless monsters came pouring out of the sky. That dense amount made Shu Huo's eyes go black. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a bitter smile, which made it impossible for him to fight even if he finally gave up his life. Unable to help it, Shu Huo closed his eyes and quietly waited for the final moment to come. However, he waited for a long time, but there was no movement around him, as if heaven and earth had gone quiet in this instant. Am I dead? It doesn't hurt at all. This shit. Scared for nothing. So this is what death is all about. Shu Huo cursed and opened his eyes, yet he froze in the next instant, only to see that around him, all the monsters were fixed. Even the monsters that leaped up in the air and lunged at him were inexplicably fixed in the air. What is this? This? Shu Huo was confused. Just then, an indifferent voice sounded in his mind. Want to live? Who? Shu Huo waved his ally fight haphazardly in all directions as if he was frightened. Who is pretending to be a god? Get the hell out of here. The indifferent voice did not answer him and continued to repeat what it had just said. Want to live? Chu Hua slashed at the air around him until his strength was exhausted before he calmed down. While gasping for air, he returned, of course I want to live. But this damn world doesn't give a damn. Lu Yuan slowly walked out of the void and came in front of Chu Xiu. Ignoring Chu Xiu's shocked face, he lifted his finger and gently pointed it out. And instantly a technique appeared in the middle of Chu Xiu's mind. With Lu Yuan's help, Chu Hua quickly learned the gongfu in his head. Swallowing. Heaven swallowing devil technique. As long as one kills, one can become infinitely stronger. Is there really such a thing in the world? Chu Hua muttered in disbelief as he looked at the gongfu that appeared in his mind. Lu Yuan said indifferently, try it and you won't know. As soon as the words fell, those fixed monsters instantly moved and madly rushed towards Chu Hua. Lu Yuan stood right in front of Chu Hua, but no monster attacked him. After Chu Hua froze slightly, he also understood Lu Yuan's meaning. Whether it was true or not, as long as he killed a monster he would know. Kill. Chu Hua didn't care. He carried his battle sword and killed out. In an instant, he took out several first-rank monsters. Chu Hua himself possessed a strength around the peak of the second rank, so he didn't have any difficulty in dealing with first-rank monsters. With the death of those first-rank monsters, a life essence that only Lu Yuan and Chu Hua could see emerged from the monster's corpse and actively entered Chu Hua's body. In just an instant, Chu Hua's strength had broken through from the peak of the second rank to the third rank, and along with that, his physical strength had also recovered to its peak state. It's actually true. After verifying the authenticity of the gongfu, Chu Hua was only ecstatic for a moment before he began to endlessly slaughter monsters. As Chu Hua continued to slaughter monsters, his strength soared, and soon broke through the third rank, becoming a fourth-rank genetic warrior. As for the monsters on the battlefield, they were basically only around first and second rank, with third and fourth rank elite monsters only making up a very small portion. And Chu Hua could restore his physical strength by absorbing life essence, which meant that as long as there was a constant stream of monsters, he could slaughter them almost endlessly. However, just as Chu Hua was fantasizing about directly becoming a ninth-order genetic warrior through this battle, the endless monsters on the battlefield actually retreated on their own accord. Don't go. I haven't broken through the fifth rank yet. Looking at the retreating group of monsters, Chu Hua was fond of it, but no matter how fond he was, he didn't dare to chase them out. The reason was simple. Although he could keep upgrading through massacres, if he encountered monsters that were too strong, he would still only end up dead. At this moment, Chu Hua's stamina was incomparably abundant. Standing alone on the battlefield, he looked at his hands and felt that everything was so unreal. He not only survived, but also got a heaven-defying technique, and even became a fourth-order gene warrior that he didn't even dare to think about before, knowing that the strongest person in the base city now is only about sixth order. And the strength of the fourth order is already a high-level combatant among the existing human beings. Despite the joy, though, Chu Hua didn't forget how he got all this. Turning around, he looked at Lu Yuan and said in a reverent tone, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yuan smiled faintly, "Who I am? You are not qualified to know right now. Wait for the day when you can step out of this planet. Then maybe you can hope to know who I am." Chu Hua took a deep breath. "Then what is your purpose? Why do you want to pass on this technique to me? Idle and bored. Doing a little experiment," Lu Yuan said. "Then you." Chu Hua was just about to say something when he suddenly turned his head in horror and lost his voice. Seventh Order Corpse King. It turned out that a Corpse King tens of meters tall had appeared on the battlefield at some point. Roar! The Corpse King hissed, and the terrifying sound wave directly set off a sandstorm on the battlefield. Instant dust filled the air. Noisy! Lu Yuan's face was not happy, and casually threw out a stone. And in Chu Hua's eyes, that flat and uninteresting stone instantly blasted the Corpse King's head with a speed of dozens of times the speed of sound. Several hundred meters away, Chu Hua was slightly lost in thought. Seventh Order Corpse King? That's a Seventh Order Corpse King? Just how did he die? Once this Corpse King had destroyed an unknown number of human cities, devoured at least tens of millions of humans, and the entire human world was helpless against it. Yet now, right in front of his eyes, this invincible Corpse King was killed by someone with only a small stone. This shocking scene completely turned his worldview upside down, casually finishing off this little bug that didn't know when it appeared. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Hua and continued, "Alright, let's cut the small talk short. I don't need you to return anything to me. The only thing you have to do is to utilize this technique I gave you to keep going stronger. Let me see how far you can go with this technique." "Good. I will definitely not fail this technique." Chu Hua nodded, then asked, "Then how should I find you in the future?" Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "We will see each other if we are destined to." As the words fell, Lu Yuan's person also disappeared immediately. Lu Yuan looked at the place in front of him where Lu Yuan had disappeared with some melancholy. But soon the joy of becoming stronger filled his heart, and he even began to look forward to the future. Everything that was once unattainable to him, he was now going to realize and get one by one. Afterwards, Chuhua started cleaning up the battlefield. Every monster had crystal cores, and in the city crystal cores were very valuable. Although the whole world has almost come to an end, the human economic system has not completely collapsed, and it is still the case that as long as you have money, you can live a human life in human society. The poor used to Chuhui of course will not let go of this battlefield full of crystal cores. He has already thought about it. When selling these crystal cores, he will go to the city center to buy a big house, buy a best car, and then go to that woman who once looked down on him to hit her face hard. In the Tianyan base city, there was an additional store at some unknown time, and the name of the store was strangely called There's a Store. The store was so empty that it screamed out what the store actually sold, but the sign put up by the store owner is brief and to the point. Everything is for sale, everything. The owner of the store is even stranger. Obviously, the store is open in the busiest city center, but the owner just lies on a Taiwanese chair all day long and has no intention of soliciting customers. This went on for many days before the store welcomed its first customer, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat disillusioned, with a bearded face and a disheveled aura emanating from his entire being. The middle-aged man was holding a black briefcase in his hand, and after probing towards the store, he said to the owner, "Boss, what do you sell in this store?" Lu Yuan crossed his hands in front of his belly, leisurely on the eunuch chair, with 2 slices of cucumber on his eyes. "Everything is for sale, everything is available. It depends on what you want, my guest." "Ooh, you're a joker, boss." The middle-aged man had suffered from a day's worth of harboring anger, and hearing this, he rarely showed a hint of a smile and said, "I want to buy a gift for my wife. Do you have a recommendation, boss?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and got up, leaving the Taisher chair and walking towards the store, saying as he walked, "Your wife doesn't care what gifts you give her." The middle-aged man froze, then smiled bitterly. "That's right, except for the time when we first got married. She never smiled when I gave her gifts for so many years." Lu Yuan stood behind the counter of the store, his face indifferent. A man, who wants to be looked up to by a woman, either has the power or has the money, but you have no money or power. Put it in a few decades ago, this is of course not a big deal, but put it in the present time, this is a life-threatening problem. Though you work diligently every day and put up with your boss's verbal abuse, your paycheck is just enough to keep your family fed. Admittedly, you've outdone a lot of people by being able to do that, too, but you have a second child on the way. And when that child is born, you won't be able to keep up with the expenses of 2 kids on your current salary. Besides, what kind of expensive gift can you give with your financial situation? Your wife certainly won't be happy. Lu Yuan said lightly, "It's hard to say about being rich, but it's easy to have power. As long as you become a genetic warrior, you'll be naturally superior in this city. Every month, even if you don't do anything, the government will issue you a minimum 5-figure subsidy, and when you buy things on weekdays, you can enjoy discounts that ordinary people can't enjoy. Not to mention that by becoming a genetic warrior you automatically get special class citizenship and your immediate family gets first class citizenship." The middle-aged man breathed slightly sharply, but quickly calmed down, smiled bitterly. "This reason who does not understand it, boss, but want to become a genetic warrior, how difficult. An unadulterated crystal core, the cheapest will be 300,000, and also have a first class citizenship. On this, but also cannot guarantee that must be awakened. Naturally awakened, I do not have this life." The middle-aged man was talking, but he suddenly saw Lu Yuan take out an irregular transparent crystal and put it on the counter. Unadulterated crystal core. The middle-aged man was incredulous. "Boss, how did you get them here?" The crystal core was a special item. No matter the sale or purchase, it could only go to the official organization, because the official organization gave the highest purchase price and the lowest sale price. Because of this, it caused the black market to not even be able to survive. So apart from the official organization, there was almost no other place in the city where it could be purchased. "I told you, I have everything here." Lu Yuan pointed to the plaque on the door. "Now then, do you want to go against the grain?" The man's eyes went red and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course." The words fell, but the man suddenly calmed down and looked at Lu Yuan. "Boss, since you know my family so well, you should also know that I can't afford it, but you still took out the crystal core. Could it be that you have conditions outside of money?" Snap. "Smart." Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and smiled. "I like to talk to smart people. The conditions are certainly there. It depends on whether you have the courage to fulfill them. You name it, boss. I'll do whatever I can do, even if it means half my life." The man threw his voice. "The conditions are simple. The Chu couple living under your house, I want them dead." Lu Yuan held up the crystal core. his gaze ghostly cold. All you have to do is kill them, and this crystal core will be yours. Murder? Hearing this condition, the man subconsciously exclaimed in shock and shook his head without even thinking. That's impossible. How can you kill someone? Boss, are you kidding me? The man turned his head and walked away, not hesitating at all. Yet Lu Yuan's voice continued to fall on his ears like a possessed demonic sound. Like I said, it takes courage, but I'm sure you'll be back. You'll be back. The man quickened his pace and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to recline on the Taisher chair, waiting for the next guest. Coming from the continent of returning ruins to the starry sky, he came with a purpose. He wanted to be the most evil demon in the starry sky, spreading disaster, spreading magic. With Lu Yuan's current strength, being a devil that people would be terrified of was simply not too easy. Exploding stars with just his hands and pushing galaxies across the world, that was something he could do when he was less than 100 years old. With his current strength, he could easily destroy small and medium dimension worlds, but doing so Lu Yuan found it too boring. And it was also easy to attract the attention of powerful people. So Lu Yuan decided to hide behind the scenes and personally develop some little devils to help him spread fear and spread the devil's way. It's more time consuming to do so, but there are many benefits. And besides, what's time? 1,000 years, 10,000 years was just a snap of the fingers to the current Lu Yuan. Chu Hua was the first devil he wanted to develop. It seemed simpler and more convenient to find some ready-made demons to help him spread fear. But it wasn't like he lacked the time, and he valued the potential of demons and the fun of raising them more than the immediate convenience. The reason why Chu Hua was chosen was simple. Chu Hua was the planetary son of this planet. The moment he descended onto this planet, Lu Yuan locked onto Chu Hua from among the billions of people. Before the initial meeting, Chu Hua was caught in a wave of monsters that were almost certain to die. And if Lu Yuan didn't show up, the probability was that Chu Hua wouldn't be able to die, because Chu Hua had a share of power in him that didn't belong to this realm, wandering between life and death and making breakthroughs in desperate situations. This was a necessary skill for almost every son of Qi. On the eunuch's chair, Lu Yuan raised his finger, and a Qi lingered above his fingertip. The way of talismans. It's a bit interesting. We can visit this world when we have time. The great world of returning ruins was a large world. The continent of returning ruins and the starry sky were the main realms. In addition to that, there were countless large, medium and small realms dependent on the great world. Lu Yuan wanted to spread his own demonic path. His footsteps naturally wouldn't be confined to the starry sky. Baiyun District. Happy Home 4-30-3. Honey, I'm home. Yu Qing inserted the key and pushed open the door, holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms, and fled from their store in a deserted state. And he didn't forget to buy a gift for his wife, because today was the 10th anniversary of his marriage to his own wife, and it was a day worth celebrating. The space inside the house is not big. 2 rooms, 1 hall, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen. The total area is not more than 100 square feet. Nevertheless, this is the house that Yu Qing can't buy in his whole life. He is just renting here with his family now, and the rent alone accounts for half of his total income every month. The living room was only 28 square feet in size, and the only furniture that could be called electrical was the electric light hanging from the ceiling, which flickered and dimmed, threatening to go out at any moment. This is not a problem with electric lights, but it is really too expensive to buy such low-power electric lights as a last resort. Tianyan Base City has a population of 40 million people living in it. In this era of calamity, electricity is a major problem. Most of the electricity of the whole city relies on a small nuclear power station that was built in the pre-cataclysm era. But this nuclear power station is really too old. The stable power supply has long become a problem, and the whole city's electricity bill has been in a state of rising. Today commercial power is as high as $30 per kilowatt hour, and domestic power as much as $20 per kilowatt hour. Prices that even a black-hearted businessman would not have dared to imagine in the pre-cataclysmic era. Entering the inside of the house, he didn't wait for Qing to put down the briefcase he was holding before he heard a sob. Under the bright and uncertain light, Yu Qing barely managed to see his wife, who was curled up on the sofa holding her legs, and frowned slightly. Honey, what happened? Hearing Yu Qing's voice, the haggard-looking Su Mei seemed to see a life-saving straw, immediately running down from the sofa in 3 and 2 steps to grab Yu Qing's shoulders. Husband, son was captured by Chen Dahai's men. Yu Qing's complexion changed drastically. What is he doing arresting Mamoru? Isn't there still half a month before the repayment date? Mamoru is his son, whose full name is Yu Mamoru. Chen Dahai, on the other hand, is the black boss of this area, specializing in loan sharking. There was a period of time Yu Qing had no choice but to borrow 50,000 yuan from Chen Dahai, 2 years to pay off. The principal plus interest every month will have to pay back more than 5,000 And from the next repayment of the day there are still half a month. Sumei's eyes were red. I don't know. A few people directly rushed into the house and grabbed my son without any explanation. Wait at home. I'll go get him. Yu Qing put down his briefcase, twisted his head and left the door. On the outskirts of the city, the abandoned steel mill. Iron and steel factory appearance ragged. A deserted, but Chen Dahai, this black boss's base camp is located. At that moment a grumpy voice came out from a warehouse. Drain it, Dr. Chen. I don't care what you use. Even if you drain this kid's blood, you have to save my son. I'll do my best, Boss Chen, but I hope you understand that even if you drain this child's blood, the chances of saving your son's life are no more than 10%. A calm and collected male voice rang out. In the warehouse, Chen Dahai is big and round, wearing a mink coat, with a big gold chain around his neck. In front of him is a simple open-air operating room, and next to the operating bed, there stands a man with a straight figure, wearing a white coat. Hearing the man's words, Chen Dahai took a deep breath. I understand. City Heart Hospital can't save my son, otherwise I wouldn't be looking for you. You can treat him as you like, dead or alive. You can take this 5 million. He was used to being arrogant and bossy on a regular basis, but he was extremely restrained in front of the man in the white coat. It wasn't just because the man was saving his son's life, it was because the man could easily crush him. The name of the man in the white coat was Chen Ziong, a triad god doctor who specialized in walking in the underground world. It was rumored that as long as one could afford the money, even if half of his body crossed the threshold of the ghost gate, he would be able to pull it back. And what's more important was that he would only take the money and only cure the disease and never meddle in others' business. Thus he was the guest of many big shots. Seeing that the words had come to this point, Chen Ziong did not delay any longer and immediately began to save the metallurgy. There were 2 people lying on the surgical bed, a large one and a small one. The older one was about 18 or 19 years old and the younger one was only 11 or 12 years old. The former was covered with gruesome lacerations and wounds so numerous that anyone looking at it would say it was hopeless. Get ready to open the table. The latter was connected to the former by a blood transfusion vessel, and a steady stream of blood was being pumped into the former's body from the latter's body. But soon enough, that blood was seeping out again from the former's countless wounds. Just as Chen Ziong was healing, there was a sudden roar of anger from outside the warehouse. Chen Dahai, hand over my son. Hearing this voice, Chen Dahai's face turned ugly for a moment, but the first thing he thought about was not why Yu Qing had found this place, but why the little brother guarding the gate of the steel factory hadn't stopped Yu Qing. A bunch of losers, can't even stop one person. Cursing angrily, Chen Dahai turned around with his 2 minions and walked towards the warehouse entrance. At this time, just outside the warehouse, Yu Qing had already found this warehouse. In the next second, the warehouse door opened, and Chen Dahai, who had a face full of horizontal meat, appeared in front of him. Seeing Chen Dahai, the anxious Yu Qing directly rushed up and questioned, Boss Chen, where is my son? What did you do to my son? All this way searching, Yu Qing had been having a panicky feeling, as if something important had left him. Looking at the panicked Yu Qing, Chen Dahai eyes pity. Yu Qing, to blame on your life is not good. My son had a car accident. Very serious. The City Heart Hospital does not have enough Rh-negative blood. It so happens that your son's blood type and my son's blood type is the same. Then you can only use your son's life to save my son's life. But rest assured, I'm a person, or a very reasonable person, will not let you suffer. Chen Dahai beckoned behind him, and a junior immediately walked out and placed a black suitcase in front of Yu Qing. Here's $200,000. Consider it as me buying your son's life. Plus you don't have to pay what you owe me. Chen Dahai looked like you should be grateful to me and said, I heard that your daughter-in-law is pregnant again. With this $200,000, it's enough to give your unborn child a good living environment. And by the way, it can also improve the life of you couple. Well, that's all I have to say. You have the money and you can go. Chen Dahai waved his hand after saying that, as if he was driving away a stray wild dog, and then turned around to return to the warehouse. HR-negative blood is the so-called panda blood. Incredibly rare. Of course, the city hospital has stock, but not much, mainly for certain big shots emergency use. Chen Dahai is obviously not enough for this level, and his son's blood loss is too much. With the words of the city hospital, more panda blood cannot save the life of his son. But Chen Dahai does not believe in this evil. Immediately from their own debtor files to find Yu Qing's son's file, and found that Yu Qing's son's blood type is panda blood. And then there is this scene in front of you. Yu Qing stood still, oblivious to the money at his feet, and hissed angrily, Chen Dahai, let your mother's bullshit go. Is my son's life something that can be measured with money? I don't care. Hand over my son or I'm not done with you today. Yu Qing wanted to rush into the warehouse, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by the watchman's junior. Chen Dahai footsteps, eyes flashed cold voice, give me to beat out. do not know the good and bad things. A cheap life is just, give him 200,000 still do not know enough. Yes, boss. The minions responded with a gulp and then began to punch and kick Ching. Yu Qing is in his middle age. His body and mind have long been tortured by life and work exhaustion. On physical fitness, I'm afraid that even the old man who often exercise in the park is not as good as, naturally, will not be the opponent of these strong little brother. Yu Qing was soon beaten and screaming, and was finally thrown out of the steel mill by a group of minions. Hey, I say, what's the matter with you guys? You don't even realize that such a big guy stormed into the factory? A man who appeared to be a small headman said unpleasantly to the little brother who was guarding the gate. A few juniors guarding the gate looked at each other with a confused face and shook their heads. I don't know, Brother Wang. We haven't seen this person, and I was wondering how you guys suddenly lifted someone out. Wang Jun snorted coldly. This will not happen again. Outside the steel mill, Yu Qing was beaten all over the body, lying on the ground like maggots twisted and rolled. After an unknown period of time, until the pain subsided, Yu Qing only had the strength to get up from the ground. Looking at the gate of the steel mill, he resolutely took another step. Today, no matter what, he had to save his son, even if he received more beatings, or even death, because this is the most basic responsibility of a father. However, without waiting for him to approach the gate, a few juniors had already stopped the doorway in advance. A little brother with a cigarette in his mouth stared at Yu Qing and said viciously, "It's you who caused us to be lectured by Brother Wang. Remember to eat but not remember to fight. Right, hurry up and get lost, otherwise I don't mind beating you up again." Originally, he wanted to beat up Yu Qing, but looking at the injuries on Yu Qing's body, this little brother changed his words and just told Yu Qing to get lost. Looking at the human wall formed by several people on the opposite side, despair and a hint of incomprehension surfaced in Yu Qing's eyes. Desperately, there were only a few people in front of him, but it was certainly an unscalable wall for him at the moment. What's puzzling is that the first time he went in, he passed right under the eyes of these people, but these people didn't pay any attention to him at all, as if invisible to him. Combined with the previous conversations of several people, Yu Qing even thought that he had awakened his stealth ability, but now it seemed that was just him overthinking it, and a few people were probably just too lazy to talk to him. Yu Qing can't think too much. The priority is to save his son. Breaking and entering is definitely out of the question. We'll have to think of something else. As for calling the police, the idea only flashed through Yu Qing's mind and was gone in a whirlwind. Tianyan Base City has 13 districts, in addition to the core of the Holy Ming District, Holy Light District, Holy Sky District. The other 10 districts from top to bottom has long been rotten. All kinds of corruption, triad society rampant. Law enforcement is more corrupt, one of the most serious departments. Yu Qing is just a small people. Want money, no money. Want power, no power. Want a network, more, no one network. If the police, maybe the son did not save back, they also have to take in. That's a lesson Yu Qing has learned in exchange for a few encounters with law enforcement. But Yu Qing had thought of everything in his head and couldn't think of any way to save his son. The sky was overcast and it seemed like it was going to rain. Yu Qing didn't know how he got back, only knowing that when he looked up again, the rusty gate of the neighborhood was in his eyes. Yu Qing's eyes were covered with despair, not knowing how to explain to his wife. The whole thing was muddled towards the neighborhood. When he walked to the bottom of the building, Yu Qing suddenly realized that the entire building was surrounded by a ring of cordon. Outside the cordon was surrounded by circles and circles of residents of the district, one after another, stretching their necks to look in. What's going on here again? Standing outside the crowd, Yu Qing's face did not have any expression. The heart is even a little happy. So many people and the cordon. It seems that for the time being there is no need to go back home. He is really do not know how to face his wife's questioning. Suddenly, there was a murmur of neighbors in my ears. The Chu family's kid has gotten better. Now I can't stop being angry when I see that no good thing in my house. What do you mean by one person getting a chance? This is it. One person becomes a genetic warrior and the whole family enjoys the blessings. I'm really envious of old brother Chua. I even sat with him in the morning to play cards. It looks like I won't have a chance in the future. Listening to the crowd's discussion in his ears, Yu Qing didn't notice in the slightest that the crowd had automatically made way for a passageway. A middle-aged couple was flanked by a group of people who looked like leaders. Seeing Yu Qing still standing stupidly in place, a peripheral black-clad bodyguard directly stepped forward to violently pull Yu Qing aside. It was not until then that Yu Qing came back to his senses. Looking at the couple surrounded by a group of leaders in the center, his eyes were full of consternation. That couple he knew. The man surnamed Chu, called Chu He. The woman surnamed Li, called Li Yuaqin. The two have a son who is in college, live downstairs in his house. More importantly, this couple, the Chus, were the ones that the store owner had named for him to kill. Just kill them and this crystal core is yours. I'm sure you'll come back. You will. In this society, you either have money or power. At this moment, what Lu Yuan had said kept echoing in his mind. Killing someone is something Yu Qing can't even think about. But thinking about his son's life is now at stake. A crazy idea gradually surged to his mind. Ha ha, Xiao Hia. You couple will be sent here. After walking out of the crowd, Zhang Guozong, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, stopped and turned around to smile and pat Chuyi's shoulder. You have given birth to a wonderful son, and we are all proud of your son in the White Cloud area. Chuyi looked flattered. Where? That's all what that brat should do. Well, I'm happy that you have this realization. Don't worry, Chuhuo will be able to come back to see you guys in a few days. Zhang Guozong smiled faintly. Chuyi nodded. You old man, take your time. Bye. Zhang Guozhang left surrounded by a group of bodyguards and small and medium level leaders. At this time, the neighborhood residents who had been watching the show immediately surrounded the two Chuyi couples again. Old River, your family's little Hugh has grown up, actually became a genetic warrior. I've seen that boy as a boy and I've seen that he's got it in him. And now I see it's true. Old River, my daughter just turned 17 this year. Do you think we should make a marriage? Looking around the bustling scene, Yu Qing only felt out of place. And looking at the red-faced Chuyi couple surrounded by the crowd in the center, a kind of envy and cynicism is surging to the heart. Without anyone noticing, Yu Qing quietly entered the building alone. Happy Neighborhood 4-29-3. Yu Qing was hiding alone in the corner of the hallway, a black pen clutched tightly in his hand, and his whole body concentrated on listening to the movement in the corridor. It's not a bad idea to kill someone to get your son back, especially when he saw Mr. and Mrs. Chuyi being surrounded by the crowd. Yu Qing had only one thought in his heart. On the basis of what? Why should they be able to get the leaders to come to their doorsteps personally? How they can get crowds of people to flock to them? Why should they be able to produce a son who becomes a genetic warrior? On what grounds? On what grounds? Infinite indignation and jealousy directly made Yu Qing make up his mind. He wanted to kill the Chuyi couple. That way, he could not only save his son, but also become a genetic warrior. Thinking about the benefits of becoming a genetic warrior, Yu Qing no longer had any uneasiness or guilt in his heart. Only eagerness and longing remained. Soon there were footsteps in the hallway accompanied by the sounds of a man and a woman conversing. Yu Qing gradually gripped the pen in his hand. His whole body tensed up, and beat up his spirit, listening to the sound of the footsteps getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. Finally, Yu Qing is like a long prostrate beast. All of a sudden, he rushed out and pounced on a person, and the black pen in his hand was relentlessly stabbed down. With a snort, the pen in Yu Qing's hand ruthlessly plunged into Chuyi's neck, and hot blood immediately gushed out. Ah! Li Yuqing screamed. Yu Qing quickly pulled out his pen and got up from the ground, and with a turn he pounced on Li Yuqing again. Don't! Amidst Li Yuqing's terrified screams and pleas for mercy, Yu Qing raised the pen high and then slammed it down. After killing the two men, a kind of trepidation quickly surged into Yu Qing's mind, and he could no longer care about anything else, not to mention not being able to clean up the scene, and immediately fled. On the way, he rolled up his blood-stained clothes into a ball and stuffed them into his underwear, grabbed another bike on the road, and rode recklessly toward their store. There was a store entrance. Lu Yuan was lying on the eunuch chair as usual, but for some reason, the corner of his mouth suddenly hung a smile. It didn't take long for Yu Qing to come in a hurry. He directly dropped his bike and ran to Lu Yuan with a big gasp. I killed them. I've fulfilled your conditions. Where's the crystal core? Give it to me now. Yu Qing's eyes were wide open. His pupils were filled with madness. Lu Yuan seemed to have expected this and sat up early. I said you'd be back. But some things missed are forever. Lu Yuan seemed to be sighing, and after he finished speaking no more, he took out the crystal core and slapped it directly into the middle of Yu Qing's forehead. Crystalline nuclei are divided into two kinds of nuclei with impurities and unadulterated nuclei. Ordinary people who want to become a genetic warrior can only rely on the absorption of unadulterated nuclei to achieve evolution. And only after becoming a genetic warrior can you rely on the absorption of impurity nuclei by virtue of a strong physique. But even after absorbing the unadulterated crystal core, there was no guarantee of 100% awakening. Therefore, Yu Qing needed a little help from Lu Yuan. With Lu Yuan's help, Yu Qing completed the metamorphosis from ordinary person to genetic warrior in just a few moments. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Yu Qing couldn't say thank you in time and rode his bike to the steel mill as fast as he could. Looking at the other party's distant back, Lu Yuan's gaze was dark and deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Abandoned steel mills. A few juniors sat at the door and swallowed clouds. Suddenly a junior stood up, his eyes wide. This guy actually dares to come back, really not afraid of death. Who? The others sniffed and looked. and saw Yu Qing rushing at 80 to 90 mph on his bicycle. "I'll go." All of the juniors rushed to dodge, and it was too late to stop them, allowing Yu Qing to rush into the steel factory. Looking at the other party's dusty back, one of the juniors cursed, "Fuck, we must catch this guy, or we won't be able to get our paychecks this month." The other people sniffed and looked at each other for a second, and they all slammed the cigarettes in their hands on the ground, and without looking at the gate, they chased after Yu Qing towards him. Yu Qing arrived at the warehouse on his bicycle. However, by the time he pushed open the door, it was long empty. Thinking about it, the abandoned steel factory is located on the outskirts of the city. Yu Qing saw it go back and forth. It has already passed 1 or 2 hours. After such a long time, it was equal to the fact that if Qing arrived again, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold long ago. At this point in the warehouse, all that remained was the crude open-air operating room, and a long cold corpse on the operating bed. At this time, Yu Qing also saw the corpse. Instantly a bad feeling surged to his heart. He hobbled his feet and slowly walked towards the corpse. The distance of a dozen meters was so long for Qing at this point, but he was able to keep his emotions steady. What if that wasn't his Mamoru? However, even longer distances would eventually reach their end, and Yu Qing finally saw the corpse in its entirety. A small body, a childish and pale face. That was none other than his son, Yu Mao. Mordor. Looking at the sun on the operating table has long been no body temperature in blood. Yu Qing emotions can no longer taught. The whole person at once fell down to kneel beside the operating bed. He grabbed Yu Mao's hand, and the touch that came from his hand was no longer the warmth of the past, but a coldness. "Mamoru, Daddy is late. Daddy is sorry." In the past, the man who had never shed a single tear even when he had suffered a great deal of aggression, but at this moment, tears were flowing down as if they were not worth the money. Yu Qing remorse. Why he did not hold on again outside the gates of the steel mill. Perhaps hold on again. His son will not die. He regretted even more. Why didn't he agree to Lu Yuan's conditions at the beginning? If that happened, not only would his son not die, he would still be surrounded by everyone to please him like that Chuhi couple, right? But, all ifs are meaningless. What is left for Yu Qing at this moment is only a cold corpse and endless grief. Just then, the group of minions guarding the gate had chased after them. "You guy, you dared to come back even after I told you to get lost. Since you have an itchy skin, I'll fulfill you today. Give it to me." Break all his legs and feet. Damn, now really anything dares to pull the hair out of a tiger's mouth. With a command, a group of juniors rushed towards Yu Qing. "You guys, all of you, all deserve to die." Yu Qing turned his head violently. His crimson eyes seemed to want to choose someone to devour, and his monstrous hatred was filled with violence. "Pretend you're a mom." A little brother rushed to the front and raised his leg to kick Yu Qing's head with a whip kick. However, in the next second, Yu Qing just clenched his fist and casually swung it, only to hear a click. The little brother's calf was directly broken from the center, and the cold white bone stubble was clearly visible. "Ah!" The little brother let out a mournful scream. The others were instantly stunned at the sight, not daring to go forward. They didn't understand how Yu Qing, who was obviously a weakling 2 hours ago, had become so powerful after a while. Yu Qing didn't care what they were thinking. After withdrawing his fist, he slowly stood up from the ground, grabbed a scalpel from a stainless steel disc on the side, and in the next second he rushed towards the crowd. At this moment he only had one thought. That was to kill everyone to avenge his son. Chen Dahai he will kill, and he won't spare any of these juniors. Don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I can give it all to you. Please spare my life." With Yu Qing using a scalpel to cut off the last piece of Chen Dahai's flesh and blood, there is no longer a living person in the steel mill. Chen Dahai's entire triad group, a total of 334 lives, were all harvested by Yu Qing. A gloomy drizzle fell from the sky, as if it was telling Yu Qing's mood at the moment. Although he had avenged himself and cut off the flesh and blood of the culprit Chen Dahai's entire body, Yu Qing did not have any pleasure of revenge in his heart. He only felt numb. Yu Mei had left him after all, and no amount of killing could save him. Numbly out of the steel factory, Yu Qing looked up at the several big roads in front of him. His eyes were full of confusion. He did not know where to go. Going home? This word, which he had once looked forward to daily, was at that moment so shunned and dreaded that he did not know how to face his wife. For a while, Yu Qing just stood frozen in place, looking up at the sky and letting the rain drip on his face. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air behind Yu Qing. "Do you want to save your son?" The visitor was none other than Lu Yuan, who had been following Yu Qing's every move, including the first time Yu Qing had broken into the steel mill. And the reason why no one had stopped Yu Qing that time was Lu Yuan's handiwork. Hearing the voice, Yu Qing turned his head and saw that it was Lu Yuan, and his pupils contracted violently. In an instant he remembered the first words Lu Yuan had said to him. Anything and everything for sale. Does the availability of everything mean that there are drugs that can bring people back from the dead? Thinking of this, Yu Qing flung himself on his knees to Lu Yuan. Please boss, save my son. He's still so young. His life shouldn't end like this. Please. Yu Qing propped his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Looking at the poor man in front of him, Lu Yuan's expression remained calm. He hadn't made any moves in the matter of Yu Mao being drained of blood to death. With his current realm, as long as he wanted to, no information in the heavens and earth could be hidden from him, and as long as he didn't touch the 7th grade and above it, he could be said to be omniscient. A person's past and future could be obtained by Lu Yuan from heaven and earth whenever he wanted to know. For everything that happens in the world is mirrored in heaven and earth, both past and future. Time is a cycle. The Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 3 begets everything, and ultimately everything comes back to 1, just like the Taiwu realm. The original Taiwu realm was perhaps also just an unassuming singularity in the 10,000 realms, and it was only after an unknown number of years of gestation that the Taiwu realm was born. And now, the realm of Taiwu is re-emerging as a singularity, and perhaps another unknown number of years will pass before a new world emerges from this singularity again. Even the 5 great centralized worlds would eventually collapse. It would just take longer to reincarnate. And what is time? It's just a concept derived from the process of everything growing and withering. The so-called long river of time was born from this concept, as well as the magic way, the martial way, the way of the sword, and the way of the sword. If there were no demons, no martial arts, no swords, and no swords in the world, these great paths would naturally not be born. Only the great Tao of heaven and earth, only the witnessed true saints, can flow eternally. Therefore, for this planet under his feet, and even this galaxy, Lu Yuan was undoubtedly an omniscient existence. An ordinary human's past and future didn't even need Lu Yuan's hand to act out. Just a thought was needed, and everything about him would be unreservedly presented in front of Lu Yuan. Of course, the only constant in the world is change itself. Lu Yuan's appearance has already changed Yu Qing's original life trajectory, but this does not affect Lu Yuan. Only need a thought to know everything about Yu Qing's past and future. In the end, it was still Yu Qing who was too weak. Faced with Yu Qing's request, Lu Yuan readily agreed. Of course there's no problem saving your son. It's the same old rule. Fulfill my conditions and I'll save your son. Yu Qing looked up, his face full of surprise, like a traveler about to die of thirst in the desert seeing a spring. Yu said, if it's something I can do, I'll accomplish it even if it means breaking my bones. You've already said this once. Lu Yuan had a calm face. Yu Qing was a bit embarrassed. He did say this, but after hearing Lu Yuan's conditions, he refused to leave without even thinking about it. Your promises mean nothing to me. There is only an exchange between us. You fulfill my conditions and I give you what you deserve, but lest you don't believe me, I'll let you see for yourself. Lu Yuan's face was indifferent as he said. Then he grabbed towards the void, and Yu Mei's corpse appeared in his hand. Yu Qing, who was on the side, changed his face slightly. The scene in front of him was beyond his knowledge. Lu Yuan didn't pay any attention. His finger gently tapped Yu Mu's forehead, and in the next second, Yu Mu began to struggle desperately like a drowning person. Don't grab me. Who are you guys? Dad. Dad, come save me. Yu Mu desperately cried out. His memory still stuck in the time when he was captured by Chen Hai's men. Seeing this, Yu Qing could not hold back, and in one swift step, he rushed up and snatched Yu Mu from Lu Yuan's hands. So easy to get? Yu Qing was surprised in his heart, then comforted. Don't be afraid, son. Dad is here. The dead son was lost and found. Yu Qing was ecstatic inside. However, when he looked at the person in his arms again, his face turned pale in a flash. Just now in the hands of Lu Yuan is still desperately shouting you end at this time is already no sound. And in that cold operating table when there is no difference. Yu Qing looked up at Lu Yuan with anger in his eyes. I what? Lu Yuan slightly lowered his eyes, and all of a sudden a terrifying pressure descended on Yu Qing. Ah! Yu Qing let out a miserable scream. His bones felt as if they had been crushed by a huge ship with tons of tons. Lu Yuan walked to Yu Qing and condescended. Sometimes anger needs qualifications, and you obviously don't have them. By the way, remind you, the Chui couple you killed is ordinary, but their son is not ordinary. That is a strong person who is about to break through the 5th order genetic warrior. Crushing you to death is easier than crushing an ant is even simpler. You have a wife and a child that is still unborn. You say, if people know that it was you who killed Mr. and Mrs. Chui, what will happen? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked out a sneer, and then he dropped a piece of paper and drifted away. If you can't fulfill the conditions, you'll die a horrible death. Of course, even if you fulfill the conditions you'll die a horrible death. It's up to you to be smart enough if you want to live. After Lu Yuan left, Yu Qing endured the excruciating pain in his body and picked up the piece of paper and read it. And the first sentence at the top of the paper made Yu Qing tremble. Catalogue of Chu Hu's relationship with the peak genetic warrior of the Fourth Order. Below are dozens of names, each followed by a note. Some were Chu Hua's teachers, some were Chu Hua's friends, and some were Chu Hua's relatives. Without exception, all of these people had an inseparable intimate relationship with Chu Hua. There was also a sentence left by Lu Yuan at the bottom of the paper. Your mission is to kill everyone on the paper before Chu Hu finds you. If Chu Hu finds you early, you will die and so will your wife. But if you fulfill the conditions, I will not only save your son, but I will also give you a gift you can't imagine. The best way to make a son of Qi despair was to kill everyone who had anything to do with him. Let him despair and let him blacken. These two moves, both need Yu Qing to complete for Lu Yuan, for no other reason than to play the game. Returning to the small store, Lu Yuan warmed a pot of hot tea, then sat in front of the store and watched the pedestrians passing in front of the door. Pedestrians were in a hurry and everyone's face was a numb color. This star is called Xuanqing, and the pre-catastrophe level of technology even exceeded Lu Yuan's previous life. At least in the previous life, the countries could not do the establishment of ecospheres on near-Earth satellites, and Xuanqing can. The plague happened decades ago. There was almost no warning before the plague. Humans turned into zombies, animals went berserk, bugs alienated in size, and the Xuanqing civilization was nearly destroyed in one night. The surviving humans, led by a few major powers, established 10 base cities, which managed to protect the flame of civilization. But in fact, whether it is zombies, beasts or insects, the vast majority of them cannot resist the power of large-caliber thermal weapons. Not to mention that these monsters will evolve. Zombies can evolve into a zombie king, can dominate the horde of corpses, beasts can evolve into a king of corpses, the insects can be born mother of the bugs. Led by these corpse beast kings, the only place humans could fight these monsters was in the base city. Not long afterward, the genetic warriors who opened the human body's genetic lock appeared, which made the nearly desperate human beings see a little light of hope. For this calamity, the Xuanqing human race thought it was a natural disaster, while others thought it was global warming that caused the release of an ancient virus that had been frozen in a glacier. But no one knew that the plague was actually man-made. Xuanqing was located in the Milky Way galaxy, and there were three major native forces in the Milky Way galaxy, namely the Wuha civilization, the Silva Heart group, and the Tua Tian Pavilion. The Wuha civilization was the only tertiary civilization in the Milky Way galaxy, sitting on thousands of life planets and countless resource planets. The Silva Heart group consists of hundreds of galactic civilizations that were originally intended to group together to fight against the Yuhi civilization. The origin of the Tua Tian Pavilion was unknown and extremely mysterious, and it was the oldest force in the Milky Way galaxy. The law of the universe is cruel. The weak submit to the strong. The big fish eat the small fish is heaven's law. This catastrophe in Xuanqing was perpetrated by the Storm River civilization in the Silva Heart group. The purpose is to occupy the Xuanqing. According to the Galactic Convention, no civilized force may interfere with the development of life planets below the first level of civilization, and any life planets that have reached 001 level of civilization and have not yet reached the first level of civilization do not belong to any civilization or force, and will be destroyed by violators. Xuanqing then belonged to the living planets that had reached civilizations above level 01 and had not reached level 1 civilizations. It did not belong to any power, and no power could interfere with the development of the civilization. Living planets are so rare that any powerful civilization would be anxious to see such a big piece of fat meat right in front of their eyes but unavailable. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few hundred years for Xuanqing to reach a first-class civilization. The tyrannical river civilization can't endure for such a long time, and it doesn't dare to really allow Xuanqing to become a level 1 civilization, because then, Xuanqing would be a power of the same level as it, and at that time, there are level 2 civilizations that would be interested in it. And then it wouldn't be tyrannical river civilization's turn. There are two criteria to see if a civilization has reached the first level of civilization. One is whether or not to colonize an alien planet in master-controlled fusion. The second is whether or not they have a first-order starfighter. Achieving one of these two criteria qualifies a civilization as a first-class civilization. Xuanqing has clearly achieved neither. Establishing an ecosphere on a near-Earth satellite doesn't satisfy the conditions for alien colonization, and besides, Xuanqing hasn't completely mastered controlled nuclear fusion. Above the 10th order Gene Warrior was only the first order Star Warrior. The current strength of the strongest among the Xin humans was only around the 7th order Gene Warrior in Lu Yuan's perception, which was also not up to standard. But because of the existence of the Galactic Convention, the tyrannical river civilization couldn't take Xuanqing into their arms brightly, so they thought of a bill in the Galactic Act. After the extinction of intelligent beings on living planets due to their own causes, The first discovering powers have the right to immigrate intelligent beings from alien planets. In other words, if the Xuanqing humans were to become extinct due to their own reasons, the tyrannical river civilization would be able to immigrate their own civilization's people to reside on Xuanqing in a fair and square manner. And in that case, Xuanqing would also belong to the tyrannical river civilization. However, it was obvious that Xuanqing's current disaster was man-made, and if the Storm River civilization wanted to completely take Xuanqing into their arms, they still needed to get past the Star River enforcers. However, where there are people, there are human affairs. As long as the tyrannical river civilization is willing to pay the price, it is not difficult to buy a few Star River law enforcement officers. So, the tyrannical river civilization used a tactic against Xuanqing, dropping a biological virus. However, the tyrannical river civilization also did not expect the Xuanqing humans to be so tenacious, establishing a base city in a very short period of time, protecting the remaining humans, and even letting a portion of them embark on the path of transcendence with such trashy energy crystals. Monster body condensation out of the crystal nucleus aliens are simply do not see. The reason is very simple. The energy is too little, too many impurities. Even if the so-called unadulterated crystal nucleus in the view of aliens belong to the defective products, almost no one will use this kind of energy crystals, not to mention with the help of this kind of energy crystallization on the road to the transcendent. But this is also from the side. Xianxing's current genetic warriors have a count 1 or 1 in a billion geniuses, which do not use the energy crystals naturally awakened as even more geniuses in the demon. Chu Hua belongs to this category. This was also the reason why Chen Dahai was sitting on millions of dollars but still wasn't a genetic warrior. If Lu Yuan didn't appear, then the next script would probably be Chu Hua going against the odds all the way, relying on the crystal cores that were regarded as garbage by the aliens to grow up to become a Star River warrior, then stepping out of the planet and joining a certain force. Then the heaven-defying talent was discovered and was accepted as a disciple by a certain strong person. Then Chu Hua started to investigate the reason for the Xuanqing calamity, and then exterminated the tyrannical river civilization. And up to this point, Chu Hua's mission as a son of Qi would have been reached, and his footsteps would most likely stop at the Milky Way galaxy, and at most grow into a top Milky Way powerhouse. But now that Lu Yuan is here, Chu Hua's footsteps will never stop at the Milky Way galaxy. Now, the first step of Lu Yuan's layout has basically been completed. No surprise, everything that has a relationship with Chu Hua will be killed by Yu Qing. At that time, Chu Hua will go crazy, will have a seizure, will despair, but he will not be completely blackened, because on this planet, he is a strong man, and a strong man carries a responsibility on his shoulders. If he wanted Chu Hua to completely blacken, he had to let Chu Hua be betrayed by the people he protected, betrayed by the entire world. After Yu Qing completed his mission, the gift Lu Yuan was going to give him was the position of the highest level of the Xianxing human race. That position represented the entire Xuanqing human race. At that time, Yu Qing knew what to do without Lu Yuan's instructions. He loved his wife and child dearly, and Chu Hua was an incomparably great threat to him. Of course, it would take a bit of time in between, time that Lu Yuan was not prepared to waste. Raising his hand, the wisp of qi that he had obtained from Chu Hua was draped around his fingertips. Through this wisp of qi, Lu Yuan got the coordinates of a world, and that world was very interesting. In the next second, the store door closed itself without wind and Lu Yuan disappeared without a trace. Tianwu continent. In the ancient times, human beings, gods, devils, demons and ghosts fought a great battle, competing for the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth. After the battle, the god race was defeated, the demon race was sealed, the demon race hunkered down in the barbaric mountains, the ghost race sealed themselves in the underworld, and the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth. However, although the human race had become the protagonists of heaven and earth, strict bloodline hierarchies emerged within the human race. From top to bottom, the order is royal, king, spiritual, mortal, and miscellaneous. The strictness of the bloodline hierarchy made the bloodline the standard by which everything was measured. Even though you are a demon of the ages, if you have mixed blood, you can only be a slave for the rest of your life. If it is royal blood, king blood, even if one is as weak as a mole cricket, one can still willfully drive a character 10,000 times more powerful than oneself. Therefore, 10,000 years after the ancient war, under such a bloodline hierarchy, the human race became weaker and weaker, and the 4 clans of gods, demons, and ghosts began to be foolish. Since the human race became the co-owner of heaven and earth, the entire world has been divided among the 3 great emperors, each establishing a large imperial dynasty, and they are the only 3 imperial bloods in the world. Qian Yuan Dynasty, Tiandang Mountain Range, Granite Sect, Miscellaneous Disciples Division. Before dawn, a group of handyman disciples had already gotten up and started to get busy. Those who carry water and those who chop wood. Feeding the spirit beasts and watering the herb garden were all their tasks. Most of this batch of miscellaneous disciples were newly enrolled, and at the time of enrollment, many of them were measured to have outstanding natural talent. Yet they were dispatched as miscellaneous disciples simply because they were of miscellaneous blood. No one is upset about this. Most people in the Tianwu continent know exactly what their bloodline is from their lifetime. And from a young age, whether it's their parents, the people around them, or their environment, they are instilling a truth in them. That is, mongrel blood can only do the most lowly jobs, and can only be the lowest of the low for the rest of their lives. And don't think of salting your way to the top. If the talent is outstanding, and you can be valued by a spirit blood, king blood big shot to be accepted as a slave, then it would already be a matter of honoring your ancestor, and a new genealogy would have to be written from your page. So the outstanding talent could only be a handyman disciple. These people didn't have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with pride. There was no other reason, because even if it was a miscellaneous disciple, it was still a miscellaneous disciple of the Granite sect. The Grand Mist sect, on the other hand, was started by a great man who possessed a trace of king's bloodline, 500 years ago. In such a sect, even if one did the lowest level of things, saying it out loud would be something to be envied and proud of. It's in this climate that one teenager looks a little different. Fei Qingsong's gaze is bright and clear. Wearing a thin cloth coat, is meticulously chopping firewood, only chopping, but he has the slightest distraction. Can't you really roll over if you have mixed blood? Fei Qingsong murmured in his heart. When he entered the clan test, he was measured with a red-colored talent that was second only to the golden talent, and there was not even one such talent in Granite sect. Although he felt that it was unrealistic, the moment his talent was measured, Yu Qingsong still fantasized if he would be accepted as an outer disciple by the sect's breakthrough. However, the moment his bloodline was also measured, the illusion was shattered, and he was unceremoniously driven to the area where the miscellaneous disciples stood by the clan elders. And the original expression of joy also turned into complete indifference as well as disdain the moment they saw his bloodline. Fei Qingsong didn't understand why the miscellaneous bloods had to be treated like this. Obviously even those king blood spirit bloods didn't all have cultivation qualifications. There were also wastes among them. It was clear that this world was respected by the strong, but it didn't value the most important talent, but only the bloodline. The bloodline. Is there something special about it? Fei Qingsong thought in his mind, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Bang! The axe fell heavily. The log in front of him was split in half. Fei Qingsong himself did not even notice that this axe contained a trace of his unwillingness. Just then, two fiery meteors crossed the sky, and since it was not yet light, those two meteors were so dazzling that all eyes were attracted to them. Suddenly, a voice came out from that fire meteor and resounded through the Granite sect. Chen Tianfeng, hand over the blood-shaping spirit fruit. That's not a treasure you're qualified to use. Fuck you. What the old man went through a lot of trouble to get, that's the old man's. Humph. Mere mortal blood. Such a spirit fruit would only defile it in your hands. CNMD. What happened to mortal blood? Did mortal blood eat your family's rice? You're right. You're just eating my family's rice. In the ancient years, when the 5 races of man, God, devil, demon, and ghost fought a great war, the reason why the human race was able to win was because of the heroic sacrifices made by our spirit-blooded forefathers in exchange for it. And you mortal blood mongrels are nothing more than a bunch of losers sitting on your asses. Everything you eat and wear now, even the air you breathe, was exchanged by my forefathers. If you know how to be thankful, you should hand me the spirit fruits respectfully, because that's what I deserve, and that's what you should do too. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, too ridiculous. Before today I might have believed your words, but alas, I see the truth. Did you think that what I got in that relic was just the plastic blood spirit fruit? I also saw the truth. In the ancient years, my human race raised their clan to fight. The great powers went 9 or 8 out of 10, sacrificing countless strong men, but not all the strong men went to the war. There are so many part of them they are afraid of war and cowardly, greedy for death, and there are even some who defected to other races. After my human race mighty, strong people valiantly died, this part of the people but complete preservation of the strength, meticulously survived, and even shamelessly called themselves the human emperor, human king. Will my human race to become the common master of heaven and earth shamelessly take the credit on their own? And these people, is the so-called royal blood, king's blood, the blood of the spirit blood of the bloodline of the source of you, and the source of the bloodline of these mortal blood, miscellaneous blood of ours, is none other than those human powerhouses who bravely died for the sake of my human race. Pathetic and hateful. If I hadn't intruded into that relic, I'm afraid I would never have known the truth in my entire life. The two fire meteors, one after the other, violently intertwined in the sky, the occasional fluctuations emanating casually flattening an unknown number of mountains. Unbridled, Chen Tianfang. I see that you really don't want to live, even daring to say such treacherous words. Humph, Gongsun Wuji, if you have the ability to do so today, behead me here, or else I will let the entire world know the truth about the ancient past. In the granite sect, everyone tilted their heads and looked up at the constantly intertwining fiery meteors in the sky, but it didn't last long, and soon the two fiery meteors entangled with each other and disappeared from the crowd's view. However, until the fire meteor disappeared, everyone was still immersed in the deafening words they had just heard. Fei Qingsan's eyes were bright to the extreme, and his hand holding the axe was trembling slightly, but very quickly, he lowered his head and continued chopping the firewood, only to murmur unceasingly in his heart. So it is. It turns out to be so. It turns out that miscellaneous blood is the meritorious descendant, and those spirit blood, king blood are just the descendants of a bunch of people who are greedy and afraid of death. It turns out that miscellaneous blood is not born inferior. It turns out that miscellaneous blood deserves to stand in the sky. Late at night, Chen Yuan Imperial City. Suddenly a thunderbolt lit up the night sky, and the light of thunder stayed for a long time, and from afar, the sky looked like it was splitting open a crack. Outside the Imperial City, on a mountain, Lu Yuan sensed the information of this world. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and in them, inexplicably, there was a hint of disgust. Eyes turned and fell upon the Imperial City, a remote, yet still luxurious palace, that housed a royal son born to a palace maid and not loved by anyone. This person was the son of this world's Qi, which was the reason why Lu Yuan had arrived at the Qian Yuan Imperial City in the first place. However, after sensing the information of this world, Lu Yuan's thoughts changed. A world stolen by a bunch of villains deserves to be purified. The bloodline of a villain is even less worthy of dominating this world. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's figure disappeared, and in an instant, he had arrived at the granite sect. The granite sect wasn't big and could be seen all over in a single glance. Within this grand mist sect, at this moment, there lived a future great villain of the Tianwu continent. This man is the lifelong enemy of the heavenly destined son of this realm, and the two harbor different beliefs. The chosen one is sworn to guard his bloodline and strongly endorses the bloodline system, while the big bad wants to set things right and uncover the truth of it all. It was ridiculous that the world, whether mixed blood or royal blood, supported the former and abhorred the latter. Clearly, the latter is right. The two fought each other for a lifetime, and in the end, it was the son of heaven's destiny, who had been favored by the heavenly Tao, who won. It seems only right that the arch-villain, who is the enemy of the entire world and is not pleased by the heavenly Tao, should be defeated? Everything seems to have changed and nothing seems to have changed, but in Lu Yuan's eyes, this world was extremely dirty. The world's conception of the bloodline system has been etched into the genes and simply cannot be changed. The world felt that the young man who was struggling to chop wood in the granite sect at this time was a heretic, and that what he was doing was extremely evil, daring to try to subvert the bloodline system. And they uphold the bloodline system and are undoubtedly on the side of justice. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, the two were the opposite. By all rights, Lu Yuan should support the son of destiny. But, I'll do whatever I want. The Tianwu continent was a medium to large-sized realm that followed the way of the martial arts, and the peak of this way was approximately equal to a 6th-grade powerhouse of the great world of returning ruins. There was no doubt that Lu Yuan was an absolutely invincible existence in this world. Since I am invincible, naturally everything should run according to my will. Chen Tianfan had died after all, not escaping Gongsun Wuji's pursuit. Just before Lu Yuan arrived, the secret he held was only known to Gongsun Wuji and the people of the granite sect who had heard the voices of the two. After killing Chen Tianfang, Gongsun Wuji did not leave. He stood in front of Chen Tianfang's corpse, his face clouded over, and after pondering for a while, he turned back and descended over the granite sect. Looking at the modest sect below, Gongsun Wuji's eyes were grim. Blame it on the fact that you heard what you shouldn't have. As he spoke, Gongsun Wuji raised his hands, and a fireball containing terrifying energy gradually appeared between his hands. Immediately, the fireball was waved down by Gongsun Wuji. The fireball rose against the wind, and when it was about 100 meters away from the granite clan, the fireball was already the size of a mountain. After a loud boom, the granite clan, which had turned into the granite pit, the aftermath spread, and for a 10-mile radius, life was in abundance. Even so, Gongsun Wuji didn't leave, but stood still, his divine thoughts sweeping over and over again. After making sure there weren't any living souls, he left in peace. 10 miles away, on top of a mountain overlooking the granite sect, Fei Qingsong sat frozen on the ground, his eyes looking straight at the granite sect that had disappeared. It wasn't until his eyes were dry that he withdrew his gaze and turned his head to the man beside him. Who are you and why did you save me? The person who saved him was naturally Lu Yuan. Hearing Fei Qingsong's question, Lu Yuan didn't answer and asked him instead, what is the thing you want to do the most right now? Fei Qingsong replied without hesitation, I want to know now who you are, why you saved me, and how the granite sect became what it is now. Lu Yuan, however, looked at him and shook his head. No, that's not the last thing you want to do right now. You know, you're now the only person in the world who knows that secret. The granite sect you're wondering about was also overthrown because of this secret. Secrets? What are you talking about? I don't know. Fei Qingsong shook his head and acted like he didn't know how to do anything. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled, and with a wave of his hand, 3 things fell in front of Fei Qingsong. They were a technique, a bottle of blood, and a token. Lu Yuan pointed to each of the 3 items and introduced them. This is a spirit-level technique. With your talent, it's enough for you to cultivate to martial king. This bottle of blood, when drunk, can disguise your bloodline as spirit blood, but only for 3 months. After 3 months have passed, if you still want to disguise yourself, you will need to kill a spirit blood, fill this bottle with its blood, and then drink it, and you will be able to continue your disguise, but the statute of limitations would be halved, and so on. This token, when you are in mortal danger, crush it and you will appear in front of me, which is equivalent to saving your life. Fei Qingsong was shocked beyond belief as he looked at the 3 items in front of him. A spirit-level technique. This was a technique that even the granite sect didn't have. More importantly, the person in front of him actually said that by relying on this technique, he could cultivate himself to the martial king realm. In the Tianwu continent, the realms of cultivators were divided into martial apprentice, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial general, martial monarch, martial king, martial zone, martial emperor, martial zun, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god. After the ancient battle, martial gods were extinct and martial emperors were already the top of the world. The martial king, on the other hand, could also be called a powerful person. It was said that the founding ancestor of the granite sect was a martial king, but the entire Grand Mist sect, except for that founding ancestor, had never given birth to a martial king in 500 years. What shocked Yu Qingsong was not only the gongfu, but also the blood in the bottle in front of him. Drinking it will allow me to disguise myself as a spirit blood. And if I am a spirit blood, along with my talent, I can't go anywhere in the world. Fei Qingsong's mind was alive, and immediately, his eyes looked towards the last item. Token. This is the ultimate life preserver. But, Fei Qingsong raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan. Why are you giving me all this? What do you need me to do? And also, who the hell are you? You are not qualified to know who I am. Lu Yuan said indifferently. Think carefully about what your heart's greatest desire is. There is no need to rush to answer. When you and I meet again, I hope to hear the correct answer. After saying that, Lu Yuan waved his hand and directly sent Yu Qingsong to the Qianyuan imperial capital. And then, with a single step, Lu Yuan instantly moved 1,000,000 miles to the place where the demon race hunkered down. The Savage Mountain. Standing outside the Savage Mountain, Lu Yuan's gaze was deep. Currently, Fei Qingsong didn't know what he wanted to do the most, or rather, he hadn't realized it yet. Lu Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Since Yu Qingsong hadn't realized his mission yet, he would create an opportunity for Yu Qingsong to truly see the world. In the Qianyuan imperial capital, Yu Qingsong would meet up with the son of Heaven's destiny who was disguising his identity, and the two would become close friends, but one was true royal blood, and the other was just miscellaneous blood disguised as spirit blood. Neither knew who each really was, but the false identities will eventually be exposed, and when that happens, the two turn against each other, each fighting for what they believe in. However, behind the son of Heaven's destiny stood the entire human race, Fei Qingsong, but only himself. Coming to this savage mountain, Lu Yuan had only one purpose, and that was to find a helper for Fei Qingsong, and, not just the savage mountain. The savage mountain was not a mountain, much less this endless mountain range in front of Lu Yuan. The savage mountain was actually a subdimensional world just like the demon realm. After the ancient battle, the demon race as a whole moved into the barbaric mountains. In the outside world, there were only a few sporadic demon clans, and demon scouts that came out from the barbaric mountains. If outsiders wanted to enter the savage mountain, they should not even think about it without the strength of the martial saint realm. But to Lu Yuan, the divide between the savage mountains and the Tianwu continent amounted to nothing. He was synonymous with absolute invincibility in this world. Even if it was a so-called martial god, he could blow a whole lot of people to death by blowing his breath. With a single step of his feet, Lu Yuan's entire body entered the barbaric mountain. The demon race has a strict hierarchical system that is no worse than the human race. After all, not all demons are born with a spirit. Most of the demon race, when they were born, were ignorant. Only by cultivating to a certain degree can a spirit be born, and only by cultivating to the martial king can the demon race take shape, and swallowing the transformation done in advance does not count. Today, the demon race has a total of 5 major royal families, 12 royal families. The rest are all 5 major royal families, 12 royal families of subordinate. Fortunately, the current demon emperor possesses great talent and widely distributes the order of gathering talents. As long as you have talent and ability, no matter what race you are, you can be reused. As such, the demon race today could be said to be flourishing, with heavenly figures springing up like rain, if it were not for the harsh environment in which it is located and the paucity of resources. I'm afraid the demon race would have fought it out long ago. Even so, in the face of the 3 major imperial dynasties of the human race, which had now declined to the extreme, the demon race was actively organizing their armies and preparing for war, and was only waiting for a suitable opportunity to attack the Tianwu continent in a big way. Hall of the Demon Emperor. After layers and layers of selection, this year's most outstanding 100 heavenly prides of the demon race gathered at the Demon Emperor Hall at this time. Only after going through the contemporary Demon Emperor's review, these 100 demon race celestials would be able to enter the Demon Emperor's Hall to cultivate. Deep within the Demon Emperor's palace, the contemporary Demon Emperor was half lying on a reclining couch, holding the information of 100 heavenly prides in his hands. Of the 100 most outstanding heavenly pride of the demon clan this year, my Qilin clan only accounted for 10 seats. What are those old men within the clan up to? The contemporary demon emperor was from the Kirin clan, one of the 5 great royal clans, and when he saw that the Kirin clan only accounted for 1/10 of the seats, he looked a bit huffy. Forgive me, your majesty, but I will make arrangements to kick out some of them. To the side, an old turtle hurriedly knelt on the ground. The old turtle possessed a portion of the Xuanwu bloodline, and was now also a strong martial Zun realm practitioner. Hearing the old turtle's words, the Qilin demon emperor waved his hand. Exempt, they are all the demon clan's pride that have passed through layers of selection before they can walk to me. How will the outside world look at me if you kick them out? And in the future, don't bother mentioning this matter again. Fair and just, those who are capable go up and those who are weak go down. It is because my demon race maintains this iron law up and down that the demon race is flourishing today. Although I am displeased that the Kirin clan is not thriving, I am still relieved that my Kirin clan has not interfered with this. Your Majesty's great justice, the old turtle shouted. Snap! The sound of clapping came out of nowhere from the empty hall. Who? The Qilin demon emperor snapped his eyes open, his powerful divine intent sweeping in all directions, worthy of being known as the most eloquent Kirin demon emperor of the demon clan for 10,000 years. This kind of heart is admirable, but it's a pity that, let you be eloquent, let your demon clan's heavenly prides be like the carp of the river. In the end, it's hard to escape from the destiny of annihilation. The Qilin demon emperor snapped his head up. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the palace. This was his palace, and someone was actually able to break in silently without him noticing. The Qilin demon emperor is also a little nervous while angry. At his realm, there is no longer a disparity in strength. To be able to find out is to be able to find out. Not to be able to find out is not to be able to find out. And the existence that made it impossible for him to discover it, its power, must have crushed him as well. Suddenly, a void cracked open in the demon emperor's palace, and Lu Yuan walked out of it idly. The Kirin demon emperor's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was obvious that Lu Yuan was standing right in front of him, but in his perception, there was nothing in the space in front of him. Who is your excellency? And what did you mean by what you just said? The Qilin demon emperor asked, forcing down the feeling of uneasiness within his heart. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and instantly moved in front of the Kirin demon emperor, pointing a finger to his brow, and instantly some fragments about the future appeared in the Kirin demon emperor's mind. In the future fragment, one of the royal clans of the demon clan, the 5-clawed golden dragon clan, had a young dragon that happened to leave the barbaric mountains and appeared in the outside world. Afterwards, this juvenile 5-clawed golden dragon was taken as a mount by a human race, and grew up along with that human race. Years later, the demon race, devil race, ghost race, and god race broke the seal together, wanting to subvert the rule of the human race. Originally, everything was going well, but right on a large battle, the 5-clawed golden dragon clan suddenly betrayed the demon clan and ruthlessly dealt a heavy blow to the demon clan from behind. The demon race is greatly injured, as the strongest of the demon race of the unicorn demon emperor is also injured, and later even more because of the reason of the injury, was killed by the human race, and the demon race also became the human race counterattacked the 4 tribes of the broken, and ultimately, the gods, demons and monsters of the 4 tribes once again failed to fight for hegemony. The five-clawed golden dragon clan became the guest of honor of the human race because of its merits, and was called auspicious. And the reason why the five-clawed golden dragon clan betrayed was because that juvenile five-clawed golden dragon was behind the rebellion. Buzz. By this point, the future image suddenly disappeared, and the Qilin demon emperor came to his senses, and at this time, his eyes were filled with monstrous rage. But soon, his anger disappeared because he couldn't confirm the authenticity of those images. It was the future, and even as powerful as he was, he couldn't peek into the future for a fraction of a second. The Qilin demon emperor looked at Lu Yuan. Did your excellency come here just to show me this image that I don't know is real or fake? Lu Yuan's expression was calm. Showing you the future of the demon race is just to give you an advance shot. Whether you believe it or not is meaningless to me, and you can't resist what I want to do. Your excellency has a big mouth, but I wonder if you really have this kind of strength. The Kirin demon emperor was not convinced and released the martial emperor's mighty pressure to try to oppress Lu Yuan. But as far as the Kirin demon emperor's level of pressure was concerned, it was not as sensational as a breeze to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan indifferently extended a hand to press on the Qilin demon emperor's shoulder. The Qilin demon emperor was horrified. It was clear that Lu Yuan's speed of reaching out was very slow, but he couldn't avoid it in any way. Immediately after that, Lu Yuan pressed downward with a slight force. Boom! The bed that the Qilin demon emperor was lying on literally collapsed all of a sudden, and the Qilin demon emperor was even pressed out of his true form. A jade Qilin. The Kirin demon emperor's body could be comparable to a giant mountain, but at this moment, under Lu Yuan's palm, there was only a kitten-sized jade Kirin wailing and begging for mercy. Lu Yuan indifferently swept a glance and let go of his hand. The Qilin demon emperor was one of the top powerhouses in this world, and without giving some color, he really wouldn't necessarily be obedient. Lu Yuan let go of his hand, but the Qilin demon emperor didn't dare to return to his human form, nor did he dare to return to the size he should have been in his original body. He only dared to continue to maintain his kitten-like size. Senior has eyes but does not recognize MT. Tai. I hope that Senior will be lenient and forgive Senior's rude behavior. The Qilin demon emperor knelt down on all four limbs, pleading for Lu Yuan's forgiveness. Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to bother too much with this kind of little person, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took away the Qilin demon emperor, followed by the disappearance of others. The imperial capital of Qianyuan. In the middle of a restaurant's box, Yu Qingsong sat alone in the box. In front of him was a table of meals that he had never even seen before. If it were in the past, with his status as a mixed blood, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter this restaurant, let alone ordering this table of food. If it was miscellaneous blood, even if you had more money, the restaurant wouldn't receive it, because once word got out, the restaurant wouldn't have to open again. But now, Yu Qingsong was a spirit blood, and not only was he qualified to enter the restaurant, he was also qualified to bag an entire box. Looking at the rice on the table, Fei Qingsong swallowed and moved his chopsticks immediately after. But at that moment, Yu Qingsong's eyes flashed before his eyes, and then he felt a soft foreign object in his arms. He looked down and realized that in his arms was a snow-white cat. The cat lifted its head and meowed reluctantly. At that moment, a voice came from Fei Qingsong's ears. This is the pet I gave you. It has a lot of potential. You have to cultivate it properly. It will be very helpful to you in the future. Hearing this voice, Fei Qingsong stood up with a prancing motion, and the cat landed directly on the floor, but did not dare to get angry, only daring to stretch out its sharp claws to make 5 deep cuts on the floor. Damn it, I'm a Kirin demon emperor, a supreme existence of the martial emperor realm, but I become the pet of a human kid. A strange shame. Just as the Qilin demon emperor was fuming, Lu Yuan's voice was also heard in his ears. Assist Yu Qingsong for 100 years and I'll let you become a god. Meow, okay then. Giving the Qilin demon emperor to Fei Qingsong as a pet was to find Fei Qingsong a personal protector, and secondly, to surprise the heavenly fate's son in the future. Then after that, Lu Yuan went to the demon world, the god world, and the ghost world, and following the example of the gourd, he got a bunch of plugins for Fei Qingsong. Only these extras Fei Qingsong did not know for the time being. After doing so, Lu Yuan raised his head to look at the sky with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. I'd like to see whether your chosen son of heaven's destiny is stronger or the villain I see is stronger. Boom! A muffled thunderclap sounded in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in, and the sky darkened all at once. Meh! Impotent rage. Lu Yuan disdained. Not to mention that the heavenly Tao in this realm could not move. Even if it did, he could still demolish it for the heavenly Tao. Counting the time with his fingers, Lu Yuan felt that it was almost time, and with a flash of his body, he left this realm and returned to Xianxing. The flow of time in the heavenly martial realm in Xianxing was vastly different. Lu Yuan had only been in the heavenly martial realm for a few days, but several months had already passed on Xianxing. During these months, Yu Qing had killed all of Chu Hua's relatives, all of his friends, all of his teachers, all of the people who had shown him kindness. Unsurprisingly, Chu Hua was a few times crazy general in the city to find the murderer, and even a few times rushed into the headquarters of the Tianyan-based city law enforcement department, requesting that the law enforcement department go out in full force to help him find the murderer. In the face of Chu Hua, a level 4 genetic warrior, the law enforcement department took it very seriously and mobilized the city's law enforcement forces. However, they searched every corner of the city, but no one found a single clue about the murderer. After Chu Hua got the news, he vomited blood several times and even tried to commit suicide. On this planet, everyone connected to him is dead, and he feels like there's no point in living anymore. But just as he had a death wish in mind, a wave of monsters attacked the city and a level 1 alarm was sounded throughout the city. Thinking that there were still so many innocent people in the city, Chu Hua decided that he would first help Tianyan-based city get through this monster wave before committing suicide. And in this attack in the face of the monster tide, Chu Hua's performance was described as divine valor. And with the heaven-swallowing demon technique, one person had almost reversed the monster tide's attack. When the tide of monsters receded, Chu Hua's strength had also directly broken through to a level 6 genetic warrior. The great strength, the gratitude of the survivors, the cheers of his comrades, the laughter of the children, made him find the courage and the reason to go on living. Just like that, Chu Hua gave up on suicide. But the whole person was also muddled, either killing monsters outside of the city, or borrowing alcohol to drown his sorrows in an attempt to detach himself from reality. Now, the trust and praise of the survivors of Tianyan-based city became the only reason to support him to continue living. But at the same time, if the citizens of Sky Rock-based city no longer trusted him, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and that was well realized for Lu Yuan. As soon as Lu Yuan returned to Xianxing, he immediately modified the memories of the entire city, including Chu Hua, making Yu Qing the mayor of Tianyan-based city in their memories. And an extremely respected mayor, one that all survivors would unconditionally trust and support. After doing this, Lu Yuan didn't interfere anymore, because Yu Qing knew what to do. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yu Qing to act, ordering the entire city to arrest Chu Hua. There are many reasons, such as rape of women, brutalization of citizens, abuse of power, falsification of honorable deeds, and so on, and a lot of so-called evidence is thrown out, which is of course all false. However, the citizens of Sky Rock-based city trust the mayor unconditionally and naturally do not doubt the authenticity of this evidence. In an instant, Chu Hua became a criminal who was accused by 10,000 people of the most heinous crimes. Countless insults pounced on Chu Hua like a tidal wave. Chu Hua tried to defend himself, but no one paid any attention to him. As long as he appeared, the law enforcement team immediately swarmed to him. There were even those who said that his loved ones died because of him. Or, perhaps, that his loved ones died well because it was the wrath of God to have given birth to a demonic son like him. So at this moment, defense became the only demand, the only obsession in Chu Hua's heart. He started going out. He started killing innocents, and anyone who stood in the way of his defense was going to die. Chu Hua had killed his way all the way to the city hall, seeking only a chance to be able to explain himself. He also felt that if he explained, he could clear up the misunderstanding. The city council agreed to his request and decided to hold a defense conference that the people of the city would watch. Chu Hua was overjoyed, but he didn't know that this was all authorized by Yu Qing behind the scenes. Yu Qing wanted Chu Hua to completely lose his chance to turn the tables in front of all the citizens. It didn't take long for the defense conference to convene in the downtown square. The entire center square was surrounded by people in 3 layers, roughly estimated to be several million. However, these people weren't here to listen to Chu Hua's defense. They were here to angrily curse Chu Hua. On the hosting stage, Chu Hua stood alone, with the microphone in front of him, but the stage was full of people with angry faces who spat at him, and no one was quiet enough to listen to what he had to say. Chu Hua's face was numb, suddenly feeling that even if he said he was wrongly accused, was there any point? Yu Qing suddenly appeared and stood beside Chu Hua, looking down at the scene of 10,000 people spitting on Chu Hua. Yu Qing felt very satisfied, and when he felt like it, he even went to Chu Hua's ear and whispered, "Disappointed? Despair? You probably never thought about this day, but you'd be even more surprised that the murderer you've been tracking down has been standing right in front of you the whole time." Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, it was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in Chu Hua's brain. His eyes suddenly burst open, and he twisted his head to look at the smug Yu Qing. In the next second, Chu Hua let out a voice that seemed as if it was only possessed by an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Dashitsu? What? Can't think of it? Yu Qing had a smug look on his face, but if he looked closely, he he would realize that there was not a single trace of God's color in Yu Qing's pupils at all, and every word he said now was manipulated by Lu Yuan. The microphone had been left on, and the conversation between the two men had traveled through the microphone to the plaza, but the populace was surprisingly excited to hear the two talk. Good kill. The mayor did the right thing, to give birth to such a demonic son, whose parents themselves are the source of evil and deserve to die. That's right, people are like people, and people are like people, and anyone who is friends with such a demon is probably not a good person, and the mayor is doing the people a favor. The mayor did so right. If you ask me, it's the people who gave this scumbag the grace that deserve to die. If it wasn't for them, this scumbag wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Hearing these words that completely defied the three views, Chuhua incredulously twisted his head to look at the crowd. However, the verbal abuse from those people continued. Yu Qing spread out his hands and laughed. See Chuhua, this is the heart of the people. This is the heart of the people. Hearts and minds. Chuhua hung his head, his entire body trembling. What was happening in front of him had completely torn apart his three views. Obviously he has never done anything wrong. Even once he fought the monster tide alone and saved the whole city. He should be the hero of the city. But now, he has become the scum that everyone scorns. The devil. It is clear that the murderer is right in front of us at the moment, but the world is indiscriminate and extremely abusive. Suddenly, Chuhua's mind could not help but conjure up the image of a few months ago outside the city, where he had held on to certain death in order to escort Dr. Su away, with one person left behind to break his back. When surrounded by a tide of monsters and plunged into certain death, Chuhua did not have any regrets in his heart, because he had a heart to embrace death to serve his country. He knew that he was doing the right thing. Dr. Su was the top scientist of mankind, and Dr. Su being alive was far more important and meaningful to mankind than him being alive. But nowadays, his heart to serve the country with death seems so ridiculous. At least, that Dr. Su, who was saved by him with his life and possessed great prestige and power, never stood out to say even a word for him from the beginning to the end. Again, Chu Hu couldn't help but think, to his parents, his friends, which was more important, Dr. Su or him? If his parents and friends knew about his original choice, would they angrily scold him? Would they say you Chuhua are not allowed to die? What kind of bullshit Dr. Su? What kind of bullshit savior of mankind? We don't care, we just want you to live. Thinking of this, the corner of Chuhua's mouth couldn't help but curl up. So it turned out that there were people he cared about and liked, but now those people were all gone. The people who cared about him the most and loved him the most in this world were all gone, and the murderer, now in front of him, but those who had been saved by him, or who hadn't been saved by him, were now praising the murderer and abusing the people who cared about him and loved him the most in the world. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chuhua looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally, but the tears in his eyes fell as if they didn't need any money. Around his body, a black demonic aura gradually surrounded him. A human heart. What a heart! Chuhua gritted his teeth and spat out these words. His eyes had become vicious, cruel, and violent, but immediately, they became numb, and in his pupils, there was no emotion left. Since they say I'm a demon, I'll be a demon. Chuhua spoke incomparably calmly, and in the next instant, he revolved his heaven-swallowing demon technique and rushed into the crowd. He didn't move Yu Qing because he wanted to leave Yu Qing to be the last one to kill, using the most brutal killing method in the world and killing slowly. Chuhua was a rank 6 genetic warrior, and in Tianyan Base City, this strength was synonymous with invincibility. No one expected Chuhua to suddenly storm out, and for a while the city's central square was filled with wailing sounds. Countless mutilated limbs and broken arms flew in the air, and blood gathered into a river. The top floor of a building. Lu Yuan indifferently watched the scene. After all, he has become a demon, and his disappointment in the human heart will fill him with loathing for every living being he sees. My way is done. Darkness falls. The city center square, however, was flooded with a scarlet red, as if it were a sea of blood, the grievances of millions of people converging into a fury that would give birth to a terrifying ghost if not dealt with in time. After killing everyone in the square, Chuhua was now using every means he could think of to torture Yu Qing. By this time, Yu Qing had regained his own consciousness, but the intense inhuman pain coming from his body gave him no time to think about what was happening. Suddenly, time stood still. The movements in Chuhua's hands were fixed, and Yu Qing couldn't feel a bit of pain, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Lu Yuan came from the end of the square and arrived in front of Yu Qing. Yu Qing's body could not move, but his vision could turn. He looked at Lu Yuan who was walking towards him. He wanted to speak, but his mouth could not open. Lu Yuan condescended. Your mission is complete, and I will fulfill my promise. Lu Yuan made a grab towards the void, and Yu Mao appeared in his hand. This planet must be destroyed. I will send your son and wife to live on another planet and make sure they spend their lives in honor and prosperity. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Yu Qing blinked, knowing that he couldn't resist. That's fine. Lu Yuan nodded. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. And suddenly time resumed flowing once again. Yu Qing's miserable screams once again filled the square. Lu Yuan just watched indifferently from the sidelines. Yu Qing had to die or the ring wouldn't be perfect. I don't know how much time had passed, until the morning sunlight showed. Yu Qing's miserable screams stopped completely. Chu Hua sat dumbfounded in front of Yu Qing's corpse, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly Lu Yuan's voice rang out. What are you thinking? Who? Chu Hua's voice was hoarse as he violently turned his head to see Lu Yuan. It's you? Chu Hua's pupils shrunk slightly. To Lu Yuan, he remembered it vividly, and it was impossible for him to forget it for the rest of his life. It seems like you've been through a lot in the meantime. Lu Yuan pretended to scan around the tragic situation in the square. In Chu Hua's eyes was endless hostility. These people deserve to die. The people in this city deserve to die as well. Thinking of Lu Yuan's mysterious and powerful, Chu Hua gave birth to a flash of hope and defiantly crawled to Lu Yuan's feet and prayed. Can you resurrect my parents and my friends? As long as you can resurrect my parents and friends, I'll do anything you ask. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Hua with his eyes downcast and said indifferently. You are too weak. And the promises of a weak person like you don't have an ounce of meaning to me. It's like an ant praying to you that it will submit to you for the rest of its life if you can do it. But do you care about an ant? And you are no different to me than an ant. At those words, Chu Hua burst into despair. In fact, you don't have to beg me. The way to resurrect your parents has always been in you. Chu Hua was smart and immediately reacted. You mean, heaven-swallowing demon technique? Lu Yuan didn't answer directly. His gaze cast to the sky. After killing the people on this planet, you will be able to step out of this planet. Kill all the people in a star field. You will have the power to dominate a world. Kill all the stars. You will be able to peek at the long river of time. And the way of resurrection lies within it. Relying on others is better than relying on yourself. You mean nothing to me, so I won't help you. If you want to save someone, you can only rely on yourself. But I have to remind you that the soul exists for a limited time. And once it's too long, you won't be able to save your loved ones even if you can dictate the ages. I understand. Chu Hua hung his head and hoarsely spat out these words, as if he had firmly resolved something. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, then took a step and directly left the planet. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In 10 years, Lu Yuan created 108 people like Chu Hua as he did. This also meant that 108 planets and hundreds of billions of humans had indirectly died at the hands of Lu Yuan. Silverheart Group, God King Planet, Silverheart Mansion, top floor. Lu Yuan stood in front of the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window with his arms folded, and outside were countless anti-gravity crafts passing between a building that was often 700 or 800 meters high. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and an old man wearing a white coat, heavy glasses, and disheveled hair like a chicken's nest walked in. My lord, the Eternal 9 virus has been successfully developed. The old man in the white coat sounded agitated. How did it work out? Lu Yuan calmly asked. The old man in the white coat said. The effect is very good, and unlike the Eternal 8 virus, the Eternal 9 virus can also be used on ordinary people. We selected 10 ordinary human subjects, and after injecting them with the Eternal 9 virus, their strength reached the level of a level 1 star warrior within 1 hour, a level 10 star warrior within 10 hours, and within 24 hours, they managed to break through to Star Warrior General. The Eternal 9 virus is even more effective on Star Warriors. After a level 1 Star Warrior uses it, he breaks through to Star Warrior General within 10 hours, reaches Star Warrior King within 24 hours, and reaches level 10 Star Warrior King within 36 hours. The only unfortunate thing is that the Eternal 9 virus doesn't boost much above Star Warrior General, but the Eternal X virus is already in development. Sounds good. What's the aftermath? Lu Yuan asked indifferently. The old man in the white coat hesitated and said, the consequence is that those who have been injected with the Eternal 9 virus, whether they are ordinary people or starfighters, become exceptionally bloodthirsty and berserk, and show extreme aggression towards other creatures that have not been injected with the Eternal 9 virus, and cannot be restrained, but can only be killed. However, in the process of disposing off these experimental bodies we found that although these experimental bodies are bloodthirsty and berserk, the weaker experimental bodies are very afraid of the stronger experimental bodies, which seem to be able to lead the weaker experimental bodies with a certain degree of organization. Very well, develop the Eternal 10 virus as soon as possible. I look forward to 10's performance. A hint of fluctuation appeared in Lu Yuan's tone. The old man in the white coat was overjoyed, then said with some hesitation, I have a bit of a vision for the Eternal 10 virus, but I need your cooperation. My lord, Say, the old man in the white coat took a deep breath. I need a drop of your blood. Want my blood? Lu Yuan slowly turned around, his calm and deep eyes looking at the other party. Tell me your reason. In our experiments we found that both the Eternal 1 virus and the Eternal 9 virus are extremely connected, and I suspect that this has something to do with the source of the Eternal virus. The source of the Eternity virus comes from an ancient corpse whose age cannot be verified, and we have found that all the experimental subjects injected with the Eternity virus are as submissive and respectful when they see that corpse as a child sees its father, or a subject meets its king. That's why I want your blood to combine with the genes extracted from that ancient corpse as a way to create the Eternal 10 virus. That way the experimental subjects injected with the Eternal 10 virus, or those infected by the experimental subjects thereafter, will see you as the father of the king. After the old man in the white coat finished, the room fell into a brief silence. It was only after a long time that Lu Yuan's voice rang out indifferently and calmly. Your reasons, I believe. As soon as the words fell, in an instant, both the old man in the white coat and Lu Yuan disappeared into the main god star and arrived on another planet. Above the planet, Lu Yuan and the old man in the white coat stood. My blood is too powerful and overbearing for you to grasp, so I can't give it to you directly. Regarding this statement, the old man in the white coat did not have any doubts because when Lu Yuan descended on the Silverheart group, he had only wiped out the master of the Silverheart group, a nearly omnipotent intelligent being, from this world in a single instant. It was important to know that the Silverheart group's master could survive in the cyber world. As long as there were electronic products, he was omnipresent, and even so, he was still obliterated by Lu Yuan in a flash. Among the frontiers ruled by all the civilizations of the Silverheart group, down to the children's watches and up to the civilization's brains, not a single trace of this master could be found. It was also then that Silverheart changed ownership. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he then struck out and vaporized all the water sources on this planet into water vapor. And then, under his control, all the water vapor condensed into a pure water mass. The water mass floats in the air, thousands of kilometers in diameter. Lu Yuan gently slit his middle finger with his index finger and dripped a small drop of blood into the water mass. Almost in an instant, the water mass, thousands of kilometers in diameter, turned blood red. Subsequently, Lu Yuan took out a drop from it, but didn't rush to hand it over to the old man in the white coat. Instead, as he did, he vaporized and dried up the moisture of 10 more planets, condensing them into 10 water clusters. Putting the diluted blood in the first water ball, he put it into the second water ball to dilute it again, and then put the diluted blood in the second water ball into the third water ball to continue to dilute it, and so on and so forth before Lu Yuan gave the diluted blood in the 11th water ball to the old man in the white coat. Blockade these 11 planets. First use the blood I gave you to test. If you feel that the effect is not up to the mark, then come back to take them in order. Remember not to be too hasty, or else the main god star will be easily destroyed. Even if it's diluted blood from the first planet, one drop is enough to collapse the starry sky and hold up an immortal domain lord. Understand? I understand. The old man in the white coat looked at the blood in his hand with a wild gaze, but he wanted the diluted blood from the first planet even more. But he also knew he wasn't good enough and had to suppress that for now. The stars have their own realm divisions. Star Warrior, Star War General, Star War King, Star War Emperor, Lords, Domain Lords, Great Domain Lords, Immortal Domain Lords, Supreme Domain Lords, Tao Lords. With the blood in hand, the two returned to the main god planet. The old man in the white coat said his goodbyes and then couldn't wait to get to the lab. Lu Yuan stood at the top of the Silverheart mansion, his gaze deep and long. When he was in Xuanqing, he sensed that the virus that the tyrannical river civilization had put on Xuanqing was somewhat uncomplicated, and after that, he followed the trail and found the Silverheart group, discovering the source of this virus, that is, the Eternity 1 virus, and it was still a defective version of the Eternity 1 virus. Since then, he had become interested in the Eternal virus, and then after some deduction, Lu Yuan realized that the Eternal virus could actually create a whole new race in the future. The Eternal race. The Eternal race is even sweeping the stars in the future, and wherever they go, the most powerful Eternal race can even grow to the 7th grade realm. Just as quickly, the Eternal clan was slaughtered by hundreds of 7th grade. The Eternal race grows extremely fast, with the same level of combat strength far exceeding that of humans in the same realm, and can be infected and assimilated into other creatures to become Eternal race. After discovering this, Lu Yuan decided that he wanted to be the lord of the Eternal clan. And the original lord of the Eternal race was that sleeping ancient corpse. And now Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the transparent crystal coffin in the center of the room. Just what kind of injury would cause a 7th grade to sleep for hundreds of millions of years and still not awaken? But it doesn't matter if you wake up or not. Eternal race? I want it. In the starry sky, Lu Yuan didn't have any roots. And in the great world of returning ruins, he barely had any roots either. The Lu family is negligible. Too weak. A big reason why Lu Yuan had left the Lu family was because he was afraid of the repercussions. Sooner or later, there would be a battle between him and the demon lord of the returning ruins world. And once he continued to stay in the Lu family, it would be too easy for the Lu family to be affected. Since there was no root, Lu Yuan decided to create one. The eternal race, which had a very high growth potential, was his target. When the time comes, it seems that all of those 108 devils I created can be made to lead an eternal race. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He still had a lot of confidence in the 108 devils he had created. After all, they had all mastered his heaven-swallowing devil technique, and they were all desperate in their hearts, and they had their chi in their bodies. Plus he was spying from the shadows. It would be hard for the onlookers to kill them, and of course it would be hard for these 108 devils to die. In the final analysis, all of this is just to make my devil Dao fill up and become powerful earlier, only to take the devil lord of the returning ruins great world and replace him, so that I can enter and exit the returning ruins great world without any obstruction. And I haven't been back to the city of the heavens for a long time. The celestial city was where Lu Yuan's true foundation and underpinnings lay. Time passes little by little, and in the blink of an eye another year passes. On this day, the old man in the white coat once again pushed open the door and walked into the room. His real name was no longer known. Outsiders called him Dr. Doom. And this time, Dr. Doom looked respectful, as if on a pilgrimage, and in his hand, he held a tube of purple potion. My lord, fortunately, the Eternal Race program, the Eternal 10 virus has been successfully developed, and the results are beyond imagination. Not only are all the abilities dramatically increased from the Eternal 9 virus, but it also allows the subject to maintain their original intelligence after the injection. On top of that, the experimental subjects injected with the Eternal 10 virus mutated into a mutant. This kind of mutant body, I will name it as the Eternal Giant God Body. This kind of mutant body size is exceptionally huge. At present the largest Eternal Giant God Body has grown to about 500 meters in height. Its intelligence is slightly lower, but its strength is exceptionally huge, and its body defense power is also unheard of. Just with a mutant that's about 100 meters tall, one of our Silverheart Group's Star Warrior Emperor-level civilization lords couldn't break through the defense even with his full strength. And that civilization lord was even almost pinched to death by this mutant after that. According to my estimation, the limit height of the Eternal Giant God Body should be around 10,000 meters, and its strength can reach the realm of domain lords, and this is only the effect of the Eternal 10 virus. After that, there will be the Eternal 11 virus, the Eternal 12 virus, and at that time, the mutated giant god will still be even higher, and its strength will be even stronger. Eternal Giant God Body. You do know how to name it. Lu Yuan's gaze turned and landed on the purple potion in Dr. Doom's hand. Is this the Eternal 10 virus? Yes, my lord. Dr. Doom hands over the potion. Lu Yuan took it in his hand, and in the next second, he gently crossed his fingers and crushed the potion at the same time. The potion mixed with the blood and merged into Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan closed his eyes to feel it carefully and opened them a moment later. It's not bad, though it's not what I expected, and it's a good way to spread the word first. At Lu Yuan's realm, no poison, no genetic agent could have a single effect on him. Yes, my lord. Dr. Doom bowed respectfully. He was known as Dr. Doom and had never cared about life. The Silverheart Group had thousands of living planets, and no one would say anything or dare to say anything if they randomly picked a few as experimental sites. Aquamarine, one of the famous tourist planets in the Milky Way galaxy, with 98% of the ocean area, the planet is home to tourists from all over the Milky Way galaxy. On this day, the sun shone and there were no clouds. Tens of thousands of tourists are enjoying summertime on a beach in Aquamarine. There were people lounging in beach chairs and relaxing in the sun, as well as countless bikini-clad ladies frolicking in the water. But suddenly, three figures suddenly descended from the clear sky. It was none other than Dr. Doom and two of the Silverheart Group's Star Warrior Kings. Doctor, do we really have to go with Aquamarine? It's a bit of a shame. A Starry Sky Battle King opened his mouth. He had also traveled in Aquamarine Star and even had quite a few properties in Hainan Star. Yes, doctor. Isn't choosing Aquamarine too striking? There aren't only people from our Silverheart Group frontier on this planet. There are also people from the Tuatian Pavilion and Wuha civilization. What do you know? Dr. Destruction chided. This is the effect that your excellency wants. The eternal race was born, and its only mission is to destroy. In front of your excellency, what Tuatian Pavilion and what Wuha civilization are nothing but small mice that can be pinched to death with your hands. Seeing as you've been following me for a long time, I'll remind you that if you have any assets, Liquidate them as soon as possible. It won't be long before the Silverheart group, and even the entire galaxy, won't be able to grow an inch of grass, and all of its assets will become worthless. The two Starry Sky Battle Kings' faces were horrified. That lord, he actually really dares to carry out the act of civilization slaughter? Isn't there any fear that the Starry Hall will track it down afterward? The Starry Sky Hall, composed of all the top powers in the Starry Sky, had very high power. Even if it was a Dowlord, the Starry Sky Hall had disposed of more than one. Alright, cut the crap. The mind of the Lord is something you can guess? Dr. Doom interrupted them, handing out 2 potions. Dump these 2 potions into the ocean and then you can leave. The 2 Starry Sky Warrior Kings didn't dare to say anything else, and after receiving the potion, they flew in both directions of the aquamarine planet. Dr. Doom also pulled out a bottle of potion, his eyes glittering with madness. A new era is about to descend, and I will be the creator of the new era. Eternal race, descend, with the Eternal 10 virus being sprinkled in the oceans, being sprinkled in the air. In an instant, countless people and animals that inhaled the Eternal 10 virus began to mutate, and these mutated people, or animals, immediately began to attack and kill, assimilating every visible creature around them. In a busy neighborhood, in a coffee shop on the side of the road, Luo Yun was drinking coffee and talking about the future with his girlfriend, but a sudden commotion from outside interrupted the two. These tumultuous sounds were accompanied by screams and hisses. Luo Yun, who had the strength of a peak star warrior general, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Getting up, he said to his girlfriend in front of him, "Stay here and don't move. I'm going out to check it out." "Well, you be careful." Luo Yun's girlfriend nodded. Luo Yun had just stepped out of the coffee shop when a small car flew head-on. Luo Yun's expression remained unchanged. With a shake of his right hand, an alloy battle knife appeared in his hand, followed by a flash of the knife's light. The small car split into 2 halves and smashed into the window of the coffee shop. However, without waiting for Luo Yun to react, a 4 or 5 meter tall humanoid monster hissed and charged at him. "There's that stuff again." Luo Yun's expression was disgusted. In these recent years, the Silverheart group had taken quite a few planets for experiments, so Luo Yun was no stranger to such monsters. Even Aquamarine dares to make a move? That black hand behind the scenes is getting more and more arrogant. It seems that this matter must be reported to father. It can't continue like this. While his mind was spinning, Luo Yun had already met them with his sword. He had killed this kind of monster more than once and was very experienced. But in the next second, Luo Yun flew back bowled over like a shrimp and smashed into the coffee shop. Put! Luo Yun spat out a mouthful of thick blood, his face shocked. How is it possible? How can this monster be so strong when it's only just mutated? Without waiting for Luo Yun to overthink it, the 4 or 5 meter tall Eternal Clan had already rushed into the coffee shop. He didn't bother to kill anyone else, only staring at Luo Yun. Those infected by the Eternal 10 virus will also retain their original intelligence and will actively assimilate powerful humans. Luo Yun, on the other hand, fits the label of powerful. "Sure Yun, you go. I'll block him. This monster is different." Luo Yun roared and charged up. The first time he was sent flying was because he was careless and thought that the monster in front of him was the same as the monsters he had killed in the past. But the second time around there were no such surprises. Luo Yun had already treated the monster in front of him as if it was in the same realm as him. Luo Yun and the monster fought hard, and everyone else in the coffee shop was running around. Luo Yun's girlfriend also disappeared early, and outside, the same scene was happening in every corner of Aquamarine. In just 10 minutes, 90% of the humans on the entire planet had been assimilated. More and more Eternals are born. Soon, these Eternals were led by stronger Eternals in an organized effort to attack the humans who were still resisting. Dr. Doom was at the top of a building at the moment, staring wildly in front of him. There was a mutated giant god body Eternal race in front of him. The giant god body Eternals are still mutating, and Dr. Doom is watching and protecting from an attack on this giant god body Eternals. And just the next block over from Dr. Doom's building, Luo Yun erupted, lording it over the Eternals in front of him with a single slash. Before he could slow down, a sudden earth-shattering hissing roar came, almost shattering his eardrums. What the hell? There are stronger ones? Luo Yun looked up and saw a 100-meter tall Eternal race hissing up to the sky, the terrifying sound waves even causing the air to crease. That terrifying size, the purple veins that were writhing all over his body made Luo Yun freeze for a moment. In the next second, without hesitation, he started to flee in the opposite direction. Hundreds of meters tall Eternals. This was no longer a monster he could deal with. Unless his father comes back. On the building, Dr. Doom seemed to feel something and glanced back to see Luo Yun's back as he desperately tried to escape, as well as the decapitated Eternals in the cafe. Dr. Doom's pupils constricted slightly. The Eternal Race's battle power at the same level far exceeded that of ordinary human races. Those who were able to defeat or even decimate an Eternal Race of the same level were undoubtedly geniuses amongst the human race. With a slight smile at the thought, Dr. Doom turned his head and looked at the hundreds of meters tall giant god body Eternals in front of him. Kill him, don't let him get away, Dr. Doom ordered to the Megaloid Eternals. As the creator of the Eternal Virus, Dr. Doom was naturally able to order the Eternal Race. Only in terms of authority, it was far inferior to Lu Yuan and the sleeping ancient corpse. The giant god body Eternal clan heard the order and immediately chased towards Luo Yun. The 100-meter tall buildings around him were like papier-mâché in front of him. Nothing can stop him. In the midst of escaping, Luo Yun suddenly sensed a huge movement behind him and looked back, a glance that scared the living daylights out of him. Hell, what's coming after me? Luo Yun's heart was beating violently, and the threat of death was stronger than ever. He didn't know why the hundreds of meters tall Eternals were chasing towards him, but he knew that if he didn't think of something, his little life would be gone. With no other choice, Luo Yun could only crush the life preserver his father had given him when he left his home planet. A flash of splendor. A spatial passage that led nowhere stood in front of Luo Yun. Yuner, you're too much of a disappointment to my father. I thought that with the life-preserving item given to you, you'd at least wait until the time of the Starry Sky Warrior Emperor to use it. How long has it been now? A magnetic middle-aged voice came out from the spatial channel. Then, an upright and tall silhouette walked out. The man was dressed in an azure-colored battle armor that set off his stout physique. Luo he looked at the sun in front of him, his eyes filled with disappointment. His intention of giving Luo Yun the life-preserving item was indeed to save his life at a critical time. However, Luo he hoped that Luo Yun would never use it in his life, especially not without hesitation to use it as soon as he encountered difficulties. Luo Yun was not bothered to pay attention to Luo he's words at this moment as he pointed behind him. Father, look at that thing before you scold me. Luo he turned his head in confusion, and instantly his face changed. The Eternal Race, or the giant god body Eternal clan. Damn, isn't this thing rare? Why is it on this planet? Luo he's face was serious as he looked at Luo Yun. You go first, this is indeed not something you can deal with. Then be careful. Luo Yun wasn't being maudlin, saying things like I'm going to fight with you or something like that. That would be too stupid. After Luo Yun left, Luo he turned around, and in his pupils was blazing battle intent. I've always only heard of its name but not seen it. I, Luo he, would like to see if the giant god body Eternal clan is really invincible at the same level as rumored. Luo he's divine thoughts moved slightly, and 12 crimson flying blades flew out and hovered around him. Each flying blade was only a palm long and no more than 3 fingers wide, but the weight of each handle was comparable to a 1,000-meter mountain. Luo he could easily crush a planet if he unleashed his full power, but this was aquamarine, inhabited by billions of humans. Luo he couldn't and didn't dare to be extreme. Still, the flying blades were under his control, flying at hundreds of times the speed of sound towards the Megaloid Eternals. With such a terrifying speed coupled with a weight comparable to that of a huge mountain, almost no one amongst the peak Starry Sky Battle Emperors would be able to block it. As expected, in the next instant, the 12 flying blades penetrated the head of the giant god body Eternal Race, flew out of the atmosphere and then instantly flew back to penetrate the giant god's heart again. That's it? Getting it so easily? Luo he's face was astonished, subconsciously feeling that the giant god was no better. Piercing through the head and heart, there was no reason why he wouldn't die. Soon, though, he learned that he was wrong, and dead wrong, because the giant god who had been penetrated twice in a row by the 12 flying blades was unharmed. He lifted his dozens of meters long big foot and fell towards Luo he. Boom! The entire city shook as dust rose up and enveloped an entire street. In the thick dust, a dozen reddish rays suddenly lit up, flying up and down, penetrating the giant god at least 10,000 times in a second. Luo he flew in the air, his face staring down. This should always be the end, right? Just as Luo he was thinking this, a giant hand suddenly poked out of the dust and clutched Luo he in his hand with lightning speed. In an instant, the muscles of the giant god's arms bulged, wanting to pinch Luo he to death with one hand. 10,000 refuges and 1,000 mountains. In the nick of time, Luo he let out an explosive shout, followed by countless blue blade lights blooming, and the giant god's palm was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Luo he broke free from it and quickly flew high into the air, distancing himself from the giant god, and the giant god's shredded palm grew back in less than a few breaths. Then, the giant god let out a roar as his body crouched down and violently leapt high into the air. Luo he's pupils suddenly shrunk as his body retreated violently, pulling away once again. At this moment even he had to admit that the name of the giant god was true to its name. Unkillable, immensely powerful, extremely resilient, and extremely quick to increase in strength. For invincible characteristics in 1, unless one crushes in the realm and is able to erase the giant god from the world in an instant, almost no one in the same realm is able to kill the giant god. On the mansion, Dr. Doom laughed at the scene. Crimson flying blades, azure battle armor. This person should be the recently risen heavenly pride Luo He of the Tuatian Pavilion. At the age of 50, he's already a half-step lord, and it's said that he's undefeated in the same realm. But so what? In the face of a giant god, it's still not the only way to escape. Dr. Doom was complacent. If he were to face Luo He, I'm afraid that he would have been decapitated with a single slash. But that didn't stop Dr. Doom from despising Luo He.